Konoha, year 55. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually dissipated, and the night engulfed the earth like a rising tide. A blood moon hung in the sky, resembling an eerie jade plate, casting an ominous red light that enveloped the entire Konoha hidden village in a chilling crimson hue. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, screams, roars, and pleas echoed continuously, yet they gradually succumbed to the silent stillness that followed the dull thuds of blades piercing flesh. The glint of blades flickered, illuminating the cold and indifferent visage of Uchiha Itachi, his scarlet Sharingan eerily calm, as if all of this bore no relation to him. As his parents' final words surfaced in his mind, his heart felt as if it had been pierced by an invisible blade, throbbing with pain. According to the plan, his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, would soon return from school. He must utilize Tsukuyami to evoke Sasuke's ocular prowess in the shortest time possible. Then, he would leave Konoha, secretly watching over his brother and the village. His thoughts converged. Uchiha Itachi gently wiped the blood from his blade, slowly sheathing his ninja sword, and leaped onto the top of a nearby telephone pole. However, his gaze sharpened. An unfamiliar chakra was stealthily approaching. The familiar aura softened his eyes for a fleeting moment, but in the next, his expression turned frigidly sharp. Aside from Sasuke's chakra, his summoned beast had detected the presence of others. Impossible. He had personally annihilated everyone within the clan grounds, confirming the end of each life. How could there still be survivors? Uchiha Itachi's figure vanished like a crow into the night. A sharp intake of breath pierced the silent darkness. The youth suddenly opened his eyes, pupils constricted, the sound of his ragged breaths echoing in the stillness. He struggled to rise, yet his limbs felt drained of strength. Even lifting a finger seemed an insurmountable challenge. Pain, like a raging wildfire, devoured his nerves with wild abandon. Warm blood poured ceaselessly from the two penetrating wounds in his abdomen. Soaking through his black ninja attire, he trembled, extending his hands in a futile attempt to staunch the bleeding. But blood continued to seep through his fingers, the hope of life ebbing away. With fatal injuries and ruptured organs, he understood that survival was nearly impossible. Fifth Hokage, Uchiha, the night of the clan's annihilation, the traitor bearing a ninja sword, forced into a heartfelt conversation with him. To die just after crossing over. Is this reasonable? Countless thoughts surged through his mind, leaving only a profound sense of despair. He was Lin Ye, or rather, in this moment, he was Uchiha Ye. In his past life, Lin Ye lived a typical 3-0 existence. No steady girlfriend, no stable job, no regular routine. Had it not been for the 27 million saved by his parents before their passing, he would have long been crushed by the relentless grind of society. It was precisely due to his lack of experience with societal hardships that he squandered his life, racing down highways in luxurious sports cars. Ultimately, he met his end at a fateful turn. And then, he crossed over. He had thought it was a chance to restart his life, only to find himself in the world of Naruto within the Uchiha clan. Even more absurdly, the moment of his crossing was none other than the night of the clan's massacre. At this moment, Uchiha Ye suddenly sensed a shadow at the door, and he grew tense. Soon, he heard Uchiha Itachi's cold voice. "For Konoha, forgive me," followed by a series of footsteps, each step bearing relentless oppression, as if proclaiming the end of Uchiha Ye. The footsteps drew nearer, the oppressive atmosphere seemingly solidifying the air itself. Uchiha Ye, upon hearing this, twisted his lips into a distorted smirk. Even as life slipped away, he exerted every ounce of strength to lift his bloodied finger, then defiantly raised his middle finger toward Uchiha Itachi. "Fuck you, Uchiha Itachi." As if it were his final will before death, mockery, anger, and unwillingness all converged in that moment. Just as Uchiha Ye was about to fully succumb to darkness, a cold mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his ears. Ding. Detected severe fluctuations in host's emotions. System activation. Current primary mission. Host must join a faction within the ninja world to promote unification. First time system activation, granting a beginner's gift package. Beginner's gift package automatically opens. Detected host at death's door, automatically healing. Host's injuries, Indra template automatically installed. What? Uchiha Ye was taken aback, yet the ensuing violent changes in his mind rendered him nearly incapable of thought. Boom! In an instant, his soul felt as though it were being torn apart, countless memories and fury flooding into his consciousness. A torrent of blazing chakra surged into Uchiha Ye's body, as if intent on incinerating him completely. His eyes trembled violently within his blood-red pupils. A single tomo spun wildly, followed by the explosive emergence of a third tomo like a blood-colored meteor. This is Indra's power. The terrifying ocular prowess instantly filled his gaze, and he felt as though his soul were being remade by Indra himself. Memories crashed upon him like a tidal wave. Indra's coldness, rage, and unyielding spirit played out in his mind. Weaklings? I do not require the assistance of the weak. This world must be established under my order. Finally, the image froze on Indra's heartless figure. Uchiha Ye opened his eyes, his blood-red pupils radiating a chilling, murderous intent. He swiftly rose, feeling the abyss-like ferocity of the power within him. This was Indra's chakra. Uchiha Itachi's footsteps halted, his eyes betraying evident shock and disbelief for the first time. He stared at the standing Uchiha Ye, seemingly unable to comprehend the reality before him. Impossible, Uchiha Itachi murmured, his voice laced with unprecedented astonishment. He fixed his gaze on Uchiha Ye, the once dead individual now resurrected amidst despair, and that surging chakra felt so unfamiliar and powerful. His pupils constricted in an instant, the blood-red orbs deepening with an unspeakable shock and confusion. This power? Uchiha Itachi exclaimed, his tone rife with bewilderment and wariness. Uchiha Ye's transformation was far too bizarre. Despite the opponent's pupils being merely 3 tomo, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if bound by an unseen force. Step! Uchiha Ye took a step forward, the pool of blood beneath him rippling like water, and in the next moment, his figure flickered like a specter, appearing before Uchiha. Itachi! Uchiha Itachi! He murmured softly, his voice as cold as a blade covered in ice and snow. Have you ever felt pain? Or rather, do you eat beef? Chapter 2. Crushing Uchiha Itachi's brow furrowed ever so slightly. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Yoru, who had just been hanging by a thread, could exhibit such astonishing transformation in an instant. However, what perplexed him even more was Yoru's question, do you eat beef? Itachi's pupils constricted as he swiftly analyzed the other's intentions. Was it a code, a genjutsu's lure, or merely an interference in the rhythm of battle? In a heartbeat, numerous possibilities flashed through his mind, but in the next moment, he chose the most direct response. What do you mean? His voice remained indifferent, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Yoru, ever ready to seize an opportunity to eliminate him. Uchiha Yoru smiled faintly, a hint of mockery gracing the corners of his mouth. It means, his voice suddenly halted, and in the next instant, his crimson pupils sharpened. Susanoo. Boom. A violent surge of chakra erupted like hellfire, coalescing into a half-formed skeletal armor that exuded an oppressive force, shaking the very air around. The atmosphere twisted under the searing energy, and the ground trembled ominously. Itachi's expression finally changed. He instinctively took half a step back, his blood-red Sharingan spinning wildly, whispering incredulously, Susanoo? Impossible. In his understanding, only those possessing 2 Sharingan and an immense reservoir of chakra, coupled with formidable mental strength, could awaken Susanoo, a divine power within the Uchiha clan. Yet, Uchiha Yoru was merely a 14-year-old with a single tomo, an extraordinarily mediocre child. Even if he had awakened his Sharingan due to the brink of death, it was utterly inconceivable that he could master such power in such a brief span. Moreover, this fellow's eyes were merely 3 tomo, yet the reality stood before him. The deep purple half-formed Susanoo, ablaze with the night, advanced steadily towards him. Uchiha Yoru fixed his gaze on Itachi, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he slowly declared, Nothing is impossible. Besides, I don't eat beef. Boom. The colossal hand of Susanoo, enveloped in raging chakra, descended upon Itachi like a collapsing mountain. The air was torn asunder in that moment, a tempest sweeping across the battlefield, the ground collapsing, and debris propelled by the shockwave, resembling countless blades racing through the night. However, in the next instant, whoosh. Itachi's figure transformed into a flock of flying crows, black feathers swirling in the wind, dissipating into the air. Indeed, Uchiha Yoru scoffed, his crimson pupils narrowing slightly. The left arm of Susanoo swept across violently, accompanied by an astonishing gust of wind, shattering the surrounding ruins. Just then, fire-style, fireball jutsu. From afar, Uchiha Itachi formed a one-handed seal and unleashed a blazing fireball, the flames erupting in the night, akin to the sun plummeting, rushing towards Susanoo. In his heart, the threat posed by Uchiha Yoru had eclipsed that of the mysterious figure with the tiger-striped mask who called himself Madara. For the sake of his brother and Konoha, he was determined to exert every ounce of his strength to annihilate his opponent. Humph! Uchiha Yoru chuckled disdainfully, the armor of Susanoo vibrating slightly, showing no signs of retreat as it allowed the flames to crash against its formidable chakra armor. Boom! Flames engulfed Susanoo, waves of heat surging forth, the air sizzling from the intense heat. Yet, just as the flames were about to dissipate, a cold voice pierced through the inferno. Is this all? The fire splintered apart as a massive katana materialized from Susanoo's arm, emanating a terrifying chakra fluctuation, cleaving through the fiery blaze, aimed directly at Uchiha Itachi. Clang! The blade of Susanoo tore through the air, rushing towards Itachi's figure. However, at the moment the blade was about to descend, Itachi's form transformed once more into a multitude of crows, disintegrating into the wind, as his voice echoed softly. Your power is formidable. A pitch-black shadow materialized upon the shoulder of Susanoo, the crimson Sharingan coldly gazing at Uchiha Yoru. But it is too cumbersome. Tsuki no Mi. Buzz. Uchiha Yoru's pupils constricted sharply as the surrounding space warped abruptly, transforming everything in existence into a blood-red realm. His consciousness felt as if it were being torn apart. The sights before him distorted, and the Susanoo behind him suddenly shattered into myriad broken light fragments. Jinjutsu, Tsuki no Mi. Time was wholly seized. Uchiha Itachi stood quietly within the sanguine world, coldly observing the bound Uchiha Yoru. Next, you shall endure endless torment within my Jinjutsu. Yet at that moment, Uchiha Yoru laughed. Should I say you are too naive, or perhaps too arrogant? His eyes suddenly sharpened, and the crucifix binding Uchiha Yoru shattered in an instant. The remnants of Susanoo began to coalesce anew within the illusion. In your world, my power still exists. With that, the formidable power within Uchiha Yoru surged forth, akin to a tidal wave engulfing the entire Tsuki no Mi realm. Crack! The blood-red illusion shattered instantaneously, splintering like glass into countless light fragments, overlaying the real world. As clarity returned to his vision, beneath the night sky, the eerie round moon still hung suspended, as if nothing had changed. Uchiha Itachi let out a pained cry as blood streamed from the corners of his eyes, and genuine shock surged within his heart. How is this possible? My Tsuki no Mi, was it forcibly broken? This was not merely a contest of Jinjutsu, but a crushing dominance of ocular power. Uchiha Yoru slowly advanced, his crimson pupils reflecting Itachi's figure, his voice low and icy. Now, it is your turn to experience fear. Itachi's gaze narrowed slightly, an unsettling feeling rising within him. Instinctively preparing to counterattack, he saw Uchiha Yoru's figure abruptly vanish from sight, as if a specter, silent and unseen. Not good. He spun around sharply, urgency flashing in his eyes, but it was too late. In the next instant, Uchiha Yoru's figure appeared before Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke! Itachi's pupils constricted suddenly, his heart feeling as though it had been gripped by an invisible hand. Sasuke stood dazed, seemingly unaware of the impending horror, oblivious to the fact that he had become a target of death. Uft! Blood sprayed forth as Uchiha Yoru's palm pierced directly through Sasuke's chest. The young boy's pupils clouded, his face etched with shock and pain, as life swiftly ebbed away. No. Chapter 3. Your will of fire is not pure enough. Uchiha Yoru's hand brutally penetrated Uchiha Sasuke's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, the night deepening in its chilling hue. Sasuke's pupils slightly dulled, his face a mask of shock and agony, his body hanging limply in Yoru's grasp, akin to a bird with broken wings, unable to soar. The breath of death quietly enveloped this shattered battlefield. Uchiha Itachi's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze turning hollow and bewildered in an instant. He had never envisioned that one day, the brother he had devoted everything to protect would be ruthlessly stripped of life before his very eyes. Uchiha Itachi felt an overwhelming regret, not for the massacre of his clan, but for not having checked thoroughly after the slaughter. With his brother gone, all he had done felt utterly meaningless. The family and Konoha, once burdensome concerns, were now mere illusions in the face of the deceased Uchiha Sasuke. No. Itachi's anguished roar shattered the silence as he lunged forward, instinctively striving to reclaim Sasuke from those blood-stained hands. Alas, it was all too late. Why such agitation? The somber voice of Uchiha Ye shattered all of Itachi's illusions, his face still bearing the expression of indifference and ruthlessness. Is it still said that your will of fire is not pure enough? The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a mocking arc, his gaze deep as an abyss. Cold and devoid of compassion. For your so-called will of fire, you could slaughter the entire Uchiha clan, murder my parents, and even kill your own. Yet for my will of fire, what is wrong with taking your brother's life? Uchiha Itachi's body trembled slightly, his fingertips as cold as iron, as anger and sorrow wove into a storm, burning fiercely within his chest. At that moment, rage compelled a surge of special chakra into his eyes. In that instant, Uchiha Itachi's pupils suddenly expanded, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly, the crimson light seemingly poised to engulf the entire night. Uchiha Ye, in a flash. A tempestuous chakra swept through the battlefield, scattering debris in every direction, causing the very air to seem to stagnate. Susanoo. A deafening roar shattered the void. Amidst the pitch-black night, a colossal crimson figure rose from the ground, the skeletal form of Susanoo rapidly taking shape, followed by the covering of scarlet armor. The half-formed Susanoo's eyes fixated intently on Uchiha Ye, murderous intent palpable, as if it sought to tear him apart. Boom! Susanoo suddenly drew the Totsuka sword from its waist, the blade swirling with sealing power, the air twisting violently as the sword sliced through, staining the night with a shade of crimson. Uchiha Itachi ceased speaking. His fury required no words for expression. The sword of Susanoo was his rage. A brilliant beam of sword light tore through the sky, carrying with it a devastating momentum, descending upon Uchiha Ye in a furious strike. However, are you in a hurry? Here should be an image of Jerry from Tom and Jerry. Uchiha Ye crossed his arms, observing the crimson half-formed Susanoo with a scoff, a playful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. It doesn't matter if you're anxious. Weakness is the original sin. My suffering far surpasses yours. An overwhelming chakra surged forth, an indescribable pressure erupting from within Uchiha Ye. Purple chakra, like a violent tempest, instantly tore through the night, transforming into a towering giant warrior. Complete Susanoo. That massive entity stood on the battlefield, surrounded by thunder, its ferocious divine might wreaking havoc upon the world. The surrounding space seemingly unable to bear such terrifying power, visible cracks spreading outwards. Compared to Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, the complete Susanoo appeared as an infant before a giant. Insignificantly small. Though the Totsuka sword possessed sealing power, it required the ability to hit the target. At this moment, the complete Susanoo was akin to a god descending. Uchiha Ye calmly gazing at the Totsuka sword descending upon him, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Regardless of your intent. The giant blade in the complete Susanoo's hand slowly lifted, purple chakra condensing into substance upon the blade, lightning coursing, the space trembling slightly. In the next moment, boom! The giant blade tore through the sky, resembling divine judgment descending upon the earth, bringing with it an overwhelming force that struck down mightily. Uchiha Itachi's pupils constricted suddenly, Susanoo's arms crossing fiercely, he gritted his teeth, desperately channeling chakra, raising the Yada mirror high in defense, maximizing his defensive capabilities. In an instant, the giant blade struck fiercely against the Yada mirror, an earth-shattering explosion of energy erupted. Boom! The violent shockwave rampaged like a hurricane. The entire battlefield collapsing beneath the weight of this single sword, the ground trembling violently, rocks exploding, distant mountains crumbling. The Yada mirror held steadfast against this assault, ripples spreading across its surface, yet the terrifying force still penetrated the defense, crashing against Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo like a monstrous wave. Ugh! Uchiha Itachi let out a muffled groan, a sweetness rising in his throat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his knees nearly buckling. The armor of Susanoo cracked under the weight of this strike, revealing gaping wounds. In the next second, the crimson Susanoo shattered violently. Uchiha Itachi's figure exposed beneath the purple lightning. The massive blade plunged into the earth, the aftermath swirling, unleashing a cataclysmic storm. Boom, 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 as if an earthquake struck. The surrounding structures crumbled into ruins, the distant forest uprooted by the terrifying pressure, reduced to dust. Uchiha Ye slowly retracted the complete Susanoo, the colossal tide of chakra receding, leaving the battlefield beneath the night in disarray. The cracked ground, broken trees, and ruined buildings all bore witness to the recent cataclysmic scene. His gaze sharpened slightly. Then he looked expressionlessly into the distance. At the edge of the Uchiha territory, the once lush forest lay leveled to the ground. On that ravaged land, a flock of crows suddenly gathered, their black feathers fluttering, their cries echoing beneath the silent night sky. In the next moment, the crows morphed into the figure of Uchiha Itachi, bearing the body of Sasuke, reappearing within the night. At this moment, he appeared unduly unscathed, save for the blood tears on his face, glaringly conspicuous under the moonlight. His chest heaved violently, breaths heavy and rapid, clearly indicating the toll the battle had taken on him. Yet, more than the physical wounds, what unsettled his spirit was Uchiha Ye's near unfathomable strength. Why? How could this person be so powerful? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's mind was in turmoil, having witnessed the complete Susanoo. He now recognized he was no match for Uchiha Ye. The only thought now was to hasten his departure from Konoha, to seek a way to resurrect Sasuke, to find a means to ultimately defeat Uchiha Ye. However, a chilling voice, like a specter, echoed through the night. Oh, not dead yet. Chapter 4. A trivial skill. Uchiha Ye's figure flickered, suddenly reaching for Uchiha Itachi's neck. Yet, the moment his fingertips made contact, Uchiha Itachi's form abruptly transformed into a flurry of crows, scattering in every direction. In the distance, Uchiha Itachi's figure reemerged, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, coughing softly. Your strength is too formidable for the safety of the village. I must do whatever it takes to eliminate you. As soon as the words left his lips, Uchiha Itachi abruptly closed his left eye, his right eye widening, locking onto Uchiha Ye's figure with deadly intent. Amaterasu. In an instant, searing black flames ignited from thin air, seeking to engulf the upper half of Uchiha Ye. Nevertheless, Uchiha Ye remained composed, raising his hand as the eerie skeletal structure of Susanoo rapidly formed, isolating the black flames. Though Amaterasu is said to never extinguish until its target is reduced to ash, Susanoo, being a manifestation of chakra, has no physical form. Taking advantage of the black flame's failure to spread, Uchiha Ye decisively dispelled Susanoo, causing Amaterasu, bereft of its anchor, to extinguish and dissipate into nothingness. Uchiha Itachi appeared abruptly behind Uchiha Ye, carrying the lifeless body of Uchiha Sasuke upon his left shoulder, his right hand gripping the sword tightly, its blade glinting coldly as it aimed for Uchiha Ye's vital points. Yet, Uchiha Ye's speed surpassed his. Almost instantaneously, he pivoted, his hand striking like lightning, his fingers clamping tightly around Uchiha Itachi's throat, forcefully pinning him in midair. What right do you have to represent Konoha? Now who is it? The corners of Uchiha Ye's mouth curled slightly, his gaze frigidly piercing. A desperate struggle? As the words fell, he exerted a slight pressure, his fingertips embedding deeply into the flesh. Uchiha Itachi's breathing became labored, ultimately rolling back into his eyes. Uchiha Ye showed no hesitation, his fingers suddenly tightening. Accompanied by a sickening crack, Uchiha Itachi's neck was thoroughly snapped. His lifeless body lay weakly on the ground, while his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, continued to rest quietly in his embrace, as if in a deep slumber. Uchiha Itachi gazed down upon this scene with a tone that was both indifferent and frigid. You have reunited with your beloved brother. Surely, you must be elated. With that, he turned away, his figure swiftly disappearing into the night. However, in the stillness of the air, Uchiha Itachi's eyes suddenly opened wide. His previously fatal injuries healed instantaneously. Yet his left eye had become entirely gray and devoid of light. This was the Izanagi, one of the strongest forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan. Earlier, when Uchiha Shisui had unleashed his complete Susanoo, Itachi, sensing the dire situation, had preemptively activated the Izanagi. At that moment, time seemed to be distorted. His death transformed into an illusory dream, allowing him to break free from the precipice of fate and return to reality. Yet, the price for this defiance of destiny was heavy. His left eye was permanently rendered gray and devoid of sight. He cast a glance at the slumbering Uchiha Sasuke, his heart filled with complex emotions, but at this moment, he had no time for further contemplation. He understood well that Uchiha Shirsue's strength would not easily allow him to escape. Slowly, Itachi sat up, gently cradling Sasuke, and after confirming that Uchiha Shirsue had indeed departed, he let out a slight sigh of relief. He whispered softly, his eyes filled with cold determination, "I must leave Konohagakure swiftly, Uchiha Shirsue. I will return." Yet, just as Itachi stood, the previously vanished voice of Uchiha Shirsue echoed ominously, filled with mockery. "Return? If you can leave Konohagakure alive today, I shall not be known as Uchiha Shirsue." A jolt of shock coursed through Itachi. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the body flicker technique, vanishing in a blur. A pitiful fish that narrowly escaped the net. Uchiha Shirsue snorted coldly and formed hand seals with one hand. Shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of billowing smoke explosions, 20 clones of Uchiha Shirsue suddenly appeared, swiftly scattering in all directions like hounds, tightly encircling Itachi's escape route. Itachi's gaze darkened as he swiftly surveyed his surroundings. Gritting his teeth, the half-formed Susanoo materialized around him, enveloping him in a solid chakra structure. He calmly analyzed the situation. Uchiha Shirsue had just consecutively unleashed Susanoo and created so many shadow clones. His chakra must surely be severely depleted, and each clone's strength would likely be diminished. However, the clones surrounding him bore contemptuous smirks. The chakra of the Uchiha Patriarch was not something a mere Uchiha Itachi could rival. A trivial technique. With a low command from Uchiha Shirsue, 20 Susanoo forms manifested almost simultaneously, their immense chakra surging in the air, each colossal figure emanating a terrifying pressure, surrounding Itachi's crimson Susanoo. Susanoo 20. In the next instant, 20 chakra blades descended with thunderous force. The blades rained down with relentless fury, forcing Itachi's Susanoo into a full defensive stance, the colossal chakra rapidly depleting. Blood tears streaming from the corners of his eyes once more. His breath grew increasingly feeble, the scarlet Susanoo teetering on the brink of collapse, ultimately shattering under the relentless onslaught. This cannot continue. I will die. Itachi realized he was trapped in a dire predicament, his chakra nearly exhausted. Yet he still possessed one final gambit. Since Tsukuyami had failed, Itachi gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain in his eyes, swiftly forming hand seals. And a crow suddenly took flight, soaring into the night sky. The crow's solitary eye glowed with an eerie crimson light, the Manjikyu Sharingan of Uchiha Shirsue. Kodo Amatsukami. The formidable Jinjutsu surged forth, directly targeting Uchiha Shirsue's pupils. Itachi fixated on his foe, noticing a momentary hesitation in Shirsue's figure, a slight smirk gracing his lips, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. Had he succeeded? However, in the next heartbeat, a violent tremor rocked his chest. The backlash of the ocular powers surged through him, causing a metallic taste of blood to flood his throat. Uchiha Shirsue remained unyielding, even displaying a hint of derision in his cold smile. Your ocular power is still far from sufficient. His three-tomo Sharingan began to rotate slowly, the overwhelming ocular technique countering Itachi's attack. Itachi felt the world spin around him, his consciousness forcibly drawn into an illusion, his body becoming immobilized, his pupils dilating as he completely lost the will to resist. Uchiha Shirsue stepped forward, his hand once again gripping Itachi's throat, a chilling intent radiating from him. Yet, at that very moment, a low and enigmatic voice rang out, "Stop." The space around them distorted slightly, a black vortex slowly unfurling, and a man wearing a tiger-striped mask emerged. He fixed his gaze on Uchiha Shirsue, the single eye on his mask becoming even more prominent. "Little boy, are you interested in joining us?" Uchiha Shirsue cast a cold glance at the masked man, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he twisted his hand slightly. Crack! Itachi's neck was completely severed under the masked man's watchful gaze, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Subsequently, Uchiha Shirsue, under the masked man's gaze, unhesitatingly reached into Itachi's eye sockets. He rose, holding the bloodied Manjikyu Sharingan in his hands, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his gaze radiating unabashed contempt. "Do you think you are worthy?" Chapter 5. When Noara Rin died, you were far braver than you are now. The man with the tiger-striped mask stood silently in the darkness, his eye sockets deep and cold as a black void, as if they were ready to consume Uchiha Shirsue's figure entirely. The air around them became stagnant, deathly still, and suffocating. Itachi's corpse still radiated warmth, blood slowly spreading and reflecting Uchiha Shirsui's crimson and indifferent pupils on the ground. Do you think you are worthy? Uchiha Shirsui slowly squeezed the eyes of Itachi in his hand, his tone laced with contempt, his expression filled with disdain. With a soft pop, the eyes in his palm were crushed. How amusing, truly amusing. The masked man chuckled softly, his voice low and sinister, seemingly unfazed by Itachi's demise. Yet within, his alertness had risen to an all-time high. Itachi was the most exceptional genius he had encountered among the Uchiha clan, second only to Uchiha Shirsui himself. Now, he had been slain by this nameless boy before him. Nevertheless, this very fact made the boy worth recruiting. However, his arrogance was excessive. In that case, let me test your mettle. The masked man narrowed his eyes slightly, a murderous intent swirling around him as he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fiery flames erupted like a furious dragon, rolling flames instantly engulfing the area where Uchiha Shirsui stood, the inferno illuminating the night sky with a crimson hue. However, before the flames could approach, the Susanu's skeletal form condensed instantaneously, shielding Uchiha Shirsui within. The fireball collided with the Susanu, merely stirring a negligible ripple before dissipating into nothingness. The masked man's pupils constricted slightly, and the level of his vigilance increased once more. He had merely intended to test the boy's condition. After all, Uchiha Shirsui had just unleashed a complete Susanu and 20 Susanu clones that had astonished even him. In Uchiha Obito's mind, even the true Uchiha Madara at his peak, after exerting such power, would inevitably suffer chakra depletion, perhaps even faltering to stand. Yet the reality was that Uchiha Shirsui displayed no signs of fatigue. Even handling his fire technique with apparent ease, this boy's strength was far more perilous than anticipated. The expression behind the mask darkened slightly. However, since that is the case, I might as well reveal my true identity. I am Uchiha Madara. His voice was low, deliberately laden with an air of mystery, as he raised his head. His tone laced with seduction. Little boy, are you interested in joining? The aspirations of our organization, Shao, were barely spoken when Uchiha Ye's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his previous indifference gradually transforming into mockery. He first chuckled softly, then unabashedly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, you call yourself Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Ye slowly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with derision, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his tone laced with undisguised disdain. Should I then refer to myself as Uchiha Tianjima? The masked man was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a reaction. However, before he could respond, Uchiha Ye's smile abruptly vanished, his gaze sharp as a blade, his tone suddenly icy. Uchiha Obito, are you playing the fool? The masked man's pupils constricted sharply. When had his identity been exposed? Before he could process this revelation, a chilling aura of death enveloped him. It's your turn. Uchiha Ye's figure appeared behind the masked man like a specter, his crimson Sharingan already locking onto his target. Uchiha Ye's arm penetrated Uchiha Obito's body without any resistance, as if he were merely a phantom. Seizing this moment, Uchiha Obito leapt back several steps, swiftly creating distance, warily observing Uchiha Ye. Yet, Uchiha Ye did not relent. His half-body Susanoo instantly materialized, its colossal hand crashing down. Boom. The ground shattered, dust swirling. A massive pit formed in its wake. But as the dust settled, Uchiha Obito stood unscathed, as if the earlier assault had never occurred. He tilted his head slightly, his tone nonchalant, even tinged with contempt. Brat, your attack is ineffective against me. This is the power of Uchiha Madara. He deliberately emphasized the name Uchiha Madara, as if to convey his authenticity. Nevertheless, Uchiha Ye merely smiled coldly, unaffected by this bluster. Uchiha Obito's Kimui was indeed troublesome. Physical attacks could not reach him. He could evade damage at will, an almost invincible ability. However, invulnerability does not equate to the absence of flaws. With a sudden intensity, Uchiha Ye's Sharingan sharpened, his ocular power surging like a tide, the figure of Susanoo coalescing once more, an eerie sense of pressure permeating the air. Uchiha Obito frowned, sensing something amiss, yet remained calm. After all, against Kimui, all assaults were futile. Yet in the next instant, his pupils dilated in shock. Surrounding him were blades of Susanoo. Dozens of ethereal Susanoo figures intertwined, precisely sealing off all retreat routes, encompassing both the sky and the ground. At this moment, Uchiha Obito was experiencing firsthand what Uchiha Itachi had encountered moments before. But then, a black vortex of space suddenly manifested, rapidly expanding, slowly engulfing Uchiha Obito's body. Without hesitation, he activated Kamui, preparing to completely escape the battlefield. Uchiha Ye's gaze darkened, yet he did not rush to intervene. Instead, at this critical juncture, he coldly remarked, "When Noera Rin died, you were far braver than you are now." The vortex abruptly stuttered. The once smooth flow of space twisted, as if disrupted by some force, beginning to flicker irregularly, momentarily freezing time itself. In this fleeting hesitation, Uchiha Ye's Sharingan erupted with intense ocular power, a colossal mental shockwave crashing into Uchiha Obito's mind. Boom! Uchiha Obito's complexion paled suddenly, his mind buzzing, as countless fragmented images surged within, a battlefield drenched in blood, the moment Noera Rin fell. His helpless hand reaching out yet unable to touch her figure. In the darkness, the cold visage of Uchiha Madara observed him. A deep voice echoing in his ears. This world has long since decayed. In the splendid illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi, Rin still stood before him, gently saying, "Obito, let's go home." Uchiha Obito suddenly stifled a groan, his body swaying, but ultimately, the vortex completely consumed him, vanishing from the battlefield. Uchiha Ye quietly gazed in the direction of his disappearance, his expression frigid, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he softly uttered, "You may have escaped this time. But can you evade next time?" Chapter 6. The gate has collapsed. The Uchiha clan's territory now lay in ruins. Uchiha Ye slowly dissipated his Susanoo, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, a cold smirk escaping his lips as he casually dispatched a few low-ranking members clad in umbu or root uniforms, as if their existence were utterly insignificant. He gazed up at the high-hanging moon, its cold light shimmering, the night deepening further still. This night, once again, would be long. The night in Konoha appeared tranquil, root ninjas silently moving about, while the majority of villagers peacefully slumbered, seemingly unaware of any turmoil. However, this tranquility was destined to be fleeting. The colossal Susanoo had shaken the earth, nearly impossible for anyone to overlook its might. Shortly thereafter, the violent tremors prompted villagers to emerge from their homes, almost everyone witnessing the purple giant towering in the sky, exuding an immense sense of oppression, as if the entirety of Konoha were shrouded in its shadow. The atmosphere in Konoha shifted to one of tension, the residents entwined in confusion and fear, the once peaceful night seemingly engulfed by a tempest. Meanwhile, Konoha's higher-ups had come to realize the gravity of the situation. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber, with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others wearing grave expressions. Aside from Shimura Danzo, the other high-ranking officials had gathered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, lighting his pipe repeatedly, filled the conference room with swirling smoke, a palpable sense of pressure permeating the air. Soon after, Shimura Danzo entered the conference room, his countenance displeased. Upon observing the atmosphere, he immediately frowned. "Hiruzen, I'm currently arranging for root ninjas to maintain order in Konoha. Calling me here is a waste of time." Sarutobi Hiruzen shot him a cold glance, his eyes sharp as blades. "Danzo, why are you late? Are you concealing something?" Shimura Danzo retorted angrily. "I act with utmost transparency. Hiruzen, this is slander." "He is slandering me." Shimura Danzo fumed. In truth, he was eager to check on the Uchiha clan's situation, as the original plan had encountered complications. The initial plan had been for Uchiha Itachi and the mysterious masked man to collaborate with Danzo's root to eradicate the Uchiha clan. This plan had received tacit approval from Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, that gigantic Susanoo was clearly beyond the capabilities of a mere child like Uchiha Itachi, regardless of his strength. He could not unleash such colossal power. Unexpected though it was, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turn against him? Did he expect Danzo to take the fall for a failed plan? Was there no law? No sense of justice? Before Shimura Danzo could finish his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted. "You had better not have done anything you shouldn't have." Sarutobi Hiruzen then turned to address the pressing matter. "You all must have seen the enormous silhouette that has appeared in the Uchiha clan's territory. If I remember correctly, that figure should be Susanoo." Those present had seen Susanoo to varying degrees, aside from Danzo, who was aware of Uchiha Shirsue's intelligence. The others recalled that the last time Susanoo had manifested was during the era of the first Hokage. Tsunade Haruno couldn't help but feel a pang of dread. That sense of oppression is identical to Uchiha Madara from back then. Mito came and adjusted his glasses, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Back then, with just one Uchiha Shursui, the Uchiha clan already instigated a coup. Now, with another powerful figure emerging from within the clan, I fear our Umbu dispatched to investigate have all gone missing. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly. At this moment, Konoha's higher-ups remained utterly unaware of the true state of the Uchiha clan, and the identity of the individual wielding Susanoo remained a profound mystery. Even Ji Cun Tuanzong could not fathom the true nature of the events unfolding. All he was aware of was that tonight, two members of the Uchiha clan were set to carry out a massacre within the Uchiha territory and the security force, the Root and Umbu ninjas. Originally tasked with surveilling Uchiha Itachi, had all fallen victim to Uchiha Ye in this large-scale slaughter, leaving no possibility for Itachi to report back to him. The appearance of the colossal Susanoo was undoubtedly the greatest variable. Fortunately, its manifestation did not persist for long and quickly vanished, indicating that the adversary's actions were confined solely to the Uchiha territory. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to the villagers of Konoha, and Sarutobi Hisashi also felt a measure of comfort. His mentor had long asserted that the Uchiha clan was inherently malevolent. Ji Cun Tuanzong spoke gravely. Hisashi, I must assess the situation, he said with urgency. Tuanzong shared similar sentiments with Uchiha Obito. Despite the awe-inspiring presence of the gigantic Susanoo, the louder the jutsu, the greater the chakra consumption. It was his conjecture that the user would not be at ease either. At this moment, Tuanzang's foremost objective remained seizing the Sharingan from the corpses of the Uchiha clan. Should others act first, his dreams of becoming Hokage would be dashed once more. Sarutobi Hisashi, perceiving Tuanzang's intentions, resolutely declared, Tuanzang, once the elite shinobi squad is prepared, we shall proceed to the Uchiha territory together. Tuanzang's anger flared, his eyes flashing with malice. If so many were to go together, he could not claim the Sharingan openly. Damn Sarutobi Hisashi, always thwarting my ambitions. The scene of Hokage drama unfolded once more. Tuanzang, I am the Hokage, Hisashi asserted. You shall regret this, Tuanzang retorted. The sequence of actions was swift and precise, as if rehearsed 1,000 times, before Tuanzang stormed out in fury. Hisashi remained unflinching, calmly gesturing for someone to call Tuanzang back. Tuanzang, still seething, wore a grim expression. Hisashi cleared his throat, his demeanor turning serious. His tone grave. If there truly exists a being like Uchiha Madara, we must do everything in our power to protect Konoha, regardless of what transpires. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to summon the Umbu, instructing the various ninja clans to be on alert. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside. Who goes there? Hisashi asked, his gaze fixated on the entrance, his demeanor instantly alert. Then, a sudden sound pierced the air, followed by a series of intermittent cries, which gradually subsided into silence. The high-ranking officials of Konoha exchanged tense glances, the atmosphere thickening with anxiety. With a creaking sound, the door slowly opened. Accompanied by a heavy crash, the door and frame collapsed, resonating loudly. The door had fallen. All eyes were glued to the entrance, the air heavy with an oppressive tension, as if something unforeseen was about to occur. A figure clad in a dark cloak stepped into the room, his eyes glimmering with the tomo of the Sharingan, exuding a chilling and bloodthirsty aura as he fixed his gaze upon them. Good evening, beasts. Chapter 7. The Hokage building exploded. The youth's voice was deep and frigid, laced with provocation and disdain, as if heralding the arrival of calamity. You. Sarutobi Hisashi furrowed his brow, about to speak, when Ji Cun Tuanzang interjected, swiftly forming 3 seals. Zien Wu. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. His face swelled like a chrysanthemum. Then he unleashed a torrent of chakra, compressed into wind bullets, firing them in rapid succession like a machine gun. Uchiha Ye flickered, effortlessly dodging the incoming wind bullets with a few simple steps. The residual force of the wind struck the wall, piercing it instantly and leaving a multitude of holes. However, in the next moment, Uchiha Ye's figure eerily vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Ji Cun Tuanzang. Tuanzang's pupils constricted, instinctively hurling several shuriken, even launching a chakra-infused shuriken from his sleeve, aiming for Uchiha Ye's vital points. Yet, Uchiha Ye merely tilted his body, evading all attacks. In an instant, He reached out, his fingers like claws, seizing Tuanzang's wrist. Too slow. Before the words left his lips, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted. Uchiha Ye twisted Tuanzang's wrist, accompanied by a sickening crack, snapping his right arm. Ah! The excruciating pain elicited a groan from Tuanzang, veins bulging on his forehead. But he had no time to dwell on his injury, as his other hand swiftly formed seals. Boom! Tuanzang's figure transformed into a mass of white smoke, revealing a shadow clone. His actual self had already appeared at the doorway, fixing his gaze on Uchiha Ye's crimson Sharingan, his expression dark as night. Uchiha, I knew it. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time Sarutobi Hizashi and the others reacted, they felt an overwhelming sense of danger. An unfamiliar Uchiha had suddenly appeared, leading to only two possibilities. Either this individual had defeated Uchiha Itachi and the Masked Man, and was now seeking vengeance, or Uchiha Itachi and the Masked Man were in collusion with this unique Uchiha, and they had all been deceived. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression darkened, and without further contemplation, he launched a sweeping kick toward Uchiha Ye's lower body. However, Uchiha Ye simply leaped lightly, stepping on Hizashi's leg. Ah! Intense pain radiated from his calf, forcing Hizashi to stifle a groan, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Uchiha Ye seized the moment to leap, landing gracefully atop Hizashi's customary desk, gazing down at them with an indifferent, icy demeanor. Hizashi, Tsuji Nakamura and Mito Min-in exclaimed in alarm, their eyes wide with horror. Mito Min-in fixed his gaze on Uchiha Ye, his eyes flickering with complex emotions, and demanded, "Is the Uchiha clan intending to betray Konoha?" Uchiha Ye smiled faintly at the remark, a semblance of mockery playing on his lips, before his expression hardened, the tomo in his Sharingan slowly revolving. A murderous intent suffusing the entire office. Betrayal? He scoffed, his tone low and derisive. It is truly ironic to hear such a term from your lips. The members of the Konoha F4 expressed their discontent at his words. At that moment, Tsuji Nakamura attempted to use medical ninjutsu to treat Sarutobi Hizashi, while Hizashi, gritting his teeth against the pain, resolved himself. Earth release, earth flow river. He swiftly formed seals, slamming his hand onto the ground, chakra surging forth. Boom! A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, racing toward Uchiha Ye, attempting to seal off his movements. However, in the next instant, Uchiha Ye's figure vanished like a wraith. The earth flow wall crashing harmlessly against the office corner, sending dust flying. Go! Seizing the opportunity, Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions hesitated no longer, activating the body flicker technique and transforming into afterimages, swiftly disappearing from the building. Inside the office, Uchiha Ye stood alone. He slowly raised his gaze to the Hokage rock above, the murderous intent in his crimson Sharingan intensifying. Meanwhile, several afterimages of the body flicker technique streaked across the streets. As Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions reappeared atop a roof several dozen meters away from the Hokage building, the night wind blew fiercely, tousling their somewhat disheveled forms. The malevolent Uchiha clan must be eliminated swiftly. That little brat from earlier. Jicun Tuanzang growled through gritted teeth, his right arm hanging limply at his side. Despite his best efforts to endure, it was evident that his arm was broken, blood dripping from his sleeve onto the ground. Tuanzang was indeed correct. Xuanqin Xiaochun and Mito Min-in exchanged a solemn glance, their eyes reflecting an unmistakable apprehension. Sarutobi Hiruzen, enduring the pain in his legs, took a deep breath, his gaze chillingly steady. After a brief moment, he spoke slowly. It appears the Uchiha clan has indeed forgotten the will of fire. His tone was tinged with melancholy, as if lamenting some profound regret. Yet in the next instant, his eyes transformed into a beacon of unwavering resolve as he turned to Shimura Danzo and declared, "You are correct. For the sake of the village and its inhabitants, the Uchiha must be eradicated." A heavy silence enveloped Sarutobi and his companions, who had come to the grim realization that Uchiha Itachi's plan had likely failed. Suddenly, a whoosh echoed as several figures descended swiftly. Leading the charge was the head of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Hokage-sama. Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, spoke in a low voice, scanning the crowd before furrowing his brow at the sight of Sarutobi Hiruzen's injuries. What has transpired? Meanwhile, more figures emerged, elite jonin from Konoha rapidly assembling. Sarutobi's expression hardened as he commanded, The Uchiha clan has rebelled. We must ensure their complete annihilation. In that moment, a palpable aura of menace filled the air, and the expressions of those present turned grave. Hinata Hizashi frowned slightly, a member of Konoha's noble clan, wishing to voice his thoughts, but ultimately choosing silence. Kakashi stood amidst the crowd, his fists clenched, his gaze a tumult of emotions. Just then, a sudden flash of eerie purple light erupted from the direction of the Hokage building. The light flickered like a crescent moon rising, and in the next instant, an explosive roar reverberated through the air as the Hokage building was obliterated. Countless shards of stone and wood flew in all directions, the shockwave sweeping over the area and unleashing a tempestuous force. The Jonin of Konoha recoiled, crossing their arms to shield against the onslaught, their faces pale with shock. As the residual waves of the explosion subsided, a towering purple figure emerged from the clouds of dust, an embodiment of complete Susanoo. Chapter 8. The innately malevolent old lantern. The crowd was struck with awe, gazing up at this formidable war deity emanating an overwhelming presence. It was a colossal figure clad in armor, wielding dual blades, with cold, unfeeling eyes surrounded by a terrifying aura of chakra flames, distorting the very air around it. The grand structures seemed like mere toys before it, and with each step it took, the earth cracked beneath its feet, as if heralding the apocalypse. Previously, the giant purple silhouette had instilled a sense of dread at the Uchiha estate. Now, standing before them, it exuded an unparalleled intensity of oppression. Shimura Danzo fixated his gaze on the crimson eyes, his fists trembling slightly. On the surface, he maintained his composure, feigning hostility toward the Uchiha, yet internally, he was consumed by an insatiable greed. The power emanating from this being exceeded all his expectations. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he beheld the monstrous Susanoo, struggling to hide his astonishment. Was it even stronger than Madara? The oppressive chakra made his heart feel as though it were gripped by an unseen hand. It seemed that Itachi had truly failed. With a voice heavy with anger and sorrow, Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned, "Who are you? What do you intend to achieve? Has the will of fire within the Uchiha clan vanished entirely? Do you truly plan to assault the village?" In response to Sarutobi's inquiries, Uchiha Obito smirked coldly. His eyes filled with derision. "You need not know my name, and do not adopt a moral high ground." His voice grew increasingly frigid, laced with murderous intent. The second Hokage established the police force, trusting the Uchiha? In truth, it merely confined the Uchiha like dogs at the village gates. On the night of the Ninetales incident, all Uchiha were prohibited from participating in battle. You've long regarded the Sharingan as the source of calamity, haven to you, when strength was needed to suppress Kumogakure. The Uchiha were heroes, yet upon discovering that Shursui could alter the will of others, they became a threat that needed to be eradicated. Uchiha Obito's three tomo spun rapidly, the crimson light in his eyes resembling two blazing fires in the night. "Shimura Danzo, you have taken Shursui's eyes, and now you covet even more Uchiha eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have tacitly allowed Root to monitor the Uchiha for 20 years. Now, even the chakra fluctuations of 3-year-old children must be recorded. Subsequently, out of fear of the Uchiha's power, you conspired with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito to annihilate the entire clan." His voice suddenly escalated, rage and murderous intent almost materializing. Sweeping across the area, "You old fools are the true embodiments of innate malevolence." In the next instant, the eyes of Susanoo burst forth with crimson brilliance. The massive blade swung down violently, cleaving towards the 4 great clans of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Not good. They realized that the attack was headed straight for their clan territories. Due to its incredible speed, they could only watch helplessly as their ancestral lands were torn asunder by a colossal chakra blade. Amidst the darkness, flames erupted skyward, and Konoha trembled violently. Upon hearing Uchiha Obito declare the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo should have felt elated. However, at that moment, they found themselves devoid of joy. The elite Jonin reacted with shock to Obito's words, many thinking that the higher-ups of Konoha truly had lost their humanity. As Susanoo's dual blade swept through, the terrifying chakra shockwave engulfed everything in its path, instantly reducing buildings to ruins. The ninjas of Konoha cried out in alarm, hastily retreating. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Hinata Hizashi quickly formed hand seals, attempting to fend off this sudden catastrophe. Doton, Tsuchi Ryuhiki. Suetun, Mizu no Shinju. 8 trigrams. Return to heaven. Earth walls rose. Water curtains surged and roiled, and white chakra spiraled outwards. Yet, these defenses were utterly impotent against the might of Susanoo. Bang, bang, bang. Susanoo's blades effortlessly tore through the earthen walls, shattered the water barriers, and even sent Hinata Hisashi's technique flying back, causing him to spit blood. Coughing, Hinata Hisashi crashed heavily to the ground. Looking up, he saw Uchiha Obito standing atop Susanoo's forehead, looking down with frigid eyes glowing with a cold light. A flicker of fear ignited within him. If what Uchiha Obito claimed was true, then the tragic fate of the Uchiha might very well be the future of the Hyuga clan. Still hoping to struggle? Uchiha Obito sneered, raising one hand slightly as the chakra blade of Susanoo coalesced once more. Tonight, the history of Konoha will be irrevocably rewritten. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale, and he performed a summoning jutsu, conjuring a monkey. Saru no Ma, transforming it into a Rui Jingu Bang. With a deafening roar, the monkey appeared, its form rapidly shifting into a hefty black staff. Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped the staff tightly, leaping into the air, swinging the staff with all his might towards Susanoo. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the staff collided with Susanoo, momentarily staggering the colossal figure. Yet, after just a brief moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply and leapt again, striking Susanoo anew, but it proved utterly ineffective. Uchiha Obito's lips curled into a cold smirk. You think such feeble strength can shake my Susanoo? The armor of Susanoo shimmered with faint ripples before regaining its original form. A casual flick of the chakra blade made Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression change drastically, and he quickly retreated. At this moment, the wound on Sarutobi Hiruzen's leg, inflicted by Uchiha Obito earlier, throbbed painfully, leaving him gasping for breath. Nearby, Shimura Danzo observed, feeling as though his severed arm had instantaneously healed. A gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes as he thought, Hiruzen is aging. He may not endure this battle. However, the next second, Uchiha Obito suddenly lifted his head, locking his gaze onto Shimura Danzo with a cold smile. Did you think I would spare you? Before he could finish, Susanoo surged forward with a sudden step, its form vanishing in an instant. Truchen Tunzong's heart was filled with overwhelming dread. He could not afford to hesitate. The bandages around his arm tore apart, revealing several Xingyan. In an instant, he activated the eye technique Hishianachi. The colossal blade of Xingyu came crashing down with ferocity, shattering Tunzong's form into nothingness. Yet, from another shadow, his figure re-emerged, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Indeed, he had not yet regained his footing when he noticed the crimson gaze of Xingyu locking onto him once more. The voice of Uchiha resonated slowly. I am keen to see how many times you can employ Shinachi. With that, the enormous blade of Xingyu targeted the area where Tunzong had resurrected, raining down chakra-infused strikes like a relentless chef preparing a dish. Soon, Tunzong despaired to find that he had only one resurrection token left, the most crucial one at that. Chapter 9. Not only do I not eat beef, I do not want scallions. The Shilin on Tunzong's arm had turned entirely gray. Was that truly the Shilin? Shocked exclamations erupted among the crowd as several jonin gasped in disbelief, their pupils contracting, faces paling in an instant. Initially, some had been skeptical of Uchiha's claims, but the scene before them rendered them breathless. Tunzong was indeed stealing the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Scoundrel Tunzong. Yunfei Rujan's expression darkened immediately, his voice low and complex. He was not unaware of Tunzong's research into the power of the Uchiha. Yet when this all was laid bare before everyone, he realized he had underestimated this former comrade. The most terrifying aspect was not Tunzong's ambition, but rather his unabashed use of the Uchiha's forbidden techniques in plain sight. This undoubtedly sent a perilous signal to all the bloodline clans of Uyet. Would the fate of the Uchiha today become their own tomorrow? Among the crowd, Shangruju's expression turned icy, his gaze warily fixed on Tunzong. He then turned to Urjan, his eyes betraying dissatisfaction and inquiry. Was Uyet truly worthy of their unconditional trust? Despite the current turmoil shaking the resolve of many Uyet ninjas, the various ninja clans were evidently reluctant to alter their positions so easily, such as the Du Lu de Sanju. The three clan leaders exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing, and then plunged into the fray. The Chao Bui Hua Zhu Suk. Chu Dao Dingzhuo's form suddenly swelled, transforming him into a giant within mere seconds. The Ro Dan Zhan Shut. With a thunderous roar, his massive body spun at an astonishing speed, charging like a rampaging spiked ball towards the complete Uchiha Ye, standing atop the forehead of Shito, furrowed his brow, smacking his lips in disbelief at the unexpected bravery displayed. Clang! The dual blades of Shujuanenhu crossed defensively in front of him, and in the next moment, the glint of the blades shimmered ominously, poised to obliterate the human-shaped projectile. Now was the moment. Nilingluja seized the opportunity and swiftly formed seals. Ying Fug Suk, dark shadows spread forth, attempting to bind the actions of Shujuanenhu. However, it proved futile. Such a colossal chakra entity was beyond Nilingluja's capacity to fully restrain, and his efforts merely caused a momentary delay in Shu's advance. A wave of despair washed over Nilingluja as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He shouted urgently, "Hurry!" Almost simultaneously, Sanjong Yi formed seals for Xin Lan Sun Drusuk. A potent mental shock surged toward Nilingluja's soul. Yet, in an instant, a pair of gigantic crimson chilang snapped open. With a sickening sound, Sanjong Yi's face turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. Before Nilingluja could react, Xinglu shattered the binding, its crimson gaze locking onto its target. The colossal blade raised high. Lu Jie, with a sickening sound, the shadow had yet to retract when blood was already spilling onto the ground. S form completely crushed. The fate of Chu Dao Dingzhuo was even more harrowing. Two chakra blades descended like lightning, the frenzied strikes shredding the giant ball into mere pulp. Blood splattered, staining half of Wuyit village. Could we truly withstand such power? Amidst the silence, some ninjas were engulfed by profound despair. Yet, Uchiha's assault did not falter. With a casual motion, the chakra blade of Xinglu cleaved through the air, and in the next moment, the two assistants of the Hokage were reduced to ashes, utterly evaporating from existence. Having completed this devastation, Uchiha Ye expressionlessly lowered his gaze towards Yanfei Rujang. The actions of Shuzua suddenly halted. Yanfei Rujang sensed this shift, a flicker of realization igniting within him. Perhaps the opponent intended to negotiate. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anguish within, and spoke solemnly, "I deeply regret the plight of the Bitterball clan. This is something we never anticipated." At this point, he abruptly turned and shot a piercing glare at Druchen Tanzong. How dare that monkey disregard all pretense? Yanfei Rujang's glare was laden with meaning, as if he were taking all the blame upon himself. Tanzong snickered inwardly. If that was the case, then he would take his leave. Before the words left his lips, he vanished without a trace. Uchiha Ye's gaze swept over, noting that Tanzong's destination was the Gunbujidi. He merely scoffed, not attempting to impede the escape. "Flee as you wish. Soon enough, the ashes of Gunbu will be scattered by my hand." As the greatest scapegoat for the Hokage, Uchiha vowed not to allow a swift end. Yanfei Rujang's expression shifted slightly, but he could not afford to dwell on the awkwardness of Gunseng's departure. He continued, "Perhaps we can engage in dialogue?" His tone was steady, but laced with an undertone of caution. "I will do my utmost to meet your demands." A cold sneer escaped Uchiha's lips upon hearing this. "You wish to negotiate?" Yanfei Rujang's demeanor grew grave as he awaited the continuation, the ninjas behind him holding their breath in anticipation. The dual blades of Xinglu slightly ascended as Uchiha's gaze turned frigid, akin to surveying mere insects. Then, he began slowly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "You shall perform a display of dying right here. You." Yanfei Rujang's complexion paled, his voice tinged with barely suppressed anger. "Are you jesting?" "Jesting?" Uchiha Ye scoffed, his eyes growing ever colder. "I thoroughly comprehend and embody the will of fire espoused by the first and second Hokage." His voice, though low, resonated with authority. "Moreover, I believe that without your decayed ilk, my Muyit shall flourish." The will of fire? Those who understand, understand. With sufficient strength, the will of fire becomes one's own. Had Tinsu Jujin solely relied on the will of fire to sway Boban, he would have perished long ago. Therefore, Uchiha Ye had no interest in negotiations. He was merely toying with Yanfei Rujang. His strength rendered him incapable of remaining inconspicuous. He not only disdained beef, but also rejected scallions. Yanfei Rujang's expression darkened, anger flickering in his eyes. This man had no intention of negotiating at all. Given this, Unfirujan feigned contemplation, appearing to genuinely consider its demands. In truth, chakra had already begun to gather surreptitiously in his hands. No one among the ninjas present noticed as he silently formed seals, preparing for a desperate gambit. Shu Guri Feng Jin. Unfirujan shouted, his chakra surging violently. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted in horror. Before he could finish his words, he felt a tightening around his neck as a powerful hand gripped him firmly. It was Uchiha Ye. It appears I must personally assist you in executing this performance. Uchiha Ye's lips curled into a slight smirk as he spoke coldly. Chapter 10, Loyalty. The 8 gates of death have been opened. Release Lord Hokage. A thunderous roar erupted across the battlefield. In the next moment, a flash of green lightning tore through the air, rapidly closing in. Might Guy, making his entrance. He charged in like a tempest, his flying kick so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Yet, Uchiha Ye merely tilted his body slightly, causing the kick to miss entirely. Slicing through empty air, with a resounding crash, Guy landed, his legs carving deep grooves into the ground as he steadied himself, fixating intently on Uchiha Ye. However, Uchiha Ye regarded him with indifference, dismissing him entirely. He was no fool to waste his time on unnecessary strikes. His true target was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Ye harnessed his formidable mental prowess to scour through Sarutobi Hiruzen's memories, then clenched his fist, executing a decisive heart extraction akin to the King of Fighters' signature move. The crimson splatter of blood followed. The man heralded as the strongest Hokage in the history of Konoha, a master of ninjutsu, and a wielder of the 5 elemental styles. Sarutobi Hiruzen had his heart mercilessly crushed by Uchiha Ye. The light in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes abruptly froze. He felt the agonizing crush of his heart. His mouth slightly agape as if to utter something, yet only a feeble gasp escaped. Coughing, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his body convulsed, as though all strength had abandoned him. With a thud, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body collapsed to the ground, blood swiftly saturating the earth around him. The 3rd Hokage of Konoha had perished. At that moment, the battlefield was engulfed in an eerie silence. Countless ninjas stared wide-eyed, unable to believe their eyes. The Hokage is dead. How could this be? Many trembled, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. Uchiha Ye slowly withdrew his hand, casually flicking away the blood, his gaze slicing through all present like a blade. The era of Konoha was ripe for a change. Suddenly, the chakra of Susanoo erupted violently, an overwhelming energy surging forth that left others gasping for breath. Might Guy clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. You scoundrel! Guy pressed his foot down, and a powerful chakra detonated, opening the 7th gate. A tempest of energy raged around him, muscles bulging, blood boiling. As he transformed into a god of battle, Dayton Tiger, Guy's palms crashed together, compressing the air at incredible speed, forming a roaring white tiger that charged towards Uchiha Ye with a force capable of tearing everything asunder. However, speed alone did not guarantee impact. Uchiha Ye simply sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the assault. The terrifying shockwave surged towards his Susanoo, yet it stirred not even a ripple. What? Guy's pupils constricted, disbelief etched on his face. In that fleeting moment of distraction, his gaze inadvertently met the pair of blood-red Sharingan. Not good. An alarm blared in Guy's mind as he attempted to bite his tongue to break free from the influence, but it was too late. Indra's illusion had silently embedded itself deep within his psyche. Even the 8th gate of death, fueled by the burning of life itself, could not wholly evade such a genjutsu. In the next instant, Guy's body froze, the aura of the 7th gate dissipating gradually as his form swayed before collapsing to the ground, unconscious and raising a cloud of dust. Guy! Kakashi Hitaki's voice brimmed with urgency as he rushed towards Guy, lifting him up. But the latter's eyes were already closed, ensnared within the depths of the illusion. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi's mind raced. This man was extraordinarily powerful. Clearly, ordinary strength could not contend with him. Initially intending to remain aloof, he now felt a rush of concern upon seeing his friend injured. He slowly raised his hand, removing his forehead protector to reveal his blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan. Boom! A massive surge of chakra erupted instantaneously. Kamui! Kakashi's gaze sharpened, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as distorted space began to envelop, attempting to draw a portion of Uchiha Ye's body into another realm. Yet Uchiha Ye merely smiled lightly, vanishing from sight. Kakashi's pupils dilated. Was he in an illusion? No, that wasn't right. Kakashi spun around suddenly. Uchiha Ye stood behind him. It is time for your eyes to be returned. Before he could finish his sentence, Uchiha Ye's hand darted towards Kakashi's eye socket like a flash of lightning. With a sickening sound, Uchiha Ye replicated the actions of Uchiha Madara, ruthlessly tearing Kakashi's Sharingan from its socket. A gut-wrenching scream escaped Kakashi's lips as blood streamed from the corner of his eye. He clutched his face, his body trembling violently from the excruciating pain. Uchiha Ye, feeling a touch of boredom, promptly cast an illusion, lulling Kakashi and his comrades into a deep slumber. The remaining ninjas stood dumbfounded, staring in shock at the scene before them. In a mere few minutes, this terrifying man had dispatched all who dared to challenge him. Who else remains? Uchiha Ye's voice was cold, his blood-red Sharingan expanding ominously, seemingly capable of siphoning the very light from the surroundings. His gaze swept across everyone present, the atmosphere becoming suffocating. The ninjas on the battlefield lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Even the leaders of the Yamanaka and Inuzuka clans fell silent, fully comprehending the gravity of the situation. The youth of Uchiha Ye before them was utterly unassailable. Uchiha Ye observed their silence, nodding in satisfaction. Very well. His tone remained calm, yet could not conceal the murderous intent. I, Uchiha Ye, am a man of reason. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans together. Yet now, the Uchiha have been reduced to this state under their dominion. He paused, a cold smile creeping across his face. His voice laced with inexorable chill and pressure. Tonight, they shall pay the price for their transgressions. Everyone involuntarily thought. Indeed, the higher-ups of Konoha have paid the price. For major clans extinguished, for lives taken, and Uchiha Ye's rebellion has unfolded. No, a failure would be termed rebellion. Success is revolution. Uchiha Ye's gaze sharpened. Thus, what I wish to witness next is your loyalty. As the words fell, with a snap, a ninja cast aside his kunai, kneeling on one knee and softly declaring, "Fifth Hokage." In the next moment, everyone on the battlefield lowered their weapons and knelt simultaneously. Fifth Hokage. Chapter 11. Given the circumstances, let us proceed with our tasks. Hinata Hyuga staggered to his feet, suppressing the pain coursing through him, then took a deep breath and similarly knelt, signifying his submission. On the battlefield, more and more ninjas followed suit, the oppressive atmosphere permeating all of Konoha. Uchiha Ye scanned the crowd, a slight smile gracing his lips, clearly satisfied with the scene unfolding before him. He spoke slowly, his tone brooking no dissent. Tonight, everyone I have slain is a rogue ninja, an enemy of Konoha. His words resonated powerfully, echoing through the ruins and striking fear into every heart. Do you have any objections? Silence reigned. The surrounding ninjas held their breath, even the sound of their breathing becoming cautious. What a jest! Before them, the imposing figure of Susanoo still exuded a terrifying pressure, towering above all as it overshadowed the fifth Hokage. Resistance? That would be akin to seeking death. Thus, everyone nodded in agreement. Very well. Uchiha Ye slightly nodded, then turned his gaze towards the several standing clan leaders of the shinobi tribes. Speaking with a calm demeanor, this evening, you shall lead the Umbu in securing the safety of the entire village. Should anyone dare to instigate chaos and disrupt my Konoha during this time. His voice paused momentarily, his crimson pupils narrowing slightly. An overwhelming aura of deadly intent erupting forth. Then prepare for death. The air seemed to freeze, sending a shiver through everyone's hearts. The clan leaders exchanged glances, bowed their heads, and responded in unison. Yes, fifth Hokage. They had no grounds for refusal. Uchiha Ye gradually retracted his Susanoo, casually brushing the bloodstains from his sleeves. A smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since there are no objections, it is settled. After arranging everything, he turned, his gaze penetrating into the distance towards Shimura Danzo's location. His smile faded, his expression turning as cold as ice. With a swift step, he transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the night. The enormous silhouette of Susanoo slowly dissipated, leaving behind ruins that bore witness to the indiscriminate battle that had just transpired. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, and the flickering flames danced among the debris, illuminating faces filled with fear and confusion. The surrounding ninjas exchanged glances, seemingly unable to accept the reality of the situation. This night, the sky over Konoha had irrevocably changed. Hyuga Hizashi struggled to rise. A complex expression etched upon his face as he looked towards the direction where Uchiha Ye had vanished, his thoughts in turmoil. As one of the foremost noble clans in the shinobi world, the Uchiha clan had already been driven to the brink by the higher-ups of Konoha. Who would have thought that amidst the crisis of annihilation, an existence capable of reshaping the shinobi realm would emerge? His presence was reminiscent of the fearsome Uchiha Madara of yore. Hizashi could not discern whether this was a stroke of fortune for the Uchiha clan or misfortune for Konoha. However, one thing was certain. From this night onward, the entire landscape of the shinobi world would undergo an unprecedented transformation. With matters at hand, it was time to act. Taking a deep breath, he dragged his injured body to begin directing the others to calm the civilians, while also instructing them to carry Kakashi and Might Guy, who were still engaged in their game, to the Konoha hospital. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ye moved like lightning, darting toward Shimura Danzo's hiding place. He did not look back, indifferent to the shock and fear behind him. In his view, there was no one or no power in the current shinobi world that could threaten him. Schemes and subterfuge were merely tools for the weak to consider. Strength determined everything. There was no need for pretense. Standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi realm, he had no need for political machinations. The most effective way to deal with these insignificant beings was through overwhelming force. The system's goal was to unify the shinobi world. Yet it did not stipulate how this should be accomplished. If he were a bloodthirsty madman, the simplest method of unification would be to eradicate the entire shinobi world, rendering himself the sole survivor. Yet, he was not a cold-blooded butcher. At least, thus far, those he had slain were all deserving of their fate, standing against him. Simultaneously, Shimura Danzo hurriedly returned to the root base, issuing orders for everyone to enter the highest state of alert while beginning to pack his belongings. Indeed, although he had his share of mental issues, he was not foolish enough to confront the current Uchiha Ye head-on. The most crucial thing now was to secure an escape route. However, he did not intend to flee immediately, for he was waiting for an opportunity, one that could allow him to turn the tide. Do not disappoint me, monkey, Danzo thought darkly, a flicker of excitement glimmering in his eyes. He was well aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a master of ninjutsu, possessed numerous powerful S-rank forbidden techniques. If Sarutobi were pushed to his limits and resorted to using certain forbidden jutsu in a desperate struggle, even meeting his demise, it would be splendid. Should Sarutobi and that detestable Uchiha brat perish together, Konoha would descend into chaos, and he, Shimura Danzo, would then be able to seize the moment to consolidate the forces of Root and Umbu, gaining control over the situation. At that point, under the pretext of eliminating the Uchiha rebellion, he would ascend to the position of Hokage. This had been his aspiration for over a decade. This time, no one would stand in my way for the Hokage seat. Danzo clenched his fists, his heart racing. An unprecedented thrill coursed through his veins as he envisioned himself seated in the Hokage's position, ruling over all of Konoha. However, a sudden roar shook the entire root base. A violent tremor emanating from deep within the earth, as if the very land itself were howling. What was happening? Danzo's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, a terrifying force forcefully tore away the thick layers of rock above him, a deep purple light slicing through the darkness. Following this, a massive chakra blade descended from the heavens, akin to a divine weapon, cleaving the entire root base in twain. The ground trembled as dust and debris flew, the heavy ceiling collapsing with a thunderous crash, transforming vast sections of the structure into ruins. The piercing moonlight streamed through the gaping crevice, illuminating a face filled with terror and pallor. Danzo stood frozen in place, the euphoria on his face still evident, yet his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He beheld that familiar figure. The night breeze rustled as the enormous silhouette of Susanoo stood atop the ruins, resembling a deity surveying the earth. And within the forehead of that colossal Susanoo, a pair of crimson pupils slowly opened. Uchiha Ye gazed down upon him, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Isn't this the Hokage's aide, the shadow of the shinobi world, Shimura Danzo? How have you fallen so low in just a few minutes? Chapter 12. The elegance of passing away. Danzo's expression darkened to the extreme, his mind swirling with incredulous conjectures. Was this individual truly just an Uchiha? In his understanding, aside from Uchiha Madara, even the most formidable Uchiha of the Warring States period could not possess such an overwhelming amount of chakra. The complete form of Susanoo, such a high-level technique, could hardly be sustained even by the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and only the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, could possibly wield such formidable chakra. Yet, Uchiha Ye wielded it with ease, as if casually performing a shadow clone technique. This was simply absurd. What manner of monster was he? Let me see if your roots are fit to be above ground. Uchiha Ye seemed to perceive Danzo's thoughts. But he offered no explanation. Instead, a slight smirk graced his lips, his eyes glinting with a hint of pathological excitement. Before his words had fully dissipated, the dual blades of Susanoo descended with great force. Like a war axe wielded by a deity, the entire root base was instantly turned upside down. The root ninjas scattered in panic, desperately unleashing ninjutsu in retaliation. Fire, wind, and lightning erupted in the night, yet against Susanoo. These attacks were as futile as ants attempting to shake a tree, unable to even disturb the energy barrier in the slightest. The blades of Susanoo cleaved through dozens in an instant. A mist of blood enveloped the area, the cries abruptly silenced. Within mere seconds, the entire root base had been reduced to ruins, bodies strewn everywhere. Danzo stood rooted to the spot, his complexion ashen, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He had encountered strong opponents before, but this sheer level of domination instilled in him a suffocating sense of helplessness. Had he made even the slightest movement earlier, he would likely have been reduced to a mangled corpse. Uchiha Ye surveyed the devastation around him with satisfaction, a smirk playing on his lips, eyes glinting with mockery. He effortlessly dispelled Susanoo, his form gently descending to the ground. Yet, just as his feet made contact with the earth, Danzo's pupils constricted once more. As he hastily gathered wind chakra, wind release, vacuum wave, a whirlwind of rapidly spinning wind blades, imbued with astonishing cutting power, ruthlessly slashed towards Uchiha Ye's body. Without any hand seals, it was unleashed directly. Tuanzang's futon was renowned as one of the pinnacle techniques in the shinobi world, and the speed of this attack was so swift that even elite figures of the shadow level would find it challenging to evade in such a short span of time. Yet, Uchiha Ye merely smiled faintly, his gaze unperturbed. In an instant, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, effortlessly evading all the wind blades. Tuanzang's pupils constricted. What kind of speed is this? He could not even catch a glimpse of Uchiha Ye's trajectory. The next moment, his vision was suddenly engulfed in darkness as a hand, veined and powerful, grasped his neck and slammed him against the wall. Tuanzang, have you had your fill of games? Uchiha Ye looked down upon this so-called darkness of the shinobi world, his expression devoid of emotion, his tone chillingly calm. You should consider yourself fortunate tonight. I do not wish for your demise to be too swift. Tuanzang struggled desperately, only to find his chakra almost entirely suppressed, rendering his body immobile. This was a terror that crushed him to his very core. He finally comprehended that the disparity between him and Uchiha Ye could not be bridged by schemes, jutsu, or secret arts, but rather stemmed from a fundamental difference in their essence of life. Tuanzang's face flushed crimson, and for the first time, genuine despair surfaced in his eyes. What do you intend to do? Uchiha Ye's lips curled slightly as he leaned in, whispering softly in Tuanzang's ear. I naturally intend to. However, in this seemingly hopeless moment, an opportunity arose. Tuanzang's eyes flashed with a cold glimmer, and like a dying serpent, he suddenly retaliated. He forcefully pulled down his eye patch, revealing a kaleidoscope of Sharingan filled with eerie fluctuations. Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. Konoha F4. Tuanzang unleashed his final chakra, the crimson pupils in his eye sockets spinning rapidly. The power of the Jinjutsu flooding forth in an instant. A sinister smile crept across Tuanzang's lips. Got you, ha ha ha. This little brat before me is just an ordinary three-tomo. No matter how one looks at it, the kaleidoscope should easily triumph over the three-tomo. Yet, Uchiha Ye remained rooted in place, his expression as tranquil as still water, the crimson Sharingan in his eyes rotating slowly, brimming with disdain. This, Konoha F4? He did not even blink, allowing Tuanzang's ocular technique to infiltrate his mental realm. But in the next moment, the smile on Tuanzang's face froze. His Jinjutsu seemed to be devoured. Upon touching Uchiha Ye's spirit, it vanished as if a cow had sunk into the sea, creating not even a ripple. No, it's impossible. Tuanzang's body jolted violently as a fierce backlash surged through his mind. Ugh! He let out a pained scream. Blood oozing from the corners of his eyes, his fingers clutching at his eyes, shaking from the agony. The backlash of the ocular technique raged like a sharp blade within his mind, the immense pain nearly driving him to madness. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ye's expression remained utterly unfazed. Tuanzong, did you truly believe you could control me with Konoha F4? Uchiha Ye scoffed, his eyes filled with mockery. How absurd. Konoha F4 is indeed powerful. But even the mightiest ocular technique requires corresponding chakra to sustain it. Tuanzong merely relied on an implanted Sharingan to barely maintain it, and his chakra and mental strength were in no way comparable to Uchiha Ye's. Moreover, Uchiha Ye had inherited Indra's power, although appearing as merely 3 tomo. He possessed the potential to awaken the complete Susanoo. His mental realm was already akin to an endless ocean, no matter how Tuanzang's illusion struggled. It could not disturb even a fraction of the calm. However, since you are so fond of that eye, I shall grant your wish. Uchiha Ye leaned slightly forward, his slender fingers reaching towards Tuanzang's eye socket under his terrified gaze. No. Tuanzong struggled with all his might. Yet his body remained immobilized under the Genjutsu suppression. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Blood splattered as a crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan was forcefully extracted by Uchiha Ye. Tuanzang's eyes became vacant, the blood at the corners flowing like tears. He emitted a pained howl, his voice laced with despair and fury. Yet Uchiha Ye did not halt. He gazed at the blood-stained Sharingan in his hand, his expression devoid of any lingering attachment. Such a thing should not exist. In the next instant, he applied slight pressure with his palm. Crunch! The Sharingan shattered beneath his fingertips, transforming into a mass of bloody fragments. Tuanzang's eyes lost focus, his entire being collapsing to the ground, his face blank. He had once resorted to any means necessary to seize the ocular powers of the Uchiha clan. Yet he never anticipated that one day, this very Sharingan would become the source of his torment. Chapter 13. You beast! Tuanzong endured the excruciating pain, staggering as he turned to flee in a panic. His steps were disordered, blood dripping from his wounds, leaving a long trail of crimson behind. Uchiha Ye observed this scene, a faint smirk gracing his lips, his eyes filled with derision. Flee. Even now, you still wish to escape? He slowly drew a chilling ninja blade, its blade reflecting a faint glimmer in the dim light. Tuanzang's breaths were heavy and labored. He dared not look back, even lacking the energy to sense chakra. I must leave this place. I must hold out until I reach the daimyo's mansion of the Land of Fire, and then unite with the shinobi villages to eliminate Uchiha Ye. He frantically calculated, envisioning a future where he reigned over the shinobi world. Konoha will return to my grasp. Uchiha Ye is merely the final stumbling block. However, he had forgotten one crucial fact. He had no future left. Suddenly, the sound of slicing air pierced the silence, akin to the whisper of death. In the next moment, Tuanzong felt an intense pain surge from his thigh. Pooh! Blood gushed forth as a ninja blade brutally pierced through his left leg, severing it completely. Oh! His anguished screams echoed throughout the root base, filled with an indescribable sense of despair and suffering. The severed left leg convulsed on the ground, staining the surrounding earth crimson. Tuanzang's body lost balance, crashing to the ground and kicking up dust. Yet even so, his will to survive remained unyielding. I cannot die. I must not die. He clung desperately to the earth, struggling forward like a lizard with its tail severed. The soil mingled with blood, smearing his face and clothes. But he paid no heed to it. With every inch he crawled forward, blood trailed behind him, leaving a shocking mark. However, that cold gaze loomed ever closer. Uchiha Ye quietly watched this scene unfold, as if relishing some absurd drama. How grotesque! He advanced slowly, each step seeming to tread upon Tuanzang's heart, intensifying his fear. A beast remains a beast, even when stripped of everything, still yearning for a desperate struggle. Tuanzang's heart jolted at those words, beads of cold sweat breaking out across his body. He whipped around, terror filling his eyes. You monster! Uchiha Ye leaned down, his gaze piercing like a blade into Tuanzang's soul. Uchiha Itachi as well, Sarutobi Hiruzen too, and you as well, in the face of absolute power. All your struggles are utterly meaningless. Tuanzang's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart racing violently. Uchiha Itachi is truly dead? A chill washed over him, surging from his feet to his heart. The self-proclaimed genius, Uchiha Itachi, could not withstand the might of Uchiha Ye. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, though Tuanzong had long anticipated his inevitable demise, The moment he heard this truth, a flicker of sorrow for the fallen sparked within him. The will of fire, huh? Uchiha Ye scoffed, his voice laced with boundless mockery. Ultimately, it is merely a collection of jest crafted by a group of aged canines. Jitsuin Tuanzang parted his lips, releasing intermittent gasps from his throat, yet was left utterly speechless. His complexion grew increasingly pallid. The excessive loss of blood rendered his body progressively frigid, and the last vestige of hope extinguished amidst Uchiha Ye's chilling laughter. In contrast to you, Sarutobi Raizen possesses a modicum of valor. Uchiha Ye gazed down upon the prostrate Jitsuin Tuanzang, his voice laced with profound derision. At least he acknowledged his inescapable fate, contemplating a grand finale even as death approached. And you? Aside from clinging to life, what else can you accomplish? It appears that the second Hokage's decision to forego your selection was indeed a judicious choice. This statement pierced Jitsuin Tuanzang's heart like a sharpened blade. His pupils constricted violently, rage emanating from his singular eye, unable to be suppressed. You wretched child, what do you know? Jitsuin Tuanzang felt as though he had been subjected to the utmost humiliation. His body trembled violently, the remnants of his chakra roiling within him. He struggled desperately, striving to uphold his battered form, his lips twitching in fury, veins bulging upon his visage. I am the true inheritor of the will of fire. That monkey, with his womanly compassion, is utterly unworthy of being compared to me, he bellowed, as if to unleash years of pent-up resentment. For the sake of Konoha, I would sacrifice everything, including this wretched body. In an instant, Jitsuin Tuanzang's hands formed seals, the remnants of his chakra surged forth like a torrent. Even with stiffened limbs and drained blood, he resolutely forced his body upright. The four-symbol seal. The runes of the sealing technique rapidly spread across his body, the dark curse marks igniting like flames, covering him at an astonishing pace. The four-symbol seal is a forbidden technique that demands one's life as a price. Once completed, it manifests a powerful sealing array capable of devouring all in its vicinity. However, Uchiha Ye's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. Just as the sealing technique neared completion, his Sharingan abruptly sharpened in focus. In that fleeting moment, Jitsuin Tuanzang's expression froze. Those eyes, filled with resentment and madness, lost their focus instantaneously, the sealing runes halting midair before dissipating into tendrils of black smoke. His mind felt as though ensnared by invisible shackles, an irresistible jinjutsu infiltrating his mental realm. No, this cannot be. Jitsuin Tuanzang's lips quivered, the remnants of his rationality urging him to resist, yet his body remained immobile. His consciousness was drawn into an infinite illusion, suffocating scenes materializing before his eyes. In the hallucination, darkness engulfed Jitsuin Tuanzang like a tidal wave. The wails of vengeful spirits reverberated in his ears, as if countless souls demanded his life. Pairs of crimson Sharingan emerged from the shadows, cold and unyielding in their scrutiny, each gaze reflecting his myriad sins. Fear, pain, despair. These emotions intertwined within him, morphing into chains that devoured his soul. What shattered him most was the recurring scene within the illusion. On the battlefield of Yunin Village, the silhouette of the second Hokage gradually blurred from view. Someone must remain to cover the retreat. Each time the second Hokage proposed this decision, a clear answer surfaced in Jitsuin Tuanzang's heart. I am willing. Yet, every time the words hovered on his lips, reason crumbled beneath the weight of fear. That monkey. Upon uttering those words, he could only watch helplessly as Sarutobi Raizen stepped forward, becoming the one hailed as a hero. Countless cycles, each yielding the same choice, accompanied by boundless regret and despair. Finally, when he mustered the courage within the illusion to declare, for the first time, that he would cover the retreat, the second Hokage indeed turned his back, leading Sarutobi Raizen and others away without a glance, leaving him alone to face death. They have departed. They truly have departed. What surged within his chest was not liberation, but a deeper despair. Beast. In reality, Jitsuin Tuanzang's body quivered violently, a stream of dark blood escaping his lips. He collapsed to the ground as if his soul had been siphoned away, convulsing, his eyes devoid of focus. To sacrifice everything for Konoha? Alas, your wretched life lacks even the qualification for such a sacrifice. He turned and departed, the dilapidated root base behind him appearing even more chilling under the moonlight. Uchiha Ye, however, did not pause his stride. The night wind howled, scattering the lingering ashes. Chapter 14. From now on, my will shall be the will of fire. The following morning, the sunlight was particularly blinding. Konoha village awakened amidst a profound silence, yet the air was thick with the scent of blood and charred remains. A testament to the turmoil of the previous night. Villagers gathered in small clusters throughout the streets, their conversations rife with trepidation. That giant from last night was terrifying. I saw it clearly. It first appeared in the Uchiha clan's territory and then at the Hokage building. It was like a nightmare. Not to mention, go take a look down that street. There are still bloodstains on the ground, and they haven't even cleaned up the debris. One villager spoke animatedly, but suddenly caught sight of a group of ninjas clad in umbu uniforms approaching from afar, with Hinata Hayashi leading the charge. His expression shifted, and he quickly fell silent, lowering his head to feign nonchalance as he departed. Hinata Hayashi's gaze was solemn as he surveyed the surroundings, while the umbu maintained a vigilant stance, occasionally eyeing the passers-by. Although Uchiha Ye had executed his orders with ruthless efficiency, the aftermath lay squarely upon their shoulders. Hinata Hayashi sighed inwardly. Despite Uchiha Ye's previous command for them to maintain order within the village, there were no further instructions. He had anticipated that Uchiha Ye would take a more active role in managing public perception, at least issuing orders to contain the situation. Yet, that was not the case. The villagers chattered incessantly, panic and speculation spreading without any sign of restraint. With no orders from Uchiha Ye, he could only continue his patrol, ensuring that no one exploited the chaos. As for those whispering villagers, they posed no threat to Konoha's order. Simply discussing matters could hardly be deemed a crime. Hinata Hayashi felt a wave of powerlessness wash over him. Just then, a shadow flitted by, and a ninja dressed in umbu attire silently appeared at his side. Kneeling on one knee, "Clan head Hinata, the fifth Hokage summons you." Hinata Hayashi hesitated momentarily, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his face. Is the implementation of the new policies about to commence? The slaughter executed by Uchiha Ye had sent shockwaves throughout Konoha, and in the span of a single night, the situation had been irrevocably altered. Now, only one voice remained in Konoha, yet, strangely, at Hokage Rock. Upon hearing the location of the summons, Hinata Hayashi furrowed his brow slightly. Why not the Hokage building, but rather Hokage Rock? The Hokage building was destroyed yesterday, Hinata Hayashi mused. Dismissing his thoughts with a wave of his hand, he signaled for the umbu to continue their patrol, then propelled himself forward, transforming into a blur as he raced towards Hokage Rock. Atop Hokage Rock, the symbolic statues of Konoha's leaders stood silently in the morning light. Yet the atmosphere was more oppressive than ever. The statues of the past Hokages glimmered faintly in the sunlight, as if they were casting their gaze upon the future of the village. High-ranking members of various clans had already gathered atop Hokage Rock. Their expressions varied. The representatives of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans stood amidst the crowd, their heads bowed. Last night, the leaders of all three clans had perished in battle. Yet in the face of Uchiha Ye's formidable power, they had no recourse for resistance. To protect their clans, they were compelled to yield, swiftly appointing new representatives to comply with the new order. The leaders of the Yamanaka and Inuzuka clans bore complex expressions, although they had not actively participated in the battle. They were acutely aware that the dynamics of Konoha had irrevocably shifted. The gaze of the crowd converged, drawn inexplicably to the summit of Hokage Rock. There, Uchiha Ye stood serenely atop the statue of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. He surveyed the village of Konoha below with a profound gaze, as if assessing the entirety of the settlement. Sunlight cascaded upon him, his ebony hair dancing gently in the breeze, while his crimson Sharingan glimmered ominously in the radiant light. His visage was sharply defined, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes that crafted a striking silhouette. A straight nose and a cleanly contoured jawline blended youthful exuberance with a mature demeanor. He was an entity both fearsome and impossible to overlook. Yet, had it not been for the massacre of the previous night, none would have conceived that this youth, scarcely in his teens, could embody a figure so terrifying, one who could kill without hesitation, even going so far as to obliterate the remains of his victims. Yet now, standing upon Hokage Rock, a faint smile graced his lips. What, indeed, constitutes a true dream? Uchiha Ye murmured softly, as if in quiet contemplation or perhaps questioning his own thoughts. At that moment, he sensed a movement behind him, turning his head slightly, his smile widening. Hyuga Hizashi and other high-ranking members of the clans arrived in succession, all halting at a respectful distance. There were no excessive words exchanged, nor any hint of doubt. Not even a flicker of unusual glances was cast in his direction. As Uchiha Ye turned to face the gathered assembly, nearly everyone instinctively lowered their heads. Hokage-sama. In unison, they bowed, their voices synchronized. At this moment, the corners of Uchiha Ye's mouth lifted slightly, a playful glint in his smile. Indeed, it seems you are all quite perceptive. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze as frigid as one surveying mere ants. Yet his voice resonated with an enthralling authority. After last night, the order of Konoha has been reshaped. I need you to understand that the position of Hokage is no longer merely a symbol, nor is it the so-called will of the elders as you have often proclaimed. From this day forth, my will shall be the will of fire. As he spoke, Uchiha Ye's Sharingan began to rotate slowly, the sanguine glow pulsating and instilling an indescribable pressure upon all present. First, Uchiha Ye raised a hand slightly, his tone calm, yet undeniably assertive. From this day forth, the Umbu shall be directly controlled by the Hokage. The former Umbu under the Hokage's command is hereby disbanded, and all members will be reorganized. Should there be any dissenters, they shall be treated as rogue ninjas and dealt with accordingly. A tremor ran through the ranks, and none dared voice a contradiction. Secondly, Uchiha Ye surveyed the crowd, his gaze resting momentarily on Hyuga Hizashi. The Hyuga clan shall henceforth assist in maintaining the peace of Konoha. Hyuga Hizashi took a deep breath and bowed in response. I shall obey the Hokage-sama's orders. Thirdly, Uchiha Ye's gaze swept across the representatives of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, his voice as cold as steel. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans did not perform satisfactorily during last night's insurrection. However, considering you did not actively rebel, I have decided to grant you an opportunity. From this day on, the three clans must unconditionally provide their elite members to assist the Umbu until I deem your debts to be repaid. The Nara clan leader, as an advisor to Konoha, will assist the Hokage in his duties. The representatives of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans dared not voice any objections, merely bowing in compliance. Lastly, Uchiha Ye's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Regarding the future development of Konoha, he pointed towards the distant Hokage building, his gaze piercing. Those decaying systems are no longer applicable. I intend to establish a truly powerful Konoha, unshackled from the so-called Elder Council's constraints. No longer manipulated by those who fancy themselves as paragons of justice. Only strength holds the true authority. Uchiha Ye's voice echoed above Hokage Rock, reverberating in the hearts of all. They bowed their heads in silence, an overwhelming pressure enveloping them. Chapter 15. They do not deserve to be here. The proclamations made by Uchiha Ye offered no room for rebuttal. Opposition? Certainly. Take it up with my Susanoo. At that moment, Narashika stepped forward slightly. He was no fool. On the contrary, as the newly appointed representative of the Nara clan, Narashika was renowned for his meticulous thinking and composed demeanor. Even in the presence of this decisive fifth Hokage, he maintained his customary calm. Hokage-sama. His voice was steady, laced with caution. According to the customs of Konoha, personnel appointments and significant decisions typically require formal acknowledgement from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Narashika's tone held no hint of doubt. He merely fulfilled his duty as an advisor, providing a reasonable reminder. Uchiha Ye let out a cold laugh, his Sharingan swirling slightly, as if perceiving all. Acknowledgement? He began to pace, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, his voice low and authoritative. Is my strength insufficient to garner their acknowledgement? The air thickened, as if even the wind had ceased to blow. Narashika averted his eyes, choosing silence. At that moment, further words were futile. Uchiha Ye's stance was unmistakable. Those adorned in fineries, incapable of even defending themselves, how could they possibly dictate the fate of a ninja village? In the world of shinobi, decisions have never rested with those languishing in castles, indulging in pleasure. It is strength that prevails. Uchiha Ye's words rang with clarity, each syllable striking like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. I stand here as the Hokage of Konoha. This truth requires no one else's permission. He slightly turned, casting his gaze once more towards the village of Konoha. In their eyes, you are merely obedient lapdogs. Yet in my eyes, the daimyo are but meat upon the chopping block. A scornful laugh echoed across Hokage Rock, rife with unyielding pride and arrogance. From this point onward, the notion of the daimyo shall vanish. I shall ensure that all territories of the Land of Fire, and even the shinobi world, belong to Konoha. The high-ranking ninja below, though profoundly shaken, dared not voice their dissent. Upon Hokage Rock, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying the coolness of the mountains. Yet every individual present felt a chill run down their spines. The atmosphere seemed to thicken, oppressive enough to stifle breath. No one dared to meet the gaze of that imposing figure, for they all understood that this new Hokage was poised to enact further bloodshed. In the next instant, a sharp crack echoed, and a jagged fissure split the rocky ground. Someone instinctively gasped, but before the words could fully escape, Uchiha Ye moved, his Susanoo materializing a colossal blade, its edge glinting with a blinding cold light under the sun. They do not deserve to be here. From this day forth, this rock shall not bear any remnants. Uchiha Ye's voice was grave, exuding undeniable authority. The Susanoo blade swung down with ferocity. Boom, accompanied by a deafening roar. The statues atop Hokage Rock shattered in response, massive stones plummeting and stirring clouds of dust. The second strike, the third, the fourth. Boom, 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 boom. The reverberations echoed through the skies of Konoha, as the statues representing generations of Hokage were reduced to mere powder, leaving only fractured remnants. As if silently declaring a profound proclamation, the onlookers gazed in astonishment at the scene before them, yet none dared to utter a sound. Fortunately, there were no civilians gathered at the base of Hokage Rock. Otherwise, such devastation would have wrought calamity. Uchiha Ye retracted his Susanoo, the pitch-black robe billowing in the wind, resembling a flag of silent declaration. He turned slightly, his tone cold and indisputable. There is one more matter. The crowd held their breath, awaiting his next words. In the name of the 5th Hokage, I hereby declare Uchiha Obito an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha. As soon as these words were uttered, the previously restrained atmosphere was suddenly stirred. Some individuals displayed expressions of confusion, questioning, Uchiha Obito? Who is that? Many others appeared perplexed. The name seemed vaguely familiar, yet it felt as if it belonged to a distant past. Wait, Uchiha Obito? Among the crowd, an elder ninja's face changed dramatically, as if a vague shadow had resurfaced from the depths of buried memories. Was he not the hero who sacrificed himself during the battle at Shinobi Bridge? Had he not perished long ago? The murmurs around surged, shock, doubt, and disbelief etched on every face. At that moment, Uchiha Ye spoke with a chilling gaze and a deep voice, asserting, the hero of Konoha you speak of is, in fact, not dead. He was saved during the battle at Shinobi Bridge and has clung to life until now. The air seemed to freeze, as some were still reeling from this alarming revelation. The mastermind behind the Ninetales incident is none other than Uchiha Obito. This statement struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. What? The Ninetales incident was orchestrated by Uchiha Obito? Impossible. Countless individuals mourned that catastrophe, cursing the rampage of the Ninetales. Yet who could have imagined that the true culprit behind this tragedy was once hailed as a hero of Konoha? Indeed, Uchiha Ye let out a cold laugh, a hint of profound mockery passing through his eyes. Just last night, Uchiha Obito had assaulted the Uchiha clan's territory, almost annihilating the entire security force. Uchiha Ye's voice rumbled with barely concealed fury. He, like Uchiha Itachi, was a veritable beast. It was due to this beast, alongside that old fool Shimura Danzo, that the innocent Uchiha clan faced even greater prejudice following the Ninetales incident. As his words fell, the atmosphere became exceedingly grave. Annihilated. The Uchiha security force, once a symbol of order in Konoha, tasked with protecting its citizens, had transformed from a bastion of strength into a silent remnant, vanishing into the night. The hearts of those present brimmed with confusion and terror, especially regarding Uchiha Obito's strength. Reflecting on the night of the Ninetales and the slaughter of the security force, it was evident that his power had grown immensely. From this day forth, the Uchiha security force would no longer exist. Uchiha Ye slowly surveyed the surroundings, his crimson Sharingan seemingly able to penetrate the very souls of those before him. Hyuga Hizashi. Among the crowd, Hyuga Hizashi bowed his head slightly. Lord Hokage, henceforth, the new security force shall be led by the Hyuga clan, in conjunction with other ninja clans, reorganized in a mixed formation. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left speechless. Indeed, although Hyuga Hizashi was profoundly shocked, he still responded respectfully. Let us proceed. After making this announcement, Uchiha Ye turned, casting his gaze towards the direction of Konoha. Before his words faded, The crowd departed, engulfed in astonishment and doubt, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of Hokage Rock. Only Kakashi remained. Chapter 16. The Chancellor of Konoha. Kakashi still wore his mask. Despite having lost an eye, his gaze remained calm as ever. At this moment, his demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of the once resilient Iron Chef, a one-eyed dragon, yet burdened with a deeper sorrow. Last night, Hyuga Hizashi and others had taken him and Guy to Konoha Hospital. Initially, it seemed a simple matter of treatment, yet as dawn arrived, they were greeted by orders from the Umbu. All Jonin in Konoha were to assemble immediately. Though his body still felt weak, Kakashi made his way there. Yet a question lingered in his mind. Why had he awakened while Guy remained unconscious? They had both endured the same torment of Jinjutsu. Kakashi had merely experienced a brief fainting spell, while Guy continued to dwell in silent darkness. The Umbu had initially intended to bring the comatose Guy before Uchiha Ye. However, Uchiha Ye merely frowned, his tone laced with impatience. Talking to brainless individuals is too tedious. He ultimately waved his hand, ordering Guy to be returned to the hospital. As if even a glance were superfluous. Brainless? These words made Kakashi exhale deeply. At least this signified that Uchiha Ye did not regard Guy as a threat. Nevertheless, no news could be more shocking than what had transpired today. Uchiha Obito was still alive. Kakashi could not suppress the tremor within him. He finally spoke, his voice quivering with anticipation, as if hoping all of this were merely an absurd jest. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Ye, with his back to him, stood firm, his black cloak billowing in the wind, exuding an air of authority. Is Obito truly alive? The air thickened momentarily. Uchiha Ye slightly turned his head, his voice low and frigid, suffused with derision and disdain. Not only is he alive. He paused, the corners of his mouth curving upward to reveal a chilling smile. Back in the day, he even exploded the fourth Hokage's child. Boom. This statement detonated in Kakashi's mind like a thunderclap. What? His pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at Uchiha Ye, the child of the fourth Hokage? Kakashi's thoughts were drawn back to that terrifying night. The Nine Tails roared. Flames engulfed the sky, and the village struggled on the brink of destruction. Sensei Minato and Kushina had poured every ounce of strength into sealing the Nine Tails, ultimately sacrificing their lives. And that man with the orange spiral mask, Kakashi's breath quickened. Impossible. How could Obito, the once kind-hearted and optimistic boy who always dreamed of becoming Hokage, be the one to destroy everything they cherished? Yet Uchiha Ye's words cut through his self-deceiving fantasies like a blade. The true culprit behind the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife was Obito. Kakashi's hand instinctively clenched, his knuckles whitening. Why? He desperately sought answers in his mind. But all he found were deeper questions. Obito, what on earth have you experienced? However, even as a torrent of thoughts surged within him, Kakashi keenly sensed that Uchiha Ye had no need to deceive him. His strength, his indifference, and the derision in his eyes conveyed to Kakashi that this was the truth. Obito, Kakashi whispered softly, the tremors in his heart refusing to subside. Uchiha Ye, however, had no further words to offer. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance towards Konoha. Do not waste time. Uchiha Ye's voice broke the silence, cool and detached. Regardless of what Obito has done in the past, he is now an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha. Kakashi, you should know how to choose. With that, Uchiha Ye turned and departed. His dark cloak swept across the ground, leaving not a trace of dust in its wake. Kakashi stood rooted in place, his expression grave. The tumultuous emotions within him gradually subsided, replaced by a heavy sense of helplessness. Obito was still alive. This truth felt like a shackle, tightly binding his thoughts. Yet Uchiha Ye cared little for Kakashi's current feelings. To him, the bond between Kakashi and Uchiha Obito was merely a meaningless past. Should they encounter each other again, Uchiha Ye would not hesitate for a moment. To kill him would be as simple as crushing a bug beneath one's heel. As time passed, under the direction of the Umbu, Konoha gradually began to regain its former semblance. Particularly with the efforts of Umbu member Yamato, the structures destroyed in battle had commenced reconstruction. The streets of Konoha were bustling with workers and ninjas alike. Despite their exhaustion, a sense of reassurance lingered on their faces. After teetering on the brink of annihilation, the village had finally welcomed a moment of respite. However, the frequent use of wood release had taken its toll on Yamato, rendering his body increasingly frail, his complexion as pale as parchment. Nevertheless, even so, he steadfastly remains on the front lines of reconstruction, even with merely his own strength. He has propelled the revival of Konoha village at an astonishing pace. As for the reason, the members of the Umbu are more perceptive than Uchiha Ye had imagined. They are quite obedient. The original Hokage building has been reduced to ruins. Yet now, a seemingly humble, yet distinctly characterized by Mokutan, new structure has risen from the ground. This is the temporary Hokage building, constructed by Yamato himself. Humble as it may be, it still exudes an air of solemnity. In the office on the top floor of the Hokage building, a spacious room houses a massive wooden desk at its center, piled high with various documents and scrolls. Gazing through the window, one can behold the entirety of Konoha village, bustling with a throng of people that signifies the village's revival. Uchiha Ye leans back in his chair, perusing an ancient, weighty scroll, the Book of Seals. His fingers glide gently over the intricate and esoteric runes, a glint of mockery and amusement flashing in his eyes. In a low whisper, he murmurs the name of Senju Tobarama, with a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, he is the nemesis of the Uchiha clan. The Book of Seals meticulously records countless ninjutsu, including many secret techniques aimed at the Uchiha clan. The Flying Thunder God technique, the Dark Movement technique, and the Water Release Enhancement system. Each forbidden ninjutsu leaps off the page. Every character embodies Senju Tobarama's profound understanding of combat, particularly his sealing techniques targeting the Sharingan and Uchiha clan members, which are truly awe-inspiring. One cannot deny that this individual is a genius in the study of how to eliminate the Uchiha. Uchiha Ye chuckles softly, his eyes brimming with derision. However, these ninjutsu now belong to me. With Indra's innate understanding of ninjutsu, Uchiha Ye has merely skimmed through the complex techniques, effortlessly imprinting them in his mind. Analyze, disassemble, control. Senju Tobarama's efforts have ultimately become the stepping stones for Uchiha Ye's self-improvement. Yet, despite his esteemed position as Hokage, Uchiha Ye's days are not particularly busy. He casually closes the Book of Seals, reclining lazily in his chair, and lifts his gaze to the window. As for why he can be so leisurely, one need only glance into the adjacent room to find the answer. Nara Shikaku, the Hokage advisor of Konoha, a member of the Nara clan, is currently seated before a mountain of documents, pen in hand, reviewing them, his expression betraying endless fatigue. Since Uchiha Ye assumed office, the majority of administrative matters have been delegated to him. Nara Shikaku's desk is cluttered with documents, some concerning the village's reconstruction, others relating to diplomatic relations, and still others about the resettlement of villagers and distribution of supplies. He was originally merely the Hokage advisor. However, his authority has now nearly encompassed the majority of Konoha's administrative power. Advisor? Uchiha Ye cannot help but scoff. This title seems far less fitting than calling him the Chancellor of Konoha. Nara Shikaku's presence spares Uchiha Ye from countless trivialities, allowing him to merely wave his hand when necessary and make final decisions. This is the authority of the Hokage. Uchiha Ye's lips curl into a smile, his mood buoyant as he once again opens the Book of Seals. Since this is the case, he shall take advantage of this leisure to thoroughly absorb Tobarama's legacy. Chapter 17. The Ninja World. Since the night of the massacre, the atmosphere in Konoha village has remained tumultuous. Only after Uchiha Ye officially announced various appointments and the identification of rogue ninjas a few days ago did this turmoil provoke a significant uproar. Many villagers found it difficult to accept. The third Hokage had always represented kindness and benevolence in their hearts. Furthermore, among Konoha's upper echelon, aside from the poorly regarded Danzo, others were often viewed as upright and trustworthy figures. However, with the disclosure of the Umbu's announcements, this veil of deception was utterly torn away. Those once regarded as the pillars of the village conspired to eliminate the Uchiha clan for the sake of power, only to be personally reckoned with by the fifth Hokage. This political tempest erupted like a bomb, sending ripples throughout Konoha village. The night of the massacre was once a distinctive stigma of the Uchiha clan, a burden they bore. Yet now, this heavy term no longer belongs to the Uchiha. It has transformed into a symbol of Konoha's dark history, dragging those families consumed in the power struggle into the abyss. Villagers whispered among themselves, filled with shock and anger. Some began to question the upper echelons they once trusted, while others feared Uchiha Ye's thunderous methods. Uchiha Ye remains indifferent to the external opinions of him, even as news of Konoha has spread beyond its borders. He remains focused on mastering the forbidden techniques within the Book of Seals. Undeniably, as an ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Indra's comprehension and mastery of techniques are unparalleled, nearly omnipotent. Particularly in learning the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Ye displayed astonishing talent. Thanks to Indra's perceptive abilities, he quickly grasped the technique of sensing spatial coordinates. The next task was to condense these coordinates into a seal, thus enabling spatial teleportation. Through continuous experimentation and study, Uchiha Ye nearly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique in one breath. After completing his study of the Flying Thunder God, Uchiha Ye began practical testing. During this time, he returned Uchiha Obito's eye to Kakashi. Originally, he intended to remove Kakashi's eye as a key to breaking through the void. However, upon reflection, Uchiha Ye concluded that there was no need to be so passive. Therefore, he opted to learn the Flying Thunder God and allowed Kakashi to reattach the Sharingan. Subsequently, Uchiha Ye stamped the spatial coordinate seal he had condensed onto Kakashi's ninjato, enabling Kakashi to absorb the seal into the Kamui space through the blade. The results were highly satisfactory. The Flying Thunder God is indeed an effective ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage specifically to counter the Uchiha. Moreover, as Uchiha Ye had anticipated, the Kamui space permits the existence of external chakra markings. This implies that once the Flying Thunder God technique is successfully imprinted in the Kamui space, the user can achieve cross-dimensional teleportation by sensing the coordinates. Uchiha Ye had previously utilized shadow clones to employ the Flying Thunder God for reconnaissance, discovering that the actual size of the Kamui space remains unknown. This also suggests that when Uchiha Obito and he enter the Kamui space simultaneously, they may arrive at different coordinates. However, none of this holds significance for Uchiha Ye. Given the current situation, the Flying Thunder God is sufficient to contend with Uchiha Obito's trump card. After concluding his study of the Flying Thunder God, Uchiha Ye shifted his focus to another forbidden technique, the Edo Tensei, created by the second Hokage, as the source of the impure world reincarnation. This technique plays a pivotal role in the later stages of the series, naturally piquing Uchiha Ye's profound interest. To conduct his experiment, he first captured several white zetsu lurking within Konoha. Subsequently, he laid out the experimental materials upon the bound white zetsu and shouted, "Edo Tensei, activate." No sooner had he spoken than the physical materials rapidly consumed the white zetsu's body, accompanied by its anguished screams, until all fell silent. Then, countless fragments coalesced into a silhouette, Edo Tensei, Shimura Danzo. Indeed, the individual resurrected through Edo Tensei is none other than Shimura Danzo. For it seems a shame to let this notorious figure simply perish. However, the timing is not yet ripe, so he randomly summoned a coffin specifically for Edo Tensei, securely controlling the now unconscious corpse within. Subsequently, he released the Edo Tensei, allowing the coffin and Danzo's body to quietly sink into the depths of the earth. Upon entering the Hokage office, Uchiha Ye saw Nara Shikaku standing nearby, his face etched with fatigue. "Shikaku?" He expressed slight surprise, then gestured for Shikaku to take a seat. After all, treating the other party as mere cattle, he still held a degree of respect for this Hokage advisor. As soon as Lu Dao sat down, he eagerly said, "Hokage-sama, there are several urgent matters that require your attention." Uchiha Ye nodded, indicating that he was listening. Firstly, due to the reconstruction of the village, the village's finances have encountered a deficit. Before Lu Dao could finish his statement, Uchiha Ye interrupted. "Immediately seize all assets belonging to the Sarutobi clan and the other 3 families previously defined as rogue ninjas. However, those families have already been." Lu Dao began to explain, but Uchiha Ye dismissed him. "Oh," he responded nonchalantly. To him, those useless clans were of no consequence. Their annihilation mattered not. Our funding was primarily reliant on the allocations from the daimyo of the Fire Country, but now. Lu Dao's words trailed off as Uchiha Ye had already deduced the answer. The daimyo, dissatisfied with Konoha's loss of control, intended to cut funding. Perfectly aligned with my intentions. The daimyo of the Fire Country is fully aware of Konoha's reconstruction, yet continues to tighten the noose. This behavior is clearly in violation of the will of fire. It seems the only solution is to make the daimyo vanish completely. The finances of the Fire Country will be managed by us in Konoha from now on. Lu Dao appeared to gradually acclimate to Uchiha Ye's statements. Faced with Uchiha Ye's formidable strength, he and others derived a great sense of security from it. The second matter, Since the incident a few weeks ago, the nearby ninja villages have begun to stir. According to intelligence relayed by the spies we have placed in other ninja villages, Iwagakure and Kumogakure have recently become quite active. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ye's expression remained calm, as if he had already grasped the situation. That night, during the massacre, the once mighty Uchiha clan had faded into the annals of history. The third Hokage and the Elder Council had also been reduced to mere memories. From the perspective of the other ninja villages, this was undoubtedly a divine opportunity. At this moment, the internal power of Konoha was surely weakened. As for the reports of the giant Susanoo, some deemed it a cause for concern, while others dismissed it entirely, especially the Kuminen. If they did not seize this moment to strike Konoha, it would be a disgrace to their reputation as the mightiest in the ninja world. A cold glimmer flashed in Uchiha Ye's eyes. No matter. I will personally inform them of what the will of fire truly means. In Chapter 18, Kyubi, I require your assistance in my training. Uchiha Ye addressed each of Nara Lu Dao's inquiries in a flat tone, his expression indifferent. It seemed as though he were deciding not the fate of a nation, but merely a trifling matter. Regarding the daimyo of the Fire Country, he casually raised a hand, his tone serene yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. Let the Umbu and my shadow clone take a trip. Before the words left his lips, he spun his palm, and chakra instantly coalesced into a figure. The clone stood within the room, half transparent, its gaze like a mirror, calm yet brimming with a hidden murderous intent, as if ready to embark on a journey of conquest at any moment. Uchiha Ye slightly tilted his head, his Sharingan gradually rotating. The three Tomo tracing a heart-stirring crimson trajectory. Lu Dao, he called softly, his voice not loud, yet it caused Nara Lu Dao to tense. Send a portion of your Nara clan members to infiltrate the team. Once the daimyo of the Fire Country is dead, immediately take over the administration, leaving no gaps. At this point, his voice paused, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a blend of mockery and cruelty, his gaze cold as steel. Should there be any resistance, execute without mercy. His tone was calm as though merely stating the weather, yet it sent a chill down Lu Dao's spine. The daimyo of the Fire Country? The 12 guardian ninja? To Uchiha Ye, these names were like an outdated breeze, utterly weightless. That guardian ninja, known as Jirobo, though capable of wielding a technique akin to a miniature version of the Great Buddha, was inconsequential in the face of Uchiha Ye's ocular prowess and overwhelming chakra. Even a mere clone was sufficient to crush any potential variables. Just as the clone stepped out of the door, a name suddenly surfaced in Uchiha Ye's mind: Sarutobi Asuma. That night, the Sarutobi clan had been completely obliterated under his thunderous wrath. Only this son of the third Hokage had fortuitously escaped due to being on a mission. He had not placed much importance on the individual, yet as he began to clear the aftermath, he could not allow even a spark of embers to remain in the world. Issue a bounty. Uchiha Ye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window, his tone chillingly calm. Sarutobi Asuma, rogue ninja of Konoha, kill on sight. In this ninja world, where strength reigns supreme, mercy equates to weakness, and failure warrants annihilation. The victor takes all, the vanquished are exterminated. Each word was delivered with a coldness that sent shivers down the spine. Nara Lu Dao was momentarily taken aback, then promptly lowered his head, his demeanor submissive. Out of the corner of his eye, he discreetly scanned Uchiha Ye's figure. That tall silhouette seemed to meld into the shadows, exuding an imposing aura that made one almost forget his age. This was an indisputable Hokage, a ruler who could calmly orchestrate coups, assassinations, and genocides. Lu Dao felt a slight weight in his heart, but could only bow his head and reply respectfully, understood. He then turned and left, moving swiftly but careful not to exhibit any sign of impatience or flaw. Under those Sharingan eyes, nothing would escape scrutiny. Uchiha Ye, seemingly unfazed, stepped out of the Hokage's office, traversing through the bustling streets of Konoha, entering a secluded alley. There stood a dilapidated and humble apartment, the residence of Uzumaki Naruto. With a resounding bang, the wooden door exploded open under a forceful kick, the door panel crashing against the wall with a deafening roar, splintering wood and dust swirling, instantly awakening the tiny room. Naruto jolted upright from his bed, his tousled blonde hair and eyes still clouded with lingering drowsiness and confusion. Who are you? He stammered, attempting to prop himself up, but upon seeing the figure in the doorway, his expression froze. Against the backlight, a tall and imposing figure slowly stepped inside. moving leisurely, yet each step resonated like a hammer striking Naruto's psyche. Those blood-red eyes emerged, the Sharingan rotating slowly, its tomo swirling like a vortex, fixating on Naruto. Uchiha Ye did not respond. He did not even spare Naruto a glance, merely lifted a hand gently, chakra swirling at his fingertips, releasing an invisible yet tsunami-like wave of mental impact. In an instant, Naruto's consciousness collapsed, the world spinning violently as darkness surged forth to engulf him. The next moment, the cold, damp air struck his face. He found himself standing before the seal's prison in the familiar, yet terrifying realm of his mind. Corrosive water crept up to his ankles. The towering iron gate of the seal loomed above, its surface covered in dense, glowing seals that trembled faintly. Behind that door, a pair of blood-red, beastly eyes stared intently ahead, filled with wariness and primal fear. "You are." The QB began to speak, its massive form curling slightly backward, its spiked tail instinctively swaying. This was not its first encounter with an Uchiha. The suppression of the Sharingan had long been a familiar experience. But this time was different. From the moment this person stepped into Naruto's mental realm, it felt a tremor of dread-inducing pressure. This is not an ordinary Sharingan. It is not like Madara or Obito's chakra. It is something far older, far more primal, and far colder to its very soul. The QB's pupils constricted, its voice tinged with a hint of unmistakable fear and uncertainty. "Impossible. You are Indra." Its voice echoed within the confines of the seal, saturated with deep anxiety. As one of the earliest tailed beasts created by the Sage of Six Paths, the QB had lived too long and witnessed too much. The chakra fluctuations of the sage's two sons, Ashura and Indra, were deeply etched in its memory. It vividly recalled the cataclysmic brotherly war that had once caused the entire continent to tremble. If we were to liken the chakra of Ashura to a surging river, both profound and embracing, then Indra's chakra would be akin to boundless thunder, annihilating and suppressing all in its path. But has not Indra long since perished? The nine-tailed beast's tail suddenly exploded, intertwining fury and fear, its entire being tensed as if facing a formidable foe. It emitted a deep growl while fixating intently on the figure gradually approaching the sealing iron gate. The individual's eyes glowed crimson, the Sharingan spinning with an eerie light in the darkness. His silhouette appeared to overlap with that of the once mighty Indra. "Who exactly are you?" the nine-tailed beast roared. Yet an instinctive retreat lingered beneath its bravado. Uchiha Ye finally halted before the sealing iron gate, silently gazing into the nine-tailed beast's crimson eyes. He neither denied nor explained, merely allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips, imbued with profound significance. The Sharingan quietly rotated, its twin pupils radiating astonishing brilliance, causing the entire mental realm to tremble. The seals on the gate emitted blinding light, as if they might shatter at any moment. The nine-tailed beast trembled violently, a low growl of defiance mixed with submission emerging from its throat. That overwhelming chakra seemed capable of crushing its very will. Uchiha Ye slowly extended his hand, his index finger pointing towards the enormous beast's head. "I demand your assistance in my training." Chapter 19. Jiraiya, from this moment forth, you shall be an adversary of Konoha. The good news is that Uchiha Madara has not been resurrected. The bad news is that the ancestors of Uchiha Madara have returned. However, upon hearing Uchiha Ye's words, the nine-tailed beast, though internally terrified, outwardly erupted with rage. It had remained secluded since the appearance of that colossal Susanoo, even refraining from disturbing Naruto's chakra. Yet here it was, confronted once more. Patience has its limits. "You cursed human brat, I shall personally end your life." The nine-tailed beast assumed its battle stance, ready to attack, only to suddenly remember its sealed state. Its fury escalated, deepening its resentment towards humanity, especially towards the sudden appearance of the blonde figure. "Namikaze Minato," the nine-tailed beast roared, glaring with hatred at the figure clad in a ceremonial robe, its forepaws gripping the bars of its confinement, yearning to devour Namikaze Minato instantly. In the eyes of the nine-tailed beast, no human was virtuous, especially those of the Uchiha clan and the blonde-haired ones, epitomizing the worst of humanity. Uchiha Ye frowned, then coldly glanced at Namikaze Minato. The Sharingan subtly rotated, and terrifying ocular power erupted in an instant. "This is bad." A jolt of alarm surged through Namikaze Minato. Just as he began to react, the world around him spun chaotically. The scenery before him warped rapidly, and soon, an abyss of darkness engulfed his consciousness. The chakra consciousness residing within Naruto could not withstand the might of Indra-level ocular power, succumbing instantly. Uchiha Ye coldly withdrew his gaze. Next, it is your turn, nine-tailed beast. The nine-tailed beast bared its fangs, its gaze filled with fury yet betraying a hint of unease. Humph, do not get too cocky, brat. Despite its defiant words, it recognized that Uchiha Ye was not an entity it could provoke lightly. Suddenly, golden chains materialized out of thin air, racing towards Uchiha Ye like serpents. Sealing technique, adamantine sealing. The chains sliced through the air, attempting to bind Uchiha Ye. He chuckled derisively. The skeletal structure of the Susanoo emerged in an instant, shattering all the chains with a mere wave of his hand. A trivial skill. His gaze swiftly locked onto the source, and the figure of Uzumaki Kushina emerged. However, before she could react, her pupils constricted in shock. Uchiha Ye's formidable mental force crashed over her, and before she could even utter a cry, consciousness slipped away. The nine-tailed beast watched in stunned silence, its flickering spirit of rebellion extinguished in an instant. Do not come any closer, it screamed internally, yet its body remained paralyzed by terror. Uchiha Ye strode toward the nine-tailed beast, his gaze frosty. A beast should possess the awareness befitting its nature. The nine-tailed beast trembled slightly, its red pupils filled with dread. However, its struggles proved futile. Under the power of the Sharingan, the nine-tailed beast once again fell into an endless illusionary realm. Outwardly, Uchiha Ye retracted his consciousness, confronted by the colossal entity that had flattened the surrounding structures. He frowned, contemplating that now was not the time to unleash the nine-tailed beast. He calmly instructed it to utilize transformation techniques to minimize its size, subsequently commanding it to assist his clones in delivering meals to the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. As for the collapsed buildings, Yamato would have to endure a bit of grievance. No, he mused, how could he refer to a leader's matters as grievances? It should align with the values of the will of fire. After issuing his orders, Uchiha Ye proceeded towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Along the way, he encountered numerous villagers of Konoha, all regarding him with fearful gazes, addressing him with reverence. Lord Fifth Hokage. Uchiha Ye nodded, yet remained indifferent within. He understood that in the eyes of these villagers, there was more fear than genuine respect. But he was unconcerned. Unlike the former Konoha F4, he was not inclined to show mercy. In his view, such benevolence towards the common people was utterly inhumane. The strong naturally possess certain privileges, yet rules must still be upheld. For him, any existence that diverged from the will of fire was destined for annihilation. A glance back at Konoha's history reveals that many outstanding ninjas had been disparaged by the common folk. The inherently vile Konoha F4 was indeed culpable. As Uchiha Ye plunged into thought, a tall man with white hair suddenly appeared before him. You are Uchiha Ye, the fifth Hokage, are you not? His words carried an air of defiance. Uchiha Ye halted, fixing his gaze intently upon the unexpected visitor, a flicker of deep contemplation crossing his features. Jiraiya, unreservedly scrutinizing Uchiha Ye, bore a complex expression in his eyes. No one would expect that this strikingly handsome youth, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, was the very individual known as the perpetrator of the night of the Uchiha Massacre. Indeed, the night of the Uchiha Massacre referred to the clan of Konoha F4. Jiraiya recalled the information he had received previously, a chill running down his spine. It was reported that over 1,000 lives had been lost that night. Is it too much to say that my Sarutobi clan had around 4,000 members? Hands on hips, he had chosen to return to the village after learning of Konoha's turmoil. During this time, he had initially intended to summon Tsunade to return with him. But she had her own channels of information. Although she felt some sorrow over Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, she held no interest in Konoha's governance. As long as the village itself did not cease to exist, how it was run was of no concern to her. Princess Tsunade. Speak. Uchiha Ye's tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. Jiraiya stared at him, his gaze profound. That colossal entity I just witnessed, if I am not mistaken. Is the nine-tailed beast correct? He paused, brow furrowing, his voice dropping slightly. The previous seal was remarkably stable. It was you who released the nine-tailed beast, was it not? What of Naruto? Jiraiya was indifferent to the fate of the so-called higher-ups. He felt only a twinge of melancholy over Sarutobi Hiruzen's departure. Even if he bore respect, it was merely an acknowledgement of his former teacher's status. However, His return to the village was driven by motives far beyond reminiscing about the past. Through his observations over the past few days, he noted that Konoha's order was maintained with remarkable stability, even more so than during the tenure of the third Hokage. Moreover, aside from those who had perished, the rumored cold-hearted fifth Hokage seemed not to target anyone else. Yet, at this moment, what Jiraiya cared about most was the child left behind by his disciple, Uzumaki Naruto. However, before he could finish his words, he was coldly interrupted by Uchiha Ye. What does Naruto's condition have to do with you? Do you have the right to meddle here? Uchiha Ye's gaze was icy, his tone laced with authority. Have you cared for him? Have you even seen him in person? As the fifth Hokage of Konoha, I certainly possess the authority to manage the tailed beasts within the village. You, as a ninja of Konoha, have been wandering the ninja world with your fabricated excuses. And now that I have assumed the position of fifth Hokage and you have returned, I see not loyalty in your eyes, but doubt. Jiraiya, from this moment on, you are an enemy of Konoha. Chapter 20. Truly free to act at will. Jiraiya's mind was blank. He never anticipated that upon merely stepping into Konoha, he would be labeled a rogue ninja by Uchiha Ye, once revered as one of the legendary Sannin. Wasn't this somewhat absurd? He let out a low scoff, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Jiraiya was an idealistic ninja, firmly believing in the prophecy of the Chosen One. Yet, idealism often implies a lack of rationality. Perhaps it was precisely this pure conviction that bestowed upon him a unique charm as a hero of the ninja world. However, Uchiha Ye was different. He understood that in the ninja world, weakness is a fundamental sin. The law of the jungle applies equally to the ninja realm. To Uchiha Ye, Jiraiya's persistence appeared particularly laughable. The reason for searching for the Chosen One had led him to wander far and wide, never returning to Konoha for many years. During the Ninetales incident, when news of his disciple's death reached him, he did not even wish to take a glance. And now, suddenly, he remembers to care for his disciple's son? But Naruto has no connection to him beyond a shared name. He chose to remain indifferent back then. And now he pretends to express concern. Doesn't that simply disgust? Even more ridiculous was that Jiraiya placed his hopes on an ethereal prophecy based on mere words from a frog. And the outcome? In the future depicted in the original work, the so-called Chosen One achieved victory in the Great Ninja War, but failed to bring about true peace. Conflicts persisted, and hatred remained unabated. This fateful drama, once filled with high hopes, was nothing more than a farce. Uchiha Ye declared, Naruto is the child of the fourth Hokage. He should not endure such a fate. Jiraiya took a deep breath, his words tinged with anger. Oh, so you recognize him as the hero's son? Uchiha Ye sneered. Then why didn't he return to announce his identity and protect him when Naruto faced discrimination and humiliation? The fourth Hokage made Naruto the Jinchuriki to ensure the Ninetales would serve the village. Spare me your feigned compassion. Minato would never think of his own child this way. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, confusion and anger evident in his eyes. Uchiha Ye shook his head slightly, a glimmer of mockery in his gaze. The will of fire of Namake's Minato is far purer than yours. When he decided to make Naruto the Ninetales Jinchuriki, that conviction was truly moving. Uchiha Ye casually continued, a slight smile playing on his lips, as if savoring Jiraiya's internal struggle. There are various opinions regarding why Namake's Minato made Naruto the Jinchuriki. Some say he was a born politician. By making his child the Jinchuriki, he not only stabilized the village but also paved the way for Konoha's future interests. Others claim he was simply a man consumed by love. After his wife's death, he was unwilling to continue living, leaving Naruto as a legacy to the village. A mere hope that Konoha would treat his child kindly. Of course, this could also be a bug frequently appearing in the works of certain manga authors. Too many bugs to fix. Uchiha Ye leaned towards a combination of the three explanations, remarking that it was no surprise that a dying man was meticulous even in his final calculations. But unfortunately, he placed his trust in the wrong person. Uchiha Itachi, for the sake of the will of fire, personally annihilated his own clan, sparing not even his own kin, and Namake's Minato, for the sake of the will of fire, unhesitatingly sacrificed his beloved wife and child. Uchiha Ye sighed softly, continuing, this is the cost of inheriting the will of fire. He paused, inhaling deeply, his gaze sharp as a blade. Uchiha Itachi followed the Hokage's orders, while Namake's Minato was the Hokage himself. In other words, the will of fire is the Hokage's will. Uchiha Ye did not believe he was saying anything wrong. What was the will of fire that the god of the ninja world once proclaimed? It was sacrifice. It was protection. It was the inheritance of hope. These originally beautiful words had once driven countless ninjas to fight desperately. But from the moment he pierced through Madara's body, this will had already soured. The will of fire had begun to degenerate into a tool of control. The current will of fire no longer embodies protection. This so-called will has long been devoured by the shadows of power and history. Moreover, the authority to interpret the will of fire now belongs solely to him, Uchiha Ye. You and I. Jiraiya's lips trembled slightly with anger, momentarily at a loss for how to retort. The will of fire is not like that. You are distorting the will of fire. His voice was filled with fury, the veins on his forehead faintly throbbing. Faced with Uchiha Ye's utterly absurd statements, he should have scoffed, yet those words stirred a hint of doubt within him. The will of fire is merely the Hokage's will. Wait. Jiraiya suddenly shook his head, casting those ridiculous thoughts from his mind. He fixed his gaze on Uchiha Ye, speaking with unwavering conviction. Uchiha Ye, the will of fire is not as you interpret it. Sacrificing oneself to protect the village is not for the sake of personal desire. The will of fire is to safeguard loved ones, comrades, and everything one cherishes. Jiraiya's gaze burned with intensity, attempting to sway the individual before him with his words. However, Uchiha Ye merely regarded him coldly, his eyes devoid of emotion. To him, Jiraiya, this naive idealist, held no value for manipulation. Jiraiya, Uchiha Ye's voice was low, carrying an irresistible sense of oppression. Your existence is a liability to the current Konoha. I am a reasonable person. I will grant you an opportunity. Before he could finish, a chilling aura permeated the air around them. Submit to me, pledge loyalty to Konoha. Otherwise, in an instant, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to freeze, a palpable sense of murder enveloping Jiraiya. His eyes widened, his heart sinking slightly. Even though he had seen countless battles, he could still distinctly feel this heavy pressure. It appeared the rumors were true. He spoke in a low voice, suppressing his anger and resentment. Did you truly annihilate those clans? In response to Jiraiya's inquiry, Uchiha Ye remained indifferent, a slight smirk gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting a hint of apathy. I'm sorry. His voice was deep and calm, as if stating a most ordinary fact. With strength, one certainly can act as one wishes. As his words fell, the air seemed to ripple violently. Two entirely different auras collided, creating invisible ripples. Jiraiya felt a heaviness in his chest. The weight of Uchiha Ye's pressure felt like a boulder, making it difficult for him to breathe. This man's chakra is overwhelmingly powerful. In that moment, a storm of turmoil surged within Jiraiya. As one of the legendary Sannin, possessing sage techniques, when had he ever felt such overwhelming pressure? Yet now, Uchiha Ye had him thoroughly subdued merely by his presence. Uchiha Ye squinted slightly, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Interesting. As he raised his hand, the space around him distorted, and a phantom of Susanoo gradually emerged, an overwhelming wave of chakra surging forth. Chapter 21, suitable for the children's table. With the fluctuations of chakra within Uchiha Ye, an oppressive aura instantaneously enveloped the surroundings. The chakra, reminiscent of tumultuous waves, surged from his being, causing ripples to form in the sky. Under the influence of this astonishing energy, a profound purple light quickly coalesced. The chakra intertwined and spiraled, transforming into a colossal skeletal form, which was soon enveloped by limbs and armor, culminating in a massive Susanoo exuding an aura of annihilation. The eyes of Susanoo blazed with a crimson light, seemingly capable of piercing through all, as its gigantic arms slightly lifted, producing a deep, resonant hum in the air. Even standing there quietly, it imparted an almost suffocating sense of pressure. What a joke! Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. He had heard of Susanoo before. As one of the legendary Sannin, he had long been aware of the terrifying power of the Uchiha clan from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before returning to the village, he had mentally prepared himself, knowing that on the night of the clan's massacre, a giant phantom had appeared, reducing the entire Uchiha territory to ruins. Yet even so, the sight before him surpassed his comprehension. The towering Susanoo, hundreds of meters high, resembled a deity descending, its purple chakra flames swirling and quivering slightly with Uchiha Ye's movements, causing the ground beneath to tremble ominously. Even from a distance, Jiraiya could still feel that suffocating presence. Just how powerful has this individual become? His heart trembled, cold sweat beating on his forehead. He had anticipated Uchiha Ye's strength to the utmost limit, yet reality ruthlessly shattered his understanding. Faced with such overwhelming power, he momentarily felt as insignificant as dust. However, Jiraiya did not waver. Humph. He clenched his teeth, determination replacing the shock in his eyes. No matter how strong you become, I cannot allow you to act recklessly. With a series of hand seals, Jiraiya swiftly summoned the chakra within him, a faint humidity filling the air. Summoning technique. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, thick smoke billowed. A gigantic orange toad leapt from the mist, a pipe clenched in its mouth, its eyes revealing a blend of shrewdness and disdain. Hey, Jiraiya, you didn't summon me just to deal with this monster, did you? The toad went to squinted at the towering Susanoo. The colossal purple chakra giant seemed to tear through the sky, its violent chakra swirling like a tempest. Even the battle-hardened Wenta couldn't help but inhale sharply. Not to mention its size, it was akin to the Susanoo of the late Uchiha Itachi, suitable for a child's table. Today, this giant was even more colossal than the Ninetales. Wenta couldn't help but recall the scene from years ago when Namake's Minato stood atop his head, calm and resolute in the face of the Ninetales. This creature's size is even more exaggerated than the Ninetales of that time. The roar of the Ninetales and the scene of its tail sweeping across the ground flashed vividly in his memory, and the oppressive aura of the Susanoo before him surpassed even that of the Ninetales. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression momentarily dimmed. A flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes. Minato. However, he quickly suppressed his emotions, his gaze regaining its determination. Enough with the nonsense, Jiraiya said in a deep voice, his tone brooking no dissent. This battle cannot be lost. Wenta exhaled a puff of smoke. Though anxious, he resolutely nodded. Humph, kid, don't underestimate me. Nevertheless, Uchiha Ye merely sneered, a smirk gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with unabashed mockery. Jiraiya. His voice was low and mocking, reminiscent of the whispers of death. Do you truly believe that a mere toad can withstand me? Before his words faded, the eyes of Susanoo suddenly erupted with a terrifying brilliance, the purple chakra surging like a monstrous tide. In an instant, the enormous chakra blade slowly lifted, the air thick with a suffocating sense of pressure. Accompanied by a cataclysmic roar, the Susanoo's blade swept forth with an irresistible force. Jiraiya's pupils constricted as he shouted urgently, Wenta, get out of the way. I see it. Wenta bellowed, his powerful leg muscles tautening as he leapt with a thunderous crash. His massive form soared into the air at an astonishing speed, leaving a blur in its wake. As the immense Susanoo blade carved a terrifying fissure into the ground, dust billowing as if an earthquake had struck. The earth torn asunder into an unfathomable chasm. The shockwave radiated outward, obliterating everything in its path, clouds of dust rising up. Wenta adjusted his form mid-air, his gaze sharpening, as the pipe in his mouth cracked. Damn it, it's my turn to strike back. Accompanied by a furious roar, Wenta drew twin blades from his waist, the massive blades glinting coldly in the sunlight. Toad twin blade slash. He gathered his strength and slashed downward, the blades shooting towards Susanoo's legs like meteors. Bang! The blade struck fiercely against the purple chakra armor, sparks flying. However, the seemingly decisive blow failed to budge Susanoo in the slightest. The blades merely left shallow marks on the sturdy chakra armor, the purple light flickering mockingly before swiftly returning to its original state. What? Wenta's pupils dilated in disbelief. And the next moment, a powerful recoil surged through the blade. Ugh! Wenta's massive form was violently thrown back by the overwhelming impact, akin to a meteor streaking through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. The earth fractured instantly, raising clouds of dust. Wenta. Jiraiya's pupils constricted, a hint of worry lacing his voice. Cough, damn brat. Accompanied by heavy breaths, Wenta shook his massive head, slowly rising from the rubble. He brushed off the dust from his body, rubbed his back with his robust arms, and bared his teeth in a grimace. Ugh, this guy's hard shell is truly annoying. Just as he finished speaking, Wenta suddenly raised his head, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Chakra rapidly coalesced within him, a deep growl emanating from his throat, the air seeming to tremble in response. Water release, water iron cannon. Wenta opened his colossal mouth, and in an instant, a massive water sphere, containing immense water pressure, erupted forth like a cannonball, screaming through the air towards Susanoo. The giant water sphere spun in the air, whipping up a fierce gale, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. However, In the face of such a ferocious attack, Uchiha Ye remained utterly unfazed. Humph, Susanoo stood unmoved, the crimson light in its eyes flickering slightly. Boom. The water iron cannon struck fiercely against Susanoo's chakra armor, sending water splattering like a tumultuous sea. Yet, with a low rumble, the surface of the armor merely rippled gently before swiftly calming. Wenta's attack left not even a single crack. What a joke! When his eyes widened, staring incredulously at the scene before him. Is this your struggle? Uchiha Ye slightly raised his gaze, his eyes filled with indifference. Susanoo seemed to respond to his sneer, the immense chakra swirling around it like a tsunami. In the next moment, the purple chakra rapidly coalesced, entwining around Susanoo's colossal blade. The blade quivered slightly, emitting a low, resonant hum, as an oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air. Accompanied by the slow raising of its hand by Susanoo, the destructive aura became increasingly ferocious, as if the next strike could rend the very heavens and earth. Chapter 22. Are you referring to this? Sensing the impending danger, Jiraiya swiftly leapt onto the head of Wentai, his feet firmly landing upon the coarse skin of the toad. Wentai? Without the need for further words, Wentai immediately understood. His enormous mouth suddenly agape, as a thick, foul liquid rapidly gathered in his throat. Watch me. With a furious roar, Wentai forcefully expelled the toad oil, which surged forth like a torrential downpour, saturating the air with a pungent odor. The oil quickly spread, enveloping Susanoo like a spider's web, impenetrable and suffocating. Almost simultaneously, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, his chakra surging forth. As he opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of searing flames, the blaze blindingly bright. Toad oil fire bullet. Boom. The conflagration collided with the oil, erupting into a thunderous roar that transformed into a sea of flames engulfing the world, the scorching waves of heat rolling tumultuously. Susanoo was on the verge of being consumed by the flames, the intense heat scorching the air, distorting the surrounding scenery. Yet, in the face of this terrifying inferno, Uchiha Yoru's gaze remained indifferent, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He slightly raised his head, gazing at the horizon, his voice carrying a tone of indifference. Foolish. The chakra armor of Susanoo trembled slightly, its purple glow flowing like water, swiftly forming an impenetrable barrier that completely blocked the flame's onslaught. The fire licked hungrily at the surface of the armor, but could not penetrate, while the oil was effectively isolated by the chakra barrier, unable to adhere. As the flames gradually extinguished, the residual waves of heat lingered like an echo, and Susanoo remained unyielding, resembling a war god surveying mere mortals. Still useless? Jiraiya stood atop Wentai, his fists clenched, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had believed that the high temperature and adhesive nature of the toad oil fire bullet would be enough to breach defenses. However, all of this felt utterly futile in the face of the formidable Susanoo. Reality had dealt him a harsh blow, exposing his impotence. Damn it! Uchiha Yoru looked down upon them with contempt, his crimson Sharingan flickering with a mocking light, his voice cold as steel, as if addressing an inconsequential prey. You've struggled long enough. Without forming seals, his chakra surged violently, that power sweeping through everything like a tempest. A torrent of overwhelming flames erupted from within Susanoo, transforming into boundless inferno, almost instantaneously engulfing the entire expanse. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Boom. The flames surged forth like a raging dragon, overwhelming and consuming all. The roaring waves of fire emanating an unmatched momentum, the air warping violently, as if even the very earth succumbed to this pressure. Compared to other fire techniques, this great fire annihilation, under the immense chakra of Uchiha Yoru, had long transcended the realm of ordinary ninjutsu. The inferno seemed capable of devouring the world, everything disintegrating under its searing breath. This is bad. Wentai's pupils constricted as his massive form leapt upward, tracing an arc in the air, narrowly evading the direct onslaught of the flames. However, the searing sea of fire pursued relentlessly, as if imbued with life, hot on his heels. This fire can track. Wentai broke into a cold sweat, the heat drawing perilously close, nearly singeing his skin. He could almost feel the flame's intense heat tearing at his body. What a nuisance. Gritting his teeth, Wentai forced himself to remain calm and retaliated with a water bullet, hoping to divert the fire's attention. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the oncoming flames remained relentless, refusing to be shaken off. Jiraiya felt unprecedented pressure, anxiety swelling within him. He knew that if this continued, Wentai would not be able to hold out much longer, and he himself would struggle to endure. Iwasu Daigama. Jiraiya suddenly formed seals to summon the toad. Almost instantaneously, the air around him rippled, the massive form of Iwasu Daigama appearing on the battlefield, its enormous body temporarily blocking the onslaught of the inferno. However, before Iwasu Daigama could execute any action, the colossal Suzuwa Nobu instantly tore through its form, and with a pained cry, the toad vanished in a puff of smoke. If this continues, Wentai gasped for breath, his heart sinking as he gazed at Uchiha Ye ahead. The nearly unshakable pressure weighed heavily upon him. Jiraiya, this guy is not someone an ordinary person can contend with. He spoke solemnly, his gaze fixed on Suzuwa Nobu, his body tense. No matter how hard they tried, they could not break through the terrifying suppression before them. Yet, Jiraiya's expression showed no sign of retreat. Instead, it grew increasingly resolute. He clenched his teeth, his low voice resonating with a determined air. Wentai, cover me. I will enter Sage mode. Wentai paused momentarily before grinning savagely. All right, I'll do my best. Even in the face of an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, he was still willing to give his all for Jiraiya. In this life-or-death moment, he hesitated not at all. Boom. Suzuwa Nobu advanced slowly, the ground trembling, the destructive pressure akin to a landslide or tsunami, rendering the air heavy. In the next moment, Suzuwa Nobu abruptly raised its hand, the great blade cleaving through the skies, bearing down upon Wentai with a momentum of annihilation. Clang! Wentai swung his twin blades to meet the strike, sparks flying as the violent impact numbed his arms, nearly causing him to lose his grip. TCH. Wentai cursed under his breath, hastily retreating while simultaneously unleashing a water bullet in an attempt to create distance. However, Suzuwa Nobu merely lifted its great blade slowly, effortlessly slicing downwards. Boom! A terrifying slash swept across the ground, sending dust and debris soaring, massive boulders shattering, as Wentai was forced to retreat repeatedly, narrowly escaping the onslaught. Suzuwa Nobu relentlessly struck at Wentai. The latter could only leap continuously to evade the attacks. Any moment's misstep could turn him into mere fragments. The battlefield lay in utter disarray. Just a little more Jiraiya could only let out a helpless roar. The preparation for him to enter Sage mode rendered him a living target in Uchiha Yeru's eyes. Suddenly, Jiraiya's pupils constricted as he turned abruptly. Is that the flying thunder god? He spotted Uchiha Yeru's clone, with remnants of its presence still lingering at its feet. When did that happen? Before his thoughts could fully coalesce, Uchiha Yeru's clone decisively struck, its left hand sweeping through the air, the suddenly materializing Suzuwa blade piercing straight towards Wentai. Splat! The blade penetrated, and Wentai's body, which had been rampaging across the battlefield, suddenly stiffened, and the next moment, amidst the wails, the massive toad transformed into a swirling mist, completely dissipating. With the loss of support, Jiraiya plummeted to the ground, crashing down with a thud, causing the earth beneath him to fragment. However, he remained uninjured. Amidst the swirling dust, Uchiha Ye approached slowly. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, wanting to say something. Before he could finish, a violent palpitation surged through his body. In an instant, Uchiha Yeru's hand had already pierced through his chest. He leaned closer to Jiraiya's ear, his tone calm and indifferent. Just a little more? Is this what you refer to? Uchiha Ye gestured with his other hand, a mocking gesture reminiscent of a certain nation's athlete. Splat! Blood splattered, staining the shattered earth. Chapter 23. Declaring war on the entire ninja world. Uchiha Ye stood there, the blood from his fingertips trickling down the lines of his palm, creating rippling crimson circles in the puddles below. He looked down at the heart in his hand, slightly curling his fingers, and the still beating organ exploded instantaneously, spraying blood and flesh, splattering onto the back of his hand, before gradually sliding down to the ground. Jiraiya's frail body collapsed, the dying rays of the setting sun casting a pallid glow upon his face, imbued with a sense of desolate tranquility. The wind stirred the tattered oil paper forehead protector, causing it to spin mid-air before ultimately plummeting to the ground, stained with crimson. Uchiha Ye gently flicked his fingers, drops of blood falling to the earth, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, cold smile as he murmured, "Sage mode, indeed." His gaze fell upon Jiraiya's countenance, as if he were contemplating or assessing. This mode was undeniably powerful, yet its reliance on accumulated energy rendered it a burden far inferior to the effortless state of Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Ye had always favored swift resolutions. A protracted battle was merely tiresome. He would not be foolish enough to grant his adversaries the opportunity to gather strength against him. Turning away, he departed, the blood-soaked twilight elongating his silhouette beneath the setting sun, resembling a shadow that pierced through heaven and earth, heralding an impending storm that would engulf the entire shinobi world. Days later, within the Hokage building of Konoha, the first light of dawn pierced through the clouds, illuminating the land of the village. The remnants of last night's rain had yet to evaporate, and a cool, damp atmosphere lingered in the air. Uchiha Ye walked steadily toward the Hokage office, his black cloak swaying gently in the breeze, his gaze calm and profound, as if he could see through the very fabric of existence. Upon entering the building, a familiar figure awaited him at the entrance. Nara Shikaku nodded slightly, respectfully addressing him, "Hokage-sama." Uchiha Ye halted, gesturing for him to continue. Nara Shikaku leisurely elaborated. "As you previously mentioned, the Hokage order that should not exist from the daimyo of the Land of Fire has been executed quite smoothly. All those discontent with the will of fire in the capital have been eliminated, with the greedy nobility stripped of their power. The financial state of the Land of Fire is rapidly recovering." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ye's gaze sharpened slightly before he nodded. In truth, he had long been aware of this development. His clone had personally ventured to the capital, sweeping away all resistance with overwhelming force. After eliminating all nobles and the daimyo, he left the Nara clan and others to stabilize the situation before dispersing the shadow clone. He was indifferent to such trivialities. This was merely the expected outcome. However, Nara Shikaku's tone shifted, revealing a hint of gravity. Yet, due to our significant actions, news of the daimyo's replacement has already spread. It is rumored that the daimyos of several major nations are demanding their respective shinobi villages to unite and prepare to attack Konoha. As he spoke, his voice faltered slightly, discreetly observing Uchiha Ye's reaction. Uchiha Ye's lips curled into a slight smirk, a cold laugh escaping him. "Attack Konoha?" His tone bore a trace of mockery, as though he had heard the most absurd joke. It seemed they had yet to grasp the reality of the situation. His eyes grew chillingly indifferent, the crimson Sharingan slowly revolving, a murderous intent surging deep within his pupils. The shinobi world had long since decayed, and the daimyos reliant upon the shinobi villages were no different from worthless scraps. They depended on ninjas to toil for them, while deluding themselves into believing they could control everything, maintaining their so-called dominion. Such a corrupt system deserved to be utterly eradicated. Since they could not resist stepping forward, let them understand what true power is, what dominion over the shinobi world entails. Uchiha Ye's gaze turned frigid, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Shikaku, in the name of Konoha," he slowly articulated, as if thunder had descended upon the earth. "We shall formally declare war on all nations and shinobi villages outside of Konoha. War. A declaration of war against the entire shinobi world." The moment these words fell, the air within the office became palpably thick. Nara Shikaku's pupils constricted, breath stilled, cold sweat trickling down his face. He nearly doubted his own hearing. "What?" he instinctively blurted out, shock etched across his features. Yet upon seeing Uchiha Ye's cold and resolute countenance, he realized the gravity of the situation. This was no jest. "Hokage-sama." Nara Shikaku suppressed his astonishment, speaking solemnly. "Is this not somewhat unwise? We are, after all, without a legitimate cause, and the powers of the various villages remain formidable, recklessly opposing the entire shinobi world may." He left the thought unfinished, his concern evident. However, Uchiha Ye merely regarded him silently, his gaze as deep as an abyss, unwavering, and even carrying a hint of mockery. "Are you afraid?" His tone remained calm, yet it bore a weighty sense of oppression. Nara Shikaku inhaled deeply, about to speak, only to be interrupted by Uchiha Ye. "Fear not." Uchiha Ye rose slowly, moving to the window, overlooking the streets of Konoha. His voice indifferent, as if stating a mere fact. "The shinobi world will inevitably be unified one day." He slightly turned his head, the crimson of his pupils reflecting the morning light, emanating a chilling aura. Since they could not resist stepping forward, let them understand now that Konoha is the sole sovereign of this realm. As his words fell, his figure was enveloped in the interplay of dawn and shadow, like a king surveying all beings. Nara Shikaku opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to offer further counsel, but ultimately chose silence. He took a deep breath, bowing his head respectfully. As you command. The moment he uttered those words, he turned and departed, commencing the dissemination of this astonishing news. However, it was not the major nations of the shinobi world that were first shaken by this announcement, but rather the internal factions of Konoha. War is upon us again. Konoha against the entire shinobi world? How shall we fight? While the fifth Hokage possesses remarkable strength, the scale of this conflict seems rather exaggerated. The village buzzed with discussions, voices rising and falling in a cacophony. Most remained ensnared in the aftermath of the recent annihilation night, still grappling with the new order of Konoha. Now, they were suddenly confronted with an unprecedented war, causing many to feel an unsettling anxiety. Some shinobi, amidst their shock, felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps this is the glorious era that belongs to Konoha. Yet, more voices echoed concern, fear, and even discontent. Particularly among the older generations, grievances began to surface. The night of annihilation had just passed, and now we were declaring war? This is too extreme. I have always said that placing a brash youth in the Hokage position based on strength alone cannot adequately govern Konoha. The speaker was none other than the elders of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 24. Loyalty is not absolute. Thus, it is absolute disloyalty. The elders of the Hyuga clan, believing their words to be concealed, were unaware that the newly restructured Umbu of Konoha were far from mere decoration. Every utterance, every shift in demeanor was meticulously observed and swiftly reported to Uchiha Ye. Upon receiving the intelligence, Uchiha Ye's lips curled into a knowing, cold smile. Initially, he had dismissed the decayed system of the Hyuga clan due to his appreciation for Hyuga Hizashi's discretion. Yet, who could have anticipated these old fools would so readily court their demise? Relaxed against his chair, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his tone a blend of mockery and inquiry. Hyuga Hizashi, do you not think it is time to deal with those antiquated relics in your clan? The atmosphere grew tense. Hyuga Hizashi's spine stiffened as if struck by lightning, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He understood Uchiha Ye's insinuation. The Hokage may tolerate the existence of the Hyuga clan, but would never permit those with ulterior motives to persist. His mind raced, striving to devise a compromise that would protect the Hyuga clan while appeasing Uchiha Ye. However, under the weight of the insurmountable pressure, his throat constricted, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. Ultimately, he could only stiffly articulate, Hokage-sama. The caged bird system of the Hyuga clan is evidently incongruent with the will of fire that we uphold in Konoha. Uchiha Ye subtly interrupted him. This system, originally instituted to protect the Byakugan, has now degenerated into shackles that enslave the branch family. Konoha neither requires nor will it permit such a construct to persist. He leaned slightly forward, extending his hand to gently pat Hinata Hizashi's shoulder, his tone casual, as if conversing with a friend. I am a reasonable person, Uchiha Ye remarked with a smile. Therefore, I present you with two choices. First, you can personally eradicate those antiquated figures, and I will dispatch assistance to you, subsequently abolishing the caged bird system. Second, I can assist you in eliminating the stubborn remnants of the Hyuga clan, while also abolishing the caged bird. The choice is yours. His words, though lightly spoken, resonated like a whisper from the Grim Reaper, causing Hinata Hizashi's heart to plummet. Whether he chose to dismantle the caged bird system or to eliminate the clan elders himself, he would inevitably face fierce backlash from the main family, perhaps even being ostracized by the entire Hyuga clan. Yet, he understood more clearly that should Uchiha Ye take action himself, the Hyuga clan might very well cease to exist. He thought of his younger brother, recalled the tragedy he felt powerless to prevent, and contemplated the deep-seated afflictions of the Hyuga clan. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he reopened them, his gaze was resolute. Hokage-sama, I choose the first option. I will personally deal with those individuals. His voice, though not loud, bore a resolute determination. Uchiha Ye smiled faintly, his eyes filled with profound meaning as he nodded gently. Then, he slowly turned his gaze to the other ninja clans present. The once proud leaders instinctively lowered their heads, anxiety etched upon their faces, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. You all know that I am a reasonable person. Uchiha Ye's voice, though soft, thundered in everyone's ears. Here, loyalty is paramount. Loyalty that is not absolute equates to absolute disloyalty. I hope others heed this warning. With his words, the hall fell into a suffocating silence. The assembled clans felt a heavy weight upon their hearts, yet confusion clouded their minds. They had anticipated that Uchiha Ye might seize this opportunity to discuss matters of external conflict, yet unexpectedly, he did not utter a single word on the subject. Could it be that Hokage-sama merely sought to intimidate the other ninja clans of Konoha? Filled with uncertainty yet resigned, they departed with heavy hearts. Uchiha Ye stood by the window, his expression serene, as if he had foreseen all that would transpire. As he had stated, what he required were devoted and wholly loyal subordinates. Currently, the future landscape of Konoha had been predetermined, and the battles across the ninja world were on the verge of igniting. However, before that could occur, it was imperative to eliminate those wavering elements within Konoha. In the evening, at the Hyuga clan's estate, Hinata Hizashi returned to convene a meeting with the clan elders. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, effective immediately. The caged bird system is abolished. As soon as the words left his lips, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, a wave of vehement protests erupted, with the elders glaring furiously and several elderly men rising in anger, demanding, "Hizashi, have you lost your mind?" However, Hinata Hizashi remained unshaken, taking a deep breath before raising his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. Hokage-sama has stated that loyalty that is not absolute equates to absolute disloyalty. If you oppose this, do not blame me for being ruthless. As his words settled, chaos ensued in the main hall, with several elders openly rebuking him. Yet, faced with Hinata Hizashi's resolute gaze, they understood that nothing could be changed. As night fell, the sounds of discord and fury reverberated through the air, yet amid this turmoil, blood had quietly seeped into the ancient land. The following morning, Hinata Hizashi entered the Hokage's office with a hint of fatigue, his steps heavy. Upon seeing Uchiha Ye, he immediately bowed respectfully, his tone steady yet tinged with excitement. "Hokage-sama, I have fulfilled my mission and eliminated all opposition." Despite the weariness etched upon his face, the light in his eyes shone brightly. Last night, all the clan elders who had opposed him had vanished, and the remaining members of the branch family now exhibited unprecedented loyalty towards him. What brought Hinata Hizashi even greater solace was the notable change in attitude from his nephew, Hinata Niji, son of Hinata Hizashi's younger brother. The previous indifference and estrangement had now been replaced with profound respect and support. It seemed that Hinata Hizashi had finally grasped the reins of the family, ensuring that the Hyuga clan would not repeat the irreparable misfortunes of the past. His heart brimmed with an unparalleled determination and conviction. This transformation was undeniably attributed to the backing of the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Ye. Reflecting on this, Hinata Hizashi's admiration for the Hokage deepened, for he recognized that without Uchiha Ye's support, the fate of the Hyuga clan might still linger on the brink of darkness. After listening to the report, Uchiha Ye nodded slightly, offering a calm word of encouragement to Hinata Hizashi before signaling him to withdraw. Afterwards, he leisurely exited the Hokage building, traversing the bustling streets of Konoha until he reached a secluded corner of the Uchiha compound. At that moment, the silhouette of the Nine Tails appeared before him, evidently having awaited his arrival for some time. A smile graced Uchiha Ye's lips. If war was to be waged, one could not do without the tail beast's power. He sprang lightly into the air, landing atop the head of the Nine Tails. In the next instant, a woman appeared before him. "Kid, did you kill Jiraiya?" Chapter 25. And I shall establish true order. The visitor was Tsunade. Prior to arriving in Konoha, she had just experienced an unprecedented winning streak at the gambling dens of Shortes Street. With her historically poor luck, a sense of foreboding stirred within her. As she journeyed, her anxiety grew, compelling her to hastily return to Konoha with Shizune. Upon her return to the village, she inquired around, swiftly grasping the recent upheavals. Jiraiya had mysteriously vanished after returning to the village, and just days prior, a colossal purple figure, exclusive to Hokage-sama, had reappeared, with witnesses reporting sightings of a gigantic toad. A dreadful possibility loomed in Tsunade's mind. Jiraiya was likely in grave peril. Uchiha Ye's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he coldly regarded her. As a Konoha ninja, Jiraiya has failed to fulfill his duties and even dared to defy me, the fifth Hokage. His actions deviate severely from the will of fire. He is a traitor. Naturally, he could not be spared. Tsunade's expression darkened at his words, her fury nearly boiling over. "You have killed so many, suppressing the populace through fear," she rebuked sharply. "You seek to utterly destroy the stable life that our ancestors pursued and tirelessly maintained, you terrorist." In the face of Tsunade's outrage, Uchiha Ye merely smiled, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. "Stability?" His voice dripped with mockery. "What you term stability is merely built upon a facade of false peace." He rose slowly, stepping forward, his aura shifting dramatically. "You speak of maintaining peace, yet what is the reality? How many have perished on the battlefield? How many families lie in ruin? The stability of Konoha merely allows a select few to live comfortably, while I seek to establish true order." Tsunade's gaze burned fiercely upon him, her fists clenched, knuckles whitening. "True order? Is your so-called order to subjugate the entire village in fear?" Uchiha Ye offered no response, only a cold smile, as the crimson hue of his Sharingan slowly emerged in his eyes. Tsunade understood that today, this battle was now inevitable. As the conversation faltered, Tsunade took a half-step back, her toes crushing the gravel beneath her with a piercing, grinding sound. The diamond-shaped mark on her forehead suddenly shattered, and a tempest of chakra stirred the air, as if even the wind was being torn apart by the energy coalescing beneath her feet. Painful heaven's foot. Her target was fixed on Uchiha Yoru, perched atop the head of the Nine Tails. Yet, Uchiha Yoru moved with even greater swiftness, activating the Flying Thunder God technique and vanishing in an instant. However, the Nine Tails was not so fortunate. Although Uchiha Yoru had ensnared it with Jinjutsu, he had not suppressed its primal instincts. A thunderous roar fractured the earth as the Nine Tails was struck forcefully on the head by Tsunade's kick, furiously swiping its massive claws at the diminutive figure above. Tsunade, ever quick-witted, evaded the assault just in time, landing steadily at a distance. She narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the spot where Uchiha Yoru had just disappeared. The speed of this individual reminded her of the once-renowned Yellow Flash, a user of the Flying Thunder God technique who instilled fear throughout the ninja world. Just then, a deep, cold voice resonated behind her, devoid of mercy. "If it were Senju Hashirama, I might have been intrigued. You are far too weak." Tsunade whirled around, her fists clenched, embers of battle igniting within her. The air crackled as her fists compressed it, unleashing a violent shockwave that shattered the ground, sending debris flying like rain. Yet, her strike met only air. Uchiha Yoru's form had once again vanished. Tsunade's gaze shot upwards, the crimson Sharingan reflected in her pupils as Uchiha Yoru materialized in the distance, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. "This brute force, when compared to Senju Hashirama, reveals you to be merely a failed descendant. You bastard!" Tsunade roared, her chakra surging, causing the earth to shatter beneath her feet as she launched herself towards Uchiha Yoru like a cannonball. Yet, just as she was about to close the distance, Uchiha Yoru disappeared with even greater speed. Her expression shifted slightly, and she forced her body to twist, utilizing her chakra to adjust her stance, crashing down and creating a massive crater. This guy, Tsunade's expression turned grave, a hint of unease stirring within her. Uchiha Yoru stood with one hand in his pocket, observing her with the demeanor of a cat playing with a mouse. His tone was flat, laced with mockery. "No matter how strong your brute strength is, it is of no use." Tsunade inhaled deeply, steadying her mind as she scanned her surroundings, rapidly analyzing Uchiha Yoru's abilities. The Flying Thunder God, Sharingan. Susanoo, his combat style seemed a synthesis of the essence of Uchiha Madara and Namake's Minato. Suddenly, Tsunade pivoted, her fist enveloped in raging chakra, striking towards Uchiha Yoru behind her. "Do not underestimate me." The speed of this punch was unparalleled, compressing the air into a low, explosive roar, shaking the very fabric of space with Tsunade's formidable aura. However, her fist struck nothing but air once again. Uchiha Yoru had vanished yet again, as if he had never existed. Flying Thunder God. Tsunade's heart sank as she realized she had fallen into a trap. In the next moment, a fierce gust of wind surged from her side. The corner of Tsunade's eye twitched, and she abruptly turned her head, barely dodging a long, powerful leg that swept past her cheek. Her reaction was swift, yet still a moment too late. Bang! Uchiha Yoru's knee collided squarely with Tsunade's abdomen, the ferocity of the blow sending her flying, crashing into the ground and creating a sizable crater. "Lady Tsunade, I am coming to assist you." In the distance, Shizune exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward, only to suddenly find the world spinning around her. Her steps faltered, her pupils constricting as the entire world distorted, plunging her consciousness into darkness. Uchiha Yoru did not even glance at Shizune, his hand still in his pocket as he strolled towards Tsunade. In the rubble, Tsunade gasped for breath, struggling to rise, the agony in her abdomen causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Damn it! Just as she propped herself up, a cold hand gripped her throat, lifting her effortlessly. Tsunade's pupils constricted as she struggled to break free, but Uchiha Yoru's grip was like a vice, unyielding no matter how much she exerted herself. You are far too weak. Uchiha Yoru's tone was chillingly indifferent, the crimson Sharingan glimmering with an eerie light in the darkness. You do not even qualify for me to take you seriously. Tsunade glared fiercely, summoning her last ounce of strength to raise her arm, but Uchiha Yoru merely smiled slightly, and in the next instant, her consciousness slipped entirely into darkness. The battle was over. Chapter 26. Sage eyes and sage body. Uchiha Yoru gazed at Tsunade, who lay unconscious on the ground, shaking his head slightly. No wonder this woman could sway pain with a single word, he muttered thoughtfully, recalling Senju Hashirama's assessment of his granddaughter, which indeed held merit. Just as he prepared to conclude Tsunade's fate, a notification from the system rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unifying Konoha, earning a stage reward. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Ashura template, which has been automatically installed. Uchiha Yoru's expression momentarily froze, an unusual ripple passing through his eyes. Then, surprise flickered within him. He had initially believed the system operated on a single thread, yet it seemed otherwise. In the next moment, a torrent of vast chakra surged into Uchiha Yoru's body like a raging sea, wild and searing, threatening to tear apart his meridians and completely reshape his form. Following this, an immense chakra continued to flood into him, tumultuous and heated, as if it sought to rend his very being, remolding his body. It was fervent and warm, yet bore an indescribable weight. Uchiha Yoru clenched his fists, feeling the transformation of the chakra. This power differed from Indra's sharp, cold chakra, which was as fierce as thunder. The strength before him was denser, as if it were the earth itself, encompassing all, and as blazing as the sun. This is the power of Ashura? His pupils constricted suddenly as the two distinctly different chakras within him began to clash violently, akin to thunder and lightning, making the very space tremble. Boom! In the depths of his mind, a majestic figure emerged, his gaze gentle yet imbued with unwavering determination. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, Ashura's persistence, kindness, and resilience flooding his consciousness. As long as one harbors hope, the world will inevitably change. Even if I walk alone, I shall bear the pain of all. This world does not need hatred to reign. Indra's chakra was cold and proud, sharp as a blade, while Ashura's chakra was vast and generous, akin to a burning sun. At the moment of their convergence, his body felt as though it had become a battlefield, where thunder and flames intertwined, cold and heat clashed, every muscle and vein being torn apart by this violent struggle. Yet, just as the chakra was on the brink of spiraling out of control, a flicker of calmness shone deep within his pupils. Interesting, Uchiha Yoru chuckled softly, slowly closing his eyes. His will traversed the eye of the storm, mastering the nexus of these two powers. Indra and Ashura, born as foes, now coexisted within his being. He could feel his body being transformed, his meridians growing sturdier, the flow of chakra surging exponentially, as if his very soul were being cleansed, gradually evolving into a new form. So this is it, he slowly opened his eyes, a brand new light blossoming quietly within his gaze. Subsequently, his pupils transformed into concentric circles of purple ripples, unmistakably the Rinnegan. Uchiha Yoru sensed the immense amplification of his ocular power, a smile creeping across his lips. Indeed, after all, his body already possessed Indra's Sage Eye chakra, combined with Ashura's Sage body, producing a result greater than the sum of its parts. Successfully, 6 levels of chakra have been generated. Moreover, as it has been obtained from the source template, the power is even more overwhelming. Uchiha Ye's thoughts stirred as he recalled the memories of Ashura. In stark contrast to Indra's cold and aloof recollections, Ashura's memories were filled with warmth and tolerance. The spirit of abstaining from beef seems to surpass countless other ideologies. In Uchiha Ye's eyes, Ashura's notion of using love to enlighten the world appeared utterly insincere. After all, compassion does not resolve all issues. Rather, it often symbolizes weakness. Instead of yielding or compromising, it is preferable to emulate Indra, standing above with greater strength, controlling everything through might and wisdom. For him, the path of the strong is the ultimate destination. Uchiha Ye gazed at Tsunade, swiftly reached out with his left hand, and extracted her heart, causing her body to collapse to the ground. He leaped onto the back of Kyubi, which let out a deep roar beneath him. Let us first head to Yunin village. Uchiha Ye murmured, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes as his gaze pierced through the distant horizon. Why seek out the cloud ninjas first? Because they leap with the greatest enthusiasm. In the original text, the cloud ninjas were indeed the most exuberant, and now, according to the latest intelligence from within the village, they have gathered a significant number of ninjas, preparing to directly invade the borders of the Land of Fire. Since the death of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and with Konoha declaring war on the entire world, the daimyo of other ninja nations have successively ordered a united assault on Konoha. Each ninja village is gearing up for a grand battle. However, among these villages, the most proactive is undoubtedly Yunin. The fourth Raikage's thoughts aligned perfectly with the daimyo's orders, and thus he readily agreed to the request, rapidly assembling troops and promptly entering a state of readiness. In contrast, the attitudes of other ninja villages appear more cautious. Tsuchika Jinoki is a deeply scheming and calculating individual, especially since he has witnessed the terrifying power of Uchiha Madara firsthand, instilling a profound fear of Susanu's might within him. Although he loudly proclaims the need to unite for an assault on Konoha, his strategy is more about waiting for Yunin's actions and observing the situation before making a decision. The fourth Kazekage Raza of Tsunagakure has been troubled by the poverty of his village. The scarcity of resources makes it challenging to cultivate skilled ninjas, and the daimyo's funding is often delayed. Raza has even been so impoverished that he had to seek out sand gold to exchange for resources. Upon hearing that the daimyo is willing to increase funding, he promptly agreed and began to slowly gather his forces. Raza understands well that with Tsunagakure's current strength, they cannot gain substantial benefits from Konoha. Rather than blindly attacking, it is wiser to first digest this additional funding and observe the actions of other ninja villages before deciding. As for Kirigakure, the situation is even more chaotic. The fourth Mizukage has been controlled by Uchiha Obito's Jinjutsu, and since the night of the massacre, he has been affected by the Jinjutsu cast by Uchiha Ye, remaining out of sight. The leader of Kirigakure, Yakura, is in a state of complete control, unable to effectively command the village's actions, continuing to implement the blood mist policy, which has infuriated the daimyo of the Land of Water, resulting in a direct reduction of Kirigakure's financial support. Meanwhile, the fourth Raikage personally leads the team, preparing to rush towards Konoha with lightning speed, aiming to seize the initiative in the war. He believes that this time, they will surely take a substantial bite out of Konoha. Chapter 27 Nige? The border of the Land of Fire. The night is as dark as ink, with stars scattered across the boundless sky, and the cold wind weaves through the forest, bringing a sense of impending doom. A robust, muscular man with dark skin stands at the forefront of the group, his gaze sharp as an eagle, commanding in a deep voice, "Faster!" His voice booms like thunder, reverberating through the silent night, sending a shiver down the spine. Yes. The Yunin ninjas behind him respond in unison, quickening their pace. They don the distinctive black cloaks of Yunin, transforming into swift shadows under the moonlight as they navigate through the mountains and forests, their target straight ahead. The leader is none other than the fourth Raikage, A. Possesses innate divine strength, with lightning chakra enveloping his body, endowing him with speed and defensive capabilities comparable to that of a mythical beast. He not only suppresses his enemies with thunderous might, but also unites the entire Yunin village with unmatched power. His philosophy is simple: only strength can safeguard peace. The people of Yunin are in full agreement with this ideology. Additionally, the fourth Raikage has one policy: to bring back the bloodline limit ninjas from other villages at all costs. They are constantly seeking opportunities to expand Yunin's influence. Whether it be the original text's Hinata kidnapping incident or various forced abductions of bloodline limit bearers within the ninja world, Yunin's actions have already incited dissatisfaction among other ninja villages. In the eyes of the outside world, Yunin is nothing short of a bandit. The fourth Raikage stands at the forefront of the Yunin forces, his gaze piercing. What has the reconnaissance team discovered? He inquires gravely. In this operation, he not only brought the two tails Jinchuriki, Yu, but also his brother, Killer Bee, clearly intent on achieving their objective. A Yunin ninja wearing goggles leaps forward. Kneeling on one knee, speaking with gravity. Reikage-sama, there are no abnormalities in the direction of Konoha. The border remains under the watch of those patrolling Konoha ninjas, who have not detected our movements. Upon hearing this, a furrows his brow, snorting coldly. Humph, these guys remain as arrogant as ever. In his view, the information coming from Konoha is exaggerated. Perhaps at this moment, Konoha is being torn apart by power struggles among the major ninja villages, completely oblivious to Yunin's impending assault. With this thought, he hesitates no longer, his entire being crackling with lightning, transforming into a dazzling bolt that instantly breaches the Konoha border. In an instant, lightning roars, and the Konoha ninjas along the way are obliterated beneath the onslaught of thunder. He pauses to look back, his gaze sharp, addressing the elite Yunin forces behind him with a stern voice. Accelerate. Tonight, we shall surely flatten Konoha. The Yunin ninjas respond in unison, yes. The night wind howls, and the spirit of battle surges. Be alert. A sudden voice rings out among the ranks, belonging to the sensory-type ninja, Shi, among the Yunin Jonin. Turns to look at Shi, his frown deepening. Shi, what is the situation? Shi's face is pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his expression filled with terror, as if he has sensed something extraordinarily horrifying. Reikage-sama, in the direction of Konoha. Shi's voice falters. A.S. brow furrows deeper, urging, speak clearly. She takes a deep breath, his expression grave as he reports loudly. 2 extraordinarily powerful chakra signatures have been detected in the direction of Konoha. A's gaze darkens slightly. The chakra intensity far exceeds that of ordinary ninjas. A conjecture suddenly arises in his mind. Could it be the Kyuubi? But what of the Kyuubi? He has suppressed the 8 tails before. What can the Kyuubi do to him? However, why are there 2? As far as he knows, Konoha should not have many individuals with immense chakra now. Could it possibly be Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin? An existence even more terrifying than the Kyuubi. Shi's voice trembles, revealing unprecedented alarm. A's pupils constrict slightly, and the Yunin ninjas come to a halt, a suffocating atmosphere enveloping the air. In the darkness of night, a vague figure quietly materializes, its outline gradually becoming clear under the moonlight. In the next moment, shadows surge like tumultuous waves, an overwhelming surge of chakra radiating outward, as if threatening to tear the very heavens apart. A deafening roar echoes through the sky, heavy footsteps shattering the earth, and the colossal figure finally reveals itself to all. 9 menacing tails sway in the air, the ferocious aura of the tailed beast saturating the atmosphere, rendering it difficult to breathe. In 9 tails, it truly is the Kyuubi. The Yunin troops were immediately thrown into turmoil, gazing in horror at the colossal tailed beast, which dwarfed even the Hachibi, as if confronted by a natural disaster. A flicker of dread stirring within their hearts. Karabi's usual playful grin vanished, and behind his sunglasses, his eyes widened slightly, revealing a trace of seriousness. The 4th Reikage, A, narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as he fixated on the Kyuubi, acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure emanating from it. The chakra of the Kyuubi was undoubtedly far superior to that of the Hachibi. However, as the Kyuubi crushed the earth beneath its feet, advancing step by step, a Yunin suddenly noticed something unusual and trembled as he exclaimed, "Is there a person atop the Kyuubi?" The crowd turned their attention in unison. Indeed, upon the dark beast's head stood a solitary figure. Clad in a black robe that fluttered in the night wind, the crimson Sharingan glimmered ominously in the darkness. The figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, looking down upon the Yunin troops with an air of dominion, as if he were a sovereign ruler. Who could he be? Could it be? The 4th Reikage's expression darkened, his deep voice resonating, the 5th Hokage. This conjecture sent a shockwave through the hearts of the Yunin. After all, according to intelligence, the new Hokage of Konoha hailed from the Uchiha clan and had wielded formidable power at a young age. Now, the Kyuubi lay submissively at his feet, a testament to his complete mastery over the strongest of tailed beasts. This aligned perfectly with the information they possessed. High above, Uchiha Ye surveyed the Yunin below, his gaze icy, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, inscrutable smile as he murmured a single word. "An-I-ma?" His voice was soft, yet in the stillness of the night, it distinctly reached the ears of the Yunin. However, the Yunin exchanged bewildered glances, evidently not comprehending his meaning. After a brief silence, one brave Yunin summoned his courage to inquire, Are you the fifth Hokage? Beneath the cloak of night, Uchiha Ye's eyes met those of the fourth Raikage, the air seemingly thickening with tension. He did not deny it, but merely revealed a smile laden with significance. The Yunin felt a tightening in their chests, instinctively assuming defensive stances. The night wind howled, and the Kyuubi's tail swayed lightly, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise. Chapter 28. Enough nonsense. As thunderclouds converged, the atmosphere crackled with murderous intent. Uchiha Ye stood aloft, surveying the mass of Yunin below, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Pondering the bizarre appearance of these dark-skinned ninjas, he stroked his chin, amusement flickering in his eyes. Could it be that they were truly struck by lightning? The fourth Raikage, witnessing this, felt his expression darken, veins bulging at his temples as he clenched his fists, the chakra of lightning erupting uncontrollably around him, crackling like the roar of fury. What kind of gaze is that? The fourth Raikage's rage soared skyward, yet he maintained his composure. He had brought 1,000 elite Yunin, while Uchiha Ye stood alone. The advantage was his. With this thought, he suppressed his fury and coldly snorted, his gaze sharp as he gestured dramatically, declaring, Uchiha Ye, you have murdered the daimyo of the Land of Fire, a grave violation of the nation and village system. This rule was established by your first Hokage. Do you dare defy it? The fourth Raikage did not exhibit the recklessness he pretended to possess. However, upon hearing his words, Uchiha Ye merely scoffed, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. Oh, and so what? He crossed his arms, his gaze filled with disdain. I now represent the Yunin. The fourth Raikage's expression darkened, about to press further, but Uchiha Ye interrupted him. You represent what? His voice was frigid, showing no regard for the darkening expression of his opponent. Enough nonsense. Before his words faded, the heavens trembled violently. Roar! The Kyuubi opened its massive jaws, an immense chakra swirling within, the crimson energy compressing into a tailed beast ball capable of annihilating mountains and rivers. This is bad. The fourth Raikage's pupils constricted as he sensed the impending danger, shouting urgently, everyone, retreat. Simultaneously, the Jinchuriki of the Nibi and Hachibi, Moki and Karabi, entered their complete tailed beast forms. Their colossal chakra manifested as a blue flame cat demon and a deep purple octopus. The massive silhouettes of the Nibi and Hachibi obscured the sky. Almost instantaneously, both the Nibi and Hachibi opened their mouths wide, frantically gathering their own tailed beast balls. Tailed beast ball. Boom. The Kyuubi's tailed beast ball collided with those of the Nibi and Hachibi, three destructive chakras violently clashing in the air. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and the next moment, boom! A tremendous shockwave radiated outward, the ferocious energy expanding like a tsunami, tearing the earth asunder, debris flying. Forests leveled to the ground. A multitude of Yunin were hurled away by the explosive shockwave, their screams echoing as the battlefield transformed into a scene of hell on earth. Uchiha Ye observed the battlefield with calm eyes, watching the two-tailed beasts, slightly disheveled yet unharmed, and shook his head. The Kyuubi's power was still too weak. The fourth Raikage struggled to maintain his footing, his expression darkening to the extreme. His gaze swept across the battlefield, his brows knitted tightly, his fury boiling over. Damn this guy, truly a Uchiha capable of a successful coup. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he abruptly looked up. High above, Uchiha Ye's figure had vanished without a trace. What? The fourth Raikage's complexion changed drastically, and he spun around, a wave of intense unease surging within him. At that moment, Susanoo, accompanied by Uchiha Ye's deep voice, an overwhelming aura of devastation descended. Boom! A colossal, purple Susanoo erupted into the sky, resembling a deity's arrival, its enormous hands gripping a crimson long blade, its eyes ablaze with boundless battle intent. The heart of the fourth Raikage sank heavily. This fellow. However, before he could react, the massive blade of Susanoo was already raised high, poised to cleave through the Yunin army. This is bad. Hachibi, we charge! Karabi roared, and the Hachibi immediately lashed out with several thick octopus limbs, attempting to sweep away the Yunin before Susanoo's blade descended. Yet swish! Uchiha Ye's Susanoo blade suddenly slashed down, the obsidian edge carrying a destructive force that severed the Hachibi's limbs. With a crisp snap, the severed tentacles and dozens of Yunin caught within were crushed by the blade's pressure, blood raining down upon the battlefield. It hurts. The Hachibi held in agony, its massive form trembling violently, chakra wildly leaking from the severed stump, its tentacles charred and flesh rolling. Kurabi's expression darkened, his gaze fixated on Susanoo, his hands clenched tightly, nails nearly digging into his palms. Baka, this guy is tougher than I imagined. Simultaneously, the fourth Reikage A was consumed by rage, lightning chakra surging wildly. His entire body enveloped in a radiant armor of lightning, resembling a meteor of thunder as he charged at Uchiha Ye. Uchiha Ye die. His fingers clenched into a fist, lightning coiling around him, muscles bulging as he concentrated the Raijin Bakudan to its maximum, launching a powerful punch towards Susanoo's chest. Boom! In a deafening roar, Susanoo's rib armor absorbed the impact, the energy shockwave spreading wildly, sending surrounding Yunin flying. Yet, Uchiha Ye merely gazed down at the Reikage with cold indifference, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Nothing more than this. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and Susanoo's exterior showed no signs of damage. At the same time, Susanoo's long blade was raised high, its edge aimed directly at the Reikage. Flash! Boom! The blade of Susanoo was enveloped in an unparalleled aura of terror as it cleaved through the air. The Reikage's Raijin armor disintegrated instantly under such destructive energy, sending him hurtling back several hundred meters, carving a deep trench into the ground, blood erupting from his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Kurabi's expression changed dramatically as he dashed towards the Reikage, the immense form of the Eight Tails shielding Uchiha Ye with a grave demeanor. Hey, brother, are you alright? The Reikage gritted his teeth, palms pressed against the ground, his chest heaving violently, eyes locked onto Uchiha Ye, filled with rage and resentment. Damn you, Uchiha Ye! However, before he could rise, Uchiha Ye had already begun to raise his hand slowly, the Sharingan emanating a sudden crimson glow. The long blade of Susanoo pointed directly at Kurabi and the Eight Tails. It was over. The Eight Tails inhaled deeply, its massive tentacles positioned defensively before it. Yet, in the next moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Kurabi and the Eight Tails simultaneously heard a barely perceptible sound of slicing air behind them, their hearts racing with alarm. They turned abruptly, only to find Uchiha Ye had silently appeared before the fourth Reikage. In that fleeting instant, the Reikage had yet to react when a cold hand, like a flash of lightning, pierced through the void, targeting his chest. Black Tiger's heart extraction. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth. Uchiha Ye's hand penetrated the Reikage's Raijin armor, plunging deep into his chest, crimson blood dripping slowly down his arm. The Reikage's pupils constricted, the fury on his face freezing into fear and despair. His lips quivered as he attempted to utter something, but consciousness was swallowed by an endless darkness. His body collapsed helplessly, the light of thunder in his eyes extinguished forever. Chapter 29. Survival. At the moment the Eight Tails turned, Susanoo had already swung its blade. With a sickening sound, the pitch-black edge descended like lightning, cleaving into the massive back of the Eight Tails. Ugh! The Eight Tails roared in agony, its gigantic body trembling violently. A wound deep enough to see bone splitting it almost in two. In the face of such excruciating pain, the Eight Tails instinctively sought to evade, rolling sideways. However, at that very moment, the Nine-Tails-tailed beast bomb had already taken shape and erupted. The pitch-black energy sphere, carrying a terrifying tempest of destruction, hurtled towards the Eight Tails. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion resonated through the heavens. The Eight Tails was sent flying by the ferocious impact of the tailed beast bomb, its flesh mangled, crashing into the ground like a meteor. Ugh! Debris flew as the ground trembled. Amidst the swirling dust, an unfathomably deep crater appeared, cracks spiderwebbing outward. The battlefield resembling an apocalypse under the horrifying clash of the Nine Tails and the Eight Tails. In the realm of the spirit, Kurabi found himself in a profound mental space. Though his physical form remained intact in the outside world, his spirit was enduring immense strain. We are no match for him, the Eight Tails spoke solemnly, its tone heavy, its tail swaying slowly with a hint of fatigue and helplessness. Kurabi's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. He understood this all too well, but to retreat now? Impossible. Damn it, we are fighting. Kurabi gritted his teeth and bellowed. How can we simply concede? Moreover, with his brother perishing before his very eyes. Kurabi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. The Eight Tails' massive pupils reflected calmness as it spoke steadily. You do not comprehend. Uchiha Ye is not even trying. What? Karabi was taken aback. The Eight Tails continued. If he wished, he could have controlled us with Jinjutsu long ago, but he has chosen not to. Karabi's heart sank heavily. Indeed, the fact that the Nine Tails was under control was evident. Its once volatile nature had vanished, transformed into a slaughtering blade in Uchiha Ye's hands, mercilessly attacking them. Fellow-tailed beasts. Yet, Uchiha Ye had deliberately refrained from employing Jinjutsu against them. Was it because he was unable? No, he simply deemed them unworthy. A chilling realization crept up Karabi's spine. He finally understood that in Uchiha Ye's eyes, they were not even worth his time to use Jinjutsu. We must retreat, or we will perish. The Eight Tails urged, a note of urgency in its voice. On the battlefield, the Two Tails witnessed the Eight Tails being felled by a single strike. Shock surging through it. Damn! Its pupils constricted, chakras surging wildly, the blue flames on its tail blazing fiercely. Tailed beast bomb. The scorching chakra rapidly compressed, forming a black-blue energy sphere that shot toward the Nine Tails. However, roar. The Nine Tails opened its fearsome maw, condensing a tailed beast bomb several times larger than the Two Tails. The pitch-black energy sphere spun like a black hole, carrying the power to obliterate the world as it charged toward the Two Tails' attack. Boom. The terrifying explosion engulfed the battlefield in an instant. The shockwave surged, the ground cracking once more, sending the Two Tails flying, tumbling several times before embedding itself deeply into the earth, utterly disheveled. Breathless, it gazed toward the distant, unyielding forms of the Nine Tails and Uchiha Ye, a glimmer of terror flickering in its eyes. How is this possible? Its tailed beast bomb could not even shake the Nine Tails' assault. In that moment, the Two Tails finally realized it was outmatched. Retreat. If we do not retreat, we will die. This was also the counsel given by the spirit of the wooden figure within it. The Eight Tails struggled to rise, its gaze resolute, aligning with the Two Tails' thoughts. They, from the land of clouds, had already accepted the inevitability of defeat today. The battlefield under the night sky was a scene of hellish brutality. At this moment, Uchiha Ye stood beside the lifeless body of the fourth Raikage, returning to the pinnacle of Susanoo, surveying the world from above. Beside him, the Nine Tails roared, while beneath him, Susanoo remained steadfast, like an undefeated war deity, gazing down upon the Eight Tails and Two Tails, who were barely clinging to life. The body of the fourth Raikage lay cold, sprawled across the earth, eyes forever unblinking. The ninjas of the land of clouds, witnessing this scene, were paralyzed with terror, their hearts quaking in despair. Their Raikage, that once invincible man, was dead? No, it was impossible. How could Raikage Dano be slain in such a manner? Uchiha Ye, this demon. The spirits of the ninjas from the land of clouds shattered completely, their souls trembling, legs shaking uncontrollably. Run, flee. Some began discarding their armor and fleeing in all directions. The once fierce elite of the land of clouds now scattered like frightened birds. But would Uchiha Ye allow their escape? The massive blade of Susanoo slowly rose, the purple edge gleaming with a cold light. In the next moment, the blade swept across. Boom. The earth was torn asunder, dust swirling. Deep gashes embedded into the battlefield as blood mist filled the air, corpses strewn everywhere. Dozens of ninjas from the land of clouds were cleaved in half in the instant the blade flashed, blood raining down like a deluge. The figure of Susanoo loomed over the battlefield like a king of death, proclaiming the annihilation of the land of clouds. Karabi and the Eight Tails silently beheld this scene, an overwhelming bitterness rising within them. They had lost. Not just them, the entire land of clouds had lost. The Eight Tails spoke heavily. This is not an ordinary battle, but a massacre. Karabi gritted his teeth, his pride shattered in that moment. We must withdraw, the Eight Tails continued. Uchiha Ye refrained from using Jinjutsu. Our survival is merely luck. But now, our luck has run out. Karabi's fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood seeping out. Retreat? Allow the warriors of the land of clouds to die in vain. Let my brother die in vain. Let Uchiha Ye trample over their dignity? But if they did not retreat, they would all perish. Only by surviving do we have a chance. The Eight Tails urged solemnly. Karabi trembled. Yes, only by surviving could they avenge their brother. They must endure. Let us go. The immense form of the Eight Tails suddenly trembled, its figure shrinking in an instant. The massive body was not conducive to movement, yet the injuries it sustained had already healed significantly. The Two Tails experienced a similar phenomenon. They intended to retreat. Uchiha Ye's gaze swept over the two-tailed beasts, a trace of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Now they wished to flee? It was too late. The three Tomo and Uchiha Ye's eyes shifted, transforming into the pale purple Rinnegan. Summoning Technique, Outer Path Golem. Chapter 30. Am I really summoning such a massive Outer Path Golem? Summoning Technique, Outer Path Golem. Boom. In the next moment, it was as if the very heavens and earth were torn asunder by an invisible force. A pitch-black rift spreading like the arrival of an apocalypse, shaking the entire battlefield. The air was thick with a suffocating sense of oppression, as if the world itself trembled. A withered giant claw broke through the darkness, accompanied by a sharp tearing sound, and the jagged wooden spikes glimmered like phantoms, radiating a chilling light. The claw's desiccated skin was as pale as an ancient corpse, the twisted wooden spikes exuding an eerie aura, resembling demons crawling forth from the depths of hell. Then, the creature's head emerged, its colossal skull steep and jagged like a cliff, crisscrossed with fissures, bearing the marks of time. 9 cold eyes were embedded within, each sealed with coarse stitches, revealing only the fierce scars that emanated a potent aura of death. Both the 8 tails and 2 tails sensed a familiar presence almost simultaneously, and as they turned, their gazes froze in shock. Killer Bee noted the 8 tails anomaly, his brow furrowing as he murmured, "Xiaoba, what's wrong?" The creature before him did not seem sufficiently alarming, the oppressive aura far less daunting than that of the previous Susanoo. However, within the hearts of the 8 tails and 2 tails, a tempest of fear surged. Impossible. This aura. An astounding thought surged within both tailed beasts simultaneously. This cannot be. The tremor in the 2 tails' voice betrayed its effort to suppress the rising terror. The 10 tails. The 8 tails furrowed its brow, disbelief flickering in its eyes. How could this possibly be the 10 tails? The 10 tails had long been sealed away. A sense of unease bubbled within the 8 tails, for it understood that its origin was intricately linked to the 10 tails. As one of the 9 portions of chakra separated from the 10 tails by the Sage of 6 Paths, its instinctual knowledge dictated that the 10 tails had vanished. All tailed beasts inherited the memories of the Sage of 6 Paths, fully aware of their origins stemming from the 10 tails division. Yet now, it recognized that this aura was undoubtedly more than an ordinary summoning beast. Its source seemed connected to the 10 tails. Run. The voice of the 8 tails rose in pitch, tinged with unprecedented urgency and panic. No matter what, they had to flee this place. Unable to contain its anxiety any longer, the 8 tails realized that, although it could not fathom why Uchiha Ye summoned such a peculiar monster, its instinct screamed that escape was the only means of survival. The 2 tails' gaze flickered uncertainly, sensing the overwhelming oppression, and likewise deemed the situation extremely perilous. Yet at that moment, the roar of the Outer Path Golem grew increasingly deafening, the irresistible aura threatening to tear the very fabric of existence apart. The air was saturated with a heavy sense of oppression, the entire battlefield suffocated beneath this power. Standing atop the head of the Outer Path Golem, Uchiha Ye furrowed his brow, his eyes glinting with profound contemplation. He had initially intended to seal both tailed beasts in one fell swoop, but suddenly recalled a crucial detail from the original narrative. The order of sealing tailed beasts was paramount. The one tail, Shikaku, must be sealed first, otherwise, the Outer Path Golem would collapse, rendering it inoperative. Having reached a decision, Uchiha Ye smiled faintly and swiftly moved before the 8 tails and 2 tails. You. The 8 tails regarded the suddenly appeared Uchiha Ye with a hint of wariness. However, before it could finish speaking, Uchiha Ye's expression turned icy. Jinjutsu. In an instant, the consciousness of the 8 tails and 2 tails plunged into darkness. Their bodies stiffened, their eyes vacant, completely devoid of perception of the surrounding world, all resistance thoroughly suppressed. The 2-tailed beasts were rendered mere puppets under Uchiha Ye's control, devoid of any capacity for rebellion. A cold smile flickered in Uchiha Ye's eyes as he turned towards the Outer Path Golem, the 8 tails and 2 tails mechanically following in his wake. Oh, and there is also the 9 tails. Before the 3-tailed beasts, Uchiha Ye commanded coldly, "Proceed to Kumogakure." No sooner had he spoken than he subtly moved his fingers, dispelling the summoning of the Outer Path Golem. The golem let out a tremendous roar, dissipating into a cloud of azure smoke, vanishing from the air in an instant. Uchiha Ye stood there, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. There exists only one Outer Path Golem in the ninja world. and he had sensed a summoning request from another source. How intriguing. He chuckled coldly, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. As the embodiment of Indra and Ashura, he held precedence in summoning the Outer Path Golem far above anyone else. The summoner of the golem must be from Nagato's side. However, Uchiha Ye was not in a hurry to respond. He decided to temporarily store the Outer Path Golem with them, waiting until he had subdued Kumogakure before venturing to the land of rain. With a leap, he firmly stood upon the shoulder of the Nine Tails, his gaze profound, as if able to pierce through every corner of the future. The colossal body of the Nine Tails began to move, its heavy footsteps rumbling like thunder, shaking the very earth. With the remaining two-tailed beasts under Uchiha Ye's control, they sped towards Kumogakure. After this night, Kumogakure would cease to exist. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, within a collapsed cavern, several figures clad in black robes adorned with a blood-red cloud emblem stood within. The dim light cast a heavy atmosphere, almost suffocating. What on earth is happening? A grotesque creature with a distorted visage questioned in a hoarse voice, evident anxiety and tension lacing its words. Black Zetsu. This ancient entity had been silently manipulating everything from the shadows, yet at this moment, it was clearly unsettled. Pain's face remained stern, but within Nagato, shock and profound confusion swirled. Where has that massive Outer Path Golem gone? Just moments ago, the powerful summoning beast he had once regarded as his trump card had vanished right before his eyes. However, more perplexing was that the black rod sustaining Nagato had not disappeared, remaining tightly connected to him, symbolizing that the existence of the Outer Path Golem had not been entirely severed. Nagato could sense that the power of the Outer Path Golem still fluctuated within the ninja world, albeit being drawn by some powerful chakra, granting him a slight alleviation of pressure. The Outer Path Golem still existed, but where had it gone? A profound unease surged within Nagato, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. He knew this could not be mere coincidence. The disappearance of the Outer Path Golem sent panic through him, as long-standing plans seemed to crumble in an instant. His initial strategy relied on the golem sealing the tailed beasts, aiming to eradicate them from the ninja world to achieve his objectives. However, all of this now appeared shrouded in ambiguity. Nagato, continue summoning the Outer Path Golem. Black Zetsu's voice echoed once more, tinged with impatience. Nagato took a deep breath, refocusing his mind, and began to attempt the summoning again. After several failures, anxiety began to manifest in Nagato's eyes. Finally, after repeated attempts, the silhouette of the Outer Path Golem reappeared in Nagato's line of sight. Huff! Nagato exhaled in relief, momentarily setting aside the burdens weighing on his heart. He could not help but furrow his brow. The disappearance of the Udomoke made him acutely aware of the impending crisis. Xiaonan. Pain gazed at Xiaonan, deeply scrutinizing her eyes. Convene a meeting of the Akatsuki Organization. Chapter 31. Accelerating the Akatsuki Organization. In the land of rain, dark clouds churned, and a relentless curtain of rain enveloped the entire city. Raindrops fell upon the dilapidated buildings, as if whispering the endless sorrow of this hidden village of ninjas. Within a secret high tower, the Udomoke stood silently, its pitch-black giant hand slowly reaching towards the sky. The silhouettes of Akatsuki members flickered upon its massive fingertips, their faces etched with confusion. Pipa Shirzong surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed as he spoke in a low tone. What is happening? Beside him, Orochimaru smirked slightly, his hoarse voice laced with mockery. Are you so eager to summon us because something has happened to the leader? His gaze shimmered with a dangerous glint. Since joining the Akatsuki, Orochimaru had always harbored ulterior motives. The Rinnegan of Pain tempted him greatly. Should anything befall Pain, it would undoubtedly present an opportunity of divine providence for him. Life is so fragile. Orochimaru licked his lips, his voice brimming with fervor. Only through attaining immortality can one grasp the true essence of truth. Chiyo snorted derisively, hidden within the shadow of her puppet, rebutting in a muffled tone. Immortality? Utterly foolish. Only by mechanizing the flesh can one forge eternal artistry through the river of time. At her words, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, unabashedly revealing his inner derision. Art. Merely a fruitless delusion. Do you believe that by confining yourself within that puppet body, you can evade death? Do you think that by parasitizing another's body, you can claim to have attained immortality? The two exchanged sharp retorts, the air thick with a palpable tension. Yet, a furious voice shattered the taut atmosphere. Enough. Pain's cold voice echoed within the tower, a glimmer of frost flashing in his rinnegan. If you wish to continue quarreling, I would not hesitate to silence you myself. Upon hearing this, Chiyo and Orochimaru fell silent. The means of joining the Akatsuki were not swayed by mere words. Each had once bowed before Pain's absolute power. Even the scheming Orochimaru had to temporarily restrain himself in this moment. Pain's gaze swept over the assembly, and he spoke slowly. This morning, the Udo-moke was summoned away by an unfamiliar force. A tremor passed through the crowd. What? Summoned away? All eyes focused on the once mighty Udo-moke that had stood beneath Pain's feet. Kurizetsu remained hidden in the shadows, his face expressionless as he observed. Besides me, someone was able to manipulate the Udo-moke, Pain stated solemnly, the dangerous ripples swirling in his rinnegan. Even a god can be provoked. At this moment, Nagato felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Our plans must undergo a transformation. Pain declared in a grave tone, his gaze resolute. We must accelerate our pace and gather the tailed beasts as soon as possible. The risk of losing the Udo-moke has made our time even more pressing. From now on, I want you to intensify the recruitment of personnel. Each action squad must be equipped with 2 members to collaborate effectively and ensure efficiency. Kurizetsu, increase the investigative efforts. I want to know who in the ninja world is most suspicious of summoning the Udo-moke. Kurizetsu nodded slowly, his voice low. Rest assured, Pain. I will personally investigate. The projections gradually dissipated, and the assembly dispersed. However, after this brief meeting, each individual's heart surged with different ripples. The Akatsuki was engulfed in a flurry of activity due to the disappearance of the Udo-moke. Meanwhile, another earth-shattering storm was brewing in the village of Kumogakure. Before the gates of Kumogakure, 3-tailed beasts stood tall, their immense chakra creating an oppressive atmosphere that seemed to solidify the air. The 8 tails, 2 tails, and the colossal 9 tails loomed like 3 towering mountains, inducing trepidation. The ninjas of the village quickly gathered, their faces grave. Even in fear, none retreated. Above the head of the 9 tails, Uchiha Ye stood proudly, his crimson Sharingan subtly shifting as he looked down upon the trembling Kuminin. He slowly raised his hand, a hint of mockery in his demeanor, as if surveying a colony of ignorant ants. Do you still wish to struggle in vain? Uchiha Ye's voice was indifferent, yet it resonated clearly, declaring that after the death of your 4th Raikage, I thought you would learn the meaning of reverence. I have given you a chance. However, the response from the Kuminin was nothing but defiant glares. Bastard! You demon! The ninjas clenched their teeth, yearning to rush forward and fight to the death. Uchiha Ye chuckled lightly, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Having grown accustomed to the infighting of Konoha, he was somewhat surprised by the unity of Kumogakure. Even in the face of insurmountable despair, they chose to resist. Unity? Uchiha Ye murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth curling upward. But unity is of no use. No sooner had he spoken than he raised his hand with a flourish, and the 9 tails let out a low growl as its crimson chakra rapidly coalesced. A swirling black chakra sphere materialized in the 9 tails' maw, the oppressive sensation in the air soaring to its peak. Tailed beast ball. Boom. A column of destructive light erupted, slicing through the heavens, hurtling towards the Kuminin. Quick evade. Barrier technique. Quickly, prepare defenses. The Kuminin frantically unleashed defensive jutsu, attempting to thwart the onslaught of the tailed beast ball. Yet, before the tailed beast ball, everything appeared so pale and powerless. Rumble. The terrifying shockwave swept through, the walls of Kumogakure crumbling in an instant, the earth trembling and dust swirling. Countless ninjas were hurled by the shockwave, their cries of agony echoing. Uchiha Ye squinted, as if savoring a meticulously orchestrated drama. However, as the dust gradually settled, a staggering figure still stood amidst the ruins. You demon! A Kuminin, bloodied and furious, pointed at Uchiha Ye, flames of wrath burning in his eyes. Uchiha Ye remained silent. Only the low growl of the 9 tails echoed in his ears. Demon? He smiled faintly, his Sharingan spinning eerily, reflecting a sea of crimson. You will come to know that the true fear has only just begun. In the next moment, the chakra of the 2 tails and 8 tails erupted violently. The furious tailed beast balls rained down like torrential raindrops, carrying with them the might to devastate the heavens and the earth, crashing down upon the terrified Kuminin. Boom! The deafening explosions resounded incessantly, with searing flames tearing through the night sky. Those once mighty elite ninjas now appeared as fragile as ants, swiftly consumed by the tailed beast balls, their flesh and blood scattering, and their screams echoing unendingly. "No, please, stop attacking. We surrender. I beg you, spare us." "Surrender now?" Uchiha Ye scoffed, the tomo in his Sharingan slowly rotating, imbued with an indescribable mockery and indifference. "It is too late." Chapter 32. The Annihilation of Kimogakure. Kimogakure. At this moment, the battlefield lay in utter ruin. Shattered rocks, broken weapons, and bloodied ninja tools were strewn everywhere, the air thick with the stench of blood. The setting sun bled across the devastated earth, as if drawing the curtain on this catastrophe. Once proud and unyielding, Kimogakure now lay in profound silence. The Nine Tails lay low among the ruins, its tail swaying slowly, its massive form resembling a mountain spanning the heavens. Its crimson beastly eyes coldly surveyed the ground, crushing the last remnants of resistance. Uchiha Ye stood atop the Nine Tails, his cloak billowing in the tempest. "Is this the backbone of Kimogakure?" His voice was cold and calm, as though pronouncing the end of an era. "The arrogance of the weak only leads to annihilation." On the ground, the remnants of the Yunin ninjas trembled in fear. They had once fearlessly charged towards the Kyuubi, attempting to defy fate with their sheer numbers. Yet, reality mercilessly shattered their illusions. The explosion of the tailed beast balls fractured the earth, scattering blood and flesh. Their bodies lay discarded like tattered rags amidst the ruins. The fourth Raikage had perished, as had Lord Killer Bee. Despair filled the eyes of the Yunin ninjas. Their proud shadows and Jinchuriki could not stir even a ripple before Uchiha Ye. At this moment, 90% of the Yunin forces had perished on the battlefield, and the remaining were too weary to continue fighting. "Please, spare us," pleaded the Yunin ninjas. Kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down their faces as their bodies quivered. The desire to survive compelled them to abandon their last shred of dignity. However, Uchiha Ye merely cast a fleeting glance at them. A cold smile crept upon his lips, and the tomo of his Sharingan began to spin slowly, a crimson light emanating forth. In that instant, an invisible mental shockwave swept through. Genjutsu. The pupils of the Yunin ninjas constricted in terror as their world twisted before their eyes, turning upside down. The remnants of their will crumbled before the overwhelming illusion, robbing them of their ability to think. Their bodies stiffened, and their consciousness was utterly obliterated. No one struggled any longer. From that moment on, their lives and deaths were entirely under Uchiha Ye's control. Yunin village was annihilated. During this time, Uchiha Ye had also emptied the capital of the Land of Lightning, taking the Kyuubi and 2 other tailed beasts along, eradicating the daimyo and those so-called nobles. He then employed Genjutsu to control a portion of the populace to maintain order before departing. The Land of Lightning vanished henceforth. A day later, in Konoha, when the Konoha Guard ventured into the ruins of Yunin village, what lay before them was a profound silence. Amidst the shattered walls and debris, a handful of Yunin ninjas stood in a daze, as if their souls had long departed. Their gazes were hollow and devoid of life, appearing as though the world had cast them aside. Their movements were mechanical. They were no longer ninjas, merely shells manipulated by commands. All of this was the result of a single thought from Uchiha Ye. From this day forth, the Land of Lightning would be incorporated into Konoha. Uchiha Ye's voice echoed in the high-level meeting of Konoha, brief yet chilling, imbued with an undeniable authority. The guard was instructed to dispatch personnel to Yunin village and the capital of the Land of Lightning to restore order. A heavy silence enveloped the meeting room, gradually dissipating into a sense of relief. No one dared to oppose, nor did anyone find it necessary to do so. In their eyes, Uchiha Ye had become an unassailable presence. His power rendered any dissent futile, even ludicrous. Furthermore, this marked the first time Konoha had acquired enemy territory since its establishment. Such a sense of fulfillment was akin to a stimulant for some radicals, igniting their inner desires. Since the era of the first Hokage, Konoha had been renowned for its so-called generosity and peace, like a turtle hidden within its shell. In the second Hokage's time, although less conservative, the betrayal by Yunin's rogue ninjas led to the death of the second Hokage, a disgrace that lingered in many hearts. By the time of the third Hokage, Konoha was no longer a turtle, but had become a complete underdog. However, today, the situation underwent a radical transformation. Uchiha Ye's rise fundamentally altered Konoha's position in the balance of power. From this moment onward, The dynamics of attack and defense had shifted dramatically. The news of Yunin's destruction swept through the entire shinobi world like a tempest. Major shinobi villages were shaken to their core, finally realizing that Konoha's declaration of war was not mere bluster, but genuine wrath. Those villages that had maintained a watchful stance were instantaneously stripped of their illusions. The absolute military might displayed by Konoha instilled an unprecedented fear across the shinobi world. Once invincible, Yunin village had been reduced to ruins beneath Uchiha Ye's godlike Susanoo. The Tsuchikage, Inoki, wore a grim expression. Having been haunted by PTSD from Uchiha Obito, he urgently summoned a meeting of the Kage from various villages. However, he was left dumbfounded when the fourth Mizukage, Koketsu Yagura, upon receiving the invitation, brutally executed his own messenger. This left him with only Suna as a potential ally. That good-for-nothing Koketsu Yagura. Inoki's anger surged, nearly causing him to spit blood. He stood abruptly, but a sudden sharp pain surged through his back. "Ah, my back." His face flushed, teeth gritted as he gasped for breath, veins bulging on his forehead. Konoha had strayed from the will of fire propagated by the first Hokage. Its self-destruction was merely a matter of time. Yet, at present, Konoha's might was overwhelming. Inoki's gaze sharpened, and he spoke with a grave tone. "If we do not unite to resist, the next to be annihilated will be us." An oppressive atmosphere filled the air. The absence of the Reikage, loomed like a silent intimidation. After a moment of silence, Raza nodded. He understood that Inoki's words were not mere alarmism. The strength of Suna was far from sufficient to withstand Konoha's onslaught alone. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki organization, Kurizetsu was unusually ecstatic. The intel brought back by White Zetsu revealed Uchiha Ye's divine Susanoo and boundless chakra, further solidifying Kurizetsu's suspicions. The reincarnation of Indra, Kurizetsu whispered, an unusual glint flickering in the shadows. Regret washed over him. On the night of the Uchiha massacre, White Zetsu had reported the existence of Uchiha Ye. He had initially planned to make contact, but before he could act, Ye had ventured to Yunin. Later, the disappearance of the Outer Path Golem further delayed his plans. Had he laid the groundwork sooner, the Eye of the Moon plan might have already been realized, and his mother, Kagaya, could have been resurrected. But now, it was not too late. With just a little guidance, Kurizetsu's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes glimmering with cunning. Back then, Uchiha Madara had been driven to extremes by his machinations. Today's Uchiha Ye, being younger and more enigmatic than Madara, could easily be steered into darkness, becoming the perfect pawn for the Eye of the Moon plan. With this thought, Kurizetsu could not help but curse Uchiha Obito. That brat lacked Madara's strength and vision, and yet he prattled on foolishly. On the night of the massacre, he had been directly defeated by Uchiha Ye's Jinjutsu and had fainted. Were it not for his mastery of yin-yang release, helping the boy recover, he would have likely become a vegetable by now. What a waste. Uchiha Ye's heart must be buried with dissatisfaction and hatred. Kurizetsu slowly reined in his smile, his expression dark as water. He understood that the Uchiha clan's power required stimulation from extreme emotions. The Sharingan was so, and the Mangekyo Sharingan was no different. All he needed was to add a little fuel to the fire. In the shadows, a vague figure quietly slipped into the earth. Uchiha Ye was destined to become the finest pawn in the Eye of the Moon plan. Chapter 33, Kurizetsu. The annihilation of Yunin village was merely the first step on the chessboard. However, Uchiha Ye felt a tinge of disappointment. The system showed no response. He had anticipated that destroying a shinobi village would yield rewards, yet the system remained utterly unperturbed, not even providing a hint, prompting him to frown slightly. It seemed that other shinobi villages could never compare to Konoha. After a brief moment, he collected his thoughts, returning to Konoha with a hint of regret. Upon his return to the village, he immediately summoned the guard to proceed with the handover at the former capital of the Land of Lightning and Yunin village. After surveying the conditions within the village and confirming that all was well, Uchiha Ye began to plan his next course of action. However, before that, he had to address a more pressing matter: the three-tailed beasts, currently sheltered in the depths of the forest outside Konoha. These colossal beings were not sealed by Uchiha Ye. Instead, he directly forged a binding summoning contract with them using his formidable ocular power. Henceforth, regardless of their willingness, they must obey his summons, allowing him to summon them at the opportune moment to suppress the one tail, so that the Outer Path Golem may absorb it. With arrangements in place, he intended to proceed directly to Suna no Kuni. However, There was one more destination he felt compelled to visit personally, the village of Aim. At the border of the land of fire, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a hint of moistness. Uchiha Ye traversed the forest path with a leisurely demeanor, as if strolling in a garden, yet his speed was astonishing. At times, a flicker of the flying thunder god technique would propel him across dozens of meters in an instant. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, his pupils constricting slightly. Intriguing. A faint smile curled at the corners of Uchiha Ye's mouth as he came to a halt. Ahead, a figure materialized upon the tree trunk. Cloaked in a rain poncho with a low-hanging hood, the figure was shrouded in shadow. Although the features were obscured, Uchiha Ye could sense the faint presence of yin-yang release emanating from the stranger. In the tranquil forest, the gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, and the air seemed to grow heavy with anticipation. In the next moment, Uchiha Ye appeared in an instant, a blur of motion trailing behind him as he struck towards the silhouette with his left hand. Playing tricks, are we? However, the figure barely moved, evading his strike in an astonishing display of agility. Oh, Uchiha Ye narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of intrigue gracing his expression. The shadow atop the tree slowly lifted its head. You finally sense my presence. Its voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a hint of mockery. Heibai observed Uchiha Ye with a quiet intensity, as if appraising or weighing something. Indeed, he is the reincarnation of Indra. Heibai's heart surged with elation. What puzzled it was the presence of Ashura's aura surrounding this young man. Did my matching mechanism encounter a bug? Nevertheless, that was of little consequence in Heibai's eyes. Uchiha Ye was far more arrogant, powerful, and ambitious than the Indra of 1,000 years ago. Such a person is most suited to be guided. I know what you are attempting to accomplish, Heibai began, his tone enigmatic. Allow me to guess, you wish to establish a peaceful world, correct? Uchiha Ye remained silent, simply gazing at him as if waiting for the performance to continue. Sensing this, Heibai grew more certain, his tone becoming more assertive. Though your strength is formidable, it is still insufficient for unifying the shinobi world. So what now? Uchiha Ye's voice was calm, seemingly unconcerned. You have taken the bait. Heibai's heart raced with joy. I have a plan, a truly feasible scheme for achieving everlasting peace, infinite Tsukuyami. Capture the tailed beasts and use the outer path golem to absorb them, turning them into the 10 tails, Jinchuriki. Then, unleash the infinite Tsukuyami. Heibai's voice was low, laced with seduction. Once the infinite Tsukuyami is cast, the entire world will be enveloped in the most perfect illusion, erasing all wars, hatred, and suffering entirely. It will be a world of eternal peace. A flawless shinobi realm devoid of conflict. Heibai's voice brimmed with fervor as if envisioning the ideal future. However, Uchiha Ye merely regarded him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Is that so? His voice was calm, yet profound. Heibai's heart skipped a beat. In the next instant, a violent aura erupted forth, and Uchiha Ye's pupils underwent a sudden transformation, the crimson of his Sharingan reflecting the pitch-black figure of Heibai. Have you underestimated me? Uchiha Ye slowly raised his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips, but his tone held a chilling indifference. If I continue to grow stronger, what significance does the infinite Tsukuyami hold? A shiver of unease gripped Heibai, yet it did not fear being a product of yin-yang release. Ordinary ninjutsu posed no threat to it. However, the next moment, its pupils constricted in shock. Uchiha Ye's eyes had shifted from Sharingan to Rinnegan. What? Heibai's mind reeled. Apart from Uchiha Madara, there exists another individual who has awakened the Rinnegan postnatally. The birth of the Rinnegan requires either innate possession or the fusion of Ashura and Indra's chakra. Just moments ago, Heibai had sensed both energies emanating from Uchiha Ye, initially believing it to be an illusion, but now, this reality shattered its understanding. Furthermore, even with the combined chakra of both, awakening the Rinnegan is typically a lengthy process. Uchiha Madara spent a lifetime reaching this stage, yet this young man accomplished it effortlessly? Heibai's thoughts raced as it realized that only a Rinnegan wielder could summon the outer path golem at will. Yet the problem was, this young man not only refused to comply, but also exuded an aura of perilous hostility. Heh! Uchiha Ye's palm twitched, the dark orbs of the pursuit of truth slowly materializing, radiating a chilling aura of destruction. He regarded Heibai with a half-smile, a disturbing light flickering in the depths of his gaze. Since you have come, do not think of leaving. Crisis loomed. Heibai's already darkened expression turned grim as it had never before experienced such a sense of impending doom. Uchiha Ye was far more formidable than it had anticipated. I must escape. Yet before Heibai could act, Uchiha Ye raised his hand and waved. Boom. The void trembled as the power of the 6 paths surged forth, and several orbs of the pursuit of truth shot forth like meteors, sealing off all of Heibai's escape routes. 6 paths, Hell's Entombment. Uchiha Ye sneered, clenching his fist suddenly. And the orbs erupted, transforming into a cataclysmic storm of darkness that engulfed Heibai. Heibai emitted a piercing scream as its form twisted and dissolved beneath the relentless pressure of the orbs. However, just as Uchiha Ye believed he had vanquished it completely, Heibai's torn body began to writhe violently, transforming into countless black tendrils that scattered in all directions. Attempting to flee, Uchiha Ye scoffed, his hands swiftly forming seals as he pushed forward. In an instant, 4 orbs of the pursuit of truth elongated and shot forth, ruthlessly cleaving towards the shadow of Heibai's escape. Hiss! Heibai's tendrils were instantly severed, the remnants of its black form dissipating like smoke. Yet its will did not perish entirely. Rather, in the moment of fragmentation, it transformed into a slender remnant, vanishing deep into the ground. Uchiha Ye's gaze cooled, his sensory abilities extending as he sought to pinpoint Heibai's location, but a moment later, his brow furrowed slightly. It has vanished? Beneath the earth, a faint shadow moved slowly, Heibai's voice echoing ominously in the void. Uchiha Ye. Swoosh. The shadow completely concealed itself, as if it had never existed. Uchiha Ye stared intently at the direction of Heibai's disappearance, his gaze profound, yet a hint of playful amusement curled at the corners of his lips. Heh, you are quite swift in your escape. He gradually withdrew his hand, gazing down at the ground, his rinnegan rotating slightly, refracting an unfathomable light. However, next time, your fortune will not be so favorable. Chapter 34. Making this devouring world a little better. Uchiha Ye found Heibai's assertions rather agreeable. At least the initial part about becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki was indeed an alluring goal. However, he scoffed at the latter part regarding the infinite Tsukuyomi. With an existing system, why bother with the infinite Tsukuyomi? Uchiha Ye let out a cold laugh, a hint of derision flashing in his eyes. Do you expect me to squander this golden opportunity? Kaguya ultimately is merely a woman consumed by her own obsessions. She may well understand that those beings, the white Zetsu, transformed from humans, are utterly insignificant before the true Otsutsuki clan. Yet, she remains steadfast in her futile preparations, perhaps as a means of self-deception or simply as a source of solace. White Zetsu. When the true Otsutsuki descends, those entities would not even qualify as cannon fodder. However, Uchiha Ye remains unperturbed. He believes that with the system at his disposal, he will inevitably become the true god of the shinobi world. In the land of rain, the weather stands in stark contrast to the distinctly seasonal climate of Konoha, as it is perpetually shrouded in a veil of rain. The gentle patter of raindrops strikes the dilapidated eaves, cascading down the dark tiles, coalescing into slender streams that meander through the narrow alleyways. The entire village is enveloped in a damp mist, the air thick and oppressive. However, this downpour is not solely a product of nature. Part of it is due to Nagato's continuous use of the Yoko Jizai no Jutsu to sense any disturbances within the village. Deep within this rain-drenched town stands a towering edifice, resembling an indifferent deity. Uchiha Ye strolls leisurely along the slick stone path. The rain is meant to drench him. Yet an invisible repulsive force diverts it a few inches away, causing it to slide harmlessly to the ground. He gazes quietly at the tower, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Akatsuki, he murmurs softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. At the pinnacle of the tower, Nagato's rinnegan constricts slightly. Hidden in the shadows, Konan's expression shifts as she watches the figure slowly approaching through the rain. Inside the tower, Nagato's rinnegan peers through the layers of rain. Fixating on the man below, his brow furrowed. His chakra is formidable, he observes. Konan's gaze sharpens, her tone grave. Who is he? Uchiha Ye, Nagato replies, his voice low and contemplative, a presence that cannot be overlooked. White Zetsu has already relayed pertinent information to him. Thus he is aware that this Uchiha is an exceedingly arrogant individual, a madman who venerates the supremacy of force. This aligns perfectly with Akatsuki's ideology. Yet, Nagato does not feel fear. He is a god. Konan's eyes turn cold as she subtly raises her sleeve, concealing explosive tags within her fingers. The door swings open. Uchiha Ye strides in, his steps steady, his demeanor indifferent, as though this core stronghold of Akatsuki were merely an informal courtyard he frequents at will. Nagato wisely disperses the guards, understanding that they cannot impede Uchiha Ye. Nagato regards the newcomer silently. What brings you here? Uchiha Ye meets Nagato's gaze. A faint arc of a smile upon his lips. To take you. Konan's eyes suddenly chill, the explosive tags in her grasp quivering slightly. Nagato squints, his tone calm. Do you wish to become the leader of Akatsuki? Uchiha Ye smiles nonchalantly. That is about right. His gaze sweeps over Nagato and Konan, his tone leisurely. I aim to unify the shinobi world, establishing a coherent resource allocation system and a scientific development model. I wish for ninjas to transcend mere instruments of war and become contributors to society. For instance, within the Umbu of Konoha, there is a ninja who utilizes his abilities as a construction worker, achieving efficiency several times that of an ordinary person. This serves as the best example. Additionally, I seek to advance technology and increase food production, thereby alleviating hunger. I aspire to make this cannibalistic world a little less grim. His voice is deep and powerful. This goal bears striking resemblance to the core objectives of Akatsuki. Nagato remained silent. Originally, Akatsuki's plan was to make the world feel pain, using tailed beasts as a deterrent to forcibly end wars. However, while such methods may yield temporary results, they impose immense pressure on the organization. The major shinobi villages consistently view Akatsuki as a thorn in their side, vowing to eradicate it. Yet, the world envisioned by this man seems to extend far beyond their aspirations. However, Uchiha Ye's voice sharpens, his gaze piercing. Thus, you stand before two paths, either submit or perish. The air grows heavy with tension. Nagato's expression tightens, and his chakra surges dramatically. The figure of the six paths of pain manifests, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping the rain-soaked night. Are you prepared to face divine judgment? Uchiha Ye scoffs. A god? You stand before me as nothing more than a flawed puppet. What? Nagato and Konan are struck with disbelief, their eyes widening in shock. The man before them has also awakened the Rinnegan. Nagato, who prides himself on being a god due to possessing this eye revered as the Eye of God, firmly believes he is destined to alter the shinobi world. Yet now, everything he holds true is being undermined by another pair of identical eyes. The violent chakra clashes within the rainy night, inciting a tempest. The entire tower is instantly engulfed at the eye of the storm. Meanwhile, in a hidden locale, Black Zetsu's form is marred with cracks, his aura diminished, as he stealthily navigates through the shadows, ultimately infiltrating a dark cavern. Within, Uchiha Obito stands silently before the rocky wall, his expression impassive. This is his sanctuary for recovery. Since that night in the Uchiha clan's territory, where he suffered severe injuries from Uchiha Ye's Jinjutsu, he has been lying in wait here. What has happened? Black Zetsu suppresses the turmoil within, speaking urgently. Uchiha Ye is making contact with Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito's pupils constrict, a murderous intent surging within his Sharingan. What does he intend? Black Zetsu grits his teeth, his voice low and filled with rage. He claims he wishes to unify the shinobi world. His injuries leave him with no alternatives. If Uchiha Ye truly engages with Nagato, should Nagato fall, then all of his painstaking plans will be in vain. At this moment, perhaps he can only make use of this fool temporarily. The air thickens with tension. Uchiha Obito's expression grows increasingly frigid, murderous intent roiling deep within his pupils. This man had once inflicted such grievous harm upon him that he has yet to fully recover, and now he dares to encroach upon his plans? He believes he can. The words trail off. Obito slowly raises his head, his Sharingan glowing ominously. Let us see if he possesses the qualifications. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly asserts, we need to make preparations in advance. Chapter 35, Is this Uchiha Ye? In the Rain Village. The gentle drizzle descends from the overcast sky like an endless lament, softly tapping against the dilapidated eaves and muddy streets. The entire village is steeped in a cold, gray world, with the air saturated with moisture and a heavy, oppressive, murderous intent. Suddenly, a flash of violet-white lightning illuminates a solitary, proud figure. Uchiha Ye stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his hair and clothing fluttering in the wind, the purple light in his eyes flickering within the rain. At this moment, six figures materialize between him and Nagato, forming a cold, imposing barrier. Their eyes are nearly identical, indifferent and ruthless, as if they were 6 emotionless corpses endowed with the Rinnegan. The black and red cloud-patterned Akatsuki uniforms sway slightly in the rain, exuding a chilling aura. The 6 paths of pain. Uchiha Ye's gaze sharpens. He utters a few words, then lets out a cold laugh, his tone laced with unabashed mockery. You dare to use puppets against me? Nagato, do you look down upon me? The 6 paths of pain remain motionless, yet the Deva path slowly steps forward, his voice cold and mechanical. You are too dangerous. Deploying the 6 paths against you alone is a reasonable judgment. Uchiha Ye gently raises his head, the raindrops cascading down his stern face, landing upon the mocking smile at the corner of his lips. His gaze was devoid of warmth, and a hint of disdain colored his tone. Danger? He shook his head, the scornful smile deepening. No, you are merely afraid. You have played the role of a god for too long, to the point that you have begun to believe it yourself. He lifted his eyes, his gaze as frigid as frost, and his voice resonated like thunder, shaking the surroundings. Unfortunately, you are but a pitiful creature clinging to a machine, struggling to survive. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify. In the next instant, the full form of Susanoo emerged. Boom! The sky erupted with a deafening crack, an invisible force tearing through the curtain of rain. The purple chakra surged like a tumultuous ocean, and a colossal shadow rose from behind Uchiha Ye, its semi-transparent armor shimmering with an eerie glow, its mask gazing down upon the battlefield like a judge. Nagato and Conan's pupils abruptly contracted, the immense presence of Susanoo nearly suffocating them. It was far more massive and formidable than they had anticipated. Nagato's eyes turned icy, and he raised his hand without hesitation. Shinra Tensei. Boom. A shockwave as powerful as a mountain surged forth, shaking the very ground of Amigakure, buildings crumbling like mere paper before the invisible might. The air filled with the shrill cries of shattering glass. In the face of this overwhelming pressure, Susanoo crossed its arms, shielding Uchiha Ye. Bang! The force crashed like a furious tide, yet merely caused Susanoo's form to ripple slightly, unscathed. The earth fractured, a deep chasm appearing, thick smoke billowing upward. Yet Uchiha Ye remained standing, as imposing as a deity. Nagato's pupils narrowed, his heart shaken. Was Shinra Tensei truly thwarted? Before he could collect himself, Susanoo advanced with its sword raised, the blade's light slicing through the air. Retreat. Conan quickly unfurled her paper wings, soaring into the sky, her figure like a fleeting light. The 6 paths of pain reacted swiftly, the beast's path summoning a gigantic bird to carry Nagato aloft, while the others scattered in haste. Boom! Susanoo's long blade descended, cleaving the buildings below like parchment, the entire area appearing as if torn apart by a tempest. Bansho Tenin, Nagato shouted angrily, suddenly raising his hand. The surrounding debris instantly drawn toward him, coalescing into a massive sphere of wreckage, hurtling towards Susanoo like a meteor. However, Uchiha Ye did not even lift his head, simply uttering with indifference, foolish. With a swift motion of Susanoo's blade, the sphere was cleaved in two, debris scattering like dust. At that moment, Conan in the air, her face as cold as ice, spread her arms wide, unleashing a storm of paper that rained down like 1,000 sharp blades, overwhelming the battlefield. Boom! These papers were explosive tags. In an instant, the world transformed into a sea of flames. The explosive tags detonated in succession, the sound of explosions crashing like waves. The other panes began to act as well, the Azura Path's mechanisms firing missiles and lasers, their concentrated assault pouring down on Susanoo like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions filled the air, fire and thunder intertwining. Yet the colossal purple war deity remained steadfast, as if these attacks were but a mere tickle. The beast's path followed closely, summoning monstrous creatures like a 3-headed dog and a cyclopean rhinoceros, howling as they charged at Susanoo. Yet, before Susanoo, they were as insignificant as ants. Uchiha Ye merely waved his hand coldly. Slash. Susanoo's massive sword fell, instantly cleaving the cyclopean rhinoceros in two, blood and flesh scattering. The 3-headed dog instinctively split to escape, but Susanoo's blade was astonishingly swift, reducing them to a mass of blood and viscera in the blink of an eye. Blood rained down, splattering onto Susanoo's armor, only enhancing its majesty. Shinra Tensei. Nagato, still undeterred, spread his hands wide. A powerful repulsive force tore through the air. surging toward Uchiha Ye. Truly foolish, Uchiha Ye whispered derisively, a glint of cold purple light flashing in his eyes. The blade of Susanoo rose sharply, purple flames igniting, the air vibrating with energy. Each inch of chakra along the blade radiated a searing glow, as if the will of a god had descended. Despite the relentless assault of Nagato's Shinra Tensei, the colossal force bore down on Uchiha Ye, yet Susanoo's blade descended without hesitation. Boom! With a thunderous sound. Nagato's repulsive field crumbled like paper before this might. The surrounding air quaked once more, and in an instant, a wave of destructive power swept outward, completely shattering Nagato's Shinra Tensei. In the next moment, Susanoo's long blade struck at the hell path, the cold edge racing forth like lightning, bearing down with an irresistible weight. Bang! The hell path had no chance to struggle, the blade's light tearing through it, its body instantaneously reduced to fragments. Blood and flesh splattering into the air like shooting stars. Conan, observing from above, was drenched in cold sweat, her eyes filled with helplessness and despair. She watched as the body of the hell path disintegrated into a pile of debris, feeling the overwhelming power emanating from Uchiha Ye. Her heart weighed down as if by a boulder. "We cannot withstand him," she murmured softly. Nagato's gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Ye, his expression stern, his eyes reflecting unmasked shock and fury. He clenched his teeth tightly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Due to the chakra consumed to sustain the outer path's Gedomazo, he was already somewhat depleted, and this battle had drained even more of his energy. Is this what Uchiha Ye truly is? Chapter 36. My suffering surpasses yours. The immense form of Susanoo continued to dominate the battlefield. Purple flames flowing like a torrent across its surface, akin to a deity's arrival, effortlessly crushing all obstacles in its path. The air was thick with a suffocating silence, the only sound being the heat of the purple flames silently consuming everything. The Hungry Ghost Path and Azura Path were annihilated in an instant under the sweep of Susanoo's blade. Uchiha Ye's frigid aura enveloped the entire battlefield, instilling a sense of dread. Nagato stood at a distance, taking a deep breath, lifting his head, his gaze piercing through the billowing smoke, surveying the shattered landscape before him. This world, once filled with hope, had now been torn apart by the blood and fire of war. His heart was devoid of anger. It was filled only with profound exhaustion and an indescribable pain. The unification of the ninja world sounded like a dream worth aspiring to. His voice, low and calm, yet laced with endless fatigue, suggested that all hope had turned pale and powerless. Yet even if the ninja world were united, if people had never felt pain, how could they cherish this hard-earned peace? He spoke slowly, his voice gradually rising, infused with a long-suppressed resolve and determination. Without extreme suffering, humanity cannot truly reflect, and conflict cannot be extinguished. He gazed resolutely ahead, as if he had already made the final decision in his heart. Therefore, war will inevitably come, and the ninja world will remain fragmented. This was not pessimism, but a truth he had accepted, buried deep within his innermost beliefs. Peace was but an illusory dream. Only after enduring endless suffering would true awakening emerge. Witnessing this, Conan seemed to comprehend something, urgently rushing towards Nagato, desperate to halt this course of action. She grasped his arm tightly, her eyes shimmering with despair and fear. She knew Nagato could no longer endure such a tremendous depletion of chakra, yet he persisted in clinging to his beliefs, heading towards the precipice of destruction. Nagato, no, you will die. Her voice nearly erupted in a scream, filled with boundless sorrow and pleading. Nagato did not turn back, his gaze fixed forward, penetrating the ever-shattering void, focusing on that distant target. His heart seemed to have reached a state of resolute determination, as if all suffering and struggle had become impotent against his steadfast belief. Humanity awakens only in the face of suffering. His voice became hollow and distant, as though he were conversing with himself. What they truly needed was not the fantasy of peace, but rather a pain they could endure. He closed his eyes, allowing everything around him to blur, as if nothing else mattered except for that heavy conviction. Xiaonan's expression was one of anguish, and she flapped her wings to swiftly distance herself from the core area. She understood that no matter how hard she tried to prevent it, she could not alter Nagato's decision. After Xiaonan left the core area, Nagato's gaze sharpened, and the palm of Pain Tendo suddenly came together, dark chakras surging forth, enveloping everything around them. The sky seemed to grow heavier, and a dense atmosphere filled the battlefield. Those who do not comprehend pain cannot understand true peace. Pain Tendo raised his hand and bellowed, "Shinra Tensei." His voice resonated like thunder on a rainy night, deafening and imbued with a cataclysmic force. A black sphere detached from Pain Tendo's palm, ascending into the air, and immediately emanated a powerful gravitational force. The debris and structures on the ground began to tremble, drawn upward by the immense gravity. That formidable power resembled a colossal black hole, devouring everything. Whether it was fragments of buildings or the civilians caught in the area, all succumbed to the pull, rising into the sky and ultimately coalescing into a pitch-black sphere. At this moment, Nagato's nose bled, and he gasped for air, his gaze fixed on that black sphere, the tension in the sky escalating, the pressure in the air almost suffocating. Just then, a cold, disdainful laugh shattered the silence. "Shinra Tensei?" Uchiha Ye's voice cut through the battlefield like a chilling wind, dripping with scorn. He then spoke with even greater fervor, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Nagato, my pain surpasses yours." This deafening proclamation seemed to freeze the air around them. Nagato was taken aback. Uchiha Ye's Susanoo abruptly soared into the air. That colossal figure twisted in the sky, purple flames surging like raging waves. A powerful repulsion emanating from the blade, aimed directly at the heavens. In that instant, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew tenser, the surrounding space seemingly oppressed by this overwhelming pressure. The blade of Susanoo appeared to transcend conventional physical laws, wielding immense strength and repulsion as it carved a terrifying trajectory through the air, striking fiercely at the Shinra Tensei summoned by Nagato. In a heartbeat, a thunderous clash resounded, as if the heavens and earth themselves trembled in response to this conflict. The two colossal forces collided violently in midair, the air tearing apart, creating intense ripples. Under Uchiha Ye's control, that power nearly reached its limit, utterly shattering the core of Nagato's proud Shinra Tensei. Boom! A series of explosions reverberated throughout the battlefield, flames and shockwaves colliding, light and darkness intertwining in an instant, as if doomsday had arrived. Nagato's eyes widened in disbelief, staring dumbfounded at the chaotic scene above. He could not believe that his Shinra Tensei had been so easily torn apart by Uchiha Ye's repulsion. The core of Shinra Tensei began to destabilize and crack, the black sphere disintegrating rapidly in the air, forming a massive explosion vortex. The powerful gravitational force that had once enveloped the battlefield vanished in an instant, debris, fragments, and even some individuals being flung in all directions by the tremendous shockwave, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ye's Susanoo remained unscathed, its blade still held high, purple flames burning fiercely, as if he had become the sole sovereign of this battlefield. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Nagato's eyes, yet soon, calmness and resolve resurfaced, though his heart grew heavier. "No, this is impossible," Nagato murmured, a complex light flashing in his gaze. The giant Susanoo descended slowly, and Uchiha Ye emerged, his expression stern. "Nagato, your pain cannot compare to mine." Uchiha Ye's voice was deep, carrying a sense of oppression. "True power is the key to controlling everything. What you call peace is nothing but a mere fantasy." As the words left his lips, the core of Shinra Tensei shattered completely, a colossal explosion engulfing the sky. Chapter 37. The true master of these eyes is Uchiha Madara. At the moment of Shinra Tensei's destruction, the heavens seemed to be torn asunder, a curtain of darkness dividing the sky from the earth, leaving only a blazing chasm in between. Thousands of fragments were enveloped in a bluish-white chakra, tracing dense trajectories amidst the torrential rain, each trajectory resembling a spear of divine punishment, igniting the air as they plummeted to the ground, roaring incessantly like a symphony of thunder. Amidst the din, Nagato's slender fingers clutched the armrest of his wheelchair tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. His rinnegan trembled violently, the purple concentric circular patterns twisting and pulsating in his eye sockets, threatening to rupture. "This is impossible." A hoarse voice seemed to be swallowed by the raging winds and rain, yet it squeezed forth from the depths of his throat. He suddenly coughed, his chest heaving violently. Torrents of blood erupting from the corners of his mouth and the chakra conduits of his puppet body, the crimson mist quickly diluted in the rain, resembling a manjishage wilting in the wind. His spine emitted a jarring crack, the 6 black rods embedded within his body writhing beneath his skin, revealing grotesque angles. akin to snakes struggling to escape. Shinra Tensei has been forcibly broken. In the center of the sky, the gravitational core, which was meant to serve as an eternal prison, now crumbled and fell like a shattered star core, debris raining down, flames cascading like a waterfall. Xiao Nan's paper wings disintegrated into a flurry of white butterflies amidst the shockwave, remnants of talismans carrying embers and chakras scattering in the storm, like souls torn asunder. Drifting helplessly between heaven and earth, she endured the piercing buzz in her eardrums and the violent tremors in her chest, barely managing to fall beside Nagato's wheelchair. Her eyes widened in terror, rainwater and tears mingling. The chakra flow has completely spiraled out of control. She realized that Nagato's life could end at any moment. Yet Nagato gently lifted a frail hand, trembling as he brushed her forehead. His gaze was gentle and calm, yet his voice was deep and powerful. Xiao Nan. I am fine. Tears streamed down Xiao Nan's face. Her throat choked, unable to refute him. Just then, a heavy footfall echoed through the rain. The oppressive weight of the atmosphere seemingly leaving only that suffocating presence between heaven and earth. The mighty silhouette of Susanoo towered over the ruins, purple chakra coalescing like armor. On its forehead stood Uchiha Ye, hands clasped behind his back. The giant blade of Susanoo loomed high, its edge aimed directly at the shattered remnants in the rain. The air seemed to solidify, even the raindrops avoiding it. Uchiha Ye stood atop the forehead of Susanoo, the Rinnegan slowly rotating, the purple radiance piercing through the rain curtain. His voice was deep yet clear, resonating through the realms. I, Uchiha Ye, am a reasonable man. Surrender or perish. His tone was calm, devoid of any emotion. Yet it sent chills down the spine. Any action you take next will be considered a provocation. With a sudden shift, his gaze sharpened, piercing like a blade into the heart. In that case, there would be no need for the Rain Shinobi village to exist. With a rumble, a clap of thunder seemed to respond. The giant blade of Susanoo pressed down lightly, and the tempest roared, as if delivering the final judgment of a deity. Nagato gritted his teeth, his face as pale as parchment, his joints trembling slightly from exertion. He had once suppressed enemies countless times with the Six Paths, even aspiring to challenge the entire shinobi world. Yet at that moment, uncertainty and fear arose within his heart for the first time. The mysterious disappearance of the Outer Path's golem echoed in his mind like a resounding alarm bell. He suddenly realized that the Uchiha Shursui before him, who had also awakened the Rinnegan, might possess the ability to control even the Outer Path's golem. If he were to act recklessly, it would not only cost him his life, but also that of Conan. He cast a glance at the woman beside him, her face drenched by the rain, her tears indistinguishable from the droplets. She trembled, yet stood resolutely in front of him, seemingly prepared to shield him from any impending danger. The death of Yahiko had already torn his heart asunder, and he vowed never to let anyone close to him sacrifice themselves again. He could not afford to lose Conan. Nagato clenched his teeth, struggling to raise a hand, taking a deep breath, shutting his eyes, suppressing the humiliation and fury within, and hoarsely but resolutely declared, "We surrender." The suffocating sense of oppression in the air suddenly crystallized. Uchiha Shursui raised an eyebrow, the Rinnegan slowly retracting. He gave a slight nod, a nearly imperceptible smile gracing his lips. A wise choice. As his words fell, the purple chakra dissipated like a receding tide, the immense Susanoo collapsing in an instant, transforming into specks of light that danced away with the wind. The overwhelming pressure finally, in the curtain of rain, quietly came to an end. The rain ceased, yet the stifling atmosphere still loomed over the ruins, akin to a nightmare that had yet to conclude. Nagato leaned against his wheelchair, his complexion as pale as parchment. The fluctuations of chakra within him nearly diminished. Conan stood beside him, her hands gently shielding him, her gaze filled with complex emotions as she watched Uchiha Shursui approach. After a prolonged silence, Nagato slowly spoke, his voice low and hoarse. "Uchiha Shursui can interfere with the Outer Path's golem, even perceiving my techniques in an instant." He lifted a hand, pointing at his Rinnegan, which was already etched with pain and obsession. "Whose eyes are these?" Conan gasped, turning to look at him. "Do you remember, Conan? Since we embarked on this path, I have always believed these eyes to be a divine gift, the power to change the world." He shook his head with a bitter smile, the gray hues of the sky reflected in his purple Rinnegan. "But now, I increasingly feel they are shackles, a prison." Before he could finish his thought, his pupils suddenly jolted. In that instant, his body froze, his words abruptly halted. Conan, she had just called out, but was violently thrust several meters away by a dark shadow, crashing against a crumbling wall, blood spilling from her mouth. She stared wide-eyed at Nagato. No, that was no longer the Nagato she knew. A dark, ink-like substance extended from the nape of his neck, coiling around his spine and head, ultimately invading his eye sockets. His body trembled slightly, his expression vacant and cold. The eyes that once belonged to a god now seemed to be seized by some malevolent will, turning lifeless and frigid. A deep, ominous voice emanated from his mouth, yet it was not his own. Finally, it is my turn to take the stage. The figure of Kurizetsu slowly rose from behind Nagato, enveloping him like the night sky. His voice, devoid of emotion, carried an eerie chill. These eyes were never yours. You are merely a host, a vessel, the most seamless piece in my grand design. Nagato's body twitched slightly, seemingly attempting to resist, but the form in the wheelchair was already immobilized. Conan struggled to rise, her face filled with horror. Who are you? Kurizetsu slowly turned, a chillingly cruel smile appearing on his face. You are merely a puppet nurturing the Rinnegan. The true master of these eyes is Uchiha Madara. I am the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will, Kurizetsu. Chapter 38. Uchiha Obito's PTSD. I am Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu proclaimed with glee, his voice low and sinister, as if delivering a decree from the depths of hell. As his words fell, he manipulated Nagato's body. In that moment, familiar hand seals began to form one by one, accompanied by a suffocating sense of pressure. Nagato's pupils trembled violently, and he gasped in disbelief. Do you intend to activate the Rinne rebirth technique? To resurrect Uchiha Madara? Kurizetsu offered no reply, only a cold laugh, as if victory was assured, continuing to force Nagato's chakra to flow. His hands seemed no longer under his own control, gradually completing the technique capable of reviving the dead. Conan, go? Nagato's voice was strained, attempting to break free, yet it was in vain. No. Conan finally broke down, crying out heart-wrenchingly, her eyes bloodshot, struggling to rush towards Nagato, only to be hurled back by an unseen shadow. In the next moment, Kurizetsu's demeanor changed abruptly, Uchiha Shirsue's figure appearing before him. Uchiha Shirsue extended his hand, his palm radiating a cold light, slowly pressing against Nagato's chest, attempting to sever Kurizetsu's control entirely. You dare to return? Kurizetsu neither fled nor resisted, but instead smirked slightly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. How delightful. Just as Uchiha Shirsue prepared to strike, Kurizetsu furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual spatial disturbance from behind. Kamui. A thunderous voice suddenly rang out. The void twisted, and a figure wearing a tiger-striped mask abruptly appeared, reaching out to touch Uchiha Shirsue's shoulder. In that moment, Uchiha Obito's pupils dilated, an uncontrollable ecstasy rising within him. I've got him. Uchiha Shirsue's form was being distorted by spatial power, seemingly on the verge of being pulled into Obito's alternate dimension. However, in that instant, Uchiha Shirsue flicked his right hand, a shuriken slicing through the air, unexpectedly piercing Obito's form. What? Simultaneously, Uchiha Shirsue's figure transformed into a burst of ink-like brilliance, scattering in the air, vanishing without a trace. How is this possible? Uchiha Obito stood frozen, his mind struggling to process the abrupt change. He suddenly realized something. He had seen this technique before. The next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he felt an intense, scorching wave of chakra above him, as if the sun had ignited upon him. It was Uchiha Shirsue. Unbeknownst to him, Shirsue had already appeared in midair, his right hand gathering a blinding vortex of blue chakra. Rasengan. This was no ordinary Rasengan, but one infused with Ashura's chakra, descending like a meteor. Boom. The massive sphere of chakra crashed into Uchiha Obito's back, causing the ground to tremble violently. A shockwave of explosion rising into the air, sweeping in all directions. Uchiha Obito's intangibility could not counteract the impact in that fleeting moment. Ah! He let out a pained scream, his body flung like a rag doll several meters away, carving a deep trench into the ground, blood mist erupting. This was still a fortunate outcome, as Uchiha Obito had managed to activate intangibility just in time. Otherwise, he would have been obliterated. Kurizetsu, witnessing this from a distance, finally changed his expression. Damn it, my plan is being disrupted. He muttered a curse under his breath, immediately reacting. His body seemed to soften like black mud, splitting apart. One part flowed along the ground like water, wrapping around Nagato's powerless form, dragging him towards a corner far from the battlefield. You never learn, do you? Uchiha Shursui remarked with a cold smile, gazing at the disheveled Uchiha Obito, his eyes filled with derision. Obito's mask shattered once more, fragments scattering, blood and charred remnants intertwining. His body was torn and battered by the colossal Rasengan, exposed muscles riddled with cracks, blood flowing profusely. The white Zetsu fused with him was on the verge of collapse. Half of his body utterly eroded, a mixture of milky white and crimson liquid dripping down, painting a horrifying trail on the ground. Uchiha Obito gasped heavily, a rare fear flickering in his eyes. After the night of the clan's massacre, how could this man continue to grow stronger? Even more terrifying was the fact that he could execute the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, which he had come to loathe. It had only been a few months since the massacre, yet this individual's rate of growth was nothing short of inhuman. Uchiha Obito's body instinctively recoiled from the man before him. Even the simple act of lifting his gaze made him avert his eyes instinctively. He did not comprehend the term PTSD, but perhaps if he did, he would recognize that his symptoms mirrored its essence. Uchiha Itachi murmured softly, spitting out a mouthful of thick blood, which trickled down his chin in vivid scarlet. Straining to muster a sarcastic smile, he spoke with bloodied lips. You. Before he could finish his sentence, waves of energy emanated from Uchiha Itachi's body, as a Susanoo skeleton abruptly materialized, a cold blade forming between its bony fingers, descending upon him without warning. Humph, such tricks hold no power over me. Just as he spoke, Obito's pupils constricted sharply. For what lay before him was not merely a singular blade, but rather dozens. Each Susanoo stood as if conjured from the void, arrayed in a line. The intent to kill palpable, freezing the very air around them. His smile froze upon his face. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Obito knelt upon the ground, drenched in blood. Uchiha Itachi gripped his neck, lifting him high, his gaze as cold as frost. Kakashi's Raikiri, he stated with an indifferent tone, as if merely presenting a fact, is always a fraction faster than you. Just like back then, you could never save Rin. Upon finishing his words, he exerted pressure with his fingertips. The sound of bones dislocating echoed sharply in the silence. Uchiha Obito's pupils violently contracted, his breath stifled, consciousness slipping away bit by bit. With a soft thud, Uchiha Itachi released his hold, and Obito's lifeless body fell to the ground like a tattered puppet, producing a dull thud upon impact. The corpse lay sprawled, eyes wide open, anger and resentment frozen upon its face, unable to close in death. Yet compared to him, the countless souls of the Uchiha clan who had perished unjustly bore far greater hatred. Uchiha Itachi slowly withdrew his gaze, turning to look at another figure lurking in the shadows. It was Kurizetsu, who was currently controlling Nagato's body, standing amidst the darkness, seemingly sensing the gaze of death. Trembling ever so slightly, a cold smile crept upon Uchiha Itachi's lips, his eyes glinting like blades, his voice deep yet imbued with murderous intent. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 39. The hunt begins with Orochimaru. Useless. Kurizetsu silently cursed, yet maintained an impassive facade. However, the chilling emptiness in his eyes involuntarily narrowed. Even Kurizetsu, in that moment, felt a bone-deep chill. Uchiha Itachi's gaze was frigid and sinister, piercing like a blade through the soul, as though he could see through Kurizetsu's very essence, unraveling the 1,000-year conspiracy behind it. Kurizetsu's heart sank slightly. This youth was far more dangerous than anticipated. It had assumed that Uchiha Obito, even as a failure, could at least stall Uchiha Itachi for a moment, but once again, its understanding of failure had been shattered. After merely a few dozen minutes, it had been defeated. Humph. Kurizetsu scoffed softly, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in its eyes. Yet soon, it regained its icy composure. It never relied on a single piece. A fallen pawn merely paved the way for a larger strategy. Uchiha Itachi, you are ultimately just a player in this game. A sly smile crept upon Kurizetsu's lips. In the next moment, a low, chilling laughter echoed across the shattered battlefield, like a serpent hissing in one's ear, sending shivers down the spine. What a lively scene. Before the words had fully escaped, a gray shadow suddenly darted forth from the darkness. Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Several pale and menacing snake figures shot forth from the wide sleeves, moving like living beings, hissing and writhing, lunging at Uchiha Itachi. However, faced with this sudden assault, Uchiha Itachi remained unfazed, merely waving his right hand gently. Shinra Tensei. An invisible force erupted with a thunderous blast, warping the air, and the snake apparitions disintegrated, turning into a mist of blood and shattered flesh, scattering across the ground. Orochimaru stood at the edge of the battlefield, his pupils narrowing, licking his lips, a more pronounced madness gleaming in his eyes. A perfect, truly perfect prey. Ordinarily, this battle did not fall within the Akatsuki's predefined mission. The organization's orders were straightforward: recruit new members, scout for combat abilities. The other members were all busy across the shinobi world, diligently gathering recruits. However, for Orochimaru, such tasks held no significance. Uchiha Itachi had perished long ago on the night of the massacre, never joining the Akatsuki. The experimental subject he had eagerly anticipated had turned to dust, his remains incinerated by Uchiha Itachi until nothing remained. Coupled with the mysterious disappearance of the Outer Path Golem, Pain was overwhelmed, having no time to manage his most unruly colleague. Thus, Orochimaru relished the solitude, wandering alone in a secret base near Amigakure, immersed in endless research and experimentation. Until a few days prior, Kurizetsu had arrived. On that stormy night, amidst the torrential rain, the half-white, half-black creature emerged silently from the shadows, bypassing layer upon layer of barriers as if it had appeared from thin air. It presented Orochimaru with a container, within which lay a pulsating mass, exuding an ancient and overwhelmingly oppressive chakra. Kurizetsu's voice was low and alluring. Uchiha Madara's cells, along with the true secrets of the Rinnegan. Additionally, several rare ninja corpses and a plethora of white Zetsu samples as gifts. Orochimaru quickly discovered through experimentation that the white Zetsu's body could only be described with two words: extraordinary. It boasted an exceptionally high survival rate and strong chakra compatibility, akin to a perfect vessel for the Edo Tensei technique. Had he not already known that Kurizetsu was not human, he might have doubted whether this was a divine boon. With the assistance of white Zetsu, he even successfully optimized the Edo Tensei technique. Were it not for his physical body not yet reaching the point of replacement, he might have even contemplated using white Zetsu as a body clone. However, he remained cautious regarding Kurizetsu's proposition. Why would an informant possess such forbidden items? The origins, intentions, and even existence of Kurizetsu were shrouded in mystery. Yet, more than these doubts, what excited him was another name: Uchiha Itachi. As he delved into Uchiha Itachi's combat records, his fingers trembled. The night of the massacre, the Sharingan. Now reappearing, it was indeed the Rinnegan. Did this signify that the Sharingan could evolve further? Those eyes, that power. The potential embedded within that mysterious bloodline was an irresistible temptation for Orochimaru, who harbored an obsessive fixation on the Kekkei Genkai. As a researcher, Orochimaru had long deduced from subtle clues that Pain was merely a puppet controlled by Nagato. He had not disclosed this finding, partly due to lack of necessity and partly as leverage for future negotiations with Nagato. Currently, the 2 points that truly perplexed him were: firstly, the Rinnegan possessed by Pain clearly belonged to Nagato, yet Nagato was undeniably of the Uzumaki clan. If that was the case, as the Rinnegan is an advanced form of the Sharingan, Nagato could not possibly awaken such a bloodline limit through his own abilities. Secondly, how did Kurizetsu possess such profound knowledge of the Rinnegan's secrets? Wasn't he Nagato's confidant? Where had he obtained this information? Orochimaru pondered deeply, gradually conceiving several possibilities. Perhaps Nagato's Rinnegan was not innate, but rather an acquired transplant. And Kurizetsu had been involved in this meticulously laid conspiracy from the very beginning. This mysterious Kurizetsu might be more worthy of dissection than he had initially imagined. Upon reaching this point, a glimmer of fervor flashed through Orochimaru's elongated serpent-like pupils. He had not come to assist anyone. He was here to hunt, to pursue the night, to seek out every unknown he yearned to study. At that moment, Uchiha Ye's gaze also fell upon him. It was a look that conveyed tranquility and coldness, yet tinged with a hint of curiosity, akin to a scientist observing an unopened specimen. This individual, like his own disciple, was undoubtedly a genius, arguably the most perilous scientist in the ninja world. Orochimaru's voice resonated deeply and oppressively, like thunder rumbling beneath the earth. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru displayed a blissful smile, as if he had heard the most enchanting melody in existence. Ha ha ha. You are even more powerful and alluring than I anticipated. How did you achieve the Sharingan and Rinnegan? Uchiha Ye slightly lowered his head, his gaze flickering. Do you wish to know? I certainly wish to know. Orochimaru licked his lips, his voice low and excited. I have even prepared the experimental tools. As he spoke, his hand signs changed rapidly. Impure world reincarnation. As the incantation fell, the ground trembled suddenly, a sinister wind swirling up dust. The earth cracked open, and 4 ancient coffins slowly rose from beneath, their surfaces adorned with runes and sealing marks. Bang, 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 bang. The coffin lids shattered simultaneously, accompanied by an ancient aura, revealing 4 figures. They were the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. In an instant, the atmosphere turned grave, as if the very air had solidified. Orochimaru's smile grew increasingly unrestrained, his voice hissing like a venomous serpent, murmuring with madness and excitement. Come, let me witness the legendary Uchiha Ye. Chapter 40, Operation Unleashed. The current Orochimaru was no longer the limited experimenter of the past. With the special white Zetsu cultivated from the outer path, he successfully bypassed the traditional curse of the vessel collapsing after 3 years. Furthermore, the white Zetsu produced by the outer path had an extraordinary constitution, imbued with Hashirama's cells, rendering its physical stability unparalleled. Its compatibility with Orochimaru's soul was so high that it even led him to feel a sense of permanence for the first time. The limited lifespan of traditional vessels fundamentally stemmed from the rejection reaction between the soul and body. However, the white Zetsu, in terms of both physiological structure and chakra adaptability, seemed to be born for the purpose of being occupied. He could inhabit this body long-term without needing replacements, nor would it decay. Orochimaru even developed a sense of belonging. This led him to ponder once more. How was the white Zetsu created? Truly, it is exceptionally useful. Not only that, but the experimental tools at his disposal now were far superior to those of the past. Kaguya herself provided the death god mask, allowing him to forcibly initiate the sealing ritual to extract the souls devoured by the Shinigami, including that of Namikaze Minato. The side effects of the Shiki-Fujin technique were, in Orochimaru's eyes, merely a flaw in the settings that could be circumvented. The so-called forbidden techniques were simply technologies that had yet to be fully deciphered. And now, Orochimaru stood precisely at the threshold of comprehending everything. Yet, despite this, he remained vigilant. The information accompanying the death god mask provided by Kaguya was detailed to the point of being almost considerate. The peculiar white Zetsu from the outer path had also cooperated seamlessly, granting him his desires. The smoother things progressed, the more cautious he became. Everything seemed to have been meticulously planned, waiting for him to follow the script step by step. This feeling of being led by the nose repulsed him to the core. Yet he did not cease his endeavors, for this time, he had glimpsed a possibility that transcended all previous limits. The resurrection of the past Hokage was merely a beginning. Not to mention, the combat prowess of these Hokage, revived through white Zetsu, far exceeded any individual he had crafted during his past experiments. The strength was absurd. What did this imply? It indicated that the quality of the white Zetsu individuals was significantly superior to the batch of experimental refuse he initially possessed. This was troubling. The mastermind behind it was likely not just Kaguya. Perhaps there was an unseen third hand orchestrating the pieces behind the scenes. As he fell into contemplation, Uchiha Ye's gaze gradually shifted towards the 4 Hokage. He observed with clarity. Orochimaru was restraining their will, unwilling to release or empower them. This was hardly surprising. Even one Senju Hashirama was enough to keep anyone awake at night. Using Hashirama's cells to limit Hashirama himself? How foolish. Orochimaru certainly understood this logic, which is why he chose to control rather than liberate. Uchiha Ye regarded the figures emerging from the coffins and spoke coolly. Is this your experimental tool? His tone was calm, yet possessed an air of disdain. Just these corpses? Orochimaru chuckled softly, making a slight motion with his foot and waving his hand languidly. Let us see. After all, they were once the pinnacle of the ninja world. Before his words could fade, would release, Flower Tree World. The impure world reincarnation Senju Hashirama struck first, the earth quaking violently as dense, towering trees erupted from the ground, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire battlefield in an instant. However, would release, Flower Tree World. Uchiha Ye murmured, raising his hand, and a new sea of trees surged forth like a tide. forcefully shattering the original wood release and dividing it. The old wood splintered, the new forest danced wildly, and the world was devoid of any tranquility, leaving only the clash of two powers tearing the heavens and the earth apart. The wind howled, and dust soared. A fleeting moment of astonishment crossed Orochimaru's eyes. His previously confident smile seemed to be torn apart by a sudden gale. Orochimaru's throat felt constricted, and he murmured in disbelief. This power would release? No. That is Flower Tree World. Impossible. He stood frozen, his voice laced with incredulity. That was the legendary power of the first Hokage, the true divine wood release of Senju Hashirama. Not only was it wood release, but this power seemed to even overshadow his enhanced version of impure world reincarnation that revived Hashirama. In the past, he had poured his heart and soul into countless experiments. And aside from Yamato, nearly none had survived. And Yamato's strength, in the face of the first Hokage, might not even qualify as a shadow. Orochimaru looked again towards Uchiha Ye, his gaze now brimming with profound greed and uncontrollable tremors. This is becoming increasingly interesting, Yikuin. He extended his tongue to lick his lips, his eyes shimmering with madness and fervent desire. At that moment, the impure world reincarnation of Hashirama suddenly launched the wood dragon technique. A roaring giant dragon bursting forth from the ground, charging towards Uchiha Ye with an overwhelming force. Oh! Uchiha Ye smiled faintly and uttered a single word that, boom. The two dragons collided, splintering with chips in a thunderous explosion. In the next moment, Uchiha Ye's figure flickered, vanishing instantaneously, and when he reappeared, he stood directly above the impure world reincarnation of Hashirama, coldly commanding, wood release, wooden man technique. Wood release, wood dragon technique. With a thunderous crash, a gigantic wooden figure descended from the heavens, smashing Hashirama's wooden dragon to pieces with a single punch. Then another palm thrust sent the impure world reincarnation of Hashirama crashing into the ground. There was no chance to retaliate. This was not a confrontation, it was a massacre. Within the realm of wood release, Uchiha Ye was stronger than Senju Hashirama. How could this be? In the distance, Orochimaru's pupils contracted, a hint of unease surfacing in his gaze for the first time. At that moment, the other three Hokage also moved under his control. In the air, the impure world reincarnation of Minato unleashed a barrage of kunai, sealing off the entire area. The impure world reincarnation of Tobirama transformed into a flash of lightning, closing in an instant. The impure world reincarnation of Hiruzen grounded himself steadily, sealing off the path ahead. Meanwhile, the impure world reincarnation of Hashirama had already resurfaced from the ground, the flower tree world unfurling in an instant. The four Hokage joined forces to encircle and annihilate Uchiha Ye. In this scene, had it been any other formidable figure, their expression would have shifted dramatically. Yet, Uchiha Ye merely offered a cold smile, his gaze indifferent. Too weak. In a flash, Edo Tensei Tobirama appeared behind him, poised to strike, only to be met with a sudden elbow to the face, sending him crashing away. Immediately following, the third Hokage completed his jutsu, flames igniting behind him. Great fireball technique. Boom. Edo Tensei Sandaime was abruptly interrupted, his body hurtling through the air. Edo Tensei Minato sought to take advantage of the moment, unleashing a Rasengan, but struck nothing but air. Behind you. Uchiha Ye's voice echoed in his ear. In the next instant, Edo Tensei Minato was slammed into the ground by a powerful reverse Rasengan. Boom. Finally, just as Edo Tensei Hashirama emerged from the earth, he looked up only to see that wooden giant approaching once more. Uchiha Ye gently clenched his fist. Boom. Edo Tensei Hashirama, along with the trees beside him, was forcefully smashed back underground, a cloud of dust billowing. The four shadows, suppressed in consciousness, were utterly defeated. Uchiha Ye was merely dusted with a bit of dirt. As he walked, he brushed off his sleeves. Speaking calmly, is it not fair to defeat them using their own jutsu? In the distance, Orochimaru's expression finally changed. He slowly licked his lips, quietly retracting his form. His gaze cold, curling himself like a serpent in the shadows, silent and cautious. He finally recognized the truth, despite wielding the Edo Tensei technique. Capable of resurrecting the strongest Hokage in history, he could not truly command these figures. The fighting habits, reaction logic, and even the rhythm of each jutsu's release were beyond his full comprehension. In other words, as a player, he was lacking. Chapter 41. The reawakened shadows. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his serpentine pupils glimmering, thoughts racing in his mind. He was acutely aware that the combat prowess of these shadow-level accounts did not fully obey him. Currently, they fought solely on instinct, no matter their strength. They were merely advanced puppets. Uchiha Ye was extraordinarily enigmatic, easily countering even Senju Hashirama's would release. Yet he was undeniably a madman, as well as a scientist. If he could not control them, then let them operate on their own. Orochimaru's lips curled into a dangerous smile. In that case, let us unlock their consciousness. His hands swiftly formed seals. In the next moment, the pupils of the four Hokage shook violently. Their dormant consciousness awakened entirely. What is this? The first to open his eyes was Senju Hashirama. He stared blankly at his gradually regaining palm, feeling the soft earth beneath his feet, his brow furrowing slightly. Tobirama, did I not tell you? Stop studying those chaotic jutsu. Look at you. Shut up, brother. Senju Tobirama's eyelid twitched. Upon awakening, he was met with familiar nagging. His tone laced with irritation. Can you not blame me for your revival? Hashirama was about to respond when he turned his gaze and spotted an aged yet familiar figure. Oh, is that you, monkey? Tobirama's expression froze, scrutinizing the individual with a complex tone. Why have you aged so? The third Hokage sighed softly. His voice steady. I was not young when I died. Humph. Tobirama snorted, refraining from further inquiry, lowering his gaze to inspect his hands as if verifying something. Hashirama then turned to the last person. Who are you? The individual rubbed his head, smiling somewhat sheepishly. I am the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. The air stilled. Hashirama paused, then broke into his signature goofy grin. Oh, the yellow flash Hokage. Sounds incredibly strong. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere quickly grew serious. Hashirama straightened up, scanning the surroundings, his expression turning grave. Who has performed Edo Tensei on us? And how does that Uchiha brat wield would release? Tobirama's expression instantly turned stern, his brow deeply furrowed. Does the Uchiha possess such abilities? The third Hokage spoke slowly, his voice low. His name is Uchiha Ye. He is now one of the most dangerous individuals in the ninja world. I died at his hands. He paused, lowering his head. His expression complex. The Uchiha clan has been annihilated by him. As these words fell, the air became thick with tension. Tobirama's eyes turned icy. What did you say? The Uchiha was wiped out by him. The third Hokage nodded, his tone somber. On the night of the clan's massacre, his displayed talent, chakra, and combat prowess were far beyond normal comprehension. He has almost transcended the ninja world. Minato's expression faltered as he pondered, yet he remained silent. Hashirama's countenance finally changed, his voice deep. How did it reach this point? How did Konoha handle the Uchiha? The third Hokage remained silent for a moment, his tone subdued. We attempted to salvage the situation, but failed. He is too powerful, too obsessive. We could not control him. Konoha is perhaps already under his dominion. Tobirama glared at him coldly, a hint of skepticism flashing in his eyes. Minato also furrowed his brow slightly. Hashirama quietly asked, So, someone revived us to confront him? The three fell silent. Minato spoke softly. His chakra is unnaturally strong. Moreover, his speed and instinct surpass even mine. Tobirama did not respond. Yet his gaze subtly shifted to the third Hokage, whispering, Monkey, I will question you about the Uchiha matter later. Hashirama's expression grew serious as he stroked his chin in contemplation. If it is indeed to stop him, we must prepare for a serious battle. After a moment, he cleared his throat, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. Though I am indeed strong, this time it seems a bit challenging. Brother, Tobirama's expression darkened. In the distance, Orochimaru silently observed all, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He did not intend to control them any longer. It was time for these true Hokage to take the stage themselves. Yet, within him lingered an uneasy feeling. Even they might not be able to win. For that man has already surpassed the realm of reason. The four shadows stood at the center of the battlefield, their breaths steady as a mirror. Yet a storm silence was rising. Hashirama glanced around, his gaze landing on the distant figure with black hair, standing still. His voice was low, like a mountain pressing down. Uchiha's descendant, your methods are excessively ruthless. Uchiha Ye lifted his gaze, regarding him with indifference. Ruthless? His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. I merely see reality more clearly than you. Tobirama slowly stepped forward, his voice sharp as a blade. you wield would release, yet are not a senju. Who exactly are you? Uchiha Ye did not answer, merely casting a cold glance in his direction. Tobarama's tone grew colder. Your existence poses extreme danger to Konoha. Uchiha Ye's gaze flickered, his lips curling slightly. Danger? Do you even have the right to utter that word? Without you and your disciples, the lives of the citizens of Konoha are far better than when they were alive. Tobarama's expression darkened. Arrogant brat. At this moment, the third Hokage slowly spoke. All that we have done was for Konoha, for the will of fire within our hearts. The will of fire? Uchiha Ye scoffed, interrupting him. He slowly stepped forward, his tone as cold as frost. What you call the will of fire is merely a facade. It cannot protect justice, it only shelters decay. You condone Danzo, turning a blind eye to conspiracies. When the Cloud Village plundered the Byakugan, you allowed lives to be sacrificed to maintain peace. As for the Uchiha, you let that fool slaughter his own kin. Your so-called will has become nothing but an empty shell. The third Hokage's expression froze, rendered speechless. The expression on Zhu Jian's face reflected an uncommon seriousness. His tone gentle yet sincere, attempting to diffuse the tense atmosphere. I, Uchiha Yuru, have never denied that misunderstandings and conflicts have existed between the village and the Uchiha clan. I once sincerely hoped to establish genuine peace alongside Madara. Yet you killed him. Uchiha Yuru calmly interrupted, his tone as emotionless as a cold wind. Zhu Jian's figure momentarily stiffened, a flicker of pain crossing his brow. Uchiha Yoru's gaze was sharp, his words deliberate and forceful. He was your closest friend, a pioneer of unity in the shinobi world. Yet when he proposed an ideal divergent from yours, you neither understood nor attempted to embrace it, but chose instead to suppress him. What you severed was not merely one man's will, but the hope once held by the entire Uchiha clan. Your so-called peace is built upon the denial of dissent. The will of fire you speak of is merely a monologue following your triumph over a friend. You defeated him, yet never truly comprehended him. In the end, you passed this will to your brother, to the next generation, and then to the entire shinobi world. But the foundation of this will is the dream of a friend that you personally buried. Chapter 42. The true form of the thousand hands transcending into Buddha. Observing the four Hokage rendered speechless, Uchiha Yoru suddenly understood why those with evident strength still resorted to verbal sparring. Standing atop the moral high ground and mercilessly criticizing others was indeed a gratifying sensation. Moreover, he discovered that he excelled at this endeavor. He knew that Uchiha Madara had not been slain by Senju Hashirama in the battle at the Valley of the End. He also recognized that not all his words today were entirely accurate. Yet at this moment, he did not require correctness, nor did he seek understanding. All he needed was to stand here unabashedly and overturn this group of hypocritical inheritors of the will of fire, one by one, born of inherent wickedness. I shall personally slay you. Senju Tobarama bellowed angrily, his figure darting forth like a wraith. Rather than being provoked, it was evident that he had been observing for quite some time, finally seizing the opportunity to strike. Darkness technique. Before his words faded, Tobarama swiftly formed hand seals. A cold light flickering as a peculiar chakra wave instantly surged toward Uchiha Yoru's mental domain. The Jinjutsu infiltrated his mind, diminishing his visual perception and mental resistance. Almost instantaneously effective. At the same moment, his physical form vanished from its previous location, gliding ghost-like to Uchiha Yoru's rear. Water release, hidden mist technique. Dense fog enveloped the area, water vapor expanding as if the entire battlefield were engulfed in mist. This was Tobarama's signature interference tactic, designed to weaken the long-range perception of the Rinnegan amidst the fog and create opportunities for assassination. In the next instant, a kunai glinted ominously in his hand, aimed directly at Uchiha Yoru's nape. Clang! A sudden metallic clash erupted. The kunai halted mere inches away, as if striking an invisible barrier. Uchiha Yoru turned his head, his gaze devoid of warmth, his voice as frigid as frost. Your little tricks are far too slow. Tobarama's pupils constricted, realizing the surprise attack had failed, and he immediately retreated. Mutual explosive tags. He abruptly flung several special talismans, connecting them through sealing techniques, forming a chain of dozens of explosive techniques. Boom, boom. The violent explosions engulfed the entire area, smoke and shockwaves raging wildly. Yet in that instant, a circle of pitch-black shinjutsu orbs silently rotated above, entwining downwards like a living entity, binding Tobarama's wrist and knee. When did this happen? Tobarama's expression shifted, his form instantly immobilized, forcibly interrupting his offensive. Senju Tobarama, you truly are aging. Uchiha Yoru smiled lightly, his eyes filled with ice and mockery. The illustrious second Hokage, reduced to relying on surprise attacks or environmental concealment. Is this the extent of your prowess? The pressure exerted by the Shinjutsu orbs grew heavier, even halting the flow of chakra. The so-called will of fire you uphold likely stems from such methods as yours, believing that mere words for the village can mask your inner prejudice and cruelty? Tobarama gritted his teeth in struggle, yet found himself utterly immobile. Uchiha Yoru snorted coldly, raising his hand and discarding Tobarama like a tattered cloth. Individuals like you deserve to be nailed to the pillar of shame. With that, Yoru's Shinjutsu orbs subtly transformed, coalescing into two black chakra rods. Without hesitation, the rods pierced into Tobarama's temples. I've longed to do this. A profound sense of humiliation sliced through the silence, causing the expressions of the Hokage present to shift drastically. Amidst the mist, they refrained from shouting or cursing. They acted instead. For Red Yang formation, activate. Boom. A crimson cubic barrier suddenly rose, sealing the entire battlefield. The three Hokage soared into the air, forming a triangle as their chakra converged and intertwined. As Hashirama formed hand seals, a surge of sage chakra powerful enough to shake the very earth erupted. Sage art, true form of the thousand hands transcending into Buddha. The sky trembled, the ground cracked. Endless wood release erupted from the earth, as a colossal Buddha statue ascended, its arms cascading like waves, each palm imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Is this the power of the first Hokage? Namake's Minato's eyes widened. Stop dawdling. Hashirama roared. All past Hokage, join forces. Minato understood, darting to the Buddha's head, followed closely by Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the three infused their chakra into the gigantic Buddha beneath them. Boom. The Buddha radiated brilliant golden light, seemingly breaking free from the constraints of wood release, transforming into a chakra giant. It was no longer a heavy, clumsy puppet, but a fluid war deity, imbued with battle intent, killing intent, and the will of the shadows. With each colossal palm that fell, it unleashed a tempest. With each step, the ground quaked. Hashirama glared fiercely, while Hiruzen softly chanted the technique, and Minato flickered back and forth, controlling the Buddha with immense might, reigning supreme on the battlefield. The Hokage united. We shall not allow you to continue your insolence. Uchiha Yoru looked up at the approaching titanic fists of Senju, the violent gusts swirling around him. Yet his figure remained steadfast. There was not a shred of fear in his eyes. Instead, a near-manic smile emerged as if welcoming a long-awaited prey. Come, how delightful. He whispered softly, his voice dripping with derision and arrogance. Now this feels like you, doesn't it? No matter how many hypocritical principles you espouse, in the end, it's still your fists that dictate the outcome. He slowly raised his head, his Rinnegan and Sharingan swirling together, like the ghostly light at the center of a storm. Let me see if you, the inheritors of this so-called will of fire, are truly worthy of safeguarding the peace you so readily proclaim. Boom. The earth roared, debris spiraling. Just as the colossal Buddha of Senju Hashirama shook the heavens and the earth beneath Uchiha Yoru, a towering wood release erupted as well. Countless arms surged from the earth, reaching skyward to support the towering statue, standing defiantly against the challenge posed by the will of fire. Two Buddhas stood side by side. The heavens and earth stirred. How is this possible? He has also mastered the true form of the thousand hands. Hiruzen's pupils dilated in shock. Not only that, Minato's expression changed dramatically. That chakra is still growing stronger. Uchiha Yoru raised his hands, murmuring softly. Sage art, true form of the thousand hands transcending into Buddha. Boom. Purple chakra erupted like molten lava, as a towering complete Susanoo gradually materialized behind the true form of the thousand hands Buddha. Clad in armor and wielding blades like divine punishment, with 6 outstretched arms and wings that darkened the sky, the Buddha, already monumental, now appeared as if a deity had descended. The war Buddha pierced through armor, merging divinity and demonhood. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru resembled a sovereign seated upon a throne of darkness, adorned with the dual will of Buddha and demon, surveying the entirety of the barrier with disdain. Do you think you can suppress me with a mere Buddha? He slowly raised his hand, and the colossal figure of Susanoo lifted its arm in unison. Alas, I possess one as well. Chapter 43, The Convergence of 1,000 Swords. The purple silhouette of the Susanoo far surpassed that of the Edo Tensei Great Buddha. Its oppressive aura akin to the collapse of the heavens, causing the very air to tremble violently, the earth to quiver, and the mountains and rivers to lose their color. The Susanoo raised its enormous wooden arm, each punch accompanied by waves of destructive force, the wind howling, tearing through the surroundings like a cataclysmic tempest. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal fists reverberated with thunderous sounds, shaking the very foundations of the world. The Susanoo launched relentless assaults, shattering nearly every giant hand of the Edo Tensei Great Buddha. As the attacks of the Edo Tensei Great Buddha were dismantled, the tide of battle began to shift. And the faces of the Hokage grew grave as they commanded the Edo Tensei Great Buddha to retreat. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, instantly channeling all his chakra, emanating a terrifying presence in an attempt to turn the tide. He dramatically increased his chakra output, and 5 Buddha heads shone with a dazzling light, unleashing 5 powerful elemental chakras. The 5 nature transformation: fire like a dragon, thunder like a net, water like waves, earth like mountains, and wind howling. These 5 elemental techniques fused into a cataclysmic onslaught, roaring towards the Susanoo Great Buddha. Boom! The 5 nature transformation erupted with a blinding brilliance. 5 beams of elemental light shooting into the sky, shaking the heavens and earth. However, as the dust settled, the Susanoo Great Buddha remained steadfast, with purple flames blazing, its armor unmarred by even a single scorch mark. The fierce assault of the 5 nature transformation seemed merely to have brushed against it, having little effect. The third Hokage gritted his teeth, his voice low and thunderous. To think that even the great bombardment could not breach its defenses. This defensive power exceeds all reason. It surpasses even Madara's strength. The first Hokage's expression grew rarely serious, his gaze locking onto the formidable Susanoo Great Buddha, a hint of gravity in his eyes. Just then, a golden figure slowly emerged from within the Edo Tensei Great Buddha, the surrounding air swirling violently due to its presence. Namikaze Minato, adorned in a golden cloak of chakra, emanated an imposing aura. That was the chakra of the 9 tails. The third Hokage stared at Minato in shock, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Minato, how could you? What is it? Tobirama asked, slightly tilting his head in confusion. The third Hokage slowly turned, gravely looking at the first Hokage, his tone solemn and dignified. Lord Tobirama, you may not be aware that Minato's wife, Uzumaki Kushina, was the host of the 9 tails. He paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts or suppressing emotions, and continued. That night, as Kushina was giving birth, the 9 tails was forcibly controlled by the Sharingan, nearly obliterating the entire Konoha. To prevent this calamity, Minato chose to sacrifice himself. He sealed half of the 9 tails chakra using the Shiki Fujin, leaving the other half for the newly born Naruto. After that battle, both Minato and Kushina perished. Senju Hashirama was taken aback, his gaze silently reflecting a sense of restraint. Though he knew the 9 tails was formidable, he had never imagined the heavy price paid to protect the village. He slowly spoke, his tone filled with respect and nostalgia. So the 4th Hokage sacrificed so much for Konoha. What an extraordinary junior he is. After saying this, he looked at Minato, his eyes filled with appreciation and admiration. The 3rd Hokage nodded gently, his feelings complex. After a long while, he looked at Minato again, a hint of inquiry and emotion in his tone. Minato, how did you manage it? How could you reconcile with a being like the 9 tails? Namikaze Minato gazed at them quietly, his eyes calm and clear. His voice was not loud, yet it held an unwavering conviction. Over the years, within the belly of death, I have had countless conversations with the 9 tails. We transitioned from adversaries to understanding, ultimately reaching reconciliation. It is no longer merely a force in chains. It is a companion willing to fight alongside me. His tone conveyed tranquility and steadiness. Just as he finished speaking, the chakra within Minato surged violently. The golden chakra cloak transforming instantaneously, unleashing an aura akin to a tempest, his power multiplying beyond that of an ordinary human. This was the Sage Mode. The 3rd Hokage's eyes widened in astonishment, his pupils constricting in disbelief as he murmured, Minato, you have also mastered Sage Mode? The 1st Hokage marveled. 4th Hokage, I never expected you to reach this stage. The younger generation is indeed not to be underestimated. I am not well versed in sage mode, Minato replied with a slight smile. His voice deep yet resolute. Though I have only grasped the basics, with the aid of the Edo Tensei body, I was able to stabilize the natural energy and sense a power previously untapped. In the next moment, Minato formed a series of hand seals, his chakra surging behind him. Rapidly swirling like a tornado, condensing into a colossal sphere of chakra, the surrounding air twisting violently. Sage art, spiral flash of light. This was the ultimate technique Minato had left unfinished in his lifetime, now perfected with the enhancement of sage mode. The Edo Tensei Great Buddha raised its arm high, hurling this immense sphere infused with Nine Tails chakra and sage mode towards the Susanoo Great Buddha. The golden light shimmered, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky, hurtling towards the enemy. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, the thunderous roar echoing across the skies, shaking the ground as if it were about to shatter. The entire battlefield was instantly torn apart, dust swirling, flames erupting. The Susanoo Great Buddha confronted the attack, its 6 arms swinging in unison, chakra surging like a tsunami, crossing its arms to form a sturdy defensive barrier in an attempt to withstand this lethal strike. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, the shockwave rippling for miles, the space outside the barrier rippling like water, and the very earth quaked. However, the outcome of the battle did not unfold as everyone had anticipated. When the dust settled, the Susanoo Great Buddha's defenses had not completely collapsed. A deep crack had merely formed on its left shoulder armor. Though damaged, it stood unwavering, having sustained only superficial harm. Minato hovered in the air, his gaze profound, his expression grave. At that moment, a disdainful sneer emerged from atop the Great Buddha. The god of the ninja world is nothing extraordinary. Uchiha Obito stood with his arms crossed, his foot planted on Senju Tobarama's head, mockery gleaming in his eyes. You little Uchiha. Tobarama's face flushed with anger, yet he was firmly suppressed by the truth-seeking orbs, unable to move. Before he could finish his words, the purple Great Buddha suddenly stirred. Countless arms ascended, each palm materializing the colossal blade of Susanoo. Uchiha Obito coldly intoned, the convergence of 1,000 swords. Chapter 44, Uchiha Madara. Boom, boom, boom. Countless Susanoo blades descended like a torrential storm, the hundreds of diamond arms of the Edo Tensei Great Buddha shattering in succession, crashing down like a landslide, causing the heavens and earth to mourn. As the Buddha's arms collapsed, the earth shook, fissures opened as if a dragon were turning, violently tearing the ground apart, dense smoke billowing, obscuring the sky. The expressions of the 3 Hokage changed dramatically as they exerted all their strength to control the Edo Tensei Great Buddha to retreat. Yet they could not withstand the overwhelming pressure, retreating step by step. We cannot continue to clash head-on. Senju Hashirama bellowed, his face ashen, trying to teleport and stop Uchiha Obito. But it was too late. The Susanoo Great Buddha's countless arms converged, forming a giant arm resembling a heavenly pillar. Its chakra blade aimed fiercely at the Great Buddha. Boom! The chakra sliced through the void, penetrating the chest of the Edo Tensei Great Buddha, the explosion reverberating. An ear-splitting sonic boom echoing. The Buddha's light extinguished, the statue disintegrating. The Buddha's head exploded, akin to falling stars, fragments scattering. The dignity of the divine trampled beneath this strike. The entire Great Buddha collapsed with a thunderous roar, dust soaring, the heavens and earth trembling. The 3 Hokage fell from the crumbling Buddha body, their figures disheveled, their garments tattered, and before they could land, a shadow had already arrived. Whoosh! 3 obsidian chi Dao shot through the air, instantly expanding into 3 rings resembling black moons, precisely enveloping the 3 Hokage and firmly suspending them in midair. The gaze of Zhu Jian sharpened, his expression suddenly darkening. This was the power of Chi Dao transformed into chains, moving like a living entity, intricately entwining the chakra core nodes of the 3 individuals, rendering them immobile. The 3rd Hokage's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat trickling down. The ability to manipulate the bodies of the reanimated was no ordinary ninjutsu. Toby Jin gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed. Zhu Jian's eyes reflected unprecedented gravity, the Susa Defo, combined with this strange sealing technique from Uchiha Ye, had transcended the realm of human capability. At that moment, the heavens roared, and the violent wind howled like blades. Uchiha Ye stood at the center of the Susa, his dark cloak billowing, his purple rinnegan exuding a chilling light as he looked down upon the three Hokage. Akin to a deity judging the mortal realm. The old era you have protected ends here. I shall reshape the ninja world with the hand of a god. His tone was calm, yet the pressure was unfathomable, impossible to resist. As the words fell, he flicked his fingertips. Clang. The chains of Chi Dao Yu abruptly tightened, yanking the three Hokage upwards, suspending them in midair, completely sealing them like statues. The Susa Defo towered over the world, resembling a true deity descending upon the earth. Meanwhile, behind the ruins 1,000 meters away, a gaunt figure slowly emerged. Orochimaru. His eyes widened in shock, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. Even his once proud fingers trembled unconsciously. Is this the Susa Defo? He murmured, his voice hoarse. Even from a distance, the oppressive force of that strike felt like thunder piercing through his heart. The first Hokage was a monster, yet Ye was even more terrifying. He turned his gaze towards the towering youth, Uchiha Ye. Those purple eyes were as deep as an endless night sea, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Orochimaru licked his dry lips, an uncontrollable obsession and madness gleaming in his eyes. Lord Ye, you no longer belong to the realm of ninjas. Your lineage, ocular jutsu, physical techniques, and chakra are beyond what this era can produce. Who, then, has forged you into a god? Orochimaru gazed at the colossal Susa statue, his eyes shimmering with a spectrum of emotions, a tempest swirling within. He was acutely aware that the Uchiha Ye before him was beyond his capacity to oppose. Such overwhelming power, even the residual waves, could obliterate him. In times past, he might have felt unwilling, angry, or even sought a flaw to exploit. But now, an existence that cannot be defeated warrants understanding. Orochimaru slowly closed his eyes, a faint chuckle escaping his throat. Uchiha Ye's goal is to unify the ninja world, to end the chaos of war and reshape order. And I, Orochimaru, despise the chaos and hypocrisy that bind freedom the most. If a unified ninja world can truly be achieved, it would be the ideal experimental ground. Without disputes to disrupt, without foolish power games. As long as I demonstrate value, I can secure stable resources, a stable environment, and even obtain experimental privileges recognized by Lord Ye himself. Orochimaru licked his lips, whispering to himself, I can endure subservience as long as it does not restrict my research. Just allow me to glimpse the door to truth. He was a clever man, knowing what to fight for and what to accept. If Uchiha Ye can truly become a god, then why can't I, Orochimaru, become the left hand of that god? Surrender? No, this is not surrender. This is investment. The corners of his eyes lifted slightly, a sly yet expectant smile gracing his lips. Oh Lord Ye, please do not let me down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, despite the two Susa Defo having already altered the heavens and earth, that area seemed isolated by an invisible barrier, the violent residual waves dissipating without breaching its confines. Heiju had quietly set up multiple barriers before the battle erupted, solely to safeguard this pivotal moment, allowing no variables to interfere. The anxious Xiao Nan was repeatedly repelled by the barrier, until she eventually lost consciousness. Her expression darkened, a chilling light swirling in her eyes. Indeed, this individual had long transcended the realm of ordinary humanity. That aura was even reminiscent of the detestable elder brother. At this moment, Nagato knelt on the ground, his complexion as pale as paper, his body trembling, yet he still raised his arms high, allowing the devastating chakra to surge forth uncontrollably from within. His rinnegan flickered violently, the purple light illuminating the earth, as if to pierce the barriers of heaven and earth and connect the realms of yin and yang. Heiju's chakra had long corrupted his will, propelling this body to become a vessel for sacrifice. Nagato roared, his voice resonating as if it could transcend the heavens, the outer path, rebirth of the world. In that instant, the void trembled, time and space rippling like water, an invisible yet immensely heavy force crashing down from the depths of the Pure Land. An ancient and powerful soul was precisely locked onto, dragged into the present world. Winds rose and clouds surged, the heavens dimmed. On the ground, dust swirled. Within the coffin prepared by Heiju, lay a corpse that had been specially treated by it. The next moment, a green light penetrated within. Flesh and bone wove together in blood, skin and hair reshaped in the wind. Crash! The chakra of the body's master exploded the coffin apart. He was tall, dignified, clad in a dark red battle robe, with the emblem of the Uchiha clan emblazoned upon his chest. His rinnegan slowly opened, cold and proud, as if born to look down upon all creation. It seems the plan has proceeded smoothly. Uchiha Madara. His voice was deep, resonating across the battlefield. Heiju emerged from the shadows with a sinister smile, bowing respectfully. Lord Madara, everything is proceeding as planned. Welcome back to this ninja world, which is already prepared to become your stage. Chapter 45. A battle worth fighting for. At this moment, Nagato was utterly spent. His hair had turned white, his body emaciated, resembling a withered branch in the wind. His aura had completely dissipated, devoid of life. The next instant, with a crack, the pair of rinnegan that once bore hope shattered silently, turning to dust and scattering with the wind. This was the price of the rinnegan's rebirth technique. Fueled by life, it fully resurrected Madara and reshaped his physical form. However, Heiju did not allow Madara to be reborn in an aged state. It had secretly employed yin-yang release, enhancing Madara's body. The one resurrected was none other than the Uchiha Madara who had instilled fear throughout the ninja world at his peak. As for Nagato's demise, Madara displayed no sign of emotion, merely casting a dispassionate glance. Heiju did not pause for a moment, not even a ripple of emotion crossing his gaze. This was the conclusion that fate had long since determined. He was merely a disposable pawn. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara abruptly opened his eyes, and upon his resurrection, the familiar yet weakened chakra from the battlefield struck him, sharpening his alertness. He looked up, and the once unyielding Mokutan Defo had now become ruins, dust swirling. Hashirama was actually defeated? His voice rumbled like thunder, his gaze instantly turning as sharp as a blade. Yet the next moment, he suddenly raised his head, witnessing the towering purple giant Susa, akin to a deity, exuding an overwhelming aura as if to subdue the heavens and earth. Is that the armored Susa? Uchiha Madara's pupils narrowed, his gaze firmly locking onto the colossal Susa that dominated the skies, that might rendered the heavens and earth pale. Each inch of the Susa's armor radiated a chilling, murderous intent, and where its massive hands gripped, even the void seemed to cave in. He fell silent for a moment, but the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward, revealing an exceedingly rare smile, one that emanated from his very soul. Someone has actually deduced the Susa to such an extent, and they can defeat Hashirama head-on? At this moment, a deep voice emerged cautiously from the side of Ban, imbued with a careful reverence. Lord Ban, this man is Uchiha Ye, a descendant of my clan, who has also awakened the rinnegan. I attempted to approach him and invite him to join the Moon Eye plan, but the endeavor was fraught with difficulties. He nearly obliterated me entirely. His ambition is to bring the entire shinobi world under his dominion, achieving unification through absolute power. In his eyes, your plan is nothing but a delusional fantasy, unworthy of consideration. As he spoke the last words, Heiju's voice was faint, akin to a whisper, laced with a heavy sense of resentment and trepidation, clearly expressing his profound discontent towards Uchiha Ye. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ban paused, then threw his head back in laughter, his voice resonating through the heavens and the earth. Unifying the shinobi world? Audacious, yet deserving of respect. His laughter gradually subsided, and his gaze deepened as he looked toward the majestic Susanoo in the sky, seemingly able to perceive a continuation of a certain will through the chakra. Would release the truth-seeking balls, the rinnegan, and the powers of both the Senju and Uchiha clans converged within him. To possess such strength and awareness at such a young age is indeed remarkable. Such talent is even on par with my own in my youth. His tone was low, imbued with an indescribable pressure, akin to both acknowledgement and judgment. Indeed, the bloodline of Uchiha never disappoints. Besides myself, another extraordinary being has finally emerged. Ban slightly tilted his head, his eyes piercing through the vast expanse. Gazing at the Susanoo image, his gaze profound. The path he walks is indeed reminiscent of my past ideals, yet ultimately, the essence is different. To attempt to unify the entire shinobi world through one's own strength? Too idealistic and far too naive. He slowly raised his hand, the rinnegan gradually opening, as if the stars had fallen into his gaze, and a tide of battle intent surged forth. Only infinite Tsukuyami can bring an end to all conflicts. However, his tone shifted abruptly, darkening, and a remarkable sharpness ignited in his eyes. Such a person, such power, warrants my serious engagement. Complete body, Susanoo. As Ban's deep voice reverberated, Blue chakra surged forth like a colossal wave, instantly coalescing into a complete body, Susanoo, towering hundreds of meters high. All present were drawn to the presence of Uchiha Ban. That was Madara. In midair, Hashirama, bound by the truth-seeking balls, suddenly sensed that familiar aura, his expression somewhat excited. Tobirama's brow furrowed instantly, his demeanor grave. Ban? Could it be that we were summoned to restrain Uchiha Ye, with the purpose of resurrecting Ban? After a pause, Tobirama's expression darkened further. Indeed, the mastermind behind it all was the inherently malevolent Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tense demeanor revealed his vigilance. His eyes fixated on the increasingly oppressive Susanoo, murmuring, Ban has actually been resurrected. Minato, filled with mixed emotions, reflected on the unparalleled prowess of the Uchiha clan. The strength of the Uchiha truly stands apart. Unlike the other Hokage, who were filled with various thoughts and astonishment, Uchiha Ye remained calm, akin to a tranquil deep well. The resurrection of Uchiha Ban was merely a chapter in the predetermined script for him. Nothing could halt his advance, nor could it shake his resolve to unify the shinobi world. Naturally, he did not deny that this predecessor, who had once contended with Hashirama, was indeed deserving of respect. Unfortunately, this was not the time for discussing respect. At this moment, the battle intent surging within Uchiha Ban was unleashed without reservation. His voice booming and reverberating through the heavens. Uchiha's descendant, let me see if your power is worthy of your audacious ambition. With a resounding roar, the complete body Susanoo swung its great sword, charging upward with fury. The colossal figure descended like a deity, crossing its blades to gather an astonishing amount of chakra, delivering a horizontal slash aimed squarely at the wrists and elbows of the Susanoo Buddha. Clearly, he intended to sever the critical joints of the Buddha, destabilizing its structure to cause it to collapse. Boom! The blue Susanoo soared into the air, its twin blades striking down like a torrential storm, wielding the power to shatter mountains and split seas, precisely targeting the wrists and elbow joints of the Susanoo Buddha. This was a strategy that Uchiha Ban had honed through countless battles, to disrupt the enemy's structural balance and dismantle them at their nodes. Yet, after the tremendous sound, despite the weight of the great sword, it merely left a minute crack on the Susanoo Buddha's arm, not even reaching the muscle fibers, before being rebuffed. Bang! The Susanoo's twin blades trembled violently, and Ban's blue Susanoo was forcefully repelled several dozen steps back. Chapter 46, Flawless. Ineffective? Uchiha Ban hovered in midair, his brow slightly furrowed, his expression unusually grave. The opposing Susanoo Buddha loomed like a deity, its myriad arms stretching across the sky, exuding an overwhelming might. Its defensive capabilities were so formidable that even his complete body Susanoo's strike could not budge it in the slightest. Was it even stronger than Hashirama's true thousand hands? His tone was low, yet his eyes burned with intense excitement, a mix of fervor and madness. How intriguing! Before the words had even left his mouth, the blue Susanoo surged upward once more, an explosive wave of energy erupting as its blade wings spread wide. At the forehead of the Susanoo, Ban leapt forth, his figure navigating through the skeletal structure, locking onto his target like a hawk. The target, Uchiha Ye. Huh! He roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Leaping high with his right fist brimming with blue chakra, aiming to strike the Buddha's brow. Uchiha Ye remained motionless, merely raising a single hand. Bang! In an instant, the Buddha's palm intercepted Ban's heavy punch, not even causing the statue to tremble. Heh! Uchiha Ye chuckled softly. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Ban opened his mouth to unleash a fire dragon, rushing directly at Uchiha Ye's face. Uchiha Ye, unfazed, lifted his right hand, unleashing the same technique in a thunderous explosion. Boom! The two flames collided, igniting the entire sky. At that moment, Ban's figure flickered, his strike falling short as he instantaneously shifted behind Uchiha Ye. The blade flashed. Caught. Uchiha Ye deftly grasped the blade and Ban's wrist, as if he had anticipated it all along. You are too slow. Ban's expression remained unchanged, yet a hint of an unusual cold smile emerged. Did you think there was only one of me? Rinnegan, edge of the grave. Buzz. For formless shadows suddenly materialized, cold and ominous, silently advancing. The next moment, Ban's pupils constricted. The four shadows of the edge of the grave were halted mid-air. 6 figures resembling the 6 paths emerged, suppressing his edge of the grave. You have also mastered the edge of the grave? Not imitation, Uchiha Ye replied calmly, but a more thorough mastery. Your 4 shadows are far too insubstantial. As he spoke, Uchiha Ye's 6 shadows swiftly struck. Bang! The 4 shadows were instantly crushed. Uchiha Ban was sent staggering back, barely stabilizing himself, with cracks spreading across his armor. He looked down at his palm, as if sensing the pressure of that moment. Silence ensued for a long while. Has even the edge of the grave been unraveled? He lifted his head, gazing at Ye's countenance, and instead smiled. It was excitement, it was battle intent. Ye, you are truly exceptional. You surpass countless prodigies I have encountered. You indeed stand at the position of a deity. But I, Uchiha Ban, will never bow down. With that, he formed hand seals. Earth explosion star. The sky collapsed instantaneously, black spheres soaring toward the heavens, gathering the power of the earth. Shaking the very ground beneath the Susanoo Buddha, Ye remained composed, 6 circular halos materializing behind him as he extended a hand to lightly touch. Release. Boom. The gravitational pull between heaven and earth shattered instantaneously, the 6 black spheres plummeting like stars, exploding midair. Uchiha Ye gazed at Ban hovering in the sky, his expression tranquil. Do not struggle. Your incomplete power of the 6 paths is insufficient. Ban's eyes twitched, staring fixedly at Ye. He found every assault against Uchiha Ye effortlessly countered, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, splendid. You are the first to push me to this extent. After Hashirama, I believe there was no one worthy of my full strength. Yet you are different. He slowly raised his hand, the Susanoo behind him once again coalescing, his form resembling a dragon, its intensity akin to the encroaching darkness. Next, I shall unleash my true final power. Uchiha Madara stood atop the Susanoo, his voice low yet brimming with fervor. Ye, let me see if you, as a god, can withstand my ultimate strength. Just as Madara was about to gather chakra, Uchiha Ye's eyes, with their Rinnegan, suddenly gleamed. In that instant, Madara's form faltered. For the first time, a subtle shift appeared on his face, as if his soul had been momentarily drawn into an unknown realm, only to return in the briefest of moments. In less than a heartbeat, the madness in his eyes vanished. Yet in the next second, he had regained his composure, a cold, proud smile gracing his lips. Humph. Meanwhile, on the ground, the 3 Hokages, already ensnared by Uchiha Ye's Jindoyu, wore expressions of numbness. They had long since been overwhelmed. Initially, Ye's oppressive stance against their combined might was astonishing, yet now, faced with the true Uchiha Madara, he still maintained the upper hand. Senju Hashirama's throat moved slightly, shock evident in his eyes. He didn't even utilize the power of the Rinnegan when he suppressed us? Even we were thoroughly crushed. And Uchiha Ye still holds back? Madara had evidently awakened a new eye. Hashirama murmured, his gaze fixed on Madara in the sky, brows furrowed deeply. On the ground, 2 figures stood in silence. The battlefield lay in ruins. The very fabric of space seemed to tremble. Orochimaru, concealed behind the shattered rock formations, narrowed his serpentine eyes, fixated on the battle above. The great Buddha, Susanoo, Rinnegan such power, he rasped, his voice hoarse and low. I once heard tales of Hashirama and Madara battling to the point of collapsing mountains, thinking them mere exaggerations. Now it appears they are not merely fighting. They are terrifyingly altering the natural environment. He licked his cracked lips, his complexion pale, yet his eyes shimmered with an almost obsessive madness. In comparison to such beings, I dared to aspire for immortality. Perhaps humanity should never seek to glimpse such levels of power. At this moment, on the other side, Kurizetsu's countenance darkened to an extreme, his eyes swirling with suspicion and unease. In that brief instant, Madara's chakra had inexplicably ceased. His voice was icy, yet his emotions were on the verge of spiraling out of control. What on earth did that boy do to Madara? A genjutsu? No, that was no ordinary mental interference. Is he probing into Madara's very soul? This is dire. If Madara is defeated, Kurizetsu shuddered violently, cold sweat streaming down his back, an unprecedented fear coursing from his spine to every limb. Mother's revival will be nothing but a mirage. He dared not hesitate further. Abruptly trembling, his form twisting into a shadow, quietly merging into the depths of the earth, beginning a swift retreat. I must secure an escape route. This boy is a variable beyond my control. What kind of monster is Uchiha Ye? Yet just as he was about to vanish completely, he glanced at the sky and felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. For Uchiha Ye and Uchiha Madara, abandoning their Buddha and Susanoo forms, shot forth into the clouds. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, the power of the Rinnegan. The two transformed into divine radiance, colliding violently in the heights of the sky. The clouds erupted. The heavens shattered. Chapter 47. Do you truly intend to use me as a puppet? Above the heights, chakra intertwined to form a tempest. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Ye engaged in relentless combat. Waves of destructive force detonated in the air, the residual effects of ninjutsu raining down like meteors, stirring up clouds of dust. Suddenly, Uchiha Ye's figure came to an abrupt halt. Madara furrowed his brow, poised to strike, yet Ye suddenly vanished without warning. Without any forewarning, Kurizetsu felt a chill run down his spine, unable to react in time as a frigid power descended upon him. What? Kurizetsu barely had time to utter a cry before a searing pain struck his back. The Jindo Yu, as if possessing life, morphed into chains, sealing his entire body in an instant, draining his chakra completely. How is this possible? Kurizetsu screamed, his face contorted in terror. Uchiha Ye's form gradually materialized, lifting Kurizetsu into the air, his Rinnegan swirling like a vortex, as if passing judgment. He remained silent, merely gazing at Kurizetsu, as if peering through its very essence into millennia of schemes. In the next moment, the Rinnegan flared to life, strands of chakra extracting from Kurizetsu's being. What are you doing? Stop. Do not look. Kurizetsu writhed desperately, his voice hoarse, unable to break free from the chains of chakra binding him. You will destroy everything. Kurizetsu suddenly roared, its voice trembling, as if pushed to the brink of terror. Uchiha Ye remained silent, pulling slightly on Kurizetsu. The memories of Kurizetsu shattered like glass, scenes forcibly stripped from its essence, manifesting in the void. Infinite Tsukuyami descended, plunging the land into slumber. The roots of the god tree pierced humanity, quietly transforming them into white Zetsu. The army of white Zetsu had lain dormant for millennia, merely awaiting activation. At last, atop the god tree, Kaguya slowly opened her eyes, coldly surveying the world below. Is this what you call achieving peace? Uchiha Ye's voice fell like icy rain, coldly suppressing. Kurizetsu's eyes widened in shock, and then it struggled violently, its voice hoarse with fury. You do not understand. You cannot comprehend. Everything I have done is to bring my mother back. She is the origin of the world, the true deity, the source of all life. Those humans betrayed her, sealed her away. She merely wishes for the world to return to tranquility. Kurizetsu's voice became frenzied, a twisted obsession screaming. I have waited 1,000 years. I have guided countless generations of war. I awakened the Rinnegan. I would do anything to rescue her from that damned seal. It threw its head back in a furious roar, its voice shredding the air. I am the true will. The will of Otsutsuki Kaguya. At this point, it gasped for breath, suddenly realizing it had revealed too much. In the distance, Uchiha Madara trembled violently, his gaze fixed on the scenes unfolding in the void, his pupils constricting sharply. He stared in shock at the images of the god tree and Kaguya, murmuring softly, as if the words were forced from the depths of his chest. Everyone has transformed into white Zetsu? Infinite Tsukuyami was not for peace, but to resurrect Kaguya? His voice quivered, unwilling to accept the reality before him, yet unable to deny that every revelation came from Kurizetsu's own words. Kurizetsu writhed like boiling black sludge, anxiously twisting. Its eyes filled with terror. It opened its mouth, attempting to argue, but only a weak whimper escaped. Uchiha Ye tossed it to the ground, landing at Madara's feet. Remaining silent, Madara slowly crouched down, gazing intently at Kurizetsu's face, twisted in fear, and asked each word deliberately. You have been deceiving me from the very beginning? Kurizetsu's lips trembled, and after a long pause, it finally squeezed out. I only wished for my mother to return. With a thunderous punch, Madara struck the ground, sending shards of stone flying. You truly intend to use me as a puppet? In that moment, his aura had completely transformed. It was not anger. It was a chilling, profound coldness. He stood up, his gaze like a blade piercing through Kurizetsu. Clang. 2 black rods shot forth. One to the left, one to the right, forcefully piercing Kurizetsu's body. The anguished wails of Heiju reverberated through the sky, twisting in its struggle. Uchiha Madara slowly withdrew his gaze, remaining silent for an extended period. The storm continued to roar, and it felt as if he were the only one left breathing in this world. He lowered his eyelids, and after a while, spoke softly to himself, as if questioning his own existence, or perhaps addressing the heavens. What have I truly lived for? Peace? Ideals? Order? He closed his eyes, and memories of the past surged forth like a tide. Konoha amidst the flames of war, the disintegration of order in the shinobi world, the silhouette of Hashirama, and the promise long buried beneath layers of dust. Upon reopening his eyes, his gaze was clearer than ever before. He looked at Uchiha Ye, and his eyes were devoid of any combativeness, replaced instead with a cold scrutiny. You have known all along, haven't you? About Heiju's intentions, about Kaguya, and even about the future. Uchiha Ye stood suspended in the void, his black robe billowing without the need for wind. His expression unchanged yet exuding an unbearable pressure. You witnessed the conclusion of the Fourth Shinobi World War with your own eyes. That was not an illusion but a tragedy that once transpired in reality. Madara slowly lowered his eyelids, his voice deep. I believed I could end the war. Yet I was merely another pawn in someone else's game. Along with you, along with everyone, I tread the path of destruction. He raised his head, gazing at this young yet composed junior before him, a flicker of complexity and weariness crossing his eyes. And you, Uchiha Ye, why did you save me? How do you intend to conclude this chaotic shinobi world? Uchiha Ye replied calmly, unity. No more strife among the 5 great nations, no more mutual distrust between villages. No more false peace maintained through war, nor the need for deities or illusions to numb the masses. His voice was steady, yet it contained an unwavering resolve. I shall establish true order and strength, so that the shinobi world may no longer drown in chaos and cycles of rebirth. It is not about compromise, nor idealism, but about genuine control. Madara regarded him in silence for a long time. Those eyes that had once surveyed countless lives on the battlefield now reflected a younger, yet clearer and more resolute version of himself. He suddenly sighed gently. So you have long since surpassed me. Then, he lifted his head, the arrogance in his gaze replaced by a solemn recognition. Uchiha Ye, since you bear the will for unity and possess the power to subdue the divine, I have no reason to refuse. But you must understand one thing. Unity is not upheld by power alone, but by the awareness of the one who wields it to endure this solitude. Uchiha Ye nodded, his tone somber. I understand. True peace is not merely the cessation of war, but the management of desires and divisions that arise afterward. I fear not betrayal from the masses, nor the scorn of the multitude. What I fear is that this world may once again plunge into the abyss we have both witnessed. Upon hearing these words, Madara smiled faintly, a long-lost tranquility finally surfacing in his eyes. That is good. From this day forth, I, Uchiha Madara, shall fall under your banner. He slowly extended his hand, palm up, akin to the moment he forged an alliance with Hashirama, and softly declared, but should you ever waver, forgetting your original intent, I shall be the first to pull you down from your pedestal. Uchiha Ye smiled gently and reached out to grasp his hand. Until that day arrives, let me take charge of the shinobi world. The storm gradually subsided. The two Uchihas stood side by side, their backs to a sky that had begun to change. The new era of the shinobi world quietly unfurled. Chapter 48. From now on, live and serve me. Heiju was sealed upon the ground, contorted like a shadow, resembling a stain rendered immobile. That which had once manipulated the shinobi world for millennia, guiding countless conflicts, could now only emit weak, hoarse whispers. White Jew, a celestial outsider. You do not understand Mother-S will. That alone is the only home. The voice, laced with despair and obsession, resembled the struggle of a dying candle. Uchiha Ye looked down upon it, his gaze calm to the point of cruelty, as if contemplating a long-forgotten inscription. You should not harbor the delusion that the entire world can bear your Mother-S legacy. Uchiha Ye's voice was low and stern, devoid of any emotional inflection. True will never requires the resurrection of the dead. Dust gradually settled, and the surroundings fell into a deathly silence, as if the world had finally found the opportunity to breathe. In the distance, Orochimaru stood shrouded in shadows, his elongated pupils narrowing slightly. He had witnessed Uchiha Ye seal Heiju, effortlessly suppress Hashirama and the previous Hokage, and even persuade Uchiha Madara to collaborate. His gaze was both evaluative and filled with a morbid excitement. Truly remarkable, Uchiha Ye. He licked his cracked lips, his voice tinged with an unmistakable obsession and fervor. This control is the existence I have longed for. He stepped forward slowly, exuding an aura of danger. His gaze swept across the ravaged battlefield, surveying the half-destroyed reanimated corpses, as if assessing an unfinished experiment. I have awaited this era for a long time. His voice was hoarse yet clear, infused with the same unyielding confidence and amusement. A person capable of genuinely extricating the shinobi world from its quagmire had finally emerged. He halted, a slight smile curving his lips. As if evaluating Uchiha Ye as experimental material, you wish to unify the shinobi world. And I happen to excel at transforming chaos into order. Chakra research, medical technologies, cellular regeneration techniques, and robotics. I can provide not just ninjutsu, but the fundamental capabilities to reconstruct the world's structure. His tone grew grave, his gaze sharp as a blade. I can forge for you a framework that will not collapse, allowing your will to take root in true soil. He paused, a smile bordering on the pathological gracing his lips. Uchiha Ye, do you require a collaborator willing to delve into the darkest corners, yet illuminate the tools of creation? After Orochimaru's words fell, the air momentarily stilled. Uchiha Ye remained silent, merely regarding him coldly, his gaze so profound it seemed capable of disassembling the very soul. His silence was the heaviest form of oppression. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly, as though accustomed to maintaining an elegant and humble demeanor before the strong. I do not seek power, nor do I desire status. He spoke softly, his tone a blend of reason and fervor. I desire only a space to conduct my research, the essence of ninjutsu, the limits of life, the equilibrium between nature and chakra. His eyes flickered, his voice low yet clear. Only under the unified order you establish can all of this become a possibility. And I shall lay the technological foundation for your new world with my knowledge. Uchiha Ye finally spoke, his voice cold and steady. You should understand your position. Not far off, Senju Hashirama knelt amidst the ruins, his reanimated form already in tatters, chakra faint, yet still he held his back straight. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the familiar figure, his voice low and mournful. Madara, are you truly willing to go this far? Uchiha Madara stood unmoving, his silhouette akin to a mountain. His voice was calm, yet bore an unfamiliar chill. I have not changed anything. I have merely come to see clearly. Hashirama trembled slightly at these words, his steps faltering, his gaze heavy with sorrow. You once said there is no one worthy of trust in this world. What of now? Are you willing to trust him? Madara finally turned slowly, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly at Hashirama, his tone devoid of hesitation. Because he is unlike you. You have always believed that if you are sincere enough, persistent enough, people will understand you and follow you. But you are mistaken. This world has never understood sincerity. He stepped forward, his voice deep and resolute. The peace you speak of is merely an illusion constructed from hope and compromise, a facade you cannot even uphold yourself. He lifted his gaze towards the distance, his tone momentarily halting. I once endeavored to create a world devoid of suffering through the infinite Tsukuyomi. Yet even such an eternity ultimately amounts to nothing more than a mere dream. His eyes returned to Hashirama, flickering with a blend of complexity and fatigue. Now, I tread a different path, perhaps one that is cruel, perhaps extreme, but at the very least, it is authentic. Only by instilling fear in all and establishing an order that cannot be resisted, can we hope to attain true stability. Hashirama fell silent, lowering his eyelids, as if confronted by a conclusion he had long anticipated yet never accepted. You have ultimately chosen power, he sighed softly, his gaze melancholic as it fell upon Uchiha Izuna's tranquil figure. Perhaps we no longer belong to this era. Uchiha Madara's expression remained unchanged, devoid of hesitation. He turned his attention to the inscrutable figure standing at the battlefield's center, his voice flat. Izuna, what shall we do next? Uchiha Izuna glanced at the fallen Kagaya, a cold smile gracing his lips. This fellow still possesses some value. As he spoke, his rinnegan flickered. Kagaya's complexion shifted dramatically. You must not. You cannot. Before he could finish, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed him. Ah! His body began to rapidly wither, dark matter being stripped away, coalescing into energy that swirled around Uchiha Izuna's right palm. Izuna extended his left hand, grasping the void, forcibly extracting a wisp of soul. It was Nagato. His expression was calm, devoid of resentment, only the tranquility of death. Uchiha Izuna thrust both hands forward, one gathering the remnants of Kagaya's power, the other drawing forth the soul, speaking softly. To submit to me is to avoid a death so trivial. Upon uttering these words, light converged in his palm. In a flash, Nagato's body rapidly reassembled from the shattered remains. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, his body trembling violently as he coughed. Izuna looked down at him. His tone serene. From now on, live and serve me. Nagato's body momentarily stilled. In his previous ethereal state, he had already sensed everything around him. Once he confirmed that Conan was merely unconscious and unharmed, a weight lifted from his heart. He understood. He lowered his gaze to touch his own eyes. The Rinnegan had vanished, replaced by ordinary eyes, yet his perception had grown increasingly sharp and potent. The effects of Kagaya's yin-yang release were strikingly evident. His body and soul had once again fused, restoring his former essence. Resurrection was not merely a return to life, but rather a complete subjugation. Chapter 49. The Assembly of Akatsuki. Upon witnessing Nagato's total compliance, Uchiha Izuna nodded slightly, his eyes deep as an abyss, as if already strategizing the next grand game. Nearby, Orochimaru's gaze burned with intensity, fixated on the distinctly different aura emanating from Nagato, pure life force, imbued with the warmth and fluctuations of the living, utterly devoid of the chill and lethargy typical of the deceased. He licked his lips, his eyes shimmering with frenzied light. Kagaya was able to achieve this? That mass of black mud is the very code of life, Orochimaru murmured, his voice rife with uncontainable greed. I must acquire a sample for thorough study. If I unravel its mysteries, my previous research on immortality can be entirely redefined. At a mere glance from Uchiha Izuna, he swiftly performed the necessary hand seals to undo the Edo Tensei technique. In the center of the battlefield, Hashirama's figure dissolved into motes of light, scattering with the wind. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara stepped forward briskly, his Rinnegan ablaze with fervor. Go to the Pure Land in peace. Watch closely as I reshape this shinobi world with my own hands. Amidst the luminous particles, Hashirama's final words echoed, filled with reluctance. True peace is not achieved through oppression, but through understanding. Madara, I shall always keep my eyes on you. Humph. The words of the dead hold no value, Madara scoffed, his silhouette resolute and unyielding. A brief silence enveloped the battlefield. In the next instant, his gaze fell upon the shattered corpse of Uchiha Obito. His Rinnegan flickered slightly, fragmented memories surging into his mind like a tide. Obito had infiltrated the hidden mist, manipulating the blood mist to control the entire upper echelon. Yet, due to personal vendettas, he had lost control, transforming the hidden mist into a veritable hell. The name blood mist spreading like wildfire, his plans obscured. Humph, what a fool, Madara remarked coldly, disappointment and mockery lacing his tone. He merely advanced according to the scheme I laid out, yet he managed to botch it entirely. He approached the corpse slowly, gazing at the familiar yet foreign visage. You claim to have acted for that girl, yet you failed to grasp the significance of her sacrifice. The new world is not for mourning, it is for reshaping. Madara's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he turned away. What a pity, had you emulated me even slightly, you might have retained some value. 2 days later, in the Rain Village, the Akatsuki base. Once a secretive and lethal stronghold, it now resembled a site ravaged by apocalyptic calamity, fractured earth, mud mingling with scorched remnants. Shattered debris strewn about like a battlefield laid waste by a ferocious beast. Initially, Nagato and Conan bore expressions of sorrow, but as the reconstruction team, led by Yamato, arrived, their spirits gradually settled. Uchiha Izuna had subtly employed Kagaya's yin-yang release to enhance Yamato's abilities, enabling him to swiftly reshape the terrain. In merely 2 days, the main building of the base had been rebuilt, and Yamato stood silently nearby, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he continued his technique. Such efficiency astonished the returning members of Akatsuki. Hey, Scorpion Senpai, what happened here? Deidara crossed his arms, surveying the surroundings, his eyes wide with disbelief. A battle. Scorpion's voice remained cold and steady, his gaze resting on the scorched earth. A very fierce battle. Was the leader truly that powerful to cause such destruction? Kisame grinned, his shark-like teeth glinting ominously. Ah, what a lively place. The Lord of Evil would surely relish the scent of blood here. Haiden, clutching his scythe, paced excitedly along the ruins, akin to a beast sensing its prey. Shut your mouth. You're making a racket, Kakuzu frowned, casting a cold glance at Haiden. Just then, a deep voice echoed from nearby. It seems only the leader can exact vengeance for this sea of blood. The group turned to see a new face standing among them. his countenance dark and brooding. It was Asuma Sarutobi, once a Konoha elite. Oh, I didn't expect it to be you. The last survivor of the Sarutobi clan? Kisame grinned. Survivor? Asuma gritted his teeth, rage and murderous intent surging in his eyes. I was merely outside the village on a mission when my kin were slaughtered, and now I am being hunted. All of this is due to that bastard, Uchiha Azuna. The atmosphere froze momentarily. Do not worry, Kiba Takashi spoke slowly. The current leader is far stronger than any ninja you have encountered. His ambitions extend beyond mere revenge. Asuma fell silent for a moment, emotions swirling in his gaze. Before he slowly nodded. Then let me see if the path he treads is worthy of my life and pursuit. Meanwhile, Kakuzu's gaze remained fixed on Asuma. That face, once prominently featured on the bounty list, was etched into his memory. That fellow's bounty is no trifling sum, he mused, his eyes glinting coldly. Were it not for the necessity of courting Haiden, he might have already acted, claiming Asuma's head to exchange for that substantial reward. Humph. I will have my opportunity soon enough. A flash of murderous intent flickered through Kakuzu's mind before he regained his composure. At that moment, a flurry of paper fluttered through the sky. Konan descended gracefully from above, her figure erect, paper wings shimmering like snow in the sunlight, exuding a chilling and formidable aura. She landed, her indifferent gaze sweeping over the group as she calmly inquired, "Is everyone assembled?" A few new members exhibited expressions of astonishment. Is she the leader? A woman? Faidwan, taken aback, raked his fingers through his hair, while Deidara stared wide-eyed at Konan, his voice laced with uncertainty. No, the leader should be arriving shortly, right? By who? Pipa Shirzong spoke with deference, slightly bowing his head. Konan did not respond, merely nodding gently before slowly turning her gaze toward a high platform within the base. She has arrived. The sound of footsteps echoed, growing closer, steady and powerful, resonating like war drums that struck the heart. Everyone turned their attention in that direction. Two figures emerged from the interplay of light and shadows. The foremost figure donned a long robe of deep black, with a slightly raised collar and a countenance as sharp as a blade, exuding an air of aloofness. Beside him, another figure clad in crimson armor stood, hands clasped behind his back, his long black hair cascading like a waterfall, his gaze filled with disdain, as if looking down upon the world. That is, you are. Kakuzu's pupils constricted, his voice trembling. Uchiha Madara. This exclamation caused many new members to change their expressions in shock. Even Sasori and Kisame furrowed their brows, their eyes reflecting astonishment. This name had long vanished from the legends of the shinobi world, yet its terror remained indelible. How is this possible? Wasn't Madara supposed to be? Uchiha Madara stepped forward with measured strides, his eyes filled with disdain. Addressing them with an air of superiority, "You should be grateful that you are now on the right side." His voice was calm, yet the pressure emanating from him was as overwhelming as mountains and seas, instantly silencing everyone. Chapter 50. The fish that slipped through the net upon the high platform. Uchiha Ye stood with his hands clasped behind him, his cold gaze slicing through the crowd below. His deep voice seemed to emanate from the abyss, sharp as a blade that cut through the air, carrying an undeniable weight. From this day forth, Akatsuki shall no longer be a loose coalition of mercenaries. His tone remained steady, yet each word bore an irresistible force. We are the blades that will tear apart the false peace of the shinobi world. As his words fell, his gaze turned icy and merciless, as if penetrating the very souls of everyone present. My aim is the true unification of the shinobi world. He paused briefly, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, his words crashing down like thunder, suffused with an oppressive aura. Those who resist shall be eliminated. Order shall be reforged, and you shall be the executors. Before his words could settle, a jarring laughter pierced the tense atmosphere. Hee, do you really consider yourself a god? Faidwan cackled mockingly, his face twisted with derision. Before he could finish, a cold, harsh voice descended from the void. Silence. It was Uchiha Madara. In the next instant, Faidwan's body crashed violently into the ground, blood mist erupting around him. He raised his terrified gaze, only to meet the indifferent eyes of death. What are you? Faidwan's lips quivered, ultimately rendered speechless. The scene fell into silence, with only the sound of frantic heartbeats echoing in the chest. Uchiha Ye's gaze fell upon the crowd. Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma frowned. You are the fish that slipped through the net of the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Ye descended the platform slowly, his voice dripping with menace. Asuma charged forward, his chakra blade swinging down with ferocity. However, the air trembled, and Ye vanished. In the next moment, Asuma knelt, blood spurting forth, his chakra blade shattered, a hand piercing through his chest. Those who deserve to die, I never leave alive. Blood stained the ground, and silence enveloped the surroundings, as if even the air had frozen. That strike was both a warning and an irrevocable decree. Sasori lowered his head slightly. His voice subdued. Understood, leader. Kisame licked his teeth, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Lord Ye is far more terrifying than the rumors suggest. Fadewan, pale-faced, muttered to himself, Lord Evil God, can you see this too? At this moment, Konan stepped forward, her paper wings gently unfurling, her gaze resolute. From this day forth, he is the first leader of Akatsuki, Uchiha Ye. Uchiha Ye ascended the high platform once more, and everyone averted their gaze in reverence. He would not walk alone. Before anyone could process this, a deep voice resonated from behind. It was Madara. Uchiha Madara stood with hands clasped behind him, his robe billowing without wind. His voice ancient and frigid. From this day forth, I will assist you in exercising full authority over Akatsuki as an advisor. Upon hearing this, no one dared to utter a sound. Sasori felt a tremor in his heart, his lips twitching, yet he remained silent. In the past, he had held a modicum of pride, but now, before the two Uchiha, he could only bow his head. Kisame licked his lips. The leader is Ye, and the advisor is Madara. This game is becoming increasingly thrilling. Fadewan gulped, finally comprehending that Akatsuki was no longer merely a hunter's organization. It had transformed into a complete revolution. Even Kakuzu stood expressionless, head bowed, secretly lamenting. If these two join forces, the old grievances of the shinobi world will surely be settled one day. In this moment, the members of Akatsuki ceased their whispers, and for the first time, they fell into true silence. In the solemnity, only the sound of the wind brushed past their garments. Uchiha Ye stood solemnly upon the high platform, his gaze icy, his robe billowing. The body of Asuma lay cold, bloodstains still fresh, and all remained silent. What an exhilarating performance. Yes, Deidara, however, was as fervently excited as ever. His mouth stretched into a grin, as if he had just witnessed a grand artistic feast. Asuma's death was explosive, yet not explosive enough. He raised a finger, snapping it lightly. Next time, let me do it, and I will make him bloom in the air to truly be called art. Madara's eyes widened, a cold snort escaping him, his voice sharp as a blade. Do not conflate explosions with art, brat. Deidara faltered, a look of indignation crossing his face. Yet he muttered under his breath and withdrew his finger. Kakuzu stood silently in place for a long while, finally lifting his gaze to sweep over the still warm corpse. A flicker of complexity flashed in his eyes, reminiscent of a buried memory behind wealth, yet he ultimately refrained from speaking. He took a half step forward, his tone lowered, uncharacteristically sheathing his sharpness. I have no objections, as long as the allocation of funds within the organization remains under my control. His voice, while still cold, had lost its former aggressive edge. He slightly bent forward, carrying an exceedingly rare hint of reverence. He understood well that that strike was not merely an act of slaughter, but a declaration that severed all chances of survival. Uchiha Ye cast a calm glance in his direction, his voice steady yet undeniable. Agreed. Financial authority remains in your hands. He paused, adding, but do not forget, Akatsuki is not your financial institution. It is the blade that will settle the accounts of the old era. Kakuzu bowed his head, his voice resolute. Understood. At this moment, a suppressed breath emerged from behind. Pipa Shirzong stood in the shadows, his countenance dark, brows tightly knitted, instinctively gripping the hilt of his blade. He struggled to suppress his emotions, yet could not conceal the shock born from being caught off guard. He had just infiltrated from the borders of the Land of Fire, expending favors and enticements, finally persuading a rogue ninja from Konoha to join Akatsuki. The original plan was to have him act as an intermediary for negotiations with the Land of Fire, yet unexpectedly, Asuma did not even have the chance to make a formal appearance before he was struck down by this new leader in a swift and decisive manner. Clean, efficient, and utterly irrefutable. That strike was so swift that he could not even awaken the instinct to intervene. For the first time, he realized this youth was more dangerous than Uchiha Madara. Madara was a war god, a monster, a figure of intimidation. Yet the individual before him, known as Uchiha Ye, was the blade itself, offering no warnings, only results. Shirzong lowered his head, his voice hoarse, laced with suppressed resentment. "Leader, I have a question." Before he could finish, Uchiha Ye had already descended the platform, his gaze locking onto him. His tone calm, yet piercing to the depths of the soul. "You have no questions, Shirzong. Merely a misjudgment. This is not your fault. He was unworthy." Shirzong trembled, the tension in his face gradually easing as he quietly replied, "Understood." Uchiha Ye turned his gaze back to the crowd, suddenly speaking in a cold tone, "There is one more matter. From this day forth, Akatsuki shall welcome another member." He waved his sleeve, and from the shadows, a figure stepped forth. There stood a young man with crimson hair, his demeanor composed, moving with the grace of a leaf adrift in the wind, yet exuding an undeniable steadiness. The newly emerged Nagato. Uchiha Ye cast his gaze upon the assembly, his tone frigid. "From this day forth, Nagato shall oversee the reconstruction and expansion of our intelligence network. He will assume control over the external eyes and ears of Akatsuki, liaising with contacts and reconnaissance agencies. If anyone has objections, now is the time to speak." Silence enveloped the room. Nagato inclined his head slightly, his expression serene as he positioned himself beside Uchiha Ye. In this moment, the facade of pain as a divine entity dissipated, revealing a true awakener. Uchiha Ye detached his gaze, standing atop the platform, the cold wind whipping around him, the aura of death lingering. The attendees bowed, as if awaiting the arrival of a genuine deity. Akatsuki was undergoing a transformation. Chapter 51. Rewriting the script of this world, shone and spread her wings, delicate as paper, akin to a hawk surveying the battlefield from above, her expression tranquil, save for the icy blue of her eyes reflecting a chilling light in the dim candle glow. She slowly surveyed each member of Akatsuki present, her voice low yet clear, akin to a blade gliding across the surface of water. "We have just received urgent intelligence." As her words fell, the air seemed to solidify instantaneously. She paused, her gaze darkening, a fleeting undercurrent of intensity passing through her brow before she regained her composure. Her tone unchanged, yet heavy with an undeniable weight. "The financial chain at the border overseen by Kaku, in conjunction with the spy network established by Sasori in the Land of Wind, confirms that Awakens, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure have formed a clandestine alliance." She cast a slow glance over the assembly, her paper wings slightly unfurling, the chakra in the air rippling in response, the tension nearly suffocating. Her voice resonated as if emerging from the depths of the ocean. "Cold and unassailable. The allied forces of Sunagakure and Awakens will reach our southern border within 3 days, targeting the Konoha encampment." Shounen paused briefly, her frosty intonation intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. "According to our intelligence, they are bringing the Jinchuriki from their village." At this revelation, every face in the room froze momentarily. Even seasoned warriors found their gazes sharpening, as if the instinct for battle was being gradually awakened within them. She inhaled deeply and continued, "Kirigakure will launch support from the water side." She paused again, adding, "The fourth Mizukage, before his demise, broke free from the illusion's control, sealing the tailed beasts and personally handing them over to Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei has officially assumed the role of the fifth Mizukage and has promptly responded to the alliance." Upon her statement, silence reigned, as if all sound had been devoured by darkness. Xiao Nan's gaze slowly drifted toward the shadowed figure in the corner, Uchiha Ye. Uchiha Ye stepped forth from the shadows, his eyes cold, as if indifferent to all that surrounded him. His voice was low, his tone one of decree. "Excellent." He lifted his head, a smile surfacing, though it bore a chilling, bloodthirsty amusement. "How fortuitous, we require tailed beasts. They are delivering themselves to us." As his words settled, the atmosphere grew taut, akin to dry kindling ignited by a fierce flame. Uchiha Ye ascended the platform, his dark cloak billowing without wind. He stood as a deity of judgment, his voice resonating softly yet profoundly. "If the shinobi world seeks to ally through the tailed beasts to disrupt the order, let them each entomb the tailed beasts within coffins." His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the assembly before resting upon Sasori. "Sasori, infiltrate the Iwasuna front lines and track the Jinchuriki's movements. I want every detail, without exception." Sasori nodded subtly, his voice cold as machinery. "The puppets are already stationed in various locations. Their breaths and movements are under control." Uchiha Ye turned to Deidara. "Deidara, assist Sasori. Upon contact with the enemy, Detonate the battlefield immediately. Daidar's laughter was shrill, his eyes wild. Ha! Art must bloom in that instant. They shall witness the true meaning of ultimate explosion. In the glow of the flames, his twisted grin resembled that of a priest of the inferno. Uchiha Ye remained unfazed, continuing to issue orders. Kakuzu, Haiden, and Orochimaru, secure the perimeter and monitor the movements of the allied ninja forces. Should any slip through, eliminate them without mercy. The trio accepted their orders in silence, the air thick with impending violence. Haiden no longer bore the defiance he had moments ago. He licked his lips, his eyes tinged with crimson. The altar prepared for our lord of the evil gods. I shall make them wail and offer their hearts. Before his words could dissipate, the air shimmered with the scent of blood-stained chakra. Uchiha Ye paid no mind to Haiden's frenzy, slowly directing his gaze to the remaining two. Kisame, Juzo, proceed to Kirigakure. Bringing my clone along. Ensure this so-called assassination unit has no return. Kisame grinned widely, a sinister smile stretching across his face. The depths of the water make for a perfect grave. Juzo's expression remained grave. Uchiha Ye continued to delegate. Xiaonan, Nagato. Guard the second front line. Should there be any changes in support or coordination, report to me immediately. Nagato nodded in silence, his demeanor steady as a mountain. Understood. The divinity of his former self had dissipated with the Rinnegan, yet now, he resembled a colossal beast awakened, his strength more palpable and authentic. Uchiha Ye slowly approached the center of the council platform, the sound of his footsteps resonating like the tolling of a bell in the stillness. The assembly was drawn to him, the air thickening in anticipation. He raised his gaze, his dark eyes seemingly reflecting the entirety of the shinobi world's battlefield. You are responsible for the hunt. His tone was steady, each word forged with iron clarity. His voice, though not loud, permeated the hearts of those present, igniting a primal sense of reverence. In that moment, every member of Akatsuki felt an indomitable will, not a command but a decree. He raised his hand slowly. Beneath his cloak, black sigils flickered into view, as if an abyss intent on swallowing light. I am Madara. He paused, his voice dropping to an ominous whisper, as if emanating from the depths of the underworld, imbued with a chilling resolve, are responsible for the end. With his words, the air felt eternally frozen. There were no roars, no proclamations of war, only a cold, silent, unwavering determination. This was not a vow, but a portent. Uchiha Ye turned slowly, the wind catching his black cloak, as if the night itself swirled around him. His voice drifted upon the breeze. The entire shinobi world is but a chessboard. How the pieces move, how the game unfolds, is for us to decide. He paused, his gaze penetrating through layers of shadow, fixed upon the battlefield where a storm was brewing. They believe that an alliance will shake the order, then let them witness what true power is. Since they are offering the tailed beasts to us, we shall accept them. His tone remained calm, yet laced with a near indifference that bordered on mockery. This was not disdain, but a profound dismissal of their status. His silhouette stood before the members of Akatsuki, exuding an air of solitary pride and sternness. In the next instant, the meeting concluded. Madara rose from his elevated seat, his robe swaying slightly. His eyes, which seemed to have witnessed the passage of epochs, settled upon Uchiha Ye, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. You, my friend, Madara began, his tone still haughty, are becoming more like me. Uchiha Ye offered no response, merely whispering, because I have long since surpassed you. Madara's brow arched, the intertwining of battle intent and amusement flickering within his gaze, yet he refrained from contesting. He turned, his cloak billowing, a statement punctuating the silence. Then let us too rewrite the script of this world. Chapter 52, Dragging Konoha into the Quagmire. At the border of the Land of Wind, the night was as dark as ink, heavily pressing down upon the earth. The campfire flickered, its weak glow outlining the silhouettes of the allied ninja forces, silent and foreboding. A chill wind swept through, yet those within the camp remained oblivious to the invisible web of secrecy being meticulously spun. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, sat upon a humble wooden chair, his stature diminutive, yet his presence exuding calm authority. His gaze pierced through the flames, fixated upon the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, seated opposite him. Zhao Mei not only dispatched the elite forces of Wuin to prepare for flank support, but also personally traveled to the Land of Wind, demonstrating the resolve of Wuin village to eradicate Konoha. Uchiha Ye's assassination of the daimyo of the Land of Fire and his subsequent devastation of Kumogakure and the Land of Thunder using shadow clones instilled a sense of dread among the lords of various nations. Consequently, they spared no effort in reallocating resources, intent on eliminating what they perceived as the malevolent heresy of the Uchiha clan. This led to the clandestine plotting of an alliance among the lands of earth, wind, and water, with plans to divide the remaining powers and resources once Konohagakure fell. In terms of qualifications and prestige, Inoki was undoubtedly the commander of this coalition. Lozeza gazed at Zhao Mein, unable to suppress a low murmur of astonishment. Who would have thought that Wu Yin's fourth Mizukage had been under Jinjutsu all along? Have we identified the puppet master? Zhao Mein nodded slightly, her eyes betraying a barely contained hatred. Lord Shirtsong mentioned before his demise that he had seen a pair of Sharingan before being controlled. Those damned bastards of Konohagakure, Zhao Mein bellowed, her voice laced with piercing animosity. That era of blood mist has long become a disgrace for Wu Yin. In the Ninja Academy, young children were forced to slaughter one another. The blades were not aimed at enemies, but at classmates, friends, and even brothers. Only those who could eliminate their comrades would graduate alive and become ninjas. This was a system, a veritable slaughterhouse. During that period, Wu Yin was drenched in blood, and hatred seeped into every inch of the land. The entire village harbored an intense loathing for the fourth Mizukage, Shirtsong. Not just the ninjas. Even merchants dared not approach the village. If goods were not delivered, heads would roll first, and no amount of profit could tempt anyone to wager their lives. The name Blood Mist became a term that sent shivers down the spine of all who heard it. However, the truth has now surfaced. Shirtsong was no longer himself. As a Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, he was supposed to be the guardian of the village, yet one day, his will was silently manipulated by someone else. He was but a puppet, controlled by a masked man possessing Sharingan, a monster capable of manipulating shadows at will. Inoki furrowed his brow and repeated slowly, "That is the Uchiha clan of Konohagakure." The three men's expressions grew solemn as they fell into a long silence. Initially, they believed the internal strife in Konohagakure would be a fortuitous opportunity for mutual destruction, creating a power vacuum ripe for exploitation. However, the reality was contrary to their expectations. Konohagakure did indeed engage in self-destruction, but it was the upper echelons that perished and power shifted to an even more uncontrollable entity, Uchiha Ye. Moreover, intelligence suggested that another Uchiha capable of controlling shadow-level powers might be lurking within Konohagakure, which was truly the most chilling aspect. Inoki sighed inwardly, wishing that Reikage were still alive. He would have been the first to rush into Konohagakure. Though Awagakure and Kumogakure harbored a long-standing enmity, in this moment, Inoki found himself reminiscing about the Reikage who would often throw punches at the Four Shadows. In such a scenario, they could have watched from the sidelines, seizing the opportunity to pick up the pieces. Yet, Uchiha Ye utterly shattered that illusion by eliminating Kumogakure's high-ranking officials, leaving only a handful of ninjas willing to submit. The enemy was not only formidable, but also strategic and decisive. This young man named Uchiha Ye possessed tremendous strength, and we must exercise caution in the face of him. Inoki spoke in a steady tone, but his words were merely the platitudes of a seasoned politician. He understood that the coalition's numbers had now reached 10,000, supplemented by Wu Yin's reinforcements, totaling over 13,000. Excluding the nightmares he had encountered in his youth, otherwise, even the strongest ninja could not single-handedly confront thousands. Even Uchiha Ye, after all, was but flesh and blood. Furthermore, this time, the three villages each brought their Jinchuriki, as long as they could restrain him, delay him, and exhaust him. Victory would ultimately belong to them. This time, Konohagakure would undoubtedly fall to our assault. Lozeza turned back, his tone resolute. In his eyes, this was not merely a war, but a gamble that must end in victory. It is well known that Sunagakure is impoverished, truly impoverished. The harsh desert climate decimates agriculture, while the industrial foundation is feeble, causing the overall strength of the ninja village to decline. To maintain its status among the five great nations, Lozeza had no choice but to continually invest the limited funds into the research of tailed beast weapons, which ultimately depleted the national treasury. Even sustaining normal operations became problematic. He had to employ his alchemical talents to refine gold sand for funding, even in the role of a shadow. Worse still, his position as Kazekage was not stable. In the past, To stabilize the situation, he betrayed the village's hero, Yakura, and forcibly made the young Gaara a Jinchuriki, provoking intense discontent within the village. Support for him dwindled, while opposition grew louder. This time, the daimyo of the Land of Wind had rarely allocated a large sum, forcing a decisive battle. Lozeza had no retreat. He must win, even if it meant turning Konoha into ruins. Zhao Mei nodded, her voice icy. According to the plan, Wu Yin's assassination unit will first launch a surprise attack on the rear of Konoha, and then our main forces will traverse through the Land of Rain, directly penetrating the heart of Konoha. The Land of Rain, you say? Anoki's eyes brightened slightly. He was very familiar with that place. Although Amigakure appeared neutral, it had long been infiltrated by various factions, becoming the largest gray area in the ninja world. And he, Anoki, was among the first to dare invest in this black market ninja village. Years ago, he had reached an agreement with a mysterious organization trading money for action. This organization did not belong to any nation, had no background, and operated without ethics. Yet, as long as the payment was adequate, they would dare to kill even shadow-level figures. The Akatsuki organization. Intelligence gathering, assassination, infiltration, many of the tasks that a Wagakure could not handle were carried out by this organization. He had even arranged for the rogue ninja Deidara to join, establishing a covert link for mutual benefit. This place seems to harbor an organization. Anoki's lips curled slightly, as if speaking to himself. Lozeza's expression shifted slightly. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. The Akatsuki, you say? He said casually. As the Kazakage, he was certainly aware of this organization, as the rogue from Sunagakure, Chiyo Sasori, was one of its members. Once upon a time, he had little time to concern himself with the Akatsuki, but now, it might be time to consider utilizing them. If he could use their blades to kill. His tone grew somber, laced with calculation. Zhao Mei remained silent. She was unfamiliar with the Akatsuki organization, only knowing that they're rogue ninjas. Like Hoshigaki Kisame and others from the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, had defected to join the Akatsuki. The three exchanged a brief glance. After a moment of silence, Anoki nodded, stating that upon reaching the Land of Rain, the coalition shall not make a move. Instead, we will hire the Akatsuki to first ascertain the intelligence of Konoha. We will deploy our forces while they infiltrate, a perfect combination of light and shadow. Since Konoha has produced Uchiha Ye, we must employ all means at our disposal to drag Konoha into the mire. Chapter 53. The footsteps of the Akatsuki are the rhythm of death. The ninja coalition swiftly crossed borders, quietly stepping onto the soil of the Land of Rain. This place, shrouded in clouds and rain year-round, was already sparsely populated, and now it lay in near silence. Anoki gazed ahead, his expression increasingly grave. It is too quiet. It should not be like this. It is as if, Zhao Mei slowly spoke, the battlefield deliberately emptied. Heavy rock technique. Before her words had fully faded, Anoki suddenly leaped into the air, his figure soaring into the high sky. Amidst the roiling clouds, a white figure emerged from the mist. A gigantic clay bird soared through the sky, its wings flapping, exuding an oppressive presence that was suffocating. It is Deidara. Anoki roared, his voice echoing through the clouds. Oh, old man, long time no see. Deidara sat cross-legged on the bird's back, a signature fervent smile on his face. You old geezers are truly persistent, aren't you? Insisting on coming here, him? Zhao Mei looked up, her gaze sharpening. Just then, the branches and leaves in the forest rustled slightly, as if heralding something imminent. Several figures emerged successively. With Xie draped in the black and red cloud robe of the Akatsuki, his puppet form slowly advancing, Xiaonan stood aloft, her paper wings unfurling, fluttering in the wind. Jiao Du crossed his arms, casting a cold, indifferent gaze over the coalition forces. Orochimaru wore a subtle smile, his eyes glinting with a sinister aura, while Fadewan laughed boisterously with excitement. Leading the charge was Nagato, who, despite having lost the Rinnegan, still possessed an aura that captivated all. Zhao Mei's gaze narrowed slightly as she queried softly, Akatsuki? It appears so, Anoki replied gravely, but something feels amiss. The members of Akatsuki were also sizing up the coalition. Nagato gradually closed his eyes, unleashing the unique sensory ability of the Uzumaki clan, instantly identifying his targets within the ranks. Opening his eyes, his voice was low and frigid. Excellent. The Jinchuriki have gathered. He stepped forward, his voice echoing across the desolate land of the Rain Country. Are you ready to receive greetings from the Akatsuki? In the next moment, battle erupted abruptly. In the sky, Deidara hurled multiple clay bombs, laughing hoarsely. Art is an explosion. Boom. A blinding light erupted, the explosion ravaging large swathes of forest. Flames and debris soaring into the air as the coalition scattered to evade. Water style, hidden mist technique. Zhao Mei acted swiftly, a dense fog enveloping the front line, concealing the coalition's movements. Yet suddenly, a strange sound emerged from the mist, a silver flash appearing as the puppet controlled by Xie transformed into an afterimage, stealthily entering the fog. In an instant, several poison needles shot forth, accurately striking a sand village jonin, who fell to the ground convulsing. Damn it! Heavy rock technique. Anoki's heavy pressure technique descended upon the clay bird, which Deidara deftly maneuvered to evade. Xiaonan, isolate them. Understood. Countless sheets of paper whirled, swiftly constructing a blockade that severed the front line from the rear like a prison. Zhao Du initiated his assault, his masked puppets floating around, unleashing fire, wind, and lightning ninjutsu in a relentless barrage, akin to divine retribution. Ahaha! Fadewan cackled madly, wielding his scythe as if embodying the Grim Reaper, harvesting lives. You are one of the legendary three of Konoha, Orochimaru? A coalition chunin exclaimed, wide-eyed. Orochimaru licked his lips and chuckled lightly. You recognized me? In the next instant, his form transformed into a colossal serpent, piercing through the defenses and lunging at the chunin. Nagato advanced steadily. Although he had lost the Rinnegan and could no longer utilize its ocular techniques, his body, refined by yin-yang release, had mastered all 5 nature transformations, rendering him an undeniable threat on the battlefield. Universal pull. He offered a faint, bitter smile. It can no longer be used, but he formed hand seals. Flames erupting from his palms, his tone calm, yet chilling. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, great wind wave. The scorching flames, augmented by the wind, emanated lethal heat, surging forth like a dragon towards the front line. Several jonin were instantly engulfed, consumed by flames, their screams resonating amidst the chaos. Water style, water dragon jutsu. He shifted his hand, drawing moisture from the ground, ensnaring several ninjas attempting to breach the defenses within a water vortex, which then violently imploded, shattering into water blades that cleaved everything asunder. How can this guy wield so many elemental techniques so adeptly? A sand village ninja gasped in horror. Lightning style, lightning serpent. He slammed his palm against the ground, lightning extending forth, a lightning serpent bursting from the earth, swiftly snaring the sensory unit hidden in the rear. Magnet style, sand gold explosion. Rasha raised his hand, the ground sand and gold surging violently, forming a tide that swept towards Nagato. Yet, earth style, earth flow wall. Nagato had already anticipated this, as several rock pillars erupted from the ground, firmly blocking the assault of the sand and gold without budging an inch. His technique transitions were seamless, executed with flawless precision. Zhao Mei gritted her teeth, a grave expression in her eyes as she shouted, no more testing. This is a hard battle. Everyone, full assault. The Akatsuki's first full assembly surged forth like a tidal wave. In this battle, the battlefield had transformed into a true hell. As the Akatsuki launched their full-scale attack, a storm swept across the battlefield, causing the earth to tremble. In midair, Anoki roared, let me handle this. His form quaked as he gestured, a triangular cube suddenly forming. Dust style, original world separation technique. The dust style cleaved through the air, a blinding white light tearing through the atmosphere, targeting Zhao Du and Xie's advance route. The space seemed to be sliced in an instant, vast areas of land being nullified, forcibly disrupting the Akatsuki's front line. Simultaneously, Rasha knelt down, chakra surging wildly. The sand and gold surged like mountains, weaving and dancing, constructing a heavy barrier in the air, isolating Xiao Nan and Nagato's suppression. The sand flowed like a wall, impenetrable. Zhao Mei, using the boil release to forge a path, expelled a thick mist. The acidic water vapor spreading across the battlefield, melting metals and evaporating paper flowers wherever it passed. The 3 shadows converged, dust style, magnet style, and boil release forming a formidable barrier, almost impossible to breach at the forefront. In the rear, the coalition composed of IWA and Suna swiftly mobilized to respond. Chiyo herself controlled 10 puppets to defend the center line, while the IWA forces surged forth as vanguards. Suna's puppet troops began laying traps and sealing the terrain. The battlefield stabilized momentarily, yet the oppressive atmosphere remained unchanged. For that crimson shadow continued to advance step by step. Nagato, wielding the 5 elemental rotations, appeared like a deity among mortals, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy upon the coalition's most vulnerable points. Behind him, Orochimaru, Jiao Du, Xie, and Shao Nen each revealed their intent to kill, their coordination operating as seamlessly as a well-oiled weapon system. The Akatsuki's march was the rhythm of death. Chapter 54. This is just the beginning. The Akatsuki's offensive surged like a relentless tide, plunging the coalition into a dire struggle. Within mere moments, casualties mounted, blood staining the earth. Onoki gazed upon the wreckage and the retreating ninjas, his chest heaving violently as he roared, "Bastards!" 2 towering figures burst forth from the rear of the coalition, chakras surging like a tidal wave, charging towards the heart of the battlefield. Onoki's gaze sharpened as he quietly commanded, "Old Purple Han." The Jinchuriki of the 4 tails and 5 tails emerged, their bodies ablaze with lava-like chakra, while the other radiated steam, waves of pressure rolling forth. Roar! With the eruption of their battle cry, Old Purple's arms were enveloped in magma as he struck forcefully at Jiao Du. Steam explosion. Han, stepping upon the high-pressure steam, transformed into a silver-white afterimage, slashing into Xie's army of puppets from the flank. Humph, seeking death. Jiao Du sneered, masks flying. Lightning style, false darkness. Fire style, head carving technique. Wind style, pressure damage. The 3 elemental techniques intertwined explosively. Lightning cracked through the air, flames churned, and fierce winds raged, converging at the center of the battlefield to create a massive explosion, shockwaves reverberating through the air, fierce gusts sweeping the surroundings. However, the might of these techniques did not directly hit Old Purple or Han. Old Purple, with the swift reaction of the magma, instantaneously formed a magma shield through the flow of chakra, withstanding the fiery and electric onslaught. Meanwhile, Han unleashed even more tailed beast chakra, forming a steam shield that significantly mitigated the impact of the wind-style attack. Divine Paper User Technique. Simultaneously, Shao Nen unfurled her paper wings in the air, calmly raising her hand as 1,000 blades of paper shot forth, densely enveloping Jiao Du and Xie like a meteor shower. Don't linger in battle. Xiao Mei chastised, her lips parting to exhale mist. Boil release, clever mist technique. Scalding acidic mist surged forth, forcing Shao Nen to retreat swiftly, the paper blades scorched by the mist's heat. Some rapidly dissolving. Old Purple's body suddenly sank, leveraging a powerful punch to strike Jiao Du back, the residual waves of lightning and flames tearing through the air, sending dust flying across the ground. Magnet style, gold sandlock. Luo Sha suddenly pressed against the ground, causing golden sand to coalesce into blades, effectively severing the puppeteer's control over the scorpion. Han unleashed the tailed beast chakra, shattering numerous puppets with a single kick. At this moment, Iai Luo slowly emerged from the Sunigakure ranks, his youthful frame radiating a chilling aura of malice. In the next instant, grains of sand began to flow quietly, encircling the young boy. He raised his hand and waved lightly, causing the gourd to tremble. Sand binding coffin. The flowing sand shot out like chains, expertly ensnaring the 2 masks that Akatsuki's Kakuzu had launched. Sand waterfall funeral. With a crack, the sand constricted violently, obliterating the 2 masks. Humph, little brat. Kakuzu's expression darkened, a cold sneer emerging from beneath his mask. Magnetic release, gold sand lockdown. Luo Sha slammed his palm onto the ground, intertwining the gold sand with Iai Luo's yellow sand, creating 2 sand dragons that constricted around Kakuzu. The 3 shadows and 2 Jinchuriki launched a fierce assault, finally managing to suppress the Akatsuki organization slightly, forcing them back several meters. Taking advantage of the moment, the ninjas from Awakens and Sunigakure launched their attacks, the sound of hand seals echoing throughout the battlefield. Various ninjutsu intertwined into a tumultuous sea of techniques, attempting to suppress Akatsuki's front lines. With the support of several powerful figures, the situation on the battlefield gradually stabilized, and the Allied forces finally established a formidable defense, entering a temporary stalemate. However, in the next instant, Akatsuki suddenly ceased their assault. The wind grew heavy, as if some immense pressure was approaching. In the sky, dark clouds churned ominously, The earth seemed to hum ominously. Two figures slowly approached from the distance. The first donned battle armor, his expression stern, with strands of hair flowing diagonally across his forehead, a pair of deep, penetrating Rinnegan gazing ahead as if perceiving the very fabric of life and death, Uchiha Madara. His gaze was indifferent, yet it bore the weight of a god surveying the world. Beside him stood a slightly gaunt figure, long hair cascading to his shoulders, dressed in a flowing black cloak, Uchiha Obito. Madara, you truly can't hold back. Humph. Watching these insignificant fish struggle is truly tiresome. Madara stepped forward, his chakra surging like a flood, causing the atmospheric pressure to collapse abruptly. As if the very air itself was being stripped away. Boom. A violent wind erupted, sending sand and stones flying. Just as this overwhelming pressure swept in, Inoki, suspended in midair, suddenly widened his eyes, his body freezing as if struck by lightning, completely stunned in place. He stared at the familiar yet unbelievable figure, his voice hoarse with deep fear and disbelief. It's impossible. How can it be him? His eyes trembled, lips dry. He almost exerted all his strength to shout that name. Uchiha Madara. This cry seemed to strike the ground like thunder, instantly reverberating throughout the battlefield. What? Who did he say? Uchiha Madara? That legendary Shura of the ninja world? The Ninja Alliance erupted into chaos. Countless gazes snapping toward the man who was slowly stepping onto the battlefield. Silence enveloped the battlefield for several seconds. In the next moment, a tide of fear spread through the crowd. How can this be? Wasn't he supposed to be dead long ago? He was a being that stood alongside the first Hokage. If it truly is him, can we really win against him? Those ninjas who had initially rallied their courage and resolve now bore expressions filled with uncertainty and dread. They were not cowards, but rather instinctively terrified before a man who should only exist in the legends of the ninja world. The myth had now materialized into reality. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki members, who had been fiercely battling the Ninja Alliance, chose to retreat. Madara advanced step by step, as if a deity had descended into the mortal realm. Unbeknownst to all, the battlefield had transformed into his stage. Humph, merely a collection of worthless trash. Madara cast a cold glance at them, his expression devoid of any warmth, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain. He crossed his arms, Rinnegan surveying the surroundings as if he were a god. His gaze slowly swept over the densely packed allied soldiers, slightly furrowing his brow as if observing a swarm of ants. The enemy I anticipated is nothing more than this, he whispered softly, as though speaking to himself, or perhaps pronouncing judgment. Then, a cruel smile crept across his lips, his gaze sharp as a blade. Then I wish to see if you mere mortals can dance. Boom. Madara raised his right hand, the Rinnegan spinning violently, terrifying chakra erupting like a storm, soaring into the heavens. The sky immediately churned, as if responding to his will. Heavenly obstruction, planetary devastation. As the words fell, the world seemed to plunge into a vacuum of silence. In the next moment, everyone felt the daylight dim abruptly. A massive shadow suddenly obscuring the sun. It was not a cloud. It was a meteor, a colossal rock that covered half the sky, descending with suffocating pressure. What the hell is that? A meteor? No, it's impossible. What kind of chakra would be required to achieve such a feat? The Ninja Alliance instantly descended into panic, as if the entire battlefield had turned into a valley of death in that moment. Defend. Quickly. Raise all defensive barriers. Inoki shouted hoarsely, yet his voice seemed minuscule against the thunderous cacophony of impending doom. The ground quaked, the winds howled. Countless ninjas gazed up at the heavens, only to witness the shadow of death drawing near. And in Madara's eyes, there was not a trace of mercy. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 55. You say it's over? Boom. At that moment, the world seemed to collapse. Heavenly obstruction, planetary devastation crashed down from the clouds, its tremendous force distorting the very air, the explosive sound resonating throughout the cosmos. The allied forces of Sunagakure, Awagakure, and Kirigakure had nowhere to flee. Block it with sand. Luo Sha roared in fury, the golden sand surging forth like a tidal wave, quickly weaving into multiple layers of metallic barriers, merging with the defensive techniques of the Sunagakure Jonin, forming a flowing bulwark that spanned between heaven and earth. Simultaneously, the Awagakure ninjas would not be outdone. As Yellow Earth and other Awagakure shinobi unleashed their earth release techniques, creating a joint defense that coalesced into a towering wall of earth and stone. Earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique. Inoki soared into the air, quickly ascending to meteor height, reaching out to touch the meteor, instantly altering its mass, reducing its weight. He directed this change above the defensive formation, attempting to mitigate the impact of the meteor. However, in the face of such a colossal meteor, even with its weight significantly reduced, the overwhelming force of impact could not be fully resisted. Boom! The meteor collided heavily against the barrier formed by the combined efforts of Sunagakure and Awagakure, causing the defenses to tremble violently. Sand and rock fragments exploding forth as if the very heavens were collapsing. Ultimately, this line of defense could not withstand the onslaught, erupting with a deafening roar before crumbling into ruin. "We can't hold it back," Luo Sha shouted in rage, the sand and iron desperately resisting. Yet the tremors of the earth made it nearly impossible for him to maintain his footing. Retreat. With the command given, all ninjas swiftly fell back. Despite their utmost efforts, they could not reverse the outcome in the face of such an apocalyptic disaster. Shattered rocks and broken chakra waves swept in all directions, the ground splitting deeply, debris raining down, and blood and flesh scattered. At this moment, the battle-worn Terumi May raised her gaze to the heavens, her expression resolute, exuding an aura of formidable determination. Three Tails, first form. As her words fell, a tsunami of water chakra erupted forth, clashing with the descending meteor, creating towering waves. Simultaneously, the other Jinchuriki erupted as well. Tailed beast transformation, first stage. The Jinchuriki of Sunagakure and Awagakure unleashed their chakra cloaks, steam and crimson chakra intertwining on the ground, forming a powerful opposing domain. Various ninjutsu surged forth like a deluge. Lightning crackled, flames soared, and struck towards the heavens. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, the meteor that blotted out the sun was finally intercepted just meters from the ground, shattering and splintering into pieces. However, the explosive aftermath swept in all directions, tearing the land within a kilometer asunder, with flying stones falling like rain, and the air thick with a pungent scent of blood. Oh, retreat. All personnel fall back to the rear barrier. Medical team, the front line suffered heavy casualties, and the surviving ninjas desperately retreated amidst the cries of anguish, rivers of blood flowing around them. Despite this, an air of despair still hung over every ninja's heart. As the order to retreat was issued, they did their utmost to preserve their lives, yet the fear of the impending situation remained unmasked. Just then, as everyone believed the calamity had momentarily passed, a thud echoed. A shadow re-emerged in the sky. It was not a cloud, but the second Tenpenki star. "You think it's over?" Uchiha Madara's tone was indifferent, as if stating a fact, his gaze as profound as death's silence. "Wrong. This is just the beginning." The pupils of the ninjas constricted in an instant. "The second one? Is that the second one?" The Ninja Alliance looked up at the sky, chills running down their spines. What a joke, that guy actually threw two. Is Madara a monster? The first one nearly annihilated an entire unit. Now another one comes. We are utterly outmatched. Damn it. The second, even larger Tenpenki star descended slowly from the peak of the clouds, carrying with it the weight to completely crush any will to resist. In the distance, Uchiha Madara looked down upon the battlefield, his voice calm yet soul-shattering. True despair only becomes sweet after hope. Beside him, Uchiha Yoru, clad in a dark black robe, stood with arms crossed, a slight smirk on his face as he remarked, "They are playing too fast, they cannot hold on." At that moment, from the center of the battlefield, 4 waves of tailed beast-level chakra erupted like a volcanic explosion. Roar! For figures surged forth from behind the front line, their violent chakra nearly shattering the earth. One-tail Shikaku, surrounded by flowing sand, laughed maniacally. "I can finally come out and breathe fresh air." Three Tails Isabu, with its massive shell rolling like waves, spat bubbles. "It's too heavy, but we cannot retreat." Four Tails Son Goku, gritting his teeth and growling. Flames of molten lava igniting all over. "I will risk my life to hold it." Five Tails Mu, preparing to charge. "Let us go, let us rush together." The four-tailed beasts simultaneously unleashed their complete tailed beast forms. The frenzied chakra engulfed the battlefield as sand, waves, lava, and storms surged together, creating a scene of utmost grandeur. Use the tailed beast bomb, shatter it. Accompanied by roars, the four-tailed beasts simultaneously gathered their chakra. The tailed beast balls converging in the air, for beams of light, like colossal pillars of heaven, furiously bombarding the asteroid below. Boom! The asteroid in the sky was forcibly halted for a moment, its front surface erupting with a massive crack in the rock, but then it continued to descend slowly. It hasn't shattered. Quick, don't let it crash down. In the center of the battlefield, the four tails lunged upwards, their bodies bracing directly beneath the asteroid. Arms straining to hold it up, the scorching lava chakra roasting the edges of the asteroid until they glowed red-hot. Oh, three tails rushed up to assist, its gigantic shell bracing against the side, its tail embedded in the ground like a chain. One tail burst forth from behind, wielding its tail sand like a massive shield to try and deflect the impact. Five tails exhaled steam, continuously striking the asteroid, attempting to diminish its force. The earth trembled. The sky groaned. But that asteroid was too massive. Even with the combined efforts of the four-tailed beasts, they could only momentarily delay its descent. As the bodies of the tailed beasts began to tire, one tail's sand armor cracked, three tails' shell fractured, four tails' knees sank into the earth, and five tails left marks on the ground. At that moment, a steady voice rang out from afar. Stand back. Everyone looked up to see Tsuchikage Inoki forming hand seals. His voice resonating. Dust release. Origin destruction technique. Boom. With Inoki's eruption, an immensely powerful dust release chakra swept forth. Thousands of minuscule dust particles swiftly converging, enveloping the enormous mass of the asteroid. The power of the dust release instantly stripped away the outer layer of rock from the asteroid, most of it being devoured in an instant, transforming into fine dust scattered in the air, significantly weakening its impact. However, even so, the remaining asteroid still retained a colossal and destructive force. The tailed beasts abruptly adjusted their formation, concentrating their remaining chakra. Tailed beast bomb, the final strike. With a roar, the four-tailed beasts once again gathered their chakra. The tailed beast balls forming in the air, for luminous orbs like gigantic pillars of heaven simultaneously launching towards the remnants of the asteroid. Boom! The final impact utterly shattered the remaining asteroid, fragments scattering like a torrential rain, the sky descending into chaos, dust swirling, the battlefield once more transforming into a terrifying wasteland. Chapter 56, Just Collecting Interest. Madara stood high above, surveying the entire battlefield with an expression of indifference, his tone laced with disdain. Blocked it? His gaze swept over the rising dust and smoke, seemingly sensing familiar chakra fluctuations, his brow arching. That must be the kid from Awagakure's two-tailed. A slight smirk of mockery crept onto his lips. How impressive. Uchiha Ye stepped forward, arms crossed, his smile shallow yet exuding a chilling pressure. Resistance is futile. He advanced a step, his gaze sweeping across the entire ninja alliance, his voice not loud, yet resonating like thunder rolling across the plains. Listen well, Ninja Alliance. This is your final opportunity. Submit to Konoha and surrender all tailed beasts. Your nation, your system, your era has come to an end. That is the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Ye. Uchiha Ye's iconic Indra attire was recognized. Wind Shadow Raza's face turned ashen. Roaring. You killed the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and now you wish to enslave the entire ninja world? You are the true evil. He pointed at Uchiha Ye, his voice filled with blood and fiery indignation. The so-called peace you speak of is built on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It is the delusion of a madman. In the air, Inoki hovered, his old body trembling slightly in the wind, yet standing tall as a pine. His gaze was piercing as he looked down at the two men on the battlefield, his tone steady yet sharp. Uchiha Ye, you speak of wanting to upend order. Yet you are merely a butcher cloaked in the guise of reform. And you, Uchiha Madara, should have long been asleep in the past. Yet now you wish to once again pin the future with violence. He gradually raised his right hand, dust coalescing into a shield in his palm. Steady as a mountain. Do you think this ninja world is so fragile that it will crumble beneath your feet? Do not forget, Senju Hashirama walked a different path long before you. He was not perfect, but he showed us that ninjas can fight to protect, not merely to live for slaughter. I will not speak of the will of fire. That is not my belief. His gaze was resolute. His voice deep, yet resonant like the tremors of stone. I have my own conviction, the will of stone. Steadfastness, endurance, protection. You may destroy bodies, shatter systems, but you cannot obliterate the true will of our generation that belongs to this land. He enunciated each word as if it were a roar erupting from compressed rock. If you wish to turn this land into a battlefield, then start by crushing this old stone of mine. As his words fell, the battlefield fell into a sudden silence. Madara's expression darkened, the previously nonchalant smirk freezing on his face. He looked down at Inoki, his voice icy as though it had crawled out from the depths of hell. Hashirama? Inoki, you claim to inherit Hashirama as well? His once carefree gaze now burned with an inferno of fury, an overwhelming pressure bearing down as if it were a palpable force. Do you think that guys can save the world? He failed. He betrayed our shared ideals. What do you take that foolish compromise, weakness, and charity for? As some sort of light? As faith? Ridiculous. Uchiha Yoru merely turned his head slightly, his voice as cold as frost. Your emotions are fluctuating, Madara. Ban let out a cold snort, his eyes suddenly glimmering with a blood-red light. The battle intent within his Rinnegan erupting like a volcanic explosion. These insignificant insects, their desperate struggles, are laughable. Just as he spoke, Uchiha Yoru's gaze turned icy, his Rinnegan activating in synchronization. Since they have chosen death, let us warm up first. Before his voice faded, two figures darted forth like phantoms, the void trembling as if the air itself were being torn apart. The battlefield was once again shrouded in murderous intent. With a crack, Ban charged into the enemy ranks, his movements like a shadow, exuding lethal energy with every strike. An elbow sent a rock-hidden Jonin flying, a spinning kick shattered another Sandhidden's helmet, and a knee thrust crashed into the heart of the enemy formation, blood and flesh scattering. His actions were steady and swift, as though he had already discerned all the flaws. Suddenly forming hand seals, he coldly commanded, "Fire style, great fire extinguishing technique." A fire dragon roared forth, engulfing a vast swath of the enemy army, flames rolling and scorched earth spreading. Several sand shinobi attempted to counter, only to be reduced to ashes in the fiery tide. Uchiha Yoru stood behind the sea of flames, shaking his hand to release hundreds of kunai, each inscribed with the flying thunder god technique. His figure transformed into a streak of black light, instantaneously traversing the battlefield. With a flurry of sounds, the kunai found their marks, blood spraying forth. Before the enemy could even gasp in shock, they fell dead. A Jonin's eyes reflected a chilling glimmer, and in the next instant, blood gushed forth from his throat like a fountain. Ban snorted coldly, watching Yoru's phantom-like movements, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The flying thunder god? You even borrowed Hashirama's technique? In a flash, Uchiha Yoru pierced the chest of an enemy commander with a sharp blade, turning slowly with a chilling smile. Who said he liked to record ninjutsu in the sealing book, just collecting a little interest? Ban raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. Indeed, you speak the truth. Their brief exchange was like thunder clashing, their momentum soaring to a peak. Ban leaped into the air, forming hand seals, the heavens suddenly resonating with a low rumble, the atmospheric pressure dropping sharply. Fire style, dragon flame song technique. Several fire dragons descended with a thunderous roar, sweeping across the entire battlefield and incinerating everything in their path. Yet amidst the searing flames, Uchiha Yoru moved like a shadow of death, the kunai of the flying thunder god falling to the ground, claiming enemy lives. One was a fiery deity, the other a shadow of doom. They needed no words. Their cooperation was as if they were divine beings. The allied forces grew in number, yet sank deeper into despair. This was not a war, but a one-sided massacre. At that moment, the complete Susanoo, with the eruption of two chakra flows like torrents, the sky was instantly torn apart by deep blue and purple brilliance. Two colossal figures resembling deities soared upward, one clad in deep blue armor, cold eyes like stars, the other in purple flames, oppressive as a mountain. However, this was merely the beginning. They formed seals once more, chakras surging like the sea, the ground trembling violently. Wood style, wood human technique. The true wood style, 1,000 hands. A fierce wind arose, and the earth roared. A towering wooden figure rose from the dust, while the colossal 1,000-handed Buddha seemed to descend from the heavens. As the hearts of all present nearly shattered, the two roared, "Manifest Susanoo." The deep blue Susanoo enveloped the wooden figure, reforging its armor. The purple Susanoo fused with the 1,000-handed Buddha, resembling a fearsome armored deity, its oppressive might crushing the heavens. The deities stood side by side, and the demonic shadows danced in unison. The ninja allied forces completely collapsed, and even the three shadows felt an unprecedented terror. The flying thunder god, Susanoo. What style? Was he even human? Chapter 57. How can we fight now? Two formidable Susanoos stood tall on the battlefield, akin to deities descended upon the earth, shattering everyone's psychological defenses. What a joke. Inside the three tails, Terumi Mei's pupils constricted sharply, her entire being trembling slightly. She had seen powerful beings before, but the overwhelming pressure of such monstrous strength crushed even her desire to fight. Konoha truly was blessed. Loquacious, the Sand's leader, felt his throat tighten. His expression was as grim as one who had swallowed sand. His gaze was fixed upon the two Susanoo, his tone betraying a mix of jealousy and fear that was hard to conceal. Our Sand Hidden has never produced a ninja of such caliber since our village's establishment. The Buddha, the wooden figure, and Susanoo. This cannot be an illusion, can it? Anoki hovered in the air, his teeth clenched, veins pulsating on his forehead. He was an ancient being, having witnessed Susanoo and being familiar with Wood style, but a monster that combined both? He could swear this had surpassed the realm of human ninjas. How can we fight now? Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the four-tailed beasts quietly gazed at the awe-inspiring giants in the distance. The foul fox was right. Shikaku's voice carried an unusual weight as he lifted his head, his eyes reflecting the immense Susanoo Buddha, momentarily feeling his throat go dry. No wonder that guy goes mad every time he mentions the first Hokage. I can somewhat understand now. Susanoo can be this powerful? The Four Tails, Sun Wukong, frowned, his tone tinged with the rare hesitation of a tailed beast. Should we engage? The Five Tails, Mu King, whispered, his eyes twitching as he gazed at the colossal figure wreaking havoc. Engage? You think we can defeat those two lunatics? Shikaku's tail trembled. Do you believe we can win against them? You've always looked down on the Kyuubi, haven't you? The Three Tails, Isabu, spoke with a rare calmness. How do you see it now? Humph, that doesn't prove that the foul fox is stronger than me. Shikaku gritted his teeth, but his voice lacked its usual confidence. Meanwhile, the master of the battlefield had no time to heed the trivial exchanges of the tailed beasts. Ban cast a sidelong glance at Yoru, a faint smile gracing his lips. You can even replicate Hashirama's thousand-handed Buddha to this extent? The interest from the Senju is endless. Uchiha Yoru replied coolly, controlling the Susanoo Buddha as it slowly advanced, its colossal shadow causing the entire landscape to tremble. In the next moment, with a thunderous crash, the 1,000 arms of the Susanoo Buddha descended like a torrent, mountains crumbling, a myriad of palms striking down as if the gods were unleashing their wrath. The ground erupted, sending debris flying. Countless elite rock and sand shinobi had no time to react, reduced to dust and blood beneath the 1,000 palms. A swift resolution. Uchiha Yoru's voice was deep, his tone as cold as ice. His gaze pierced through the smoke, fixating on the wavering last line of defense in the distance. Only by eliminating them can we attain true peace. The hand seals shifted again, and the Buddha's 1,000 hands suddenly clenched into a fist. Covering the sky and blocking the sun, a myriad of fists converged into one. Boom! The earth shattered. The remnants of the army's defense collapsing beneath the colossal fist, their morale crumbling along with the mountains. Flee quickly. Earth-style, barrier. Hurry. It cannot be stopped. The anguished cries of the allied forces were swallowed by that singular fist, their once orderly formation crumbling before the immense force. On the other side, Ban's lips curled into a smirk, his expression elated as he swung the Susanoo wooden giant's sword, sweeping through thousands. Wherever it passed, mountains were leveled, rivers rerouted, and the sky seemed to tear open. He gazed upward at Yoru's Buddha, his eyes filled with rare admiration. Yoru, your killing intent is too intense. If this ends too quickly, it will be rather dull. Those who lack insight should perish sooner. Uchiha Yoru's tone remained icy, his murderous intent unwavering. Ban laughed heartily. Indeed, this suits my taste. The two Susanoo moved simultaneously, Ban's left fist crashing down, Yoru's right palm slamming down. Their combined assault instantaneously created a bottomless pit in the center of the battlefield. The four-tailed beasts could no longer hold back. We cannot wait any longer. Together now. The Three Tails, Four Tails, Five Tails, and Shikaku each took their places, opening their mouths simultaneously, tailed beast chakra surging wildly. Four-tailed beast balls erupted forth, rapidly merging in midair into a massive black sphere larger than a mountain, dragging ripples through time and space as it hurtled toward the two Susanoo. Oh, Ban raised an eyebrow, a look of disdain on his face. They truly dare to take action? He stepped forward, the Susanoo wooden giant raising its colossal sword. Then let it be as you wish. Clang. A tremendous sound reverberated. The colossal sword collided with the tailed beast orb in midair, creating a sound explosion that unleashed a wave of sonic fury. Moments later, with a thunderous roar, the giant sword cleaved the tailed beast orb in two. One half detonated against the distant mountain range, carving deep craters into the earth, while the other half exploded in the sky, failing to approach Susanoo even by a step. The tailed beast's pupils constricted in disbelief. It was severed. Impossible. That was the tailed beast orb fused from four-tailed beasts. Before they could fully comprehend the shock, the voice of Uchiha Ye resonated from the void. You were too noisy. His Rinnegan glimmered slightly, and then several colossal hands behind Susanoo surged towards them. Boom. The four-tailed beasts had no chance to react, as if they were utterly suppressed by an invisible force in that fleeting moment. Boom. Ye's Buddha palm descended, forcefully slamming the four-tailed beasts into the earth, raising a dust storm that obscured the sky. The five tails flew backward like a kite with a severed string, sweeping across the mountains and shattering over a dozen peaks before finally coming to a halt. The three tails trembled violently, its sturdy shell cracking inch by inch, and its agonized roar echoed through the heavens. Shoha was filled with horror, incredulously growling. I can't move. The four tails gasped for breath, its pupils dilating. Just now, an unseen force seemed to have forcibly manipulated our nerves and chakra flow. Was that mental power, or some kind of ocular technique? Before they could recover from their astonishment, the Susanoo Buddha once again raised its arms, 1,000 hands moving in unison, descending with the might of thunder. Bang! The four-tailed beasts were once again brutally smashed into the ground, plunging the entire battlefield into a brief silence. The next moment, with a tearing sound, accompanied by violent tremors in space, Uchiha Ye's Buddha figure extended a giant hand, resembling a divine hand descending from the clouds, seizing the battered-tailed beasts as if they were mere chicks, lifting them into the air. The tailed beasts struggled, yet could not muster even a hint of power. They shockingly realized that the vast chakra within them was being devoured by the wood release entwined around them like a ravenous wolf, leaving no room for resistance. The instinctual oppression caused their pupils to constrict sharply, and for the first time, a deathly fear surged within them. At this moment, Anoki and Rasha had already exhausted all their strength. Anoki roared, forming hand seals to unleash a series of dust releases. The light of annihilation tore through the sky, propelled by the chakra of his life force, hurtling towards the colossal Buddha shadow that obscured the heavens. However, before the dust release could even touch the surface of the Susanoo statue, it seemed to be drained, twisted, and crushed by some invisible force, turning into nothingness. How could this be? He stared wide-eyed, cold sweat pouring down, his voice trembling. That was dust release, capable of erasing even bloodline limits. Yet it hadn't even shaken the opponent's defense in the slightest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rasha's eyes widened in fury, his palms surging with sand and gold, solidifying into blades, surging like a tidal wave towards the Susanoo figure. That was his ultimate technique of controlling gold and sand iron, the national secret art of Sunagakure. But when the torrent of sand and gold collided with the Buddha's body, it felt as if it had crashed into another realm, being repelled, shattered, and dissipated without leaving a single crack. What is this? Rasha murmured, his voice hoarse, his chest heaving intensely. The chilling sensation within him coiled like a venomous snake up his spine, inching upward. They finally understood. What stood before them was not a mere ninja, but a deity, an incarnation of destruction itself. Anoki clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, his knuckles cracking. He had led the strongest forces of Awakens, aiming to weaken Konoha and dominate the ninja world. Yet now, the ones falling the most were his own people. He looked up to see that Buddha figure towering like a mountain, its 1,000 hands reaching for the heavens, the tailed beasts struggling like puppets, their bodies strewn across the ground, blood flowing like rivers. Anoki's throat tightened, and he whispered 2 words, defeated. Then, as if forcing out his last breath, he murmured, completely defeated. Rasha was drenched in blood, his sand and gold utterly depleted, even his chakra entirely drained. He gazed at the towering Susanoo figure, his eyes vacant as if his soul had been extracted. Once, he prided himself on mastering gold and sand iron, capable of slaying tailed beasts and quelling conflicts. Yet now, his sand and gold couldn't even shake a single finger of that Buddha. A bitter taste filled his mouth as he muttered, "Not even a tiny crack remains." Beneath him lay the severed limbs of Sunigakure ninjas. In the distance, the remnants of a Awakens cried out. And that Buddha figure remained high above, seemingly untouched by the world. Rasha bowed his head and knelt, his throat feeling as if it had been sliced by a blade, struggling to utter a single phrase. "We didn't come to fight. We came to die." Anoki took a deep breath, gazing up at the Susanoo figure, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "We surrender." His words were cut short as a giant hand descended from the heavens. Slowly, yet suffocatingly heavy. "Surrender? It's too late." The voice was cold, like the decree of death. The gigantic palm accelerated downward, blotting out the sun. "Retreat. Quickly retreat," Rasha shouted. But Anoki stood still. He gazed up at the heavens, his expression calm, his aged figure sturdy as rock. In that moment, he let go of all his obsessions. Boom! The giant hand fell, the heavens and earth trembled. Everything was reduced to dust, the sand and gold shattered, mountains split, and the world fell silent. Anoki and Rasha, along with their dreams and struggles, were all buried beneath that hand, without a trace. The wind ceased. The stench of fire and blood was nauseatingly thick. Upon the scorched earth, only wood chips floated in the air, like snowflakes, or the delayed, cruel mercy of a deity. And that shadow standing atop the Buddha's head. Uchiha Ye gazed down with a cold expression. His voice was as still as stagnant water, as if pronouncing a verdict, insignificant. The battlefield lay in terrifying silence. The hand of Susanoo slowly lifted, leaving behind a massive pit that resembled the scars of a natural disaster, devoid of any chakra fluctuations. The coalition of Awakens and Sunigakure, as if their souls had been extracted, appeared ashen-faced. None dared to make a move. Even the thought of fleeing was stripped away by the oppressive might that crushed the heavens and earth. Was such power truly within the reach of a ninja? An Awakens jonin collapsed to the ground, trembling like a leaf in autumn. Would release Susanoo, flying thunder god. What kind of monster is he? No one could answer. Uchiha Ye stood at the brow of the Buddha statue, his black robe billowing, his rinnegan slowly revolving. Below, countless ninjas crawled like a tide, as if they were pilgrims before a god. "Do you wish to continue fighting?" His voice resonated as the only will in the universe. Silence. Suddenly, with a thud, a jonin from Awakens fell to his knees, his forehead touching the ground. Then came Sunigakure. The remaining 1,000 ninjas all knelt, none daring to rise. The coalition of the ninja world officially declared surrender. In that moment, the mountains and rivers fell silent. The ninja world was hushed. Beneath the Susanoo Buddha statue, multitudes knelt in submission. This was not the subjugation of a mere ninja, but the veneration of Uchiha Ye. He looked down upon all beings, his gaze heavy and silent. After a moment, with a wave of his right hand, the Buddha statue shattered, its 1,000 hands scattering like wood chips throughout the world. Yet in the memories of all the ninjas, that sky-obscuring deity would forever be etched into their souls. At this conclusion, Uchiha Madara stood quietly, his gaze never departing from that Buddha statue. As time passed, an unmistakable excitement and fervor began to surface on his face. He stepped forward with steady strides, each footfall causing the shattered wood of Susanoo to crack beneath him, yet nothing could impede his advance. Ye's voice was deep, carrying a hint of barely perceivable admiration. "You have finally become a man whom even gods must look up to." His eyes, sharp as blades, pierced through Uchiha Ye's silhouette, as if assessing a truly worthy adversary. In the eyes of Ban, though seemingly calm, a long-lost fervor raged like a blazing flame. "If you had appeared in our era," he paused slightly, his tone laced with a suppressed arrogance, "Hashirama, you would undoubtedly be defeated by me." His gaze swept over the still kneeling shinobi alliance, his voice low and imbued with an icy chill, carrying an irresistible pressure. "This is the order that the shinobi world ought to possess. Fear the powerful, obey the laws." A flicker of cold amusement crossed his eyes, his words sharp as a blade. "We shall determine the future of this world." Ban's gaze ultimately met Uchiha Ye's, devoid of any trepidation, filled only with boundless anticipation and admiration. "You are the deity wielding power. I, the one who bears the sword for the deity." He smiled gently, that smile imbued with steadfast belief in his future, as well as profound respect and encouragement for Uchiha Ye. He raised his hand, subtly pointing towards the horizon. as if heralding both an end and the dawn of a new era. Chapter 59. The new regime in this battle, Uchiha Ye and Uchiha Ban, bolstered by the support of Akatsuki, utterly dismantled the main forces of Tsunegakure and Awakens. The remaining enemy forces were negligible. With the battle's conclusion, Uchiha Ye promptly took control of the tailed beasts, preparing to utilize them at the right moment, while instructing Narashikaku to dispatch personnel to swiftly rendezvous with Akatsuki, thereby absorbing the remnants of these two villages. Concurrently, Uchiha Ye's clone collaborated with Kisame and Juzo on another front, eliminating the elite assassination units of Kirigakure and reclaiming all the ninja tools. The Fourth Great Ninja War concluded with a decisive victory for Konoha. At the village gates, a multitude of villagers and elite shinobi gathered. Upon learning that Uchiha Ye had swept through 3 shinobi villages in a mere few months, the astonishment of all was nearly palpable. Konoha had never witnessed such a formidable and resolute ninja. His existence almost overturned their entire understanding of what a ninja could be. Uchiha Ye was not merely a strong individual, but a symbol of the new era, a force capable of altering the fate of the shinobi world. However, alongside the shock, a hint of unease welled up within many of the elite shinobi. They feared that Uchiha Ye might become intoxicated by power, ultimately devolving into a tyrannical despot, potentially threatening the future of Konoha. Yet, as they observed the tranquil villagers around them, their internal worries gradually subsided. Over the past few months, Uchiha Ye's governance was not predicated on violent suppression, but rather invigorated Konoha through reform. The people's sense of happiness and belonging transcended any previous time. He enacted revolutionary educational policies, comprehensively reforming the educational system for both shinobi and civilians. Ninja academies established classes for civilians and shinobi alike, granting everyone an opportunity for education. Following foundational theoretical courses, students could select from a variety of skills according to their interests, encompassing ninjutsu, architecture, culinary arts, forging, and more. Most importantly, Uchiha Ye emphasized moral and ethical education, believing that the violence and instability in the shinobi world stemmed from deviations in the human heart. Therefore, he stressed the cultivation of students' moral consciousness, social responsibility, and self-restraint. With the assistance of Orochimaru and Kabuto, Uchiha Ye propelled technological advancements in Konoha, particularly in agriculture and food production. By applying chakra, the development of supercrops significantly shortened growth cycles, resulting in a marked increase in food yield. Konoha would no longer rely solely on external resources, achieving self-sufficiency and alleviating the hardships caused by war and resource scarcity. Uchiha Ye understood that shinobi were not merely tools for combat. They should also engage in societal construction, promoting progress across various fields. He abolished the traditional notion that shinobi were unfit for productive work, advocating for their roles in production, healthcare, and scientific research. Under his leadership, shinobi gradually evolved into versatile talents within society, facilitating the comprehensive development of Konoha. To ensure safety both within and beyond the village, Uchiha Ye established a new security system, training elite shinobi teams responsible for maintaining public order. Through stringent laws and efficient enforcement, he eradicated the long-standing chaos within the shinobi world, ensuring the peace of the villagers' lives. Just as he had once proclaimed, he aimed to make the shinobi world a better place. As the denizens of Konoha witnessed the appearance of Uchiha Ye and Ban, they erupted into fervent cheers. Some were even moved to tears. Over 50 years had elapsed since the founding of Konoha. Countless years saw the village in a state of passive defense, with shinobi facing continuous threats and challenges. Now, everything had changed. The emergence of the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Ye, liberated Konoha from its former limitations. He not only conquered other shinobi villages in a remarkably short span, but did so without disrupting the villagers' daily lives. Konoha, now unprecedentedly powerful and resolute, ushered in an unparalleled sense of safety and pride. Every villager felt deeply that this newfound strength was altering their destinies. Since Uchiha Ye assumed the mantle of the fifth Hokage, the dynamics of Konoha's defense and offense transformed dramatically. Once characterized by passive defense, the village now embraced active engagement. All thanks to Uchiha Ye's leadership. He stood before the crowd, a serene smile gracing his lips, his demeanor composed. As if he had long since acclimated to such a scene, The overwhelming pressure and attention no longer a novelty to him. Beside him, Ban quietly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering on every detail, as if filled with curiosity for this familiar yet slightly alien world. The presence of Ban sent a tremor through many of the Konoha shinobi. Who was this extraordinary man? Why was he walking alongside the fifth Hokage? Surely, he must be Uchiha Ban. Nara Shikaku spoke solemnly, and as his words resonated, the surrounding shinobi abruptly awakened. What? How is that possible? Some could scarcely believe their ears, their astonished gazes darting toward one another, struggling to process the revelation before them. Nara Shikaku raised his hand to signal for silence, whispering, "Indeed, Ban has been resurrected," and he paused, the surrounding shinobi holding their breath, all eyes fixed upon him. "He is the ally of our fifth Hokage." The moment those words were uttered, the expressions of all Konoha shinobi instantly became more complex. Some twitched at the corners of their mouths, unable to conceal their astonishment, while others stood frozen, as if they had just received the most inconceivable news. Ban, resurrected, and allied with the fifth Hokage? Such a notion was utterly unimaginable. How could he possibly be our ally? He was once. Could we trust Uchiha Ban? Konoha shinobi murmured amongst themselves, doubt and unease filling every heart. While the might of Uchiha Ye and the transformations under his rule left them in awe, Ban's resurrection, especially the fact that he had allied with the fifth Hokage, sent their emotions into turmoil. Clearly, neither Uchiha Ye nor Ban had any intention of explaining themselves to the shinobi of Konoha. Ban's curiosity about everything in Konoha was palpable. His gaze roamed, as if savoring this long-lost world. With each step, his movements were measured and unhurried, his eyes sharp as a blade, dissecting everything around him with precision. From the branches of trees to the expressions on the villagers' faces, from the architecture's design to every brick on the streets. Ban appeared to be deeply attuned to the essence of this new order within Konoha. His gaze missed no detail, as if contemplating the profound significance behind this village. "Ye, you have done well," Ban murmured softly, perceiving from the warm smiles of the civilians that Uchiha Ye's policies had yielded significant results. The current state of Konoha far exceeded his expectations. In the depths of his eyes, a glimmer of complexity flickered. Compared to his former self, Uchiha Ye appeared markedly more mature, composed, and decisive. In the past, Ban had once harbored dreams of unifying the shinobi world. Yet he had only contemplated how to forcibly achieve that unity, never truly pondering what the world would resemble post-unification. Now, Uchiha Ye's approach awakened in him the realization that true strength transcends mere accumulation of power. It embodies a profound and deliberate transformation. The corners of Ban's mouth lifted slightly, adorned with a subtle smile, yet the profound contemplation in his eyes starkly contrasted with the external world. His smile was not merely one of admiration. It resembled a deep contemplation, perhaps an evaluation of the long-term implications of this change. This shinobi world, once stained with blood, was now revitalized under Ye's guidance. Ban reflected inwardly, contemplating how he might discover his own significance within this upheaval. Uchiha Ye's gaze swept across Ban's face, and with a gentle smile, he murmured, "All changes ultimately aim to lead the shinobi world towards a brighter future." Ban was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes, but he soon returned to his tranquil demeanor. He recognized that Ye's words pertained not merely to the present Konoha, but to the future of the entire shinobi world. Indeed, this world, once destined to be drenched in blood and warfare, was quietly transforming in an unprecedented manner. The future, Ban softly repeated the word, his tone imbued with profound significance. Perhaps this was our true battlefield. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching an unspoken consensus. Chapter 60, Arrangements Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. The cheers surged like a tidal wave, as if to overturn the entire village of Konoha. Crowds lined the streets, their faces brimming with uncontainable excitement and admiration. Children waved flags, and ninjas bowed in respect, their fervent gazes fixed upon the figure guiding the village into a new era. The sole focus of their hearts was the newly appointed Hokage, Uchiha Ye. The majority of the populace was unfamiliar with Ban, the sudden stranger, merely casting furtive glances out of instinctive curiosity. A few who recognized Ban's identity were momentarily taken aback, quickly opting for silence, burying their emotions deep within. For in this moment, They understood better than anyone that standing at the forefront was Uchiha Ye, the true embodiment of the village's future and a symbol of hope. Uchiha Ye calmly surveyed the crowd, his gaze as tranquil as water, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the cheers, his demeanor steady, and his posture composed, embodying the flawless leader that the people anticipated. In contrast, Ban appeared particularly ill at ease. His brow furrowed, and a flicker of unfamiliar hesitation crossed his eyes. He was unafraid of facing a multitude on the battlefield, yet he displayed an almost instinctive aversion to this sudden outpouring of enthusiasm. He did not return the gazes of the crowd, nor did he acknowledge the children excitedly waving at him. Instead, he averted his head slightly, emitting a disdainful grunt, as if to conceal his inner discomfort. "It's too loud," he muttered under his breath, his voice as consistently cold as ever, though revealing a subtle awkwardness that went unnoticed. Uchiha Ye seemed to sense his discomfort, but merely offered a faint smile, saying nothing further. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, the two walked side by side, eventually embarking on the path back to the village. In the Hokage office, Uchiha Ye stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the scenery, his eyes deep and composed. Inside the office, the elite shinobi of Konoha stood quietly by, awaiting Ye's words. He turned, his gaze sweeping over each familiar face present, his eyes sharp as blades, causing the air within the room to thicken. "Allow me to introduce everyone," he stated, his tone unassuming, yet carrying an inherent authority that brooked no dissent. "Ban shall serve as one of the advisors, alongside Nara Shikaku." As his words echoed, an almost suffocating silence enveloped the room. All eyes instinctively gravitated toward Ban. The name Uchiha Ban, once a source of trepidation throughout the shinobi world, now poised to occupy a high-ranking advisory position in Konoha, was indeed shocking. "Any objections?" Uchiha Ye inquired slowly, his voice still gentle, yet imbued with a penetrating force, each word resonating with finality. He did not raise his voice in reprimand, nor did he require extensive explanations. A simple question sufficed to silence the room. Kakashi's lips twitched, concealing a fleeting complexity in his eyes. If anyone dared to speak up, they would likely find themselves met with Ban's piercing gaze, which could silence even the boldest. He remained silent, standing still like everyone else, accepting this unavoidable decision. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified, and silence spread throughout the room. Each individual deliberated how to express themselves, and Ban's presence undeniably cast a significant weight upon this meeting. Despite Uchiha Ye's words exuding unwavering authority, Ban's icy aura and silent pressure had already instilled an intangible sense of intimidation. Silence lingered. Finally, an elderly shinobi cleared his throat, breaking the stalemate. "Hokage-sama." The individual began cautiously, a note of unease lacing their tone. "We acknowledge Lord Ban's strength, yet his past actions still leave many with reservations." Uchiha Ye did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned slowly to regard the elder, his gaze sharp and piercing as a blade, cutting into the other's heart. "How should I respond to such remarks about a hero who has brought us back from the flames of war?" He paused, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, his tone imbued with a hint of mockery and a steely composure. Perhaps it would be better to let him answer for himself. With that, he turned his head towards Ban. Ban let out a low grunt, finally stepping forward. His gaze swept over the assembly, sharp as a cold blade, instilling a chill in those present. "I do not care for your doubts," he stated calmly, yet his tone carried an oppressive weight. "If anyone believes I am unfit for the role of advisor, let them step forward." The air felt as though it had crystallized, and no one dared to meet his gaze, nor did anyone choose to respond. Uchiha Ye gradually withdrew his gaze, casually adding, "The absence of dissent indicates that the decision has been made. From this day forth, as long as I am present, no one shall question him." At last, silence returned to the conference room. No one dared to voice any objections, and an oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air. It seemed that everyone understood a fundamental truth. In the presence of Uchiha Ye and Uchiha Ban, any opposing voice was inconsequential. Uchiha Ye spoke again, his tone gentle yet undeniably resolute. "Since there are no issues, let us join hands and embrace the new chapter of Konoha." Ban remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Standing beside Uchiha Ye, silent yet exuding an undeniable pressure. "Nara Shikaku," Uchiha Ye called, shifting his gaze. Nara Shikaku stepped forward, his expression grave, yet still reflecting respect for the young Hokage. In the wake of this war, The territory of Konoha will extend to encompass half of the shinobi world. Uchiha Ye's voice was steady, each word crystal clear. The Wind Country, Earth Country, and Water Country will all fall under unified governance. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, his tone deliberate. You are to deploy administrative and logistical personnel from within the village to collaborate with the Akatsuki, who are already on the front lines. As they dismantle the power cores of each nation, be prepared to promptly assume control of their respective affairs. Understood. Nara Shikaku replied with a slight bow, his tone steady, though a hint of bitterness flickered in his downcast eyes. He was acutely aware that managing Konoha and the Lightning Country alone had already left him feeling like a flickering flame in the wind. Now, with the addition of the Wind, Earth, and Water Countries, he feared he might soon find himself in dire need of recuperation. Uchiha Ye recognized the fatigue in his demeanor and softened his tone slightly. Responsibilities can be shared and delegated. The Land of Wind is dominated by the clan from the mountains, renowned for their expertise in intelligence and communication. The Land of Earth is supported by the Chodao clan, responsible for logistics and resource allocation. The Land of Water is temporarily governed by Akatsuki in collaboration with Uchiha Obito. His gaze sharpened. I shall dispatch other personnel to assist you, gradually reconstructing the environmental order of the lands of Wind and Earth. You will oversee the coordination, without the need for direct involvement. Upon hearing this, Lu Dao's expression relaxed slightly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Then I suppose I can live a few more years. The expressions of those present in the room varied. Some were astonished, others hesitant, yet they couldn't help but marvel at the fifth Hokage, who seemed far less autocratic than they had imagined, exhibiting a calmness and foresight that was quite convincing. Chapter 61. Do not disappoint me. After the orders were given, everyone dispersed, and Uchiha Yoru left the Hokage's office with Obito. At the named shrine, the gentle sound of flowing water reflected two figures standing side by side. Obito gazed silently at the water's surface, his expression deep and heavy, as if lost in the weight of a bygone era. Uchiha Yoru did not disturb him, simply standing quietly beside him. After a long moment, Obito slightly turned his head, his gaze falling upon Yoru, revealing an indescribable complexity in his eyes. Are you saying? He began, his tone as thunderous as the low rumble of a storm, that within our clan, a wretched beast took it upon himself to slaughter all his kin on that fateful night? He spoke slowly, each word seeming to extract itself from between clenched teeth, a hint of murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. He even spared not his own parents, all to execute the Hokage's orders? Uchiha Yoru did not shy away, nodding affirmatively. Obito gradually straightened his posture, shadows darkening his eyes, the aura of malice almost palpable, as if he were about to rend the very fabric of the sky. How utterly pathetic, he scoffed, his voice hoarse yet sharp as a blade cutting through the air. Has the Uchiha clan truly fallen to such depths? Even the blood of our kin is stained by our own hands. He raised his gaze, eyes cutting through the darkness, turning to confront Uchiha Yoru directly. You took action, did you not? Yes, Yoru replied calmly. Obito fell silent for a moment before letting out a cold chuckle. Well done. These simple words struck like thunder, rippling across the water's surface. Those who betray their heritage, regardless of their reasons, have no right to dwell beneath the clan's emblem. He walked slowly to the water's edge, as if to pay homage to something or bid farewell to an era. Obito turned to face Yoru, his expression still cloaked in an oppressive sharpness. You have died once. Indeed. And then you rose again. Yes. Obito did not press further, but regarded Yoru for a few seconds before nodding. This is better. Those who return from death do not waver easily. He fell silent again, his gaze drifting into the distance. Once, I too emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, but I hope you can travel further than I did. His words were gentle, yet carried the weight of a solemn entrustment, as if testing Yoru's resolve. Uchiha Yoru simply replied, I will. A barely perceptible shift in the corner of Obito's mouth suggested a flicker of satisfaction, yet he remained silent. The wind coursed through the pine forest, the shadows dancing, and the night at Nain's shrine returned to a deathly stillness. The two entered Nain's shrine, which Yoru frequently had cleaned, thus it remained pristine and orderly. Obito stood before the stone tablet that once upheld all his beliefs, his gaze icy. Previously, my voice was low and contemplative. This stone tablet was what sustained me. He chuckled softly, the sound laced with profound irony. It all now seems but an illusion. Obito's tone grew somber as he suddenly raised his hand, the black rod in his grasp shimmering ominously as he hurled it at the stone tablet. With a resounding crack, the tablet shattered, the sound echoing like the collapse of his own convictions. Infinite Tsukuyami? A falsehood. Kagaya? Also a falsehood. Obito looked down at the fragments of the broken tablet, his voice hollowing, as if admitting that all his efforts had been in vain. The stubbornness that had once defined his gaze was now shrouded in deep regret and self-reproach. I was absurdly mistaken, he murmured bitterly, his eyes deep as the night sky, as if beholding a truth that had once eluded him. Suddenly, he lifted his head, locking eyes with Uchiha Yoru, his expression imbued with an uncommon gravity and depth. "Yoru," he said, his voice low and powerful, "do not disappoint me." This statement lacked the disdainful tone of the past, instead brimming with expectation and an implicit sense of responsibility. In Obito's gaze, alongside calmness and determination, there lay a silent anticipation, a trust in Uchiha Yoru, and a yearning for the future of the shinobi world. Uchiha Yoru was momentarily taken aback, sensing the weight of Obito's words. With resolute eyes, he nodded gently. "I will not let you down, Obito." Ultimately, Obito chose to reside beside Nain's shrine, which was the territory of the Uchiha clan and now his new home. The following day, Uchiha Yoru entered the Konoha laboratory. It had undergone a remarkable transformation, infused with a modern atmosphere. Under Uchiha Yoru's unwavering support, Orochimaru had acquired abundant funding and resources, enhancing the scale and research capabilities of the laboratory to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, Orochimaru established a dedicated scientific research class aimed at cultivating scientists within the shinobi world, promoting the fusion of ninjutsu and technology. The laboratory's research encompassed a vast array of topics, from basic necessities to advanced military technologies, such as the development of cannons and missiles, and even studies in electricity and mechanization, delving into the mysteries of ninjutsu, chakra, and bloodline limits. Within the laboratory, significant progress was made in the study of Mokutan, with even specimens of the Sharingan, crushed variant, and some unique bloodline limits being brought in for research, aiding Orochimaru in further exploring the essence and limits of these abilities. Witnessing all of this, Orochimaru's expression was filled with excitement and elation. He was no longer the shadowy experimenter, but had seized vast resources and power, standing at the forefront of the intersection of technology and ninjutsu. Upon seeing Uchiha Yoru's arrival, Orochimaru immediately bowed in greeting. "Lord Yoru." Uchiha Yoru nodded slightly and inquired, "What is the progress on the exclusive environmental modifiers for the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth?" At this, Orochimaru let out a low, raspy laugh. "They have been developed and are currently in the testing phase. Production is expected to commence shortly." Uchiha Yoru understood that the scarcity of resources and the harsh environment were closely linked. Thus, he had commanded Orochimaru to develop environmental modification robots as a crucial component of long-term governance. These robots could precisely adjust the regional environment according to each country's geographical and climatic conditions, improving soil quality, regulating humidity, and guiding gradual climate transitions, thereby maximizing agricultural productivity. In due course, those once barren lands would gradually restore their ecosystems and regain vitality. Additionally, the previously initiated Superseed project had also achieved significant breakthroughs. Orochimaru smiled with a hint of satisfaction, continuing, "Lord Yoru, Kabuto is indeed a rare and valuable assistant." A glimmer of rare appreciation shone in his eyes. The fate of Yakushi Kabuto had long since diverged from the original timeline. After Uchiha Yoru unified Konoha, he summoned back all spies and hidden agents lurking outside, reorganizing them into various departments of Konoha according to their specialties and backgrounds. Kabuto was thus assigned to the scientific research class in Konoha and had now become one of Orochimaru's most capable aides within the research framework. The Superseed project was also developed under Kabuto's experimentation. Chapter 62. The Truth of Otsutsuki. Uchiha Yoru nodded. The decision to recall those lurking spies was made after careful consideration. With his current dominance over the shinobi world, intelligence is no longer a necessity. What he requires is the initiative to control all variables, rather than allowing them to remain hidden in the shadows. It is far more advantageous to recruit this group entirely for his own purposes. As anticipated, the talents of Yao Shirdo have been thoroughly unleashed under Orochimaru's guidance, and within a few short months, he has become the cornerstone of the research system. "Well done." Uchiha Ye spoke in a calm tone. Yet it was sufficient to elicit a subtle smile from Orochimaru, revealing his unmasked satisfaction. However, Yikuin, Orochimaru's expression grew serious, his tone gradually darkening. Yet he could not conceal the burning light in his eyes. The connections you mentioned among the Uchiha, Senju, and even the Otsutsuki clans indeed have a basis in reality. He paused slightly, as if still processing the truth that had once been regarded as myth. If these bloodline limits are seen as divergent extensions from the same source, then their integration is no longer a taboo, but rather a form of return. At this point, a sense of indescribable awe and fervor emerged in his gaze. I have completed the first phase of the fusion experiment. The cells of Uchiha and Hashirama have achieved stable symbiosis in the special medium you provided. More importantly, an unprecedented chakra resonance pattern has emerged between them, as if they are responding to some lost origin. Uchiha Ye turned his gaze towards him, quietly observing, "What about the experimental subjects?" "White Setsu," Orochimaru whispered, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement. "His composition is strikingly similar to Hashirama's cells, exhibiting remarkable adaptability. The preliminary reactions have been surprisingly smooth, with fusion efficiency far exceeding expectations." However, he paused again, his tone shifting, his eyes deep and somber. "Currently, there are still unknown side effects. Within White Zetsu, a self-evolving structure is developing, seemingly reorganizing itself with a conscious intent to break free from the original template." Uchiha Ye remained unmoved, his voice as calm as a glacier. "Continue monitoring to ensure stability and expedite the progression to the controllable injection phase." "Understood, Yikuin," Orochimaru replied, bowing his head, yet the inadvertent smile that escaped him betrayed his inner restlessness. He was enraptured by the impending revelation of the mysteries of life, his very breath quivering with anticipation. "However, Yikuin," Orochimaru began slowly, his tone unusually grave. Even his serpentine eyes, often laced with sarcasm, seemed to have softened. "The research department is currently stretched to its limits. The directives you have outlined regarding environmental reconstruction, bloodline fusion, and chakra experimentation are each akin to a fog-shrouded gateway, behind which lie the unknown and the peril." He paused, his gaze lingering on Ye's silhouette for a moment. "There are too few who dare to open these doors. Yet, they must be opened." Uchiha Ye rose slowly, his figure akin to a drawn blade, silent and lethal. With his hands clasped behind him, he gazed into the distant sea of clouds, his voice low and steady. "I will have Scorpion join us." Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and then a slow smile crept across his lips, revealing an intriguing amusement. "Heh, Scorpion, is it?" He tilted his head slightly, as if reminiscing or perhaps fantasizing. He slowly licked his lips, his tone sinking into a realm akin to an abyss about to be unveiled. His puppet modifications have already brushed against the limits of human form. His attempts in the field of soul sealing essentially constitute the creation of an alternative life form. A long-lost fervor flickered in his eyes, and he murmured, "If we can merge his concepts with my flesh reconstruction system, delving into those so-called forbidden domains, we might be able to mass-produce deities. You will be responsible for the research direction." Uchiha Ye turned, his tone as firm as iron, "and he will handle the technical implementation. You are the blade and the sheath, each complementing the other. The experiments must accelerate, not solely in pursuit of power." He paused, his tone suddenly somber, like a warning bell tolling in a deep valley. "This is the foundation upon which the future world will be built. The old order of the shinobi world is dead. The new laws will be inscribed by us. The future, our journey, extends beyond the shinobi realm." Orochimaru chuckled lightly, as if ignited by a long-dormant desire. "I will remember your words, Yikuin." He lowered his head, his tone respectful. Yet the burning desire in his eyes could not be concealed. "This key shall be forged by our own hands, embedded into the very bones of the shinobi world. I will advance the experiments at any cost." "I do not require the process," Uchiha Ye stated coldly, his voice as unyielding as cold steel. "I desire results. Progress must be swift." With that, his gaze bored down like the night sky, captivating and formidable. Orochimaru smiled softly, his form slipping into the shadows, his final words resonating in the darkness. "Then let us offer the most exquisite experimental subjects for your newly constructed world." The following day, at the Valley of the End, the ancient stone statues stood in silent testimony, as if witnessing the rebirth of an era. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, the river flowing like ink. as the seven-tailed beasts remained motionless at the valley's bottom, their hollow eyes reflecting a sense of deathly silence, devoid of any will. They had been utterly subdued, akin to slumbering deities, forced to bow to human hands. Uchiha Ye and Uchiha Madara stood side by side atop the cliffs of the Valley of the End. Behind them the rustling of black cloaks and swirling fallen leaves. Beneath them lay the silence and echoes of the shinobi world. Then, Madara's gaze descended, fixating on the seven massive figures below, his voice calm as water, yet concealing an undeniable weight. The tailed beast recovery plan shall commence. The wind stilled at the moment his words fell, as if heaven and earth were awaiting the next command. At present, the entire canopy of the shinobi world has been torn asunder, revealing the facade of myth. Uchiha Ye had never deliberately concealed the truth regarding the Otsutsuki clan. The origin of chakra is not a divine gift, but stems from a seed from beyond. A member of the Otsutsuki named Kaguya forcefully injecting a power that did not belong to the shinobi world into this land, thus altering the evolutionary path of humanity. As this news spread like wildfire, the entire shinobi world was plunged into an indescribable silence and turmoil. Some chose to remain silent, questioning, or even fearing. Others began to seek solace akin to a religion, believing the descent of deities signaled the end of days. Yet, in the eyes of warriors like Uchiha Madara, all of this was merely an upgrade in the form of the enemy. The enemy had transformed from mere ninjas, from organizations, from nations, into a higher dimensional, ancient lineage of terrifying power. But what of it? He had once battled the first Hokage, stood in the Valley of the End, gazing down upon the entire shinobi world. For him, the truth of the world could sway the hearts of the populace, yet it could not shake his battle intent. Thus, as he gazed upon the figures of the seven-tailed beasts, his resolve only strengthened. In this moment, he finally comprehended Uchiha Ye's preparations, those seemingly insane experiments. The plan for the 10 tails, the exploration of the essence of chakra, and even the rewriting of the world's rules were not driven by a lust for power, but rather heralded the prelude to a war on a racial level. Chapter 63. Absorbing the tailed beasts, Madara's lips curled into a slight smile, speaking softly to himself. If the enemy does not originate from this land, then we must reconstruct its very foundation. He slowly turned his gaze towards Uchiha Ye. The sharpness and brilliance that once characterized his eyes replaced by a near-resonant calm. Ye, I once believed you merely wished to trample the shinobi world beneath your feet. Now I understand, you desire to ensure this land is never again trampled by anyone. At this moment, Madara's recognition of Uchiha Ye solidified further, a vision that transcended his former obsessions. Uchiha Ye nodded slightly, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, yet behind that calm burned an undeniable fervent will. Before the shadow of the divine descends, someone must ignite the flame. His voice was low and resolute, as if declaring the arrival of fate. We are that flame. Madara looked up at the iron-colored sky, dark clouds hanging low, the mountain winds howling, as if the entire world held its breath in anticipation. Then let me be the blade of that flame. As the winds howled, 2 figures stood solemnly at the brink of the cliff on the eve of destruction, like stone inscriptions in the tempest. Uchiha Ye approached the precipice, gazing into the abyss below, his voice resonating like distant thunder. Summoning technique, outer path golem. With the incantation uttered, the valley trembled, and the outer path golem emerged from the void, a divine pressure descending upon the mortal realm. 9 colossal arms, akin to silent judges, unfurled from the back of the golem, reaching skyward. They coldly and precisely targeted the tailed beasts, now rendered voiceless, as the impending punishment loomed. The tailed beasts, devoid of consciousness, could only instinctively struggle, reduced to mere fragments of fate's turbulent river. In the next moment, the golem moved. Chains erupted from its form, as if woven by destiny itself, ensnaring every tailed beast. Shoha, Jurikamo, Isabu, Sun Wukong, Muwang, and even half of Kyubi, without exception. Whether they roared, remained silent, or expressed confusion, they were gradually pulled into the golem's chest, ultimately transforming into a surging torrent of chakra, merging into its abyss-like hollow. Those once feared tailed beasts were now silently erased, as though their very existence had been excised from the annals of the ninja world. Although the 6 tails and 7 tails had yet to appear, the golem's chest was already overflowing. With each tailed beast's chakra forcibly sealed, its form grew ever larger. the surrounding space seemingly collapsing into it, as the air above the valley was entirely consumed. Finally, the eyes of the golem glowed with a heavy light, illuminating the valley like a meteor. The tremors of the earth came to an abrupt halt. It stood quietly at the eye of the storm, the six-tailed beast chakras within its chest beginning to intertwine and merge, akin to the primal power birthed from chaos, nurturing a rebirth potent enough to shake the ninja world. Meanwhile, the hosts of the tailed beasts, drained of their essence, fell one after another. Their wails tore through the air, and agony spread across the land. Chakra ebbed from their bodies like receding tides, their vitality rapidly disintegrating, transforming them into marionettes devoid of strings, one by one crashing to the ground. Uchiha Ye's gaze remained as placid as water, betraying not a hint of emotion. As he spoke slowly, only the 6 tails, 7 tails, and half of the 9 tails remain. The bearer of the 6 tails is Yutaka, a defector from Kirigakure. Uchiha Ye continued in a calm tone, his pace unhurried. He should still be concealed in the vicinity of Kirigakure. Kisame and Juzo have already set off and are expected to return shortly with results. He paused slightly, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The 7 tails resides in Takigakure. Deidara and Haiden have departed for it. Capturing it is merely a matter of time. Uchiha Ye proceeded. The remaining half of the 9 tails was still within the Shinigami's body. Madara's brow furrowed, a rare flicker of confusion crossing his face. Within the Shinigami's body? Uchiha Ye nodded gently, his tone unwavering as he began to unravel the truth of the Kyuubi's night. As his narrative deepened, Madara's expression gradually hardened until he heard the tale of the couple's demise at the hands of the Kyuubi, and the story of Namake's Minato sacrificing himself to perform the Shiki Fujin. He finally sneered. Obito, he scoffed, his voice as cold as a blade slicing through the night. I should have anticipated it. Saving him was merely a waste of time. He is but a slave to his emotions, a vessel crushed by obsession. Madara slowly turned, his gaze as piercing as frost. Foolish, weak, indecisive individuals are destined to achieve nothing great. I entrusted the moon I planned to him merely as a temporary holding. Yet he cannot even conquer Konoha and self-destructs. It is truly pathetic. He snorted disdainfully, his eyes flashing with contempt for the so-called heroes. Namake's Minato, that so-called yellow flash? He cannot even subdue a mere-tailed beast? The couple's demise is but an empty title. Madara looked skyward, his voice like the wind shattering ice. Had I been there? The Kyuubi rampaging? It would have long been reduced to ash. This era has been tainted by cowardice and compromise for too long. Uchiha Ye, unfazed by the words, merely curled his lips into an enigmatic smirk. Ultimately, he murmured, they are all individuals who failed to control power, whether it be the power of the mind or external forces. He turned his gaze toward the outer path golem, his voice calm, yet unyielding as iron law. Thus, formidable strength is the foundation upon which the world is built. He extended his hand, forming seals, and spoke with indifference. However, Namake's Minato has long been released from the Shinigami's grasp by Orochimaru. Now, only the Edo Tensei is required. No sooner had he spoken than a white Zetsu emerged from the ground, opening its mouth. What is this, Edo Tensei? Before it could finish, a white light enveloped the white Zetsu, and its screams abruptly ceased. In the next moment, the figure of Namake's Minato appeared before them. Uchiha Ye waved his hand gently. Minato's eyes were vacant, his consciousness not yet fully awakened, yet he was completely subdued, like a puppet obeying commands. At that moment, the outer path golem roared fiercely, unleashing several chains that pierced directly into Minato's body. Ugh! A roar of anger was cut short as the dark Kyuubi was forcibly extracted from Minato. What are you trying to do? The dark Kyuubi exclaimed in terror, attempting to struggle, to flee, but the chains clung tightly to its form. It was of no use. In mere moments, it was completely consumed by the outer path golem. At that instant, the golem's 9th eye, which had previously only been half open, fully unfurled. Chapter 64. Rebirth of the Rinnegan. A few days later, in the Hokage's office, the sky was as iron, the snow outside having just ceased, and sunlight streamed in at an angle, dispelling the chill in the air. Uchiha Ye sat stoically at his desk, his expression austere, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the surface, producing a dull sound. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Nara Shikaku hurried in, his brow furrowed, eyes heavy with concern. Hokage-sama, he bowed in greeting, his tone grave. Regarding the suppression of Akatsuki, the majority of the territories of Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Awagakure are now fully under control. He paused here, his expression hesitant as he weighed his words. However, there are still sporadic forces resisting, such as the Land of Iron, which refuses to submit. At this, Uchiha Ye raised an eyebrow, his gaze as frigid as a frost blade, yet his tone remained calm as water. Stubborn nations do not require persuasion. They should be swiftly and decisively suppressed. He paused momentarily, his eyes fixed on Shikaku, his tone indifferent yet imbued with an irresistible pressure. Henceforth, such trivial matters need not be reported to me. Do you understand? Nara Shikaku felt a jolt in his heart, a cold sweat breaking out, and quickly bowed his head in response. Understood, Lord. Uchiha Ye turned the page of the report with a casual motion, his tone devoid of emotion. What of the leads on the 6 tails and 7 tails? Shikaku's expression grew ever more serious as he replied in a low voice. We have thoroughly investigated the areas where they were last seen, but... He lowered his head, his tone somber. To this day, there has been no substantial progress. Witnesses claim that the 2-tailed beasts suddenly vanished from sight, as if erased by some unseen force. The air fell into an immediate silence. Uchiha Ye's fingers abruptly halted, his eyes deep as night, murmuring softly. Vanished into thin air? He slowly raised his gaze, his pupils shifting as if they could pierce through layers of void. Continue the investigation, utilizing all available resources. Yes. Shikaku bowed his head in acknowledgement, quietly exiting. The door closed gently, and silence returned to the room. Uchiha Ye slowly closed his eyes, his expression unchanged. Yet his thoughts burned like a raging fire. Just moments ago, the system's notification echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed a phase of unification. The 5 great ninja villages have all surrendered. Rewards being distributed. Otsutsuki bloodline chakra fruit. Fusion process initiated. In an instant, an ancient and indescribable power erupted from the deepest depths of his soul. It was not chakra in the ordinary sense. It transcended the natural laws, surpassing the cycle of life and death, embodying the primal force. At that moment, he seemed to hear the whispers of the abyss of the universe, where time and space stood still at his ears. The stars were collapsing, and all things were yielding, as if the entire heavens and earth were being pressed into a silent void by an invisible giant hand. This force bore no color, yet rendered the world pale. It possessed no physical form, yet weighed as heavily as the core of the cosmos. It pressed down upon his flesh and soul, as if the very origin of the shinobi world was merging with him, and it felt as though a will from a higher dimension was awakening. The air seemed frozen, and the excruciating pain coursing through his veins mingled with an unbearable divinity, pushing his consciousness to the brink of collapse. Yet he did not fall. He bore it all. Uchiha Ye slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, his pupils trembled violently. The original Rinnegan surged with sudden intensity, the 6 paths ripples fracturing like the surface of water, yet not dissipating. Instead, they were drawn into the center of his pupil by an unseen force. In the center, a ghostly blue divine light suddenly erupted. The purple light of the Rinnegan intertwined with the blue radiance of the rebirth eye, merging like the convergence of day and night, like the resonance of life and death, ultimately forming an unprecedented divine eye within his gaze. The 6 paths star wheel slowly rotated, revealing silver-blue celestial patterns at its core, resembling the very structure of the universe's origin. This was not merely the clarity and sanctity of the rebirth eye, but also bore the oppressive might of the Rinnegan that could pierce through fate. It no longer belonged to any existing ocular techniques within the shinobi world. It was the eye of a deity. Uchiha Ye rose steadily, his cloak billowing like the night sky, a transcendent pressure emanating from him. In that moment, the Rinnegan and rebirth eye stirred slightly, causing the entire space to suddenly solidify, even light itself slightly warping, as if time had come to a standstill, and the laws of the universe fell into languor beneath his gaze. This was not merely an ocular technique. For Uchiha Ye, the Rinnegan and rebirth eye had transcended mere power. The Rinnegan, born from the fusion of the Sharingan and the 6 paths power, contained the original chakra of the 10 tails divine tree. It was the chain of destiny, the nexus of life and death. Meanwhile, the rebirth eye carried the ancient bloodline of the Byakugan and the Otsutsuki clan. It was the primordial chakra of the world, a bridge of creation and continuation. The two were distinctly different, yet complemented one another. One symbolized the order of reincarnation, while the other represented the rebirth of creation. In this moment, these two systems were fused and reconstructed by him. He was no longer a mere ninja, but rather an administrator wielding authority over the very essence of the world, transcending all rules. As his foot gently touched the ground, the surrounding structures trembled violently, and the air was compressed into a subtle distortion. He had not even lifted a finger, yet his aura devoured all. Everyone, even those 1,000 meters away, felt a tightness in their chests, as if their very beings were sinking into a quagmire. In that moment, even time bowed low. Some cried out, others trembled, while many remained silent, gazing upwards with a singular thought lingering in their minds. The fifth Hokage had grown even stronger. Uchiha Ye advanced with measured steps, each footfall seeming to crush reality beneath him. His figure stood firm as a mountain, yet his aura roiled like an abyss. The air fell into a hushed stillness, as if even light dared not approach him. A slight smile graced his lips, curving into a cold arc. It was not a smile, it was a proclamation of destiny fulfilled. Yet in the next moment, with a mere retraction, the overwhelming pressure that seemed to devour the heavens and the earth receded like a tide, restoring tranquility. However, the crowd remained frozen, struggling to breathe. The suppression emanating from existence itself had already imprinted itself deep within their hearts, becoming an everlasting fear. Uchiha Ye murmured, "Phase unity?" His expression was indifferent, yet his tone bore an insight that overshadowed all rules. The system's understanding of the shinobi world ran deeper than he had imagined. His eyes sparkled with divine light, as if perceiving the threads of causality, aiming directly at the future. Beyond the nations of the shinobi world, there were also 3 sacred lands. His words were plain, yet they struck like thunder. The tailed beasts had vanished. It was not just the 9 tails. Myobo-kuzan, Ryugakure, and Shikatsurin had all taken action. He paused, his expression suddenly turning frigid, a glint of murderous intent passing through his tone. It seems the time has come to meet with them. The star wheel of the Rinnegan and Rebirth I began to rotate, and the space behind him quietly collapsed. The entire world tilted gently in his eyes, the laws akin to paper, and destiny like a game of chess. In the next instant, Uchiha Ye's figure vanished without a trace. It was as if he had never existed, yet he was everywhere at once. Chapter 65. Myobo-kuzan must kneel. Myobo-kuzan. Deep within this secluded sacred land, an ancient wooden house stood quietly, entwined with vines, while wind chimes tinkled beneath the eaves. An elderly giant toad reclined on a wrought-tan chair, a conical hat shielding its head, prayer beads hanging from its chest. Its eyes, once half closed, suddenly opened wide at this moment. Why? Why does the future of Myobo-kuzan ultimately lead to destruction? It was none other than the leader of Myobo-kuzan, the great toad sage, Gamamaru. As the master of prophetic dreams, it guided Myobo-kuzan's path through visions. However, for months, the dreams had been filled with flames and blood. The Toad clan's mournful cries nearly extinguished, and the mountains had turned to scorched earth. To verify the authenticity of the dreams, it discreetly dispatched scouts to descend the mountain and investigate the movements of the shinobi world, instructing them to remind its former disciple Jiraiya. Konoha has birthed a root of calamity. To its dismay, the scouts did not return, and ill tidings arrived first. Jiraiya had died in Konoha, his bones no longer existent. Gamabunta, upon releasing the summoning technique, perished suddenly, nearly cleaved in two. A sight too horrific to behold. The mountain trembled, and the Toad clan descended into chaos. Gamamaru's complexion turned ashen, and it immediately issued orders. Enter a state of war. Yet, what troubled it even more was the news brought back by a fortunate scout. Uchiha Ye not only controlled Konoha, but could also manipulate the tailed beasts at will. Gamamaru dared not gamble on the future any longer. It took matters into its own hands, setting up a formation to lure the 6 tails and 7 tails, sealing them within the secret realm of Myobo-kuzan, hidden deep within the mountain. That night, it fully realized it could no longer wait. The one called Uchiha Ye was no ordinary human. Gamamaru murmured, its gaze piercing through layers of mist, staring into the distant horizon. Its aged voice carried an unprecedented weight. That is neither the Sharingan nor the Rinnegan, but an existence that transcends the laws of the shinobi world. It slowly rose, leaning on its staff, a long-lost sharpness flashing in its eyes. Awaken the ancient toads slumbering in the deep mountains. Notify Shashin, Shozuma, and gather all capable toads for battle. Moreover, it paused, its voice deepening like the ominous rumble of an approaching storm, carrying an irresistible pressure. Contact Ryugakure and Shikatsurin. From this day forth, we shall no longer fight separately. The words were not loud, yet they seemed to penetrate mountains and forests, echoing throughout the depths of Myobokuzen, tightening the hearts of countless toads. In the next moment, Gamamaru's brow furrowed, its expression suddenly serious. This fellow can bypass Myobokuzen's barrier? At the entrance of Myobokuzen, Uchiha Ye floated quietly in midair, cloaked in black robes, his dark hair swaying gently in the wind, the Rinnegan and rebirth eye revolving slowly, akin to a dead moon reflecting upon the forest. He surveyed his surroundings. The toads in the woods halted, first in suspicion, then feeling an inexplicable tightening in their chests. It was a tremor brought on by being observed by a higher existence. Who dares trespass upon Myobokuzen? A massive, armed toad bellowed, leaping onto the rocks, clad in battle armor, its eyes filled with hostility. Yet Uchiha Ye merely regarded it calmly, lifting his hand gently. In an instant, the toad froze, its pupils dilating, its throat constricting, barely managing to utter a single syllable. The next moment, its head exploded silently, blood and flesh splattering, its body collapsing to the ground. It was an ambush. In an instant, several combat-ready toads leapt from the surrounding woods. All veterans who had once fought alongside humans in battle. They charged forward, roaring, unleashing oil techniques, physical attacks, and wind bullets in unison, their momentum surging like a tide. You have entered the wrong place. Yet Uchiha Ye's figure vanished from sight, as if erased from existence, only to reappear behind one toad. Too weak. As his voice faded, a purple-black chakra blade erupted from his fingertips, sweeping gently across the air. In an instant, the body of the toad was bisected, blood spraying several meters high. Utilize Sueton swiftly. Surround him. The remaining toads advanced instead of retreating, roaring as they activated their jutsu. Yet, Uchiha Ye merely raised a finger slowly, uttering the words, Shinra Tensei. In a heartbeat, the entire hillside violently caved in, and over a dozen toads were flung away as if crushed by a colossal hammer. The sounds of bones fracturing and their wails merging into one cacophony, their flesh scattered across the ground. Among them, a few elder toads, not yet fully dead, struggled to rise but discovered that their lower bodies had been utterly destroyed, severed limbs and shattered bones strewn about. Uchiha Ye walked forward deliberately, his gaze frigid, his voice low and chilling as the winter wind, truly repugnant. With his fingers splayed, a black spear, reminiscent of a thunder god's weapon, coalesced from the air above, piercing through the last few gasping toads. Boom! The earth trembled. A moment of silence ensued. The forest on the eastern side of Myobokuzen was reduced to scorched earth. Bodies and trees obliterated, a blanket of charred ash dispersing in the wind, as if no living being had ever existed. Uchiha Ye stood amidst the charred remnants, his eyes revealing the slow rotation of the Rinnegan. This so-called holy ground, he murmured softly, as if contemplating or passing judgment, should indeed be eliminated. The charred soil had yet to cool, the scent of blood still lingering in the air. From the scorched earth, two massive shadows plummeted down, Toadkin and Toad Hero, the harbingers foretold by his great toad sage. Toad Hero's gaze was frigid, his voice deep. He has slain the guards. Toadkin unsheathed a massive blade from his back, his eyes blood-red, vowing not to let him approach the core of Myobokuzen. Uchiha Ye did not respond, merely turning to regard them, the chill of the Rinnegan in his eyes as cold as stars in the night sky. You are the gatekeepers of this mountain? He asked in a tone devoid of any emotion. The next moment, he vanished. The space trembled violently. Thud! The void shook, and purple flames erupted. Susanoo burst forth, its cold visage gazing down upon the earth, a colossal chakra blade slowly raised in the night sky, exuding a chilling aura. Uchiha Ye's eyes were impassive as he uttered a single word, begone. The blade of Susanoo descended abruptly in that instant. The power of Shinra Tensei attached to the blade's edge, the force surging forth like a tsunami. Toad Hero had yet to react when his enormous body was cleaved through the chest and abdomen, the repulsion tearing him apart from within into countless bloody chunks. His dismembered flesh swept away like debris in a storm. The air resonated with a thunderous roar, the earth sank, and in its wake, 100-meter stretch of forest was reduced to nothingness. Susanoo slowly sheathed its blade, the tempest behind it still raging. Uchiha Ye hovered in the void, casting a cold gaze downward, delivering a mere whisper. Trash. Toad Kin let out a furious roar, channeling all his chakra, sweeping his massive blade in a tumultuous arc die. Yet, he only witnessed Uchiha Ye's pupils suddenly constrict. Tenrai Zetsumiyai. Boom. The heavens ruptured as meteors crashed down from the clouds, instantly burying Toad Kin along with the entire mountain. Flesh, rock, and forest obliterated. The earth quaked violently, and the mountain sank 3 feet. When the dust settled, only a grotesque corpse lay twisted beneath the meteor's wreckage, eyes burst, entrails spilling forth, resembling a pool of dead mire. Chapter 66. With such feeble strength, you dare obstruct me? The smoke had yet to dissipate, the scorched earth enveloped in a profound silence. Toad Kin's carcass remained warm. The meteor that had crushed the mountain still deeply embedded in the earth, its residual force unrelenting, reverberating through the air. In the distance, atop the rocky peak, 2 aged figures gradually emerged. Shima Sennin and Fukasaku Sennin. They spoke not a word, silently observing Uchiha Ye, who floated amidst the ruins. Ken and Hiro are dead. Fukasaku began, his voice hoarse and heavy with unyielding sorrow. Shima did not respond, his gaze fixed intently on the figure cloaked in black, whose eyes seemed to consume all. His voice emerged from deep within. Ye Uchiha, the name of calamity has finally manifested. He could annihilate both Hiro and Ken with a single strike. Fukasaku's tone was grave with astonishment. Toad Ken, Toad Hiro, and Toad Bunta were the upper echelons of Mayabo Kuzan, and yet, they lay slain by a single individual. That is not ninjutsu. It is power from another dimension. Shima's expression darkened, his eyes bearing a pressure greater than that of the Sharingan. We can no longer delay. Fukasaku nodded, and the two silently closed their eyes to gather their energies, the surge of Senjutsu chakra bursting forth, their inner power swelling, and in an instant, they leaped from the ground, entering sage mode. The surrounding atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if the world had come to a halt. A torrent of natural energy flooded into the two toads, the pressure and energy in the air threatening to tear the earth asunder. Uchiha Ye finally turned, seemingly acknowledging their presence. His expression was impassive, as if regarding 2 inconsequential lives. Another suicide mission? He spoke indifferently, his tone chillingly calm. Oomph, arrogant humans. Fukasaku growled, his chakra surging, the surrounding air swirling violently like a tempest. Senjutsu, frog song. Fukasaku's long howl shattered the surrounding boulders, the echo reverberating through the air. Futon, sandstorm. A fierce wind swirled with sand and stones, instantly coalescing into a solid barrier, aiming to isolate Uchiha Ye completely. Shima's form darted like lightning, swiftly creating a shadow clone that spewed forth toad oil, while the original formed hand seals. Katan, oil fireball. The scorching flames intertwined with the oil, igniting into a vast sea of fire. Wind, fire, and oil merged into a formidable composite senjutsu, surging forth like a colossal energy storm towards Uchiha Ye. Senjutsu, Go Yumen. A massive energy column erupted from the ground, the fire pillar and sand shield colliding in the air, casting the world into darkness, as if the sky itself were being consumed. However, Uchiha Ye remained unfazed, raising his hand slightly, the so-called frog song merely a cacophony to him. Almost instantly, the residual flames and sands extinguished, and tranquility returned to the world. A flicker of shock passed through Fukasaku's eyes as he murmured, the Jinjutsu is ineffective. But to think he could absorb Senjutsu as well? Shima's hands trembled slightly, his complexion pale, filled with disbelief and terror. Uchiha Ye let out a soft scoff, drawing the absorbed chakra into himself, then turning his gaze towards them. All chakra can be utilized by me. His words were devoid of warmth, as if stating an undeniable truth. With that, he did not halt his advance, slowly closing in on the two sages. Shima's expression shifted drastically, and she suddenly extended her tongue, her sharp fangs bared like a beast, her tongue rapidly transforming into countless filaments that lunged toward Uchiha Ye's limbs and torso. Tongue bind, she cried out, the hundreds of tongue strands writhing like living entities, seeking to ensnare Uchiha Ye. Simultaneously, Fukasaku refused to be outdone, rapidly unleashing a water gun. Shouting, Suetun, water slash. However, before the water could reach Uchiha Ye, it was effortlessly absorbed, the flow dissipating into a mere trickle, vanishing silently into the air. Uchiha Ye smiled faintly, raising his palm, calmly stating, Jinrin Tensei Baku. A seal appeared in his palm, and a rapidly spinning chakra wheel surged forth, piercing through the entangled tongue strands. Snap! The silver wheel, akin to the scythe of death, effortlessly shattered the tongue strands. Even Shima's own tongue was severed, blood gushing forth, the agony rendering her nearly breathless. Shima, horrified and dismayed, staggered back several steps, attempting to cover her mouth with her hand, yet blood continued to flow profusely. How is this possible? Her voice was hoarse, shock rendering her speechless, her eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Uchiha Ye remained unperturbed as he gently turned, the dust beneath his feet swirling as if swept by an invisible force, the aftershocks lingering, rendering the surrounding air seemingly stagnant. Shima gritted her teeth, her gaze flickering. Old man, use that. Shinozaki nodded, pausing for a moment before suddenly leaping into the battlefield, immediately summoning countless toad clones, hoping to disrupt Uchiha Ye's line of sight with them. Simultaneously, Shima began to chant softly, her voice gradually rising in volume, chakra surging within her. However, in the next instant, a barrier unfolded for ancient characters, Ming Wang, faintly materializing in the air, forming a vast illusionary space intended to confine Uchiha Ye. In that moment, the heavens and earth seemed sealed, the rules of space warped, and the flow of time appeared to slow. Uchiha Ye observed all of this with indifference, his gaze as sharp as a cold blade, devoid of any fluctuation. The toad clones had yet to fully manifest their restraining effect when they were effortlessly swept away by a black rod he conjured, dissipating into smoke in the air. Such a technique that requires time to prepare should be left unused. Uchiha Ye's voice was calm, yet imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression, akin to a frigid storm that crushed all resistance and struggle. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he appeared instantaneously behind Shinozaki and Shima like a specter, with no forewarning, his speed too swift to react. A flicker of terror crossed Shinozaki's eyes as he attempted to turn, but he could only manage a startled cry. What? Before the sound could fade, his soul was instantly extracted and crushed by Uchiha Ye's ability, as if everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for escape. As for Shima, despite her fierce intent to resist, she had yet to recover from her shock when she felt an invisible pressure descend upon her in an instant. She could not react in time. A muffled sound echoed as the black rod pierced through her chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, and her pained groans were stifled before she could struggle further. Uchiha Ye stood beside the two, his countenance as frigid as ice, resembling a mountain of frost. His eyes reflected no hint of emotion, only an endless coldness and an overwhelming power. With such meager strength, you dare to obstruct me? Chapter 67, Toad Maru. The bodies of Shima, Shinozaki, Toad Ken, and Toad Hikari had yet to grow cold, blood meandering down the rocky walls, staining the ancient body of Mayaboku Mountain with a shocking crimson hue. A ghastly wind brushed past, and the world seemed to be shrouded in a heavy blood-red hue, the air thick and oppressive. An ancient and weighty aura quietly rose from the depths of the mountain, akin to a primordial beast awakening, causing the heavens and earth to hold their breath. Uchiha Ye furrowed his brow, his icy gaze sweeping over the fallen massive toad bodies, his eyes devoid of emotion. Have these toads lost their minds? His voice was calm, yet piercing, as if mocking a tragedy that had long been foretold, unaware of the importance of teamwork. Before he could finish, accompanied by heavy footsteps, the great toad sage slowly emerged. His colossal form, aged and resembling a moving mountain, had his eyes half closed, filled with a weighty blend of sorrow and unutterable complexity. He was the guardian of Mayaboku Mountain, the embodiment of sage arts, Toad Maru. You are the prophesied child of calamity, Uchiha Ye. Toad Maru's voice was deep, resonating as if traversing the river of time, laden with a heavy sense of destiny. Calamity? Uchiha Ye chuckled softly, a chilling mirth evident in his smile. The magnificent Rinnegan subtly shifted, its pupils tracing captivating star-like patterns. You possess some discernment. The corners of his mouth curled, his smile icy, malice coalescing into substance. Since it has come to this, let you witness what true calamity is. With that, he raised his hand, ripples visibly emanating from his palm. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The destructive repulsion erupted instantaneously, shattering the mountain's entrance, rocks flying, gigantic trees uprooted as if the apocalypse had arrived. Countless fragments of stone and splintered wood danced wildly in the air, consumed by an invisible tempest. Yet, the great toad sage, Toad Maru, stood resolute. He remained calm in the eye of the storm, as if the repulsion was merely a gentle breeze to him, his massive and heavy form akin to an ancient mountain, imperishable through the ages. Interesting, Uchiha Ye narrowed his eyes, casually retracting his arm, a hint of amusement playing at his lips while the murderous intent in his gaze deepened. He sensed that within this aged toad lay a vast and unfathomable reservoir of sage chakra. Toad Maru was equally astonished. In that fleeting moment, he felt a power far surpassing that of any earthly ninja, even more terrifying than what he had observed in Nagato back in the human realm. However, as the oldest being of Mayaboku Mountain, Toad Maru remained unshaken. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surging sage chakra within, a flicker of quiet pride passing through his gaze. He spoke, his voice aged yet brimming with unfathomable authority. Sage art. Water iron cannon. Boom. Toad Maru opened his mouth to roar, and in an instant, a water column erupted like a mountain torrent, its momentum astonishing, as if it sought to tear the heavens and earth asunder. The water was laced with countless needle-like high-pressure water blades, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Though aged, his movements were astonishingly swift, his speed and power rivaling that of his youth. Uchiha Ye sneered, his eyes shining brightly, his form slightly shifting to meet the cataclysmic water column, his aura surging mightily. The water iron cannon roared forth, akin to a deluge tearing through the air, bearing down on Uchiha Ye with an overwhelming pressure. Uchiha Ye's eyes narrowed, his Rinnegan fully awakening in that moment, a blend of sapphire and deep purple intertwining. The starlight within slowly spinning, reflecting an essence of destruction and dominion. He reached out with one hand, a pitch-black sphere gradually coalescing in his palm, the surrounding space subtly warping, an ear-piercing resonance vibrating through the air. Universal pull. His voice was barely audible, yet seemed to command the very rules of existence. Boom. As the surging water iron cannon approached him, it appeared to be ensnared by an invisible gravitational field, the water stream deviating from its course. Like countless serpents being drawn toward the black sphere in Uchiha Ye's palm, the tremendous force gradually dissipating, ultimately transforming into a mist that splattered upon the ground. A thick fog enveloped the area, obscuring vision. Very well. Uchiha Ye stepped forward, each stride akin to shattering the very earth. His voice laced with disdain echoing through the mist. It's a pity you have grown old. In the next instant, his figure vanished like a flash of lightning. Toad Maru felt a chill run down his spine. Sage chakra burst forth, instantly forming a thick water shield around him. Yet, just as the water shield took shape, Uchiha Ye had already appeared before his massive form. Rinnegan, boundary prison. Thud. An unseen force struck fiercely against Toad Maru's water shield, shattering it, causing the great toad's body to stagger back several steps, its limbs carving deep grooves into the ground. Toad Maru was taken aback, realizing he could not even see his assailant. It felt as if a shadow from another realm was tearing through reality. This force made Toad Maru's eyes widen slightly, disbelief dawning upon him. Uchiha Ye did not grant him a moment's respite. He once again gathered chakra, compressing it to its utmost limit. A blue-white spiral tempest blossoming in his hand. Rasengan. No, it's not the sage version. Toad Maru discerned the anomaly at a glance, his expression shifting, but it was too late. The sage Rasengan, infused with terrifying natural energy, plummeted like a shooting star, tearing through the air and crashing violently against Toad Maru's chest. Boom. Mayaboku Mountain trembled, its very foundation fracturing, birds scattering in panic. Amid the swirling dust, the massive Toad Maru staggered backward, his heavy form collapsing a peak. Yet he did not topple. The chest plate lay shattered and stained with blood, yet supported by the vast reservoir of senjutsu chakra coursing through its body. It withstood the onslaught. Gwa! The mighty Gamamaru roared, his form swelling as the immense senjutsu chakra erupted within him like a tsunami, shattering boulders and sweeping forth. Uchiha Ye's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward, his figure gliding like a specter, evading the direct assault. In the next instant, Gamamaru's colossal form lunged, his mountain-like fist accompanied by a gale of ferocious wind, crashing down with force. Senjutsu, frog group hands. Boom, boom, boom. The ground erupted, leaving behind gaping, bottomless craters. Debris flying in all directions. Uchiha Ye flickered, appearing ethereal amidst the titanic force, walking on air, akin to a dragon navigating through the tempest. Yet, Gamamaru did not relent. His enormous tongue shot forth like a thunderbolt, targeting Uchiha Ye's waist. Uchiha Ye deftly twisted his right hand, tearing through the void, momentarily shifting several feet to narrowly evade. Gamamaru's tongue met empty air, immediately retaliating with a sweeping tail strike, generating shockwaves like a roaring ocean. Uchiha Ye formed hand seals, conjuring a black shield that resolutely absorbed the impact of the tail strike. However, cracks rapidly spread across the surface of the shield, threatening to shatter. Uchiha Ye's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of seriousness for the first time. Amidst the chaos and rumble, Gamamaru took a deep breath, his abdomen swelling. A searing light surging within his throat. Senjutsu, Ultra-Scale, Oil Bomb. We shall never yield Myobokuzen. Chapter 68, Senjutsu, Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. The blazing oil bomb erupted like a meteor, igniting the heavens and earth, hurtling towards Uchiha Ye. In the twilight, Uchiha Ye stood resolute as a monument, his black cloak billowing in the storm. He slowly raised his hand, gathering a small black sphere in his palm. A deep voice resonated through the cosmos. The frog guarding Myobokuzen? Merely the remnants of a withered twilight. The black sphere spun and expanded, voraciously consuming light from its surroundings, forming an ever-growing gravitational core. Earth explosion star. Boom. The black sphere surged forth, becoming the epicenter of gravity, tearing apart the surrounding rocks and trees. Gamamaru's massive form was also caught in the gravitational tempest, lifting into the air, seemingly on the brink of being completely drawn into the core of the Earth explosion star. At this crucial juncture, Gamamaru roared, the Senjutsu chakra surging wildly. His cheeks puffed, rapidly coalescing a cerulean vortex water bullet in his mouth. Simultaneously, the intense power deep within his chest transformed into a blazing fireball. Senjutsu, Ultra Water Cannon. Senjutsu, Flame Bullet. Boom. Gamamaru unleashed an enraged howl. The water bullet and flame bullet intertwining in a cataclysmic explosion. The azure and crimson streams intermingled, water clashing with fire, creating a distorted and ferocious blast. This radiant stream shot straight towards the heavens, aiming directly at the ever-expanding black gravitational core. The Earth explosion star voraciously absorbed surrounding debris, its core twisting and collapsing. At the moment the water bullet and flame bullet collided, boom. The black core quaked violently. Under the dual impact, fine cracks appeared on the core's surface, which were subsequently obliterated by the searing heat and force. Crack, crack, crack. The gravitational pull of the Earth explosion star instantaneously destabilized, collapsing rapidly, ultimately exploding in a thunderous blast. In the sky, debris fell like a waterfall. Gamamaru landed heavily, his limbs crashing onto the earth, raising clouds of dust. He gasped for breath. Though his Senjutsu chakra was somewhat disordered, it continued to surge forth, exuding a colossal aura that shook the surroundings. Uchiha Ye stood at a distance, observing this scene with an air of indifference. Is that all? His gaze was as profound as an abyss, seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding chaos. At that moment, a low hum resonated from deep within Myobokuzen as ancient stone statues began to awaken, a faint light flickering amidst the mountain's trees. Gold, azure, crimson, silver, various Senjutsu chakras flowed like rivers, quietly converging towards Gamamaru. And Gamamaru, at last, approached true awakening as the earth trembled. The ancient stone statues deep within Myobokuzen fully revived. Billions of Senjutsu chakras surged like a tidal wave into Gamamaru's massive form. The once decrepit and aged aura radiated an unprecedented might, as if the mountain deity, long dormant, had awakened. Gamamaru howled to the heavens, the Senjutsu chakra transforming into towering waves, obscuring the skies. Young one, witness the true power of Senjutsu. Boom. His immense form bore down like a living mountain, his colossal hand cleaving the air, accompanied by a deluge of Senjutsu energy. Nevertheless, Uchiha Ye's gaze remained tranquil, as if he had foreseen this confrontation. The confusion he felt while reading the original text was resolved. He now understood why they did not eliminate those turned into statues. These statues had long been prepared as their final trump card. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, Uchiha Ye's expression remained calm. He merely raised his palm slowly. Boom. A vast, Boundless energy erupted from within him, blue and white Senjutsu chakra intertwining with the power of the Rinnegan, a flowing golden-patterned halo materializing behind him, resembling a divine aura behind a throne. At the center of his forehead, a pale golden mark unfurled, signifying the complete awakening of Sage Mode. 7 orbs of the path of truth floated and rotated around him, each containing the essence of life and death. Ashura Sage Mode, Rebirth I Path, Orb Mode. The fusion of these two supreme powers erupted in that instant. Boom. The air shattered, the space warped. The violent energy surged forth like a tsunami, as if even the laws of the universe were being forcibly rewritten. Uchiha Ye's figure hovered in the void, the orbs of the path of truth illuminating one after another, each containing the power to annihilate all existence. Yet the dark, profound surface erupted with blinding divine light. The pressure, merely standing there, felt as if an ancient divine mountain was descending, fracturing the earth within 1,000 meters, the air solidifying under immense weight, even light warping and shattering around him. The power of the Rinnegan surged wildly, the silver-blue radiance intertwining with the black of the path of truth, forming a cataclysmic tapestry. In this moment, he resembled a deity towering above all beings. With a mere gesture, he could shatter mountains and rivers. With a mere gaze, he could extinguish stars. An invincible presence loomed over the world. Come. Uchiha Ye murmured softly, his indifference laced with intent to kill. Gamamaru's pupils constricted, his body bristling with fear. He had never felt such a terrifying sense of oppression, not even from Kaguya, whom he encountered in ancient times. In the next moment, Gamamaru charged forth with a roar, the surrounding mountains shattering under his assault. Uchiha Ye flickered, transforming into a stream of light to confront him head-on. Boom, boom. A clash of palms erupted, chakra raging. The heavens and earth in turmoil. Gamamaru's palms struck down in succession, unleashing waves of Senjutsu water bullets and flame bullets. Uchiha Ye remained undaunted by the impact. The orbs of the path of truth morphing into a black spear, each throw tearing through the void, accurately shattering the water bullets and flame bullets. The two titans truly engaged in a brutal contest. The sky was rent asunder, the earth fractured into canyon-like chasms. With each clash, mountains crumbled and the earth quaked. With every encounter, they danced on the precipice of life and death. Gamamaru roared, expending all his strength to condense a massive Senjutsu shockwave, attempting to envelop Uchiha Ye. Yet Uchiha Ye remained steadfast, the 6 paths of light expanding slowly, the swirling energy vortex in his hand growing ever more intense. Senjutsu, golden wheel rebirth explosion. The whisper fell. Boom. The golden-white spiral shockwave sliced through the heavens, instantly pulverizing Gamamaru's Senjutsu shockwave. In that fleeting moment, the immense form of Hama-wan was rent asunder by the golden wheel, blood and chakra surging into the heavens. Following the resounding explosion, the earth fell into a profound silence. Hama-wan staggered and knelt, its body marred by fissures, breath faltering. It struggled to inhale, terror and hesitation flickering in its eyes for the first time. Trembling, it uttered, "Wait, wait. I can submit. Miao Mushan can be under your control. Just spare my life." Its voice betrayed an unmistakable fear and humility. Uchiha Ye approached slowly, each step causing the ground to fracture beneath him. He gazed down at the bloodied Hama-wan, an icy disdain glinting in his eyes. In the next instant, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips. The venerable guardian of Miao Mushan, having covertly orchestrated wars and unleashed calamities for centuries, had now learned to fear? He shook his head derisively, his voice low and mocking, truly laughable. "Do you think your pitiful existence still holds any value?" A tremor coursed through Hama-wan, its mouth opening to speak. Yet it found its throat constricted under Uchiha Ye's frigid gaze. The night wind howled, his cloak billowing. Uchiha Ye raised his palm, 7 orbs of chakra spiraling together, coalescing into a pitch-black spear. Cold, resolute, merciless. Turned to dust, he hurled his hand forth. Boom. The golden spear pierced the air, directly impaling Hama-wan. A thunderous roar echoed. The ancient overlord, who had dominated Miao Mushan for centuries, was finally extinguished in this desolate ruin. Above, the sky was a deep, inky blackness. Uchiha Ye stood silently at the center of the ruins, a golden radiance illuminating the fragmented earth. Chapter 69. Ban, become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Bang. In the instant of Hama Wan's demise, the surrounding frog statues erupted in succession, fragments scattering. What is happening? The Great Lord was actually slain by a human. Flee, flee. Witnessing the entire battle, the frogs were filled with terror, as their once invincible sage, Hama Wan, was effortlessly crushed and killed by Uchiha Ye, without even a chance to resist. Uchiha Ye's expression remained indifferent as he slightly inclined his head, surveying the panicked frogs. Mokutan, Shinjuban. Boom. The ground quaked violently. Countless giant trees erupted from the earth like enraged dragons, coiling and entangling, swiftly ensnaring the fleeing frogs, rendering their struggles futile. Uchiha Ye trod upon the bloodied ground, walking slowly, his demeanor cold. A group of wily frogs, his voice was deep, like the whisper of death. Since you dare to oppose, let all of you remain here. As his words fell, he tightened his palm, the colossal trees constricting like nooses. Wails of agony rose and fell, soon succumbing to silence. The air was thick with the stench of blood, as if the entirety of Miao Mushan had been engulfed by darkness. After the cleansing, Uchiha Ye did not linger. He lifted his gaze to this place, known as a sanctuary, his eyes deep and frigid. Here, secrets far more sordid than the surface lay hidden. Under the might of the Rinnegan, Ye began to reshape the environment. The mountains cracked and reformed, the barrier's laws forcibly reverted, and the source of the frog oil waterfall was utterly destroyed. It was during the obliteration of the frog oil source that Ye unexpectedly uncovered the true truth. The so-called frog oil was not a natural occurrence, but rather a product of those humans lured to Miao Mushan under the guise of training. After mastering the sage arts, they met untimely deaths, their corpses transformed into this oil waterfall under the catalysis of a specially crafted sage chakra. Countless lives lost, their bloodlines, souls, and chakra extracted and reclaimed, perpetuating the lineage and power of the frog clan. For years, this so-called sanctuary had merely been a purgatory built upon the corpses of countless talented humans. Contemplating this, Uchiha Ye's gaze turned utterly frigid. Hama Wan, that self-proclaimed sage, had unknowingly buried countless gifted practitioners over the millennia. The tales of Miao Mushan that circulated among mortals were nothing more than a grandiose hunting game, cloaked in the guise of teaching humanity, harvesting lives, and refining chakra, a truly loathsome act. His voice was calm, yet concealed a chilling intent. At this moment, his true purpose for transforming Miao Mushan became increasingly clear. He aimed to eradicate the vile roots here entirely, to forge Miao Mushan into a genuine sanctuary of sage arts belonging to humanity. No longer would they depend on parasitic frogs for their sage arts, nor would they humbly kneel before foreign beings, but rather allow humanity to independently harness natural energy, crafting their own extraordinary path. Uchiha Ye closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flowing natural forces of the world. He harnessed the power of the Rinnegan, reconstructing the core of the barrier, completely altering the laws of Miao Mushan's barrier for his own use. From this day forth, this would no longer be a frog sanctuary, but a training ground belonging to Uchiha Ye and the future human powerhouses. As the wind swept across the ravaged earth, the scattered stones seemed to echo with low, mournful whispers. All of this was merely the beginning. Having completed his task, Uchiha Ye turned to depart, two-tailed beasts, the 6 and 7 tails, firmly under his control, trailing behind him. His figure gradually faded into the ether, vanishing like a specter. At the Valley of the End, shrouded in mist, Uchiha Ban stood quietly at the edge of an ancient precipice, gazing skyward. The moment Uchiha Ye appeared, Ban's pupils narrowed slightly. The aura emanating from Ye was distinctly different from before, not only a surge in power, but a transformation in some realm. Ye, Ban chuckled softly, a hint of admiration and envy in his tone. You have grown stronger once again. Uchiha Ye's expression remained indifferent, merely smiling faintly, though turbulent emotions swirled within his gaze. The 6 and 7 tails were now within his grasp. His voice was calm, yet powerful, as if stating an inevitable conclusion. Next, his gaze sharpened, his tone resolute and unwavering. Now, let us commence the 10 tails resurrection plan. No sooner had he spoken than the earth trembled, a sound that tore through space erupted. Crack! The outer path divine tree materialized from the void, its colossal form standing like a mountain at the center of the Valley of the End. 9 chains hung down, exuding a heavy, ancient sense of oppression. Guided by the chains, the 6 and 7 tails were painfully drawn towards the maw of the outer path divine tree. their anguished cries echoing. A tempest of chakra surged forth, creating monstrous waves upon the lake's surface. In the heavens, the storm roared, thunder crashing. Uchiha Ye stood atop the precipice, his cloak billowing, silently observing the imminent revival of the Ten Tails. Uchiha Ban, hands clasped behind him, his gaze heavy. Ye suddenly spoke. His voice deep and powerful. Ban, become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Ban's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes shifting to Ye with a hint of inquiry. Why me? You could easily become a god yourself. Uchiha Ye smiled faintly, profound meaning hidden in his depths. I have a further path to tread. The power of the Ten Tails is merely a starting point for me, not an end. And you, Ban, Uchiha Ye's tone was steady, his gaze fervent, are the most suitable to wield it. This world needs someone at its pinnacle to quell all turbulence. In just a few short sentences, his words struck Ban's heart like a hammer. In that moment, Ban seemed to see the youthful self who once harbored dreams and yearned for recognition. Now, someone was entrusting him with the world, with trust, without reservation. Ban remained silent for a long while, finally revealing a faint smile. He said nothing, stepping forth, hands forming seals without hesitation. Uchiha Ye simultaneously initiated the sealing technique. Boom. The chakra of the Ten Tails surged forth like a tidal wave. Ban stood resolute, his form as immovable as a mountain. Flesh reformed, and the soul ascended. Within the violent chakra storm, Ban's consciousness burned, was reshaped, and continuously elevated. In the boundless void, he heard the voice from the depths of his heart. Rest assured, Ye, I shall not fail you. Regardless of how the future unfolds, I, Ban, vow with this body to protect you as you ascend to the pinnacle of greatness. Even if it means opposing the entire world, I will ensure that your ideals do not falter in the slightest. At this moment, he was no longer fighting solely for himself, but also for the one who had first entrusted him with genuine faith. Light and darkness intertwined. Thunder and storms ravaged the heavens and the earth, as if a deity were about to be born. Soon after, the radiance dissipated. Uchiha Ban stood silently in the void, clad in a white six-paths sage robe. 9 ebony rings of the Rinnegan orbiting behind him. With a slight grip of his palm, the surrounding space shattered like fragile glass, emitting faint sounds of breaking. The power of the six paths, the true deity of the Ten Tails, had descended. Ban gazed down upon the earth, upon Uchiha Ye. Yet Ye merely smiled gently, his gaze calm as water. Ban lowered his head to scrutinize him, silently pledging an oath in his heart. He softly uttered, Ye, let us together shatter this decaying shinobi world and reshape a true future. Uchiha Ye replied serenely, The two stood side by side, as thunder clouds rumbled overhead and the earth trembled in agony. The future belonged to them. The true era of gods was about to commence. Chapter 70. Complete Annihilation. Longdi Cave. Cold and damp, a fetid wind swept through, as countless giant serpents writhed in the darkness, hissing ominously. Boom. The cave's ceiling erupted. 2 figures descended through the void. One clad in black robes, with the Rinnegan spinning, emanating boundless pressure. The other donned in flowing white robes, black hair billowing, azure eyes wide open like a furious deity. Uchiha Ye, Uchiha Ban. Suddenly, countless entwined serpents on the ground began to glow, runes flickering on the walls, enveloping the entire Longdi cave in a powerful sealing formation. The sealing technique, laid down by the white snake sage, sealed the space, preventing any chakra from flowing freely. However, Ban and Ye paid this formation no heed. Ban's gaze turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, the Rinnegan instantly radiated, releasing endless waves of energy. This formation could not even hinder the seal of the Ten Tails. To me, it is utterly trivial, Ban stated nonchalantly. He then slightly closed his palm. The Rinnegan rotating in the air, unleashing invisible waves that instantly shattered the formation's confinement. Meanwhile, Ye paused briefly, the Rinnegan in his eyes shimmering with the brilliance of reincarnation. Ban, leave it to me, he said calmly. Ban nodded, then transformed his chakra into invisible waves that gradually enveloped the entire cave, instantly dissipating all hostility. The light in Ye's eyes surged, his hands clasped together as the Rinnegan observed the surrounding runes. This formation is indeed too weak, he murmured. And with a wave of his hand, the runes immediately lost their efficacy, the surrounding seals crumbling completely. As the formation collapsed, the Longdi cave regained its freedom. The white snake sage, infuriated, narrowed his pupils, his countenance darkening ominously. You managed to break it so easily. In the next moment, the white snake sage bellowed, his voice shattering mountains and rivers. You dare to unify the shinobi world, sweeping through the three great holy lands. And what of it? Uchiha Ye's voice was icy, akin to the grim reaper from the depths of hell. Arrogance. The white snake sage roared, suddenly opening his mouth wide. 10,000 snakes curse. A torrent of toxic mist erupted, transforming into countless venomous serpents, lunging forth. Illusionary snake secret technique. The void trembled, as an intangible illusionary technique stealthily approached, seeking to ensnare the two in an endless dreamscape. In an instant, poison and illusion converged. It was overwhelming. Ban snorted coldly and strode forward. Sage art. Wine style, raging lightning storm. A brilliant blue storm surged forth, slicing through the air, instantly obliterating the toxic mist and tearing apart the illusion. The white snake sage staggered, forced to retreat repeatedly. Merely a minor trick, Ban's tone was indifferent. His eyes sharp as blades. The white snake sage roared in fury, sweeping his serpentine tail. World annihilation of the azure serpent. A massive tail, as colossal as a mountain, descended with a force of untold tons. The earth shattered, and the mountain of the serpent cave trembled. Uchiha Ye did not falter, his eyes blazing with the Rinnegan's brilliance. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force erupted, sending the white snake sage's enormous tail flying. As the cave ceiling collapsed once more, the ground shook violently, the entire cavern quaking. Uchiha Ye brought his fingers together, as lightning transformed into a blinding spear in his palm. In a flash, sage art, lightning style, thousand-bird spear. The lightning spear streaked through the air, piercing the left eye of the white snake sage. A cascade of blood erupted, spilling forth. A wail tore through the heavens. The white snake sage writhed in agony, its serpentine blood gushing forth, the excruciating pain nearly causing it to lose control. Its massive form convulsed, shaking the entire serpent cave. Fear glimmered in its eyes, as if everything had spiraled out of control in an instant. The snake princess and countless giant serpents emitted terrified hisses, despite their desperate retreat under this merciless pressure. They lost even the courage to approach. The entire Longdi cave was shrouded in oppressive darkness, akin to a purgatory. The white snake sage, drenched in blood, had lost all semblance of its former majesty. Ultimately, it lowered its proud head, humbly pleading in a hoarse and feeble voice. "Spare me. The Longdi cave is willing to submit to you." Ban slightly raised an eyebrow, gazing intently at the white snake sage, his eyes profound as an abyss. Moments later, he coolly replied, "You no longer have the right to negotiate terms." Uchiha Ye stepped beside Ban, casting a cold glance at the white snake sage, his eyes devoid of any compassion. "Your lives are already forfeit." Uchiha Ye's voice was frigid, as if pronouncing a death sentence. Faced with these man-eating serpents, he felt no pity. As his words fell, Uchiha Ye unleashed a Shinra Tensei upwards, instantly tearing open the ceiling of the Longdi cave. A beam of light illuminated each serpent, casting light upon their dark forms. Ban remained silent, soaring through the air alongside Uchiha Ye. Then, Ban slowly raised his hand, a glimmer of icy light flashing in his gaze. With his movement, the heavens and earth suddenly shifted colors. The ground shook violently, distant mountains began to tilt, and the sky split open, as if an invisible force were tearing apart the very world. The rock walls of the Longdi cave emitted a dull thud, echoing the pulse of the earth in frantic rhythm. Ban's chakra surged violently, roaring like the sea, rapidly spreading. With the fluctuation of the 10 tails chakra, the entire Longdi cave teetered on the brink of collapse. "The world is changing," Ban murmured softly, devoid of warmth in his eyes. Accompanying his command, a torrent of destructive energies surged forth, the ground rapidly fissuring, the rock walls crumbling. In that instant, the entire Longdi cave descended into unprecedented ruin. Rock shattered. Bottomless cracks spread like serpent fangs. Buildings within the cave collapsed with a thunderous crash, the deafening roar reverberating in their ears, as if the entire world trembled. "This is your end." Uchiha Ye spoke coldly, as the thousand-bird spear in his hand coalesced once more, infused with sage chakra, its electric edge razor-sharp, slicing through the air, swiftly piercing the heart of the white snake sage. Ban stood aside, his gaze like a blade, fixed upon the ruins before him. The surge of 10 tails chakra brought about the total collapse of the Longdi cave, The ground splintering like shattered glass, rocks scattering, the cavern transformed into rubble. Even the air currents twisted as if the entire world had been torn apart in an instant. The white snake sage's eyes brimmed with fear and despair. Though it could not evade its fate, it still struggled with all its might. No, it roared, attempting to resist, but the power at this moment had surpassed its comprehension. Utterly insurmountable. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated, causing the rock walls of the Long Di Dong to collapse like an avalanche. The earth rolled, debris and soil soared, and the entire cavern was instantaneously engulfed, as if the air itself had solidified under the force of the explosion. Only upon confirming the complete cessation of Bai Shixian Ren's life did Ban's lips curve slightly, a trace of cold amusement dancing upon his features. Well done. Ban's tone remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along, his composure unwavering. Uchiha Ye nodded, his gaze as sharp and profound as the deepest ocean. This corpse would undoubtedly pique Orochimaru's interest. Ban furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of disdain and contempt flashing in his eyes. That fellow possesses a modicum of cleverness, displaying redeemable traits in the realm of research. Although Ban found Orochimaru's methods distasteful, he understood the significance of scientific inquiry, especially after witnessing the transformations within Mu Yi. Uchiha Ye chuckled softly, his voice steady and imbued with undeniable rationality. Orochimaru's potential utility should not be underestimated. If guided wisely, he might yield unexpected benefits for us. Ban, upon hearing this, merely scoffed, his tone dismissive. What value could he possibly hold? He is merely a serpent in disguise. He had no intention of elaborating further. An expression of impatience crossing his features as if he had long lost interest in the discussion. The winds gradually stilled, dust slowly settling, and a profound silence enveloped the ruins. The Long Di Dong, one of the three great sanctuaries of the ninja world, was utterly annihilated. Chapter 71. A millennia-old little slug in the mist-laden bamboo forest of the Whetbone Forest. Two figures emerged quietly, Uchiha Ye and Uchiha Ban. They stood side by side, their expressions serene as they surveyed their surroundings. The wilderness was silent, the mist wandering through the woods, carrying a faintly sweet yet metallic scent. Each bamboo exuded an eerie darkness, as if saturated with blood and toxins. This poisonous mist could be lethal to an ordinary person, yet for the two of them, it posed little more than a trivial obstacle. Here, no other life existed, only the bamboo grove. Uchiha Ban stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze cold and indifferent as he surveyed the area, his voice deep and authoritative. Come out. There is no need to lurk in the shadows. The air trembled slightly as a soft, yet massive figure slowly emerged from the dense fog. It was a gigantic slug, its surface glistening with slime, radiating a potent aura of life, the guardian of the Whetbone Forest, the slug sage. However, at this moment, this being, which should have exuded grandeur, shrank back, its enormous form trembling ever so slightly. I already know your intentions, it stammered, its voice quaking and hoarse, laced with an uncontrollable dread. It did not dare to raise its gaze to meet the eyes of the two men before it, instead lowering itself to the ground, attempting to preserve its life by adopting the humblest of postures. No, there is no need for violence. Spare my life, and I shall surrender everything about the Whetbone Forest to you. It was terrified beyond measure. Unlike the rebellious frog clan of Myobokuzin or the ruthless serpents of Long Di Dong, the slugs of the Whetbone Forest had always been gentle by nature, inclined towards healing and nurturing powers. Though the slug sage bore an ancient lineage and possessed thousands of years of life, it had no will to fight when confronted with overwhelming power. Long before the news of Uchiha Ye's impending arrival reached it through Gamamaru, it had been filled with anxiety, yet powerless to act. It did not know how formidable the visitors would be, but it was acutely aware of its own lack of combat prowess, especially considering it was facing the man known as a calamity. Thus, resistance was futile. The slug sage lay prostrate in the fog-laden forest floor, its massive body quivering. Even though it naturally commanded the energies of the Whetbone Forest, it felt as powerless as a leaf swaying in the autumn breeze. It was, after all, merely a millennia-old little slug. Uchiha Ye's gaze remained calm, his eyes deep like an abyss, as he spoke slowly. Those who recognize the times may live. His voice was soft, yet it pierced the heart like a cold wind through the trees. Uchiha Ban, Upon hearing this, smirked coldly, his eyes filled with scorn and derision, far wiser than some foolish individuals. The slug sage nodded repeatedly, its enormous form nearly pressing against the earth, fearing that any delay might invoke its demise. The surrounding bamboo forest trembled slightly, and even the pervasive toxic mist seemed to fall silent in that moment. Before absolute power, the slug sage could only bow in submission. Its massive body trembled, staying low to the ground, its breath restrained to the utmost, not daring to defy in the slightest. Uchiha Ye regarded it quietly, his gaze indifferent and calm, as if proclaiming an inescapable fate. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and resolute. From this day forth, you will assist humanity in mastering the sage mode. After a brief pause, he added, our goal is to unify the ninja world and put an end to the ceaseless strife and slaughter. Uchiha Ye's voice was measured, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Your healing abilities will play a crucial role in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, the slug sage was taken aback momentarily. Instinctively fearful of Uchiha Ye and Ban, it nonetheless felt a flicker of a different emotion upon hearing the words about unifying the ninja world and reducing conflict. It was inherently gentle, unlike the martial and combative traditions of Myobokuzen and Long Didong. If it meant less bloodshed and the preservation of more lives, it was not entirely averse to the current circumstances. The slug sage bowed its head, trembling as it responded, yes. As long as someone can endure the toxins and natural energy of the wetbone forest, I shall assist with all my might. The wetbone forest was distinctly different from Myobokuzen and Long Didong. There were no powerful clans to protect it. It was a solitary existence, dwelling alone for a millennium. Many past ninjas seeking a summoning contract had perished in the poisonous mist surrounding the wetbone forest, and those fortunate enough to traverse the fog had not necessarily mastered its sage arts. To date, aside from Senju Hashirama, who seemingly grasped the sage mode, even the current contractor, Tsunade, had not truly inherited the power of this sacred land. Now, the slug sage understood that it must seize this slender thread of hope. Only through complete compliance could it preserve its life, or perhaps, genuinely welcome a rebirth for the wetbone forest. The slug sage realized that these two terrifying entities before it were not merely seeking superficial submission. They desired results. Should it fail to produce a practitioner of sage mode, it would likely not escape its own doom. As it trembled with anxiety, Uchiha Ye seemed to sense something, his gaze sweeping over it with a calm yet assured tone. They have come here not to learn the sage arts of the wetbone forest. He paused slightly, his eyes narrowing as he added softly, there will be a sage mode more suited for humanity. Upon hearing this, the slug sage was momentarily taken aback. Feeling an inexplicable sense of relief, yet an even deeper chill crept in. Uchiha Ban stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture rigid and imposing, looking down upon it with an icy malice in his eyes. He snorted coldly, his tone low and brutal, should there be the slightest hint of negligence. Before his words could finish, the slug sage was already terrified to the point of pressing itself lower, nearly flattening its massive form against the earth, not daring to utter a word of defiance. Uchiha Ye nodded slightly, his expression indifferent, as he waved his right hand, causing a scroll to materialize from thin air, pulsating with a faint energy, landing before the slug sage. Sign it. His voice was as unyielding as iron striking stone, cold and authoritative. The slug sage hesitated for a moment, then nodded repeatedly, fearful of inciting the anger of its visitors. It quickly conjured a small clone, cautiously wrapping the scroll, releasing a gentle chakra as it inscribed its mark upon the contract scroll. With the contract sealed, the wetbone forest had no further choices. Uchiha Ye observed the proceedings silently, his gaze narrowed, his expression still unflinching, merely nodding slightly before turning to walk deeper into the forest. His tone remained casual, as if delegating a trivial task, clean up and prepare to welcome the first batch of practitioners. Uchiha Madara stood with hands clasped behind his back, his stride composed and powerful. With a slight turn of his head, his icy gaze swept over the trembling figure of the Sennin of the slug. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of his lips as he spoke, his tone icy and foreboding. From this day forth, the surebone forest belongs solely to the obedient. Deep within the bamboo grove, mist billowed and swirled. Toxic vapors entwined around the figures of the two men, yet it seemed as though an invisible force tore a passage through the haze. Uchiha Itachi walked alongside Uchiha Madara, their silhouettes gradually fading into the thick fog. A new order had quietly descended upon this ancient forest. Chapter 72. The Discerning Eye in the Realm of Purity, Light and Mist Intertwined. Otsutsuki Kagaya stood amidst the sea of fog, her gaze penetrating through the myriad of phenomena, observing the turmoil of the present world. The three great holy lands had collapsed. The landscape of the shinobi world overturned, blood and fire reshaping the earth. The source of it all was not an extraterrestrial visitor, but rather Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Madara. The strength of the two had long surpassed worldly reasoning, subtly brushing against the boundary that Kagaya had once personally suppressed. This overwhelming force caused Kagaya's brow to furrow, an uncontainable sense of foreboding rising within her. In the past, to quell the disputes, she had bestowed chakra upon humanity, establishing the shinobi sect to promote the path of peace. Yet now, chakra had once again devolved into a tool for slaughter and conquest. Although Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Madara claimed to seek unification and redemption, to Kagaya's eyes, their ever-expanding power and will had strayed from the path of equilibrium, veering towards devouring and domination. If left unchecked, the shinobi world would inevitably plunge into an endless abyss. After pondering for a long while, Kagaya slowly raised her hand. Light shimmered at her fingertips, like threads of fate, quietly cascading into the world. She began to devise a plan. Perhaps someone was needed to guard the last glimmer of light amidst the darkness. She whispered, a resolute glimmer crossing her eyes. If the shinobi world were to face annihilation, she would spare no effort to intervene personally, even if it meant descending into the realm with the essence of purity. Kagaya stood with hands clasped behind her back, her white robe as pure as snow, gazing quietly at the unformed expanse of the future. With a soft sigh, she mused, the future of the shinobi world ultimately cannot be determined by my strength alone. The light and mist swirled, and the realm of purity fell silent once more. Yet, no one noticed that a game transcending time and space, concerning the survival of the shinobi world, had quietly commenced. In Konoha, news of the three great holy lands had thundered back like a shockwave. In the conference room, numerous jonin gathered, each face etched with shock and disbelief. The three great holy lands had been taboo realms in the shinobi world since ancient times. The Sennin of the Mayaboko Mountain, the White Snake Sennin of the Ryuchi Cave, and the Slug Clan of the Surebone Forest. Each was an existence steeped in countless years of history. Yet now, these legendary powers faced either destruction or submission at the hands of Hokage Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Madara. In an instant, apart from the shock, a myriad of complex emotions surged within the crowd: reverence, fear, and even fervor. Especially when Uchiha Itachi proposed an improved version of the Sennin mode, one more suited to the ordinary human constitution and less prone to backlash. A wave of excitement swept through the hearts of the Konoha ninjas. Many had witnessed the terrifying power displayed by legendary ninjas like Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze in the Sennin mode. Sennin chakra, which fused with the natural energies of the world, far surpassed ordinary chakra, resulting in exponential enhancements in perception, speed, strength, recovery, and even the potency of ninjutsu. Furthermore, once one truly mastered Sennin techniques, their physical prowess would undergo a fundamental evolution, elevating their life force to an entirely new realm. This was power capable of contending directly with even the strongest of shadows, even overwhelming them. In the past, Sennin mode had been exceedingly rare and difficult to cultivate. Mismanagement could lead to petrification or death due to natural energy backlash. Thus, only a select few with exceptional talents could master it. However, the improved version of Sennin mode proposed by Uchiha Itachi shattered this limitation. It was said that the new technique not only reduced the difficulty of cultivation, but also greatly mitigated the risk of backlash, allowing for a tailored training path based on individual constitution. This meant that even ordinary ninjas, provided they had decent aptitude, could potentially step into realms previously accessible only to legends. Once widespread, the new Sennin mode would undoubtedly redefine the power structure of the shinobi world, fundamentally altering the entrenched order of bloodline supremacy. Extraordinary power would no longer be the exclusive domain of noble bloodlines. If one could master Sennin techniques, why would they need to rely on their family's lineage? Even common ninjas could ascend to greatness and become true powerhouses. Such notions spread like wildfire in the hearts of countless jonin. In this era of blood and fire, reshaping the landscape of the shinobi world, Every ninja yearned for strength. And Sennin mode represented their glimpse of hope and rebirth. High above in the Hokage building of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi gazed down upon it all, his eyes deep as the ocean. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Yet, the ultimate perfection of this secret technique still depended on Orochimaru. In a dimly lit laboratory, a chill hung in the air. Orochimaru held up a vial glimmering faintly with silver light, his voice low yet filled with excitement. Lord Itachi, this is my latest developed reagent. His eyes burned with fervor, as if he saw the door to the unknown slowly creaking open. This reagent could significantly enhance chakra, while also possessing a certain probability of awakening the Sharingan, or even bestowing would-release powers. At this point, Orochimaru slightly bowed, cradling the vial in his hands and respectfully presenting it to Uchiha Itachi. Once proud and unruly, Orochimaru now willingly humbled himself, not out of submission to force, but entirely captivated by Uchiha Itachi's grand will that seemed capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. Uchiha Itachi quietly accepted the reagent, examining it with a contemplative gaze, his eyes deep as the night. He turned his focus to Orochimaru, speaking gently yet firmly. Well done, Orochimaru. Your talent has indeed not disappointed me. In just a few words, a flicker of undeniable light sparkled in Orochimaru's eyes, a fervor and joy born from genuine recognition and acceptance. His new master was discerning. Uchiha Itachi contemplated for a moment before continuing. Continue to advance the research. The fusion of Sennin bodies with bloodline limits is merely the beginning. I seek not just individual transcenders, but a comprehensive system capable of mass-producing extraordinary beings. His tone was unheavy, yet each word struck like a hammer upon Orochimaru's heart. This was a vision far beyond the ordinary, a desire to truly shatter the ceiling of this world. Orochimaru's heart raced, suppressing his inner excitement as he bowed deeply. Understood. Lord Itachi. Uchiha Itachi smiled slightly, his eyes imbued with a sense of unshakable control. Go now, Orochimaru. Let this decaying world bear witness to true evolution. Orochimaru departed in response, carrying the reagent and data, plunging into a new round of experiments. From this day forth, he would no longer live solely for himself. He became an extension of Uchiha Itachi's will, the sharpest blade on the path to a new era. Outside the laboratory, Uchiha Itachi stood quietly. He watched Orochimaru's departing figure with a calm expression, yet his thoughts churned like a tidal wave. The unification of the shinobi world was merely the first step. Although the bloodlines thrived today and the Sennin mode was promoted and popularized, with generations of ninjas undergoing transformation and rebirth in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, all of this was merely laying the groundwork. The true enemy had long since departed from this land. The Otsutsuki clan, that extraterrestrial bloodline that transcended humanity, remained his ultimate target. Once Kagaya, once Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki were but shadows cast upon the world. The real war had yet to begin. To oppose such beings, relying solely on a handful of geniuses would be woefully inadequate. He requires the entire shinobi world, indeed, the whole planet, to transform into a sharp blade, aimed directly at the cosmos beyond. The shinobi world must undergo a metamorphosis, achieve unity, and evolve to withstand the impending conflict. The inception of all this is today. Uchiha Ye withdrew his thoughts, his gaze penetrating the night, directed towards the boundless starry sky. Within that infinite darkness lie countless adversaries, as well as endless opportunities. And he, Uchiha Ye, shall lead the shinobi world, break free from the confines of the planet, and conquer the cosmos. Be it Otsutsuki or so-called deities, they shall all grovel at his feet. Chapter 73. Utilize your will to rectify the errors of the shinobi world. Uchiha clan territory. Uchiha Ye stood in the courtyard, his brow slightly furrowed. Despite having already conquered the three great sacred lands alongside Uchiha Madara, and the situation within the shinobi world being firmly established, the system had yet to present a completion notification. Could there be something overlooked? He murmured softly, his gaze sharpening. Uchiha Ye quietly recalled the original historical threads, and soon, two names surfaced in his mind. One, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who lurked within the shinobi world disguised as a monk. The other, the descendant of Otsutsuki Yumura, who resided on the distant moon, guarding the ancient bloodline. So it was. In Uchiha Ye's eyes, the twinkling stars reflected the night sky, subtly emanating a sharp glint. The unification of the shinobi villages represented merely a victory on the surface. The true peril lurked deeper within the shadows. Ishiki, this outsider residing within another's body, had long been scheming in the dark, poised to act, and the Yumura descendants on the moon, though separated by realms, were bound by blood. If they sensed turmoil on the surface, they would undoubtedly not remain passive. It appears that to utterly conclude this era, one final battle remains. Uchiha Ye spoke softly to himself. His figure gradually faded away. Moon on the pale celestial body, distant from the surface by thousands of miles. An ancient and grand palace floated serenely in the void of the universe. Within the palace, a sacred tree stood lush and verdant, its roots entwined with the earth, pulsating gently in harmony with the starry sea. Before the sacred tree sat Otsutsuki Sharon, cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, a serene expression on his youthful face that belied his age. Since the eruption of the unification war that shook the shinobi world, Sharon had sensed a strange and powerful presence. This aura was heavy, profound, traversing the endless cosmos, shaking this lonely moon. This night, that sense of oppression suddenly became terrifyingly clear. Sharon frowned slightly, not yet having the time to ponder, when an overwhelming presence surged into his perception like a tidal wave. Six-paths sage, Otsutsuki Ye. In the void, a hazy figure gradually coalesced, its aura ancient and regal. The young Otsutsuki Sharon abruptly awakened from his meditation, his brow furrowing. Though his eyes remained shut, deep within his soul, he sensed a suffocating pressure. Instinctively, he rose, his spine straightening defiantly despite the instinctual fear and unease swirling within him, striving to maintain the dignity and pride of the Otsutsuki clan. "Who are you?" His voice, tender yet resolute, resembled a sapling in the cold wind, fragile yet imbued with stubborn strength. Yui's ethereal form responded softly, its voice resonating directly within Sharon's consciousness. "I am the six-path sage, Otsutsuki Ye. I have manifested today solely to deliver a warning to you." Sharon clenched his fists, trembling slightly, yet resolutely gritting his teeth to stand firm. He sensed the vast oceanic aura before him, devoid of hostility, yet instinctively untrustworthy. Yui gazed down upon this pure-blooded child who had yet to open his eyes, speaking in a deep, steady tone. "A new threat has emerged on the surface. That power is extraordinarily formidable, unbound by the order of the shinobi sect. If left unchecked, calamity will traverse the stars, engulfing the moon and consuming all Otsutsuki kin." Sharon understood much of this, yet remained partially bewildered. He looked up at Yui, his eyes reflecting an innate pride and the stubbornness unique to children. "The shinobi sect." He repeated the unfamiliar yet familiar term with disdain. "My father told me," Sharon's youthful yet icy voice rang out. "The shinobi sect is merely a refuge for the weak, a veil to conceal your failures. It is the shinobi sect that has led our Otsutsuki bloodline to mutual slaughter, driving us toward decline." Yui remained silent for a long while, as if contemplating this youth who might one day alter the course of fate. "The shinobi sect does not diminish power." Yui's voice was calm yet weighty. "It is meant to guide power. The Otsutsuki clan, in its greed, has self-destructed. Guidance is essential for survival." Yet Sharon lifted his small face, his eyes resolute as a meteor piercing the long night. "Power does not require guidance. Power is the very proof of the strong." His clear, cold words echoed through the vast hall, striking every inch of silence. Yui sighed gently, a glimmer of sorrow and compassion flashing in his eyes. He extended his hand, and a brilliant light appeared at his fingertips, like a meteor descending, crashing into Sharon's brow. "Then let me guide you and witness true power." Sharon felt an overwhelming force surge into him, his body trembling violently, knees buckling to the ground, cold sweat beading on his forehead. That power was frigid and unyielding, mercilessly tearing apart his bloodline, reshaping his spirit. The shadow power and light power left by the six-paths sage. It was like a sharp blade, forcibly slicing through the innate boundaries of Sharon, shattering and reconstructing. Amidst the excruciating pain, a deep blue light quietly emerged in the depths of Sharon's pupils, purple patterns spreading within. A different reincarnation I was forcibly awakening. Deeper still, Iswell was silently bound by an invisible shackle, twisted and guided towards a predetermined direction. Yui's ethereal form stood high above, gazing down upon the kneeling, trembling Sharon, his voice deep and resolute. "Sharon, with your power, awaken the promise of Yumura." with your will. Rectify the errors of the shinobi world. As the words fell, Yui's figure dissipated with the wind, leaving behind the silent, empty moon palace, as if nothing had transpired. After a long while, Sharon finally rose unsteadily. His complexion was pale, yet he could not conceal the cold, blazing light in his eyes. At this moment, not only had his bloodline transformed, but even the depths of his soul had quietly changed. He lifted his head, the remnants of his youthful innocence entirely polished away. On the moon, the remaining Otsutsuki clansmen sensed the anomaly and gathered towards the palace. Outside the hall, the clan leader, Sharon's father, stood vigil with the clansmen. Their expressions grave, the atmosphere so oppressive it felt as though it might solidify. Under the watchful eyes of all, Sharon stepped slowly out of the grand hall. His robes rustling, his gaze as cold as if it could freeze the very earth. He stood upon the steps, surveying the gathered clansmen, and proclaimed loudly, "Listen well. From this day forth, the shinobi world is a threat, an enemy obstructing the survival of our Otsutsuki. For the future, we must wage war." As his declaration resonated, the clansmen stirred, uncertainty rippling through them. Yet in the face of Sharon's nearly overwhelming aura, all voices gradually hushed. One by one, the clansmen bowed their heads, kneeling on one knee, pledging their loyalty. Guided by the yin and yang powers left by the six-path sage, under the weighty and intangible spiritual pressure, the young Sharon took the first step belonging to the Otsutsuki clan. A war ignited from the moon was poised to wash through the shinobi world, tearing apart the balance of existence. Meanwhile, on the distant surface, the boy named Uchiha Ye had quietly become the entity that Sharon must conquer and annihilate. Chapter 74. Ishiki. The night was as dark as ink, the valley enveloped in silence, with only the wind whispering through the cedar grove. An ancient temple lay asleep in the embrace of night, vines hanging down, gray tiles gathering dust, narrating the passage of time. Uchiha Ye stood quietly before the temple door. Hidden glimmered quietly in the shadows, the silvery blue light swirling like cold stars falling to the mortal realm, the oppressive aura solidifying with each step he took. As he entered the temple, everything seemed to freeze. The incense ceased to rise, the air appeared to be frozen by the divine power within his eyes. Even the light warped in his presence. He spoke softly, calling out, "Sishian." In the meditation room, the figure on the mat slowly opened his eyes. Sishian did not move immediately, merely fixing his gaze upon the person before him. His pupils were a pale gold, exuding a silent majesty that transcended all. A gaze not belonging to humanity, but rather that of a deity. The consciousness of the Otsutsuki clan was slowly awakening within Sishian. He stood up, his movements slow and composed, yet devoid of any human warmth, as if a divine being had descended, cold and lofty. At this moment, he no longer concealed the divine pressure stemming from his foreign bloodline. A golden-red glow pulsed from the depths of his pupils. His voice calm, yet imbued with a chilling sense of judgment. "So it is you." A flicker of doubt crossed his heart. The intense Otsutsuki aura emanating from this youth was no mere disguise or counterfeit. Could he possibly be a descendant of the clan, inhabiting the body of an indigenous being in this realm? Meanwhile, Uchiha Yoru, his expression as cold as ice, advanced step by step. He made no attempts at justification, simply speaking with an oppressive chill, "You have two choices." The silvery yang suddenly constricted, the cold light within cleaving through the air, his tone deep yet unyielding. "Submit or die." The atmosphere fell abruptly into silence. The figure paused for a moment, then slowly chuckled, as if he had heard the greatest jest. "Submit?" His gaze sharpened, the derision in his laughter unmistakable. "Are you commanding me? Do you think with your paltry human power, you can converse with a deity, let alone issue commands?" He took a step forward, and the surrounding space seemed to collapse in response, as if even the heavens and earth bowed to his will. "I am Ishur, the rightful heir of the Otsutsuki clan, the terminator of this planet's civilization. You are but a beast that has crawled from the struggles of your kin, clinging to life with remnants of your bloodline." His voice was low, akin to a divine decree descending from the skies. "Do you think you possess the right to make me submit?" Uchiha Yoru fixed his cold gaze upon him, a surge of silvery blue light erupting from his Ui Danshengyan. "I do not require any right. I merely inform you of the outcome. From this moment forth, the ninja world shall return to order. Any deity attempting to rise above this must be cast down from their pedestal." He slowly raised his right hand, his aura suddenly surging. The power of the six paths surging forth like tectonic upheaval, reaching for the heavens. If you are an enemy, you must vanish. As his words landed, the air around them seemed to explode. The smile in Ishire's eyes vanished, replaced by genuine coldness. You truly infuriate me. Very well, since you so eagerly seek death. He raised his hand, a spiral of golden red energy erupting from his palm, divine might surging forth. Then allow me to grant you your wish, and see how long your so-called Godslayer can withstand my might. In the next moment, his eyes were instantaneously suffused with a dazzling blend of gold and crimson, the symbols of the six paths appearing in his pupils, the space around them violently trembling. An explosive divine power erupting forth. Uchiha Yoru did not retreat, the silvery blue ink suddenly blooming, a spiral gravitational field rising behind him like a deity. Colliding head-on with the Otsutsuki's force, the golden red spiral and the silvery blue vortex collided violently in midair, causing the space to tear apart and collapse inward, forming a gravitational black domain with a radius of hundreds of meters. But this was merely the prelude. Huh! Ishir shouted, his form suddenly accelerating. He did not employ ninjutsu, but instead chose the most primal and ferocious method. He stamped his foot, the explosive shockwave lifting the ground several dozen meters. His body rocketing toward Uchiha Yoru like a cannonball, the wind from his punch shattering the surrounding mountains before it even reached him. Uchiha Yoru slightly tilted his head. The light of his Renhuijian Shengyan compressing into a line, locking onto Ishir. He did not retreat but advanced, one arm extending horizontally, his fist roaring. Boom. At the instant their fists collided, the earth erupted with numerous fissures, the heavens rolled back, and the clouds reversed. The shockwave swept across 100 miles, tearing apart mountains. Yet Ishire's expression froze. His punch had been effortlessly blocked by Uchiha Yoru with a single arm. With such feeble strength, you dare to call yourself a god? Uchiha Yoru stated coolly, his form suddenly leaning forward, driving a knee into Ishire's abdomen. Boom. Ishir was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through 3 mountain ranges before finally halting, blood gushing from his mouth. You actually, he muttered through gritted teeth, both hands rapidly forming seals. Die heighten. Boom. The void trembled as countless pitch-black cubes rained down from the rift in space, each one containing compressed divine power and sealing techniques, equipped with dimensional disruption mechanisms. As if intent on sealing this entire space completely. Uchiha Yoru did not evade, simply lifting one palm, the silvery blue light converging in his hand. Lunhuti Jansheng Tanmu Jiajit. Boom. A circle of power, seemingly formed under the gaze of a deity, spread out. And every one of the die-heightened cubes touched by it appeared to be rejected from the world, freezing in midair, trembling, dissolving, and ultimately turning to dust. In that moment, the order of the void seemed to be forcibly reconstructed by his gaze. Uchiha Yoru stepped forward steadily, his tone indifferent. The construction of space and divine power interference, your so-called techniques, are futile in my eyes. Ishire's pupils constricted, finally detecting a chilling truth emanating from Yoru's ocular techniques. He murmured softly, seemingly not in response, but rather in stunned self-reflection. This is not merely the repulsive force of the Lin Ye's defensive domain. It can actually strip away the essence of techniques. The Tanmujiajir can suppress even divine arts? His expression darkened for the first time. Xiaoming Beguna. Whoosh. His body instantly shrank to a nanoscopic scale, completely vanishing into the microscopic realm, as if transformed into nothingness. Moreover, the undestroyed die-heightened cubes also shrank and suddenly surged around Yoru, forming an enclosed cubic space that trapped him within. At that moment, even the ocular power struggled to accurately lock onto Ishire's location. But in the next instant, Uchiha Yoru spoke softly, Lunhuti Jansheng Tan Zhuchang Li. Time froze, and space locked down. The distorted space at the microscopic level suddenly became solid, as if Ishire's nanoscopic form was forcibly stripped from the technique's layer by some rule's anchor. What is happening? He exclaimed, struggling violently, horrified as he realized his body could not maintain its shrunk state, as if even his very existence was being rewritten. This was neither a stop in time nor a sealing of space. This pair of eyes could actually forcibly interfere with the existent structure of techniques. My Xiaoming Beguna. In the face of this ocular technique, seems like an impurity stripped away without permission. But before he could react or escape, dozens of silvery blue chains erupted from the void, binding him tightly, transcending time and space. nailing him within the confines of the sealed domain. Yoru's expression remained calm as he slowly approached. You have yet to comprehend the true essence of techniques, yet you dare to speak of controlling everything? The so-called Otsutsuki clan is nothing more than this. You are but a lowly human, incapable of glimpsing the true divinity and greatness of the Otsutsuki. Isha roared, channeling his remaining divine power to resist, forcibly releasing the sealed consciousness of Tsishian, merging with his true form. Yet this process was exceedingly perilous. Isha's residual power exceeded what Tsishian's body could bear. The fusion failed and instead backfired upon him. The surface of Tsishian's body crackled, his flesh electrified, his bones' magnetic poles disordered, his entire form beginning to uncontrollably carbonize and collapse. Isha's expression changed drastically as he realized his body was on the verge of breaking apart, immediately attempting to shrink and escape. But just before he completed the technique, Uchiha Yoru's gaze suddenly flashed. The silvery blue radiance instantly locked onto Isha's will. In that instant, Isha's eyes lost focus, his soul dragged into an illusion. In his dream, he beheld himself being consumed by divine beings, scorned by myriad clans, with his consciousness plummeting into an abyss of eternal dread. In reality, his body lost control and crashed heavily to the ground. Uchiha Ye cast a fleeting glance at him. Instead of obliterating him entirely, he pinched the severely injured figure between his fingers, sealing him within a silvery array, a specially crafted temporal sealing barrier designed to maintain the Daitomoku in a stable state while in a semi-conscious condition, facilitating Orochimaru's subsequent research. After capturing all the members of the Shell organization and the Ten Tails, he vanished from the scene. Chapter 75, A Visit to the Moon. Daitomoku Shirin stood quietly outside the Grand Hall, where a multitude of members from the Moon's Daitomoku clan had already gathered. Their gazes burned with fervor, all directed towards the young clan leader. Even Daitomoku Shirin's father, who was currently the head of the branch family, wore a grave expression, fixated on his son. The previous day had completely rewritten everything. With overwhelming power, Daitomoku Shirin had ended the centuries-long conflict between the main and branch families on the Moon. The members of the main family were forcefully suppressed, and those who resisted were executed on the spot, staining the palace with blood. While the clan members were shocked, an unsettling feeling crept in. How could a child of merely a few years possess such terrifying power? They were, of course, unaware that Daitomoku Shirin had already been personally transformed by the Sage of Six Paths. It was a metamorphosis that transcended bloodlines. With the divine authority quietly resting in his hands, the wind stilled. The air seemed to solidify. Yet, this unity of blood and fire was merely the prologue. Shirin's gaze swept coldly over the crowd, his voice resonating as if from a distant star, yet reverberating throughout the hall. From this day forth, the Moon's Daitomoku clan shall have but a single voice. I, Shirin, shall lead you back to the shinobi world, purging the filth of humanity from that tainted land and restoring the divine authority. He descended the stone steps, his expression frigid, devoid of any emotion. A millennium ago, the Sage of Six Paths allowed the shinobi world to fend for itself, permitting the lowly bloodlines to inherit the divine gifts. This was a grave error. Now, I shall rectify all of it. The crowd held their breath, daunted into submission, their hearts conquered by his overwhelming presence. Some elder members of the Daitomoku clan felt their pupils tremble, as if finally realizing that this young clan leader was not merely a monster of strength, but a true ruler. Deep within the Grand Hall, a divine monument sealing an ancient array slowly radiated light, and the spatial passage connecting the shinobi world and the Moon had quietly opened. However, at that moment, an unusual aura abruptly descended from the depths of the void, with flames as dark as ink blooming silently in the heavens, as if the night sky had been torn asunder by a deity, devouring all light. Time and space momentarily froze. A figure approached, draped in a battle robe interwoven with black and gold, tall and handsome, exuding a chilling demeanor, as though he had emerged from myth. Yet what was most suffocating were his eyes, the Rinnegan. The Six Paths star wheel slowly rotated, reflecting the profound trajectories of the cosmic sea. At the center of his pupils, a silver-blue divine pattern quietly emerged, resembling the very essence of the universe, transcending all laws. In that moment, even the gravity of the Moon seemed to slightly incline towards him, as all things felt an indescribable pressure in the dominance of order. He stood quietly, his black cloak billowing, and his low voice seemed to penetrate time and space, clearly reaching the hearts of every Tomoku clan member. The Tomoku Shiren. Your so-called mission is merely the fearful response of the Tomoku Yui. Uchiha Ye had arrived. The Tomoku Shiren slowly raised his head, his silver-white pupils reflecting that familiar yet strange figure. A cold smile flickered across his face, and his lips curled slightly, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain and mockery. The order of the shinobi world? He raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as cold stars. It is nothing but a bunch of self-deceiving nonsense. Before he could finish, his eyes glimmered slightly, and a surge of confidence and arrogance, characteristic of a young powerhouse, erupted from within him. Shiren's voice turned increasingly frigid, each word like a dagger. The order you speak of is merely the fantasy of the weak. Ultimately, the shinobi world should be governed by our Tomoka clan. With that declaration, his chakra erupted with a thunderous roar. The pale, moon-like energy surged around him, as if the very brilliance of the moon had awakened within him. At that moment, a vast pressure swept across the moon's surface, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to groan, as if the entire world quaked beneath his feet. Boom! The gravitational field around Shiren rapidly warped, the space fracturing instantaneously around him. That intense power coalesced into an invisible giant hand, akin to the judgment of a deity, descending mercilessly upon Uchiha Ye. It was a terrifying might capable of obliterating mountains and suppressing tailed beasts, as if the force of the entire universe converged at that moment, solely to eliminate all obstacles before him. Yet Uchiha Ye remained standing, allowing this invisible pressure to approach without a hint of evasion. As the giant hand drew near, his figure remained unyielding, and the surrounding purple aura intensified, the gravitational energy akin to rolling tides, beginning to erode the surrounding space. The gravitational field had no effect. When the giant hand made contact with Uchiha Ye's aura, it vanished as though sinking into the ocean, allowing all the oppressive force to be devoured by his invisible protective aura, rendering it utterly ineffective. Uchiha Ye slowly lifted his head, a hint of a cold smile flickering in his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Since we are here, allow me to present you with a token of our meeting. Before his words had fully settled, his Rinnegan glowed brightly, an ancient and profound aura emanating from him. With a swift motion, he clenched his right hand, summoning several green chakra spheres that spun around his palm. These spheres rapidly fused, compressed, and rotated, ultimately transforming into a colossal golden sword that pierced the heavens, extending from the skies above, akin to divine retribution. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The space trembled violently, light illuminating the entire lunar surface. Uchiha Ye swept his right hand, and the golden giant sword descended with the fury of divine thunder. The Tomoku Shiren's pupils constricted, his form darting like lightning as he instantly entered the Rinnegan chakra mode. A blue-white chakra cloak billowed behind him like a sea, transforming him into a streak of light soaring into the sky. Golden wheel rebirth explosion. Shiren roared, raising his hand to conjure a giant sword formed from Rinnegan chakra, its color nearly transparent but shimmering with destructive brilliance, meeting the golden blade. The two colossal swords collided fiercely in midair. Boom! In an instant, golden and white-blue radiance intertwined, unleashing a shockwave that swept across hundreds of kilometers, gouging a massive crater into the lunar crust, while debris scattered like meteors across the starry sky. High above, the wind howled like a blade, battle clouds roiling. Uchiha Ye stood proudly in the void, his form unwavering, one hand resting behind him, his battle attire billowing, resembling an unmovable peak amidst the heavens. The Tomoku Shiren, however, was pushed back several hundred meters by the residual wave, struggling to steady himself. His expression grave as ice. This power is not that of an ordinary Rinnegan. Who exactly are you? Where does your strength come from? Uchiha Ye's gaze was deep as night, seemingly capable of devouring all things. He did not respond directly, merely coldly uttering, "That power of yours. It was given to you by that old schemer Yui, wasn't he it?" Upon hearing this, the Tomoku Shiren's pupils constricted, his brow furrowed as he prepared to speak. Yet Uchiha Ye had already stepped forward, enunciating each word with piercing clarity, his gaze sharp with scorn. The sage of six paths? He is but a self-proclaimed savior, a false deity. Leaving behind mere scraps as charity, he turns his back to live high above, attempting to manipulate the world. The so-called ideals, the so-called peace. were merely excuses to control pawns. He scoffed lightly, his voice dripping with coldness. If there exists a being more arrogant than the Detomoku, it would be him. Chapter 76. The Moon, Severed Beyond Repair. Your ideology, in essence, mirrors my own. Uchiha Ye's voice resonated in a low, chilling tone, as if emanating from the shadows, cascading coldly into Detomoku Sharen's ears. Alas, you are merely a pawn. Detomoku Sharen furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze, as if he sensed an unspoken irony. Uchiha Ye moved with a leisurely grace, as if treading upon the void, his voice growing increasingly clear and laced with an undeniable sharpness. The Sage of Six Paths, do you believe him to be a savior? Yet, do you comprehend that he, alongside his brother, sealed their very mother? He lifted his chin, the light within his Rinnegan akin to a blade cleaving through darkness, each word seemingly parting the void. A son who betrays his mother with his own hands possesses no right to speak of peace. A flicker of uncertainty flashed in Sharen's eyes, and in that instant, he felt as though he had been struck by an ineffable taboo. A surge of anguish washing over him, as if a hidden fissure had been unveiled, shaking him to the core of his being. The notion of disseminating chakra is but a means to scatter power across the shinobi world, allowing hatred to proliferate. The so-called enlightenment of the masses is merely an act of shedding responsibility from oneself and casting it upon future generations, perpetuating a cycle of hypocrisy and conflict. Uchiha Ye's laughter rang like a razor's edge, cold and mocking, laden with profound significance. You, the Tomoku Sharen, are merely a pawn deliberately left behind by him. Your so-called mission, your so-called guardianship, was fated from the outset to be a flawed ideology of that false deity. He halted, his gaze piercing like an icy arrow, casting down upon Sharen. Thus, I assert that you and I share a common origin, both perceiving the absurdity of this shinobi world. However, I am no longer bound by the will of that ancient deity. You are nothing but a pitiful creature under control. A pawn. A moment of confusion flickered through his heart, swiftly crushed and consumed by a weighty will. A whisper arose from the depths of his consciousness, ancient and imposing, yet irresistible. Abandon emotion, you are the vessel of order. His eyes shimmered with renewed clarity, the brief flicker of uncertainty extinguished like a candle in the wind, suppressed by an unseen mental force. Sharen advanced, his form like a blade, clad in pristine white, silver eyes reflecting the void, cold and hollow as they surveyed the wailing clansmen around him. His father knelt, blood spilling from his mouth. Sharen cast but a fleeting glance, his gaze as lifeless as stagnant waters, as if he beheld a forsaken, sacrificial vessel. He stood firm, his tone icy, reminiscent of a deity driven by an unyielding program, delivering an irrefutable command. Ideologies aligned? No, you are mistaken. You pursue order, whereas I am the embodiment of order itself. No sooner had the words left his lips than his Rinnegan fully unfurled, the chakra within surging forth like a tidal wave. He slowly raised his hand, as if in response, or perhaps in obedience. From this moment forth, the future of the shinobi world shall no longer be dictated by you. The Tomoku Sharen's gaze sharpened, his tone unassailable, as if issuing a final proclamation. Immediately, his silver chakra poured forth like a cold moon, erupting with a thunderous roar. The heavens dimmed, and the lunar surface fractured. Sharen hovered in the void, the myriad phenomena within his Rinnegan roiling, the forces of yin and yang surging like a torrent. His left palm spun before his chest, the power of his Rinnegan surging forth wildly. A beam of devouring light twisting in his palm. Silver wheel Rinnegan explosion. The gravitational field instantaneously rent the space asunder, transforming into a tempest of violent chakra that roared forth, shattering the void in its wake, destabilizing gravity, even lifting vast swathes of the lunar crust. However, Uchiha Ye merely cast a fleeting glance, his garments undisturbed, a finger flicking lightly. The space suddenly solidified, the entire tempest freezing as if captured, then compressed in place. The force field reversing, collapsing with a thunderous crash at the center of the void, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Is it still futile? Sharen stared at the astonishing scene, his pupils narrowing, a hint of hesitation creeping into his brow. If that is the case, he clenched his teeth, his gaze suddenly sharp, blood red gleaming in his eyes. The chakra contained within his Rinnegan erupting like thunder, his spirit nearly overpowering all. Rinnegan celestial detonation formation. No sooner had he spoken than the ruins surrounding the moon, the shattered starry expanse, and dozens of dormant natural meteors were all drawn in an instant by an invisible gravitational field, flowing toward him like a river of stars in reverse. He fused these meteors with the Shoto, compressing and rotating them, energy surging, ultimately coalescing into a divine meteor several kilometers in diameter, the pitch-black stone igniting with silver light, emitting a deafening roar, the terrifying pressure causing the earth to fracture, its momentum seemingly poised to tear the entire moon asunder. Facing this world-destroying assault, Uchiha Ye exhibited no sign of panic. The Six Paths chakra flowed instantaneously, his entire being adorned with sage patterns, 6 hybrid Shoto shimmering with blue-violet radiance behind him. He stood upon the void, arms outstretched, instantly forming an interwoven field of gravity and repulsion, the sage chakra coursing within him, the power of the Rinnegan surging forth. Is it not merely a nesting doll? He, too, could perform such feats. Celestial Rinnegan explosion. In that moment, violet light sliced through the air, transforming into a colossal divine ring, wielding an unmatched force. Sweeping forward, the brilliance of the colossal wheel was akin to the sharpest blade between heaven and earth, cleaving through the void, tearing apart gravity, instantaneously severing the divine meteor summoned by Sha Ren. As if defying the heavens, the tremendous shockwave dimmed the surrounding stars. Boom! The meteor shattered under this strike. Resembling a splintered celestial body, thousands upon thousands of fragments cascading like fallen stars, raining down in an overwhelming deluge. These fragments collided violently in the high atmosphere, exploding with dazzling brilliance, as if the entire universe trembled in response. The residual might of the silver-blue colossal wheel remained undiminished, bearing the power to annihilate worlds, slicing through the air, rending the lunar surface. The entirety of the moon's exterior instantaneously split under this boundless force, massive fissures sprawling like veins toward the lunar core. Accompanied by a piercing sound, rocks scattering, dust swirling, the space quaking as if torn asunder. Intense energy waves swept outward, uprooting the mountains and soil around. The tremors spreading like oceanic waves, the very fabric of existence transforming. The moon's gravity experienced a violent imbalance, resembling a torn star. The entire celestial body beginning to disintegrate under this strike, fissures expanding, as though the very rhythm of the world had been severed in that instant. The aftershock of the colossal sword swept around like a tempest, the air vibrating, even the void trembling in its wake. Subsequently, the moon, completely severed. Chapter 77. Gatling, this is impossible. Sha Ren's eyes glazed over, as if his soul had been extracted. His self-proclaimed arrogance, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, teetered on the brink of collapse. Uchiha Ye hovered in midair, his cold gaze appraising, his tone frigid. You lack the merit to inherit the will of this moon. In the distant sky, the bisected moon did not scatter into oblivion, but instead rotated slowly in the convergence of gravitational forces, like a pendulum of death, pressing upon the world. Sha Ren gritted his teeth, the 6 Shoto beside him suddenly trembling violently, transforming into streaks piercing the air, launching towards Uchiha Ye from all directions. Ye, die for me, buzz. The Shoto erupted in a dazzling light as it approached Uchiha Ye, transforming into 6 bursts of radiant sunlight. Boom, 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 boom. The void collapsed, space warped, the explosive shockwave engulfing all. Has it come to an end? Sha Ren murmured, a hint of nearly deranged glee flickering across his face. Yet in the next instant, boom. With a thunderous roar, a colossal Susanoo erupted from the core of the explosion, its purple energy armor flashing with a pressure of annihilation amidst the remnants of light. Uchiha Ye stood at the brow of the Susanoo, arms crossed, his expression indifferent, as if all of this were but a speck of dust brushing against him. Sha Ren was left stupefied, his pupils constricting, his expression gradually shifting to one of disbelief. His attacks proved utterly ineffective. Just as the pressure reached its zenith, Shi Ren's expression suddenly shifted from shock to exhilaration. Ha ha ha, Susanoo, I can do that too, accompanied by a roar. The green chakra within him erupted like a volcano, initially enveloping his entire body before unleashing a tempest of chaos. The verdant energy swiftly coalesced behind him, layer upon layer constructing a skeletal frame, muscles, and armor. With a thunderous crash, a towering green Susanoo took form, for arms wielding blades, its mask fierce, radiating a presence rivaling that of Uchiha Ye. This was an evolved Susanoo, infused with the power of the Otsutsuki. Shirin grinned savagely, his eyes glinting with madness and murderous intent. Come on, Ye. Let me see how long you can maintain that divine posture. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shirin's Susanoo moved all 4 arms in unison, unleashing 4 slashes of green chakra that sliced through the air like divine retribution, aiming directly for Uchiha Ye. In response, Uchiha Ye's eyes, adorned with the Rinnegan, began to slowly rotate as he raised his right hand. The arms of Susanoo crossed in front of him, wielding blades to form a barrier. Clang, 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 clang. All slashes were intercepted, generating shockwaves that tore at the lunar surface. Ye stood atop the brow of Susanoo, his expression indifferent, as if he could see through it all. He gently shook his head, disappointment lacing his tone. A vessel granted power by Yuhua ultimately fails to comprehend what true strength is. In the next moment, chakra surged within him like a tidal wave. Boom. Outside of Susanoo, the true Senjutsu thousand-handed Buddha rose from the ground, with 100,000 arms forming a celestial pillar above. The Buddha statue fused with Susanoo, creating an unprecedented divine embodiment that radiated an aura of annihilation. Strangely, the natural energy in the surrounding space began to converge, as if responding to his existence. Senjutsu chakra? Uchiha Ye was momentarily taken aback, gazing upward at the blazing sun, his eyes glimmering. So that's it. The power of the sun is activating this desolate natural domain? The natural energy continually surged into his body, resonating with the Susanoo Buddha statue, causing a bluish-purple luminescence to envelop him, with green veins flowing across his body, shimmering like divine markings. This was a form never before seen in the world of shinobi, the Susanoo thousand-handed Buddha Yang Wheel mode. An overwhelming pressure swept across the lunar surface, causing the very ground to groan. Shirin couldn't help but clench his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Faced with this divine form that was hard to gaze upon, he tightened his fists, his eyes igniting with a piercing blue light. His eyes resonated with the gigantic Rinnegan. I want to let you take the lead. He abruptly raised his hand. Yuhua stone statue. Boom. The sky split open, and a colossal stone statue, towering into the clouds, slowly descended from the rift in space, draped in divine robes, with a solemn visage resembling Otsutsuki Yuhua. With the enhancement of the gigantic Rinnegan and chakra, the Yuhua stone statue matched the size of Uchiha Ye's Susanoo Buddha, their auras colliding fiercely, causing the sky to crack. Shirin's Susanoo actively absorbed the statue, enveloping it entirely, forming a new fusion form, the armored Susanoo. This was the ultimate fusion of chakra, Rinnegan's powers, and Yuhua's will. A true divine confrontation was finally unfolding. The fusion of Susanoo and the Yuhua stone statue ignited Shirin's confidence. This was the divine form belonging to the Otsutsuki clan. He gritted his teeth and roared, his battle spirit soaring, his gaze piercing towards Uchiha Ye, devoid of any fear. However, Uchiha Ye merely smiled disdainfully, his gaze akin to that of one looking down upon a futilely struggling insect. Mimicry? He raised his hand lightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. Have you ever seen a deity wielding modern weaponry? As the words fell, the left shoulder of the Yang Wheel mode Susanoo thousand-handed Buddha shimmered with golden light, a mass of chakra rapidly coalescing in the air, accompanied by a mechanical click. A chakra Gatling gun, 100 meters long, swiftly took shape. The blue-purple body, adorned with green runes, quivered slightly at the muzzle, exuding a devastating aura, as if the entire shinobi civilization was issuing a challenge to the deity. The Susanoo Buddha slowly raised the Gatling gun, the mechanical clicks echoing in the silent battlefield of the moon, clattering ominously. In that moment, Shirin was utterly stunned. He could not comprehend the form and mechanics of this weapon, yet the pressure felt as if thousands of kunai were converging upon his throat. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Uchiha Ye replied coldly with a smirk. Apologies, this is called technology. Shirin's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, bellowing, even if you're flashy, I possess true annihilation techniques. He forcefully commanded the armored Susanoo to conjure 9 truth-seeking balls from behind, which swiftly coalesced in his palm, transforming into a rapidly spinning Rinnegan explosive. Intense gravitational forces began to form at the center of the explosive, and upon contact with the target, it would generate an absorption and annihilation effect comparable to that of a miniature black hole. Die! Shiren roared, hurling the Rinnegan explosive toward Ye's Susanoo. However, Uchiha Ye indifferently raised his eyes, the Rinnegan slowly rotating, and thought, fire. Boom, 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 boom. The chakra Gatling gun unleashed a frenetic barrage of energy projectiles. Thousands of chakra bullets instantly forming an area of annihilation, as if a thunderous storm poured down from the Buddha's shoulder. Each shot carried the pressure of spatial tremors, forcibly pinning the Rinnegan explosive in midair, then piercing its core. What? Shiren's pupils constricted as he witnessed the Rinnegan explosive detonating in midair, failing to hit its target. Meanwhile, the barrage showed no signs of ceasing, transforming into an overwhelming net of firepower, crashing toward Shiren's Susanoo statue. The statue's arms crossed to barely shield itself, yet its entire form was forced to retreat under the relentless barrage, the lunar surface beneath it carved with deep, bottomless chasms. Uchiha Ye's gaze was icy, his voice resonating like a death knell. The Sage of Six Paths can grant you power, but cannot bestow upon you the will to wield it. You are already in retreat. This is the gap that exists between us. Chapter 78, that is mine. Shiren howled in fury, commanding the armored Susanoo to strike with a colossal fist imbued with the statue's power, aiming to bury Uchiha Ye deep within the lunar soil. You are too arrogant. Break from me. The wind from his punch roared like a tempest, distorting the void, as space tore apart like fabric. The entire lunar horizon trembling violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Yet Uchiha Ye maintained a steely demeanor, as if everything were already under his control. He raised his gaze toward the impending destructive fist, softly uttering, "Ordinary chakra bullets are ineffective against you." His right hand slowly lifted, pointing toward the silent Gatling gun before him. How about Senjutsu chakra, combined with yin-yang release? As the words fell, the Gatling gun suddenly roared to life. All the runes along its barrel illuminated, blue-purple chakra intertwining with natural energy, surging violently. In the next moment, a spiral of black and white light manifested at the muzzle, representing the primal power of yin-yang release. Click, click. The Senjutsu yin-yang release truth Gatling gun fire. Boom, boom, boom. Each bullet fell like meteorites, carrying the destructive waves enhanced by Senjutsu and the deprivation laws of yin-yang release. The first shot shattered the statue's right arm. The second created a pitch-black fissure in the chest of Susanoo. The third sent Shiren spewing blood, staggering backward repeatedly. Ugh! He roared in struggle, his Rinnegan flashing violently, attempting to summon more chakra to mend his shattered defenses. However, Uchiha Ye's voice was like the whisper of the Grim Reaper. The power of yin-yang release can reshape rules. The powers you have borrowed are rooted in fragility. I shall obliterate them completely. The final wave of projectiles rained down. The statue shattered. Susanoo collapsed. Shiren's face contorted with rage, his eyes filled with unwillingness and dread. Why are you so strong to this extent? Uchiha Ye descended slowly, and the Gatling gun fell silent. Shiren's body trembled as he sought to gather chakra once more, but the Rinnegan began to quiver, as if it feared the presence before him. The outcome of this battle had already been determined. Shiren's eyes shook violently. You cannot. Before his words could fully escape, Uchiha Ye had teleported to his side, pressing a palm against his cheek. This is a farewell gift for your illusory god. Boom. Shiren's body plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the remnants of the moon's surface, igniting a tempest of debris and energy, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ye stood amidst the silent cosmos, his cloak billowing. He whispered softly, "The will of the moon shall be inherited by the true night." As the dust settled, in the deep crater of the lunar surface, Shiren's battered form struggled to rise to half kneel, his Susanoo shattered, Rinnegan dimmed, his body riddled with cracks, his breath teetering on the edge of oblivion. Cough, cough. How could I possess the power of a god? He roared to the heavens, his face contorted with unwillingness and confusion. The yin-yang power from the Sage of Six Paths within him began to stir, threatening to dissipate, as if it would soon abandon its host and return to the void. Yet in the next moment, a deep voice echoed in his ear, "The power of a god? That is merely a counterfeit of your delusion to play the role of a deity." Uchiha Ye descended slowly before him, his Rinnegan blooming quietly. Shiren abruptly looked up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet in that instant, A glimmer of clarity shone in his expression. "What is this?" he murmured softly, confusion and struggle flashing in his eyes. That was not his voice, but the true consciousness of Shiran, as if it had momentarily escaped from some form of suppression. However, this fleeting clarity was as ephemeral as a mayfly's light. "It is not you who should awaken." The cold voice suddenly rang out. Uchiha Ye's pupils shifted quietly, the Rinnegan's dual eyes resonating in harmony, and an invisible illusion surged forth like a tidal wave. Shiren's pupils contracted sharply, his entire being frozen in place. Is this an illusion? No, this is not an ordinary mental technique. In the next moment, the heavens and earth collapsed abruptly, the surrounding space tearing into chaotic void, countless gigantic pupils opening in the darkness, as if gazing into the depths of the soul. This fellow's body is quite suitable for Orochimaru's research. Shiren's spirit was forcibly drawn into the abyss of the illusion meticulously crafted by Uchiha Ye, silently sealed within. In reality, his body collapsed to the ground, his expression vacant, devoid of any power to resist. At that moment, the once stable yin-yang power within Shiren violently trembled, breaking free from his uncontrollable soul, transforming into two brilliant streams of light swirling in the air. It was the primal authority left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, sensing its host's loss of control, eager to escape this world and return to the Pure Land. Attempting to flee back to the Pure Land? Uchiha Ye scoffed, extending his right hand, a vortex array of black and white materializing in his palm, the light of the Rinnegan erupting, instantly immobilizing the two streams of light on the verge of vanishing. Since this power has descended into this world, it belongs to me. He grasped the torrent of chakra, forcibly drawing it into his body. Boom! A terrifying energy storm swept in all directions. Uchiha Ye's aura surged violently, the chakra within him resembling a raging tsunami. The yin-yang power and sage chakra rapidly merging and reconstructing. Six path-like symbols emerged behind him, the energy core resembling the Shinjutsu orb slowly rotating, as if nurturing the embryonic form of a power that transcended the six paths. At that moment, from the depths of the absorbed power, a faint roar echoed, as if a will transcending time and space resonated. You dare to desecrate the power of the six paths. It was the lingering consciousness of the Sage of Six Paths. He had descended into the Suki no Kuni through Shiren's body, secretly guiding Shiren's actions. Now, with the host defeated and power seized, a roar of anger and fear emanated from the depths of his consciousness, unprecedented in intensity. Uchiha Ye spoke coldly, his voice steady yet resonant like thunder. You are ultimately just an old god clinging to survival in the Pure Land. Sooner or later, I shall personally invade the Pure Land and bring an end to your so-called order and mercy. Boom! The entire space trembled. Uchiha Ye's aura surged dramatically, as the sage chakra and yin-yang ninjutsu within him flowed and fused, and at that moment, with the power of the six paths, it surged like adding fuel to fire. He closed his eyes, the chakra enveloping his body gradually evolving into six-path patterns, a phantom resembling the Shinjutsu orb faintly appearing behind him, yet deeper than the traditional, representing the symbol of a new rule's authority. Lord Ye, the prostrate form of Otsutsuki Shiran, expression vacant, consciousness utterly shattered, yet whispered in remnants of instinct. Uchiha Ye lightly waved his sleeve, and the moon dust rose, swirling like cosmic dust returning to the star's core. His gaze fell upon the shattered land beneath him, the half-destroyed moon. This waning moon shall eventually be restored. He raised his hand and gently pressed against the void, the Rinnegan turning slightly, the yin-yang chakra resonating with the power of the six paths. In an instant, the entire moon trembled violently, as if a slumbering deity was awakening. The fractured ley lines surged upward, the ruins of the collapsed temple rolled back, the drifting moon dust rapidly gathered under mysterious gravity, and all the remnants were rewritten by order in that brief moment. Heaven and earth seemed to be reshaped, and all phenomena appeared to submit to a singular will. In just a few breaths, the once fractured moon had returned to wholeness, even surpassing its previous dimensions under the reconstruction of chakra and jutsu structures. At this moment, several members of the Otsutsuki branch family, still clinging to life amidst the ruins, appeared to witness a miracle. Their faces were filled with terror, prostrating on the ground, yet unable to utter a word. Uchiha Ye merely glanced at them, the Rinnegan turning slightly, and those individuals instantly fell into a daze. their consciousness plummeting into an illusionary dream, becoming silent puppets under Uchiha Ye's control. Chapter 79, The Pure Land. He withdrew his gaze and turned to observe a massive Rinnegan, resembling a star core, standing silently on an ancient ceiling platform, emanating a faint blue glow, chakra surging like an ocean, divine pressure akin to a slumbering celestial will. Is this the future you entrust to? Uchiha Ye treaded through the air, each step causing subtle distortions in space, as if even gravity shifted with his existence. He approached the colossal eye, extending his right hand, fingers slightly spread, the creation patterns within the Rinnegan slowly rotating, invisible ocular power entwining like chains, penetrating deep into the structure of the Rinnegan for high-dimensional analysis. The Rinnegan was indeed the crystallization of the Otsutsuki clan of the moon, and compared to the power of the Six Paths, it seemed more like a crude imitation of the divine perspective. His voice was low, imbued with a chilling insight. At that moment, the giant Rinnegan suddenly trembled, and a phantom emerged within its central pupil. The core of the consciousness sealed within began to awaken, seemingly attempting to resist one last time. Intruder, you shall be expelled from the divine authority. The phantom roared, a storm of chakra rising violently, attempting to engulf Uchiha Ye. However, he merely smiled lightly, his gaze as cold as ice. Divine authority? Merely a gatekeeper. Boom. The Rinnegan erupted with violet-blue divine light, constructing an absorbing grade illusionary array that dragged the entire space into a high-dimensional illusion. That consciousness struggled and howled, yet ultimately could not withstand Uchiha Ye's mental eroding power that surpassed the Six Paths. In the next moment, the will deep within the giant Rinnegan, along with the residual beliefs of the Otsutsuki clan, transformed into nothingness. The consciousness was obliterated, and authority was redefined. After a violent tremor, the Rinnegan's light dimmed. Losing its master control, it yielded completely like a docile giant beast. A vast flow of chakra surged forth, drawn into Uchiha Ye's palm. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the convergence of reincarnation and rebirth, the creation patterns engulfing heaven and earth. Excellent, he whispered. From this moment on, the control of the moon belongs to me. In an ephemeral moment, the entire gravitational field of the moon, the chakra pathways, and the ancient technique systems converged into unity, transforming into the extension of Uchiha Ye's will. He was no longer a mere visitor of the moon, but had ascended to its sovereign. At this moment, Uchiha Ye had not only stepped into the realm of the Six Paths, but had utterly become the master of the moon. He could sense every flow of chakra within the lunar shell, even manipulating gravity, trajectories, energy, and the essence of structure. Standing in the void, he gazed down upon the entire celestial body, pausing in silence for a brief moment. Suddenly, his pupils contracted slightly. Was this the Pure Land? From the distant depths of the cosmos, as the authority of the moon was seized, a vague power surged forth, tearing apart the closed boundaries of the Pure Land. Uchiha Ye closed his eyes, the patterns of his creation eye spinning rapidly, following the spiritual link residuals of the Six Paths Yin-Yang Chakra and the Rebirth Eye. His consciousness pierced through the spatial barriers like a sharp arrow, entering the realm of the deceased. Beyond the Pure Land, the originally absolute barriers emerged. His power forcefully tore open a rift. I have arrived. In the next instant, Uchiha Ye stepped into the Pure Land. Here, there was neither light nor shadow, neither wind nor sound. It was a silence as profound as the deep sea. A familiar silhouette appeared, that of the sage of the Six Paths, Otsutsuki Yui. You should not be here, Yui said calmly, her tone unusually grave, for this was the realm of the dead. Uchiha Ye's gaze was indifferent as he advanced step by step. But you have long ceased to be a mere dead soul. You manipulate the living, interfere with the world, attempting to reclaim the power of the Six Paths to maintain your misguided order. I have come to end all of this. Yui sighed deeply, her robes fluttering, as the Yin-Yang power slowly ascended. I do not wish to be your enemy. Uchiha Ye halted, his pupils narrowing into a beam of light. What are you? Boom. The space seemed to be torn apart. Two forces, transcending logic, violently clashed in the Pure Land. The sage of the Six Paths summoned the Six Paths divine jewels. As the Yin-Yang technique swept through the heavens and the earth, with a mere wave of Uchiha Ye's hand, the remnants of the rebirth eye resonated with the patterns of creation, as if mountains and seas were pouring forth. The space cracked, and the Pure Land collapsed. Uchiha Ye shattered the barrier with a single palm, sending Yui retreating several dozen paces, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. You have surpassed the six paths. This marked the first time fear appeared on the sage of the six paths face. Uchiha Ye advanced, his voice as cold as iron. I did not come to surpass you. I came to replace you. Yui's expression turned solemn, 6 jewels of truth orbiting behind her, as the 5 elements of yin and yang gathered, causing the pure land to tremble, the heavens responding. Ye, you are no longer immortal. You are not a god either. Uchiha Ye coldly replied, the patterns of creation blossoming as he unleashed a powerful strike. Boom. Yui forcefully blocked, yet was still forced back. The space beneath her feet collapsed. A dark abyss tearing forth, not a rift in the earth, but a fracture in the realm of the deceased itself. Yui focused her mind, extending her hand to draw forth the remnants of the pure land, the essence of death spreading like a tide. You have crossed the boundary of life and death, and even the eye of creation cannot endure for long. That is your logic, not mine. Uchiha Ye coldly interrupted, the light within his eyes bursting forth like exploding stars. In the next moment, he reached out to grasp. The entire layer of the pure land trembled, the remnant shadows being forcefully sealed by illusionary threads. The space beginning to collapse and reorganize, as if a higher dimensional will was rewriting the very laws. The sage of the six paths pupils constricted dramatically. You are rewriting the pure land. Since the divine system has collapsed, it is time for a new master. Uchiha Ye raised his hand. The fusion of the rebirth eye and the Sharingan manifesting as the tree of wheel eyes, its branches piercing through the void. Yui roared in anger. The six paths body fully awakening, a sword of the void coalescing in her hand. You have gone too far. If you advance any further, you will not be able to return. I never belonged to this world. The patterns of creation spun wildly, and Uchiha Ye unleashed another powerful strike. The two colliding once more in the skies, the space shattering, the boundaries of the deceased collapsing, the rules in chaos, and the heroic souls fleeing. Uchiha Ye's power continued to ascend. He no longer relied on the six paths. Instead, he rewrote the fundamental existence, constructing his own causal laws. Yui's figure gradually faded within the torn rules. She was not defeated but erased. The old order could not accommodate him. She cast one last glance towards the pure land above, whispering softly, do you think that by ending me, you can control everything? The pure land has existed since ancient times. It is not something I fully command. I am merely the gatekeeper. Her voice resonated like a bell. What you shake is not merely this realm. He looked up at the subtly trembling space within the high-dimensional rift. Those primordial roots of calamity would take notice. Uchiha Ye and his companions would come. The Otsutsuki clan had never truly departed. Yui dissolved into dust with the wind, a glimmer of golden light merging into the starry sea, resembling a faithful gatekeeper, ultimately returning to eternal silence. Uchiha Ye scoffed lightly, the coldness in his eyes profound. Otsutsuki? He raised his finger, the tree of wheel eyes in the void trembling, its branches extending to higher dimensional causal nodes, touching the fundamental logic behind the pure land. Old gods, foreign tribes, visitors from the void. He stepped forward, gazing down upon the collapsing layers, no matter where they come from. He slowly lifted his gaze, his tone indifferent. The coldness akin to a chilling star. Those who dare to proclaim their superiority through rules, I shall shatter their rules entirely. As his steps fell, the core causal axis of the pure land was rewritten, the souls finding rest, the spirit realm trembling, the slumbering mark of the Otsutsuki slightly vibrating, as if an ancient existence was awakening. Uchiha Ye stood atop the remnants of the pure land, closing his eyes in silence. The void slowly healed, and beneath his feet, new contours emerged, the pure land and the authority of the moon, all under the dominion of one. Chapter 80, The Resurrection of Uchiha. Under the surgical lights, pale skin was cut open, layers of tissue unfurling in Orochimaru's hands. He focused intently on the body of Otsutsuki Ishiki on the dissection table, as if confronting not a living being but an opened mysterious universe. This is truly, Orochimaru murmured softly, his fingertips slowly moving between the neural tissues and chakra pathways, completely different from the structure of a ninja's body. It seems almost tailor-made for chakra. Ishiki lay quietly, his countenance serene, his pupils devoid of focus. He had been ensnared by Uchiha Ye's illusion, his consciousness sealed, resembling a puppet still possessing energy. Orochimaru halted his movements. Carefully observing the chakra core located in Ishiki's chest, he inserted a probe, and the chakra, which should have been chaotic and rejecting, instantly calmed down. As if it were a tamed beast, he raised an eyebrow, a hint of excitement appearing at the corners of his eyes. Is this the conventional understanding of chakra control? No, this resembles a primordial link, akin to structural superiority rather than mere technique. He retrieved a specimen vial, sealing several tissue samples, then turned to the recording desk, swiftly writing down his observations. Muscle density far exceeds human limits, possessing a high degree of self-healing ability. The distribution of the neural network is nearly non-human, displaying a non-linear convergence, more than 5 chakra-generating organs, suspected adaptive structures for space-time passages. Halfway through writing, he suddenly paused, a hint of obsessive delight emerging on his face. Where did the Otsutsuki clan truly come from? If I could fully analyze this body, perhaps it would open the door to another form of life for me. Just then, a soft sound echoed. A cold, slender hand gently patted his shoulder. Orochimaru's pupils abruptly contracted, his body instinctively tensing. He had always been exceptionally sensitive to danger, yet just now, he had completely failed to sense the other's approach. For you. A low, calm voice resonated from behind him. In the next instant, the space twisted slightly, and a youthful form silently appeared beside the surgical table. Otsutsuki Shoten, an immature vessel, pulled from another space by Uchiha Ye, like discarded experimental material. Orochimaru abruptly turned around, his gaze landing on the young man draped in a dark robe, Uchiha Ye. He was momentarily taken aback. It was a human form, yet it no longer possessed the essence of humanity. The robe, devoid of wind, swayed gently in the dim light, as if the very space around was being distorted, compressed, and reconstructed. In that moment, Dashiwan found himself unable to perceive his chakra. No, not merely his chakra, but even his existence itself seemed shrouded by a higher law. Has your essence become so elusive that even sensory techniques cannot grasp it? Dashiwan's voice was hoarse, tinged with an uncharacteristic gravity and reverence. Yi, the figure before him, offered no reply, merely casting a fleeting glance his way. That gaze resembled a ghostly moon, illuminating all beings yet devoid of warmth. A shiver coursed through Dashiwan's heart. He realized that this youth was no longer a denizen of the shinobi world, but an entity standing above the very rules of this realm, capable of governing life and death, as well as reversing the cycle of reincarnation. This body, he began to speak, but as he turned to depart, his voice resonated from all directions simultaneously, the echoes not belonging to this world. I am prepared to reconstruct the lunar orbit. The Pure Land also requires your assistance in establishing a connection. Dashiwan's head shot up. You have already grasped the lunar and Pure Land? Yi halted, offering no answer, and with a flick of his finger, the space abruptly closed, leaving behind only a fading black trace. In the ensuing silence, Dashiwan exhaled slowly, turning to gaze upon the 2 non-human corpses before him. He licked his lips, excitement nearly overflowing in his eyes. This is truly magnificent, Lord Yi. The ancestral grounds of the Uchiha clan were gradually enveloped in a ghostly light. As the revived clansmen stood in the center of their long-abandoned land, remnants of a previous bloodbath still lingering beneath their feet. Are we truly alive again? I distinctly remember being. Gasps of disbelief erupted, some retched, while others collapsed to the ground. Then, a moment of silence ensued. It was Itachi Uchiha. He killed us. That night, he wielded his blade, sparing not even the children. And what of clan leader Fugaku? He knew the higher-ups of Konoha were forcing us, yet did nothing. He was fully aware we would be slaughtered. That traitor, that coward. Itachi was not seeking peace. He was merely making excuses for his own weakness. He betrayed the entire Uchiha clan. Anger surged like a tide, distorting dozens of faces, tears brimming yet unfallen, for the young man before them had yet to speak. Yi Uchiha gazed at them quietly, the triple tomo in his eyes swirling as if overlooking the currents of time. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You are innocent. You are the true bloodline of the Uchiha. His tone was calm, yet it struck like a heavy hammer upon their souls. Upon hearing this, they collectively bowed their heads, unsure if they were expressing gratitude for their rebirth or choking back the injustices of the past. Standing upon the high platform, Yi maintained his composed demeanor. Suddenly, he raised a finger and made a swift motion through the air. Since you are filled with rage, then take back justice with your own hands. No sooner had he spoken than ominous sigils appeared upon the earth, dust swirling as paper ash and remnants of corpses coalesced. From the black smoke, two figures gradually materialized. One had long hair cascading down, his hollow gaze revealing a familiar coldness and sorrow. The other, with a fractured mask, bore a twisted grin upon his exposed half-face. "It is them, Itachi Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, the ones who killed us." The fervent cries nearly overturned the entire square. Some had already drawn kunai, while others felt their chakra boiling. Itachi observed everything silently, offering no defense. Obito surveyed the icy stares around him, letting out a cold laugh. "What? Another judgment? Huh, Ye? Do you toy with the dead like this?" Ye Uchiha's gaze fell upon them, akin to a deity surveying mere dust. "I merely offer them a choice." With a wave of his hand, he indifferently proclaimed, "Let it begin." In that instant, the cacophony of roars and the explosive sound of chakra intertwined, heralding the commencement of the clansman's judgment. 2 hours later, after enduring countless physical assaults, the ravages of ninjutsu, and the torment of jinjutsu, being repeatedly tortured to death and revived by Ye Uchiha, Obito and Itachi could only bellow to the heavens, MMP. Ultimately, Ye Uchiha merely waved his hand lightly. The jinjutsu unfurled silently. Obito and Itachi found themselves ensnared in an endless cycle of hell, one side depicting Rin's death alongside Kakashi, while the other displayed the fall of Sasuke and Shisui. Two illusions without end. Chapter 81. The Sovereign. The Uchiha clan has been resurrected. As the architect of this miracle, Ye Uchiha did not forget the parents of his original self. He reshaped their bodies using the power of Kurozo's yin-yang release, and within their world, bestowed upon a familiar child a presence reminiscent of the original Ye Uchiha. This was neither an illusion nor a replacement, but rather the gentlest recompense for familial bonds, fulfilling the original self's missing destiny of home. Subsequently, he entrusted Nara Shikaku with the administration and coordination of the entire Uchiha clan. Surprisingly, the revived Uchiha clansmen exhibited none of their former arrogance or rebelliousness. Instead, they accepted their new roles with remarkable calmness. Death had granted them clarity, and the gift of rebirth further enlightened them to their status as mere specks of dust under divine will. Moreover, they had undergone subtle transformations. Under Ye Uchiha's reconstruction, the buried obsession and desire for vengeance had been replaced by tranquility, reason, loyalty, and reverence. At this moment, the shinobi world no longer adhered to the concept of ninja villages. Whether it was Kirigakure, Sunagakure, Awagakure, Himogakure, or even the land of rain, the land of hot water, and the land of iron, all territories, names, and village emblems had been unified under one banner, Konoha. The entirety of the shinobi world was now encompassed by Konoha. With this unification, the old village names became mere footnotes in history textbooks, while all backgrounds, pasts, and even bloodlines were amalgamated into one. The populace of various clans were now collectively referred to as the people of Konoha. They learned within a shared system, lived under the same laws, and breathed and shared a destiny under Ye Uchiha's regulations. Konoha was no longer just a village. It had transformed into a complete supernation spanning the shinobi world. Across the streets, carpenters from the former Sunagakure and stonemasons from Awagakure collaborated to erect a new peace memorial. Former A and BU from Kirigakure now taught restraint and righteousness in the Ninja Academy, and exiled nobles from the Land of Lightning had even become the heads of Konoha's merchant guilds. Children received education in the unified Konoha Ninja School, free from bloodline discrimination and factional strife, where talent alone was the criterion for advancement. The shinobi world, once rife with wars, vendettas, and the principle of might, had now settled into a profound calm. The sky, a deep azure, and the land, lush and green, saw prosperous towns spreading from the corners of maps into every nook and cranny. All of this stemmed from one person, Ye Uchiha. After accomplishing all of this, Ye Uchiha ascended alone to the summit of Hokage Rock. Atop the heights, Uchiha Madara sat cross-legged, his back turned to him as he gazed down upon the village that had evoked both love and hate within him. "You revived them?" Madara's voice was deep, devoid of emotion. "Yes," Ye Uchiha replied softly, standing behind him with a calmness akin to the breeze. Madara remained silent for a long while, as if contemplating the weight of that seemingly simple statement. "Do you believe they are worth it?" "Worth it," Ye Uchiha replied nonchalantly. even if only to show them that an Uchiha not sustained by hatred can exist upright in this world. Madara finally turned his head, his eyes deep and complex, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he were both amused and skeptical. You have traversed a path I could not. Yet you have also made choices I would not. Indeed, Ye Uchiha responded with a gentle smile, his gaze resolute as stone. Thus, I am Ye Uchiha, not Uchiha Madara. The wind swept across Hokage Rock, stirring the dust of the night, as the moonlight cast slanted shadows upon the contours of the two figures. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Ye suddenly spoke. Do you wish for Izuna to witness this world as well? Madara's pupils constricted sharply, and he swiftly turned to face him. He fell silent, a hesitant expression gracing his face for the first time. Izuna, he murmured the long-forgotten name, his gaze uncharacteristically wavering. In truth, after becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, I possess the ability to resurrect Izuna, Madara calmly stated, though he had been awaiting an answer. Yet, as he began to speak, the words faltered in his throat. He was uncertain if his gentle yet resolute brother truly wished to return to this world that had long since transformed. Madara never doubted Izuna's love for him, but he was acutely aware that they had ultimately tread divergent paths. The chasm of their differing ideologies was the true reason he hesitated to revive Izuna. I do not know, he finally admitted, voicing his inner turmoil. Uchiha Ye regarded him quietly, his tone soothing and sincere. He is the only bond you cannot relinquish. Is he not? You may refuse, but he at least deserves the right to behold this world devoid of war. Madara opened his mouth, yet the words lodged in his throat. When he lifted his gaze again, Uchiha Ye had vanished without a trace. In his stead stood a figure so familiar it felt like a dream, smiling at him from the shadows. Those eyes were as gentle as ever. Madara widened his eyes in disbelief, his voice trembling. Izuna? The figure revealed a smile reminiscent of their childhood, softly calling out, Ni-san. Congratulations to the host for completing the phase of the main quest, the unification of the ninja world. At this moment, the ninja world has been fully assimilated by the system, and the host's authority level has been elevated to that of a realm master. The current ninja world is regarded as the host's exclusive domain. Any structural space, energy flow, or laws of life and death are all subject to the host's will. The host possesses absolute control. In an instant, an indescribable sensation surged through Uchiha Ye's entire being. His consciousness expanded beyond the confines of his corporeal form. The pulsation of mountains and rivers, the ebb and flow of tides, the breath of all living beings, and the flow of chakra, everything was as clear as his own blood. The originally six-pointed star in his eyes had now transformed into 9. The ninja world unfolded like a vast canvas, and he held the brush in his hand. As long as he desired, he could cause landslides and tidal waves, halt the winds and command the rains. He could stop a heartbeat or reshape it from the dust. With a mere flicker of his gaze, he sensed a newborn infant in the hidden mist region, chakra, in disarray. He gently lifted a finger, and a stream of pure chakra traversed 1,000 miles to stabilize the flickering flame of life within the infant. This feat required no effort. Even the deceased could be summoned back to life with a mere thought from Uchiha Ye. The boundless reservoir of chakra beneath him surged like a torrent, perpetually replenishing his strength. He no longer needed to form hand signs, nor rely on techniques. A single thought, Susanoo, Kimui, or reincarnation, could be invoked at will. He was the supreme lawgiver of the ninja world. More accurately, he was the sole deity. Is this the essence of supreme authority? He mused softly, his voice imbued with contemplation and a hint of unmasked calm authority. He opened his arms, and the color of the sky seemed to resonate with his emotions. Gradually shifting from deep blue to golden white, all things fell silent, and the winds ceased. Moments later, he curled his fingers slightly, and the chakra of the entire ninja world surged into his body like a tidal wave. Yet this was no act of plunder. It resembled a master gently summoning back his own power. With a gentle thought, an elderly ninja who had regretted his suicide during the war slowly opened his eyes, finding himself upon a tranquil hill, unscathed and with a clear soul. In this realm, Uchiha Ye softly declared, life and death are merely my choices, and this world belonged to his domain. Chapter 82. What on earth is going on here? That night, the ninja world lay silent as death. Suddenly, the sky tore apart like shattered paper, space folded and twisted, time seemingly ripped open with a long scar. In the next moment, A pillar of ink-black temporal energy cascaded from the rift, crashing heavily to the ground, sending forth terrifying ripples that enveloped the night sky like a nightmare. Accompanied by a low, prophetic hum, a blurred yet imposing figure began to emerge from the center of the dark pillar. Silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, clad in pure white Otsutsuki robes, with a demeanor as cold as ice and a gaze that held an ancient indifference. As though a deity had once again descended into the mortal realm. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. He softly uttered their names. A lazy yet chilling smile gracing his lips, as if savoring a familiar thrill of the hunt. The era of immature power was the most suitable time to sow the seeds. His gaze was profound, fingers gently tracing the surface of the turtle-shaped temporal tool. A faint ripple of time resonating from his fingertips in response to his obsession with fate. In the original timeline, he had been dispatched alongside Kinshiki and Momoshiki to Earth to investigate Kagai's betrayal, reclaim Tailed Beast Chakra, and restart the Divine Tree Project. After the fall of Kinshiki and Momoshiki, he concealed himself, secretly gathering tailed beasts, coveting the complete authority of the plow, with the intent to reverse time and plant the seeds during Naruto's youth. The plan was meticulous, the path established. However, unforeseen changes occurred. The surprise attack from Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Boruto tore apart the predetermined coordinates. The space-time passage collapsed, and he fell into an unknown realm. He had believed that his descent was into a past more easily controlled. Now, he had finally arrived, a time before Uzumaki Naruto had reached his peak, before Sasuke had awakened his Rinnegan. He chuckled softly, his tone composed, his steps leisurely, as if strolling through a royal court. As long as he harvested the tailed beasts and planted the seeds before they matured, he could completely reconstruct the trajectory of the divine tree within this timeline. This world would become my elegant hunting ground. His words carried an effortless nobility and grace, as if victory were already assured. Yet, in the next moment, he paused, his gaze sharpening. An inexplicable sense of oppression descended silently. The earth rumbled, and the void trembled. He slowly raised his head, furrowing his brow, his gaze slicing through the surroundings like a blade. Something felt amiss in this ninja world. The terrain was familiar, yet chillingly strange. Chakra flowed like the blood of stars, intricately woven, permeating the heavens and the earth. This was not natural energy, but a highly advanced chakra network, entirely integrated, precisely guided, and unified, as if the entire planet had transformed into a nervous system imbued with autonomous will. He stared in silence for a long time, the languor in his eyes gradually replaced by an unnameable alertness. Above the firmament, an invisible, formless giant eye gazed down upon the earth. It was not a physical entity, but an eye of fate formed from countless rules, quietly standing at the pinnacle of a higher dimension, observing him with a silent vigilance. It remained still, yet it was impossible to ignore. Deep within the earth, the chakra flowed like a web, no longer wild and crude but obedient to a unified will, operating with precision and coldness, as if the entire world had been reconstructed and encoded by that will. This was not the realm of ninjas. This was a stage inhabited by deities. A tremor coursed through his brow, his lashes quivering, yet he maintained an elegant stance. Though a hint of subdued confusion seeped into his voice, "It feels as if someone has completed the evolution of the divine tree before me?" He froze, remaining silent for an extended period. What on earth is going on here? After a long moment, he finally murmured, almost self-deprecatingly, "How unpleasant. Where exactly have I arrived?" Deep within his pupils, a fleeting sense of vigilance, even a long-lost fear, quietly swept across. Buzz. A beam of light descended from the heavens. There was no fluctuation of chakra, no distortion of space. It was as though a concept itself had been forcibly inserted into reality, abruptly pinning Pooh Sure in place without any forewarning. He found himself immobilized, even his thoughts ensnared in a sluggish blockade. In that moment, he ceased to be the noble hunter of the Otsutsuki clan, and instead resembled a bug ensnared by rules. An outsider, intruding into the shinobi world without the permission of the realm's master. A voice, ethereal, cold, and devoid of emotional fluctuations, resonated within his mind. It resembled not language, but rather a self-declaration of the cosmos, enveloping his entire consciousness like a judgment. Pooh Sure abruptly raised his head, his pupils constricting sharply. The void split open, silently. A figure emerged slowly from the unfathomable rift. Clad in a pitch-black robe, its hem fluttered without wind, and behind him, 9 chakra star tracks slowly revolved, resembling the wheel of celestial authority, illuminating the trajectories of time, space, and destiny. He moved leisurely, yet the heavens and earth instinctively parted, as if the laws themselves made way for him. With each step, he commanded the world's submission. Pusher's pupils trembled violently. Just a glance from that person sent him plunging into an abyss, his consciousness nearly shattering. It was not that he could not be defeated. Rather, he had not even the qualification to contemplate resistance. You from another time and space? The person's voice remained calm and unperturbed, concise, yet resonant like a decree that caused the universe to tremble. Who are you? Pusher snarled through gritted teeth, his tone trembling uncontrollably. He, Otsutsuki Pusher, had once faced tailed beasts alone, considering himself a deity, yet at this moment, he resembled a stray dog, unable even to contemplate an escape. The man responded indifferently, I am the master of this realm. Pusher felt as though struck by lightning, his entire being shivering. You have rewritten the rules. Even the will of this planet submits to you. He seemed to finally realize that he had not descended into an uncharted primitive shinobi world, but rather a realm where the divine tree had already ascended. This is not the shinobi world, you know. This is my world. The man's tone remained serene. Yet with each step, the laws of space peeled away, as if actively paving the way for him. The path of the realm master naturally extended beneath his feet. Pusher's body trembled incessantly, and in the next moment, he was horrified to discover that the anchor point of his treasure between himself and the main time-space had been severed. The temporal bond that should have guaranteed his return had been forcibly overwritten and erased. He was stripped of the possibility of departure, utterly ensnared within this world. You possess no authority to leave, nor do you have the qualification to exist. At the moment he spoke, a golden radiance emanated from the tips of his fingers. It was neither chakra nor natural energy, but the light of authority. The world resonated in response. Pusher roared in fury. How dare you act against the Otsutsuki? Snap. Uchiha Ye gently flicked his fingers. No thunderous roar, no brilliance. The consciousness of Otsutsuki Pusher was instantly obliterated. Silent, painless, yet irreversible. Only an empty shell remained, along with a solitary plow, suspended in the air, seemingly unaware that its owner had perished. The wind rustled through the forest, and the night was as usual. It was as if all of this had never transpired. Uchiha Ye stood quietly in place, his gaze falling upon the plow, contemplating for a moment. Have other time-spaces begun to move? He whispered softly, his tone as tranquil as still water, yet it seemed to unveil the prologue of a certain destiny. Since that is the case, he did not finish his sentence, as he instantly transformed into a ray of light, merging into the void. The sky remained night. The forest still vast. Only that expanse lingered with the residual warmth of divinity yet to dissipate. Chapter 83. This system, could it possibly bear the surname Chin? In the first year of Konoha, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara united to conclude the Warring States period, harnessing the strength of the two most powerful ninja clans to establish the first ninja village in the history of the shinobi world within the heart of the Fire Country. This village was named Konohagakure. By the nomination of numerous ninjas and citizens, Senju Hashirama was revered as the first Hokage, becoming a symbol of peace and strength. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, as one of the highest decision-makers in the village, conspired with Hashirama to draft a blueprint for the future. They had once fought side by side, once pledging to rewrite the fate of ninjas. However, the land of ideals ultimately sowed the seeds of fissures. As the system was initially established and power formed, the village appeared to flourish on the surface, yet hidden currents lurked beneath. Discussions and management gradually fell under the control of the Senju clan, while the Uchiha, though foundational contributors, were quietly excluded from the core. Madara sensed it. The oaths they had built together seemed to have merely been Hashirama's monologue from the very beginning. What he desired as co-governance was gradually morphing into Senju dominance, with Uchiha as vassals. Hashirama continued to attempt to resolve the gap with benevolence, while Madara, in silence, saw clearly. This peace was achieved at the cost of vigilance and sacrifice against the Uchiha. Silence transformed into a burning fire within his heart. He stood atop a mountain, overlooking Konoha, the place he and Hashirama had forged with their own hands, now growing ever more distant. The kaleidoscope spun quietly, a murderous intent beginning to surface in his eyes. Peace. That was merely the cold remnants after the sacrifice of the Uchiha. He sneered, about to turn away when suddenly, an unusual vibration erupted from the void. The heavens and earth abruptly solidified, and Madara sharply turned around, activating his Sharingan. His eyes flickered with vigilance and murderous intent. The ground beneath him trembling faintly, chakra surging forth like flames. That was neither flying thunder god nor the summoning technique of spacetime. There were no mediums, no ripples. Solely relying on a barely perceptible rift in space, a figure stepped forth from the tear in midair. Madara decisively took a step forward. The skeletal form of Susanoo roaring to life beside him, resembling a deity or demon, its violent chakra bending the trees. That was his trump card. Who? Madara shouted sternly, his tone laced with murderous intent. The figure was clad in a robe of black adorned with golden patterns, appearing youthful, with black hair flowing in the wind. He stood there, like a fissure between the heavens and earth, so steady it was unnerving. Madara's eyes narrowed sharply, his heart filled with foreboding. He keenly detected that the aura emanating from the individual was not the familiar fluctuation of chakra, but rather a more primordial, higher-level pressure. As if destiny itself weighed down upon him, as if a deity had descended. This was not the essence of any clan he recognized. It bore no resemblance to the fiery pulsations of the Uchiha, nor the life force of the Senju, much less the sealing echoes of the Uzumaki clan. Yet, the contours of that person's visage stirred a strange sense of déjà vu within him. Black hair, deep-set eyes, an expression cold and steady, and an air of pride and authority emanating from his very being, reminiscent of Indra etched in the statues of his clan. A dissonance of familiarity and unfamiliarity intertwined, heightening Madara's unease. He slowly raised his hand, forming a precise fire-release seal with his fingertips, his gaze icy as frost. Who exactly are you? Madara spoke coldly, his eyes sharp as blades. You don the Uchiha clan's crest, yet exude an aura and power I have never encountered. He did not rashly strike. The man bore no hostility, yet neither did he show any respect, as if surveying the land beneath him. This was the most dangerous kind of enemy. An unfamiliar Uchiha, a bizarre method of arrival, an oppressive aura that pressed upon his very soul, entirely distinct from chakra. Madara's gaze narrowed slightly, his mind already discerning. This individual was no ordinary ninja, but rather something akin to a hidden legacy, or perhaps the ultimate strategy of some force intricately laid out. He rapidly considered the possibilities. Was he a concealed weapon of another great nation? An experimental forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan? Or yet another secret deployment of the Senju clan? If this person harbored ill intentions, then today, even if the mountains and rivers were stained with blood, he would protect Konoha. Reveal your identity and purpose. Madara's tone was as cold as frost. If you dare to covet this land, I will make you understand what it means to face the wrath of Uchiha Madara. A figure approached, merely nodding slightly. His tone calm, yet undeniably authoritative. I am Uchiha Ye. The mention of the Uchiha clan prompted no visible reaction from Ban, yet his pupils narrowed ever so slightly. A heightened vigilance taking hold. The surname Uchiha was not one to be trifled with. The manner of Ye's arrival and the aura of power surrounding him felt unusually foreign and dissonant. Uchiha Ye offered no further explanation, merely raising his hand, from which a metallic device materialized in the air, resembling a tortoise shell with peculiar patterns. Ban squinted. The fluctuations emanating from the device gave him an unsettling premonition of a forcibly distorted causality. He refrained from further inquiries. A being of overwhelming strength who chooses not to elucidate is inherently perilous. Ban let out a cold snort as the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan burst forth in sudden brilliance. Fire release, dragon flame technique. For fire dragons roared forth, intertwining like serpents, charging through the air towards Uchiha Ye. The skeletal form of Susanoo emerged behind him, exuding an immense pressure. Yet, Uchiha Ye remained still, not a hint of chakra swirling around him, simply casting a glance in Ban's direction. Suddenly, the space quivered. Uchiha Ye's figure vanished before Ban's eyes, as though he had never existed. Not even a trace of scorched flame was left behind. Ban found himself suspended in midair, his chakra frozen at his fingertips. The flames halted before him. The wind stilled, the clouds paused. He retracted his ninjutsu, staring into the very air where he had just poured his strength, rendered speechless for a long while. To vanish from the battlefield without relying on the flying thunder god technique, he murmured, his pupils constricting, his gaze darkening. That individual had not come for battle. With a mere glance, he had disappeared. The expression in his eyes bore no provocation, nor hostility, as if he were merely the first piece placed on a chessboard, while the opponent had already positioned themselves post-checkmate. Who is he, and what does he desire? The wind billowed his cloak as Ban stood atop the mountain, an emotion long absent surfacing in his eyes. Could this newly birthed village, this land forged by him and Hashirama, truly endure? For the first time, a profound unease took root within him. Perhaps an unseen war had quietly commenced. Ding! Time-space anchor point updated. Phase main quest activated. Unify the shinobi world of this timeline. Random task. Repel the Otsutsuki invasion from different timelines. Uchiha Ye appeared on another mountain peak, his demeanor unperturbed as he surveyed this nascent world. Invasion? These individuals are indeed favored by destiny. A cold glint flickered in Uchiha Ye's eyes. Yet, is it again about unification? A light chuckle escaped his lips. This system bears a striking resemblance to the Qin lineage. Chapter 84. Ban, you will regret this, Hashirama. The emergence of Uchiha Ye stirred a long-dormant sense of crisis within Ban. Despite still harboring love for the village, he resolved to inform Hashirama of the matter, even amidst their unresolved estrangement. In the Hokage office, morning light streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the wooden desk imbued with a fragrant aroma. Senju Hashirama listened intently to Ban's account, his expression grave, his gaze as profound as ever. You have never described any enemy in such a manner. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight, indicating that Ban truly felt uneasy. Ban remained silent, merely nodding slightly. I trust your judgment. Hashirama turned to gaze out at the flourishing Konoha. If what you say is true, he may not be merely a threat to Konoha, but a variable for the entire shinobi world. Standing nearby, Senju Tobarama wore a furrowed brow and spoke softly. You mentioned he donned Uchiha clan attire? His tone was unassuming, yet tinged with caution. Ban shot him a sharp glance. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Hashirama spoke gently. Tobarama, do not rush to conclusions. Brother, I'm merely stating that he wears the Uchiha crest, possesses unknown power, yet remains ambiguous in his intentions. Do you not find this reminiscent of the Uchiha's characteristic danger? Tobarama articulated slowly. If you wish to resurrect old grievances, feel free to state it plainly, Ban retorted, his gaze sharpening. Tobarama fell silent, folding his arms across his chest, observing coolly. Hashirama raised a hand to signal calm. Yet his tone grew heavier. This matter requires careful consideration. Regardless of who he is or where he comes from, his appearance before Ban cannot be without reason. A rare look of concern flickered in his eyes. We must prevent him. Tobarama's tone was resolute, his gaze reflecting unwavering judgment. That individual appeared too suddenly, his origins unclear, his power excessively formidable, yet he bears the Uchiha crest. His words were measured, each one striking like a blade. I will not permit this village to endure another betrayal of trust. Ban's knuckles gradually clenched, blood seeping from his palm. Hashirama did not respond immediately, merely turning to meet Ban's gaze, his expression complex. In that instant, Ban understood. It was not just Tobarama who harbored doubts. Even you, Hashirama, were wavering. His heart felt as though it had been crushed beneath a heavy weight, or plunged into icy depths. So, in your eyes, any news I bring is still perceived as poison. Ban spoke softly, his voice laced with suppressed indignation. Do you truly believe I would allow a madman cloaked in Uchiha insignia to roam freely in the village? Senju Tobarama, I can understand. Ban suddenly raised his head, his eyes glinting with intensity. But you, Hashirama? You once declared that no matter which side I stood on, you would trust me. What of now? Hashirama parted his lips, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. Tobarama scoffed coldly, his tone frigid. What you care about is merely your own emotions. Ban, this is not the time for you to judge our trustworthiness. It is this village that requires discernment regarding threats. Enough. Hashirama's voice cut through, yet it rang out like the final straw on a camel's back. Ban abruptly turned, his robe billowing, his footsteps resounding like thunder upon the wooden floor. Then let it be as if I never came. You wish to investigate him, to confront him, do as you please. But when you realize you can never stop a mysterious and terrifying existence, he forcefully pushed open the office door, sunlight pouring down like a blade upon his indifferent silhouette. You will regret this, Hashirama. The door slammed shut, plunging the Hokage office into a brief silence. Hashirama stood motionless for a long time, his gaze heavy as he muttered with a sigh. he has become more obstinate than before. Tobarama replied coldly, no, he resembles an adversary even more. Brother is the Hokage. Hashirama did not respond, merely gazing out at the azure sky, his eyes profound as a chasm. Uchiha clan residence Ban emerged from the Hokage building, his black hair billowing, his stride steady yet brimming with menace, as several patrolling Umbu discreetly avoided him, refraining from approaching. He chose not to employ the body flicker technique, instead walking step by step back to the familiar yet wearisome Uchiha clan residence. The streets remained pristine, the courtyards tidy. Children chased one another at the alley's end, and young ninjas maintained their weapons. All was as it should be, tranquil as though turmoil had never touched it. However, upon his arrival, the sounds of life abruptly ceased. All eyes turned upon Uchiha Ban, yet no one stepped forward to greet him. Some elders regarded him with complex expressions. Seemingly sighing, younger clan members averted their gazes, hastily departing as if reluctant to meet his eyes. Ban's expression remained stern as he slowly took in the scene. They had grown accustomed to bowing their heads. He smirked coldly within, yet remained unmoved. The loneliness and fury within him long since solidified into cold iron. Just as he turned to leave, an elder of the Uchiha clan hastened forward, attempting to counsel him in hushed tones. Ban, the current Konoha cannot afford any more upheaval. Coexisting with the village is the only way forward. Coexistence? Ban's gaze turned frigid. Was it merely enduring surveillance, suspicion, and being marginalized, and they called that coexistence? The elder's countenance faltered, ultimately remaining silent. Ban let out a cold laugh and turned to depart. You shall continue to be your compliant selves. The pride of Uchiha does not require your burdens. He does not look back as he treads the lofty path leading to the outskirts of Konoha. Behind him, the residence of the Uchiha clan returns to a tranquil state, yet no one dares to mention his name again. Outside the village, the wind whispers through the trees, carrying a refreshing chill, as leaves flutter down and rest upon the tranquil ancient road, gently tracing the footsteps of a bygone era, as if narrating a long-buried tale. The afterglow of the setting sun bathes the land, painting the horizon crimson and elongating his silhouette. That figure, bearing a fan of flames, seems to be suspended in time beneath the sunset, quietly walking along a path once carved for the village. Now, this path has become his route away from Konoha. Silent yet resolute, the entire world appears to freeze at this moment, save for his steps, which, illuminated by the fading sunlight, gradually distance him from his former home. He does not look back, yet a tide of uncontainable mockery surges within him. Ultimately, he was misled. The corners of his mouth curl slightly upwards. That smile colder than the biting wind. The future of Uchiha shall not be subject to the whims of others. Suddenly, a subtle distortion in space envelopes him, and a presence, both familiar yet alien, pervades the air. He swiftly turns. Before his gaze, the void twists slightly, and a figure emerges from within. He recognizes it clearly. It is the enigmatic Uchiha he has seen before. You dare to show yourself. Anger and vigilance flicker in his eyes as he instinctively tightens his grip. However, Uchiha Yoru does not hasten to respond, approaching him with measured steps. His gaze is as tranquil as the deep sea, yet it exudes an unfathomable aura. You chose to leave due to the stubbornness of your clan and the rejection by Senju. Yet in the future I have witnessed. You do not yield. Instead, you forge the fate of the ninja world through blood and fire. You stand at a pinnacle unreachable by others. You have won everything. Yet in that victory, you lost yourself. A flicker of hesitation crosses Ban's eyes, the icy aura slightly retracting, his brow arching. So, you have come to stop me? No. Yoru's voice is calm and resolute, imbued with unwavering determination. I merely wish to ask, are you content? His eyes are as deep as an ancient well, devoid of ripples. The air hangs in silence for a moment, as if everything is frozen. A smirk graces Ban's lips, the flames of resolve and determination in his gaze rekindling, as if he has long since made his decision. How intriguing. He does not turn back, merely shifting gently, facing forward, his silhouette gradually fading, as if bidding a final farewell to the land that once felt like home. Chapter 85. Ban has attacked Konoha. Ban's departure does not stir great upheaval within Konoha. In the eyes of most villagers, the once hero of the village has long been clouded by obsession and ambition, becoming a true renegade. His exit even brings a quiet sigh of relief to many. At least, that is how Senju Tobarama perceives it. He has always harbored profound distrust towards the Uchiha clan. Now that the most powerful and uncontrollable Uchiha has left Konoha, it is the perfect opportunity to advance his plans. As anticipated, the establishment of the Uchiha security force swiftly progresses following Ban's departure. Ostensibly a grant of power to the Uchiha, it is, in truth, a strategic maneuver to marginalize them. Though the clan members are discontent, they can only reluctantly accept under the prestige of the Hokage and the framework of village regulations. In high spirits, Tobirama enters the Hokage's office, only to find his elder brother Senju Hashirama sitting alone by the window, brow furrowed and expression grave. "Brother, are you still troubled by Ban's departure?" He curbs his smile and inquires softly. Hashirama does not respond immediately. He merely gazes out at the bustling streets, his eyes reflecting complexity and weariness. After a long pause, he finally speaks. "Ban is not the sort to betray easily. His departure does not mean we were right." Tobirama remains silent for a moment, approaching Hashirama, his tone calm, yet resolute. "Brother, you are too kind. You always seek to accommodate and understand him. Yet he has never truly understood you. What he desires is to subjugate the village through absolute power, rather than fostering unity. Your ideals and his vision of order have never aligned." Hashirama turns his head, his gaze as tranquil as water. "But he is my closest friend, my most trusted comrade. Konoha is our shared dream, yet I do not know when it began that we started to diverge." The two fall silent. After a while, Tobirama speaks. "I will continue to advance the village's institutional construction, ensuring that every clan operates within regulations. The Uchiha shall be no exception. You must believe that the system can safeguard this village more effectively than emotions." Hashirama sighs, offering no further words. Outside the window, sunlight spills over, and the village streets remain lively and harmonious. Yet beneath this sunshine, the two souls who once fought side by side now drift further apart, until the door of the Hokage's office is suddenly thrust open, a swift footfall shattering the silence. An Umbu ninja kneels before the two Senju brothers. Panic etched across his face, his voice trembling from the exertion of his run. "Hokage-sama, urgent military situation." Hashirama springs to his feet, his expression tightening. "Speak." Uchiha Ban has suddenly appeared in the mountains and forests outside the village. The Umbu swallows hard, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He is controlling the Nine Tails. "What?" Tobirama's countenance darkens, his voice lower than usual. "What did you say?" "The Nine Tails? We witnessed it with our own eyes. His Mangekyo Sharingan is controlling that beast. The Nine Tails is approaching the village." Before the words are fully out, a distant tremor reverberates, as if the very earth quakes. The entirety of Konoha seems to plunge into a deathly silence. In the next moment, a roar like thunder rolls from the horizon, followed by a seismic shockwave. Boom! A torrent of scorching and violent chakra surges forth, rising from the direction of the village's outer wall, as a massive crimson beast shatters the forest. Its vacant gaze flickering with the light of the Sharingan. It is none other than the fully controlled Nine Tails. The Nine Tails raises its tail high, terrifying chakra coalescing at its tip, resembling a cataclysmic hammer that crashes down upon the sentry at the village's edge. Ban has attacked Konoha. Quickly, all personnel to battle stations. Tobirama has already dashed out, issuing cold orders. Mobilize the sealing team. Activate the emergency defense barrier. However, Hashirama does not move immediately. He gazes intently at the figure behind the monstrous beast. It is a form clad in red armor, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flickering with fervor and indifference. "Ban," he murmurs, a sharp pain piercing his heart. Why has it come to this? There is no answer, only the Nine Tails' earth-shattering roar responding to the complete rupture between once brothers. Hashirama closes his eyes, and in the next moment, his form flashes, shooting upwards like a green light, heading straight for the Nine Tails and Ban. "Tobirama, the village is in your hands. Ban, I shall personally come to stop you." At the forest's edge, Uchiha Ban stands atop the Nine Tails, his armor billowing in the wind. He looks down at the rapidly approaching figure, a fleeting moment of distraction crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by icy resolve. "Show me, Hashirama, whether your ideals are worthy enough to contend with true power." Standing atop the Nine Tails, his cloak billowing, his eyes sharp as blades, his battle spirit surging like a volcano. Though he speaks of ideals, he is more aware than ever that today's battle is not merely a final confrontation with Hashirama. It is also a gamble against fate itself. And the spark of this gamble originates from that being who calls himself Uchiha Ye, an existence from beyond time and space, imbued with an enigmatic aura, yet possessing eyes that even Ban cannot fully comprehend. Uchiha Ye spoke to him. Ban, the fate of this world has long since deviated from its rightful path. If you aspire to unify the ninja world, relying solely on the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is far from sufficient. Initially, Uchiha Madara scoffed at this notion. He had always believed that true power was the only catalyst for change in the world, possessing the strongest ocular jutsu and an unwavering will. He felt no need for the guidance of others. However, Uchiha Ye, with a mere subtle smile, shattered that arrogance. In an instant, before Madara's very eyes, the fabric of space was rent asunder, revealing a pitch-black rift akin to a gateway to another universe. The next moment, a wild Kyuubi, unsealed by any, was forcibly drawn from the depths of time and space, crashing onto the earth with a terrified gaze and a thunderous roar. At that moment, for the first time, uncertainty flickered in Madara's eyes, not fear, but profound doubt. Was this world truly as simple as he had believed? Did a divine being exist that transcended the realm of shinobi, navigating the currents of time and fate? Let us see, Uchiha Ye murmured as he departed, his voice seemingly transcending the winds and snows of history. If you can defeat Hashirama and conquer Konoha, then you shall be worthy of ascending to a higher stage. Thus, Madara hesitated not. He opened his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, forcefully subduing the Kyuubi, transforming the raging beast into a blade of his will. Not for destruction, not for revenge, but to validate whether Uchiha Madara could indeed shatter the chains of order, unify the ninja world, and guide the world towards genuine peace. Chapter 86. What are you barking at? Hashirama stood atop the cliff, gazing down upon the roaring Kyuubi. The familiar yet ferocious chakra knitted his brow with concern. It seemed Madara was indeed behind this. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his hands together, chakra surging forth like a torrential flood. Mokuton, Hanakazura no Jutsu. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled as countless colossal trees erupted from the soil like enraged dragons, swiftly transforming into a vast, towering forest that enveloped the battlefield. Now, Hashirama's form flickered as he leaped into the air, hands forming seals once more, chakra surging like a tide. Mokuton, Jukai Koten. The entire mountain range quaked and shattered, as intertwining giant trees coalesced into a vivid and magnificent wooden dragon, roaring as it lunged towards the Kyuubi. The wooden dragon howled, entwining the Kyuubi with winds and thunder, binding it tightly. Roar! The Kyuubi, enraged, screeched, its massive tail sweeping, shattering the surrounding forest, as a dark red-tailed beast ball rapidly gathered in its maw. Boom! With a cataclysmic explosion, the tailed beast ball detonated, obliterating the head of the wooden dragon, the shockwave racing like a meteor towards Hashirama's elevated perch. Mokuton, Shinju Zabutsu no Jutsu. With Hashirama's earth-shattering cry, a colossal figure erupted from the ground. This gigantic wooden figure, formed of chakra, bore tree-like patterns. Its visage solemn and majestic, resembling a deity. The wooden giant extended its massive arm, reaching out to grasp the plummeting-tailed beast ball. Boom! The explosion was stifled within its grasp, the violent chakra energy surging within the wooden hand, but unable to escape. Madara. Hashirama stood atop the wooden giant's forehead, gazing down at the Kyuubi, ensconced within Susanoo, his gaze like a mountain, his tone as unyielding as iron. Look closely. Boom. The wooden giant hoisted the tailed beast ball high, spinning it once before crashing it down. Now, the tailed beast ball was forcefully smashed against the armor of Susanoo enveloping the Kyuubi. Rumble. The blue armor shattered with shockwaves, debris scattering, the ground riven with deep chasms. Madara's pupils constricted as he swiftly waved his hand, using Susanoo's power to dissipate the shock. Yet Hashirama's onslaught showed no signs of abating. The wooden giant lunged forward, fists and palms striking, while the wooden dragon entwined once more, forming a combined sealing technique, a triple suppression technique crashing down like a tidal wave. Above the valley of the end, darkness enveloped the sky as the divine conflict tore through the earth and fate. Madara cackled with fury. Hashirama, you truly do not disappoint. Uchiha Ye hovered in the air, his robes billowing without wind. He quietly observed the battle below, a clash akin to a divine confrontation that shook the heavens. The wooden giant roared, Susanoo howled, The wooden dragon entwined the Kyubi, mountains crumbled, and clouds surged. Beside him, a shadow, bound by the Shinju, writhed in agony like a mere insect. "You bastard! Let me go!" Kurizetsu roared, twisting and turning, but the spinning Shinju remained steadfast, rendering it immobile. The overwhelming chakra pressure sent shivers through its very essence, instilling a rare sense of terror. Kurizetsu felt wronged. It had barely begun to guide Madara in deciphering the stone tablet when everything had been utterly disrupted. It was oblivious to the true nature of its adversary. But it knew all too well that ever since encountering this individual, all plans seemed destined for an alternate conclusion. This was not how Uchiha Madara was supposed to act according to my preordained script. Horror flickered in Kurizetsu's eyes, its voice trembling, laced with a frenzied suspicion. "Who are you? Are you of the Otsutsuki clan? Have they sent you to capture Mother? Are you here to prevent infinite Tsukuyami and plant the divine tree?" It howled, its feeble struggles mingling with a long-buried fear. Uchiha Ye cast a calm glance at it, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if observing a writhing insect. "You are far too loud, Kurizetsu." He spoke softly, his voice gentle, yet laced with chilling resolve. "Plans? Scripts? You believe yourself to be the player, yet you are merely a pawn. Do not fret. Soon you shall comprehend my intentions." With that, he flicked his fingertip, a dark ray seeping into Kurizetsu's form through the Shinju, causing it to convulse violently. Its voice abruptly silenced. Uchiha Ye surveyed the battlefield, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The performance had only just begun. Uchiha Ye hovered above, observing the tumult below. Mountains shattered, dust billowed, the Kyubi roared, and the wooden dragon writhed. Susanoo and the wooden giant collided, as though deities clashed amidst the mortal realm. Yet he remained unaffected, as though this chaos bore no relevance to him, his gaze imbued with mere curiosity and a hint of unspoken anticipation. Kurizetsu trembled within the Shinju, too fearful to utter another word. The force, unfamiliar and oppressive, made it realize that Uchiha Ye was not someone it could manipulate. "You Otsutsuki," it gritted its teeth. Speaking in a hushed tone, "What do you intend to do?" Uchiha Ye chuckled lightly, as if amused by a ridiculous misunderstanding. "Me?" he replied, showing no intention of obstructing Madara, nor caring for your so-called divine entities or your mother. His voice seemed to pierce through time and space, gently resonating in Kurizetsu's ears, yet striking like thunder. "I have come merely to assist a person in cleansing this ailing ninja world." As he spoke, his gaze traversed the battlefield, landing upon Uchiha Madara, riding the Kyubi, exuding a murderous aura. "He is a gambler," Uchiha Ye murmured, betting that the world can indeed be unified, wagering that peace can be attained through absolute strength. "I neither oppose nor impede." Turning his indifferent gaze toward Kurizetsu, he added, "I am simply here to help him win his wager." In the distant battlefield, Madara's formidable Susanoo and Hashirama's great Buddha had already collapsed, leaving only shadows drifting in the evening light. As if returning to primordial fate, the two ultimately reverted to their most fundamental form of combat, taijutsu. A figure darted past, and in an instant, Hashirama was thrown to the ground, while Madara stood tall and proud. "It is I, standing here, in stark contrast to that time." A slight smirk played at the corners of Madara's mouth, his eyes revealing a cold glint. "I wish to protect what has just been realized." Hashirama, half kneeling, gasped for breath, his gaze filled with anguish and resignation. Ban gazed down upon him with a chilling mockery in his voice. "It seems you have succumbed to despair, Zhujian. This time, is it not possible to avoid self-destruction?" With a sudden splatter, blood sprayed forth, and Ban's gaze faltered as crimson trickled from the corner of his mouth. Peering down, he discovered a long blade piercing through his chest, pain swiftly radiating throughout his body. Behind him, Zhujian's expression remained impassive. It turned out that the figure who had collapsed earlier was merely a wooden clone. Blood dripped onto the dust, seeping into the silent dusk, as if time itself had come to a standstill. "I was unexpectedly ambushed from behind." Ban's eyes widened in disbelief. "I must protect our village. Not just my village. No matter what happens. To protect it is to safeguard the people, the ninjas, and the children." Before Zhu Jian could finish his words, he was interrupted by a voice. "What are you barking about?" Chapter 87. Unable to even struggle, Zhu Jian's pupils constricted sharply. In the waning glow of the sunset, a young man stood serenely upon the water's surface, his dark hair billowing, eyes sharp and resolute, clad in ancient yet formidable battle armor, draped with a dark purple haori. adorned with an unusual pattern depicting the flow of a magatama, and a faint ethereal presence lingering behind him, as if he were one with the heavens. Within his eyes, 9 star-like rings rotated slowly, and deep within his pupils, a silver-blue divine pattern materialized, reminiscent of the cosmos itself, evoking an instinctual trepidation. "What are you barking about?" The youth spoke again, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unsettling pressure, resonating as if echoing from ancient times. Zhujian's spirit trembled. The aura emanating from this boy was inscrutable, and peculiarly, although he had never encountered him before, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him. Ban's body, which had been on the brink of collapse, was now inexplicably supported by an unseen force. Blood dripped from Ban's mouth, yet a manic grin crept upon his face. "Ye, you have indeed arrived." Ban coughed up blood, his gaze suffused with a sickly fervor. "It seems you have won." Zhujian softly inquired, "Are you the mysterious figure Ban spoke of?" "Uchiha Ye?" Uchiha Ye did not respond, merely lowering his gaze to observe the bloodied Ban. The 9 star-like rings continued to revolve as an overwhelming chakra surged forth from within him, stirring the water's surface and shaking the heavens. He slowly bent down, one hand supporting Ban's bloodied form while the other rose high, fingers splayed, the chakra patterns on his palm shimmering like stars, the silver-blue radiance quietly illuminating the surrounding waters, reflecting the night sky. In the void, countless silver threads of energy extended from his palm, weaving like threads of fate, gradually entwining around Ban's shattered chest. In the next moment, Ye's fingertips flicked, and silver light converged into a swirling mark, silently pressing against Ban's heart. A sound akin to a celestial body in rotation erupted in the air, waves spreading forth, stirring turmoil across the surface of the lake in the Valley of the End. The wound on Ban's chest writhed rapidly, closing, shattered bones reformed in the silver-blue light, flesh regenerating like spring grass returning to life. And even the chaotic chakra within him returned to balance under Ye's command, becoming even purer than before. His eyes began to undergo a transformation, as Ashura chakra flowed in. The once serene eternal Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin violently, as if drawn by a powerful force. The speed of the rotation increased, and purple light began to spread within the pupils, gradually forming mysterious circles. Soon, the original eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was entirely transformed, evolving into the Rinnegan, which symbolized destruction and rebirth. The purple brilliance flickered within his gaze, as if capable of perceiving all, endowing him with unparalleled strength and vision. In this moment, Ban's eyes no longer reflected mere pain and despair, but rather a surge of profound determination. He was no longer the person he once was. Zhujian's pupils quaked as he witnessed this miraculous transformation, as if bearing witness to a divine event. This was no ordinary medical ninjutsu. "Who are you?" he whispered. His gaze fixated on Ye. Ye slowly rose, releasing his grip, allowing Ban to gradually straighten his back. He lifted his hand to lightly brush over the Magatama pattern on his chest, the 9 star-like rings in his eyes contracting slightly, the silver-blue glow retreating into his pupils, transforming into a glimmer of cold light. "I am Uchiha Ye." He smiled coldly, his voice slicing through the air like an icy blade. "I have come to bring glory to this era." The silver-blue light flowed slowly within his pupils, akin to the cosmos reversing its course, instilling a sense of dread. Ban, who had been on the brink of death, gasped for breath and regained his footing, his gaze sharp and resolute, fixed on Zhujian. He smirked and whispered, "Zhujian, do you think that by ending me, you can end everything? You are mistaken. It is through Yi that the true spark of the new era is ignited." Senju Zhujian furrowed his brow, his expression complex. However, in this moment, he was covered in blood, his chakra nearly depleted, feeling an overwhelming heaviness even in lifting his hand. He struggled to maintain his fighting spirit, yet his legs began to weaken. At that moment, flying thunder god slash. A figure flashed from the void. A short blade aimed at Ye's neck from an unusual angle, intent on delivering a lethal blow, none other than Senju Tobarama. Prior to the battle, he had inscribed a flying thunder god mark upon the water's surface, awaiting this moment to strike, a decisive attack to sever the throat. His short blade was dangerously close to Ye's neck, executed with unreserved intent to kill, but it was too slow. Uchiha Ye calmly uttered 3 words, his figure momentarily blurring in place. "What?" Tobarama's pupils constricted. Rinne rebirth, ever standing. In the next instant, The air split apart like a shattered mirror. Tobarama's form abruptly suspended in midair, unable to advance an inch. A chain of silver-blue energy materialized around his neck, tethered to Ye's wrist. The spatial technique was reversed? Tobarama could hardly believe it. Your spatial fluctuations, Ye spoke calmly, his palm shifting slightly, the silver chain tightening. I saw through it from the very beginning. As he uttered these words, Tobarama was entirely ensnared by a peculiar power, his body frozen in midair, his eyes reflecting those of Ye, who gazed down upon all beings with the 9 star-like rings. With a splashing sound, Tobarama crashed heavily into the water, sending waves soaring high, rock and water intertwining in a thunderous roar. But in the next moment, a foot descended silently, landing squarely on his chest. It was Uchiha Ye. He looked down, as if a sovereign judging mere ants. What you excel in is not speed, but lurking in the shadows to scheme, he spoke coldly, pressing down slightly. Ugh! Tobarama couldn't help but let out a cry, the bones in his chest creaking, unable to move. Ban stood nearby, tilting his head to observe the beleaguered Tobarama. A cold smile curling at his lips, his tone laced with derision and delight. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, is this all you are capable of? You cannot even evade a single finger from me. He slowly approached, blood at the corner of his mouth, his grin becoming increasingly sinister. Oh, indeed. You are quite adept at killing my kin, my brother, and the future of Uchiha. And now? You are being trampled like a dead dog, unable to even struggle. Tobarama glared at Ban, gritting his teeth. Ban, have you also fallen to the level of associating with such a person? Silence. Ban's expression turned cold, his voice sharp as a blade slicing through marrow. You are unworthy to question me. Your words, your actions, are utterly revolting. In the face of true power, your ninja way, your ideals, are nothing but a joke. At this moment, Uchiha Ye gently rotated his palm, and the light beneath his feet converged into a sealing mark. Silver-blue chakra transforming into patterns, as if a formation had sealed Tobarama in place, freezing time and space. You will quietly reflect upon your foolish notion of inherent justice at the bottom of this water. Ye raised his head, gazing at Zhu Jian. His voice icy. A decaying era must ultimately be reckoned with by the will of the newly born. The surface of the water remained eerily silent. Chantingin's body was taut with tension, yet he found himself too weary to continue the fight, reduced to watching as Fei Jian was subdued and Ban rose once more. The unknown youth was gradually appending the entire battlefield. In that moment, the very heavens of this time-space shinobi world seemed to tilt slowly. Chapter 88. You are not the ninjas of Mai. You are our hounds. The battle outside the village shook the heavens and earth, causing the very ground within the village to tremble slightly. The confrontation between the fearsome Susanoo and the Grand Buddha of Senju was akin to divine wrath unleashed upon the world. A spectacle so terrifying it had never been witnessed before, nor would it be easily forgotten. The villagers held their breath in anxious anticipation, their eyes drawn to the colossal shadows clashing amid the rolling smoke in the distance. Among them, the most anxious was Senju Hashirama's beloved wife, Uzumaki Mido. Standing atop a height, her robes fluttered in the wind as her hands clenched tightly, knuckles pale, her expression rife with worry and unease. This was the man she cherished deeply, the one she had witnessed rise from nothing to become the god of the shinobi world. Zhu Jian, she murmured softly, her gaze penetrating through layers of smoke to the distant figure gradually taking shape. The world before her seemed to quiet, yet her heart burned with an inferno of anxiety, restlessness, and a hint of undeniable shock. Soon, however, she would discover the answer. At the entrance of my village, the setting sun cast a crimson hue across the sky. Uchiha Yoru and Uchiha Ban walked side by side, as if emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, advancing through the flames with an aura that none dared to obstruct. A smirk danced on Ban's lips, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if he had returned to the days of the warring states. The youth beside him exuded an oppressive presence that surpassed any Kaga-level shinobi, causing the very air to feel stagnant beneath his feet. Even more disconcerting were the two familiar figures that floated into view around them. Senju Hashirama, covered in wounds, hair disheveled, breath ragged, blood trailing from his lips, yet his will remained unbroken. Beside him, Senju Tobarama was bound by silver-blue chakra chains, his head drooping like a defeated beast, his face marked by humiliation and resentment. This scene resembled the descent of deities, the return of a king. Is that Lord Zhu Jian and Lord Fei Jian? My sentinel gasped, his voice trembling, unable to steady his crossbow. How can this be? They were. What do those two Uchiha intend to do? The village gates slowly opened, yet the bell in the watchtower remained silent. Everyone felt as though they were firmly pinned in place, unable to move. Even the air felt like solidified molten iron, suffocating their breaths. The two figures walking side by side, Uchiha Ban and Uchiha Yuru, emerged like judges from the midst of flames and blood mist. Each step they took radiated overwhelming might. Senju Hashirama remained silent, eyes closed, bloodied and clearly having just endured a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the bound Senju Tobarama glared fiercely, unable to break free, forcing a cold smile as he spat. Madara, have you truly fallen to the point of allying with outsiders to confront your own brother? Ban, however, remained silent, casting a cool glance as if he were observing a character destined to be swept into the annals of history. Suddenly, a resolute voice broke the silence. Madara, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? The crowd stirred, turning toward the voice. Uzumaki Mito approached with deliberate steps, her gaze as sharp as frost. This priestess from the Uzumaki clan, though lacking the power of a tailed beast, was revered by Hashirama for her exquisite sealing techniques and broad spirit. She confronted Ban and Yoru directly, her tone unwavering. Madara, have you not yet realized? Everything Hashirama has done for you, for Mai, is not worth even a glance back? Ban finally halted, expressionless as he regarded her, and after a long pause, he spoke softly. Mito, you and Hashirama are indeed of the same ilk. You both seem to believe that by sacrificing a little, peace can be attained. Alas, what you deem as a little may include the Uchiha, or perhaps even some innocent children. Mito's brow furrowed, poised to speak again, but Uchiha Yoru interjected. His voice was soft yet resonated within the hearts of all present. We do not require anyone's understanding, nor do we seek anyone's forgiveness. From this day forth, Mai is no longer the Senju's Mai. He raised his hand, ancient seals and reincarnation patterns manifesting within his palm. Uzumaki Mito and numerous elite shinobi from Mai were instantly ensnared. Then let us slay them all. Ban interjected. Wait. At this moment, Ban spoke. Yoru turned his head, the rinnegan in his eyes showing no emotion. Are you hesitating? Flames illuminated Ban's face, his expression as chiseled as stone, though a trace of imperceptible doubt flickered in his gaze. They were merely remnants of a defeated army. He stepped forward, one foot after the other, his gaze sweeping across the myriad of complex expressions among the shinobi, which included both seasoned veterans of Mai and young children, as well as members of the Uchiha clan. Killing them would be easy. But what then? A village stands empty. Who will govern it? Who will enforce order? Just the two of us? Yoru remained silent, merely observing him. Ban continued. I do not speak this for their salvation. My tone is as resolute as ever. I merely believe their deaths would be too easy. Living is more painful than dying. Yoru's gaze narrowed slightly, finally revealing a hint of intrigue. Do you wish for them to submit? Ban scoffed. No, I desire their subjugation. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at the people of Mai. From today onward, you are no longer the ninjas of Mai. You are our hounds. The air fell into a profound silence. Yoru chuckled softly, finally lowering his hand. He turned away, casually stating, Then I shall leave the training of hounds to you. Ben offered no response, his gaze sweeping coldly over the crowd. In that moment, no one dared to question that should he take action, none would survive. The following morning, the skies above Mai remained shrouded in a blood-red dawn. A decision that would send shockwaves throughout the shinobi world was formally announced. Uchiha Ban was appointed as Hokage. Originally, he had intended for Yoru to assume the role, but the latter expressed disinterest, leaving Ban reluctantly to accept. At the moment of his appointment, no ceremony was held. Nor did he seek counsel from any high-ranking officials, directly summoning the intelligence department to issue ultimatums to the major shinobi villages, submit or perish. There was no room for negotiation, no diplomatic embellishments. Regarding the high-ranking officials and clans within Mai who had previously enforced policies of exclusion against the Uchiha, though Ban did not explicitly express his anger, his actions spoke volumes. He forcibly dismantled the existing power structure, reintegrating Uchiha clan members into core departments such as law enforcement, administration, and intelligence, thereby restoring the Uchiha clan to the heart of power within Mai. He did not conceal his disappointment. Not a single clan member had chosen to depart the village alongside him. Nonetheless, he granted the entire Uchiha clan the highest political status. As for those who refused to comply, death awaited them. Just as he had always believed, only by controlling everything could chaos be brought to an end. The news spread like wildfire, sending ripples through the shinobi world. Some villages shut their doors in self-preservation. Others dispatched envoys to gather intelligence, while many began to secretly mobilize their forces, for they understood that Uchiha band never spoke idly. This new Mai, forged from the ironclad will of the Uchiha, was poised to become an undeniable power within the entire shinobi world. Chapter 89. The downfall of Yunin village once more. Ban's actions were swift and decisive. At the very moment he announced his Hokage appointment, he dispatched a group of fiercely combat-ready Uchiha elites toward the capital of the Land of Fire. Their objective was clear: to eliminate the so-called aristocracy and seize complete control of the capital's power. Meanwhile, Ban made his way directly to Yunin village, accompanied by Senju Hashirama and Tobirama, who had been forcibly taken and bound by Uchiha Yuru using special chains. However, Yuru did not control their consciousness or speech. Throughout the journey, Senju Hashirama pleaded earnestly, repeating words like "my," "peace," and "protection" hundreds of times, his tone filled with urgency and emotion. He attempted repeatedly to evoke the bond they once shared with Ban through memories. However, these poignant words fell upon Madara's ears like the whispers of the wind, failing to evoke any semblance of emotion. "Konoha is our dream," he mused, "the promise we once shared. Have you forgotten it entirely? Konoha is the sanctuary for all, a symbol of hope." In stark contrast to his brother's earnest entreaties, Senju Tobirama exhibited his characteristic sharp tongue and prejudice. Bound by the chains of chakra, he relentlessly cursed, reiterating those damning words that would drive any Uchiha to the brink. "The Uchiha are inherently dangerous. Your nature is one of destruction, betrayal, and vengeance. I have long proclaimed you a scourge. You should have been eliminated long ago. The Uchiha clan will ultimately bring ruin to the entire shinobi world." Faced with these two brothers, one incessantly chattering, the other hurling invectives, Madara merely smiled coldly. How amusing, he thought. One clings to a bygone dream while the other is consumed by hatred. Your so-called ideals are merely predicated on your own power. You always label me as mad. Yet now, it is not I who is truly mad, but you. Hashirama's gaze flickered slightly. Do you truly believe this is the correct path? Madara replied with a serene smile. It is not about being correct. It is about being the only path. Their footsteps traversed mountains and rivers, heading straight for the village of Kumogakure. This was not merely an expedition. It was a declaration that Uchiha Madara would conquer the shinobi world with an iron fist, rather than engage in empty discussions of ephemeral ideals. The sky over Kumogakure was tumultuous, dark clouds roiling as thunder echoed through the valleys, and the call to arms reverberated through the mountains. The first Reikage stood atop the village gate, his cloak billowing, electricity crackling around him, his gaze sweeping the landscape like a tempest, with the strongest elite of Kumogakure behind him, each face tense and brimming with killing intent. Behind the massive boulders outside the village, a group of Chunin whispered hurriedly, "Do you remember? When the first Hokage smiled at the 5 Kage summit, distributing tailed beasts, proclaiming it was for the sake of balance? What a farce. The shinobi world remains engulfed in conflict. Hashirama's so-called ideals were nothing more than hollow platitudes. How could the strong ever bequeath their power? That is not peace, it is a naive fantasy. The god of shinobi? Utterly laughable." As the words hung in the air, an oppressive aura enveloped the surroundings, and in the silence, two shadows gradually approached the entrance of Kumogakure. They were Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Madara. Behind them were the shackled Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, their expressions stoic, yet the overwhelming aura emanating from them instilled an invisible pressure upon the surrounding shinobi. A panicked ninja rushed forward, his face ashen. "Reikage-sama, Madara and the Senju brothers from Konoha have arrived. The god of shinobi and the demon of the shinobi world?" The first Reikage's expression shifted slightly, murmuring, "What do these fiends intend to do?" Just as he contemplated issuing orders, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Boom! As if a deity had descended, colossal trees erupted from the earth, tearing the valleys of the land of lightning apart with deep fissures. Watchtowers collapsed, village walls shattered, and the ninjas of Kumogakure retreated in disarray. The Reikage bellowed, "Enemy attack! All forces to maximum alert." Yet, at that moment, Tobirama's flying thunder god Kanai sliced through the air, striking the Rakige's shoulder. Water release. Water shark bullets surged forth like a blade, blood spraying forth. The Rakige did not falter. Lightning chakra erupted violently, coalescing into armor as he unleashed the lightning release. Raijin's armor, shattering the surrounding water constructs. He roared. An invasion of Kumogakure? Hashirama, you dare betray your promise. Renowned for their fortitude, the Rakige had never retreated before any formidable foe. However, the adversaries before him were not to be underestimated. As he advanced towards them, suddenly, a massive wooden dragon burst forth from the ground, ensnaring his body tightly. It was Hashirama's wood release, wood dragon technique. At this moment, Hashirama had just regained his chakra through Uchiha Itachi, his body brimming with potent power. The Rakige exerted all his strength, unleashing chakra to break free, but the flying thunder god Kanai struck true once more, blood gushing from his left shoulder. Despite his grievous wounds, the Rakige refused to yield, kneeling upon the ground, his indomitable spirit undiminished. At that juncture, Uchiha Madara finally revealed himself. He stood firm, his gaze icy. Although he did not personally engage, the overwhelming suppression that lay before him was entirely orchestrated by the Senju brothers. Uchiha Itachi stepped forth from the shadows, his voice as chilling as ice, exuding a potent pressure. What nonsense about promises? That is a relic of a bygone era. Times have changed. It appears your loyalty must ultimately be watered with blood. No sooner had he spoken than Hashirama clenched his fists tightly, the chakra of wood release fluctuating. As hundreds of wooden spikes erupted from the earth, utterly sealing off all resistance within Kumogakure, Madara strode forward, treading upon the blood-stained ruins. His tone frigid. Those of you who mocked Hashirama just now, do you now witness the outcome? A group of worthless beings who cannot even dance. His gaze swept over Hashirama and Tobirama. Though they remained silent, their faces betrayed their helplessness and confusion. Madara coldly proclaimed, Hashirama, everything you have done is nothing more than a foolish fantasy. Today, we have come to settle accounts with these traitors of peace. Itachi bowed his head, his gaze unwavering as he fixed upon the Rakige, kneeling in a pool of blood, his voice devoid of emotion. This color, it is simply unpleasing to the eye. As the words fell, Itachi waved his hand casually, and the first Rakige vanished from the air, his very soul erased. The remaining defenders of Kumogakure were plunged into panic. Yet the Senju brothers did not relent, their wooden spikes and the strikes of the flying thunder god continuing to surge like a relentless tide. Hashirama closed his eyes in silence, while Tobirama glared fiercely, yet they found themselves unable to escape this mountainous pressure. In this battle, the Senju brothers of Konoha had sufficient power to obliterate Kumogakure entirely. Following this, Madara dispatched his forces to take control of Kumogakure and the Land of Lightning. Kumogakure faced annihilation once more. Chapter 90. Datakuki, Su-style Madara's campaign had never ceased. Even without Itachi taking direct action, Uchiha Madara and the Senju brothers had already joined forces to sweep across the 5 great shinobi villages, unstoppable and invincible. The so-called allied shinobi forces were nothing more than a hasty gathering of frightened birds, incapable of countering the overwhelming might of wood release and Susanoo, compounded by the shadowy precision of the flying thunder god and the unpredictable nature of water release. Madara's Susanoo shattered the earth. Each swing of his blade proclaimed the end of the so-called balance of the shinobi world. The wind shadows iron sand, the earth shadows rock fists, and the water shadows water techniques were reduced to mere background noise. Those who fancied themselves as Kaga-level figures appeared as fragile as infants under the gaze of the Rinnegan. They were not engaged in battle. They were being compelled to partake in a reckoning that was destined to fail. The unification war was far simpler than anyone had envisioned. In just 7 days, the once proud 5 great nations were reduced to a single voice. Konoha. Ha ha ha. Amidst the wreckage of the post-war landscape, Madara stood aloft, the form of Susanoo dissipating as he laughed heartily, his mirth nearly drowning out the heavens. Hashirama, do you see? Your pathetic ideals of peace are far less satisfying than my blade. Since the obliteration of Kumogakure, the Senju brothers had lapsed into silence. Hashirama, in particular, bore a heavy heart. The man who had single-handedly forged the order of the shinobi world could only watch helplessly as his dreams were ground to dust in flames and blood. Meanwhile, Madara grew ever more frenzied, ever more unhinged. With each village he conquered, he would ascend to a height and laugh uproariously, boasting with abandon. He stood amidst the rubble, clad in the golden cloak of Susanoo, resembling a war god trampling upon the remnants of an era. The so-called Kage are merely barking dogs. Tobarama. I recall how you once relished conducting human experiments. Fear not, I shall not bury you. You shall personally experience what it means to be treated as mere material. He was audacious, flamboyant, like a victor, yet also like a madman awaiting the world's capitulation. Yet, Itachi was not without his own actions. He quietly revisited this realm, his primary objective being the deeply concealed Cicn. There was no need for unnecessary probing or pleasantries. A battle of overwhelming force erupted, shaking the heavens. As the fabric of space was torn apart like glass, a single technique of chakra roared like a tsunami, yet it was effortlessly subdued. Cicn was defeated, and the controlled Daitongyu Ishur was cast into the 10 tails, which Night had nurtured. This 10 tails bore no comparison to the creature of the original shinobi world. It resembled more a vessel, a gateway to the abyss. Subsequently, Night personally absorbed the 10 tails into his own dimension. Indeed, he had become the master of the realm. The original shinobi world, or more precisely, the entire dimension of Earth, had long since transcended its former coordinates under Night's dominion. He could reconstruct, fold, and contract the entire world at will. It was a true pocket dimension. On the moon, a figure emerged silently above the lunar gravity, standing tall and steady like a mountain, suspended in the void, gazing down upon the pale, desolate planet below. His gaze traversed the depths of the Daitongyu ruins, resting upon the distant azure planet, his expression as cold as ice. This coordinate was once overseen by Kagaya and Ishur. Yet, what was the meaning of the disordered chakra spreading from those with inferior bloodlines on that planet? His tone held no anger, only pure disdain. The newcomer was Daitongyu Shushur. Draped in a resplendent robe of dark purple adorned with intricate and eerie Daitongyu family totems, the pattern spiraled like a cosmic abyss, seemingly intent on consuming light and reason. A wide jade belt encircled his waist, and he wore gem-studded boots, each step causing barely perceptible tremors in the surrounding space. Originally a high-ranking warrior of the family, he had long been tasked with cleansing inferior star domains and reclaiming energy fragments not fully absorbed by the god tree. During a routine sweep, he inadvertently sensed a peculiar fluctuation. It was not ordinary chakra, but a manifestation of the Six Paths power, stable to the point of defying the laws of nature. This wave did not belong to the family's archives, nor to any records of the god tree. It was ancient, profound, and remarkably complete, like a seed that embodied the very essence of rules. He had long abandoned hope for advancement, yet this aura seemed like an opportunity tailor-made for him. Following the wave, he ultimately pinpointed the star marked in the family tree as being processed. However, as he arrived on the moon and gazed down at the azure star, a hint of undeniable confusion and greed flickered in his eyes. How could the chakra have spread in such a manner? Even the presence of Kagaya and Ishur had vanished. He spoke in a deep voice, gently pointing his fingertip, and a white light transformed into a probe, delving into the remnants of the Daitongyu ruins on the surface. Moments later, the probe disintegrated into dust. What a surprise! Both the caretaker and the sacrificer had gone missing. This planet appeared to be a forgotten legacy. His gaze gradually shifted towards Earth, a faint smile gracing his lips. If that is the case, then let us redistribute. That Six Paths power belongs to me. He slowly extended his right palm, fingers curling as a white light gathered in his palm, as if drafting a divine decree, heralding the commencement of a devouring. Yet, at that moment, the void trembled. A rift silently tore through space, and a hand emerged from the fissure, slender and adorned with black golden lightning patterns, resembling a blade of divine judgment, pointing directly at this desolate star domain. A low, indifferent voice resonated, as if awakening from eternal silence. Finally decided to reveal yourself? Night stepped forth from the void, his robe fluttering gently in the wind, the black gold woven patterns swirling like the paths of stars. His gaze calm, yet imbued with suffocating pressure. With each step he took, the space behind him subtly warped, as if the very dimensions were rearranging themselves to accommodate his existence. His eyes fell upon Shushur, gazing at him with mild curiosity. Oh, you are from the Daitongyu family? Though his tone remained flat, it carried an undercurrent of surprise. This individual was neither Pao Shur nor Kagaya, nor did he appear in any of Night's recollections of the remnants of the Daitongyu. Night's gaze sharpened slightly as he murmured to himself, Have I inadvertently summoned a previously unseen branch individual by meddling with the timeline? Has the butterfly effect already commenced? Shusher's eyes darkened. His intuition told him that the person before him possessed the Datamu bloodline, yet emanated an extreme sense of distortion, as if the structural world they resided in transcended all known rules. He spoke in a hushed tone. Are you an elder of the family? No, who exactly are you? Knight raised his hand, gesturing towards the azure planet below. That planet is related to me. His gaze slightly lifted, locking onto Shusher, his voice falling like a decree. And you, the intruder, shall either submit or perish. Chapter 91. Then let us fight. The void fell silent. That statement seemingly cast into the depths of still waters. Even the distant starlight momentarily stilled. Daitong Shusher's eyes narrowed, and for the first time, a slight crack appeared on his eternally indifferent visage. It was the dignity of a proud deity, pierced by the words of the mundane. His left eye emanated an ethereal blue light, perceiving the flow of causality. His right eye's symbols danced, like dying embers, profound and tranquil, yet concealing control over the laws of the universe. He made no move, yet his silence bore the weight of impending doom, advancing like a sharpened blade. With a single step, the space trembled, black golden symbols appearing beneath his feet. The trajectory of chakra flowing as clear as a brand, causing the heavens to quake. This was not a threat, but an existence of overwhelming superiority that required no words to convey. Submit to me? He murmured Knight's words, his voice echoing like the roar of an abyss, yet as cold as ancient ice. Do you know to whom you speak? His tone, devoid of anger, commanded authority, as if rendering a celestial judgment. I am Daitong Shusher, a direct descendant of the family, one above the hierarchy. And you, merely a watcher of this inferior planet, a lesser bloodline struggling at the edge of chaos. Dare to utter the word submit? He advanced, his gaze striking like lightning. His words heavy as the tolling of a bell. Your so-called resistance is but a foolish attempt to alter fate. That is original sin. With a slight lift of his right palm, a beam of starlight poured forth, as if crystallized death, causing the laws of the void to tremble. The space began to collapse, the air feeling as if it were being siphoned away, oppressive and stifling. Yet, Uchiha Ye remained unmoved, his countenance frigid, though a flicker of impatience crossed his eyes. Viewing Shusher as a bothersome NPC, he sighed lightly, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Why say so much? You've given your name, Haven to you? Then let us fight. Knight raised his head, his gaze indifferent, as cold as a review of a task list. What is your name? What rank are you? What lineage? None of it interests me. He lifted his right hand, fingers curling. To me, you are merely a target that must be dealt with. Boom. The invisible wave suddenly erupted, the void shattering like fragile porcelain, awakening the silence of the realm. Shusher struck first, transforming into a stream of ethereal blue light, shooting forth as the space rippled like water. His palm crackled with lightning, the star-etched seal activating chakra, reverting to collapse. Clenching his fingers, a vortex formed, wildly pulling everything as if a celestial body were collapsing, even starlight being distorted. Knight advanced rather than retreated, his fingers converging, pointing directly at the vortex's core. Resolve. The two words fell, and white light burst forth from his fingertips, as if reversing the sundial. Layers of wheel prints emerged in the void, forcefully freezing the gravitational vortex. The space emitted a mournful cry, the collapsing force being locked in place. Your power is ineffective against me. Shusher's pupils constricted, his right foot forcefully stomping the void. His figure flashing to appear above Knight, his arms swinging violently, unleashing a black golden spiral slash that cleaved through the heavens. Dimensional rupture. The technique capable of slicing through three-dimensional realms shattered even the spatial structure, its blade extending deep into the fabric of time. Ye gazed upward, his expression devoid of emotion. The Chiodao floated behind him, spinning autonomously as it faced the spiral blade. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the high skies, revealing a colossal void circle. Even the moon's gravity quivering under its influence. The Shusher technique re-emerged, a ghostly azure eye appearing in his palm, casting downward. The end of the annihilation observation. The eye split open, resembling a vast celestial pupil, surveying all that lay beneath. I have discerned your motives, paths, and ultimate fate. Ye's figure momentarily faltered, his chakra seemingly locked, movements sluggish as if ensnared in mire. Perish. The Shusher roared, runes appearing behind him, hundreds of ethereal hands extending from the void. The power of deities descending in layers. Ye's brow illuminated suddenly. The reincarnation cycle's celestial authority activated. Boom. 9 halos erupted, forming an array that unfolded dimensions. The Chiodao Yu solidifying into a sword, soaring skyward. Each strike was a battle of laws, every collision akin to celestial bodies colliding, piercing the heavens. The Shusher navigated the void's array, his onslaught like a tempest. Ye's sword intent severed the flow of time, each step a lethal advance, never faltering. Finally, in a fleeting moment of intersection, Ye's figure vanished, reappearing behind the Shusher in the next heartbeat. The Chiodao Yu solidified, silently descending. The eye of reversal technique. The Shusher's right eye exploded with fury, forcibly reversing the timeline by 30 seconds, nullifying the damage. You are invincible? He bellowed, his gaze frenzied. Yi smirked, his eyes tranquil. Then let us see. High above, the starlight shattered, silence enveloping like death. The Shusher frantically retraced the timeline, once, twice, dozens of times. Yet he was astounded to discover that no matter which node he returned to, Ye's attacks remained as precise as ever, destiny seemingly preordained. Why? Why does the reversal fail? In his roar, fear emerged for the first time. Yi stood still in the void, the reincarnation riding wheel slowly spinning. Whispering like an oracle, you are reversing the past, and I have long stood in the future you have yet to reach. The Shusher's pupils constricted. You? Are you the master of dimensions? Ye's right eye suddenly opened, a pitch-black radiance erupting like an abyss, devouring all laws, observation, and existence itself. Reincarnation into the Yellow Springs. The Shusher felt a surge of terror as the very concept of his existence was being erased. Not death, nor sealing, but being deleted from the universe. Wait, I am Otsutsuki, I still. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Consciousness disintegrated, divine awareness shattered. His body plummeted like a silent corpse. Yi descended slowly, his fingers beckoning, the divine body gradually falling under his control into the Kudai Ninja, a realm independent of the universe, created solely by Yi, where he inscribed the rules and dominated all. Deep within the dimension, the Ten-Tails coiled. This Ten-Tails, originally a temporal entity, grew ever more powerful after consuming the Ten-Tails of the current timeline. And Uchiha Ye fully integrated this Ten-Tails into the Kudai Ninja. As the corpse fell, the Ten-Tails roared in fury. Its massive maw opened, chakra surging like a tidal wave. The corpse plummeted, instantaneously disintegrating, decomposing, analyzing, reconstructing, transforming into the fundamental nutrients that nourished the dimension. The Ten-Tails underwent a dramatic transformation, its skeletal structure reassembling, an exoskeleton manifesting ancient cosmic patterns, evolving towards a higher dimensional form. He stood with hands behind his back, overlooking all, the 9 halos converging, resonating deep within the soul like a resounding bell, just barely qualified to nurture this nascent Ten-Tails. At least it wasn't wasted. The Kudai Ninja trembled and expanded, dimensions leaping, rules reshaping. Meanwhile, Yi was simultaneously evolving. He turned and stepped into the void, his figure gradually fading. Behind him, the lunar surface slowly reconstituted, spatial order restored. The battle concluded. Yet for him, this was merely a footnote on the path to divinity. Chapter 92. Earth is indeed special. At this moment, on the far side of the moon, within the ruins of the long-silent Yutsuan shrine, a group of individuals clad in white held their breath, gazing at the distant remnants of the battlefield that remained unsealed. Surrounding the shrine, an eerie silence prevailed. Ancient stone pillars, overgrown with moss, bathed in the moonlight of the ruins, as if time had frozen here long ago. In the distance, the lunar horizon revealed spatial rifts twisting like serpents, lightning dancing across them. As if the will of heaven and earth still resonated with the tremors and judgments of the recent divine battle. Was that the power of the Otsutsuki from beyond the heavens? Murmured one descendant of Yutsuan, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. No, it is not merely that. Another white-haired descendant, composed in demeanor, replied softly, a deep sense of dread permeating his tone. This white-haired youth fixated on the cracks in the sky, his pupils reflecting the lingering brilliance of time and space, his heart tumultuous. That person, he had clearly flown up from Earth, his eyes flickering with an indescribable shock. When did the ninja give birth to such a being of this caliber? He clenched his fists, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, his expression growing increasingly complex. The aftershocks of the divine battle still lingered in the air. All understood that they were witnessing not merely a common skirmish, but a clash of forces that transcended comprehension and convention. They had once prided themselves as guardians of order in the ninja, remnants of the Utsuan who had remained on the moon, overseeing the world below and safeguarding the bloodline and its flow. Previously, like the Hinata on Earth, they were divided into main and branch families, each with differing philosophies regarding the Earth. However, neither the main nor branch families could comprehend the recent battle, nor could they withstand the presence that defied imagination. Heaven knows why the ninja would harbor an existence seemingly more powerful than their ancestors, and even the sage of six paths. They even sensed, faintly, that this being they referred to as an outsider was even mightier than the sealed goddess of the hair. And the instigator of it all turned out to be someone who appeared to be from the ninja. The once proud descendants of Utsuan wore expressions of despondency, uncertain of how to respond. Should they continue to exist as observers, or bow their heads before such power? Silence hung like an invisible weight over the ruins of the Utsuan shrine. Suddenly, the void trembled. A familiar yet chilling aura descended. The presence was so formidable, as if a deity were surveying the lower realms. Uchiha Ye had returned. "You are Uchiha, one of the white-haired descendants of Utsuan," finally spoke one youth, his voice trembling with fear. "Are you observing me?" Ye's low voice resonated, each word carrying a thunderous weight that was irresistible. "We are merely monitoring the descendants of Utsuan." The voice carried a hint of despair. "Monitoring?" Uchiha Ye smirked faintly, a trace of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. A mere bystander of an era daring to spy on its creator? He raised a finger, and the entire shrine was instantly frozen. Even the flow of time locked in place. "Now, you shall descend to earth, assisting Obito in unifying the ninja." His tone was calm and irrefutable, as if this were a destiny long ordained. The descendants of Utsuan exchanged bewildered glances, having always considered themselves the chosen ones, innate guardians, now trapped with nowhere to escape under the weight of those words. Their former pride and ideals crumbled in an instant before this overwhelming aura. They found themselves powerless to resist. In an instant, members of the Utsuan clan knelt, pallid and trembling, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Uchiha Ye said nothing further. Turning to vanish into the shadows of the moon, the inhabitants of the Utsuan shrine alongside all the Otsutsuki on the moon also disappearing as if they had never existed. Earth. Ye's figure suddenly materialized in the high skies above Earth, standing atop a mountain, surveying the vast landscape below. Sunlight cascaded through the clouds, illuminating the surroundings. While he maintained a calm demeanor, yet within his heart, an awakening began to unfold. This planet, perhaps, was inherently unique. After triumphing over numerous formidable members of the Otsutsuki clan, Ye gradually discerned a subtle distinction. He understood that the Otsutsuki clan's power permeated the universe, yet their power structure revolved solely around acquisition and consumption. They cultivated divine trees, devoured civilizations, and harvested chakra. Indeed, this planet stood apart. He whispered softly, a tide of uncontainable perception surging within him. Ye sensed the natural energy of Earth and took a deep breath. He recognized that this energy was not a result of external intervention, but rather an organic manifestation. It emerged as naturally as the instinct of life. Fundamentally different from the energy system of the Otsutsuki clan, Earth was indeed exceptional. A glimmer of profound insight flickered in Ye's eyes. He realized that it was this very uniqueness that allowed the races of the shinobi world to transcend their limits so effortlessly, embarking on paths far beyond reach. This, indeed, was what distinguished the shinobi world from other planets. Yet, Ye remained indifferent to these enigmas. What concerned him was control. When the shinobi world achieved complete unity, the pocket shinobi world would merge with it. In this new realm, every modulation of chakra, every alteration of spatial structure would mark his steps in reshaping the pocket world. However, during this process of unification, Ye was not alone. His gaze swept across the shinobi world, sensing the aura of Ban, who had completely unified the 5 great nations, bringing an end to centuries of conflict within the shinobi world. The 5 nations of Konoha, Sunagakure, Kirigakure, Kimogakure, and Awagakure had all come under Ban's federal system, achieving a harmonious order of chakra in his hands. Yet, this world was far from tranquil. The 3 great holy lands and Otsutsuki Kagaya, in a place yet to establish Unifies, suddenly launched a counterattack, intensifying the flames of war in the shinobi world. The battles there transcended conventional ninja confrontations. The toads of Myobokuzan and the snakes of Ryuichi Cave unleashed sage techniques incomprehensible to ordinary ninjas. While the powers of the three great sages and Kagaya combined rendered Ban temporarily overwhelmed. However, a shift in circumstances soon arrived. Uchiha Ye had returned. He closed his eyes, instantly expanding his perception to encompass the entire shinobi world. With a cold smirk, disdain flickered in his gaze. Ban had performed admirably. The rest was up to me. Winds surged and chakra roared like a tsunami, sweeping across the land. The 9 rings of light behind Ye resembled the descent of a deity, distorting the laws of heaven and earth beneath his feet, as if space itself had come to a standstill. He moved, traversing the void in an instant, heading straight for his target. Chapter 93. Compared to Kuro Zetsu, you are but a white-eyed wolf. In the borderlands of the shinobi world, once desolate and neglected neutral ground had now devolved into a battleground of three-way conflict. The remains of snakes and toads lay scattered, the scents of char and blood wafting through the air. The bodies of human ninjas sprawled like tattered rags, bloodied and mangled, evoking horror, as if the very atmosphere had become distorted by the stench of slaughter. At the cliff's peak, Uchiha Ban stood resolutely against the wind, his cloak billowing, brows furrowed, casting his gaze upon the hellish battlefield below. His rinnegan shimmered with an eerie light, the violet pupils faintly reflecting the intertwining threads of death and fear on the battlefield. Ban had originally believed that with Ye's assistance in awakening this divine eye, he could surpass Hashirama, crush the shinobi world, and restore the former authority. At that time, he was brimming with confidence, considering himself nearly invincible. Yet now, the emergence of the 3 great holy lands brought him considerable shock. These mysterious beings, who once coexisted with the Sage of 6 Paths, wielded powers that evidently surpassed ordinary ninjas' comprehension. Although Ban had sensed the unusual fluctuations hidden within sage techniques during his clash with Hashirama, the ancient, profound power that even instilled fear within him seemed to indicate that a more formidable existence was orchestrating everything. He speculated that the reason the 3 great holy lands could stand firm must be due to some true dominator behind them. Now, the will of those powers had finally manifested. Toads, snakes, and slugs, he murmured softly, a cold smile gracing his lips. Their leaders are indeed not like other ants. On the other side of the battlefield, the leaders of the 3 great holy lands, Toad Sage, White Snake Sage, and Slug Sage, stood majestically in the void, their aura piercing through heaven and earth like celestial pillars. The ground trembled violently under their pressure, fissures spreading like webs, spiritual veins surging. As ancient barrier inscriptions rose from the depths, glowing ominously, instantly sealing the entire battlefield. At the center of the barrier, an old man sat cross-legged in the air, holding the 6 Paths staff, with 6 sacred orbs slowly rotating behind him, emanating a disquieting aura. He opened his eyes, violet ripples shimmering, gazing into the distance as if perceiving all. The Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, had manifested. He should not have appeared in this realm. Yet perhaps due to the butterfly effect, he had made an exception. Kagaya furrowed his brow, observing the distant battle, speaking solemnly. The reincarnation of Indra? His tone carried an unmistakable hint of confusion and vigilance. Without Ashura's chakra, how could he awaken the Rinnegan? Suddenly, his expression shifted, becoming increasingly grave. No, this power does not belong to the shinobi world at all. Kagaya looked up at the starry sky, murmuring softly, the aura of an otherworldly visitor is the interference of the Otsutsuki? Toad Sage closed his eyes and murmured, seemingly sensing a mysterious fluctuation. The ripples of the future have blurred the path I perceive, disturbed by some force. White Snake Sage licked his lips, toxic mist swirling, chuckling lightly. But what of a mere human-esque strength? Tear and devour. His power shall ultimately belong to me. Slug Sage spoke gently, yet his words pierced to the bone. Within his chakra lies an exceptionally pure will of destruction. Even nature's energy cannot reconcile. Kagaya fell silent, lightly tapping his staff against the void, producing a crisp echo. His goal was to unify the shinobi world and the 10 Tails. A glint of cold determination flickered in Kagaya's eyes. If the 10 Tails were to manifest, the seal of my mother would weaken. He raised his head slightly, his gaze resolute. This battle, he must not be allowed to step onto the battlefield. This time, I shall intervene personally. At the cliff's peak, Ban gazed at Kagaya in the void, his pupils constricting slightly, murmuring, "The Sage of Six Paths?" The legendary deity had indeed appeared before him. Moments later, he let out a deep, resonant laugh. "Huh, even gods have descended?" His laughter brimmed with confidence and sarcasm. "Splendid. This is worthy of the battle I have orchestrated." Ban's expression turned cold, the rocks beneath him cracking under the tremors of chakra, the airflow around him quivering. At this moment, Uchiha Ban slowly lifted his gaze toward the distant horizon, his fighting spirit surging like a tide, the flames of fervent desire igniting deep within his Rinnegan. "Come forth." His deep voice echoed across the battlefield. "Let me see if you gods are worthy of battling me." With Kagaya's arrival, the dynamics of the battlefield subtly shifted. The leaders of the three great holy lands began to cautiously assess Ban's true strength, while Ban, fueled by his confidence, initiated the first probing attack. Kagaya's gaze was sharp, quietly observing each of Ban's movements, seemingly able to discern his intentions. He swung the staff in his hand, striking fiercely, causing the air between heaven and earth to surge violently, as if the world were collapsing. The space of the entire battlefield seemed to warp in an instant. A glint of coldness flashed in Ban's eyes as he swiftly circulated his chakra, his form darting like lightning to evade. In that fleeting moment, his Rinnegan suddenly illuminated, and his hands swiftly formed seals, unleashing a potent wave of chakra. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Intense flames surged forth like a torrent, engulfing the entire area, consuming Kagaya's figure. Ranayui merely elevated a hand slightly, and in an instant, the flames were torn asunder by an unseen force, scattering in all directions. What a remarkable display of fire escape. Nevertheless, the power is merely superficial. Yui's voice was as piercing as ice, and a flicker of indifference crossed his gaze. Uchiha Ban's lips curled into a cold smile as he raised both hands again. "Indeed, my intention is not to destroy you." But, before he could finish his statement, Ban's eyes widened in shock. "Lunmu, Banyu." Four invisible phantoms emerged instantaneously, launching simultaneous attacks against the three great sages and the Otsutsuki Yui. Yet, a violet ripple shimmered in Yui's eyes as the Six Paths' power swiftly coalesced into an impenetrable barrier, rendering the phantoms' assault utterly futile. "You are indeed formidable, Uchiha Ban." Yui's tone remained calm, though a glimmer of vigilance flickered in his eyes. "However, the power you wield is ultimately not your own." Feeling his attack effortlessly neutralized, Ban's fighting spirit intensified, and he smirked coldly. "Humph, and what of it?" Yui chose not to continue speaking. The power of yin and yang unfolded once more, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble violently, forcing Ban back. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, effortlessly catching the retreating Ban and stabilizing him. The figure slowly turned to face Yui and the other three sages, their tone laced with undeniable mockery. Compared to Kurizetsu, "You so-called six-path sage is nothing but a treacherous wolf." Chapter 94, Rebound. Uchiha Ye's voice struck like a hammer upon the surface of a lake, momentarily stunning all present, as the stagnant air seemed to be cleaved apart. "Compared to Kurizetsu, you so-called six-path sage is merely a treacherous wolf." Yui's gaze quivered, shifting from curiosity to gloom, his fury surging. "Indeed, you seek to rescue your mother. I cannot allow you to succeed." Frogmaru leapt up suddenly, his face a mixture of shock and fury. A millennium ago, he had painstakingly persuaded Yui to seal Kagaya, exhausting countless efforts. If this mysterious individual truly aimed to liberate Kagaya, all his hard work would be in vain. "And you?" Uchiha Ye cast a cold glance, his voice icy. "Every toad from every timeline delights in playing tricks. Did you think no one knew it was you who stirred the pot behind the scenes to seal Kagaya?" Frogmaru's expression changed drastically, his heart tightening. The opponent not only discerned Yui's past, but also grasped his interference from a millennium ago. "Who are you?" Enough with the idle chatter. Uchiha Ye apathetically rotated his Rinnegan, 9 star-like orbs quietly swirling, as if propelling the very heavens and earth. Boom. The earth trembled suddenly, a profound fissure spreading from beneath Uchiha Ye's feet. An unfamiliar space, resembling a dark obsidian tower, materialized with celestial barriers and layered seals emerging from the crack, solemn and austere, exuding an aura surpassing any deity or Otsutsuki. Is this another dimension? No, this is not any known space-time ninjutsu. Yui's pupils contracted sharply, feeling shaken for the first time. Uchiha Ye stepped into that otherworldly space. And in an instant, the atmosphere solidified, the energies within the space falling silent. "Welcome to my dimension," he spoke coolly. "I call it the Pocket Ninja World." Boom. Before the dimension had fully unfolded, Yui, Frogmaru, the White Snake Sage, and the Snail Sage felt a disarray in their natural chakra, as if suppressed by some unknown law. "Is this space suppressing our sage chakra?" The White Snake Sage whispered, a deep fear rising within. Yui furrowed his brow. Speaking solemnly, "You maintain the entirety of this world by your own strength? Here, I am the one who dictates." Uchiha Ye's voice was cold and calm, the starry patterns in his rinnegan subtly flickering. Yui immediately began to channel the natural energies of heaven and earth, only to discover that the efficacy of his sage techniques had plummeted by 30%. Damn it. He has indeed reconstructed the flow of natural energy. Ban chuckled beside him, a smile on his lips. "Yi, if you keep pressing down like this, I may truly be left without a song to sing." Uchiha Ye calmly replied, "They will struggle for a while." As expected, Yui did not hesitate, wielding the six-path staff, transforming into a beam of illusion, striking forth. Sage Art, Six Paths Great Rebirth. Yin and Yang chakra coalesced into a divine punishment wheel, plummeting from the heavens, aiming to seal the space and subdue Uchiha Ye in one fell swoop. "You intend to bind me with six paths techniques?" Ye's gaze darkened suddenly, the starry patterns in his rinnegan spinning rapidly as he raised his right hand. Rebirth Rebound. Boom. The technique instantly reversed, the wheel's trajectory shifting dramatically, rebounding back towards Frogmaru. Gah! Frogmaru was thrown into a panic, hastily unleashing sound waves to barely deflect the divine punishment wheel. Yui exclaimed in shock. "He possesses not only a unique rinnegan, but his control surpasses even mine?" At that moment, the Snail Sage and the White Snake Sage simultaneously cast their techniques, a myriad of sage arts cascading like a rain of light. "Do not forget, I am still here." Ban interjected, his arms spread wide with the Hungry Ghost Path and Susanoo, forcibly absorbing all attacks. Uchiha Ye spoke indifferently, a bit too late. Ban retorted with a cold laugh. "Consider it my warm-up." At this moment, Uchiha Ye appeared like a descending deity, the six paths wheels spinning behind him, the entire Pocket Ninja world rumbling with intensity. He gazed down at Yui, his voice resonating like an apocalyptic proclamation. "The millennia-long turmoil of the ninja world began with your establishment of the ninja religion. Your understanding of human greed is far too naive." Yui gripped his staff tightly, his expression resolute. "I shall not retreat an inch." Boom. Frogmaru's massive form loomed like a mountain upon the fissure, his gaze like thunder directed at Uchiha Ye, his voice booming like a thunderclap. "We of Mayaboka Mountain shall not allow you, this heretic, to defile the order of the ninja world." Sage Art, Five Senses Barrier Absolute. As his words fell, the void trembled violently, and a dense mist of energy erupted from Frogmaru's palm, engulfing the entire space in an overwhelming, invisible pressure. Simultaneously, the Snail Sage from the Wetbone Forest stealthily emerged, hands clasped together, chakra transforming into countless threads, silently weaving a barrier formation of the spirit-sealing whirlpool in the void. Seal the flow of chakra, sever the channels of reincarnation. At this moment, the White Snake Sage also made an appearance, his serpent-like eyes chilling, exhaling frigid air. Sage Art, 10,000 Evils Detoxification and Destruction. The pinnacle sage techniques of the three sacred lands were unleashed in succession, three layers of domains overlapping. As if the most ancient rulers of this land were uniting their power. The space rapidly contracted, the colors of heaven and earth seemingly drained away, and an endless sense of oppression enveloped the battlefield. Yui stood to the side, his pupils shrinking dramatically, reflecting the magnificent spectacle of the intertwined triple sage arts. Such a display could indeed damage the spirit. Without hesitation, he concentrated Yang release chakra in his left hand, forming a blazing sun orb, while in his right, he gathered Yin release chakra, creating a profound dark moon wheel. The two energies collided, erupting in a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the heavens and earth like the convergence of sun and moon. Sage Art, Yin-Yang Orb Annihilation. In essence, Yui transformed these two contrasting forms of chakra into a dual assault, targeting Uchiha Ye and Uchiha Ban. Yet, Ye made no move. He merely tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the approaching duel techniques. Are you attempting to imitate the gods? His voice was soft, yet it struck like a needle upon the surface of the sea, instantly igniting an explosion throughout the space. Ye extended a finger gently, and the space abruptly exploded from the center, the dual sage techniques shattering like dust, collapsing silently as if they had never existed. Frogmaru's gaze was filled with shock. How could this be possible? The snail sage, about to retreat, found his chakra forcibly stripped away. The white snake sage roared as he lunged forth, yet when he approached within 3 zhang of Yi, he was frozen by some external dimensional force, crumbling into dust. The pocket ninja world unfolded. A whirlpool slowly opened behind Yi, a massive eye awakening, its pupils swirling with intricate Rinnegan patterns. As the 10 tails crawled slowly from the crevice of space, the essence of the 10 tails has undergone a profound transformation. It is no longer the embodiment of the Kagaya Otsutsuki's divine tree, nor merely a fusion of tailed beasts. It is now an existence born from the core of all beings within the realm of the pocket ninja world, a consuming entity that devours not chakra, nor souls, but the very source itself. Chapter 95. Allow me to enhance your attributes. The 10 tails, feast. Uchiha Ye's voice was cold, his fingertips lightly tapping. In an instant, the void roared, and the immense maw of the 10 tails opened wide like an abyss ready to swallow the heavens, consuming all of existence. The 3 sages, unable to invoke their techniques in time, were swept away into nothingness. There was no struggle, no roar. They had once been the pillars of the exalted Holy Land. And now not even dust remained. Yu Yi's face changed dramatically, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks. Shock and disbelief etched across his brow. Even they can be devoured. What do you intend to become? He shouted fiercely, his tone laced with anger and a hint of deep-seated fear. Uchiha Ye did not respond, merely turning slowly, his fingertip flicking lightly. The eternal cycle of reincarnation stood firm. In silence, an invisible chain emerged from the void, piercing through Yu Yi's spiritual form, binding him in place. This was a dojutsu that transcended the logic of time and space, directly anchoring to the soul's essence, extracting the will to resist, rendering him immobile. Yu Yi's complexion turned pale, feeling as though countless nails had pierced through his soul, his will nailed to the pillar of fate, unable to break free. What? Do you wish to resist? Uchiha Ye spoke softly, his voice as chilling as a winter wind, devoid of warmth. He no longer paid heed to Yu Yi's struggles, casting his gaze towards the silent Uchiha Madara nearby. Allow me to enhance your attributes. As the words fell, the remnants of yin and yang power within the Sage of 6 Paths erupted violently, pouring into Madara's body like an inverted galaxy. Madara's pupils contracted, sensing the surge of power from the world rushing into him, as if the entire ninja world was bowing to him. Chakra surged wildly within him, sublimating and transforming. The Susanoo behind him erupted forth, engulfed in pitch-black divine flames, its wings unfurling like the intertwining of day and night, inhaling the essence of the universe. At that moment, Madara's double pupils transformed drastically, evolving from the Rinnegan into the 6-tomo Rinnegan. This was the divine ocular power of legend, capable of judging life and death, reconstructing rules, and peering into the essence. Madara stood in place, murmuring in disbelief. This power. He had initially thought that Ye would claim all the power for himself, yet he had not anticipated that the latter would willingly bestow half of this supreme authority upon him. Yeo's gaze was complex, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. I shall not fail your expectations. As the words fell, a colossal chakra figure roared behind him, igniting the firmament, its sword pointing towards the heavens. The new yin and yang power of Uchiha Madara, making its entrance. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the phase main quest, unification of the ninja world. The current time-space has been thoroughly integrated and taken over by the system. The original ninja world and the pocket ninja world have achieved complete assimilation. The reconstruction of world rules is complete. Host privileges have been elevated to the highest level, World Master. The current ninja world has become the host's exclusive domain. With its spatial structure, energy operations, and the cycles of life and death all subject to the host's will, the host has acquired absolute control. Uchiha Ye gazed quietly at the restored tranquility of the earth, a slight smile gracing his lips, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Indeed, everything unfolded as he had anticipated. At this moment, The system also completely integrated this time-space ninja world into the primary framework of the pocket ninja world. The previously intertwined rules, destinies, and causality were all cleared and reconstructed, leaving only his singular will to dominate. The 6 paths were mere echoes, and fate was but ink on paper. From this moment forth, this world belongs solely to him, Uchiha Ye. The void trembled, the heavens echoed. As if the entire ninja world bowed to its new sovereign. He slowly raised his hand, and with a gentle grip, the heavens and earth were overturned. The Holy Land rebuilt, mountains and rivers reshaped, and spiritual veins revived. Everything that had crumbled returned to its primordial state, as if time flowed backward. The forbidden techniques that once demanded lives were now merely rewrites of the rules. This is the speed of swiftly traversing the ninja world. Yeo's tone was calm, his intonation like the whisper of a deity, yet reverberated like thunder that shook the heart. Uchiha Madara stood beside him, gazing at Uchiha Ye, unable to settle his thoughts. Such a being had long transcended the realm of mere ninja. Yeo's throat rolled, his voice deep. "Are you still human?" Uchiha Ye did not answer, merely turning his gaze slightly to the void above. Beneath the distant and boundless firmament, it seemed that something was approaching. Not enough. Uchiha Yeo's tone remained calm, yet his voice resonated like a divine decree, shattering the silence of the heavens. Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes narrowing. What is not enough? Yeo lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes deep as an abyss, seemingly penetrating the source of time, reflecting upon the primordial chaos of the universe. Even with the fusion of 2 ninja worlds, even with my possession of the authority of the rules, it is still insufficient to confront the true enemy. He spoke, slowly extending his right hand. His fingers spread wide, a glimmer of light appearing in his palm. This was not ordinary chakra, but its purest, most primordial form. It shimmered with the remnants of starlight and cosmic laws, as if containing the soul of a star. Have you ever contemplated the true origin of chakra? Madara's expression shifted slightly, a hint of unease surfacing in his eyes. Is it not a natural occurrence? Indeed. Yeo nodded slightly, his gaze surveying the world like a deity. Chakra did not originate in the ninja world. It was sown by a higher dimensional race through the god tree. This race is known as the Otsutsuki. Revered in later generations as the goddess of the moon, her true name is Kagaya Otsutsuki. Madara's expression tightened suddenly, his tone grave. Kagaya? The legend is true? However, she was not even a native being. Kagaya was merely a vanguard. Yeo's tone was calm, yet each word struck like thunder. The true Otsutsuki clan are the predators from beyond the cosmos, the brokers of laws. They traverse the endless seas of stars, implanting the god tree into various life-bearing planets, extracting their life essence and the source of laws, ultimately condensing it into chakra fruit. Chakra is the soul's core of a planet. Kagaya consumed the fruit of the god tree to gain divine power, merely the result of the initial stage. Yet after her, there exist countless older and more powerful Otsutsuki deities, all observing this universe. To them, the ninja world is merely a breeding ground, a cage, akin to crops waiting to be harvested, indistinguishable from other planets. Madara remained silent, his form as still as stone, profound shock evident in his demeanor. He murmured, "So, what we call war, peace, and the way of the ninja has been meaningless from the very beginning." His tone was complex, filled with both doubt and reluctance. Uchiha Ye did not respond. Only the strand of chakra in his palm slowly rotated, gradually coalescing into a crystalline energy core. It was a completely transparent crystal, seemingly harboring boundless mysteries within. Under Yeo's gaze, a complete miniature world of the ninja world appeared within the crystal core. Mountains and rivers, villages, the flow of chakra, and even the fluctuations of every ninja technique were vividly clear, slowly revolving into brilliance, as if reflecting a true universe. His voice was deep, yet imbued with an unshakable calm and determination. Thus, from the moment I set foot in this world, I understood one truth. My existence will inevitably attract the attention of the Otsutsuki. An external will intervening in the order of the ninja world, a process not of their design, is something they cannot overlook. This is not speculation, it is a law. He slowly lifted his gaze, looking towards the endless sky, the terminus of the world's barriers, the direction from which the Otsutsuki may descend. They are the conquerors of higher dimensions, the sowers of the cosmos. They possess the original structure of chakra, treating planets as cultivation tools and life as mere fruit. As long as I exist, and as long as this shinobi world has not been entirely harvested by them, they will undoubtedly come. His voice faltered slightly, the tone sharpening like a blade. He had never been their tool. I must complete all preparations before their arrival. His palm gently clenched, causing the crystal core to tremble violently. What was once merely the core of a single shinobi world suddenly gave rise to multiple world projections, intertwining, linking, and merging. The chakra system, timelines, bloodline limits, and world rules all lay within his dominion, gradually reconstructed by a logic transcending the six paths. He spoke slowly, his voice resonating as if decreed by fate. I shall integrate all shinobi worlds, regardless of time or history, into a singular core of absolute order. The true nexus of multiple worlds, not for conquest, but for resistance. I do not wish to become a god, yet I must stand above them to end this millennia-long predation. His gaze was electric, his tone like a blade. I shall utterly subvert their rules with my own. I will make Otsutsuki understand that the shinobi world is not their garden, but their grave. At this moment, the fourth great ninja war had reached its peak. The 5 great ninja villages had truly united for the first time, forming a ninja coalition under the command of Uchiha Ye, with elite ninjas such as Might Guy, Gaara, and Kakashi leading various battle divisions. Their adversaries were the remnants of the Akatsuki and Tobi, who had launched a campaign with hundreds of thousands of white Zetsu, and the reanimated ninjas controlled by Orochimaru. The flames of war swept across the continent as the 5 Kage joined forces against the reanimated Madara Uchiha. With the arrival of Naruto and Sasuke, the tide of battle began to turn. The two fought side by side, with Naruto combining Sage Mode and the power of the Nine Tails to shake Tobi's resolve, while Sasuke utilized Cursed Seal Sage techniques to extract 7-tailed beasts. Ultimately, the seemingly foolish Uchiha Tobi was moved, willing to sacrifice himself to atone for his past mistakes and save the world. Orochimaru was also controlled by the reanimated Itachi Uchiha, who utilized Izanami to break the reanimation jutsu. Yet the true mastermind finally revealed himself. The reincarnated Madara Uchiha, wielding overwhelming power, swept across the battlefield, single-handedly suppressing the 5 Kage with the might of a deity descended upon the mortal realm. He commanded the Outer Path Golem to forcibly suppress the tailed beasts and extracted the Nine Tails power from Naruto, leaving him near death. Then, in a flash, he pierced Sasuke's heart with a black rod, pushing both of the destined children to the brink of death. In the midst of despair within the shinobi world, as the heroes hung by a thread, Sage of the Six Paths appeared in the void, imparting the powers of Yin and Yang deep within their consciousness. At that moment, Madara Uchiha, having consumed the Ten Tails, transformed into the legendary Ten Tails Jinchuriki, stepping into a realm beyond life and death, ready to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi and envelop the entire world in a dreamlike illusion. A black hand silently extended from behind him. It was not the chakra of any human. It was a conspiracy that had lain dormant for millennia, the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki. You are no longer of any use. Madara Uchiha, Kurizetsu whispered coldly, his palm plunging into his chest. Madara's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at the inky hand piercing his chest. Feeling the chakra reverse flow, his life force being drained. Kurizetsu, how dare you betray me? I have never been loyal to you, Kurizetsu murmured. His voice as cold as stagnant water. You were merely a vessel for resurrecting my mother, nothing more. Madara struggled, rage igniting within his Rinnegan, yet ultimately could not withstand the bizarre power. Chakra surged chaotically within him, his body contorted in agony. Simultaneously, his body instinctively began to absorb the dispersed chakra from the surroundings, enveloped by a viscous black substance. Yet this was not his will. His consciousness plummeted into an abyss, gradually disintegrating, as if replaced by a more ancient, more terrifying will. This is not my power. Why? Why is this happening? Madara finally realized that he had merely been a pawn. His figure dissipated in a violent explosion of chakra, replaced by the resurgence of an ancient deity. Kagaya Otsutsuki, the source of chakra, returned to the shinobi world through him as a vessel. However, even the mightiest deity appeared fragile in the presence of the protagonists. Faced with the fervent combination technique of the two destined children and Haruno Sakura, Kagaya found herself overwhelmed and on the defensive. Empowered by the six-path strength, Naruto and Sasuke unleashed a relentless assault, ultimately sealing Kagaya within the dimensional space, bringing the conflict to a close. The outcome seemed predetermined. The Sage of the Six Paths summoned Naruto and the others back to the shinobi world. In that moment, the world seemed to regain its peace. The crowd embraced and wept, bidding a final farewell to their former loved ones as the reanimation jutsu was on the verge of being lifted. The rogue ninjas returned to their homeland, and the heroes ascended to their pinnacle. A sense of hope and warmth permeated the air, as if the calamity of blood and fire had never existed. Meanwhile, Madara Uchiha stood unnoticed in the shadows. His hollow eyes gazed up at the sky, once blue and now ironically mocking, the very expanse he had sought to save and conquer. He had once believed himself to be a savior, yet ultimately found himself as a mere interlude. He thought he controlled destiny, but was merely a stepping stone. The victors sang of peace, while the vanquished could only remain silent. Madara Uchiha quietly gazed at the heavens, his expression vacant, as if witnessing a future that did not belong to him. I seem to have been mistaken. The wind swept across the ravaged battlefield, stirring dust and fallen leaves, elongating his silhouette in the sunlight. The once feared Madara Uchiha now resembled a soul forgotten by history. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared before him. It was his most familiar foe, and also his only friend. Senju Hashirama, the body reanimated from the dirt, squatted before him, his expression as calm as ever. Hashirama, Madara spoke slowly, his voice weak like a whispering wind. Yes, Hashirama replied softly, his tone heavy yet tinged with a hint of resignation. The two exchanged glances for a moment, neither speaking immediately, as if transported back to their distant youth. Hashirama finally broke the silence, his voice somber yet resolute. You still have me. In essence, nothing has changed. We have both sought to alter this world and pursued the ideals within our hearts. He gazed upward toward the vast expanse of the heavens, his eyes reflecting the passage of time. But how easy is it to change this world? He chuckled bitterly. When we were alive, what we could achieve was ultimately limited. So, we can only choose to believe and entrust hope to the next generation. Madara listened quietly, suddenly letting out a light laugh, filled with irony yet tinged with subtle melancholy. You, in the end, remain unchanged, still so naive. I cannot do that, for I despise having anyone stand behind me. His gaze shimmered slightly, as if reflecting on all that had transpired. And I have merely become a joke. My dreams have been shattered. Upon hearing this, Hashirama fell silent for a long while. Ultimately, he smiled with understanding, his expression gentle yet tinged with a hint of reluctance. I understand. Perhaps, in another world, we can share a drink as true friends. Or perhaps as comrades. Comrades. Well, in that case, we also. Before he could finish, Madara's voice caught in his throat. His consciousness began to collapse, a wave of weakness sweeping over him as chakra rapidly dissipated within him. Madara realized this was the end. He prepared to close his eyes and embrace the inevitable silence. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted. The sky suddenly fractured. A colossal rift in space seemingly tearing the heavens and earth asunder, unleashing a torrent of potent and unfamiliar chakra, akin to the descent of a deity. A figure emerged, stepping through the void, slowly descending over the battlefield. Uchiha Madara slightly opened his eyes and gazed upward, his expression momentarily vacant. There stood the individual above the emptiness, surveying the desolate battlefield left in the wake of war, then casting his gaze down upon the fading Madara, softly uttering, "Look into my eyes." His voice was cold as frost, laced with an irresistible pressure. "Are you content to die like this? Answer me." Chapter 97. Am I your father? Do you believe it? The sudden voice shattered the battlefield's silence. The onlookers, who had been immersed in the aftermath of Kagaya's sealing and the cessation of conflict, instinctively lifted their heads toward the horizon. Even the Sage of Six Paths furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed like lightning upon the distorted and descending rift in the sky. With a thunderous crash, Senju Hashirama was propelled by an unnamed force, embedding him into the remaining roots of the god tree. In the next moment, Uchiha Ye arrived. Cloaked in black, his long hair flowing like ink, cascading from the sky as if the night itself had descended, he appeared as a deity, tearing the fabric between reality and fantasy, slowly gazing down upon the smoke-laden battlefield. His eyes gradually opened, 9 star-like tomo rotating quietly within his pupils, resembling 9 black holes consuming all creation, at the center blooming a silver-blue celestial pattern, its intricate lines flowing like an inverted galaxy, the very essence of the multiverse. Enigmatic and heart-stopping, Uchiha Yoru had arrived. He looked down upon the assembled ninjas, the children of the sage, the heroes forged in battle. A smirk curving his lips with mockery. This cliché of a blood-pumping combination technique to save the world and defeat villains is rather tiresome, he remarked, shaking his head with an indifferent yet scornful tone. Boom. As his words echoed, the space shattered like glass, an irresistible gravitational force emanating from his palm, precisely locking onto a corner of the battlefield. The waning Uchiha Madara, his battered form frozen in time, seemed as if his soul was forcibly pinned between reality and the underworld. Uchiha Yoru's gaze narrowed slightly. He whispered, "You are unwilling to accept this." At that moment, he perceived a flicker of indomitable will, a barely perceptible flame of obsession flickering within Madara's nearly tranquil eyes, struggling to survive amidst the ruins, refusing to extinguish. To be manipulated by a mass of black mud and betrayal, your life's obsession ultimately concluding on someone else's chessboard. This is the fate you deserve? How utterly ridiculous. Suddenly, a silver and black intertwined core of the six paths materialized in his palm, its chakra pulsating beyond the laws of the six paths, akin to a symphony of the god of death and the creator. Then allow me to present you with a new script. Boom. The terrifying gravitational force erupted, violently tearing apart the bond between Madara's soul and body, his remaining essence instantly engulfed in Yoru's grasp. In the next moment, particles of light scattered. In the void, a brand new corporeal form materialized amidst the spiral reconstruction of flesh and bone. Uchiha Madara had truly resurrected. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. This is impossible, for he had bypassed the laws of the Pure Land. The Sage of Six Paths' expression grew gravely serious. Even I did not sense the recall authority. Who exactly are you? Naruto roared. This power does not belong to the ninja world. Sasuke's pupils constricted, Susanoo quietly manifesting. Yet Uchiha Yoru merely cast a casual glance at the gathering, softly stating, "I am Uchiha Yoru. I have come to take control of this world." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ground shimmered. Whoosh. Without hesitation, Sasuke unleashed Susanoo, soaring into the air like a black-winged war god, his blade aimed directly at Uchiha Yoru. The Uchiha clan? Impossible. You are Madara's contingency plan, aren't you? He shouted coldly. I know not where you came from, but resurrecting Uchiha Madara makes you an enemy. Yet just as his blade was about to make contact, Uchiha Yoru raised his gaze, merely casting a glance. Buzz. The space seemed to freeze. Sasuke's Susanoo abruptly halted midair, unable to advance even a fraction further. Stuck. Sasuke gasped, his eyes wide with horror, realizing that his chakra had completely stagnated, even his thoughts gradually slowing. The very space had frozen even their souls, causing the Sage of Six Paths to gasp in shock. He had not even made a move. Kakashi stared in disbelief at the figure above, astonished that a mere gaze could immobilize Sasuke. What a joke. Naruto gritted his teeth, his entire being tense. Uchiha Yoru slowly descended, flicking his fingers. The space trembled, and Sasuke was gently tossed aside like a marionette with severed strings, crashing to the ground in a tumble. He narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. You have grown accustomed to the privilege of being the children of destiny. However, destiny is not a singular path. He strolled toward the Sage of Six Paths, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. And I am the creator of an alternate fate. Sasuke, Naruto bellowed, rushing forward to support the disoriented Sasuke, whose forehead was slick with cold sweat, his complexion pale, momentarily unable to steady himself. Don't go near him, Sasuke gritted out. He is on a level we cannot approach. Yet Naruto slowly rose, the nine tails of chakra unfurling behind him, perfectly merging sage mode with the chakra of the Kyuubi. The golden light swirling as the nine tails stood firm upon the earth. I do not care who you are, Naruto declared, his gaze resolute, the azure of his eyes reflecting the aloof shadow above. This world is what we fought desperately to protect. No matter how strong or divine you are, you cannot simply demand submission with a declaration of wanting to take over the world. As his words fell, he leapt into action, his fist enveloped in a violent vortex of nine tails chakra and natural energy, crashing towards Uchiha Yoru. This punch was potent enough to shake mountains, and Uchiha Yoru merely observed him. In the next instant, a faint ripple appeared in the void. Boom. Naruto's fist, yet to make contact, struck an invisible celestial barrier, erupting with a thunderous explosion, the recoil force sending him hurtling thousands of meters away, crashing into several of the colossal trees surrounding them, stirring a cloud of dust. The entire arena was in shock. I couldn't even touch him, Gaara murmured, his pupils dilated. That chakra does not resemble that of a ninja at all. Tsunade's voice was cold. I thought Kaguya was the end, but it seems this is merely the beginning. The fourth Raikage gritted his teeth. Amidst the dust, Naruto slowly rose. Marked with several scratches yet still clenching his fists, he bellowed, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Uchiha Ye gazed down at him. His tone indifferent, yet resounding clearly across the battlefield. "It is not about what I intend to do. It is about how poorly you all have performed. This ninja world has long needed a new protagonist. Now, it is my turn to write the script." As these nearly judgmental words fell, the heavens and earth seemed to darken abruptly. The Sage of Six Paths finally spoke, his voice deep as an ancient bell. "You do not belong to this ninja world. Your power has surpassed the cycles of rebirth and the Six Paths. Who are you truly?" Uchiha Yoru's eyes flickered, a detached smile gracing his lips. "Did I not tell you my name? What is it about you villains that makes you so fond of asking this question?" He suddenly looked down, scanning each individual, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "How about this? I claim to be your father. Do you believe it?" Chapter 98. Now, allow me to witness the dance of the roses of the battlefield. I claim to be your father. Do you believe it? Uchiha Ye stood at the center of the battlefield, where wind and sand swirled, his voice not loud but resonant like thunder, striking directly into the hearts of those present. Yu Yi's expression darkened instantly, a complex mix of anger and disbelief flashing in her eyes. "How dare you insult my great-grandfather?" Naruto was consumed by an uncontrollable fury, his wrathful chakra transforming into a palpable force. The golden sage mode erupted instantaneously, his eyes bloodshot, as he propelled himself towards Uchiha Ye with the speed of a lightning bolt. However, before he could close the distance, an invisible force sent him hurtling through the air, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble and stirring up a cloud of dust. You observe the chaos below with a disdainful gaze, akin to that of a person looking down upon mere ants. A thunderous laughter resonated through the heavens and the earth, as the restored and even more powerful Uchiha Madara surged to his feet. His hair flowed wildly, and his Rinnegan eyes shimmered with an intertwining brilliance, as he laughed towards the sky, relishing what he perceived as the most absurd yet delightful jest. The Sage of Six Paths' father? How intriguing! The onlookers stared in bewilderment at Uchiha Madara, but before they could react, the space surrounding Uchiha Ye began to distort violently, revealing two figures who quietly emerged. As the dust settled, everyone discerned the faces of the two figures. No way. Hatake Kakashi could hardly believe his eyes, and even Sakura behind him covered her mouth, her pupils dilating in shock. What was happening? Gaara instinctively took a step back as the swirling sands around him churned, his defensive instincts heightened to the utmost. Could it be three Madaras? Senju Hashirama's pupils constricted sharply, his voice quivering slightly. What a joke! How could three Uchiha Madaras possibly coexist at the same time? Indeed, standing beside Uchiha Ye were two manifestations of Madara, each wielding the powers of Yin and Yang, alongside the ultimate form of Madara after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. In that moment, their eyes were icy, and every line upon their bodies radiated an overwhelming pressure capable of rending space itself. It was as if deities had descended upon the mortal realm. Merely standing still caused the air to emit a faint lament. When the two Madaras gazed upon the cackling Madara from this timeline, three distinct yet unified wills clashed, their six eyes locking in an intense standoff, and the air around them became tense and still. Indeed, in this timeline, I have still been deceived by Kurizetsu, the Ten Tails Madara sneered, a flash of cold light flickering in his eyes, his sharp gaze piercing outward like a blade. His tone was laden with profound sarcasm and anger, not only directed at Kurizetsu, but also reflecting a deep regret for his past choices. How ludicrous to have been duped by a product of Yin and Yang. The Yin-Yang Madara stood with arms crossed, casting a chilly glance at the disheveled and still cackling Madara of this timeline, his eyes betraying a stark disappointment. Such disgrace to the name of Madara. After a moment of silence, the Ten Tails Madara contemplated, finding an odd fondness for the Yin-Yang being before him. However, he seemed to be controlling his inner turmoil. Though furious, he refrained from immediate outburst, knowing that eventually, he would have the opportunity to spar with this alternate self. Nevertheless, despite the chaos, at least here, he was still alive, thanks to ya. The Madara of this timeline abruptly ceased his laughter, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. His gaze flitted between the faces of his two counterparts, as if struggling to grasp the reality before him. At that moment, even he could not suppress the shock within. Is this me? The version of me from another world? Familiar faces, familiar eyes, and an innate arrogance and coldness that resonated deep within, along with an unwavering battle intent. Madara fell silent for a moment, then a slight smirk graced his lips, revealing his signature disdainful smile. The one who saved me is named Ya, he murmured softly, savoring the unfamiliar yet powerful name. Before his words could finish, he erupted into laughter, a sound like thunder that rippled throughout the battlefield, tearing the very air apart. Ha ha, thank you, Ya, for allowing me to dance once more. Moreover, bringing me here to save myself is truly amusing. His eyes suddenly sharpened like a blade. The Rinnegan spinning rapidly, the forces of black and white mingling within, exuding an overwhelming aura of destruction. Since it is I, then no further words are necessary. In the next instant, the two Madaras from alternate timelines advanced in silent accord, placing their palms upon the back of the Madara of this timeline. Boom. The three nearly identical chakra networks resonated, unleashing an unimaginable surge of energy as the three cosmic wills synchronized perfectly. In that moment, it was as though three divine entities converged into a single being. The yin-yang Madara's black and white chakra entwined like twin dragons, infusing into Madara's form, instantly reconstructing his battle body, the flesh and veins seemingly reforming under the laws of existence. The Ten Tails' immense power, akin to that of the Otsutsuki deities, surged in like a tidal wave, elevating his ocular jutsu, physical form, and spirit to unprecedented heights. In merely an instant, the already peak Madara underwent yet another metamorphosis. When he opened his eyes, the Rinnegan was unmistakably present, and within the dual pupils, it was not just the Rinnegan but a fusion of three destinies. This feeling, Madara murmured softly, flexing his arms, every muscle seemingly embodying the laws of the universe. So this is the me beyond my peak. The yin-yang Madara and the Ten Tails Madara stood beside him, simultaneously speaking. Don't mess this up. We don't have time to clean up after you. Don't let us down. The three exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes ablaze with unrestrained battle intent, arrogance, and contempt for the battlefield before them. At this moment, the three Uchiha Madaras were filled with an overwhelming fighting spirit, a palpable aura of murderous intent. In the distance, Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow deeply, experiencing a genuine sense of overwhelming terror for the first time. What do these three intend to do? The Sage of Six Paths looked grave, quietly raising his gaze to the heavens. This power is beyond what the shinobi world should bear. You do not belong to the same timeline, yet you have been forcibly amalgamated. He turned his gaze towards Uchiha Ye, inquiring what kind of world he wished to create. Uchiha Ye merely smiled gently, his eyes concealing an inscrutable depth. Me? I merely want them to understand that a life truly willing to fight for ideals and beliefs should never end so rashly. His gaze swept like a blade across the three Madaras, coldly proclaiming, "Now, let me witness the dance of the battlefield roses." Uchiha Ye's voice resonated with a deep and commanding authority. The three Madaras fixed their gaze, almost in unison nodding, their voices imbued with unprecedented unity and determination. We can. X3 Chapter 99, Naivety. The wind swept away the remnants, and the heavens dimmed. The three Uchiha Madaras stood side by side, like three deities descending into the mortal realm, their presence surging like a tidal wave. Chakra shot skyward, transforming into a black tide that swept in all directions, tearing apart the void, while the edges of space crumbled like shattered glass. Killing intent pervaded the air, rendering it suffocating without uttering a single word. Finally, the revived Madara slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, lightning crackling within his palm. The pressure of the wind intensified, as if the very air trembled in fear. This world had arrived at the zenith of Uchiha Madara's power. The yin-yang Madara chuckled softly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Casting a sideways glance at the masses, this is what you call a true conclusion, not the laughable piece fabricated by you. The Ten Tails Madara's lips curled into a cold smile, surveying the horizon, his voice deep as a deity's judgment. Naruto, Sasuke, Sage of Six Paths. Do you think winning once can alter your fate? He narrowed his eyes, uttering his final words. Naivety. Boom. Before his words faded, the three Madaras simultaneously launched their assault. The Ten Tails Madara moved first, transforming into a shadow descending from the heavens. Clenching his fist, he struck down as though a star had fallen from the sky. The force of his blow infused with the annihilating power of the Ten Tails, capable of flattening a nation with a single strike. Spiraling Rasen, Naruto roared, golden flames erupting in the heavens. 9 tails of beast chakra converged into one. The power of sage art merging into the spiraling airflow, forming an enormous raisin shuriken, with 6 beams of light bursting forth. The power of the divine collided with a thunderous crash in the air. Boom! The sky was torn asunder, fierce winds raged, and the space twisted and collapsed like fragile paper. Violent shockwaves swept across the land, causing the Shinobi Alliance forces to lose their balance. Meanwhile, Yin Yang Band vanished in an instant. Sasuke's heart tightened, and he suddenly looked up. Naruto, behind you. But it was already too late. Yin Yang Band silently appeared behind Naruto, his palms intertwining like fleeting shadows as he whispered, "In release. Phantom barrier." A circle of sealing light, interwoven with black and white, erupted behind Naruto. He staggered as the yang chakra within him began to disintegrate, his power forcefully stripped away. Damn it! At that moment, a figure surged forward like lightning. Tensei no Jutsu. Sasuke's left eye gleamed brightly as he and Naruto, along with the nearby stone, instantaneously exchanged positions. "Sasuke!" Naruto shouted, but Sasuke merely frowned, forming hand seals with his hands as Susanoo roared forth. The complete form, entwined in black lightning, soared into the sky, transforming into a war deity that charged towards the heavens. Amaterasu, Thunderblade, the long sword, infused with black flames and the power of lightning, cleaved downwards, tearing the ceiling technique into countless fragments. Yin Yang Band smirked slightly, his gaze growing colder. Humph, more interesting than I anticipated. Boom. The void trembled as Ten Tails Band ascended once more, surrounded by a tsunami of Ten Tails chakra. His hands quickly formed seals, his expression as hard as iron. His voice resonating like a thunderous bell. Outer path, infinite thousand blades. Countless pitch-black spears materialized in the air, densely packed like clouds, resembling a rain of iron from the heavens, crashing down with the sensation of swallowing the world in a nightmarish destruction. The heavens and earth instantly lost their color. "It is my turn to strike," He whispered, his tone calm, yet filled with unyielding authority. He raised the Rinna staff, and in an instant, the 6-path seal was complete. 6 paths Dharma seal, command wheel, buzz. A golden light array erupted in the firmament, akin to a colossal golden wheel slowly turning, deflecting all the dream spears, the barrier roaring but remaining unbroken. "Sasuke Naruto now," Yui bellowed. Hearing this, Sasuke's eyes sharpened. Tensei no Jutsu. He and Ten Tails Band instantly exchanged positions, Susanoo's blade thrusting forward. However, Ten Tails Band sneered. "I anticipated this." Palms pressed together, space crumbled instantaneously. Reincarnation, instant death barrier. Sasuke felt as though he had been sucked into a vortex, his body flung away like a kite with severed strings. Following closely, golden light rose like the sun. Naruto, resembling a golden war deity, stepped fiercely into the void, his chakra erupting to its utmost. The power of the tailed beasts, Sage Chakra, and the 3 forces of 6 paths converged. Sage Art, Tailed Beast Rasen Shuriken. The golden spiral descended like a falling star towards Band in this timeline. The entire firmament trembled violently, gold and black clashing to extremes, as if day and night had alternated in an instant, light and darkness intertwining, all things falling silent. Amidst the explosive roar, the space collapsed like waves, as if the world had been torn asunder. After the blinding light, there was a profound silence. On the other side of the battlefield, the Ninja Alliance stood motionless, gazing at the utterly collapsed sky, their pupils filled with shock and confusion. Was that 3 Bands? What a joke! Band was already dead, wasn't he? Even the Sage of 6 Paths could not suppress this. This is a battle of gods, and we cannot possibly intervene. Voices in the air came and went, doubts, fears, and despair gradually crystallizing into a chilling silence. Many even felt they were losing the strength to grip their kunai. At that moment, a figure stepped out from the ruins, gray-white hair fluttering, familiar single-eyed dead fish gaze fixed ahead, wearing a seemingly carefree, yet resolutely determined smile. "Hey, why are you all in a daze?" Hatake Kakashi's voice, though soft, rang like a clear bell in the hearts of the crowd. His eyes, pale and devoid of pupils, radiated an inexplicable pressure amidst the brilliance. Even if it was just a kunai, it must be thrown. This is our battlefield, not a spectator's stand. He advanced step by step towards the front lines, each step raising a cloud of dust from the broken ground with his chakra. Suddenly, a flash of golden light swept by. A familiar figure descended slowly, golden hair like fire, his windbreaker billowing, accompanied by a smile as radiant as in days of yore. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, appeared calm, yet his tone was resolute as a mountain. Indeed, if we must die, let it be at the forefront. Lord Minato? Wasn't he already released from Edo Tensei? The ninjas were bewildered, gazing at the figure in the sky, still shimmering with multiple beams of light. Ue, the sage, looked down upon the earth, his voice echoing like divine resonance. The shinobi world faces an unprecedented calamity. The will of the deceased allows for their return once more. He waved his hand, and the Rinne staff pierced the void, its light like meteors falling to earth, infusing familiar corpses with vitality. Numerous shadows, one by one, of those long gone, stood once more upon the earth, their eyes ignited with indomitable battle spirit. In that moment, everyone felt the power within them stirring quietly. Kakashi slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, both pupils transformed into kaleidoscopes. In the distance, Hashirama gazed down at his palms, feeling the chakra within him surge like roaring waves, cells howling, souls crying out. He suddenly looked up, a long-lost battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Sage art, true thousand hands, ascend to Buddha. The heavens and earth trembled as a colossal Buddha arose from the ground. Its thousand hands arrayed, breaking through the clouds, its myriad arms outstretched as if to press down the deities into the abyss. Ban! Hashirama roared like thunder. I must stop you once more. Chapter 100 now? Not even a threat. Hashirama, is that all you can do? Ban leaped suddenly, his form soaring through the air like a shadow, arriving above the thousand-handed Buddha in the blink of an eye, his aura swelling like a raging sea. Without Susanoo, without ninjutsu, only a punch imbued with the pure violent power of the 6 paths and 10 tails. Shatter for me. Boom. The instant the punch descended, the air roared and shattered, fissures erupting across the thousand-handed Buddha's head, as if the deity had been desecrated. The entire statue began to tremble violently. Hashirama's expression changed, his feet planted firmly on the ground, would release chakra surging wildly, trying to stabilize the structure of the Buddha. But at that moment, it seems you can block the punch, Ban sneered, suddenly opening his mouth, and from his chest, a black-purple light beam with traces of distorted space shot forth. Sage art, gale release, light fong. Hashirama's eyes narrowed sharply, instinctively dodging to the side, his figure transforming into an afterimage as he dashed to the flank. Boom! The light fong grazed Hashirama's side, instantly penetrating the massive Buddha statue behind him. A strike that severed cleanly, the cut smooth as if melted by extreme heat. Even the air was torn with a blazing trajectory. Ugh! A massive crack erupted from the center of the statue. From neck to waist, the entire thousand-handed Buddha collapsed like a tall building, shattered hands and limbs falling like colossal rocks from the end of the world. Boom! 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 The battlefield trembled, strong winds swept through, the ground pockmarked by countless fragments of the giant Buddha, suffocating as if the apocalypse had descended. Hashirama rolled to evade, barely halting his form, his face pale. When he looked up, all that met his gaze were the remnants of the collapsing Buddha body. My true thousand hands, he murmured, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. And in the eye of the storm, Uchiha Ban landed slowly, his Rinnegan spinning like a sea of stars, a trace of disdainful smirk playing on his lips. You run quite fast, he said softly. However, you should be grateful that you were not directly cut apart by that strike. He opened his left hand. 8 shadows of the Rinne rebirth appeared around him, surrounding him, his aura surging once more. Next, how many more times can you evade? Thud. Hashirama staggered back, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The 8 shadows of the Rinne rebirth manifested from the void, a murderous intent pervading, their attack trajectories elusive like phantoms. Each strike contained the power of the 6 paths and yin-yang. Even Hashirama, as a body of Edo Tensei, was being shattered to pieces. The power of the 6 paths and the wood-release chakra began to crumble and disintegrate gradually. Due to the infusion of Six Paths energy by the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Madara's shadow was visible to many. This fellow has 8 shadows. They strike harder than his real body. Hashirama gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing, as he evaded with great effort. Suddenly, a side kick from the Linu struck him fiercely in the lower back, sending him crashing into the ruins, dust billowing around him. But it was not over yet. Madara's cold gaze flickered, and while he remained still, the 8 shadows behind him seemed to advance simultaneously, unleashing a flurry of punches that echoed through the air. The ground collapsed in an instant, Hashirama's remnants shattered like a puppet in the wake of the explosion. Yet, before the flying thunder god technique from Minato and Tobarama could reach him, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Madara's mouth. The flying thunder god technique. How tiresome. A trick you have been playing for half a century without fatigue. Behind him, the Chudru surged and coalesced into a gleaming black blade. With a swift motion, the black light sliced through the air, and as Minato appeared, he was precisely severed in half. In the next moment, Madara's wind release power erupted from the Chudru, piercing directly toward the target's nerve center like a grim reaper's decree. In an instant, Minato's throat, arms, and legs were all severed, leaving only a lifeless form crumpled on the ground, unable to speak or move. Even forming hand seals became an unattainable luxury. Madara looked down slowly, his voice icy and piercing. You cannot speak, you cannot move, and you cannot escape. Let me see who still requires hand seals to perform ninjutsu. Do not force yourself to pretend to have value. You are even inferior to a mere ninja dog now. Although Madara interrupted the rhythm of the flying thunder god technique, Tobarama had already approached him, furious at his words, unleashing explosive tags that filled the air. They detonated in a frenzy. Yet, Madara could not be bothered to retaliate. He merely raised a hand and softly chanted, Sage Art, Yin-Yang Sealing Technique. The purple-golden barrier descended, sealing off the entire area. Tobarama was trapped within, the explosions relentless. With each rebirth of the impure world reincarnation, he was torn apart again by the explosive tags. Moreover, Madara added a little extra. Tobarama was ensnared in the hell of his own ninjutsu, constantly self-destructing and rebirthing, with no chance to even curse. Madara smiled faintly. A master of forbidden techniques? In the end, you became the punchline of your own ninjutsu. You are no different, a mere tool to clean up after others. The 4th Hokage relies on speed. You rely on techniques. It truly makes me nostalgic. Previously, you could at least pretend to be a threat. Now, he gazed into the sky, where a quintuple elemental technique roared towards him, combining fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. It barely counted as a threat. Madara pointed to the heavens. Wind release, heavens severing. The black-purple heavenly light descended like a pillar from the sky. The 5 elemental techniques burst like bubbles before it. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could utter not a single word before being pierced by the heavenly light, and in the next moment, his body disintegrated into countless tiny fragments. The impure world reincarnation could not find the main body to reassemble, not even worthy of being called the impure world. How laughable. That monkey should have turned to dust long ago. Madara lightly shook his sleeves, not a speck of dust clinging to him. In the distance, Tobarama was still trapped in explosions, Minato's lifeless form crawling, and Hashirama half kneeling amidst the ruins, his face a mask of shock and fury. Do you see? This is your so-called guardian of the ninja world. One cannot move. One is driven mad by his own explosions. One cannot even see a shadow. And one, his gaze fell upon Hashirama, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth, still wallowing in self-pity. A dying struggle. He slowly spread his arms, the Lin Ye reappearing. Wake up. You are no longer Hokage. You are merely my toys. And I, Madara, am the ultimate script of the entire ninja world. Chapter 101. This battle has long since determined your defeat. In just a few seconds, the techniques of the 4 Hokages were ruthlessly countered by Madara. The scene fell into a profound silence, the rhythm of the impure world ninjas completely disrupted, losing the courage to continue. Uchiha Madara stood quietly, surrounded by a tangible chakra, his cloak billowing, resembling a deity descending from the 6 paths. He surveyed the battlefield, his voice resounding like thunder from the heavens. Is this your so-called hope? At that moment, the Kamui Shuriken appeared. The pitch-black Susanoo formed amidst the thunder, its wings unfurling, as if a war god had descended. Kakashi stood at its forehead, his eyes ablaze with the light of the Mangekyo Sharingan, his right eye distorting space with Kamui, while his left rapidly gathered chakra. With a furious shout, Susanoo raised its arm. Amidst the tremors of space, a spiraling Kamui shuriken took shape, imbued with a sense of destruction, hurtling directly towards Madara's true form. However, Uchiha Madara floated calmly in the void, the aura of the six paths swirling, his gaze as cold and still as stagnant water. In an instant, his Rinnegan slowly revolved, purple light flickering. To think you would dare to challenge a deity by stitching those worthless eyes together? He did not move, not even raising an eyebrow. With a mere cold smile, Madara waved his hand dismissively. Begone. Boom. Uchiha shot forth, transforming into a pitch-black sphere of light, directly facing Kakashi's Kamui shuriken, which distorted space. The air trembled violently, yet it did not tear as imagined. Instead, when the Kamui shuriken made contact with the Tfudayur, it collapsed like a phantom without a support, not even causing a ripple. Kakashi's pupils constricted, staring in disbelief at this scene. How could even a space ninjutsu? That was merely your wishful thinking. Madara stepped forward, his voice as cold as a breeze from the underworld. Boom. The air solidified, and the void trembled. Eitun Mu Ban Yuying appeared in an instant. Before Kakashi could react, the chest armor of Susanoo shattered like glass. A punch, a palm strike, an elbow hit, all from an unseen specter of death, yet striking each weak point with unerring accuracy. Bang! Susanoo collapsed violently, and Kakashi spewed blood, his body hurled back, crashing heavily into the ruins. Struggling to raise his head, he saw the purple-robed figure approaching, hovering and rotating behind him, like a divine judgment from the heavens. Madara stood before him, looking down at the former hero. Kamui? Susanoo? He spoke languidly, his tone filled with disdain and contempt. Do you truly believe that by stitching those eyes together, you can become an Uchiha? No sooner had he spoken, Madara raised his right hand, Uchiha transforming into a sharp spear, slowly taking shape. Consider this a gesture of respect. Dying at the hands of a deity is far better than being crushed like an insect. In the next moment, boom! The spear fell with thunderous force, piercing deeply into Kakashi's chest. The remnants of Susanoo were utterly obliterated, blood splattering as Kakashi's form crumpled like a tattered cloth, his gaze unfocused, breathing faint to the point of extinction. As the dust settled, Madara's expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely crushed an insect. Suddenly, the light of dust release exploded in the sky, engulfing everything like a doomsday judgment. Dust release, original world separation technique. The aged Inoki roared in the air, his hands forming seals, slow yet resolute. With his shout, a pure white beam of light traversed the heavens and the earth, containing the power of the six paths. As if to strip Madara from existence itself, the second Tsuchikage, Mu, also employed dust release, combining their techniques. Countless ninjas gazed at this scene from afar, as if seeing hope to end this war. However, Uchiha Madara stood upon the void, the six-style Kaduyu behind him slowly revolving, his gaze cold and almost numb as he overlooked the devastating dust-style light pillar. Once again, you employ a technique that you know to be futile, yet you choose to perform it anew? He extended a hand, and the Rinne Sharingan began to spin fiercely. The Rinnegan absorbed the attack. A low hum resonated as the dust style, capable of decomposing all matter, suddenly came to a halt, subsequently drawn away by an invisible vortex that tore apart even the particles of light, vanishing into nothingness in an instant. The sky fell silent once more, as if nothing had transpired. Inoki's pupils contracted violently, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression a mixture of anger, regret, and fear. Damn it, I know it is futile. Yet I still engage in this struggle. Your impotence is not bravery. Madara scoffed, his voice echoing like a deity pronouncing judgment. You have merely once again proved that you cannot defeat me. He stepped forward, the void trembling beneath him, each step a heavy hammer upon Inoki's heart. Do not resort to such pitiable techniques as dust style again. You lack the qualification. Before his words could fully dissipate, there was a sharp sound. As Inoki was decapitated by the Rinne rebirth, the second Tsuchikage disintegrating into dust, the world fell into a profound silence once more, leaving only Madara's cold, godlike silhouette, suffocating all in its presence. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and a deafening thunderous roar reverberated across the battlefield. A powerful surge of lightning erupted, accompanied by a thunderous growl. two brilliant bolts striking towards Madara. It was the combined might of the third and fourth Raikage ninjutsu. The corner of Madara's mouth curled into a smirk, his eyes glacial as they scanned the incoming lightning, utterly unfazed. Ninjutsu is merely a trick to enhance physical techniques through chakra consumption. Madara spoke coldly, the Rinne Sharingan spinning slowly, his gaze sharp as frost. Do you dare to obstruct me? An invisible force akin to a black hole erupted from his hand, and the lightning, like a river bursting its banks, surged forth, only to be tightly restrained and devoured in an instant. The Raikage duo's eyes widened in horror, helplessly watching their attack dissolve into nothingness. The so-called ninjutsu is nothing more than a paper tiger. Madara's cold laughter was akin to the whisper of death, and then his form trembled, resembling a phantom messenger extending an invisible hand. Your soul shall be reaped by my own hand. The shadows of the Rinne rebirth swiftly entwined around the third and fourth Raikage. The moment they made contact, the soul extraction power of the Hell Realm activated. This cannot end here. The third Raikage gritted his teeth, desperately resisting the intangible erosion. Nevertheless, the darkness tore through his soul's defenses like a blade, their bodies shaking violently, gradually stiffening, their eyes dimming. The third Raikage soul was extracted, his reanimated body reduced to remnants, while the fourth Raikage collapsed to the ground, a soulless corpse. Only Madara remained, standing like a deity, coldly surveying the battlefield, declaring its conclusion. Beside him, the trembling Tsunade, the Mizukage, and the reanimated second Mizukage gazed upon the grim scene, their faces pale, hearts filled with despair. Madara slowly turned, his gaze as sharp as a blade, filled with infinite disdain and arrogance. They are merely remnants of a bygone era. To present such feeble forms to hinder me is truly laughable. He cast a scornful glance at the trembling crowd, the Kiryu behind him spinning slowly, exuding overwhelming authority. Surrender. This battle has long been destined for your defeat. Chapter 102. Do you wish to be a powerless dog again? In this time and space, Madara resembled a god of war descending, every motion exuding annihilation. The allied shinobi forces had no capacity to resist under the shadow of his Rinne rebirth. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, a similarly brutal crushing was underway. Damn these scoundrels. Naruto gritted his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead, the chakra of the Nine Tails and natural energy erupting like a volcano. Yet even so, before the Ten Tails Madara, he felt an unprecedented pressure. It was not mere chakra, but calamity incarnate. With every punch, every collision, his body grew numb from the force. Hey, Naruto, stop dawdling. Sasuke called coldly, his Rinne Sharingan suddenly glowing, black flames incinerating the air, lightning slithering like serpents, yet failing to graze the hem of Madara's attire. The two joined forces, only to be toyed with. We cannot continue like this, or we will lose. Sasuke's tone was unusually anxious, his gaze sharpening as he scanned the battlefield's far end. There. The tailed beast stood silently. Hey, do you plan to just watch? He questioned coldly. The tailed beasts paused, exchanging glances, as if awakening from a dream. It is not that we do not wish to help, Nibi spoke solemnly. We cannot keep up with your speed. Leave the speed to us. Sasuke leapt onto Nibi's shoulder, his Rinne Sharingan radiating an unusual wave. I need all of your chakra at once. The eyes of the nine-tailed beasts widened in shock. What kind of joke is this? Shikaku exclaimed. I do not require your lives. Just trust me this once. Sasuke's eyes were ruthless. You do not wish to be devoured by the Ten Tails again, do you? The air grew tense, and after a moment, the nine-tailed beast stepped forward in silence. One last time, Yugo spoke coldly. The nine-tailed beast chakras surged upwards, and Sasuke's purple Susanoo roared towards the heavens amidst the thunder. The arrow of Indra coalesced. At the same time, Naruto sensed Sasuke's movements. That guy is really, he grinned, hands forming seals rapidly. Natural energy and the power of the sun activating in sync. I cannot lose to him. Sage Art, Super Ultra Big Rasen Shuriken. Sasuke, are you ready? Do not falter, Naruto. 6 paths, Super Ultra Big Rasen Shuriken. 6 paths, Indra's arrow. The two unleashed their techniques simultaneously. One side was the 9 consecutive Super Ultra Big Rasen Shuriken descending like falling stars, while the other was the world-rending divine arrow. Black flames and lightning intertwined. The pressure of the wind tearing the earth apart, and in that moment, it felt as though the entire battlefield would collapse. But just as the force of destruction was about to descend, the Ten Tails Madara and Yin Yang Madara moved. This technique has some merit. The Ten Tails Madara spoke nonchalantly, his palm raised slowly, indifferently regarding the spiraling storm akin to a falling star. His Rinnegan revolved slowly as he declared, "Then allow me to crush it head-on." All-encompassing barrier. As his words fell, the void trembled suddenly, dozens of floating six paths symbols swirling around Madara like celestial sentinels, spinning rapidly, weaving a barrier reminiscent of celestial orbits. Each layer containing the triple constructs of repulsion, absorption, and disintegration. Boom. Naruto's six paths, super ultra big Rasen Shuriken, crashed down, wind-style chakra violently distorting the air. However, upon colliding with the heavy barrier before Madara, it felt as though it had struck the very heavens, steadily met with layers of resistance, crushed, shattered, ultimately exploding into countless harmless currents in the sky. It is my turn. On the other side, Yin Yang Madara chuckled softly, his hands forming seals with great speed. His Susanoo unfurling six wings, its body radiating brilliance as it suddenly leaped into the air, directly facing Sasuke's world-rending Indra's arrow. Foolish younger generation. Do you dare to call such a thing a divine arrow? He pressed his left palm down, shaking the void as a barrier formed, intertwining Yin and Yang like a mirror blade that severed dimensions. Yin Yang release, dimensional severing mirror. The barrier unleashed a powerful structural disturbance, striking the flight node of the Indra's arrow. The once straight path of the destructive divine arrow was shaken by the barrier, its trajectory altered, slashing skyward and exploding within the depths of the clouds, creating a fiery rift. Quite the cooperation, the Ten Tails Madara remarked coolly. I simply did not want you to steal the spotlight. Yin Yang Madara withdrew, scoffing softly. The dust and lightning dissipated as the two Madaras stood side by side, one steady as a celestial pillar, the other sharp as a severed blade, their expressions calm and untroubled. Naruto and Sasuke fell from the sky, their faces filled with shock. Our strongest strike has been. Indeed. Juwei Ban slowly raised his gaze, his eyes resembling an abyss, declaring that your pinnacle is merely a starting point for us. He spread his fingers, causing the void to tremble, as an overwhelming pressure of chakra descended from above like a harbinger of judgment. Then let us take action. With a resounding boom, the heavens and earth quaked. In the distance, the sage of six paths gripped his staff, his expression shifting dramatically. This is dire. Since you have unleashed your ultimate strike, Juwei Ban stepped forward, his tone as unperturbed as if recounting an established history. There is no need to prolong this any further. Meanwhile, Yin Yang Ban ceased his words, placing his right hand upon Sasuke's shattered Susanoo armor, casting a fleeting glance, and sneering, "Hope? Destiny?" Utterly laughable. He abruptly raised his hand, thrusting a finger into Sasuke's heart, as the powers of Yin and Yang surged simultaneously, as if tearing his very soul from reality. With a gasp, Sasuke's pupils constricted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his Rinnegan gradually dimming, losing focus. Do you think you, as the reincarnation of Indra, can surpass me, Madara? Yin Yang Ban's tone was as sharp as a blade, merciless and cruel. Do not delude yourself. You are merely an imitator. Boom. On the other side, Naruto roared as he once again gathered chakra, seeking to charge forward and prevent Sasuke's demise. But the moment he took a step, a colossal hand of Ban's chakra pinned him firmly in midair. Do you not perceive? This is not your rhythm of battle. Juwei Ban slowly lifted his palm. A pitch-black six paths or began to rotate, siphoning the yang power within Naruto as if unraveling silk. He closed his eyes, allowing the power to flow into him. Murmuring softly, indeed, it is quite flavorful. Naruto struggled violently, yet he could not move even a finger. He felt the hope that had sustained him in battle slowly being crushed, stripped away, and consumed. You are the reincarnation of Ashura's will, are you not? Ban gazed down upon him, his voice laced with piercing sarcasm. The entanglement of Uchiha and Senju, is this all fate amounts to? Suddenly, he struck down with a palm, piercing Naruto's heart. As the chakra erupted, the golden sage chakra disintegrated into stardust. Rest assured, I shall personally end this world with your powers. Naruto's golden light extinguished. Sasuke's ocular power dissipated into nothingness, their figures buried beneath a shroud of darkness, as if erased from the annals of this war. After a brief silence, Juwei Ban and Yin Yang Ban stood side by side amidst the haze, their bodies radiating the ultimate power forged from the fusion of Naruto and Sasuke's chakra. The so-called protagonists, Yin Ban scoffed, are merely a sedative concocted by the writer for cowards. Fate has never favored anyone, Jiwei Ban added, his gaze surveying all living beings. Only the strong can truly alter the world. He lifted his gaze towards the rapidly approaching sage of six paths, a slow smile gracing his lips. Now is the time for reckoning. With that, he first exerted his will to control all the tailed beasts. And just as he prepared to make his next move, Yue could no longer remain passive. He immediately employed his six paths abilities, attempting to forcibly resurrect the two. But at that moment, Uchiha Ye's voice echoed behind him. Do you wish to play the role of the authority dog once more? Yu's pupils dilated, and he swiftly turned around, only to find his chakra frozen in an instant. What? Uchiha Ye's eyes radiated a peculiar brilliance, a visual structure that transcended the Rinnegan, as if deconstructing and reconstructing the very laws of the six paths. Unfortunately, my authority surpasses yours. He stepped forward, his form dissolving in space, reappearing behind Yue, pressing a hand upon the nape of his neck. The chakra of the Sage of Six Paths, his soul, and even the connection to the outer path power were forcibly stripped away, dismantled, and extracted, as if a porcelain vessel had been shattered into dust. No. Yue struggled and howled, yet it was to no avail. Crack. His body erupted into countless shards of light, dispersing like smoke in the wind. The divine has fallen. Uchiha Ye stood in the void, gazing down upon the battlefield where the three bands converged, his eyes as cold as ice. Now, it is our turn to take control of this world. Chapter 103. Reckoning. How can this be possible? The Kage of each village, the Sage of Six Paths. Even Naruto and Sasuke, are they not a match? The ranks of the ninja alliance were in disarray, as they beheld the four figures suspended in the sky. Three Uchiha bands, and Uchiha Ye, descending like divine judgment. Almost every ninja widened their eyes, their voices trembling in their throats. They could not comprehend the sight before them. This was an existence that transcended their understanding as ninjas. It was calamity itself. Sasuke, Naruto. Two piercing cries tore through the air of the battlefield. It was Haruno Sakura and Hyuga Hinata, their voices resonating as the last threads of hope amidst despair. Yet, how annoying. Uchiha Ban cast a cold glance at them. The Ban of this timeline. His voice was as frigid as a blade, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. In the next moment, without hand seals or any movement, the air seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible colossal hand, and in the next instant, two jets of blood erupted from Hinata and Sakura's chests. Their bodies stiffened, pupils constricted, crimson blossoms erupted in the center of the battlefield, like flowers of death in full bloom. An unseen wheel of the afterlife pierced their hearts, severing their last connection to this world with a single blow. There was no time even for a mournful cry. Hinata, Sakura, Rock Lee, and Inuzuka Kiba roared, rushing toward the fallen figures as if on the brink of losing control. But the moment they took a step, Jiwei Ban shot a cold glance, not even raising a hand, as six orbs of truth spun behind him, transforming into two pitch-black blades of light, silently slicing through the air. A dull thud echoed, and blood erupted. Rock Lee's abdomen was pierced at an angle, his body flying backward, rolling several times on the ground before coming to rest as a broken, bloodied figure. Inuzuka Kiba fared worse. The orb of truth penetrated his skull directly, his eyes frozen in shock, his body crashing to the ground, silent forevermore. Fools. Ban uttered two words. It was as if a mundane inspection followed the settling dust, a divine being's default cleansing of microorganisms. The stage of the divine does not permit ants to intrude. This phrase echoed like a decree across the silent battlefield. The Ban of this timeline did not spare a glance at the fallen bodies, continuing his measured pace. The orbs of truth returning to his back, as stars returning to their places, untainted by a single drop of blood. He was not even aware of whom he had slain, for he simply did not care. Meanwhile, Sasuke's form had already collapsed into a pool of blood, his Rinnegan dimming, his head tilting to one side, his unclosed pupils reflected in the blood. In his final moments, he moved his lips slightly. Naruto, I'm sorry. His unfinished guilt was overtaken by the eternal stillness of death. As for Naruto, his sage mode had long since shattered, the six paths chakra fragmented like golden dust. His limbs broken, a massive cavity blasted into his chest where Kurama's chakra core had been violently extracted. He gazed up at the heavens with wide eyes. still seemingly unable to believe that all of this had come to an end. He was dead. It was over. In Band spoke softly, his voice deep yet clear, reaching the ears of all present. It was not a proclamation, but a judgment. In the distance, Kakashi's figure slowly fell, a pitch-black slash passing through his shoulder and chest. Blood staining his clothes, the broken Raikiri still lingering at his fingertips. "I'm sorry, Sensei. I couldn't hold on this time either." His voice faded with the wind. His fallen body aligning with Naruto and Sasuke, quietly sinking into the ruins. High above, the three Uchiha bands stood against the sunlight, resembling statues of deities judging the world. While Uchiha Ye took measured steps forward, his robe fluttering in the air. "The realm of the divine has been thoroughly cleansed," he whispered, casting his gaze towards the astonished coalition. "What follows is absolute purification." The battlefield fell into a profound silence. The metallic scent of blood rolled through the air, and the flames illuminated not the despair that hung heavily. At that moment, it was not yet over. A somewhat trembling yet resolute voice emerged. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, gritted her teeth and slowly rose from the ruins strewn with debris and scorched earth. Her figure was unsteady, her golden hair stained with blood and grime, her battle attire tattered, her face marred by blood and exhaustion. Yet, within her eyes, a fire ignited in defiance of death. She beheld her disciple, Haruno Sakura, fallen with a pierced heart, her demise tragic. She also witnessed her most revered granduncle and granduncle struggling in their impure forms, ultimately unable to withstand Uchiha Obito's might. But she could not fall, not at this moment. The flame of Konoha, the fire of the shinobi world, would not extinguish so easily. Her chakra, which had been dissipating, began to coalesce anew, the seal upon her forehead slowly manifesting and reopening. In the distance, some ninjas, already collapsed and trembling, slowly lifted their heads, gazing at that broken yet upright figure. "Lady Tsunade still stands. We cannot retreat, nor can we merely watch them perish." The remaining survivors clenched their teeth and formed seals. The remnants of sand, mist, and rock ninjas steadily rising from the rubble. Even in the face of fear, even when confronted with divine beings and world-ending foes, the name of the ninja is a vow that flows with fervent blood. Even if but a breath remains, we shall resist until the very end. A voice roared, followed by a chorus of voices joining in. The remnants of the ninja coalition, disorganized and shattered, gathered the last flicker of their dwindling spirit. Taking a heavy step towards the four figures standing at the pinnacle of the universe, the Uchiha, Tsunade stood at the forefront, fully aware that this was merely a march towards death. Yet, she drew her kunai and softly declared, "The duty of the Hokage is not to await miracles, but to become that miracle themselves." Uchiha Obito loomed in the sky, surveying the pitifully broken group of ninjas below who still dared to resist. His brow furrowed, devoid of pity or anger. Only a semblance of profound boredom lingered in his gaze. They fear not death, but rather, they are unwilling. Yet, for Uchiha Obito, this unwillingness is not worthy of respect. He suddenly recalled the system notification that echoed in his mind upon arriving at this timeline a few days prior. Main quest updated. Unify the shinobi world, crush the illusions. This was not the first time. In various timelines, he descended like a deity, sweeping through chaos as an executioner. Each world fought back. Every era had its champions standing in defiance, propelled by will, bonds, and hope. But what was the outcome? Just a few more layers of corpses. A few more seconds of struggle. Obito looked down at the so-called descendants of heroes, and all he saw were frail emotions. Anger, sorrow, self-deception masked as courage, and a mere hint of insignificant fighting spirit. He averted his gaze, as if even responding were superfluous. How utterly tedious. His tone was light, yet it was sufficient to extinguish all remaining embers. "You still believe you are staging some final resistance?" He slowly extended his right hand, a jet-black chakra swirling in his palm. "I have grown weary of quarreling with such low-dimensional wills. Unifying the shinobi world is not for the sake of hearing your slogans." As his voice fell, an abrupt silence enveloped the world, as if time itself had been frozen. In the next moment, he clenched his fingers, and the dark chakra plummeted like a falling star, transforming into a colossal blade that spanned the heavens, crashing down upon the ninja coalition with a thunderous roar. The earth shattered, and mountains toppled. This strike bore no name, no hand seals. Yet its meaning was singular, reckoning. Chapter 104. The greatest capitalist of the shinobi world. The entire army was annihilated. As the dust settled, the world fell silent. The last vestiges of resistance in this shinobi world were reduced to ash beneath the colossal blade forged from black divine power. There were no cries, no struggles. Everything returned to the void, like dust after judgment. Uchiha Obito hovered in the air, his dark robes billowing, his expression stern, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Only the silence of a deity gazing upon the mortal realm remained. Below, the Uchiha Obito of this timeline gradually withdrew his gaze, looking upon the blood-soaked, scorched earth beneath him, then turning to Uchiha Obito beside him, his eyes finally revealing an uncontainable shock. "Obito, how far have you truly come?" His voice was unusually deep, as if a warrior unconsciously bowed his head in the face of true destiny. Yet, Obito did not respond, merely observing him quietly. In the next moment, the Uchiha Obito of this timeline suddenly sensed certain chakra fluctuations within himself dissipating, the abilities he had shared from other timelines rapidly peeling away. Meanwhile, the Ten-Tails Obito and Yin-Yang Obito exchanged knowing smirks. Indeed, sharing such power was ultimately only a temporary measure. The two stood one on either side, bearing expressions of certainty as if they'd anticipated his decline all along, appearing indifferent yet unable to mask their contempt. But in the next moment, Uchiha Obito raised his hand, fingers spread wide. The outer path golem of this timeline emerged behind him, its eyes hollow, its mouth agape, as if in slumber, awaiting a new master. It is time to conclude. Without further ado, Uchiha Obito bound the scattered remains of the tailed beasts and chakra on the battlefield, drawing them into the golem's body like stars attracted to dust. The nine-tailed beasts returned to their rightful place. Subsequently, Obito turned to the Uchiha of this timeline. His expression calm, yet he extended his right hand, infusing it with yin-yang power. With a resounding boom, the body of the Uchiha Obito of this timeline trembled violently, the divine essence being reforged within his bones and blood. The body, already revived and enhanced by Obito, underwent another rebirth under the infusion of yin-yang power. He widened his eyes, feeling his blood boil, his bones remade as if molten gold, his vision clearer than ever, the world smaller than it had ever been. This was above the six paths. Obito suddenly knelt partially, for the first time lowering that proud head. "I thank you, Obito?" In that moment, he was truly convinced. Meanwhile, in the distance, the first Obito, the Ten-Tails Obito of one timeline, and the second Obito, the Yin-Yang Obito of another timeline, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting simultaneously. The Ten-Tails Obito raised an eyebrow slightly, his voice low, laced with a hint of sarcasm. "Humph, it seems the newcomer is indeed the most favored." He cast a glance at the Uchiha Obito of this timeline, who had just received dual enhancements, and remarked indifferently, "Infusing both the Ten-Tails and yin-yang power? Obito, you are quite generous with him." The yin-yang Obito on the other side stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile curving his lips. "Have we fought to this point merely to serve as pawns paving the way for you? Now, it seems, with the newcomer's arrival, you have personally bestowed him with complete divinity." Though his words remained haughty, there was no true discontent. Rather, it was a gaze of detached observation from one who had been through it all. Although their words were sharp, their demeanor remained restrained, their presence like a mountain, their sharpness half concealed. That was the pride of being a direct subordinate of the realm master, as well as an acknowledgement of Uchiha Obito's overwhelming might. Uchiha Obito stood at the pinnacle of the void, gazing down at the three Obitos, his expression as tranquil as a deep abyss, his demeanor unperturbed. "Favored?" He smiled faintly, slowly raising his right hand, a taiji diagram of black and white materializing in his palm. In the next moment, two jet-black core seals began to ascend, akin to divine credentials, reflecting the overlapping shadows of two worlds' laws. "I forgot to mention." His tone was calm, as if stating a simple fact. "I, too, am the realm master of your world." As his words echoed, the space trembled violently, the heavens and earth folding under divine will. Uchiha Obito did not say more, simply placing his hands downward gently. Two terrifying forces, so intense they are nearly unbearable to behold, surged violently into the bodies of Shijuba and Yin-Yangba. In an instant, Shijuba's form resonated violently, the Rinne Sharingan erupted with radiant auroras, and the true six paths of the nine Tomo appeared behind him, as the powers of the Ten-Tails and Yin-Yang harmoniously intertwined. On the other side, within Yin-Yangba's chest, The core of the second-tailed beast descended from the heavens, perfectly merging with his chakra system, and the chakra of the 10 tails coursed through his entire being, pushing his aura beyond its limits. At that moment, the world fell silent, and the winds and clouds bowed low. The three boss stood in the void, each dominating their respective domains. The Rinnesh Sharingan shone brightly like a constellation. The Sutra of the Path encircled them like the sun and moon, their divine might suffocating the very fabric of reality. Uchiha Ye stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. He offered no explanation, nor did he need to soothe. In the midst of this divine silence, the two empowered Ba exchanged glances, both snorting coldly. You are quite perceptive. It is but this. Their tone was nonchalant, devoid of gratitude. Yet deep within their gazes flickered an irresistible glimmer. It was the flame of pride being satisfied, the silent approval and lofty acceptance from the divine. They would not utter thanks, yet they would not refuse. They were Ba, Uchiha Ba. No commands were necessary. Nor was there a need for a glance to signal the next moment. The three phantoms abruptly vanished from the void, leaving behind only the residual energy waves that hummed in the air as the space collapsed. The Ba of the first temporal plane moved with the grace of a deity, directing his form toward the depths of the ninja realm, the three great sacred lands. Myeomushin, Longdidong, and Shigulin, these once mystical places that had sheltered the ninja realm for millennia, were now merely code names for nutrient-rich magical beast farms. The colossal 10 tails, hidden deep within the pocket dimension, needed to grow, and the guardians of the three sacred lands were the perfect materials for this purpose. His cold actions were devoid of emotion, for he knew it was also the will of the realm's lord. The Ba of the second temporal plane leaped toward the night sky, treading the moonlight, directly aiming for the long-silent dead star, the moon. The remnants of the Otsutsuki clan, the descendants of Yutsuin, the sealed relics, the slumbering Byakugan lineage, he intended to cleanse everything, not for glory, nor for revenge, but simply to clear a domain for the arrival of new deities. The Ba of the third temporal plane sought out a certain insignificant Otsutsuki Ashiki, along with his small 10 tails. To the average person, it was a threat. To the 10 tails in the pocket universe, it was merely a delightful snack. As the three figures hastened toward their respective hunting grounds, Uchiha Ye remained still in the high sky, gazing down upon everything, as if countless threads of fate were under his control. He did not move, nor did he need to engage in battle. The three Ba, wielding both the powers of the 10 tails and Yin Yang, were more than sufficient to eliminate all lurking dangers beyond the ninja realm. This war, dubbed the Divine Unification, had reached its conclusion. Uchiha Ye smiled faintly, raising his hand with a wave, as countless residual resources of the ninja realm began to operate autonomously, integrating and reorganizing. Henceforth, he was no longer the solitary warrior traversing dimensions and waging battles. He was the realm's lord, a deity, the greatest capitalist of this ninja realm. Chapter 105, Otsutsuki Koshi. In the desolate forest of Konoha, Uchiha Ye stood atop Hokage Rock, overlooking the scorched earth that once boasted of being the center of the ninja realm. The statue of the Hokage had long since collapsed, leaving only weathered rock fragments to fall in the wind, like whispers mourning the deceased. Is this what you call bonds? He chuckled softly. Yet the mirth was as cold as a blade slicing through an ice lake. Speaking of comrades, trust, and hope, when it came time for sacrifice, each played their part flawlessly. His gaze fell below, where broken forehead protectors, burnt clan flags, and unweathered bloodstains lay in heaps. It was not pity, but the cold gaze of a judge. The ninja realm was too noisy. Too many ideals, too few results. Too much sentiment, too little execution. He raised his hand, and 3 remaining images of the great nations materialized in the void. With a light tap of his fingertip, crimson light flickered, leaving no embers behind. Perhaps the timeline of this temporal plane was at the very end of the ninja war. Several major and minor ninja villages were particularly adept at supporting one another and indulging in self-pity. And then there was nothing more. He remained silent, sweeping away those still wailing to endure, along with their so-called faith. Now, less than 30% of the ninja realm remained alive. The rest lay in desolation. His expression was calm, akin to a reviewer correcting a page of scrap paper. Those so-called heroes who incessantly spoke of peace and sacrifice were, in essence, no different from cattle, merely ruminating on old pains and chewing on past glories, yet still priding themselves on their greatness. He turned away,
his tone indifferent. I do not consume beef. He required no flowers, no adoration, and certainly no understanding. He sought only results. Only for this world to cease its clamor. I am neither a saint nor a savior. This world has long ceased to deserve compassion. As his words fell, he stepped into the void, his figure dissipating. In the Uchiha clan territory, Uchiha Ye sat calmly on a high platform, eyes gently closed. Suddenly, the space trembled, and three presences seemed to tear through the dimensional barrier. Descending into the ancestral shrine, the void shattered, and three figures nearly simultaneously stepped in. The first bomb moved with the weight of mountains, his gaze as solid as stone, his voice deep as a war drum. The three great sacred lands have turned to ashes. The toads, snakes, and slugs have all been cast into the abyss of the pocket 10 tails. Those self-proclaimed divine spirits have left not even ashes behind. The second Ba donned his battle cloak, a cold smile curling at his lips. A corner of the moon has crumbled. Those Otsutsuki descendants cannot even withstand a single celestial body. As for the rest, if they displeased me, they were erased. The third Ba brushed off the dust from his cloak, appearing the most relaxed. Yet his tone was the harshest. Ishiki and the minor movements of the shell organization have been entirely concluded. Their 10 tails have now become evolution fodder for the pocket universe's 10 tails. He paused, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Additionally, I have effortlessly erased the existence concept of that potential failure point of Ishiki, to spare myself the disgust. The three Uchiha Ba stood in a triangular formation around the altar. The sutra of the path floated, the aura of the 10 tails flowed, and the powers of yin and yang trembled and intertwined, as if the three extremes of the universe had converged. Uchiha Ye slowly opened his eyes, the deep blue and dark purple merging within, calmly speaking. Very well. He softly stated, the noise has been cleared. Uchiha Ye rose slowly, his cloak billowing in the absence of wind. At that moment, a rolling thundercloud surged above the Uchiha clan territory, only to be replaced by an absolute silence that felt like a silent pendulum slicing through time, freezing even the tremors of heaven and earth. It has come. The third Ba was the first to raise his head, stretching lazily, yet his gaze sharpened like a blade in an instant. A silver-white light descended from the high heavens, resembling a signal flowing downward from a rift in the universe. Immediately, the void fragmented layer by layer, peeling away along a non-Euclidean trajectory, ultimately tearing open a portal resembling a mirrored projection. He emerged. The silver-white robe flowed gently, the hem swaying slightly with the dark purple energy circulating in the void, akin to the ripples at the edge of reality being consumed. His white hair cascaded like a waterfall, but the tips appeared to dissipate into particles, as if they could assimilate with the air at any moment. His dual pupils were swirling blue-purple fractal rinnegan, and wherever his gaze fell, all phenomena succumbed to the cold calculations of logic. Abnormal observation coordinate, cosmic branch number N994, divergence value exceeding the norm by 5 standard deviations. He raised his hand, lightly opening a folding fan. It was a hunting fan adorned with fragmented ancient texts and symbols. With every opening and closing of the fan, it seemed to perform the logic formulas preceding the extinction of the universe, confirming variable interference source as an unknown species and its associated isomorphic projection body. Recommended to update sample number to primal variable. He did not look at the three Ba, merely casting a detached, experimental gaze over them. The first Ba spoke in a deep voice. Who are you? Otsutsuki Koshi's tone echoed like a programmed response. Observer of the central chord of the realm of imaginary numbers, Otsutsuki Koshi. The duty involves reviewing anomalous temporal displacement events, containing residual Hui Yi gene fragments, and eliminating uncontrolled variables. Number 2 Ban smirks coldly, suggesting, so, you intend to eliminate us? You? No. Sushur raises his gaze, revealing a ring of data fissures in his eyes. You are merely expendable intermediary symbols along the path. No need for preservation. Before his words fell, the world shifted abruptly. He swiftly fanned a hand, and a symmetrical domain of disintegration unfurled instantly. The surrounding space was severed into tens of thousands of mirrored fractal lines. Countless shadows of potential futures rapidly overlapping in reality, fracturing and recalibrating, as if the entire clan territory had been thrust into a quantum collapse apparatus. Number 3 Ban was the first to act. He flipped his wrist, and the chakra in his palms surged violently, the pocket universe suddenly splitting open. from which the colossal shadow of the Ten Tails erupted with a thunderous roar. The power of the tailed beast distorted the sky, 9 eyes wide open, its presence akin to a judgmental thunder. No matter where you hail from, if you dare disrupt my shinobi world, do not expect your existence to be recorded. The Ten Tails leaped violently, aiming to devour Su Shi, tearing through spatial structures as if they were mere fabric. However, the correction of causal trajectories was complete. Su Shi gently opened his folding fan, his tone as indifferent as a measuring instrument. Projection inversion. The swallowing path has shifted to a backup dimension. With a silent tremor, the Ten Tails' biting motion bizarrely turned in mid-air, biting down upon its own delayed residual image suspended in the void. Self-consumption commenced. The Ten Tails howled in pain, ensnared by its own phantom, chakra feedback spiraling into chaos, plunging into a suicidal loop of logical confusion in an instant. Number 3 Ban's expression darkened as he whispered coldly, "This guy can even rewrite the trajectory of techniques?" Chapter 106. You are unworthy. Just as he was about to move again, a deafening roar erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was akin to the violent sound of the sun colliding with the earth, the firmament trembling, clouds dispersing. The entire battlefield seemingly plunged into a purgatory of light and heat in that moment. It was he, Number 2 Ban, shattering the layers of suspended space. He stood against the light, 6 paths of chakra swirling and burning around him, as if flames were soaring, scorching the very fabric of space with mottled burn marks. He slowly brought his palms together, as if pushing mountains and overturning seas, and with a thunderous shout that fractured the heavens and the earth, declared, "Let me show you what it means for a fist to be harder than reason." Boom. Chakra surged like a raging tide. The power of yang release exploding from within him, coalescing in his palms into a torrent of blazing light. At that moment, the void shook violently. Even the fluctuations of time were disrupted and scorched, as if the entire world was shrinking away, seeking to evade this strike. Daylight release, starburst destruction. He roared. A chakra sphere, blazing to the utmost, coalesced with the intensity of a compressed sun, falling in a manner that transcended ninjutsu and the rules of time and space. It was not a technique. It was annihilation. It was the existence of a fist compressed to its limit, the most primal manifestation of Uchiha will. A direct negation of so-called observational logic. The core of blazing light cleaved through the void. Wherever it passed, space peeled away, laws collapsed. Even light itself trembled. In that instant, even the earth wailed. Su Shi lifted his head, his silver-white robe dancing without wind, the fractal Rinnegan in his eyes flashing rapidly. The flowing model information stacking to its limit. Overloaded density disrupted predictions. He spoke softly, raising his hand to unfold the folding fan. Swish! The fan surface shimmered. Ancient inscriptions suddenly emerging, inscribed with indecipherable hieroglyphics, the codes used by non-human civilizations to read existence. In the next moment, the blazing meteor before him abruptly froze. As if captured by some higher dimensional structure, it violently split into countless strands of light, its trajectory collapsing in an instant, scanned, absorbed, and analyzed by the folding fan. Energy transfer complete. At this moment, he had indeed observed and reconstructed that strike. But boom, just behind him, the void exploded. It was the residual force tearing through subspace, directly burning through the protective layer it had constructed. A vast region of virtual numbers erupted in obliterating flames, shaking the entire observational matrix. Su Shi's figure swayed, his face still calm, but for the first time, he slightly tilted his head, coolly recording first contact with an A-class destructive attack. Entering calculations. Number 2 Ban landed steadily. His robe billowing, golden-red chakra burning incessantly, his gaze piercing. You may have dismantled the surface, but you cannot dismantle the will. His tone was sharp, fixing his gaze upon Su Shi. No matter how many inscriptions your broken fan has, they cannot compare to my fist. At that moment, a deep yet thunderous voice resounded. Altogether, the voice was brief but bore the weight of a divine proclamation. It was he. Number 1 Ban stepped forward. The power of the 6 paths surged with his stride. The space quaked, dust swirling. He stood like an engraved monument upon the battlefield. Every word and action akin to divine judgment. Attempting to rewrite the laws of the world, he glanced at Su Shi, his tone icy. You are unworthy. Boom. The shadows of the 8 paths of the wheel cemetery appeared instantly, and with a gesture from him, they all launched. In the next moment, 8 shadows emerged in the void, slashing strikes from both past and future, directly breaking through Su Shi's observations of all futures. Su Shi's eyes widened in shock. The folding fan in his hand whirled rapidly, instantaneously forming multi-layered shield walls constructed from mirrored folds. The anti-phase defense mode activated. Snap! A low sound, as if a signal had failed. The wheel's cemetery shadows pierced through like phantoms. Bang! The shield wall was directly sliced apart, 2 striking shadows piercing through him. The void structure on Su Shi's shoulder erupted with a loud bang, showing clear signs of rupture. He took a slight step back, for the first time. The data flow exhibited violent fluctuations. The observational collapse rate reached 128, unacceptable. This was true harm, a collapse from the model's perspective, rather than the physical. Above the sky, 3 figures stood shoulder to shoulder in the heavens, their auras like 3 towering pillars, suppressing the entire space. Number 3 Ban sneered, full of mockery. You cannot comprehend. Number 2 Ban's eyes glimmered with cold light. You cannot predict. And number 1 Ban, silent, merely uttered, you should not have come. In this moment, they were no longer mere warriors. They were the triple incarnations of Uchiha Ye's will, one hailing from the past, one ruling the present, and one arriving for the future. Su Shi slowly raised his eyes, the fractal Rinnegan flashing violently, reflecting the projections of countless collapsing universes. He finally spoke, so it is. You are not independent entities, but projections of some higher dimensional will. I misjudged. He gently closed the folding fan, his tone chilling. Allow me to elevate my permissions. Boom. The sky erupted with a thunderous roar. The entire firmament burned like a scroll, splitting open with thousands of fractures, the echoes of countless civilizations screaming forth from the fissures, piecing together a twisted palace. That was the true form of the court of virtual numbers. In this domain, time fractured, space ruptured, causality became fog, and the history of the shinobi world began to emerge in phantom structures. The death of the 4th Hokage, Sasuke's silhouette, Naruto's roar, Ban's fall. Countless histories were extracted, spliced, and replayed. Ultimately, they converged into a divine projection symbolizing the limits of observation. The god of observation, Idu Xiang. Su Shi stepped forward, palms coalescing into the 8 trigrams void seal. The entropic entropy protection seal activated. In an instant, the expressions of the 3 bands changed. The trajectory of the wheel's cemetery distorted, chakra flow slowed, even neural feedback exhibited delays. Number 3 Ban gritted his teeth in anger. Is the chakra polluted? Su Shi slowly stated, your power is built upon low-dimensional causality. I need only disrupt the entropy value to sever your roots. With that, Idu Xiang's 4 arms spread wide. The 4 elemental fields shattered the formation. Boom! The remnants of the 4 great techniques of the shinobi world, thousand-handed Buddha, tailed beast ball, Susanoo slash, sandfall burial, composed a mixed divine punishment storm. Facing this strike, there was no fear. Number 1 Ban stepped forward, slowly drawing a long knife forged of yin and yang, devoid of inscriptions. The blade, dark as ink, emanated an aura reminiscent of a final sacrificial rite. The technique, a purifying barrier known as Jiruji Jie, stood resolute. With a thunderous roar, it was unleashed. All assaults were obliterated at the edge of its barrier. In that moment, the cosmos fell silent. The eyes of Su Shi trembled slightly. You have purified the nonlinear technique? In the timeline of reality? Sanhao Ban bellowed with fury. The black flame divine spear was hurled through the void. You may only observe the past, while we embody the future itself. Su Shi hastily initiated high-dimensional temporal observation. He perceived the attacks, and thus fanned them aside. Your strikes have long since been completed in my regard. But then, a chilling rebuke echoed from behind you. Hao Ban had arrived. Both palms descended simultaneously. The combined technique of the 3 clans was activated. The heavenly punishment reversed 6 paths burning world judgment array. In that instant, the entire sky shattered. The fusion of triple 6 paths chakra with the will of the 10 tails. Alongside the calculations of cosmic gravity and the core of the pocket ninja world, transformed into a cataclysmic torrent that reversed the cosmos. It transcended observation. It surpassed models. It even transcended existence itself. Su Shi's pupils constricted violently, blood oozing from his lips. His folding fan slipped from his grasp, the trajectory of light warped. The void crystal at his chest finally displayed cracks. The uncontrollable variables revealed that you were the will inscribed from beyond the system. He murmured, a hint of fear creeping into his tone for the first time. He slowly raised his hand, gazing at the heavens. Then I shall invoke the highest authority of Otsutsuki. The terminal value equals. The sky fractured completely. In that moment, the war of the ninja world officially stepped into the realm of the divine. Chapter 107. Who fears whom? Deep within the heavens, a circular ring slowly unfurled. It belonged neither to time nor to space. It was directly connected to the conceptual dimension gate through the crystal on Su Shi's forehead. The terminal value equals. A stream of information materialized in the sky as if divinely inspired. The domain has been established. All combat units are about to be reduced to the state of civilization's degradation, with the judgment logic. Organic data is unsustainable and should be eliminated. The earth cracked inch by inch, the cosmic background resonating like reversing gears. Countless fragments of ninjutsu in the sky were forcibly rolled back. Fire, lightning, water, wind, and earth all became ineffective. Even time itself seemed to be stripped away by an unseen eye, leaving only the shell of existence standing forlorn on the battlefield. Su Shi whispered, import all variables into the ultimate entropy increase hub. You shall no longer be observed. You will be defined as failures. San Hao Ban roared. Is this to erase the possibility of our existence? Even the battle records are not permitted to remain. Yi Hao Ban spoke solemnly. This is not a technique. It seems to be some form of domain expansion. Anything deemed logical noise by his observer's perspective will be erased. In other words, Hao Ban smirked coldly. We must become something he cannot comprehend. Boom. The three clans formed seals like the wind, their chakras intertwining, unleashing an asymmetrical chakra wave. Three distinctly different powers of the six paths, intertwined like chaotic circuits. It was a secret technique of fusion between yin and yang harmony. The aberration of the 10 tails and the logic of the pocket universe's folding, the reverse fate disorder interference field. In an instant, Su Shi's pupils shook violently. Within his computational model, the data streams of the three clans suddenly began to exhibit wave-particle duality. Their actions appeared simultaneously across multiple potential battle trajectories. Is it left? Is it right? Is it a preemptive strike? Is it a counterattack? All became unpredictable. Indeed, Otsutsuki Su Shi possessed domain expansion, but Uchiha Ye had it as well. Who fears whom? Quantum chaotic state. How did you achieve this? Before Su Shi could finish, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. Yi Hao Ban's cold words were like a blade. We are not weapons within logic. We are the extension of the will of night. The three moved simultaneously. San Hao Ban charged forth, wielding the 10 tails Taiji Yin-Yang spear, its tip as a black hole that pierced through all dimensional fragments. Hao Ban unleashed a powerful punch, flipping the pocket ninja world outward, as if the entire realm would envelop Su Shi in a false history. Yi Hao Ban swung his hand to sever the origin of the technique. 8 reincarnation tombs slicing through the observation chain surrounding Su Shi. Boom. The combined secret technique of the three clans, the denial slash of law termination, severing the observation line of Otsutsuki Su Shi, entropy growth axis, and existence zeroing judgment. In that moment, Su Shi's high-dimensional projection twisted abruptly. He coughed up blood, the folding fan shattered, and the void crystal on his forehead emitted a piercing wail. As if existence itself had been interrupted. In the collapse of the terminal value, how could your actions escape all models? He lowered his head, gazing at his fractured body, akin to an observing instrument confronted with an incomprehensible chaotic universe, finally experiencing data overload. Su Shi raised his head, his expression now marked by irrational fissures. So it is. You have never been in a state of observation. All three variables are writers. That fellow, Uchiha Ye, from where did you bring this out-of-format data? Su Shi's form began to collapse, transforming into countless mirror-like fragments, returning to the realm of the imaginary. The battlefield fell silent. The rifts in the sky remained. Yet the terminal value had ceased to function. The three Uchiha stood before the collapsing observation courtyard, battered and bruised, yet unyielding. Yi Hao Ban retracted his blade, stating calmly, he is not dead yet. Hao Ban frowned. That fellow's true body may not even reside in this dimension. San Hao Ban revealed a battle-hungry smile. It matters not. Look at him. He has been driven to the brink. With a few more strikes, he too will fail to observe. Within the mirror fragments, Sushire's residual form had yet to completely vanish. He resembled a fractured deity, half submerged in the rift of the imaginary realm, his surface marred by data fractures, as if he would completely collapse in the next moment. His voice still echoed with quantum resonance and layered reverberation. I should not have failed. You are merely derived functions and should not possess the authority to terminate the observer. He slowly lifted his gaze towards the three clans, remnants of shattered computational streams lingering in his eyes, were it not for the anomalous existence concealed behind you. That being known as Ye, the inverter. At that moment, space suddenly froze, not influenced by techniques, but by a causal pause. The entire ninja world appeared as a single frame, halted by an invisible finger pressing the pause button. In the next instant, that hand appeared before Sushire. No, it was that person, Uchiha Ye. He strode through the space, passing by the three clans, yet his gaze remained fixed on Otsutsuki Sushire. He required no words. His mere existence equated to denial. Sushire's pupils trembled violently, as if some ancient, long-sealed nightmare from the observational dead zone had resurfaced. You are not a construct of this universe. You are not even a variable. You are an upper-level intruder from beyond format. Ye slowly raised his hand, a single finger descending. No ninjutsu, no techniques, and even the fluctuation of chakra was absent. Sushire's body began to collapse, not destroyed, but erased from the index of existence, as if he had never appeared in this universe. You define the ninja world through observation, but I am not to be observed by you. Ye spoke softly, as if delivering a decree of fate. You are merely a fragment of divinity erroneously loaded. Now be reclaimed. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, the void reversed, and a colossal 10 tails roared forth from the rift of the pocket universe. Sushire bellowed in rage. In his struggle attempting to self-destruct the observational core, aiming to disperse his quantum essence into the multidimensional universe to escape. But Ye merely took a step forward. The giant 10 tails deep within the pocket ninja world directly seized Sushire's residual form. The silvery figure, fractal eyes, and powers of the void were all dragged into the abyss, as if forgotten by the world. No blood, no cries, only the final echo at the end of civilization. Returning to zero. Boom. The Jubi transformed into a shadow and sank into the crevice, the pocket universe gradually closing as if it had never been opened. He stood before the collapsing courtyard of imaginary numbers, slowly closing his eyes. He did not look back. He merely whispered, his voice akin to the music of the starry sea, drifting towards the heavens. The ninja world need not be observed, for I am the ultimate annotation. Chapter 108. Time and space transcendence. The void was still. In that moment, even the causal flow of time seemed to have been extracted from the foundations of the multiverse. The universe appeared to hold its breath, as the Otsutsuki Kagaya's fractal reincarnation eye, spanning the heavens, had yet to complete a full calculation before it quietly collapsed between the fingertips of Uchiha Ye. Without techniques, without fluctuations, without seals, without the ability to seal, he merely raised his hand, extended it, and with a gentle sweep, effortlessly erased that deity, which existed in a dimension of divinity, governing all causal logic, from reality. Not through death, but by thoroughly emptying its existence from the root directory. In that instant, all logic, trajectories, and cognitive circuits were severed. Whether it was the consciousness of perceptive ninjas or higher dimensional beings, none could recall the image of Otsutsuki Kagaya within the universe, as if she had never been born. Had that being truly been erased? The third Uchiha Madara suddenly trembled, his pupils constricting, murmuring to himself. He stared intently at the void that had been casually wiped away, his brow slightly furrowing, his voice lowered with an undeniable weight. What level of power is this? He remembered that it took the combined efforts of 3 to barely repel that Otsutsuki deity, and yet now, Ye, with a single strike, had obliterated not only the nearly flawless Kagaya suspended in the dimension of divinity, but also the traces of its existence. This was not combat, it was overwhelming. It was a power that silently dissolved any possibility of resistance. A flicker of seriousness passed through Madara's eyes. This power had transcended the realm of ninjas. The first Madara slowly turned his gaze towards the empty, silent sky, his tone imbued with an ancient and rare reverence. What is there to be surprised about? That is him. If even such an opponent cannot be dismissed lightly by the three of us, how dare we claim to be the prologue? His tone was devoid of flattery, only a sincere sense of belonging, a submission to the one true truth. The second Madara closed his eyes, his voice deep as a monument. The essence of the ultimate annotator is not destruction. It is convergence. To gather all possibilities into his singular solution. That strike was not a technique. It was a judgment of dimensions. It proclaimed that he himself is the truth. Observing the self-evident demeanor of the first and second Madara, the third Madara fell silent. He finally understood that this was not a victory of technique. This was a dimensional crushing. A removal of the variable of the enemy from the very foundational structure. It was not about winning or losing. It was a negation of authority levels. So this was the true Uchiha Ye. He murmured softly, his voice so faint it seemed it could be consumed by space itself. He realized that he and the other Madaras were mere sparks. They were the light illuminating all things, shedding truth in the solitary night. In this divine silence, deep within Uchiha Ye's consciousness, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the main task, unification of the ninja world. The current time and space have been fully integrated and taken over by the system. The original ninja world and the pocket ninja world have achieved isomorphic assimilation. World laws reconstruction completed. Host authority upgraded to Supreme Level World Master. The ninja world has now become the host's exclusive domain, with its time flow, spatial structure, and life-death cycles defined by the host's will. The host has obtained the ultimate ability, absolute control. That familiar notification tone resonated like the heartbeat of the universe. Yet it also murmured like a profound silence. The system's voice remained devoid of any life essence. Uchiha Ye slowly opened his eyes. In those eyes, there was no light. It was the last glimmer of brilliance after countless stars had extinguished, tranquil, divine, cold, and solitary. World Master? He smiled gently, like a deity's whisper. This title was still too small. His tone bore no hint of boastfulness, nor even disdain. It was a truthful statement, akin to a deity gazing upon an ant colony, without hatred or delight. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving absolute fusion of the three great ninja worlds. Reward unlocked. Authority level ability time and space transcendence. The final 4 words of the system's prompt slowly emerged, like an oracle descending into the desolate multiversal causality. Time and space transcendence. Uchiha Ye's movements finally ceased, a barely perceptible unusual expression crossing his face. This was the first additional reward given by the system since he unified the 3 ninja worlds. Unlike previous authority upgrades, this ability symbolized an entirely new path, no longer confined by the shackles of a single world, but capable of traversing countless dimensions, directly confronting the yet-to-be-formed infinite heavens. In this moment, Uchiha Ye's heart trembled slightly. This was not merely an elevation of power, it marked the true beginning of his mastery over the multiverse. Even the system acknowledged that I am now qualified to walk beyond it. He chuckled softly, an icy calmness concealed within, as he gazed down at his palm. The 6 paths plow, once radiant in the ninja world and crafted by the Otsutsuki deity, materialized in his hand. It had once been the sole pass for traversing the ninja world, the interdimensional key acknowledged by the dimensions of the ninja world. But now, with a gentle grip, the divine artifact in his hand turned to dust. A key? He scoffed. From now on, I no longer need a key. Transcendence is not escape. It is reckoning. It is hunting. It is also revenge. His gaze pierced through the ripples, looking towards the unfolding cosmic fractures. Those worlds he once regarded as mere spectators now lay fully exposed beneath his feet. The ninja world no longer warranted further trials from me. And that Otsutsuki deity who even feared Kaguya would not exist beneath this heaven. Hence, the need for time and space transcendence does not stem from the system's foresight of the future, but because I have already arrived at this juncture. From now on, I will personally find him, discover the means to kill him, and then I shall completely inscribe his end. He stepped forth once more. The ripples responded with a shattering sound, like silk tearing, like dimensions self-slicing. His figure was engulfed within, unable to return even light. Space was no longer a barrier. Time was no longer a chain. The path he treaded upon was a blank page where causality had yet to be established, where deities had yet to arrive. It was an area yet to be marked by the universe. The 3 Uchiha Madaras stood still, all gazing upwards, yet they could no longer discern his direction. For the place he departed was not the future. It was not the past. It was not a dream, nor was it reality. It was the unconstructed edge of creation. There, no gods resided. He would be the first. Chapter 109. The War on the Top. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle, the war on the top at Marineford occurred. This was a clash between two colossal powers. The Navy under the world government mobilized 70% of its combat strength, with 3 admirals and all the warlords of the sea participating. On the other side was the Whitebeard pirates, led by the 4 emperors, with Whitebeard at the helm, supported by 43 allied ships, united in battle. The objective was singular: fire fist ace. Boom, boom, boom. The tolling of the Navy's bell resonated throughout the square, heavy as the whisper of death itself. In the center stood the execution platform, where Fire Fist Ace was heavily shackled, his head bowed, his face marred with blood. The sunlight cast upon him was no longer warm, but scorching like a blade. Whitebeard's son must die. Sengoku's voice overshadowed all, akin to a divine decree that sent chills down the spines of many. To pave the way for a new era, the symbols of the old era must be eradicated. As his voice fell, a violent tremor surged from the far end of the square. They have arrived. On the surface of the sea, massive ships surged forth, cleaving through the waves. At the forefront, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, loomed like a great whale, dominating the waters ahead. Gurara, the young Navy soldiers. A colossal figure stood at the bow of the ship, wielding a massive naginata named Uchiha. His back as sturdy as a mountain, and the cross-shaped scars on his chest appeared fierce and menacing under the sun. I have come to reclaim my son. With Whitebeard's roar, he swung his blade downward. Ka! The air shattered, a thunderous resonance echoed, and the entirety of Marine headquarters trembled under an invisible shockwave, as if a celestial being had struck the earth with a mighty fist. An earthquake? No, it is Whitebeard's power. The Marines' faces turned pale as the very fabric of Marineford tore like paper. Colossal waves crashed, and the heavens and earth quaked. Engage head-on. Sengoku's countenance darkened as he issued a sudden command. Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji mobilize. Boom. Akainu stepped forward, his right arm erupting with lava, searing hot, like a volcanic eruption. Whitebeard. You old fools, it is time for your curtain call. Hellhound. He unleashed a punch, molten rock splattering, as lava coalesced into a ferocious giant dog, roaring with fury. Olala. Whitebeard did not evade. The tremor fruit empowered his great blade, delivering a horizontal slash. Ka! The collision of lava and shockwaves erupted into an explosion that blotted out the sun. Meanwhile, Akiji extended his hands, freezing the world. The Ice Age. Crack, crack, crack. The entire sea surface froze instantly. Dozens of warships rendered immobile. Pirates found themselves encased in ice. The ground transformed into a frozen expanse. Oh! Akiji morphed into an ice bird, surveying the battlefield from above. Kizaru transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing in an instant. Whoosh! The Hakushaku Kogu. Hundreds of light bullets rained down from the sky like a meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shattered. Pirates fell in droves. 3rd Division Commander, Jozu. Protect the front line. A figure leaped into the fray, his body shimmering like diamond. Diamond joust. Bang. He braved several laser blasts, golden light exploding around him. Jozu landed heavily, but gritted his teeth to rise. On the other side, a blade of energy swept across the heavens. The Black Blade Yuru. Dracul Mihawk unsheathed it, cleaving an iceberg and targeting Whitebeard. That sword energy swept like a crescent moon, unmatched in sharpness. Block him. 13th Division, engage. Among the pirate crew, a giant bellowed as he leaped up, wielding twin blades, clashing with the sword energy. Bang! The howling winds erupted, snow and fog swirling. Ah, the curtain rises. The end of an era. In the high skies, Don Quixote Doflamingo treaded upon strings, leisurely overlooking the battlefield, his eyes crimson, manipulating dozens of Marines like puppets. Kill. Eliminate them all. Ha ha. Do not think to rampage. Marco unfurled the wings of the phoenix, transforming into a blazing blue flame rushing forth. Bang! The two clashed midair, flames and strings intertwining. On the ground, the battle grew even more savage. Flash! Charge! Protect Ace! Vista and the various commanders under Whitebeard charged into battle, clashing with the elite Marines, sparks flying. Do not let them near the execution platform. Maintain formation. Keep the encirclement. The Navy's various vice admirals engaged one after another, the giant forces roaring into battle, wielding massive axes to cleave the surroundings. Huh, little oars. Do not charge too fast. No matter. I must save Ace. A giant charged into the Navy's lines, unleashing a torrent of flesh and blood, yet he too was met with artillery fire and the relentless assault of the three admirals. Ultimately crashing down. Oars. You fool. Wait, he is still moving. The battle raged on, casualties mounting. At this moment, an unusual sound echoed from the heavens. Look to the sky. An aerial battleship broke through the clouds. It is Straw Hat Luffy. Is that the Straw Hat Kid? How did he get here too? Boom. Luffy leaped from the battleship, crashing down upon the square like a meteor. Ace, I have come to rescue you. Straw Hat Kid, do not come any closer. Kizaru transformed into golden light, delivering a kick. Hashigatsu mirror. In this critical moment, do not block the way. Jinbe stood before Luffy, enduring the blow, blood splattering. Do not stop, Luffy. Jinbe. In a roar, Luffy charged once more. Rubber Gatling. A flurry of punches sent several Marines flying. Ace on the execution platform trembled in his gaze. Luffy, you foolish little brother. Sengoku's expression turned cold. An explosion of golden light erupted. Buddha's light impact. Boom. He transformed into a massive golden Buddha, striking down with a palm. Rubber giant balloon. Luffy was sent flying, gravely injured, yet he rose again. I will not abandon Ace. I must save him. However, time was drawing to a close. Fire ultimately cannot withstand magma. Akainu stepped forward, his fist searing hot as the underworld. Hellhound. The lava suddenly pierced through Ace's chest. Ace. Luffy stood frozen, heartbroken as he lunged towards his brother. Ace slowly raised his hand, touched his brother's head, and smiled faintly. Thank you. I lived a fulfilling life. As his words fell, the flame of life extinguished. At that moment, the world stood still. Whitebeard howled to the heavens. My son. Boom. He unleashed his tremor power, fissures in the earth spreading deep into the square. The entire island is about to collapse. Whitebeard intends to destroy this place. Just as the crowd panicked in alarm, the sky split open. A blood-red rift, like a tear in the heavens, slowly widened. The battlefield fell silent. From that abyss emerged a figure, black-haired, clad in white robes, 6 paths swirling around him, an aura pressing down like a chasm. He is Uchiha Ye, a character destined to overturn the world, descending upon the pirate battlefield. Chapter 110. This world does not need noisy dogs. The blood-red sky continued to ripple, as if space were being torn apart by invisible hands, deep and haunting. The figure in the black robe stepped forth. 6 paths floating behind him, eyes like an abyss, seemingly capable of devouring all will. He stood suspended in midair, as if hovering above the heavens, surveying the battlefield. His gaze sweeping across the execution platform, Whitebeard, the 3 admirals, and all present, as if observing ants in conflict, or judging this land. Who is he? He is not one of us, is he? Where did this guy come from? Is he a reinforcement from the Revolutionary Army? No, that cannot be. The Navy side stirred in panic, the commanders drawing their swords in alarm. Kizaru narrowed his eyes, radiant golden light slowly appearing at his fingertips. Oh. His speed is so fast I could not even see how he appeared. Akiji's expression grew grave. It is not the aura of a devil fruit, but rather an entirely different kind of power. Akainu snorted coldly, lava splattering from his shoulder. Humph, whoever he is, daring to disrupt the execution of justice will be met with the death penalty. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates fell into a brief silence and shock. Did you call him here? Old man. Marco whispered with a frown. A rare seriousness emerged in Whitebeard's eyes. No, he is not one of ours. His attire does not resemble that of the Navy, nor does it belong to any pirate crew. Then whose side is he on? The residual heat of Ace's death had yet to dissipate below the execution platform. Luffy's eyes were filled with confusion and vigilance. Hey, who are you? His fists clenched tightly, ready to fight despite his injuries. And that figure finally came to a halt. Uchiha Ye. His eyes half closed. A mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The earth remained still, yet trembled under his aura. The air was scorching, yet turned cold upon his arrival. Then, he spoke, his voice calm to the point of being chilling. Yet it thundered into the hearts of every individual present. What are you fighting for? Ridiculous. As his words fell, the battlefield erupted. What did you say? Luffy roared, stepping forward but was halted by Jinbe. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, a fierce killing intent rising like a tsunami. You little brat, are you seeking death? The 3 admirals advanced steadily, their murderous aura locked in. Yet, Uchiha Ye remained unperturbed, his finger gently beckoning, causing the void to tremble, a transparent ripple emanating outward, forcing the three admirals to retreat slightly. With just a raise of his hand, he instilled an illusion in the three admirals, as if they were facing an existence beyond comprehension. Whose side are you on? Sengoku stepped forward, the light of Buddha appearing. Are you a pirate? Or a navy officer? The entire arena held its breath. Uchiha Ye slowly raised his head, his voice not loud. Yet it resonated throughout Marineford. I do not belong to any faction. I am neither a navy officer nor a pirate. I disdain wasting my time on the squabbles of you weaklings. With his hands clasped behind him, his gaze sharp as a blade. I have come here to bring this world. He suddenly stepped forward, the void shaking violently, the sky once again fracturing. A brilliant golden light erupting from him, as if pulling the dawn's light forcibly into the mortal realm. In the next moment, Uchiha Ye's voice resounded like a divine proclamation, reverberating across the land. Glory and unity. Boom. At that moment, it felt as if a deity had descended. The wind ceased. The sea calmed. Whether navy or pirate, whether Sengoku or Whitebeard, everyone present stood frozen like statues, feeling their hearts gripped by an invisible hand. A suffocating pressure rising within them. They finally realized that this was not an existence that could be categorized by any side. This was a deity intent on crushing all factions and reshaping a new order. The arrival of the divine, rewriting the battlefield. The battlefield was silent as death. The black-haired youth, descending from the heavens, his garments swaying without wind, divine radiance flickering in his eyes, appeared like a celestial being, gazing down upon the ravaged earth. Which side are you on? Whitebeard leaned on his weapon, his voice deep, eyes vigilant. This fellow cannot be a new weapon summoned by the Navy, can he? Don Quixote Doflamingo's lips twitched, a chilling smile gracing his face. How is that possible? The Navy has no such monsters, Marco spoke in a low voice, yet swallowed his desire to continue. However, while everyone was still speculating about the identity of the newcomer, an angry figure stepped forth, ablaze with fury. How dare a mere unknown dare to flaunt their strength at the Navy headquarters? Akainu Sakazuki's face turned ashen, magma roaring through his body. A blend of brutality and extreme justice forming an overwhelming killing intent. This is not a place for you, a heretic attempting to disrupt the world's balance, to play tricks. He raised his hand, a blazing magma fist suddenly launching forth, as if the heavens were set ablaze. Great eruption fist of magma. In that instant, the rolling magma surged like a colossal beast clawing its way out of hell, charging directly at Uchiha Ye's face, the scalding tides sweeping 10 miles. Countless Navy soldiers retreating in terror. Uchiha Ye slowly raised his gaze, merely coldly uttering 2 words, noisy. In the next moment, his right hand lifted slightly. No seals were formed, nor was there any chakra fluctuation. Simply, with a delicate point of his finger, it was as if time had frozen. Everyone present witnessed the roaring magma fist, charging forward, suddenly freeze before it reached his fingertip. Not blocked, but rendered non-existent. From the fingertip, the existence of the searing magma was gradually erased, as if a canvas were gently wiped clean, along with Akainu's entire arm, torso, and head, all vanishing into the air. Silent, painless, not even the explosion of flames. Only an empty, residue-free vacuum stood quietly. Sakazuki? He didn't even have time to scream. That fellow. He merely moved a finger. The crowd's faces turned pale, a chilling sensation surging from the depths of their souls. Akainu, one of the Navy's supreme combat powers, the embodiment of justice, was erased with a mere finger without even a chance to react. Uchiha Ye's voice resonated slowly, penetrating the battlefield. This world does not require barking dogs. The wind stirred. His long hair danced in the air, the 9 stars in his eyes quietly rotating, seemingly reflecting the destinies of all beings in the world. At that moment, the entire arena fell into silence. Even Whitebeard gripped the hilt of his weapon, veins throbbing at his temples. He finally realized that this man was not a faction, not a weapon, not an enemy. He was a deity. Chapter 111. Bring a shock from the shinobi world to this world. The wind grew colder. Akainu was dead. There was no scent of blood in the air, no corpses. Not even charred remnants. Sakazuki had been erased from this world, as if he had never existed. How? Is this possible? Sengoku's pupils constricted, the veins on his forehead seeming ready to burst. The rationality he had always controlled began to fracture. Even he had not seen how Akainu had fallen. It was not a defeat, but a literal stripping of existence from the battlefield. That finger was neither a devil fruit, nor hockey, nor even the rules of this world. Kizaru's gaze sharpened unprecedentedly. The casual demeanor vanished as he fixated intently on Uchiha Ye. Akiji gritted his teeth, his complexion pale. It is a suppression at the conceptual level, akin to death, yet not merely death. He does not fight in the manner we comprehend. The Whitebeard pirates also fell into an unprecedented silence. Not far away, Jinbei's forehead dripped with cold sweat, murmuring, "This does not resemble a contest of power, but more like a judgment. As long as he does not acknowledge it, he can negate all existence." "Who exactly are you?" Sengoku's voice rumbled like thunder before a storm, laden with suppressed anger and incomprehensible fear. "You are neither a pirate nor a revolutionary. You are the devil that obliterated Akainu." Uchiha Ye slowly raised his gaze, his eyes sweeping over those below the execution platform. Landing on Sengoku, his depths revealing no ripples. "You villains are truly amusing, always fond of asking such questions. I have said before, I do not belong to this land of yours." His tone was as calm as annotations on a judgment document, yet it pressed the surrounding air into a gradual stillness. "I am Uchiha Ye, the ultimate product of the shinobi world, the harbinger of war's end. I did not come for your disputes. Yet I have witnessed the desecration of order on this continent." He slowly stepped forward, his Sharingan rotating slowly, red and black intertwining, like a burning wheel of judgment. "Therefore, I have decided, in this land, to reshape the rules of the shinobi world. Starting from Marineford." Boom! The air shattered, the sky rumbled. As if the entire atmosphere responded to this proclamation. "You killed Sakazuki." Sengoku roared, his cloak billowing, the golden light of Buddha flickering in and out. "Do you wish to oppose the entire world government?" "Oppose?" Uchiha Ye scoffed lightly, a hint of mockery appearing at the corner of his eye. "Do you think I am here to oppose? No, I am here to cleanse. To cleanse you twisted justice zombies and the decaying world you cling to." He surveyed the surroundings, as if looking at a group of foolish actors. "Do you not see? This world has long since perished. Therefore, I have come to make it feel pain, to let it know what it means to experience the shock from the shinobi world." Upon finishing his words, he slowly raised his finger, gently flicking it at the ground beneath him. Bang! An invisible wave spread out, the earth abruptly cracking. The ground collapsed as if made of paper, the entire area around the execution platform shaking violently, the high walls of the Navy headquarters fracturing inch by inch, as if the whole Marineford was engulfed in a high-dimensional impact. "Bastard!" A sudden roar thundered. A shadow suddenly surged into the sky, donning a cloak of righteousness, its fist descending like a cataclysmic tide. "Dare you raise your hand against this sea? Uchiha Ye, do you think I shall stand idly by?" It is Carp. Iron Fist Carp, a hero of global renown, shattering the boundaries of the battlefield, emerging like a blazing sun. Though his body is no longer youthful, it now emanates a power that shakes the heavens and the earth. His fist, enveloped in the fierce aura of Haki, burns with a deep black flame, fueled by rage, conviction, and memory, aimed squarely at the man standing like a deity above the world. Iron Fist of Justice, descending like a meteor. In that moment, the earth trembled, and the very fabric of space reverberated. "Here it comes." Uchiha Ye smiled faintly, his eyes betraying no emotion, as he slowly raised his right arm. He bore no armor, no Susanoo, nor any trace of chakra's flow. Instead, he simply extended a hand with gentle grace. A clap. At the moment their fists met, there was no explosion, no cataclysmic upheaval, only an eerie, heart-stopping silence, as if all sounds were pressed into another dimension by that hand. Carp's fist was halted just before it struck, restrained utterly, not advancing a single millimeter. The power that could have shattered the Navy headquarters now collided with an eternal barrier, coming to a complete standstill. What? Carp's pupils shook violently. Every muscle in his body felt as if it had snapped. He sensed his full strength being effortlessly erased by a mere hand. Uchiha Ye gazed at him calmly, as if observing an old ape attempting to kick open the temple doors. "You compel me to raise a hand. You, on this sea, are indeed remarkable." With a slight motion of his arm, Carp was sent flying like a paper doll, crashing through 3 buildings and rolling hundreds of meters before finally halting. Blood dripped slowly from his fist, yet he gritted his teeth, rising to his feet with burning determination. "What do you intend to transform this world into? Do you believe you alone can conquer this vast sea?" Uchiha Ye gently closed his eyes, as if listening to the sigh of a distant civilization. Then, he opened his eyes, and his Rinnegan quietly rotated, the silver-gray irises reflecting the shattered corners of this world. Conquer? He murmured with a smile, his voice echoing as if from the depths of the abyss. No, I shall rewrite it. I will make this world mine. I will teach you to bow your heads, to obey, to learn to silence yourselves before absolute power. He took a slight step. The sky began to dim. The clouds appeared to freeze, the wind stilled. The ocean ceased its flow, not frozen, but seemingly forced to pause, as if everything had become a canvas awaiting its brushstrokes. The Navy soldiers instinctively retreated, their eyes filled with terror. Is this man invading our world? The battlefield fell into a profound silence for the first time. No one knew what this formation would bring. No one dared to make the first move. Standing in the wind, Uchiha Ye's gaze was as calm as a deep well. He seemed to be listening to the echoes of another timeline, rather than responding to the chaos of Marin Fander. The first lesson. His tone was chillingly detached. In your world, strength is the standard that determines everything. But when it no longer applies to you, how shall you exist? Chapter 112, The Giant Infant. Enough. Sengoku's roar echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout Marin Fander. Golden light erupted from within him, raising towering waves. As a colossal golden Buddha emerged from the void, palm like the heavens, eyes wide with fury, its divine might commanding the seas and changing the colors of the world. You dare to covet this world. In the name of justice, I shall suppress you, the heretic who desecrates order. The golden Buddha's palm descended, and the entire battlefield seemed to be crushed under an apocalyptic weight. Countless stones shattered into the air, the atmosphere stilled, as if the entire sea trembled in response to Sengoku's wrath. Yet Uchiha Ye merely raised his head slowly. In that moment, the world fell silent. His eyes, deep as ancient mirrors, reflected the golden Buddha, yet he seemed to view it as nothing more than a lifeless idol, devoid of divinity, respect, or even hostility. He chuckled softly. The sound was faint, yet it struck the hearts of all like a hammer. Justice? You do not even grasp the definition of justice. Sengoku paused for a moment, the pressure of the golden Buddha subtly faltering, maintaining balance in the name of slaughter, concealing the truth with the sin of silence. Uchiha Ye's gaze was tranquil. You are the dirtiest executor of order in this world. Yet you dare to don the guise of a deity and stand forth to condemn others? Sengoku, you do not believe in justice, but in control. Your so-called peace is merely the sacrifice of the many to weave a dream for the few. He traced a finger through the void as if it were paper, tearing it with a single motion. Such a Buddha, I have seen too many in the shinobi world. The outcomes are always the same. The idol collapses, the followers scatter, and justice becomes a mockery that invites laughter. Boom. As his words fell, a dark crack erupted from the heart of Sengoku's golden Buddha, as if the heart of a god was shattered by reality in that instant. Sengoku's expression changed dramatically, and he roared, pouring in more power. Yet the cracks spread like a curse, extending across the surface of the golden Buddha. Do you know what this is? Uchiha Ye advanced slowly, his gaze seemingly surveying the farce from a higher dimension. That was not my attack. It was your faith that crumbled on its own. Sengoku knelt, disbelief etched on his face, hoarsely speaking. I have never betrayed my justice. I have spent my life fighting for peace and order. Uchiha Ye stared at him, a cruel smile laced with complete judgment. Then take your never-betrayed ideals and defend yourself in hell. In the next moment, a bolt of dark lightning erupted from the heart of the golden Buddha, as if the heavens themselves were delivering a punishment of denial, completely consuming Sengoku and his golden Buddha. Boom! The entire Marin Fander fell into deathly silence. Even the wind seemed suppressed, leaving only the sound of heartbeats and trembling breaths in everyone's ears. Yet the silence did not last long. You bastard! It was a roar, the furious cry of Monkey D. Luffy. His face was filled with rage, blood at the corner of his mouth, his arm infused with tremendous strength, leaping into the sky. You killed him. You trampled everything in this world. What right do you have to speak such words? I will definitely knock you out, you bastard. In that moment, Luffy, ablaze with fury, resembled a roaring beast, channeling the wrath of freedom, dreams, and friendship into his fist. The audience was stunned. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy alike moved by his fervor. But Uchiha Ye merely turned to glance at him. That glance bore no anger, no defense, only utter disdain, as if observing a child's futile attempt to strike. What was your name again? Luffy. Uchiha Ye lowered his head slowly, gazing at the tempestuous figure, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. That giant infant who incessantly shouted about freedom. He sighed softly, his voice not loud, yet resonating like a divine decree. You love to proclaim, I am the man who will become the pirate king. But do you understand that you have never truly grasped what a king is? You reject commands, despise rules, shatter all constraints, yet you have never established even a semblance of order. Your so-called freedom has always been an excuse to evade responsibility. You are like a beast driven by instinct, struggling to survive between the primal self and impulse, yet you romanticize that raw struggle as conviction. Every cry, every charge, every roar you claim is for your comrades, for your dreams. He chuckled softly, as if unearthing a wound. No, that is your way of dealing with the complexities of the world. You fear confronting power, hence your hatred for the celestial dragons. You fear facing the system. Thus you resist all forms of government. You fear the confrontation with growth. Thus you have transformed your dreams into a sanctuary and your freedom into a shield for evasion. You are not courageous. Rather, you are an unwilling giant infant reluctant to mature. Hence, in every battle, you respond to the world with your fists, not to change it, but to affirm your own existence. He pointed a finger at Luffy's brow, as if indicating a shattered illusion. You are not a true man. You are merely a spoiled giant infant who possesses a minuscule amount of inconsequential power. This world has long ceased to indulge your naive dreams. Luffy, in a furious roar, lunged forward, his fists like dragons, the conqueror's haki stirring the heavens. Silence. I care not for your words. I shall become the pirate king. I will knock you away. With a snap, Uchiha Ye merely flicked his fingers. There was no explosion, no light. Luffy's fist halted barely an inch from his forehead, his entire being suspended in midair. A dark fissure emerged from his brow. It was not the tearing of flesh, but the erasure of the very definition of existence. His life trajectory was quietly erased from this world. Ye spoke softly. You claim to be a free man, yet you cannot even articulate who you are. You are not the pirate king. You are an expired dream. Boom. Luffy disintegrated. He transformed into silent remnants, like shattered pages of a script, dissipating into the void with the wind. The entire scene fell into a silence more terrifying than death. Impossible. Carp stood at a distance, his face a mask of shock and sorrow, fists clenched tightly, his teeth gritted. How could that brat perish? I, this old man, have yet to deliver a proper beating to him. He inhaled deeply, suppressing tears, his heart filled with ineffable pain and rage. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates all bowed their heads, their eyes filled with despair. Just as the crowd teetered on the brink of collapse, Uchiha Ye slowly turned, surveying the entire Navy headquarters, the vast ocean, and the world. His voice was slow and clear, like a Judgment Day proclamation. From this day forth, whether Navy or pirate, justice or dreams, kneel or be reckoned with. As his words fell, the sky darkened as if drenched in ink, the entirety of Marineford sinking into an endless night. The divine no longer tells tales. The divine shall rewrite the world. Chapter 113. An unprecedented collaboration. The world fell into a deathly silence. It was as if some invisible force had seized the very pulse of the battlefield. The fierce flames extinguished, the rolling waves froze. Even the dust floating in the air lost its gravity in that moment. He hovered above the heavens, clad in a jet-black robe, like a deity descending, capable of rendering the world to nothingness in an instant. That figure was not an enemy. He was the harbinger of fate. What should we do? No one responded. All sound was extinguished in that moment. All beliefs, reason, and will were crushed, transforming into an irresistible whisper that thundered in the hearts of all. Blackbeard's pupils constricted wildly, beads of sweat cascading down his face like a runaway waterfall. His previously arrogant smile vanished without a trace. What manner of monster is this? His voice was hoarse, like gravel scraping the throat. How could a Kainu, Sengoku, and that straw hat kid die so easily? Blackbeard staggered back, his feet soaked without his notice. He stared fixedly at the figure suspended in midair, black hair swirling in the tempest, his robe drenched in the colors of night. His eyes so profound that even time could not reflect upon them, a mere glance sending shivers through the soul. That was the ultimate sense of oppression. No attack was needed, no roar required. Mere existence was enough to make all life tremble instinctively. Hawkeye stood atop the crumbled ruins, the black blade Yoru hanging at his fingertips, the edge still stained with dried blood, glinting coldly. He gazed up at that figure, his eyes icy enough to freeze the horizon. That fellow, he did not sever a man, but destiny itself. His tone was like iron striking stone, particularly clear in the boundless silence. If true oblivion descends, he slowly raised the black blade, pointing it toward the heavens. Then I shall cleave it in two. Kuma stood amidst the scorched earth, his eyes lowered, his mechanical visage revealing a complexity inherent to humanity. Bonnie once said that Luffy was the flame of this era. He whispered softly, as if bidding farewell to a certain belief. Now, the flame is extinguished. What, then, is there left to protect in this sea? He gently raised his hand, the book in his palm quietly turning pages, one after another, like a lament for the deceased. Hancock staggered back, 1 step, 2 steps, finally unable to resist collapsing to the ground. Luffy, her voice choked, hands pressed tightly against her chest, tears flooding forth. I never got the chance to tell you. You cannot die. Her cries were like a heart-wrenching tide, washing away all strength and stubbornness into fragments. Aokiji stood beside Carp, half of his cloak torn, ice crystals silently spreading beneath his feet. Even the Straw Hat Kid could not withstand that man. He raised his head, his expression unusually grave. This was no longer war. It was a destruction of a higher dimension. Kizaru slowly exhaled the last smoke ring, his eyes devoid of their usual nonchalance. This pressure is worse than that of the battle at God Valley. This is neither a command nor justice. This is the rampage of fate. Is the era truly coming to an end? Shanks leaned on his sword, the wind lifting his cloak, his red hair billowing. He remained silent for a long time, the calm in his eyes finally morphing into unspoken fury. Luffy, I watched you grow up. You aimed to become the Pirate King, and I personally placed the straw hat in your hands. If you die, I shall not accept it. I will not allow the free will of this world to be casually erased by one individual. Even if the opponent is absurdly strong, as long as I am alive, I shall not bow my head. Carp trembled all over, his fists clenched, knuckles pale, teeth gritted. Luffy, I did not even get the chance to scold you one last time. Suddenly, he raised his head, roaring like thunder that shook the heavens. Listen well. Akainu, Sengoku, and my grandson Luffy have all perished at the hands of that monster. He is not an enemy. He is a calamity. The true ender of worlds. At that moment, countless gazes on the battlefield turned towards that figure. Uchiha Ye, like a deity residing in the high heavens, remained still, silent, and smiling, yet weighed heavily upon all beings. The next second, an earth-shattering laugh erupted from the ruins. Gurura. Debris flew, the space trembled. Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, appeared as if he had stepped back from the brink of death, his figure standing proudly, his eyes ablaze. I am still alive, he thundered. As long as I have not fallen, the battle shall not end. Whoever dares to harm my son's friends shall learn the true taste of death. Marco soared into the sky, flames transforming into wings, his roar shaking the heavens. Whitebeard pirates, all hands on deck. Assemble. For Ace, and for Luffy. Jinbei stepped forward, the might of the Fishman tribe surging like waves. Fishman Island vows to stand alongside justice. Aokiji cast a cold gaze at Ye's figure, his tone unprecedentedly resolute. If we do not fight with all our might now, we shall never have another chance to resist. Kizaru slowly lowered his hat's brim, for the first time devoid of any smile. This is not a mission. This is a struggle for survival. Crocodile flung a storm of yellow sand, sneering. I never thought I would stand alongside Whitebeard one day. But if this world is truly to perish at the hands of someone, then I choose to kill him first. Under the shadow of Uchiha Ye, the Navy and pirates usher in an unprecedented collaboration. At this moment, Doflamingo leaned against the shattered wall, chuckling softly like a mute lute, his gaze frenzied. Ah, the madman. Such madness is the true essence of existence in this world. Justice, order, the celestial dragons, pirates, mere masks upon the stage. He raised his head, his eyes deep with a bloodshot hue, yet radiating an unprecedented brilliance, and he does not perform. He is the playwright tearing apart the script, the audience overturning the table. He does not struggle against the threads of fate. He is here to sever them. He slowly spread his arms, the strings in his hands twisting like a spider's web. If he can indeed destroy this decaying script, then I would not mind joining forces. Only among madmen can true dialogue occur. He licked his lips, a smile sharp as a blade. How intriguing, Uchiha Yuru. Come, let me see if you possess the qualifications to be my true collaborator. Orochimaru, all he speaks are my words. Chapter 114, Cataclysm. Kill. After Yoru slayed the Wano country, Akainu, and Luffy, the battlefield fell into a brief silence. In this moment, blood and fire had yet to cool, while rage and hatred had solidified into blades. Whitebeard roared in fury. Shanks, Mihawk, Carp, Marco, Kizaru, Akiji, Jinbei, and Crocodile all took action. They hesitated no longer, doubted no more. They sought to drag that god down to hell. Shanks drew his sword, his red hair billowing, as sword energy intertwined, Conqueror's haki, shattering the void, cleaving the air and transforming the sea into a gorge. Mihawk's black blade hung high, its pressure shaking the heavens. With a single stroke, it seemed to sever time itself. Kizaru's fingers converged, cold words escaping his lips, the eight-span jewel's endless chains. Thousands of light-speed projectiles traversed time and space, constructing a cage of death from all directions. Akiji unleashed his freezing domain, turning the entire sea surface into a hexagonal ice plain, rendering all escape impossible. Whitebeard unleashed a punch that shattered the seabed, a tsunami surging forth. At this moment, fire, thunder, light, sand, ice, sound, sword, all phenomena collided. Together, they forged an ultimate killing formation. Uchiha Yoru quietly surveyed everyone, silent and motionless, yet his gaze bore the weight of thunder, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. His cloak billowed ominously, the edges seeming to twist with the laws of space. The wind stilled for him, thunder fell silent, and the world hushed. Even fate bowed its head and held its breath before him. In this moment, all strong, heroic figures, kings, appeared merely as props. And he was the protagonist tearing down the curtain. Finally, he moved. Slowly lowering his head, he gazed down upon the coalition prepared to stake everything. His lips parted, his tone calm as water, yet more piercing than any thunder. You appear quite united. His voice seemed to emerge from beyond time, penetrating the depths of every soul. But it is merely that. Instantly, the entire battlefield felt as if it had entered an icy abyss. As all attacks thundered down, Yoru raised a finger. Boom! Invisible ripples of space emanated from his being, rippling through the heavens and earth. The sword light of Shanks and Mihawk cried out in mournful fracture upon touching those ripples. Kizaru's light projectiles seemed to strike the void itself, disintegrating completely. Akiji's frozen plane shattered into droplets, and Crocodile's sandstorm crumbled inch by inch. Whitebeard's tremor-inducing punch fractured his own wrist and shattered his bones the moment he stepped forward. Yoru stood unmoving, not a breath wavering. He lifted his gaze, his eyes as cold as the void of extinction. Is this your so-called hope? You wretches. He began to walk slowly, his voice resonating in the ears of all like a great bell. Fire? Merely a trick of burning oxygen. Sword energy? Blade light. Who can it sever from fate? Light speed? A guise relied upon by cowards. Frost, tremor, tsunami, sand. Your powers are all rooted in nature. Yet I transcend nature. He crossed his arms, the cycle of reincarnation suddenly spinning, manifestation of the Buddha atop. Boom! The entire sky of Marineford shattered. A magnificent statue of Buddha arose from behind Yoru, composed entirely of chakra. The statue boasted 9,990 hands, each as monumental as mountains. But that was not the end. At that moment, all arms came together in unison. Boom! A tidal wave of sound erupted, the sea being forcefully compressed 300 meters. And just as the arms of the Buddha were clasped, the sea roiled. A Buddha of disaster formed from the waters lifted its head. It bore no visage, only the surging tides and the roaring tsunami. That water Buddha effortlessly supported Yoru's manifestation of the Buddha atop with a single hand. Like a god supporting a god. Like heaven controlling earth. As all gazed upon this spectacle, their souls trembled. The trivialities of this world appeared as a mere joke before the colossal water Buddha. Yoru finally spoke softly. His tone slow, mocking yet solemn. Your resistance bears no significance. The next words fell slowly. Judgment begins. The sky shattered, and the statue dominated the world. As the disaster Buddha manifested, obscuring the sun and casting shadows, the battlefield fell into a profound silence for the first time. It was not surprise, but fear. Shanks' sword halted in midair, a rare tremor flickering in his gaze. Mihawk gripped his black blade tightly, yet for the first time, he did not unleash that strike. Kizaru ceased to feign nonchalance, a dry sound escaping his throat, This is impossible. Is this power? Even Whitebeard's roar was abruptly silenced the moment the water Buddha lifted its hand. No one moved, for they had finally realized this man before them was not merely a strong warrior. He was a concept. He was the very essence of calamity. An indescribable oppression enveloped the battlefield, as if time itself had collapsed. Just as all fell into panic, repression, and paralysis, Doflamingo moved. He did not prepare for battle as others did, nor did he struggle, roar, or scream. He merely stood up slowly, his cloak billowing gently, his movements composed. Then, he walked directly down from the ruins. He did not run, conceal, or panic. He merely walked elegantly towards Uchiha Ye. The gaze of the water Buddha seemed to cast down upon him, like a heavenly eye surveying the scene. And Doflamingo stepped into the shadow of the Buddha's palm. He halted, bending slowly, not in submission, but of his own volition, not in fear, but in clarity. He bowed with a regal grace. His voice calm, I shall not disrupt this performance. You are the god, and I am one who understands divine signs. He raised his head slowly, his red sunglasses reflecting the Buddha's colossal palm, a mysterious smirk gracing his lips. Others still cling to illusions of justice and victory. But I have seen through to the essence. This game has never given them a chance of victory. He opened his hands, as if mocking himself. Thus, I shall not partake in the resistance. I choose to become your tool. Yoru slightly lowered his head, his gaze profound as an abyss. He regarded Doflamingo, remaining silent. The shadow of the water Buddha trembled slightly, yet did not descend. In that instant, all understood that Yoru was not being merciful. It was because Doflamingo had leapt down of his own accord. He had willingly stepped beyond the rules, and not been granted mercy. This was the most terrifying aspect. Before Yoru, the only path to survival was not escape, but submission. Doflamingo smiled softly, his voice barely above a whisper. I do not seek to preserve my life. I only wish to play a role in the god's theater. He laughed maniacally, yet with utmost calmness. For I understand, should I stand against you one more moment, not even ashes will remain. Chapter 115. Have you eaten too many red beans? Amidst the ruins of the Marine headquarters, all eyes were focused on the solitary figure of Don Quixote Doflamingo, standing beneath the shadow of the immense palm. He raised the corners of his mouth, his face devoid of any fear, as if he had foreseen this moment from the very beginning. Boya Hancock exclaimed, he has surrendered? Mihawk's gaze was sharp. The man who manipulates everything. Has he truly acknowledged another's authority? Carp clenched his teeth, snorting coldly. This does not constitute surrender. He merely recognizes reality. Clinging to the thigh of a deity, the yellow monkey squinted, his tone chilling slightly. A parasite beneath others will eventually be crushed. Yet, Doflamingo appeared unfazed, still wearing his signature maniacal grin. This is not surrender, but rather a wager. The enemies are annihilated, and you few who linger on have lost any value to be exploited. As for me, at least I can remain on the board. Following the deity is surely better than being dragged down by you, the dying. Uchiha Ye cast a sidelong glance at him, his fingers gently tracing along his side. In an instant, a crystalline shield materialized, isolating Doflamingo from destruction. Ye's tone was as indifferent as discussing the weather. Yet it sent a chill through everyone present. Those who recognize the times are true heroes. This is the protection of the deity. His gaze swept over the remaining Marine soldiers and the remnants of the Shichibukai, his eyes as cold as stagnant water. Are the remaining ones simply gluttons for punishment? Observing the dazed individuals below, Ye's gaze grew ever more frigid. If that is the case, then let this wretched place vanish. The colossal water Buddha stirred slightly. With a thunderous roar, the ground shook, the heavens seemed to bend, and the sea surged back. In an instant, the entire maritime expanse was enveloped in suffocating darkness. At that moment, on the shattered plaza of Marineford, towering waves crashed down upon this locale. Everyone was struggling. Marco exerted the last remnants of his phoenix flames, attempting to carry several severely injured pirates out of the heart of the wave, only to be overtaken midair, plunging into the watery curtain without even a moment to struggle. Jinbei's massive form stood like a living wall between several Marines and pirates, his arms outstretched to stabilize the tide, yet the flood tore through him like paper, dragging him and everyone else into the sinking vortex. Hey, kiddos, stick close to me. Shanks roared as he charged forth, his domineering presence radiating power, as he cleaved a gap in the oncoming tide with his broken sword. However, that fissure existed for but a fleeting moment, like a mirage on the water's surface. swallowed by a second, even more terrifying wave. Whether pirate, Shichibukai, admiral, or civilian, none could escape the calamity wrought by divine dominion. Struggling was futile. All that remained was descent. Even Whitebeard, despite his might, could not withstand this calamity. He stood at the shattered end of the dock, his blood mingling with water. His features obscured. The power of his tremor trembled anew, so violent it threatened to tear apart his very bones. Yet in that moment of thunderous clapping, he understood. This was not a power that could be shattered. This was the denial of the divine. High above, Uchiha Ye stood with hands clasped behind him. His figure as upright as a sword, his expression cold and tranquil. Beneath him, the ocean of death roiled endlessly. His gaze lowered, capturing the still-standing Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked up to meet Uchiha Ye's gaze, his body bowed and heavy, yet as resilient as rock. In an instant, he smiled, a smile tinged with blood, with the agony of shattered bones, yet also with relief. Garara, the old era ends here. Karp stood atop the shattered pillar of the main plaza. His eyes locked onto the unmoving divine figure in the distance, covered in blood, with a dislocated left arm and labored breathing. Even the slightest movement proved to be an immense challenge. He murmured to himself, "This punch of mine has indeed grown old." He whispered, slowly raising his fist, gathering the strongest haki of his life. But that was all. The tidal waves surged forth, swallowing his entire being in an instant. That iron fist, which had once faced the pirate king fearlessly, was ultimately drowned by the divine deluge, leaving not even a sound in its wake. The yellow monkey and the blue pheasant had already soared into the sky. "This is too outrageous." Yai. The yellow monkey's previously languid tone now trembled noticeably, transforming into light speed as he attempted to extract the injured from the battlefield, crossing dozens of meters nearly every second. His light-speed figure traversed the distance in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the blue pheasant unleashed a massive ice mountain barrier, attempting to seal off the invading tide. The Ice Age. The power of ice spread wildly, freezing even the sea for hundreds of meters. Yet the next moment, boom, the water Buddha's palm descended slowly. The barrier crumbling like paper, the ice field collapsing, and the trajectory of light speed snapping. "Kafug!" The yellow monkey cried out in pain. His body slammed down by the high-pressure water curtain, half of him utterly disintegrated by the tremendous force. The blue pheasant was caught in the heart of the torrent, his consciousness sinking into the frigid depths, never to surface again. The Shichibukai were not spared either. Mihawk stood atop the fractured platform, gripping his broken sword tightly, the blade vibrating as it resonated with the heavens. He spoke not a word, his expression as stern as ever, facing the divine hand capable of crushing the earth. He slowly raised his sword, unleashing a momentous strike. Like a shooting star, the sword's aura cleaved through the sky, erupting in fierce flames, shredding all visible before it. Boom. However, before that endless cascade of water and the divine palm, even the strongest black blade, reduced to fragments, was but a flicker, instantly devoured. Mihawk's figure was engulfed by the waves a second before he relinquished his sword, whispering within his heart, "So this is absolute power." Shanks realized there would be no chance to compete further. Boya Hancock's gaze was icy, desperately attempting to escape the domain of the tsunami, yet to no avail. This man's power was indeed loftier than that of the celestial dragons. She cast one last glance at Ye's form, her expression cold yet resentful. Before being submerged beneath the watery curtain, Crocodile urgently unleashed a sandstorm, attempting to evaporate the tide before him, only to see the entire expanse of sand dissolve into sludge under the monstrous waves. Boom. He sank into the depths alongside the sand. Jinbei stood resolutely before Luffy. Even knowing the latter was dead, still using fishman karate to erect a water shield. I oaced this. Yet the tide could not be reversed. The water wall shattered in an instant, bones crumbled, and the fishman was crushed under the immense pressure. Moria attempted to summon his shadow army to resist, while Kuma raised his hand to teleport others from the battlefield. But the space had already been sealed. The target could not be shifted. Kuma's electronic voice was interrupted in the next instant. His steel body fractured within the surging waves, scattering to the ocean floor. Shadows could not struggle in the lightless sea, dissolving into black smoke. Among the Shichibukai, only Doflamingo remained, fortunate to survive outside the destruction. He stood within the protective barrier, his expression grave. Is this the meaning of dominion? Hee. Marineford vanished entirely from this ocean. All life, regardless of virtue or vice, strength or weakness, was obliterated. Uchiha Ye stood silently atop the colossal water Buddha, like a celestial sovereign, voiceless and still. The sea breeze was hushed. This was the silence following the judgment of the divine. Amidst the stillness, the world began to reshape itself. Chapter 116. What is judgment? On the battlefield, the heavens and earth lay desolate, as if dead. Hundreds of millions of tons of seawater slowly fell from the heavens, once obscuring the sky and spanning the earth. The water Buddha statue crumbled into nothingness with a mere wave of Uchiha Ye's hand, as if it had never existed. The seawater returned to the ocean, leaving not a single ripple. At this moment, the sea no longer roared, the storm ceased its whisper, and all returned to silence. The sky unfurled like a curtain, revealing a desolate gray light, one that even sunlight could not penetrate. The air was thick with the scent of salt and death. Whitebeard, the admirals, the pirates, the fleets, all that once constituted order in Marineford had been erased like deleted data, leaving not a trace behind. It was as if a deity, prior to descending, had wiped away a corner of the old world, merely to clear the canvas. Doflamingur stood silently atop the ruins, his golden spectacles reflecting a cold light as he gazed in silence towards the dissipating form of the water deity. A faint, elusive smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes were shrouded in an abyss of stillness. He had finally come to a realization. This was not a being of strength. This was a calamity, an existence that transcended the realm of humanity, capable of devouring the very fabric of order itself. Such power disregarded rules, equality, and even purpose. Its mere existence was sufficient to reconstruct the world. Though his heart trembled with awe, he felt no fear. Quite the opposite, he smiled, a mad, suppressed, almost reverent smile, akin to a devotee encountering a true deity. He took a deliberate step forward, treading upon the interplay of seawater and debris, his boots stained with the remnants of battle, as if stepping into a myth soon to be reborn. Lowering his gaze, his eyes dark and his tone tinged with mockery, he conveyed a rare, almost pious seriousness. My lord, your ambition is to unify this world, is it not? Uchiha Ye offered no response, merely observing the man before him, who spoke with madness in his voice. Minga's expression hardened, yet he did not flinch. He was neither probing nor seeking favor. He was placing a bet, a wager of his lifelong beliefs and twisted ideals, questioning whether he had finally encountered the one capable of shattering the entire order. Well, he grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly fangs, his voice low, yet each word felt like a curse etched onto prison walls. This world is far from clean enough. Slowly, he raised his head, his gaze piercing through the ruins, seemingly locking onto the distant Red Earth continent. Upon the throne of the Red Earth continent sat a group of celestial dragons, these worthless beings, who, with the support of Emu and the Five Elders, prided themselves on their noble system, viewing all species other than themselves as mere slaves. The celestial dragons forced the navy to don the mask of justice to eliminate heretics. They compelled the royal families of various nations, cloaked in gold and corpses, to sustain their dominion. Even those Yonko and Shichibukai who commanded the seas were but iron bars in their balancing act. At this point, he chuckled softly, his voice hoarse and low, laced with innate sarcasm. Sometimes I wonder if the term freedom was raised by the celestial dragons merely to serve as a jest. To unify the world? Huh. It indeed sounds like a splendid answer. His eyes suddenly became cold, his tone sharp as a blade. However, to unify this world, one must first overthrow them. Upon the throne the celestial dragons claim for themselves, and annihilate those who sit upon golden chairs, self-proclaimed as deities, along with the specter Emu, hiding in the shadows of the throne. When he uttered that name, his voice involuntarily lowered, as if touching upon a taboo, or piercing the heart of history's greatest lie. I am aware of matters that should remain unknown. I have encountered the blank century, the true endpoint of the Grand Line, and the essence of the D clan. He paused. I can lead you to their roots. As his words fell, the world seemed to descend into a brief silence. Even the winds upon the shattered sea appeared to freeze. Uchiha Ye finally stirred. He nodded slightly, as if in acknowledgement. Lead the way. These two words echoed like a death sentence. The winds howled violently, debris swirling around. The feathered cloak of Doflamingo billowed in the gusts, resembling a king's robe reborn from the ruins. He exhaled deeply, his eyes ablaze with excitement. His smile infused with utter madness and the fervor of returning to one's roots. This was the unfulfilled dream of his youth, the essence of his desire for a new world born from despair and bloodshed. Very well, my lord, he chuckled softly, as if welcoming the dawn after an interminable night. Next, let us ensure those self-righteous fools experience what true judgment feels like. In Mary Geos, within the high walls, dawn broke anew. The pinnacle of the red earth continent remained tranquil as ever, mist swirling around the spires of the glass towers, morning light cascading down like gold dust over corpses. Disturbingly beautiful. Yet amidst today's silence, an unnameable shadow loomed. In the highest secretive chamber of the world government, the 5 elders convened. Their faces were grave, their presence imposing as a mountain. Should anyone else have been present, they would not dare to meet their gaze. At the edge of the terrace stood an elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles, hands trembling. In his grasp was a completely unresponsive encrypted den mushi, its body cold and rigid, its antennae drooping, devoid of life. He spoke, his tone low, as if language itself had been torn asunder by the unknown. For the past hour, Marineford has completely lost contact. All naval fleets, listening towers, and intelligence nodes are down. Not even a trace of Whitebeard, Sengoku, or Akainu can be found. His words fell, plunging the chamber into a deathly silence. An elder wielding a long sword stepped forward, the blade still sheathed, yet his gaze was as sharp as ice. Sengoku would not have been obliterated without a sound. Even in defeat, there should have been a warning signal. What we face is not failure. He paused, his tone as frigid as iron. It is an erasure of the entire battlefield. Another elder, his countenance chiseled, murmured, "This is not a war. This is an erosion of reality itself." The elder with the long beard closed his eyes in contemplation, and after a long moment, he opened them slowly. His tone that of judgment. It is neither pirates nor revolutionaries. It is some unrecorded force. As these words were spoken, silence enveloped the room. Since the establishment of the 5 elders, they had never encountered such a situation of complete uncontrollability. They had grown accustomed to governing all information, war, peace, history, and even human thought. Yet this time, the situation had undeniably spiraled beyond their control. After a brief silence, the highest-ranking speaker at the center finally spoke, his tone returning to its usual cold and ironclad demeanor. Immediately initiate the Global War Readiness Protocol. Mobilize the nearby remaining naval forces, and unite with the Knights of God to fortify this location. Redeploy CP0 and expand intelligence coverage. He surveyed the room, his gaze dark as a chasm. Seal all channels of communication, control Morgans, and unify our narrative. Characterize the incident as a catastrophic surprise attack by the most wicked pirates, suppressing all public sentiment. Another voice chimed in. Internally, order the direct kingdoms to enter a state of heightened alert, vigilantly guarding against ideological fluctuations. Externally, suspend all negotiations with the revolutionaries and the Yonko. If necessary, utilize zero-level resources to restore emergency execution rights against disaster-level events. The final voice resonated ominously, like a hammer striking bone. Any force attempting to intervene amidst the chaos will be prioritized for eradication. Chapter 117. The 5 elders shall thus meet their demise. The 5 elders were meticulously organizing intelligence and deploying codes for defense. This matter required immediate reporting to Lord Emu. Boom. Before the last word could escape his lips, the earth trembled. The entire chamber quaked violently, as if the spine of the world had been pierced by some alien force deep within the earth. The bedrock of the red earth continent emitted a low groan, akin to the awakening of a colossal beast. Bang! The table shattered. Debris rained from the ceiling as an ancient bell tolled, yet no alarm followed. The air felt as if it were being tightened by a noose, reaching its limit. And in the next moment, boom! The walls exploded. A wave of destructive pressure swept in like doomsday, a tempest of flames rushing forth. The expressions of the 5 elders shifted in unison, and they rose abruptly. What is happening? Amidst the flames, a figure advanced deliberately. A cloak billowed without wind, eyes as deep as the Dead Sea, each footfall causing the earth to rumble, as if the very nerves of the world were being struck. It was Uchiha Ye, stepping into the sanctuary as if traversing the heart of a dying universe. What are you plotting? His voice was not loud, yet it pierced through the heavens like a voice of judgment, distorting space and echoing with a shattering resonance. The faces of the 5 elders changed dramatically, and the elder with long eyebrows raised his staff and shouted, Elevate the defense level to the Genesis tier. CP0, the Knights of God. Immediately activate the highest defense. Resist the invaders. Protect the core domain of Lord M. Yet, Ye, without pausing his steps, slowly turned his gaze. His pair of reincarnation eyes emanating a subtle aura of authority. In his palm, a gravity sphere, reminiscent of a collapsed core of the universe, began to rotate gently. It was a misunderstanding. This was not an invasion, but a reckoning, starting with you parasites hiding behind the carcasses of power. Boom. The palace trembled, and the divine statue suspended in midair lost its balance and fell, yet before it reached the ground, an invisible force froze it, causing it to shatter into countless particles. Like cold snow drifting down, the 5 elders each took a step forward, 5 figures positioned in the 5 directions, linking the heavens and the earth, their energies converging, transforming the entire flower into a cosmic core. The 5 pillars of the sealing technique locked the laws of the realm. The sky was adorned with a metallic lock array in the shape of a 5-pointed star, rotating like astronomical instruments. The elder with white hair, his gaze as sharp as a blade, spoke in a low voice. Invader, do you know what you are doing? This is a declaration of war against the world government. Uchiha Ye did not respond, merely raising a finger slowly. Declaration of war? He repeated softly, as if genuinely pondering the idea. In the next moment, his gaze turned cold, and he replied softly, after being a dog for the celestial dragons for so long, even your barking carries a stench of decay. Boom. The 5 locks crashed down from the palace ceiling, suddenly twisting midair, as if being forcibly dismantled by an imperceptible power at a structural level. The metallic chains that had originally sealed the space disintegrated into particles just before touching Uchiha Ye, collapsing like a failed equation, scattering into the void as ashes. The elder with long eyebrows darkened his expression and shouted in a low voice. It is not being destroyed. It is rewriting the material structure? Another middle-aged man in a suit narrowed his eyes, his tone severe. This is neither a fruit ability nor hockey, but a power system that does not even belong to this world. The elder with white beard acted decisively, commanding, activate 0 factor. All personnel, unleash the combat abilities granted by Lord M. The 5 almost simultaneously withdrew the seals within their bodies, their spines cracking, blood boiling as their hidden combat factors were forcibly activated. Unleash the divine armed core. Boom. Behind them, various colossal phantoms emerged. The metallic priest, the serpent bone dragon, the armed giant, the wheel of stars, the ancient giant spine. These were the ultimate punitive measures, divine armaments hidden by the world government in the shadows of history. They were the true core maintaining the order of the red soil continent, not justice, but deterrence. The elder with the white beard fixed his gaze on Uchiha Ye, his eyes cold as ice. Regardless of whether you are a god or a demon, anyone daring to interfere with the order of this world must be crushed. Uchiha Ye stood at the center of the shattered palace, quietly overlooking everyone, his eyes as indifferent as a dead starry sky. Order? He let out a cold laugh. So it turns out you regard decayed hierarchies and hypocritical power as order. He slowly raised his hand, his voice not loud but resonating deeply. Then, let the cleansing begin with you. The eternal cycle of rebirth. In an instant, the wind ceased, sound vanished, and light and shadow froze. The world felt as though it had been paused, unable to even attack. The elder with long eyebrows trembled violently and shouted, "He is not attacking us. He is stripping away our perception of existence from reality. This is interference from a hostile dimension." Another cried out, "He did not come to battle. He came to erase the roots of this world." The elder with white hair surged forward, his entire body enveloped in overwhelming blood energy. As the metallic phantom descended like the hands of ancient gods, crashing down with thunderous might, Uchiha Ye remained unmoved, merely bringing 2 fingers together and gently flicking. Snap! The divine phantom statue exploded instantaneously, its master's flesh, spirit, and illusion shattered together, leaving not even a remnant behind. The second individual roared in fury, igniting their blood imprint, slashing forth a blade that pierced the heavens and the earth. The red soil continent cracked open. Yet that blade, under Ye's gaze, suddenly halted. It was not blocked, but had lost its reason to continue forward. The third individual bellowed, drawing a remnant key embedded with a blank century inscription from his waist and thrusting it violently into the ground. The ground of Mariawa trembled, and a data-light pillar of ancient weapon grades soared into the sky, sealing the heavens. This was the ultimate defense protocol, Zero Law, authorized by Lord M. However, Uchiha Ye merely glanced sideways, a dark thread of light emerging from his fingertips, as if piercing through the very core of history. The data light pillar shattered, along with the heart and consciousness of the third individual, collapsing as though their authority had been excised from the world. A thread of pitch-black light slid from his fingertips, resembling the ink of judgment, slicing through the void. The heart fractured, consciousness trembled, and even the belief in existence began to fade. The fourth individual's face twisted, blood-red curse patterns emerging densely on their body, a drop of golden blood seeping from their forehead into their palm's crystal core. By my blood, I vow to restore the form of divine punishment. Suddenly, his body began to swell. However, Uchiha Ye stepped closer, softly uttering, "You are merely a footnote." Daring to rewrite the main text? The giant's form instantly twisted and collapsed, even the source of its soul being stripped away and devoured, unable to complete its struggle. Only the elder with long eyebrows remained, kneeling on the ground, his lips pale, his teeth chattering. "What exactly are you?" Uchiha Ye stood before him, as if gazing down upon an ineffective data point. He replied softly, "I am the next page of this world." Pressing down with his palm, bang! The last of the 5 elders was pressed into the earth, as if being dragged out of reality, disappearing without a trace, not even a sound escaping. The palace collapsed. The divine phantoms shattered, the divine throne toppled, and the peak of the red soil descended into silence. Only Uchiha Ye remained, standing amidst the cracks and ruins. His silhouette reflected against the shattered sky. The wind finally blew once more into this palace that was meant to be controlled by the gods. The 5 elders, who had wielded power for 800 years, were thus annihilated. Chapter 118. Don Quixote da Flamingo stood amidst the ruins, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. The 5 elders fell one after another, like decayed statues dragged down from their altars, bloodied and smashed into the dust. He remained silent for a long time, then suddenly chuckled, his voice hoarse. "Huh, such a monster. I am truly in awe. Not the celestial dragons, not the navy, nor even the will of D. It is an existence that does not even bother to abide by the rules themselves." His pupils constricted as he witnessed the sky shatter and the order lament. The new world is truly on the brink of upheaval. And deep within Panga City, the curtain fluttered slightly. He has awakened. The ultimate taboo of the world government. An entity whose name cannot even be mentioned. He sat upon the throne, clad in a deep purple royal robe, wearing a crown of thorns. His face forever shrouded in mist and shadow. His eyes were blood-red and profound, not belonging to humanity, resembling somewhat the Sharingan. His gaze had already fallen upon the unfamiliar figure deep within the battlefield. Uchiha Ye. That figure stood still in the depths of the collapsing world, as if all destruction in existence was to herald his arrival. Had naturally been aware of everything occurring in the Holy Land. The deaths of the 5 elders, the fall of the Navy headquarters, and even the abrupt shift in the energy levels of the entire Red Soil continent. All of these anomalous pulses had long been captured, recorded, and synchronized in real time to his cognitive core by one of the artifacts, the Heavenly King. He need not be present. Merely observing sufficed. The Heavenly King's world monitoring system was linked throughout the entire dimension of reality, now transmitting unprecedented data of black domain pollution. The source of this data was none other than the person before him. This was what surprised him. Not the Navy, not the pirates, not the Revolutionary Army, not even any established variables permitted by him or archived by the world exist. Uchiha Ye. He whispered this name, foreign and incalculable. He attempted to invoke the inverse algorithm of the Celestial King to decipher the existence of the other, but the feedback was singular, unable to read. This indicated that this individual did not belong to the established historical structure of this world. His original sequence core fell silent for a moment before activating the alert command. He finally gazed at Yi, his voice hollow and frigid, reminiscent of a deity's whisper. "Those 5 imbeciles have been eliminated by you. They were the last humanoid nodes I placed on the world's consciousness defense line, intended to serve as the core firewall. Yet they proved to be so fragile." His tone remained unperturbed, as if merely processing a set of failed data. "The naval headquarters and Mary Geos have been obliterated. And you are not part of any faction matrix. You are neither Navy, nor pirate, nor Revolutionary Army." He paused slightly as the Celestial King's core continued to transmit failure reports. "You do not even belong to this world." The gaze of him darkened, not out of emotion, but due to the high-frequency oscillation of the Celestial King's consciousness causing interface interference. His tone turned icy. So I ask, what is your purpose? Uchiha Ye slowly raised his head, his pupils seemingly reflecting the impending doom of this world. His tone was indifferent, yet carried the weight of an extinguishing command. I have come for but one thing. As he stepped forward, the land of the holy ground emitted a silent lament with each footfall. Unification, unification, or bloody unification. Pirates, Navy, Celestial Dragons, Revolutionary Army, all are merely ineffective organizations on this planet. From this moment forth, he halted, his tone resembling the eternal decree of the heavens. This ocean shall be unified by me. Uchiha Ye shall be the sole order. Finally, he looked at him as a deity surveying the world. You have two choices. Submit or perish. Upon the utterance of these words, the world fell silent for a moment. Suddenly revealed a cold smile, a blend of mockery and a hint of long-lost excitement. How long has it been since I encountered such an arrogant existence? Heretic, you shall be personally executed by me, the logic of annihilation. He raised his hand. The entire red soil continent abruptly lost weight, as if freed from celestial gravity, slowly beginning to float. The magnificent structures of Mary Geos were swept away like thin paper by the wind, shattering into dust. In the depths of the void, a black throne slowly materialized. It was no ordinary object, but a blade that devoured time and space. Throne of the Void, 7-sequence foundation. Legend has it that the original node of the world line exists within the deepest secret data flow of a blank 100 years, revered as the core fragment of the will of judgment. Sat upon it, exuding an endless chill. The starry sea collapsed, the void folded. He clasped his hands, as if grasping the very threads of the world's pulse. In an instant, the entire realm of flowers was imprisoned within a colossal bubble of rules. He coldly declared, Heretic, the logic of annihilation shall be personally governed by me. The domain unfolded, original sequence divine realm. Yuan Shun activate. In an instant, the heavens were drawn into an infinite plane, the ocean crystallized into cold glass, the earth floated without weight, and gravity inverted. Sea kings fell like meteorites from the sky, striking the edge of the void. The original sequence divine realm, this was Im's ultimate closed space. Here, all subsequent powers were ruthlessly diminished. With the strength between realms entirely under his control, only cold order and deathly silence remained between heaven and earth. Yi stood still at the core of the domain, his garments unmoving, standing against the wind, his figure like a monument, unwavering. He did not raise a finger, nor did he form a seal, merely slowly opened his palm. In that moment, 3 overlapping spaces resonated, and the pocket ninja world burst forth in a sudden bloom. Radiant white and abyssal light intertwined, like a broken blade, tearing through the void, illuminating the heavens. This was the core essence of 3 worlds, manifesting in absolute dominance, layered and pressed, forming an ultimate domain that transcended all laws. This was not a confrontation between domains, but a reality consuming another reality. The surrounding space was instantaneously eroded, black mist ignited and collapsed. The throne of the void trembled and sank, as if the entire sky feared a higher order. Im's expression drastically shifted, for the first time revealing unease and fear. This is impossible. He stared intensely at Yi, his pupils flickering with an unusual deep red light. You have not resisted my domain. His voice trembled, then turned as cold as steel. You are consuming it? Yi stood with his hands behind his back, coldly gazing down, his eyes calm as an abyss. Your domain? His voice was indifferent, yet resonated like thunder. That is merely a cage infused with external power, lacking even complete rules. You are but a failed creation pretending to be divine through tools. Whereas I am the creator of 3 worlds. You require tools to interfere with reality. While his gaze suddenly sharpened, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color, am reality. Chapter 119, The Celestial King. Im's eyes flickered unpredictably, his expression shifting between light and shadow. He had lived for hundreds of years, believing he had witnessed all possibilities. Yet this man named Uchiha Ye instilled in him an unprecedented sense of oppression and fear. Given this, Im murmured, as if his voice emerged from the depths of an abyss. In the next moment, he began to metamorphose, the sound of bones twisting reverberating like thunder, muscles expanding violently, rupturing, reshaping, flesh and blood breaking free from the shackles of divinity. Disintegrating into another existence in the instant the black wings tore the heavens apart, a colossal black dragon descended upon the world. This was a beast heralded as the Terminator of myths, its entire body covered in obsidian scales forged from the depths of the abyss, each reflecting echoes of destruction and desolation. 6 blood-red eyes materialized on the fearsome dragon's head, layered upon one another, as if able to pierce through the end of time. Massive bat-like wings sprouted from its back, stirring up a tempest of chaos and thunder, splitting heaven and sea. The Zoan-type mythical beast, Black Dragon Nidhogg. You are a variable I have never analyzed, Uchiha Ye. Im's voice was deep and hoarse, like the tolling of judgment bells. An entity unrecorded by fate must be incinerated. No sooner had the words fallen than the colossal tail of the black dragon swept forth. The heavens and earth dimmed, the void tore apart. The entire red soil continent appeared as fragile fabric, ruthlessly ripped apart, creating a 1,000-meter fissure that penetrated deep into the earth. Yet Uchiha Ye merely observed quietly, a hint of cold amusement gracing his lips. The leader of the celestial dragons truly is a dragon. However, he smiled faintly, his black hair moving without wind, a trace of disdain in his eyes. This wretched Western dragon does not even compare to the dragon techniques of the ninja world. You, a mixed-breed reptile, dare to speak of incinerating me? As the words fell, Uchiha Ye stepped forward. His figure twisted in the air, vanishing directly. Boom! In the next second, a thunderous roar shattered the air. Uchiha Ye extended a hand, casually swatting at the black dragon's tail, as if crushing dust. With a single strike, the colossal dragon was sent flying. Its massive form careened through the sky, crashing into the ruins of Marin Vondo, kicking up a storm of dust and collapsing waves. The ground fracturing like a spider's web, unfathomably deep. Im roared in rage as he struggled to rise, his dragon eyes filled with shock and fury. This fellow's physical strength is abnormal. Though he appears mortal, how could? 6 crimson eyes locked onto Uchiha Ye's figure. He inhaled deeply, raising his dragon head to the heavens. In the next moment, a soul-shattering low-frequency dragon's roar reverberated through heaven and earth, a sound potent enough to obliterate thought and cognition, the finality of myth. Dragon's breath. Black flame. Boom. The colossal dragon opened its maw, unleashing flames as dark as ink, cascading down like a tidal wave of doom. This was not mere fire. It was an erasure. Wherever the black flames swept, the very fabric of existence was instantaneously obliterated. Wind, light, sound, and even time itself dissolved into a void. It was as if this space had never existed, leaving behind an unbearable emptiness. Yet, Uchiha Ye merely gazed at the sea of black flames, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He raised his hand gently, devoid of any jutsu, seals, or chakra fluctuations. With that singular motion, the heavens and earth seemed to be rewritten. The infinite black flames extinguished upon touching his palm, as though stricken from the very concept of reality. Was this truly fire? Much like Amaterasu, it could not claim lives. To me, he tilted his head slightly, his voice cold as a verdict. Destruction? That is merely my toy. Uchiha Ye spoke with an air of indifference, as if critiquing a tedious experiment. The black flames were completely eradicated, leaving no trace of heat or essence. Imu stared at him intently, his enormous dragon eyes narrowing fiercely, yet a profound turmoil surged within him. This man did not belong to this realm. How infuriating! He roared, soaring into the sky, his black wings tearing through the atmosphere, ascending towards the zenith of the heavens. Do you think this is all I possess? Imu bellowed, his voice echoing between the atmosphere and the tempest, akin to the final chapter of an ancient prophecy. The wind ceased. The sky darkened. At the moment he reached the heights, a heavy and distant rumble reverberated from the depths of the firmament. Uchiha Ye looked up, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. It was neither cloud nor moon, but a colossal satellite slowly descending. It bore a hexagonal structure, its surface adorned with ancient inscriptions and metallic neural pathways. Encircled by 12 floating golden prisms, rotating like a celestial altar, devouring the light of the heavens. This was a forgotten, forbidden creation of humanity, the true trump card of the celestial dragons. The celestial king. Uranus, the celestial king. You should feel honored, Uchiha Ye. Imu hovered beneath the monarch, his 6 red eyes overlapping and glowing, his voice deep like a decree from the interstellar void. Because of you, I am compelled to employ it. With a thunderous roar, the celestial king activated, the 12 prisms unfurling like the eyes of deities, unleashing a net of judgment that enveloped the world. The entire sky was stained with the fusion of gold and black, and an inexplicable interference permeated the air, with signs of collapse and data disarray manifesting in the very fabric of space. An incomprehensible power, surpassing ancient weaponry, eclipsing generals, and dominating the entire planetary ecosystem, began to accumulate. Yet Uchiha Ye simply gazed upwards. He observed the celestial king, the embodiment of the world's will, his expression devoid of shock, only intrigue. Oh, Uchiha Ye raised his gaze, his eyes slicing through the firmament, a slight smirk playing on his lips. So this is your hidden card? His tone was indifferent, yet resonated like the tolling of a judgment bell, a toy elevated to a collector's item, undeniably exquisite. With a casual remark, he delivered a biting sarcasm that surpassed legions. Imu, you dare summon forth something you cannot even control. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his long hair moving as if touched by a divine breeze, resembling a deity surveying the dust of the earth. Let me guess, the so-called celestial king is merely a remnant of an ancient civilization long since obliterated? And you, at best, are a pitiful scavenger, a thief of fire masquerading in disguise. He took a step forward. Time itself seemed to freeze. The wind halted, clouds coalesced, light dimmed, as if the very mechanics of the world had been severed. Very well, he spoke nonchalantly, as if everything lay within his grasp. Let us play. Meanwhile, his gaze sharpened, seemingly piercing through the threads of causality. I shall excise the malignancy of your planet, along with your most cherished divine toys. At that moment, even though the dragon's form blotted out the sun, even though Imu commanded the consciousness network of the vast ocean, even though billions of neurons resonated in unison, transforming data into a celestial veil, he still felt like an insect laid bare beneath the light of judgment. It was an extreme, ineffable pressure, not born of brute force, but a subversion of definition, as if, in that instant, even the name Imu lost its rightful existence. Damn it! The roar erupted suddenly. His voice was no longer steady or cold, but utterly unhinged, shattering, and screeching. Boom! The dragon's body convulsed violently, scales fracturing, the neural domain within him writhing like a black serpent, as the once precise operation of the hyperdimensional logical network collapsed into chaos in that fleeting moment. You, an invader from another realm. By what right? By what right do you gaze upon me with such disdain? Imu howled, his enormous dragon eyes narrowing intensely, emotions surging like a torrent, finally shattering the divine facade he had painstakingly maintained. His blood-red eyes widened, fury ablaze, and his massive jaws roared, unleashing circles of spatial collapse storms, as if the apocalypse had arrived prematurely. Yet Ye remained unmoved as a mountain. He merely lowered his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips, as if he were watching a tiresome one-man show. You are angry, he said softly. This indicates you truly comprehend the truth, that you are but a failure. That is why it pains you so. Continue your rage, Imu. I permit you to struggle to your heart's content before your eradication. Each word was unervingly calm, yet struck like nails searing into Imu's already distorted and inflated pride. I will make you regret this. Imu was utterly infuriated. His dragon eyes blazed crimson, and a spiral-shaped purple-blue rune ignited deep within his pupils. The void exploded. A rift to a higher dimension tore open behind him, a metallic structure resembling a stellar furnace slowly descending. That was the Celestial King, the ultimate annihilation weapon of the ancient divine civilization, designed to exterminate planets, consume dimensions, and erase remnants of civilization. The Celestial King hovered in the sky, immense as a stellar core, its structure horrifically complex, akin to a gravitational deity imbued with consciousness. You will pay for your arrogance. Imu growled, his forehead exploding to reveal the core node of the eternal mark. Boom! The core of the Celestial King surged into action. Gravitational waves rippled through the starry sea, multiplying gravity, overwhelming the expanse. Access permissions were granted to the medium, Imu's body. Execution mode, multidimensional eradication. Activation module, annihilation vortex array. In an instant, the sky split open, a rain of meteors poured down, and beams of light arced across the heavens. A trillion-fold barrage of lasers aimed directly at Uchiha Ye. All attacks converged into a gravitational singularity. This was a force capable of annihilating nations. Even the entire expanse of the Crimson Earth. You cannot withstand this. Imu bellowed, his fury intertwined with the madness of faith. This is the doomsday key bestowed upon the world by divine civilization. Even if you are a god, you should not confront the celestial king. However, at the very moment the light arrows were about to descend, you moved. It was neither a dodge nor a seal. He merely raised a hand gently, pointing towards the celestial king. Merely a piece of malfunctioning cultural refuse. He spoke indifferently, his voice nearly imperceptible. You dare to call yourself a divine weapon? In that instant, he whispered softly, Huijin. It was neither a roar nor a chant, but akin to a lamp ignited in twilight. Yet in the next moment, the heavens and earth collapsed. Alongside that almost murmured breath, the entire reality shattered as if it were a forsaken land. No light, no sound, only a core of a star, compressed, fused, and obliterated, slowly rising from his palm. This was not an explosion. It was the primal singularity where creation and destruction intertwined. It was chaos. It was the source of causality. It is the core of chaos under the judgment of the deities. Ye's 5 fingers gently curled inward. The star core seemed to respond to the divine will and quietly activated. His voice was calm, as if pronouncing a verdict. Retrieve your delusions. Boom. The chaotic star core suddenly accelerated, piercing through the myriad layers of spatial barriers like a cosmic spear. The Tianwang core trembled, that ultimate creation of divine civilization. With its incredibly complex metallic structure akin to a superstring resonator, froze the moment the star core swept through. In an instant, the internal systems faltered. Gravitational system, reversed, data structure, fractured, energy circuit, aging, neural network, out of control, in merely 0.01 seconds, the Tianwang was forcibly rewritten. Its proud gravitational engine was not destroyed, but rather retrocalculated, denied existence. Boom. Even the heavens shook violently. It was as if the timeline was torn, echoing in the cosmos, twisting into an ungraspable rift. The miraculous creation of the Tianwang, before the eyes of many, shattered silently like a metallic black lotus blooming, exploding into countless ashes against the firmament. Yet, there was no sound, for that explosion was sealed beyond causality. It was not annihilation, it was erasure. It was forgotten from the memory of existence, cleared from the observation of all things. In that moment, even the observers could no longer fathom the traces of the Tianwang's existence. It had met its end. No, it was formatted by fate. Imu's pupils trembled violently. He wished to speak, but his voice was stifled. He gazed at the exceedingly complex weapon structure that had once subdued countless civilizations, shattering like a still image at the moment of the star core's explosion, like a galactic city reduced to dust in the melting of logic. No, it cannot be. That was a divine weapon, a product of divine civilization. How could this be possible? And Ye merely retracted his hand with a nonchalant air. It is not a divine weapon, he softly replied. Merely a figment of civilization's imagination. What I have destroyed is not a weapon, but your misunderstanding of the concept of greatness. His voice was low, like a deity whispering judgment from the stand. Imu trembled all over. His dragon-like form began to distort. The mark on his forehead exploded, blood vaporizing into programmed beams, his neural domain collapsing into chaos. What are you? How could you possibly even defeat the Tianwang? Crack. Cracks blossomed from his forehead, like a chain of curses leading to the realm of death. He instinctively wished to flee, but it was too late. Boom. The void was suddenly torn asunder. Ye extended his hand. The pocket dimension opened, and 10 tails emerged. Their mouths agape like a gaping rift in the world, devouring light, rules, and even the essence of observation itself. Wait. Imu's exclamation was left unfinished as the 10 tails had already bitten down. Crack. Blood and bones shattered, nerves torn into virtual fragments. The once omnipotent divine consciousness was utterly chewed within that instant. Only a scream swallowed by darkness remained. Oh, Imu was thoroughly obliterated. The heavens returned to silence. Ye gently caressed the chin of the 10 tails, as if soothing a pet. Imu's flavor was quite pleasant. He spoke leisurely, a smile gracing his lips. However, compared to the previous Otsutsuki from several universes, it was still lacking in saltiness. The snacks from other worlds truly require careful selection. With a flick of his robe, he turned and departed. The pocket dimension behind him slowly closed, like the heavy doors of a temple. leaving behind a emu that had been completely erased from history. Chapter 121. The curtain falls. The war above has come to an end. This day marks a watershed in history. With that palm strike, the world fell into silence. The 5 elders were annihilated on the spot. The 800 years of the celestial dragon system was uprooted, reduced to ash. The celestial dragon's master, Emu, is dead. At the highest levels of the Navy, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru did not survive. The entire marine fort, along with 100,000 troops and hundreds of warships, was driven into the deep sea by a colossal Buddha that obscured the sun. It was not an explosion, nor flames. It was a divine punishment. The sea surface collapsed. The sky was torn. Millions of tons of seawater exploded into the air. Thousands of ships sank, blood staining the 7 seas. Even the seabed was hammered into deadly cracks that remain unhealed to this day. This is the true power of a god. The navy is obliterated. The world government is destroyed. The celestial dragons are vanquished. Yet the pirates were not spared either. Monkey D. Luffy perished on the spot. His name had not even spread across the seas before he was completely erased. Not a single drop of blood was left. The Whitebeard pirates, led by the 16th Division commander, were entirely wiped out. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, unleashed his haki in an attempt to withstand that palm strike. But not even a corpse remained. Red-haired Shanks, arriving with his crew, unleashed a sword aura that tore the heavens. Yet, he was crushed into the seabed by a single palm strike, obliterating his entire crew. He did not even have time to let out a roar before being reduced to ashes. The 4 Emperors system has crumbled. The justice of the Navy has shattered. The era of pirates has come to an end. The only one standing amidst the ruins is he, Uchiha Ye. With just his own strength, he swept away all factions. 2 emperors fell. The 7 warlords faced reckoning. The Navy was annihilated. The world government collapsed. The entire Grand Line has been completely reduced to his control. After the war, the sole survivor turned out to be one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo. That remnant of the celestial dragons knelt in the sea of blood, laughing towards the heavens. The old era has ended. A new deity has descended. Uchiha Ye is the true master of this world. The announcement sent shockwaves across the seas. The 3 factions collapsed in an instant. The world is no longer balanced. And the scattered members of the Straw Hat Pirates across the globe, upon hearing the news, fell into a brief silence. Then, a fury akin to burning souls ignited. Zoro halted his training against the colossal beast, his left eye slightly opened. A killing intent radiating. I must go, even if it means cutting through the world. Nami's weather stick erupted, tears blurring her vision. This must be a lie. Luffy. How could he possibly? Usopp trembled all over, yet his gaze was surprisingly resolute. We promised to stick together until the end. Sanji pressed his cigarette heavily into the ground. For the first time, his face bore no smile. I will personally settle this score. They, almost simultaneously, made the same decision, to embark on the journey to the Holy Land, to fight for their captain, to fight for their beliefs. Meanwhile, the major powers in the New World were also engulfed in tremors and stagnation. Tato Land's magnificent cake castle came to a standstill overnight. The personified furniture created from the soul fruit trembling in fear, fearful to make a sound. Big Imon gazed at the words on the newspaper in her hand, her expression darkening. Uchiha Ye single-handedly slaughtered the Holy Land. Akainu, Sengoku, and Monkey D. Luffy were all killed on the spot, and no one from Whitebeard's remnants survived. She remained silent for a long time, not even touching the layers of desserts beside her. What a bother, she murmured softly, her voice trembling slightly. For the first time not roaring, laughing, or going berserk. This was not a war of the 4 emperors. It was a reckoning of divine descent. Big Mom stood up, gazing at the sky of Tato Land, an unprecedented wariness reflected in her deep blue eyes. This guy is even beyond our rules of the game. We are not the next problem, but rather how many rounds we have left to live. On Onigashima, a deathly silence had settled. Kaido sat upon his throne, the skeleton of a great serpent hanging overhead, the dragon-patterned wine jar rolling onto the ground, spilling its contents. He stared at the news, his brow furrowed deeply. Sengoku is dead? Akainu too? Even that brat couldn't he hold on? He slowly folded the newspaper, his gaze no longer dazed by intoxication, but rather unusually lucid. A clarity that only manifests in the presence of absolute power. This was not a battle, it was a massacre. Kaido rose to his feet, causing the entire Onigashima to tremble. He did not roar or descend into madness. Instead, he commanded his subordinates, close all external intelligence channels, expand the armory threefold, and activate the backup plan for Fire Island. Contact the remnants of CP. I want all information on him, including his birth date, spoken words, and every detail of his combat stance. He spoke solemnly. This is not a struggle for the new world. It is a breath before the world is rewritten. He paused, his expression unusually grave. This night does not belong to our era. At the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the atmosphere was heavy. Uchiha Ye murmured this name. His jaws clenched tightly, filled with uncontrollable rage and shock. Ivankov screamed in terror. Even the Gorosei and the legendary Im are dead. Who could it possibly be? All gazes turned to Dragon. He remained silent for a long time, his eyes sharp as cold blades, fists clenched until his knuckles turned white, nails digging deep into his palms, drawing minute traces of blood. The fall of Karp and the demise of Luffy struck him like a hammer to the chest. This usually composed leader of the Revolutionary Army now faced a tempest within. He uttered 4 words, his voice cold yet resolute. Dimensionality reduction strike. This was no longer a revolution, it was the end of the world. We once believed our enemies to be the corrupt system, the arrogance of the celestial dragons, the oppression and injustice. But now our opponent is a true god. With a single hand, he annihilates governments. With a thought, he suppresses the navy. A solitary figure capable of slaying the 4 emperors. The venue fell into a deathly silence. Then, Dragon slammed his fist onto the table, his fury erupting like a raging flood. We cannot retreat. Even if we are like ants shaking a tree, we must exert our utmost effort, even when facing a god. It is never an excuse to abandon our faith. The will of humanity must burn fiercely amidst this apocalypse. The world has shattered. Justice has crumbled. Order has collapsed. All present trembled as they whispered that name, Uchiha Ye, the man who single-handedly ended the world and altered fate with his palm. Amidst the ruins of this fractured world, a new throne began to emerge. It is the divine era belonging to Ye. Chapter 122, Laughing like an Uchiha. On Sabaody Archipelago, the burning temple, the collapsed golden stairway. The bodies of celestial dragons hanging between antennas and broken bridges screamed in their final moments. Blood spread, and wails echoed. At the heart of this bloody feast, Don Quixote Doflamingo laughed like an Uchiha. Draped in a crimson feather coat, he bathed in the flames and rain of corpses, arms wide open as if welcoming his throne. Oh, this is the true reshuffling of the aristocracy. Those civilians, once plundered and trampled upon by the celestial dragons, knelt amidst the ruins, weeping uncontrollably as they approached Doflamingo in a pilgrimage, choking with gratitude and loyalty. Yet, Doflamingo merely laughed heartily, arms spread wide, proudly overlooking the masses like a divine envoy. All of this is not for me. It is the command of Lord Uchiha Ye. As his words fell, like an oracle, the slaves trembled, and then erupted with an even greater fervor. He then took out a den mushi from his pocket, magnifying the image to reveal Uchiha Ye's visage, proud and stern, descending upon the world as if by divine decree. Remember this face. This is your true savior, the king of the new world. Offer your loyalty to Lord Ye. It can only be said that Doflamingo's path has widened. In that moment, the civilians were no longer merely grateful. What shone in their eyes was an almost fanatical reverence, a total submission to the man they had never met, yet who had changed their fates like a god. Amidst the ruins of Sabaody Archipelago, everything was being rebuilt, but within the souls of the slaves. A name had already been quietly engraved, Uchiha Ye. Mariehua, World Government Building. The New World, countless heads of state. Across the territories of the 4 emperors, Revolutionary Army bases. Black markets, slave markets, taverns, and naval ships, everyone, every screen, simultaneously broadcast this scene. In the footage, the once exalted deities were being hanged one by a madman clad in a pink feather coat, using iron hooks. Listen well, all of the world's underclass. Slaves, prisoners, and sufferers. From this day forth, you have no masters. They are all dead. Doflamingo's arms were wide open, howling like a mad god. Behind him, 3 figures stood still. Indeed, Uchiha Ye himself was not present. After dealing with them, he had entrusted the execution of this calamity to these 3 Uchiha, returning instead to the pocket ninja world to continue as a capitalist. If everything required his personal involvement, what use were his subordinates? The 3 Uchiha, draped in different forms of black cloaks and armor, stood atop the tower of Sabaody, their imposing Rinnegan coldly observing the hell below. They did not act. Their mere presence deterred anyone from approaching. Rayleigh attempted to intervene, but before he could take 3 steps, he was pierced through the chest by an invisible force. The remnants of the Navy quietly gathered, but upon the eruption of Ten-Tails Uchiha's chakra, they collapsed, vomited blood, and fell unconscious. The snipers arranged by the Revolutionary Army perished before they could pull the trigger, and those 3 Uchiha remained silent, expressionless, and disdainful. They were not executioners. They were the bearers of judgment. Doflamingo was the butcher, the bloodthirsty herald, the first mad king of the New World. He was deranged, yet in this madness, he remained ever loyal to Uchiha Ye. He was frenzied, yet acted with remarkable efficiency, each step straddling the edge of blood and order, tearing apart the old world and paving a new path for dominion. As he dragged the last celestial dragon into the furnace in the heart of the street and raised the blood-soaked Den Mushi, he smiled and proclaimed to the world, "This is the passport to the New World. Submit to Uchiha Ye. Otherwise, you will perish more miserably than the celestial dragons." The footage depicted the 13th district of Sabaody Archipelago sinking into the depths, heat waves swirling, air distorting. Sabaody Archipelago, the scorched earth still warm, the blood mist lingering. The 3 Uchiha remained quietly atop the ruins, like deities descending to observe the struggles and fears of all living beings beneath. It was a silence of judgment. Requiring no words, destiny had been sealed. The broadcast abruptly ceased. All images plunged into darkness in an instant, as if the entire world had been silenced by an invisible giant hand. In that moment, the world fell into utter silence. Though the screens had dimmed, Doflamingo's actions showed no signs of halting. He was still reveling in the thrill of slaughtering the celestial dragons, the sensation of transforming from the hunted to the hunter coursing through his veins. He swung his cloak, laughing uproariously, striding confidently across the scorched earth. "Since Sabaody has been leveled, shall we take the initiative?" he declared, preparing to have his subordinates bring forth the captured Navy warships, ready to charge directly into the New World. However, before he could make a move, the 3 Uchiha simultaneously displayed expressions of disdain. "That's slow. Dilapidated ship is fit for us. How embarrassing. Trash." Doflamingo's expression froze, his mouth opening in protest, yet in the next moment, the 3 figures soared into the air, their robes billowing like 3 war deities riding the wind. Before he could comprehend, an invisible force lifted him off the ground. It was the 3rd Uchiha raising his hand. "Lead the way." "Yes, my lord." Ming Ji's face radiated fervor as his cloak billowed, laughter erupting from him like a madman. "Ha ha, creatures of the New World. Heed my call, we have arrived." Off the coast of Totland, dark clouds loomed like ink, thunder rolled ominously, and the turbulent sea seemed to herald an impending cataclysm of apocalyptic proportions. "Oh, it appears to be even more lively than I anticipated." Doflamingo stood suspended in the air, hands in pockets, gazing toward the distant Totland where the flames of souls erupted like a volcanic eruption, a mocking smile on his face. Behind him, 3 figures stood in quietude, their robes fluttering, exuding an imposing aura that sent shivers through the heavens and the earth. Yet, in an instant, a sudden change occurred. A colossal, ghostly blue thundercloud materialized above Totland, and a lightning dragon descended from the cloud with a deafening roar. Doflamingo's expression shifted, his pupils dilating in shock. "Kaido, that mad dragon is here." Simultaneously, the ground shook, a familiar and overwhelming spiritual pressure surged forth. And from the depths of Totland came the roar of Big Mom. "I knew you were coming." With a fierce expression, she soared into the sky, stepping on Zeus and wielding Napoleon. A slashing attack of flames and thunder swept toward them. Beside her, Kaido transformed into an azure dragon, lightning coiling around him, the scent of alcohol rising, laughing maniacally. "Doflamingo, you traitor, you've gone too far this time. You've picked the wrong fight." The 2 emperors stood united, their battle intent surging. This was a trap, a web woven by 2 overlords of the old era, intent on devouring the challenger's whole. Doflamingo's expression turned cold, and he murmured, "This is intriguing." The next moment, he revealed a frenzied smile and turned to shout, "My lords, what do you think? Is the combined might of 2 Yonko enough to stretch your limbs?" The first figure slowly opened his eyes, indifferently uttering 2 words, "Not enough." The second figure scoffed coldly, the jewel of the path of seeking quietly materializing behind him. These remnants are insignificant. The third figure, observing Kaido and Big Mom roaring in the air, spoke succinctly. Then let us suppress them all and bury this sea with them. A deadly trap? It was more aptly described as a ritual of self-destruction. Doflamingo laughed madly, his cloak billowing. Very well. Let them see that the kings of the old era are but fish awaiting slaughter before true deities. In an instant, the three figures transformed into black lightning, soaring into the heavens, resembling gods of annihilation, charging toward the dual emperor coalition. The firmament shattered, and Totland once again became a battlefield. This time, it was not merely an imperial collapse, but the demise of two Yonko empires. Chapter 123. The total annihilation of the four emperors above the skies of Totland in the New World. Mama, mama, mama. Taste the flames of my soul's wrath. Big roared as she swung down Napoleon. The colossal blade intertwined with fire and thunder, the flames of souls dancing upon its edge. What followed was a torrential wave of flames, accompanied by the roar of soul fragments, as if intending to transform the entire Totland into a hellscape. Simultaneously, with thunder crashing, Kaido soared into the sky, his dragon form piercing the clouds, eyes aglow with lightning, bellowing in rage, breath of destruction, accompanied by his furious roar. A torrent of destructive breath erupted, the searing heat and compressed energy exploding in the air, distorting space as if divine punishment had descended, bearing down upon the three figures facing the fury of the empire. This strike nearly encompassed the full might of the two Yonko. It was the roar of the pinnacle of the New World, a complete slaughter by monsters against unknown foes. However, in the next moment, amidst the inferno and lightning, the three figures stepped forth slowly, unharmed, their garments pristine. The air fell into a profound silence. Thunder froze, flames twisted, as if the very heavens held their breath. From the remnants of Candy Island, Doflamingo threw his head back in wild laughter, bloodshot eyes gleaming with frenzy. Keek keek keek. They have arrived, they have arrived. They have arrived. This is the essence of it. True monsters. True gods. His voice trembled, teetering on the edge of hysteria. That is Big Mom and Kaido, the monarchs of the New World, the kings among old monsters. And yet, not even a shadow of the three can they touch. This is no longer a battle. It is a verdict. In the sky, the first figure crossed his arms, his garments billowing lightly, his gaze tranquil as an abyss, softly stating, I see now. This is the power of the devil fruits in this world. His tone was calm, yet each word resonated like a hammer against the laws of reality, sending ripples through existence. The second figure, Rinnegan, quietly rotated, clad in the armor of Susanoo, gazing distantly at the dissipating storm of thunder and fire. His voice frigid. It resembles ninjutsu in form, but is crude, clumsy, and utterly ineffectual. The third figure lightly shook his head, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Indeed, merely the energy derivatives of a lower-tier world. As his words fell, the three acted simultaneously. The first figure raised a hand, without initiating any technique, merely invoking his will, and the four shadows of the Wheel of Fate quietly manifested in the void, as if deities within the shadows were awakening. The next moment, boom! Big Mom's pupils constricted as the long blade Napoleon in her hand exploded without warning. Her chest caved in violently, as though struck by the hammer of the heavens, blood spewing as she was sent flying, crashing through dozens of pastry towers, ultimately creating a deep crater in Candy Island. Mama mama ah! Doflamingo erupted into a shrill, manic laughter. Did you see that? No incantation, no build-up, just a glance of shadow. And it shattered that lunatic's soul. This is not an attack. This is divine will. In the high sky, the thunderclouds erupted. Kaido transformed into a lightning dragon, roaring as he charged toward the heavens. Yet, the second figure merely stepped forward in an instant, arriving atop Kaido's dragon head, swiftly forming seals with his hands, whispering, 6 paths, heavenly star of earth explosion. Boom. The sky collapsed, space fragmented like shattered glass. Countless massive rocks were forcefully torn from the void, converging into a swirling stellar core. The ground trembled. The sea surface caved, as if all of Totland was being torn into the sky. Kaido roared in struggle, his dragon form twisting, thunder and fire exploding. But that invisible gravity, like chains of the heavens, slowly entwined, oppressed, and drew him in. Roar! Ultimately, Kaido was dragged into that Stone Star core, bound by endless layers of colossal rocks, like a sealed, evil god imprisoned in the void. I am the strongest creature. Doflamingo clutched his head, howling toward the heavens, his voice warped by madness, turning a dragon into a planet. A mere human, with his hands, he has created a new celestial body. On the scorched earth, the third figure stood with arms crossed. He surveyed all of Totland, speaking indifferently, weak. Too weak. The so-called four emperors are merely a rabble. With a casual wave of his hand, the winds became knives, extinguishing the flames and dispersing the thunderclouds, as if the air had been instantaneously withdrawn, plunging everything into a stifling silence. The power of the divine, in this world, could only be termed as judgment. In the high sky, a bloodied figure struggled forth from the Earth explosion star. Kaido transformed into human form, bellowing in rage. What manner of monsters are you? The first figure stepped forth, his gaze icy, responding with the weight of a bell. We hail from a truly magnificent world. You are but the remnants of this world, clinging to life as old monarchs. Before his words had fully settled, the third figure moved. The gigantic fist of Susanoo fell with a resounding crash, obliterating the entire Cake Castle. Kaido had yet to raise his head when the entire island disintegrated under the weight of the fist, towering waves crashing backward. A tsunami engulfing half of Totland. Kick. No, this is not suppression. This is erasure. Doflamingo howled nearly in madness, arms outstretched toward the heavens. As if to embrace this apocalypse, this was not a battle, but a reconstruction of the world's order. In the next moment, Big Mom emerges from the bloodshed, the fire of her soul burning at its zenith, the long blade in hand. She roars and charges forward. She is determined to incinerate her soul and return to the divine. However, Sanhao Ban merely raises a finger, and a beam of yin-yang escape light shoots forth from his fingertips, precisely severing her attack. The ensuing black light curtain unfurls like a scroll of death, sealing her entirely within the rift of time and space. The struggle proves utterly futile. Sanhao Ban's voice is calm, yet as cold as the decree of the Reaper. Is this the Four Emperors? A hollow shell cloaked in myth, the flame of her soul in Big M's eyes gradually extinguishes, her body twisting and shattering in the rift of time, transforming into countless remnants of souls, ultimately vanishing completely. Minggu has long since knelt, murmuring, "How beautiful! This is the art of destruction." The curtain falls. Inhao Ban stands in the sky, gazing at Kaido, who is still desperately struggling in the gravitational vortex, softly uttering, "The strongest creature?" Behind him, the Tao Jade quietly floats. A trajectory that cleaves through the void flashes. Just like that, a black light pierces through heaven and earth. In the next moment, Kaido's roar abruptly ceases. In the sky, only the drifting ash remains. He has become debris of a pirate. All four emperors annihilated. Chapter 124. Egghead Island. The sea trembles. The scorched earth still warm. Mama. A heart-wrenching wail echoes from the fractured shores of Candy Island. Paraspero, cloaked in a sugary cape, his eyes bloodshot, recites the incantation for the return of souls, rushing madly into the ruins. Behind him, Smooji, Daifuku, Owen, Mondor, and others emerge with murderous intent. A tide of rage surging toward the three figures standing in the center of the battlefield. At that moment, lightning reappears in the sky. Queen and Jack from the Three Calamities descend. Behind them, the beast pirates arrayed, dark clouds looming, killing intent permeating the air. You dare to strike against the Four Emperors? Jack growls through gritted teeth, suddenly transforming into a giant elephant form, his massive axe crashing into the ground, splitting it apart. Yet Queen laughs unnaturally, his corpulent face filled with terror. I must ask, who exactly are you? Has this joke gone too far? His tone strives for smoothness, but his hands tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat cascading down his neck. A strange laughter echoes from above, as Doflamingo steps onto the remnants of the wall, surveying the scene as if observing a group of uncontrollable puppets. Clowns, do you still not understand? He raises his hand, pointing at the three figures, his smile tinged with a mad yet reverential awe. Those are not enemies you can contend with. They are deities, judges, the terminators of a new era. Paraspero roars, "We are the Big Mom pirates. We will never," boom. Before he can finish his sentence, the sky darkens abruptly, and the Susanoo hand of Urheo Ban descends. With just a finger, it points at his chest, unleashing a distortion in space. In a silent explosion, Perospero's body disintegrates like sugar dust, bones and soul shattering in an instant, transforming into a myriad of colorful dust. Perospero, Smoochie shouts in rage, drawing her long blade for a thunderous strike. However, before she can approach, she is crushed by the power of the wheel of the grave, her knee shattering. Her entire form plummeting like a meteor into the rock wall, blood splattering. She is unworthy even to dance. Sanhao Ban speaks coldly, his voice as frigid as a frost blade against bone, devoid of emotion. Jack roars as he charges, only to be struck in the forehead by the Dao Jade flung casually by Inhao Ban. With a thunderous crash, half of his skull evaporates instantly, his massive body convulsing and turning to mist. Submit or perish. Inhao Ban stands high in the sky, looking down, his tone akin to the reading of a judgment, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Queen has already collapsed in fear, trembling as he raises both hands. I choose to submit. I am not a warrior. I am a researcher. I do not wish to die. His voice quivers with trepidation, completely devoid of his former arrogance. Sanhao Ban remains silent, merely casting a cold glance, and the Susanoo phantom clamps down on Queen like an iron claw, leaving him with no room for struggle. At this moment, Katakuri emerges from the depths of the ruins. After a long silence, he finally lowers his head slowly, kneeling on one knee. I ultimately could not protect this world, but I wish to witness your journey. Very well. Inhao Ban nods slightly, his voice devoid of warmth, yet akin to a blessing from a deity. Those who choose to submit may live. As for the defiers, Urheo Ban raises his hand, the Rinnegan quietly turning. It is time to feed the fish. With this battle settled, Mingu summons his subordinates to take control of the area, seemingly incorporating it into his dominion. The sea is pitch black. The tide of corpses has dispersed, and the heavens are silent. Doflamingo stands at the bow of the ship, gazing far towards the horizon, his eyes glinting like blades. The Holy Land has fallen, the Navy has been submerged, and the old order has concluded. The next target is Egghead Island. That land, which holds dominion over future technology, must be returned to the rule of the divine. Inhao Ban slowly opens his eyes, his pupils swirling like stars in reverse, as cold as frost. Technology is a sharp blade. If it cannot serve the deity, it must be destroyed. As the words fall, the fleet assembles under the tattered war flag. Divine weapons soar into the sky, cutting through the sea, heading straight for the shores of the new world. Dark clouds roll, lightning distorts, as if heaven and earth lament for the impending divine retribution battle. Within the core experimental area of Egghead Island, in a colossal laboratory, mechanical arms whirl, electric sparks fly, and dozens of brilliant scientists conduct high-energy tests on an unknown device. Suddenly, a red alarm blares across the heavens. The entire space instantly switches to combat mode. The sky filled with warnings. High thermal energy reaction body approaching. Speed, supersonic. Trajectory, abnormal. Threat level, grade. Enemy attack. The command center descends into chaos. The entire island goes on high alert. Activate defense arrays. All mechanical sentinels deploy. Synchronize communication with Vegapunk's main body. Laser turrets adjust direction. The defensive dome rises. A dazzling energy barrier envelopes the entire Egghead Island, like a steel shrine crystallized by technology. The air is tense. All eyes turn towards the end of the sky. At the main control console, Vegapunk stands quietly, his gaze intense, fixed on the silhouettes slowly approaching in the monitor, entities even the AI system cannot recognize. They emit no thermal imaging, their genetic spectra chaotic and disordered, their electromagnetic frequencies distorted like a nightmare. Most critically, the AI provides a rare response. Analysis failed. Behavioral patterns violate biological paradigms and logical systems, severely contravening the second law of thermodynamics. This is not an illusion. Vegapunk murmurs softly. It is a quantum singularity in reality. His eyes remain clear as ever, yet they subtly radiate a light of reason threatening to fracture. If this is their conventional combat strength, then the scientific system we take pride in is but a child's doodle sketching stars in the dark night. His tone remains steady, his posture unchanged, yet the entire control room is enveloped in a profound silence at his words. However, science has never been born from fear. Rather, it is born from the gaze upon the incomprehensible. In the next instant, the entire island begins to tremble. Hundreds of floating gravity towers rise into the air. emitting blue and white gravitational waves, the space visibly distorting as a virtual gravity cage presses down from all sides, forcefully folding space, constructing an invisible prison. Target kinetic energy locked. Attempt to capture. The mechanical voice reverberates incessantly. The ground beneath the three figures trembles, restrained by the twisted force field. It seems effective. But in the next second, the corner of Uchiha Ye's mouth lifts. To imprison the divine with force? The air solidifies, space distorts. Boom. The virtual gravity field suddenly collapses, shattering like glass. Dozens of floating towers crumbling directly. The gravity layer is shattered. Space torn at multiple points. The system is in a feedback loop. Edison exclaims in shock. It is not they who have destroyed the force field. Pythagoras turns pale. It is they who have denied the very logic of the existence of the force field. Sanhao Ban strides leisurely, leaping forth, gliding through the eye of the gravitational storm. His voice is as indifferent as the abyss. You have not even understood the definition of the technique, yet you dare to attempt to master the rules of the technique? The ground fractured abruptly, and from the depths of the island emerged countless armed units. High-loose stone armor, giant cell frameworks, magnetic core reactors, and intelligent brain collaborative combat modules. This was the ultimate armed weapon crafted by Vejjapanka for the hypothesis of deities descending upon the mortal realm. The god-hunting armor, Zhelong. With a sudden activation, Zhelong unleashed a spiraling supersonic punch, generating a vacuum wave that tore through the air, aimed directly at Sanhao Ban. Yet, it halted mid-air, not intercepted, but frozen within a non-existent temporal rift. Sanhao Ban remained unmoved, uttering softly, "Interesting." In the next instant, a hand reached out, effortlessly penetrating the core of the god-hunting armor. Zhelong collapsed into silence, not destroyed, but deprived of existence itself. The control room fell into a hush. Vejjapanka wore a stoic expression, his fingers dancing swiftly over the brain machine system, attempting to mark the three figures as high-dimensional energy entities A, B, and C. The mainframe endeavored to model them, attempting to construct behavioral logic and establish predictive models. The following second, the AI core exploded. The database instantaneously collapsed. All models disintegrated. Even the core language module was tainted. On the screen, only the last flickering line of text remained. Their existence will contaminate the language model. When you attempt to comprehend a drop of water not belonging to the universe, your ocean shall collapse. Vejjapanka finally fell silent. He slowly removed his terminal headset, gazing at the wreckage of the destroyed mainframe. This was the culmination of his life's work, the pinnacle of human wisdom. Yet now, it was but dust beneath the feet of others. For the first time, he felt that language could not define phenomena, logic could not decipher reality, and the knowledge system itself crumbled before the might of higher dimensions. He murmured, "This is not a battle. This is the definition of war. And we falter at the starting point constructed by language." He rose slowly, addressing the three figures that loomed like deities above the ruins of technology. "Please wait. I am not here to contest. I am here to learn." Chapter 125. Vejjapanka. Deep within the island, alarms had ceased. The remaining mechanical sentinels lay scattered, sparks of electricity dancing like a metallic lament. The experimental core was silent as a grave. Vejjapanka stood before the control console, his white hair slightly trembling, his face aged yet unyielding. He raised his hand slowly, casting the last vestige of authority into the air towards the three godlike figures. "I no longer resist. Science cannot triumph over you, yet it should not remain silent." He carefully placed the glowing core mechanism upon the ground, his fingertips trembling yet resolute. Lifting his gaze, the elder's eyes no longer shied away, burning with fervor yet calm as ice. "I request a condition. Allow me to record your existence." The three Sanhao Ban hovered silently in the air, their expressions akin to stone, their presence as formidable as mountains. It seemed as if they could obliterate the entire island with the next breath. The wind stilled, the currents froze. Uchiha Ban spoke, a smirk gracing his lips, sharp as a blade slicing through cold iron, his eyes glinting with disdain and insight. "You possess a modicum of wit." He stepped forward, each footfall sending ripples through the void beneath him. Sanhao Ban let out a light chuckle, more disquieting than thunder. "You are fortunate. What you face is not the embodiment of slaughter." He glanced down, his gaze devoid of malice, only the cold distance of distant stars. Sanhao Ban remained silent, merely casting a fleeting glance downward. That glance was sufficient to halt the very logic of space upon the island. Everything froze. Even the motion of electronic particles seemed to be pressed to absolute zero. Footsteps emerged from the shadows, steady and assertive as chains. Doflamingo stepped forth, a familiar sardonic smile on his lips as he eyed the core on the ground, then turned to Beijiaopanka. "Hey, old man." He spread his arms wide, tilting his head back in raucous laughter like a judge upon a stage. "You scientists, tearing apart the world, shredding taboos, crushing civilization to conjure meaning? You do not fear the gods. You only fear leaving this world without grasping its underlying logic." Beijiaopanka remained silent for a moment, then nodded resolutely. Indeed, death was not to be feared. What was truly terrifying was dying in ignorance. The scientists of the island had already knelt to the ground, their faces ashen, trembling uncontrollably. Yet Beijiaopanka continued to gaze directly at the three entities that scrutinized all existence, his eyes clear, his voice steady. "You will not kill me, for I can be of use to you." The air once again thickened. Urheo Ban smiled slightly, turning his back, his cloak billowing without wind. "You are correct. You still hold value." Sanhao Ban slowly lowered his head, his gaze like cold iron searing into stone. "Science is the dull eye, and we are the hands that write the world." He turned and faded into the void. Only Inhao Ban remained, his eyes cast downward, his voice deep as if a monument were crumbling, echoing with eternal truths. "Survive. Record. Document the art of rewriting everything." As his words fell, the three figures along with Doflamingo gradually dissipated, leaving only the distorted remnants of space, casting shadows in the silence that followed the island's collapse. Like the fading light of a divine miracle, Beijiaopanka knelt upon the ground, gently cradling the main core in his arms. His breath trembled, yet his eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance. "Then I shall, with this body, record how the deities reshape reality." Behind him, the island's mainframe system quietly rebooted, lines of red code shimmering into existence upon the void screen. Permission transfer complete. Observation file A0001 established. Naming, Sanhao Ban X3. Type, hyperdimensional technique entity. Status, ongoing. At that moment, the space twisted again slightly. A low sound akin to shedding serpent scales emanated from the crevice, accompanied by the surge of techniques. Two figures materialized from the void, stepping into the realm of ruins. One donned a silver-white research robe, his eyes gleaming with a serpent-like sheen, a spiral technique engine hovering in his hands. The other clad in jet-black serpent-scale armor, his pupils pulsating like technique nodes, shadows of multiple dimensional projections swirling behind him. Two Orochimaru appeared simultaneously. They were the technique research officers dispatched from the Pocket Ninja world under Yeji Boa's command. The white-robed Orochimaru stepped slowly into the main control area of the island, his gaze sweeping over the rows of vibrant data light columns. A subtle curve forming at the corner of his mouth, his voice low and resonant with intellectual luster. "Madara has completed the initial strategic layout. Now, it is time for us to perform surgery on this world." The black-robed Orochimaru chuckled softly, licking his lips with excitement. Like a biologist who had glimpsed a new experimental subject, the intersection of science, this world's science, and hyperdimensional techniques is truly exhilarating in its possibilities. Lord Ye has finally permitted us to witness this unknown experimental ground. He looked at Beijiaopanka, his gaze devoid of hostility, instead imbued with cautious and sincere respect, as if assessing a peer worthy of jointly dissecting the essence of the universe. "Dr. Beijiaopanka, we are not here to question your research." The white-robed Orochimaru stepped forward, the technique engine in his hands unfurling gently, curving and shimmering like a biological spine as it delicately embedded into the side port of the mainframe. Instantly, the island's core surged with light, intertwining techniques and data streams. "We are here to assist you in incorporating the phenomena of the divine that you have recorded into the technique universe system constructed by Lord Ye. Orochimaru has come to learn and study the technology of another world." Beijiaopanka's pupils trembled slightly. At this moment, he finally realized that these individuals were not invaders, nor were they drifters from another realm. They hailed from a new dimension genuinely established upon techniques and will, an upper civilization that regarded the world as an object to be edited and programmed. "You are not outsiders." Haibi De Shiwan's lips curled into a cryptic smile, his tone brimming with unabashed pride. "We are part of the world's executive structure. You have been chosen by Yi Darren as the recording officer, and we are the theoretical engineers and architects of reality, supporting you from behind. Deep within the mainframe, the technique codes intertwined with scientific logic, as if two universes were striving to achieve resonance. A luminous screen materialized, cooperative structure link established, research assistance unit connected, Da Shiwan Bai. Da Shiwan He, identity verification, Uchiha Ye's direct technique research officer, mission objective, assist in observing the reality overriding process, translating phenomena into replicable models, interaction status, configuration synchronization in progress, cognitive bridging in progress, accelerated advancement. Beijia Peng slowly rose, his gaze solemn, finally realizing he had been ensnared in a scientific evolutionary event that transcended logic and conventional understanding. He murmured, I understand. I am here to record. And you will deconstruct the divine. Bai Pao Da Shiwan smiled softly, his voice tinged with a hint of obsession. No, it is the deconstruction of mythology. He Pao Da Shiwan's gaze deepened, softly adding, to inscribe the roots for the arrival of the new god. The energy layers at the core of the island surged, blurring the boundaries between techniques and technology, as if the divine pen had just inscribed its first stroke. Beijia Peng officially became the recorder and witness of this reality rewriting project. Chapter 126, Fishman Island. Above Fishman Island, the deep blue sea mirrored a pale halo, resembling a mirror on the verge of shattering. For figures descended silently, causing the air to tremble, and even the sea kings submerged deep beneath the waves, instinctively fearing the raiders descending from the sky. Doflamingo stood mid-air, hands in pockets, his gaze sweeping over the waters and coral palaces, landing upon the fragmented ideals below. He smirked coldly, his eyes behind golden sunglasses as sharp as blades. Fishman Island, a forsaken dream. They claimed it was a symbol of peaceful coexistence, the first step towards a shared future for humans and fishmen. He scoffed softly, his voice low and mocking. What I see is the history of a community as humiliation. These fishmen have been branded with prices since birth, sold, enslaved, tortured, even begging for names from humans. The so-called peace is merely the pity of the celestial dragons treading upon their backs. At that moment, Number 1 Ban opened his eyes, the light of reincarnation flickering within. His gaze was calm. Even the mockery now seemed filled with pity. The celestial dragons, a parasitic civilization sustained by false divine positions. They are not worthy of remembrance. The fate of Fishman Island should not be dictated by their shadows. Number 3 Ban stepped forward, his robes billowing, overlooking the undersea palace beneath. Since this land still clings to the remnants of the past, let us begin here, uprooting the so-called old logic. This world shall be rewritten by us. As his words fell, Number 3 Ban raised his hand. Without warning, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, he merely pointed. The heavens and earth suddenly lost balance. In the next instant, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the sea, as if a mountain had collapsed. The entire Fishman Island seemed to be seized by an irresistible force, uprooting the sunshine tree, the remnants of the palace, the ruins of the streets, and the vast surrounding waters, tearing them apart and lifting them up. The sea exploded, deep blue currents flowing backward. The immense island, accompanied by towering white waves, was forcefully pulled from the depths of a 20,000-meter abyss to the surface of the world. It was as if a deity was dragging hell into the realm of mortals. The entire sea turned upside down, colossal waves tore through the heavens, and fierce winds swept away shattered corals and fish bones. The once hidden sanctuary beneath the dark sea now appeared pale and broken under the harsh sunlight. The lawbreakers on the island had no time to react before being tossed amidst the upheaval. The slave trading port was torn in half, chains and cage doors raining down. Several traffickers attempting to transport fish girl captives, along with their cargo, were hurled into the air, only to be crushed by falling debris. The high-stakes gambling den collapsed, blood mingling with chips soaring through the air. Those hiding in the ruins, bounty hunters, remnants of pirates, underground informants, order disruptors who had rushed in during the chaos after the war, were swiftly eradicated like ants, swallowed by white waves, obliterated amidst the falling water. Outside Mermaid Street, the fishmen and mermaids, once crammed in corners seeking survival, all looked up. They beheld the blinding sunlight above, the true brilliance of the human world. The land they depended upon was now floating between that realm of light and wind. In the eyes of the children, the 4 black silhouettes loomed in the sky. The elders trembled, kneeling, murmuring nearly extinct mythical phrases. Meanwhile, the young fishmen, a maelstrom of anger, shock, and confusion, found themselves unable to discern whether this was salvation or the arrival of destruction. In the wind, Ming-Gu chuckled, his garments billowing, his tone filled with eager interest. It's just like prying open a coffin and dragging the corpse into the sunlight. More fragile than I imagined. Behind him, number 2 band stepped forward, softly stating, "No matter how deep the shadows of the old world hide, they will be illuminated by the light." Yi Darren once said that the darkness of this world is due to the weight of the lower strata. Number 3 band remained silent, merely gazing down at the ascending island, like a judge overlooking the chessboard poised for reformation. On the horizon, amidst the still tumultuous waves, the flag of the world government was entangled in broken masts, slowly sinking. As the waves continued to churn, a disheveled and twisted figure staggered into view from the shattered walls of the palace, Hody Jones, the radical who once proclaimed fishman supremacy, attempting to destroy the Neptune royal family, now resembled a snake drained of venom, gray-white hair plastered against his face, his eyes bloodshot with terror. He looked up at the 4 figures standing against the sky, his voice trembling, his features contorted. You are humans? No, that is not human power. This is impossible. Who could lift the entire Fishman Island from the seabed? His voice fractured, laden with disbelief and fear. In that moment, Hody Jones realized with unprecedented clarity, his so-called Fishman superiority held no value before such existence, not even worthy of mockery. I submit. I am willing to serve ye. Fishman Island can be the offering. I will eliminate all obstacles. Just give me the chance. I can lead the fishmen to rule the entire deep sea. His tone was humble, yet it could not conceal the twisted pride within. He was not surrendering. He was merely scheming. Number 3 band slowly lowered his head, his gaze landing upon him. There was no anger, no pity, only a cold, discerning insight, as if scrutinizing a mass of decayed, inferior flesh. You are that so-called fishman? Band's tone was calm, yet his words struck like cold iron against the soul. You are merely a being attempting to mimic human violence, yet failing even at thought. You twist the future of fishmen with human hatred. You are not even worthy of being an enemy. Hody trembled, forcing himself to stand tall, hoarsely arguing, I am fighting for the dignity of fishmen. I am. Before he could finish, Band's pupils shifted slightly, and an invisible shadow quietly emerged within his reincarnation eyes. The wheel of burial's edge, a deathly projection silently swept forth, slashing diagonally. Hody's pupils dilated, and before he could complete a breath, he was cleaved in two. His body stiffened, unable to utter a plea before being utterly obliterated, carrying the twisted notion of fishman supremacy to his last moment. Blood splattered against the shattered stone, dust settling. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Number 3 band uttered not a single superfluous word. He simply eliminated the erroneous ideology from the world as one would brush off dust. Amidst the remnants of the palace, King Niputin, grievously wounded, knelt with labored breaths, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the figure of the descending deity in the sky. Beside him stood Prince Liku, Xiao Ba, and Shark Star, one of the 3 sons, their faces marred by anger, yet trepidation held them back from acting rashly. Niputin slowly lowered his head, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, ultimately uttering in a grave tone, "This is the decree. Who in this world possesses the capability to elevate Fishman Island to the surface of the sea?" After all these years, Niputin understood that even the formidable Haku, the Sea Emperor Poseidon, would be powerless in this situation. They lacked the ability and the authority to argue against it. In the heights above, the wind roared like thunder, and white light glimmered like a blade. The figure known as Sanhao Ban turned slowly, standing at the edge of the rising island, his robe billowing in the tempest, resembling a divine proclamation. His voice, cold yet devoid of malice, carried an elevated tranquility. From this day forth, Fishman Island shall have no king. You no longer belong to the Tenryubido, nor to the royal bloodline. He paused, his gaze reflecting the ruins suspended in sunlight and the countless eyes gazing upwards. You shall belong solely to yourselves. In this world, there shall no longer exist the presence of slaves, be they fishmen, humans, giants, or beings not of this world. The inherent differences shall no longer serve as shackles. You are born free, bound only by the laws of the night, equal in all respects. His voice, though not loud, overpowered the roar of tsunamis and storms, as if even the depths of the ocean were compelled to heed this moment's verdict. Uchiha Ye, the sole sovereign of the night, did not seek to rule over you, but to bring an end to this old world, where the strong prey upon the weak, and where lineage dictates status. This world no longer requires masters, nor distinctions of nobility and servitude. It requires only rules and will. As he spoke, he raised his hand, pointing towards the tattered Tenryubito flag sinking beneath the waves. That was once the position of the gods. Now, it belongs to the night. It is the night shared by all of you. His tone bore no fervor, no incitement, only a solemn majesty akin to an inscription entombing an era. Under the vast sky, sunlight cascaded like a waterfall, illuminating the newly risen island. The fishmen and mermaids gazed upwards in silence, their eyes a blend of shock, uncertainty, and reverence. Deep within, something was gradually igniting, not blind faith, but a flicker of hope known as possibility. In that moment, everything belonging to the old Fishman Island had submerged with the waves. The radiance of the new order surged from the depths, illuminating the world. Chapter 127, Forming the Alliance. The new holy land of Mary Geos, once sacred, now lay in silence, reminiscent of a mythic graveyard. The Tenryubito had long been extinguished. The golden temple was forged into a new altar, its summit inscribed with the symbol of the six paths, a mark personally branded by Uchiha Ye, symbolizing judgment, faith, and the will to consume the world. The dominion of this realm no longer resided with the gods, but with the hunters of the divine. At the pinnacle of the palace, Nagato sat in quietude, the essence of heaven and earth coalescing beneath his feet. His ordinary eye seemed capable of piercing through the layers of cloud, gazing towards the horizon of the sea. This is a world where order is forged by navigation. His tone was unembellished, yet it resonated with the weight of a tolling bell. Pirates, navy, and revolutionaries formed a trinity of power that appeared balanced yet was fundamentally decayed. They possessed no chakra, no shinobi lineage, only a malevolence adrift and a faith so hollow as to be laughable. He paused, as if reminiscing, before slowly articulating the next sentiment. Just like the deception of the shinobi village era we have long forsaken. Conan stood beside him, her gaze icy as she surveyed the distant harbor. Ironclad warships sailed beneath the clouds, roaring like steel behemoths. The definition of justice upon these waters has never rested upon actions, but upon banners. Her voice was like frost. The marauders, once cloaked in the mantle of justice, are hailed as heroes by the world. This bears no difference from the past shinobi world. Her words plunged the air into a brief stillness. Regrettably, the art of puppetry in this world remains at the level of mechanisms. Scorpion's voice emerged quietly. He was seated in the shadows, adjusting a delicately crafted skeleton puppet. It was a creation composed of the remains of a naval major, the severed limbs of a Tenryubito, and mechanical constructs. There was no artistry, yet it had the potential for explosion. Deidara leaned against a broken column, savoring the sea breeze, laughing maniacally. Although the explosives were crude and simply constructed, relying on sheer volume, the detonations still provided a thrill. Haydn swung his three-sectioned scythe, laughing heartily. Did you notice? Those fools actually believe in the sea god. The sun god, whatever sea kings. Ha! He gazed skyward, his laughter piercing. God? The only true deity is Lord Ye of the night. I can hardly wait to smash those ridiculous temples to smithereens. Do not smash it. Kakuzu coldly interrupted him, leaning against a golden pillar. He clutched a stack of wanted posters seized from the revolutionary stronghold. The papers adorned with faces and bounty amounts were ignited one by one, turning to flames and ashes, swirling through his fingers. This world's greatest merit lies within the bounty system. He spoke in a deep tone, a spark of eagerness flickering in his eyes, clearly marked targets for legitimate income. His fingertips glided over the rows of wanted posters, his voice a whisper, almost a lament. 80 million, 100 million, 300 million. These numbers excite me far more than the flow of chakra. His gaze finally settled upon the topmost blank wanted poster, his tone suddenly muffled. Alas, the one who issued the bounty has already been erased by Lord Ye's own hand. Hashigaki, nearby, chuckled derisively, revealing his sharp teeth. Mr. Kaku, you've turned the world of pirates into a profit scheme. And we. He looked towards the distant blood-soaked sea, where the remnants of the world government's forces floated at the horizon. We are like deities surveying this wild and decayed land. His words echoed within the palace. resonating like an oracle's decree. Not conquest, but observation. Inspecting the world they once prided themselves on as free, scrutinizing their faith, order, and the phantoms of collapse. Along the palace's outer edge, Pipa Shirzong sat alone on the crumbling steps, polishing a beheading sword while pouring the ashes of several naval brigadier generals into a blood trough. The bone material for the new weapon remains insufficiently hard. He muttered, the blade humming beneath his fingertips. Kakuzu cast him a sidelong glance. His tone frigid, then continued the slaughter. A cold wind swept by, and the red clouds of Akatsuki fluttered above like blood igniting. Nagato remained seated, his presence as steadfast as a mountain, his eyes surveying the transformed sanctum, his voice deep. The world government has fallen, and the bones of the Tenryubido still languish at the depths of this holy land. Now, this place serves both as a stronghold and as a window to witness the final breaths of this world. Conan stood at his side, her gaze like ice, the titles of Pirate King, for emperors, 7 warlords, navy headquarters, and revolutionary army, when pieced together, form nothing but an empty shell. There is no singular divine body, nor unified faith. They are merely agents of chaos. Nagato nodded gently, his tone akin to the ringing of evening bells. Lord Ye has entrusted this place to us, not to await a counterattack, but to observe, to scrutinize, to judge, and then to settle accounts. Suddenly, Deidara raised a newly crafted bomb extracted from the naval wreckage, excitement radiating from him like a child. When those supernovas arrive, I want to inscribe the word death on their foreheads. Ha! How childish! Scorpion retorted coldly, his chakra threads guiding the new puppet to rise slowly. This new puppet, merging mechanical technology, ninjutsu markings, and the bones of the Tenryubido, lay exposed, a manifestation of a curse. The art of allowing the dead to speak is worthy of being called eternal. Haydn, restless, paced back and forth, the scythe scraping against the ground. How many days has it been? Not a drop of blood has fallen. Where could those fools who serve the sun god be hiding? I shall dismantle their temple and erect an altar for the malevolent deity upon its ruins. Ha ha ha. Fei Duan. Gui Jiao slowly rises, his skin whispering and vibrating behind him. He gazes towards the distant blood-red staircase, his tone calm, yet unable to conceal the predatory instinct within. They are coming. The wind descends from the shattered dome, sweeping over the remnants of walls and broken pillars, caressing the blood-stained stone steps that have yet to dry. The remnants of the Straw Hat Pirates have arrived. They tread upon the world left in ruins by Uchiha Ye, traversing as if they wander through a graveyard of a collapsed era. Zoro leads the way, his eyes bloodshot, the 3 swords at his waist trembling slightly, akin to a bloodthirsty beast awakening. Sanji follows closely, a cigarette dangling from his lips unlit, his voice hoarse like ashes. This is the final matter. Nami grips her climatact tightly, Robin lowers her gaze, and Usopp trembles yet strives to raise his slingshot. Brooks silently unsheathes his sword, while Chopper clutches his medical kit, knowing it will be of no use. Frankie, clad in steel, harbors a heart turned cold with extinguished hope. They were once bearers of light. Now, they are but shadows. There is no Luffy, no Whitebeard, no Ace, no Shichibukai, no Marine headquarters. That man has obliterated everything. Usopp's legs quiver. Yet he grits his teeth. We are the Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 128. Deidara, your art is about to be put to use. Mariehua. Once the sacred heights of the gods, symbolizing the supreme authority of the world's nobility, now shrouded in an eerie silence. The air feels heavy, as if breathing itself has become a burden. The wind is stagnant in the silent crevices, and the clouds have solidified like a still painting. Even the world noble's exclusive flying ships circling above sway violently, sensing an unusual presence, an oppression not belonging to these waters, akin to a dark tide surging from the abyss, quietly consuming the light of all life. Suddenly, 7 dark figures descend from the sky. They are not ordinary beings, draped in black robes with red clouds. They arrive silently like specters from the underworld, their aura engulfing the surrounding light like the night. Frankie's mechanical eye flashes abruptly, as strange data dances wildly on the screen. He trembles all over, fear evident in his voice. This energy is beyond human control. Haki. No, it feels too cold, too lifeless, as if it carries the breath of death. Robin's complexion pales, her voice low yet filled with confusion and dread. They do not belong to this world. Nami tightly grips her climatact, as the sky crackles with erratic electricity, thunder seemingly responding to her anxiety. Are they enemies? Sanji exhales a plume of smoke, his brow furrowed. Murderous intent surging like a tide. Those present here must be the so-called subordinates of Uchiha Ye. They are foes. No, they are far more terrifying. Such confidence is not possessed by ordinary humans. Zoro slowly unsheathes his 3 swords, their blades glinting ominously in the twilight. Cold beads of sweat trickle down his forehead as he gazes at Gui Jiao, whispering, "Is that blade alive?" The gazes of the straw hat remnants intersect, their hearts feeling as though struck by a hammer, pain and fury intertwining into flames. Regardless, Chopper murmurs, "Luffy has fallen, but we cannot give up. His will still lingers. We must fight for him." At that moment, the first black-clad figure to land slowly raises his head, his features cold and unfeeling. It is Nagato, his fingers slightly spread. The chakra of the 5 natures flows at his fingertips, chilling and profound, as if emanating from the icy depths of hell. "This world has no place for you." His voice, though not loud, echoes like a mountain's roar amidst the ruins. The struggle against the gods is destined to be in vain. Surrender or perish. As his words fall, the atmosphere suddenly solidifies, the cold wind tearing through the air like a blade, sweeping across the ruins of Mariewa and the shadows upon them. Nami grips her climatact tightly, her knuckles turning white, her voice hoarse yet resolute. "Luffy has gone, but we will not allow his death to be in vain." Frankie's mechanical eye glimmers with a cold light, gritting his teeth, desperately fighting against the collapse within. "That man killed our captain. I will never forgive." Robin, calm as ice, yet sorrow evident in her eyes. "Luffy's will must be upheld by us. Even if the road ahead is endless, we shall fight to the bitter end." Zoro draws his 3 swords, their cold gleam shining, coldly stating, "Luffy is dead, but his sword remains in my hand. We shall make that power taste despair." Usopp's eyes are resolute, though his voice trembles, his determination unwavering. Luffy's smile cannot be swallowed by darkness. "I will grow stronger, no longer fleeing." Chopper's eyes glisten with tears, his fists clenched. "We must avenge Luffy. I will not let his death be the end." A foolish decision. Before the words fully leave his lips, Nagato raises his hand, the chakra of the 5 elements converging in his palm, then surging forth with a howl. The heavens and earth lose their color, as if time has come to a standstill. Boom! The plaza of Mariewa crumbles in an instant, palace walls collapsing with a thunderous roar, debris and dust swirling into the sky. The straw hat remnants are swept into a merciless storm of the 5 elements, scattering and disintegrating, as if torn apart by raging waves. Sanji dashes forward, attempting to rescue, but is abruptly cut off mid-air by a flash of crimson light. Fei Duan's blood sickle, drenched in crimson, curls into a cruel smile. Miracles shall not occur here. Zoro roars as he charges, his 3 swords merging, his haki swirling like a tornado sweeping through the heavens and earth. Yet he is ensnared by Scorpion's precise iron threads, instantly falling into a deadlock. The secret technique. 100 machine performance. Dozens of sharp metallic puppets surge forth like a tide, their wind blades slicing through the air, chillingly fierce. Scorpion taunts softly, "You are merely sacrifices, destined to become my puppet specimens." Usopp cries out, "Who are you?" Gui Jiao's skin transforms into blades, tearing through the earth in an instant, sending Usopp and Chopper flying. He coldly states, "I am a ninja, not of this sea, nor a fish. You are too inexperienced." Deidara soars on a giant bird, joyfully exclaiming, "This scorched earth is the hall of art." He pulls out a massive clay bomb, ready to detonate, but is coldly stopped by Conan. "Do not create too much commotion." Her paper wings spread like blades, instantly enveloping Nami, slicing her into countless pieces. It feels as though fate has already been scripted. There is no struggle, no hesitation, only a one-sided crushing. Robin grits her teeth, rising amidst her injuries, her voice hoarse. "You will not take Luffy from us. We have yet to fulfill his dreams." Nagato steps forward, the power of the 5 elements swirling in his palm. His tone as cold as steel. "We are the apostles of the night, the reshapers of the world, the terminators of the old order. You are of no value to exist." Destruction surges like a tide. As the dust settles, the sunset bathes the ruins of Mariewa. The throne of the gods has utterly collapsed. The straw hat remnants are completely annihilated. Nagato slowly withdraws his chakra, his gaze calm as the deep sea. Task accomplished. Fei Duan licks his blood-smeared sickle, blood flowing upward, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction, then breaking into a chilling laugh. This blood lacks the flavor of a ninja. Sacrifices must possess the appropriate demeanor to merit the favor of the divine. Scorpion assembles a new puppet in the center of the ruins. Its horrifying structure centered around Zoro's remains, with Chopper's fragments as support. He murmurs, "Ha ha ha, the anatomy of beings from other worlds. I shall study this thoroughly." Gui Jiao leans against the side, his skin writhing freely, his gaze directed into the distance. The flavor of this sea grows ever richer. Deidara circles in the air, ultimately releasing a clay bird, igniting brief yet beautiful sparks. As if celebrating victory, he grumbles, "How boring. Offering them all to art is the true essence." Nagato, upon witnessing the scene, spoke, "This world shall be reshaped through the fires of war. Mary Geos and the Straw Hat remnants are but the prologue. What follows is conquest. Deidara, your artistry is about to be put to use." Chapter 129. The pirate world is not vast. Deidara creates a legend. Boom, boom, boom. Flames tore through the firmament as debris rained from above. Amidst the unending cacophony of explosions, the sky resembled a shredded canvas, with burning pigments cascading into the sea. Nagato spoke the truth. Deidara truly lived the life he had always yearned for. In the shinobi world, he craved recognition. Here, he was a figure to be feared. The world is not small. The vast ocean harbors countless oblivious kingdoms and pirate crews. Deidara left behind but a single remark, "Too ugly, indeed." And then, nothing more. The pirate world is not extensive. Deidara weaves a myth. He is the aerial arbiter, a synthesis of art and annihilation. His catchphrase became a forbidden symbol across the seven seas. Art is that moment when he stands upon the back of a soaring giant bird, fingers swiftly forming seals. A manic grin stretching across his face. He raises a colossal star crafted from clay, as if presiding over a sacred ritual. Pride. Great. Star. Kaboom. In that instant, the world transformed. The clay star erupted in midair, blooming into a vibrant mushroom cloud reminiscent of ethereal auroras, enveloping the heavens. As if the entire island had been entirely erased from the map. The shockwave swept across miles, waves recoiling like a roaring dragon. The earth crumbled, and amidst the flames, debris flew. The rebels did not even emit a lament, instead melting into charred remnants under the heat and pressure, becoming part of the art. Above, Deidara's gaze was fervent, as if he were admiring an unparalleled masterpiece. Wahaha, the great star, art, is complete, indeed. He chuckled softly, discarding the last embers, allowing the ashes of the explosion to serve as a signature that overwhelmed fear. The progress of the Akatsuki was far swifter than anticipated. Those previously harboring discontent, upon the arrival of the Akatsuki's red cloud banner, willingly surrendered their cities and crowns. There were no grandiloquent proclamations, no room for resistance. They were not persuaded, but rather terrified into submission by art. And for those who would not bow, annihilation. Where the masses gathered, there lay the judgment of the divine. Unification, unification, and again unification. This was the goal of the people and the path of the Akatsuki's onslaught. Kakuzu traversed the ruins of the slaughtered city, tallying corpses while assessing the resource reconstruction value. Hyde enchanted curses atop an altar, a bloody ritual illuminating the night sky over the city. The puppets of Sasori flattened an artistic metropolis, ultimately turning the entire royal family into eternal exhibits. Kisame, fierce as a demon and shark, raged against the sea, causing patrol boats from various nations to steer clear of his wrath. The remnants of the navy began to fall silent, while the Revolutionary Army ironically felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. The Akatsuki, through an utterly overwhelming approach, rewrote the rules of the maritime game. And now, the entire world is ablaze, obliterated, and reconstructed into a new canvas beneath the Akatsuki's dominion. In the land of Wano, the flower capital, the void ruptured like shattered water ripples, as four figures slowly descended from the sky. Three majestic silhouettes draped in the robes of the six paths hovered above, austere as ancient reapers of judgment, surveying the mortal realm. Following closely, Don Quixote da Flamingo, cloaked in a pink feathered cape, soared in midair, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if savoring a preordained apocalyptic spectacle. This place is the nest of decay and sin. Doflamingo's voice resonated deeply as he surveyed the flower capital, where those in power had long erected this prison with blood and fear. Uchiha Obito slowly closed his eyes, the ethereal glow of the Rinnegan intertwined within his pupils, spinning as if awakening some ancient divinity. This was not merely a probe of chakra. It was a tempest of the soul, a forced excavation of the memories of existence. The recollections of the entire flower capital unfurled in his mind. Every whispered cry, every drop of blood spilled, every fierce rebellion emerged vividly. The skinning of 300 alive. As indifferent as a daily routine. Thieves had their fingers severed, children were trafficked, and good citizens were reduced to slavery. Tyranny loomed like fog, the powerful akin to wolves, with hypocritical smiles concealing a frenzied distortion of order. He saw it all, he felt it all, and he loathed it to the core. Uchiha Obito slowly opened his eyes, frost glimmering like blades within his gaze. Some do not deserve to live. In the next moment, the figures of the powerful generals, high-ranking officials, and dark cults silently disintegrated in the air, as though excised by the judgment of reality. Along with their existence, all traces of them vanished. Those kneeling on the platform had their right to voice defense stripped away. It was merely a silent obliteration. Obito's gaze gradually shifted towards the common folk. Those ragged children, battered farmers, widows and elders kneeling in prayer. He silently observed them for a long while, devoid of malice in his eyes. In this judgment of the divine, they were deemed worthy of survival. And this was the order brought forth by night. Harsh, yet fair. Obito slowly turned away, his gaze icy, murmuring, "The cleansing has concluded." In the void, Doflamingo stepped down, reminiscent of a messiah heralding the arrival of an ancient dynasty. He slowly approached the trembling crowd, treading upon the shattered stones of the general's estate, gradually removing his sunglasses to reveal his bloodshot eyes. A cold smile upon his lips. "Hey, mere fish. Do not misunderstand. This is not a pardon, but a mercy. You stand upon this land, alive and breathing. Not because of your worth, not due to your beliefs, nor because of your desperate pleas." He lifted his gaze, piercing the heavens with a sharp glare. "It is because one person chose to let you live. A true God. One who will no longer allow you to be livestock, tools, nor be sold and trampled upon by the celestial dragons and the world government. What you have experienced is not merely judgment. It is the dawn of a new era." Silence enveloped the crowd, with blood still fresh and terror unrelieved, yet for the first time, a flicker of hope shone in their eyes. Doflamingo spread his arms wide, his voice rising abruptly, reverberating across the expanse. "From this day forth, heed well. Lord Night has descended upon this world. He requires neither your faith nor your praise. He disregards your pity, your pleas. He shall not tolerate any weakness, betrayal, or doubt. His sole demand is but one, loyalty. You may live, but this life is not for yourselves. Your existence belongs to Night, to the new order. To survive, you must relinquish all pride and arrogance. You must bow down. You must submit. Only by submitting to Night may you earn the right to exist as true human beings for the first time. Not as slaves, nor as trampled tools, but as the pioneers of a new world, as the children of Night, living with dignity and value. Remember, betrayers shall ultimately be buried in the eternal darkness devoid of light. Only the loyal shall gain illumination and a future. This is the law of Night, and your only choice." Chapter 130. Do not contact us again. I fear Lord Night may misunderstand. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, the Red Fortress, in the underground command hall, alarm lights flickered in the dim ceiling, casting reflections upon the blood-red walls and ashen faces. A cold notification sounded from the main console. Lost communication with East Blue, Gurina, Alabasta's Northwest Outpost, and Wayno's 7th Civilian Support Station. The staff reported in hushed tones, their voices nearly devoid of emotion. They have not been overrun. They have severed contact voluntarily, refusing to connect. Sabo's expression was cold and composed as he clarified, "They have not succumbed. They have chosen the night." The atmosphere suddenly thickened, and no one dared to contradict him, for this was the truth. Once the bastion of the most resilient resistance, it had now become a realm of voluntary submission. At the command seat, Bella Betty suppressed her anger and spoke in a chilling tone. "He has seized control of the world and altered the order. Yet he cannot change the will of humanity. We must remind the world that their happiness is but a gilded cage in the hands of the divine. The current world is no different from the time of the Tenryubito." She nodded at the technician, and in the next moment, The final underground broadcast of the Revolutionary Army was activated, breaking through layers of interference and piercing the communication frequencies of the Starry Sea. Attention! All warriors still possessing free will around the globe. This is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the Red Earth Bastion. We will not stand idly by as Uchiha Ye uses illusions, myths, in order to obscure the reality of his massacre in the sacred land and the erasure of will. The peace you perceive is merely the silence after slaughter, a facade of comfort bought with subjugation. True freedom should not be defined by a single individual. Now, it is time to counterattack. However, the responses that followed were not fervent oaths, but rather heartless rejections. The first came from the former revolutionary stronghold of the ancient Korina Kingdom in the East Sea. We refuse to heed the call of the Revolutionary Army. Since Lord Yoru took control, the pirates have vanished, taxation is transparent, and the police, composed mainly of ninjas, maintain impeccable order. Children no longer fear abduction, and hospitals have adopted the medical ninjutsu of the Akatsuki, reducing the mortality rate by half. The freedom you offer is, to us, merely synonymous with hunger and fear. The second response was an anonymous voice from the people of Wano. Please, do not come again. The three Bandaran eliminated the remnants of the generals and criminals a week ago. We are finally living in peace. For the first time knowing what it is to live without watching our backs. You say Lord Yoru is a demon? No, he is a savior. The third message came from Alabasta, once a staunch ally. Are you still there? I am curious. What Lord Yoru has brought is order, stability, and a beauty of structure that transcends human comprehension. He has halted the world's collapse, and yet you wish to shatter it once more? The so-called justice of the Revolutionary Army has never delivered on food, education, or peace. You only incite strife and sacrifice. A flash of red light from the technical station interrupted. The fourth message came from the new world of Siefeng Kingdom. Our nation has officially pledged allegiance to Lord Yoru. The current citizen satisfaction index is 972, and the tide of rebellion has returned to zero. Your illegal broadcast constitutes a disturbance of the peace and substantiates suspicions of international terrorism. We will report this frequency to the Imperial Divine Punishment Agency, the Akatsuki, and Lord Ban. Do not contact us again. I fear Lord Yoru may misunderstand. We suggest you end this yourselves. The technician's complexion changed drastically as he exclaimed. Our broadcast is being traced by the Akatsuki's monitoring department. The fifth message came from the media of the New Red Earth United City-States. According to official reports, the remnants of the Revolutionary Army have been classified as A-grade ideological pollutants. They reject the peace bestowed by Lord Yoru and the assistance of the Akatsuki in governance, and have now become a group of self-destructive extremists. Major news outlets will synchronize the wanted list. Citizens are urged to report. Let us build a new era together and expel the ghosts of the old world. The sixth message was from an anonymous journalist in the Shambadi archipelago. What do you intend to do? After Yoru's emergence, the Tenryubito of Shambadi were exterminated, slaves were liberated, and the fishmen can now live in peace. Resist? Resist whom? He has allowed all races to live with dignity. Do you still wish to resurrect the old slogans of equality? You have lost, not because of your weakness, but because this world no longer requires you. In the next moment, a cold announcement suppressed the channel. From the Information Regulatory Department of the Akatsuki, the Revolutionary Army's illegal dissemination of information has constituted S-grade cognitive pollution. All channels are under surveillance. All communication ports will be frozen, and all safe havens will be included in the eradication plan. The divine agents of the Akatsuki will personally adjudicate this world's choices. Wanted lists appeared on large screens across the globe, with blood-red letters branding the architects of rebellion and the malignant tumors of order, searing the eyes. Shambadi, the Flower Garden, Sand Island, Dressrosa, and Baltigo flickered synchronously on the global screens. Every pair of eyes in the Revolutionary Army headquarters was dealt a merciless slap of reality. They had never anticipated that someone could earn such genuine support and peace from the common people under the shadow of iron-fisted dictatorship. Sabo, filled with rage, laughed bitterly, his fists trembling as he spoke in a low, icy voice. Have we truly fallen to the point of standing against the entire world? Bella Betty closed her eyes briefly and replied solemnly, they have undoubtedly been brainwashed, captivated by the stability crafted by that man. They have forgotten that this stability is built upon the blood of countless sailors and pirates, a silence under the weight of world-ending power and pressure. He is not a demon, a young warrior murmured. He is a god. Sabo gazed at the blood-red wanted posters, his voice barely above a whisper. We have truly lost. Not to strength, but to the satisfaction of this world. He does not control this world through fear. He has made it fall in love with the security of subjugation. Why should we not surrender? His voice trembled, as if fear had clutched his throat. Suddenly, another hand grasped the collar of that individual fiercely, anger burning like fire. Surrender? Are you suggesting we abandon our freedom? Their gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing into the other. What of our original vow? To abolish all chains of centralization and allow all races to coexist equally. Have you forgotten the ideals for which we fought so fiercely? At that moment, a voice as steady as rock resonated from the depths of the hall. Enough. We have not lost. The crowd turned to see a figure emerge from the shadows. Cloaked and unmistakable, it was Dragon, the supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army. His gaze was calm, and his tone resolute as iron. The world may have chosen comfort, but that does not signify the demise of truth. While they slumber in their so-called stable dreams, we must awaken them. Sabo's expression shifted, but we no longer possess the power to shatter that existence. Dragon gently shook his head and replied, that is not the case. His gaze swept across the room as he began to speak. Before Baltigo sank, the archaeological team retrieved the final blueprints from the island of Raptor. We have assembled it. The hall fell abruptly silent. That was the legendary weapon capable of contending with the gods. Dragon softly uttered the name long forgotten by the world, Hades. In an instant, the air felt as though it had solidified into iron. Bella Betty suddenly lifted her head. Are you saying? Dragon nodded calmly. He has shrouded the truth in illusions. We shall shatter the divine throne with reality. Let this world see that true freedom does not come from bestowal, but from rebellion. Sabo lowered his head, slowly drawing his sword, taking a deep breath. Bella Betty's cloak billowed dramatically, her gaze fierce as fire. Her voice was cold yet passionate. Even if they are blinded by the illusion of happiness, we must inform them that true freedom is not granted by the gods, but earned by humanity itself. Dragon gazed forward and whispered, from this moment on, the Revolutionary Army will no longer call upon the world. We shall reclaim it. Sabo nodded, his tone somber. Then let us fight until the last man. Let this world remember that even in the presence of the gods, there were those who refused to bow. Chapter 131. Just like those laughable clowns in the ninja world. The storm was silent, the long night ink-black, shrouding the deepest underground chamber of Baltigo. As a heavy iron gate slowly opened, a cerulean light poured forth like a tide, revealing the outline of a colossal ship that had slumbered for a millennium. It resembled the legendary sleeping dragon, awakening from ruins, releasing its first low roar into the silence. This was Hades. Sabo's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath nearly suspended. Before him lay not merely an ordinary warship, but rather the pinnacle of martial civilization, a synthesis of ancient kingdom technology and the remnants of obliterated cultures. Every inch of the vessel's hull was inscribed with languages and energy patterns long forgotten by history, as if it embodied a dormant will of its own. We have finally reclaimed it. Long stepped forward, his voice deep yet unable to suppress the tremor of power within. Once, the world government exhausted its might, yet could not utterly annihilate it. When Uchiha Ye descended, we lost even the qualification to contend with it. But now, everything has changed. After the occupation of Wano Kuni, we discovered it. Those fools surely have no inkling that the Pluto has been anchored beneath Wano Kuni all along. Moreover, intriguingly, this warship appears to require no initiation ceremony. It seems to have been awaiting our return. The Chief of Staff's tone bore a mix of reluctance and a glimmer of hope. The energy output of Pluto's main cannon is sufficient to rend the very heavens. Perhaps even that individual S defenses are not insurmountable. Are you referring to Uchiha Ye? Sabo furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Could one man truly obliterate 3 admirals and shatter a mere warship on the battlefield and still pose a threat to such a being? No. Pluto is not merely a warship. Long gazed intently at the core of the bridge, where the heart of Pluto, a crystalline energy source radiating a brilliant blue starfire, slowly revolved. This symbolized the zenith of ancient technology, known as the underworld core. It serves as a signal, a banner, a response to our prolonged silence. It proclaims to the world that even the dominion of the celestial dragons, even that divine descent, is not immutable. If he is a calamity from another realm, then we shall respond with the deepest power of this world. Sabo fell silent for a moment, slowly clenching his fist, a small flame igniting within, hinting at a conflagration to come. The awakening of Pluto is not merely a weapon of vengeance. It heralds the onset of war. We are no longer fugitives. We are the counterstrike of this world. As his words hung in the air, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground, reverberating like the roar of thunder. The entire underground facility of Baldigo began to tremble violently, dust cascading from the ceiling, protective barriers flickering incessantly. What is happening? Sabo's brow furrowed in alarm as he withdrew the dragon claw iron pipe. The upper-level alert troops have gone dark. A revolutionary soldier stumbled into the command hall. Terror etched across his face. Someone has breached the entire defensive perimeter. Yes, it's Uchiha Ye's new order. Boom. Before he could finish explaining, the overhead rock layer collapsed with a crack louder than thunder. Steel supports tore apart like paper. Tens of thousands of tons of mixed rock were forcibly uprooted from the outside, as if some mythic entity loomed above, surveying the subterranean realm. 3 figures descended from the heavens. No, more accurately, 3 godlike presences suddenly bore down upon the earth. As the dust settled, silence enveloped the world. 3 Uchiha Madaras hovered beneath the vault of the earth, their figures obscuring the sky and moon. You people of this world, the first Madara began, his voice slicing through the quiet like cold iron, always deluding yourselves into believing you can forge a future from the ruins. Much like those pitiful clowns in the shinobi world. I ask you, his gaze swept over the revolutionaries, every individual feeling the oppressive weight of the renegade stare, as if fate had locked onto them. Will you choose to submit to Ya and accept divine rule? He extended his hand, fingers lightly drawing together. Or will you die here and now? The air grew thick, as if the clock of the universe had been halted. Surrender. Many among the crowd, witnessing the moment when the base's roof was torn off, already harbored thoughts of capitulation. 1 second, 2 seconds. Silence finally shattered. I choose to submit. From within the throng, an elderly officer fell to his knees, drenched in cold sweat, his forehead pressed to the ground. I do not fear death. But Ye has slain Sengoku, Akainu, Luffy. We cannot prevail. Be silent. Sabo bellowed. You be silent. The man's emotions unraveled completely, his eyes wild. You have no idea what a god truly is. That is not something humanity can contend with. We are merely walking to our doom. Whoever wishes to submit to such a monster is no longer human. His furious roar drowned out the silence in the hearts of the crowd. Suddenly, a figure clad in a crimson cloak leaped forth, brandishing a battle flag, an aura of fiery inspiration erupting. It was the Eastern Army commander, Belabedi. I do not care if he is a god or Ya. No matter how twisted this world becomes, we shall not kneel. Her voice was sharp and hoarse, ringing with conviction, the waves of inspiration enveloping the remaining warriors with fervor. Our ideals, our dreams, are to save this world. Whether it be the celestial dragons or these enigmatic beings, they are all oppressors of the common people. She fiercely waved the flag. Come, witness my foolishness as a mortal. But the answer to her challenge was not words, but death. The second Madara did not even assume a combat stance. He merely shifted his foot, and an invisible shadow appeared behind Belabedi. Upon finishing his words, a burst of blood erupted. The crowd hardly had time to comprehend the movement. Belabedi was brutally pierced through the abdomen. Belabedi. Sabo's eyes widened in horror. Just as he was about to charge forward, he was halted once more by Long's hand. Remain calm, Long whispered, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. In the air, the first Madara stood with arms crossed. Looking down with the indifference of a deity, a woman waving a flag dares to speak so boldly. She is truly a mockery of this world. The third Madara scoffed softly. So your so-called counterattack relies on such fragile morale? The second Madara gazed down slightly, his purple renegade seemingly capable of piercing through the souls of the crowd. I had thought this warship would pose some threat. Now it appears more like your last words before demise. At that moment, silence reigned aboard the Pluto. Many soldiers clutched their weapons, yet found themselves unable to move. They were not cowardly. They understood all too well what they faced. Before their eyes were not enemies, but 3 Uchiha Madaras, figures that had ground defiant kingdoms to dust. Chapter 132. Surprised, unexpected? Boom. The first Madara shifted his step, and the earth suddenly sank. Dark clouds churned, lightning tore through the sky like a rending fabric, as if even the heavens bowed before his oppressive presence. In the next instant, blood and fire were poised to consume all. Yet someone stood forth. We will not submit. Long stepped forward, positioning himself before all. His voice, though not loud, overshadowed the heartbeat and breath of everyone present. His cloak billowed, resembling a pillar reaching for the heavens, upholding the faith of all. We do not believe in the justice of the celestial dragons, nor do we accept Uchiha Ye's order. Your so-called gods are built upon a foundation of humiliation and corpses. True peace should not be maintained through fear, but should be established upon freedom, justice, and equality. Each of his words struck the vaulted ceiling like thunder, resonating within the hearts of all. If this is what a god is, then the Revolutionary Army shall be the last bastion of humanity in this world. He raised his hand, pointing at the legendary Pluto battleship behind him, not for victory, but to avoid kneeling. In just a few short phrases, he seemed to ignite the embers of rebellion throughout the subterranean expanse. The first Madara remained silent for a moment, then chuckled softly. Not for victory, but to avoid kneeling. Those words I shall inscribe upon your tombstone. The second Madara laughed heartily, his voice booming. You truly possess a hint of the foolishness of Hashirama. The third Madara stepped lightly down from the air, as if a deity descending into the mortal realm. His gaze was frigid, like a blade aimed directly at Long's spirit. But you are not Hashirama. You possess neither the power nor the qualification. You are even more naive than he. His voice was deep and chilling, seemingly freezing the very air around him. The night is an existence you cannot comprehend. Do you believe that equality can exist apart from power? Foolishness. Yet, Long advanced step by step, his voice not loud, but as resolute as thunder. The essence of revolution has never been about victory. It is when hope has been stripped away that we still stand and say no. I am Monkey D. Long. I shall overthrow the celestial dragons and also the Uchiha Ye. Even if it comes down to the last person, we shall not kneel. In that instant, everyone held their breath. Sabo's eyes glimmered with tears as he gritted his teeth. Captain. The three Ban, however, regarded him with disdain. Overthrow ye? You do not even possess the qualifications to be defeated, sneered Ban 2. You are not rebels, Ban 3 said indifferently, but mere dust for the gods to trample upon. Ban 1 extended his palm, fingers slightly apart, as if he could crush the entire underground space. Your so-called revolution is nothing but the fantasy of the weak. Suddenly, he paused, a cold smile creeping across his face. Let us show you how hope is annihilated. In an instant, Ban 2 transformed into a fleeting shadow. A communication soldier, who had been secretly operating a communicator, didn't have time to scream before his head was sent flying, blood splattering onto the deck of the Ming Wong like a crimson proclamation of war. Ban 3 appeared in a flash, crushing the spine of a squad leader attempting to escape with a single blow. Long suddenly turned, roaring, "Activate the Ming Wong." Deep within the Ming Wong, golden patterns suddenly illuminated, and the Ming core trembled, unleashing a pillar of energy that spanned the heavens. Sabo shouted urgently, "Captain, no. Calibration is not complete. Activate." Long slammed his palm onto the control panel, the main cannon vibrating as it finished charging. Golden light surged, piercing through the dome. At that moment, the Ming Wong finally awakened. But the next second, the energy pillar twisted bizarrely, changing direction. The main cannon thunderously fired towards the Revolutionary Army's position. Boom. The brilliance erupted like a black sun, tearing a corner of the underground space to ruins. Revolutionary soldiers were hurled away, their wails echoing through the dome. Sabo's face turned pale as he shouted in fury. What is happening? The Ming Wong system is being controlled in reverse. He dashed to the main control panel, fingers flying across the keyboard, but could only watch helplessly as the ship's permissions were completely stripped away, unfamiliar codes continuously modifying the command directives. Permission reset in progress. Authorized unit, Orochimaru. A chilling voice slowly emerged from the ship's communication channel. It was cold and lingering, like a serpent's tongue piercing through the eardrum and drilling into the marrow, filled with endless mockery and the delight of the controller. Did you really think we would overlook such ancient weaponry? A dry and eerie laughter echoed from every speaker, as if the entire Ming Wong was mocking them in unison. Surprised? Unexpected? The Ming Wong had already fallen into my grasp long before your arrival in the land of harmony. You regard ancient weapons as the seeds of freedom, while I merely understood the legacy of the gods before you, never belonging to the realm of idealists. That belongs to the controller, not the believer. The light sources in the passage extinguished one by one. The ship's navigation system fell into chaos, communications failed, and electromagnetic frequencies collapsed. The entire Ming Wang seemed like an ancient giant serpent that had slumbered for millennia, awakening slowly under its master's whispers. But not in response to the call of the revolutionary army, rather in submission to another dark will. Sabo gritted his teeth, roaring, "Damn you, you scoundrels! Why are these people so treacherous? Why, with such strength, do they still set traps, leaving only a heart full of rage, choked in their throats?" Transforming into roars of despair. Hee. Orochimaru's tone was filled with extreme amusement and indifference. Your so-called freedom is merely a fig leaf for the ignorant who refuse to think. And I am the terminal of technology and evolution. The two of us and Vegapunk grasped the core of the Ming Wang's Ming core computation engine, deciphered the ancient syntax structure, reconstructed the light particle defense mechanism, and reshaped the system root directory. This battleship is now our creation. You are merely passengers. At that moment, the three band hovered above the dome, overlooking everything like deities surveying the remnants of a doomed world. Ban 1 slowly narrowed his eyes, his tone indifferent, like a judge declaring, "The final trump card is but our pawn. Even hope is not your own." Ban 3's lips curled into a mocking smile. His voice calm, yet laced with a chilling coldness. "You seem to believe in miracles and hope, but we only believe in the night." Ban 2 casually propped his scorched blade on the ground, his gaze icy. "You did not fail due to strength, but due to ignorance. You dare speak of revolution without even knowing who your own trump card is? Truly pathetic." At that moment, the Ming Wang suddenly trembled, the control panel rebooting automatically. The ship's light switching to a cold purple, sealing off all passageways. A new system prompt appeared. All ship control rights belong to Orochimaru. External mode switched, annihilation state. Target locked. All members of the Revolutionary Army. Deep within the ship, rows of concealed heavy firepower began to rise. Hatches opening, light particle binding arrays slowly rotating, resembling the eyes of an ancient temple awaiting awakening. And then, Orochimaru's voice reemerged, this time filled with almost childlike delight. "I eagerly anticipate seeing you use your beliefs to withstand my firepower. If the Ming Wang is the legacy of the gods, then I am its new creator." Within the Ming Wang, firepower was fully aimed at the ground. This vessel, which should have ignited the flames of war, was now turning its cannons upon those who once held it high. Chapter 133. Do you still wish to dance? In a thunderous roar, the Ming Wang battleship's hull shattered in the air, tearing open a gaping abyss as if devouring the stars. The core reactor erupted with blinding crimson light. A stream of black-red energy with a diameter of 100 meters spiraled and condensed, dragging the fabric of space into collapse, the entire sky seemingly howling in agony. Fire. Sizzle. The beam tore through the heavens, piercing the dome in an instant, a single strike descending like a divine judgment whip, grinding the entire battlefield to dust. The Revolutionary Army's headquarters crumbled like paper under this attack. Steel melted into scorching magma, the rock layers instantly vaporizing and cracking apart, as gales, explosions, spatial distortions, and blazing flames intertwined, reducing all existence to a storm of annihilation. Countless warriors perished before they even had a chance to react, turned to ash in the crimson glow. "Get away!" Sabo roared, his palms surging with flames in a desperate attempt to resist, but it was futile against such an extinction-level energy impact. Long's expression grew grave as he suddenly reversed his hands, summoning a massive barrier of wind to forcibly evacuate the surviving members from the center of the explosion. Boom! The wind wall shattered, the barrier splintered. Long's left shoulder was grazed by the main cannon's residual shockwave, flesh exploding, bones shattering, causing him to stagger back and spit out a mouthful of blood. The ground beneath them had turned charred and collapsed. The former base of the Revolutionary Army was now nothing but a desolate wasteland. Sabo struggled to stand under the flames, behind him, a silent mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They had lost. A complete and overwhelming defeat. The Ming Wang system had fallen into their hands. Sabo gritted his teeth, blood vessels bulging in his eyes, his voice low, realizing that even this had slipped into their grasp. Hee. So this is the end of idealists. Came a voice laced with a hint of laziness and a touch of malice, accompanied by light and eerie footsteps echoing from the scorched earth. Emerging from the flames was a figure, Don Quixote da Flamingo. His white feather coat fluttered in the firelight and smoke, striding across the battlefield like a vulture mocking the corpses. A habitual arrogant smirk playing on his lips. The unexpected turn of events was truly astonishing. Sabo and Long. Who would have thought you would find yourselves in such a predicament? He raised one hand, fingers spread wide, and silently wove a dense tapestry of transparent threads through the air, seemingly ensnaring the entire battlefield within his grasp. I had anticipated that you would endure at least until the three esteemed Lord Band made their move. Yet here we are. You are still too fragile, too naive. He cast his gaze downward upon the remnants of the fallen soldiers beneath him, his eyes devoid of any compassion, filled only with weariness and disdain. Ideals, equality, freedom. These concepts sound beautiful, but in this new era, they are merely the cheapest of slogans. With a swift motion, a thread tightened, snapping the neck of a revolutionary leader, whose lifeless body fell silently to the ground. Sabo roared in fury, attempting to rise, only to find himself ensnared by the descending threads that bound his limbs tightly. Do you wish to resist? Are you still struggling? For whom do you seek vengeance? For those who have been reduced to ashes? For that madman Long, whose ideals have crumbled? Or for that hollow shell known as freedom, long since lost to the annals of history? Sabo glared with fierce intensity, flames of desperation igniting in his eyes, as if he wished to set the world ablaze. Yet, Doflamingo merely laughed, bending down to whisper in his ear, "In this new world, freedom belongs only to the strong, and you, my dear, are swiftly losing even the right to be a sacrifice." With a resounding boom, another explosion echoed as a panicked revolutionary soldier was struck down by a powerful long-range sniper shot, blood erupting as he fell silently. The battlefield resembled a descent into the abyss of hell. Blood, fire, corpses, and ash transformed the world into a hellish canvas. Doflamingo stood amidst the scorched earth, his lips curled into a divine yet mocking smile, his tattered robe billowing with poise as he slowly raised his hand. "Bring forth those who dare to resist, and present them to the two esteemed Lord Orochimaru." He paused, his voice cold as a decree. "They say we are still short a few living specimens." As the command left his lips, his subordinates sprang into action, chains clinking ominously, like demons unleashed. "Retreat?" Sabo whispered. "No." Long wiped the blood from his lips, his expression as cold as iron. "Sabo, lead the others to break through. What about you? I will hold the rear." His tone was calm, yet his silhouette stood resolute like a solitary flag. In that moment, he transformed from just a shadowy rebel into a revolutionary commander, stepping into the realm of deities, ready to shake the heavens with his resolve. Boom! A fierce wind erupted, accompanied by thunderous roars. The heavens were suddenly torn asunder by a tempest that resembled a dragon's roar, ripping through the scorched earth, extinguishing the residual flames. He became a tempest, lightning crackling, wind blades slicing through the air, and everywhere he passed, enemy soldiers were left in disarray. Doflamingo's pupils narrowed, followed by a soft chuckle. "Ah, it seems the world's most dangerous sinner is still alive." His threads danced within the storm, akin to an invisible spider's web, silently weaving a deadly intent. Clashing violently with Long's thunderous wind, the air filled with explosive sounds and tearing echoes. Long bellowed, gathering his palms, thunderwind fong, piercing the void. Boom! The heavens shattered. A cacophony of thunder erupted, as a tempest coalesced into razor-sharp fangs, forming a colossal pillar of storm and lightning that hurtled towards Doflamingo. At that moment, Ban merely lifted a finger. He stood atop the warship, facing the sky, fingers spread wide, with his index finger slightly raised, palms slowly turning downward. In an instant, the world fell silent. The wind ceased, the thunder stilled, and the flames paused. The dark clouds above seemed bound by invisible chains, as if the very heavens had been pressed on pause. The air thickened, time appeared to freeze, even the light of the flames suspended in midair, like unfinished strokes in an oil painting. Long's pupils quivered, his expression one of terror. "What power is this?" Ban did not look at him, merely gazed down with eyes colder than death itself. "Do you still wish to dance?" His voice was deep like an oracle's, as his fingers gently closed. Crack! The sky shattered. The thunderclouds disintegrated, lightning extinguished. The tempest was crumpled like paper, the raging fire instantly deprived of its heat source, extinguished. The entire sky was drained of its clouds, leaving behind a desolate, lifeless white, as if even the concept of weather had been erased from existence. Only his will remained, overseeing the realm. Boom! Long spat blood, the elemental forces within him spiraling out of control, causing excruciating pain to seize his organs. He knelt, trembling fingers struggling to rise. Yet even the thought of standing seemed a mere fantasy. He had been utterly defeated. It was not due to a lack of skill, but because even the reliance on nature had been ruthlessly stripped away. Ban, still not granting him a glance, seemed to regard him as a futile insect struggling in vain. The resistance of the weak is but a joke. From amidst the smoke and dust, a figure slowly emerged. His cloak unscathed, feathers billowing as before. Doflamingo licked his lips, his eyes glinting with a colder light. That almost hurt me. He extended his hand, fingers curling inward. Crack! Long's body suddenly stiffened, his limbs having been pierced by invisible threads, forcing his knees to bend as he fell heavily to the ground. Your storm is rather noisy. But that is all it is. He stepped upon Long's back, forcing the revolutionary leader into the dust. Sabo roared, breaking free from his bonds, flames engulfing him as he charged upward. Stop this! His fiery fist slammed towards Doflamingo's face, the flames transforming into a colossal red dragon, roaring as it lunged at the enemy. Crack! The flames were abruptly severed by a web of threads that appeared in the air. A powerful repulsive force sending Sabo hurtling backward, crashing into the ruins, blood spraying. How pitiful! Doflamingo looked down at them, as if observing a swarm of meaningless insects struggling. Revolution? Resistance? Have you not realized you are 30 years too late? At that moment, another strange voice echoed from afar. Cough, cough, specimens. It is best if the brainstem remains intact. Among the crowd, the second Lord Orochimaru approached slowly, draped in a black cloak, his eyes filled with interest in living subjects. Especially this one. His gaze swept over Long and Sabo, musing that if the revolutionary leader could be turned into a consciousness implant-type specimen, it would serve as an excellent sample. On the other side, the second Lord Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses, calmly stating, "The laboratory is ready." Doflamingo laughed heartily, tugging at the threads, dragging Sabo and Long's bloodied bodies forth. "Do you still wish to resist?" He leaned down, gazing cruelly into Sabo's eyes. "Your spark has been extinguished." Sabo opened his mouth, blood spilling forth, yet he still murmured, "As long as there are those who remember freedom, it will never die." Crack! Doflamingo raised his hand, delivering a slap that sent blood flying. "Ah, then let us strip away your memories as well." He turned, gesturing, "Take them away." Under the remnants of the crumbling walls, the last defenders of the revolution had fallen silent. After blood and fire, there lay a profound silence of despair. Chapter 134, Justice. I shall rewrite. The sea is finally quieted. Once turbulent and tempestuous, the great waterway now lies still, like the chest of a deceased. The wreckage of warships floats upon the ashen sea, seagulls no longer cry, storms no longer roar, and even the sky appears frozen in endless twilight. The ruins of the Navy headquarters have long lost their former grandeur. What was once a towering fortress has transformed into an unfathomable pit. Like a cautionary inscription carved into the earth, narrating the story of a fall that once shook the heavens and the earth. Pirate forces across the sea scattered in flight. The once invincible Four Emperors system crumbled under the assault of Uchiha Ban and the Akatsuki organization. Those unwilling to submit, regardless of their fame or the size of their fleets, were systematically hunted down by the Akatsuki's elite forces. Not even the pirate strongholds hidden within the calm zones, deep-sea islands, or sky islands escaped their fate. The blades of judgment from the Akatsuki had transcended the realms of reason, territory, and even logic itself. The organization known as the Revolutionary Army, which once prided itself on being the spark of freedom, was swiftly eradicated under the combined might of Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru. The bones of the dragon, still suspended high upon the walls of New Mariawa, remain uncorrupted, eternally signifying the downfall of the old world's rebels. The remnants of various nations have crumbled like a receding tide. With the assistance of the ninja system from the pocket ninja world, these faltering kingdoms have collapsed, restructured, integrated, and ultimately succumbed to the command of Uchiha Yoro. This marks the total annihilation of a political regime, a profound reshuffling of civilization. All dissenting voices have been meticulously silenced, utterly cleansed. Now, the world is dominated by a singular will, a unified voice, and a sole sovereign. The old flags of each kingdom have long been consumed by flames, their embers dancing between the walls and palaces. In their stead rises a new emblem of unity, a swirling totem enveloped in crimson flames. At its center lies a pattern that embodies boundless will. This is the mark of the Uchiha flame, the banner of the godly shinobi village. the faith of a new era. The will of Uchiha Yoru has thoroughly descended upon every inch of this world. The present realm bears no title of governance, only the name of Yoru Court. The justice, freedom, nobility, and rebellion of the bygone era have been expunged from the lexicon, leaving behind but a single enduring term: submission. Upon the newly constructed celestial platform in New Mariewa, the gaze of the entire world converges at a singular point. It is a mandatory broadcast that transcends oceans and penetrates every expanse of sea. The projection crystals of every island, the screens of light and shadow, even the ruins yet to be restored, invariably depict the figure standing proudly against the heavens. He sits upon a throne forged from the bones of countless celestial dragons, stark white, solemn, and menacing, as if the entirety of the world's authority lies silently beneath him. Cloaked in an obsidian robe, adorned with patterns resembling a flowing star map and embellished with golden red cloud motifs, he embodies the resonance of night and blood. His eyes are closed, his expression tranquil, akin to a slumbering deity. Beneath him stand 3 Uchiha Madara, standing in respectful reverence. On either side are the members of the Akatsuki organization. Positioned on the elevated platform to the left is Don Quixote da Flamingo, clad in a black feathered cape, his demeanor wild, yet now submissive. The world holds its breath. Uchiha Yoru opens his eyes. In that instant, it feels as though time has halted, the heavens have frozen. The brilliance of the Rinnegan pierces the sky, as if inscribed with divine laws, gazing down upon the fates of countless beings. He speaks, his voice calm and undulating, resonating simultaneously across every continent, every island, every inch of sea, echoing directly within the depths of people's souls. This world is more hypocritical than the ninja world. A gentle smile graces his lips, as if he looks down upon a farce that should have concluded long ago. This ocean was once ruled by decaying aristocrats and puppets. The towering walls of the celestial dragons have constructed prisons for innumerable souls. The cries of slaves have long been buried beneath the tempest. He pauses, his gaze penetrating the projection, as if reaching into the depths of those huddled in corners, too fearful to voice their thoughts. He slowly raises his hand, pointing into the void. Hundreds of images manifest upon the heavenly canvas. The chains of slaves, villages shattered by cannon fire, the cruel laughter of celestial dragons, and the apocalyptic scenes of the revolutionary army strewn across the battlefield. The darkness of the world is laid bare at this moment. I have seen your fear and heard your unspoken pleas. Therefore, from this day forth, I shall reshape the world. He rises, his cloak billowing like a tide of night. His eyes open wide, seemingly reflecting the entirety of the era. I have shattered the dominion of the celestial dragons and slain their god. Henceforth, in this world, there shall be but one voice, one will, one faith. That is the new government. He raises his hand, fingers intertwining, and the entire sky ignites in crimson flames. I wish to witness your loyalty. This final word resounds like divine thunder, shattering the heavens and causing the earth to tremble. The world falls silent. A fierce wind sweeps in, scattering black feathers across the sky. In the distant East Sea, someone gazes at the abolished noble taxes, overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling in gratitude. In the former slave auction house, an elder trembles as he raises a severed limb, tears streaming down his face. This is true liberation. He is the commander of the dawn of freedom. Commander! Commander! In Dressrosa, a child witnesses the stars for the first time, unaccompanied by tears on this night. On Water 7, blacksmiths weep, burning the blueprints of the battleships of the old era. And at the far end of the Grand Line, the blind swordsman Fujitora grips the hilt of his sword, murmuring softly, "So this is what justice can look like." Don Quixote da Flamingo chuckles softly, gazing up at that figure. "This is what we call a world, I assenti it?" Yoru slowly turns, his dark robe billowing like a tide of night, his steps echoing as if commanding time itself. He returns to his throne, settling with unwavering poise. His gaze surveys the entire world. His tone is calm, yet it bears the weight of eternity. It is time to rewrite the blank century. He raises his hand. An ancient golden light page materializes in the void, pulsating like the heart of history. It is the original text concealed by the world government for 800 years. In Uchiha Yoru's hands, the dust-laden pages of history slowly unfold. What he intends to govern transcends the present. It encompasses the roots of history, the essence of truth, and the trajectory of the future. The laws of the world tremble at this moment. Just then, A familiar voice resonates in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest. Unification of the pirate world. The current timeline has been fully integrated and taken over by the system. Achieving dimensional isomorphism. World law reconstruction complete. Host authority elevated to Supreme Realm Master. The ninja world is now the host's exclusive domain, where the flow of time, spatial structure, and cycles of life and death are defined by the host's will. Host has acquired ultimate ability, absolute control. System panel has been upgraded. Host now possesses a fixed ability, time and space travel, the same familiar voice, the same familiar formula, the same familiar essence. Uchiha Ye gazes down at the world beneath him, his tone as tranquil as snow. Excellent. A subtle smile graces his face, his expression unchanging. Another world has been completed. Uchiha Ye slowly raises his head, his gaze piercing through the dome behind the throne, looking toward the uncharted edges of the multiverse. His pupils slightly constrict. The Rinnegan seems to swirl with endless galaxies, causing even space to tremble. Next, he exhales slowly, his voice barely a whisper. It is time for the next. Chapter 135. Something is amiss, exceedingly amiss. In the realm of the Shinigami, the present world, above the clouds. The night is as dark as ink. The sky hangs low like a curtain. At a height of 1,000 meters, a mass of thick clouds silently rides, resembling a tsunami frozen in a dream. The wind carries the scent of dampness and thunder, sweeping over the steel forest, stirring the very essence of the city. Uchiha Ye stands with his hands clasped behind his back, peering down from the distant heights that nearly touch the clouds. His figure, solitary yet exuding divine pressure, is enveloped in a flowing cloak, his black hair trailing behind him like a mantle of night, his presence almost merging with the endless dark. His gaze pierces through the cloud cover, surveying the city below, familiar yet strange. Skyscrapers rise like forests, neon lights flicker, and the flow of traffic resembles a pulsing lifeblood, incessantly coursing. Every inch of the metropolis operates at breakneck speed, as if it were a living organism precisely controlled by programming, maintaining a fragile balance between the Shinigami and the hollow. Even the scent of the clouds is the same. Yuru murmurs softly, his tone languid, as if recounting to a phantom deep within his memories. He squints, a ripple of emotions passing through his eyes. Then he pauses, his brow arching slightly, his expression shifting subtly. The balance on his bank card. The tone was flat, tinged with sarcasm, akin to a sudden, jarring self-deprecation. The corners of his mouth curled in a semblance of a smile, as if he had inadvertently pricked a painful memory from a past he wished to forget. Yet he did not linger in this sentiment for long. In the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. From the clouds above, a colossal hollow emerged, its 6 limbs resembling those of a spider, and its mask grotesque. It was drawn by the lingering spiritual pressure, seeking to devour the remnants of souls. However, as it approached the solitary figure suspended in the high skies, it abruptly halted. Something was amiss, profoundly and alarmingly so. An instinct screamed for it to flee. Before it could even attempt to resist, the immense spiritual entity trembled violently, as if its very essence was being erased from existence. Unable to emit even a cry of despair, it twisted, shattered, and vanished, ultimately consumed by a silently materializing black rift. It was as if it had never existed at all. The knight did not initiate an attack, nor did it adopt a threatening posture. It merely frowned slightly. How dare such insectal life approach me? The disdainful tone conveyed a casual repulsion, reminiscent of a higher dimensional being's instinctual aversion to lesser noise. He raised his right hand gently, fingers splayed with nonchalance. In an instant, the sky fractured like a shattered mirror, spiritual particles misaligned, and the very fabric of the current world trembled with a subtle, yet distinct resonance. This was neither the spiritual pressure of a Shinigami nor the spiritual waves of Hueco Mundo. It was an interference of a higher dimension, akin to divine-level calibration. He descended slowly. Beneath him lay the rooftop of an abandoned skyscraper, with rusted railings and broken advertisement lights clinking in the wind. The city's lights swirled like a sea of stars, reflecting into his gaze across distant streets and time zones. He approached the edge of the rooftop, sitting casually, reminiscent of a laborer just off a night shift in hell. In his hand, a lollipop had appeared, its wrapper caught in the wind, sticking momentarily to the cracked ground before being pushed away and spinning half a turn. This candy was excessively sweet. He frowned, his tone excessively serious. as if contemplating some philosophical paradox. Yet he ultimately did not discard it, merely biting down on it, savoring its presence. The leap from being a master of dimensions to a convenience store was indeed vast. He murmured to himself, his gaze devoid of confusion. It was as if a deity had descended to taste the sweetness of the mortal realm for the first time, while simultaneously deciphering the neural structure of an entire planet. Through the splendor of the city, he perceived the decaying order of souls beneath, glimpsing variables that could not be articulated, hidden beneath the system of the Shinigami. Aizen, having just been sealed, was likely still nursing his wounds. Perfect. Let me see what order this group of guardians speaks of and what it truly protects. He raised his gaze, honing in on a corner of the city. At the entrance of a convenience store, under the dim yellow light, a weary-looking youth with a backpack stepped out, his expression betraying a sense of alertness. Unbeknownst to him, from that higher-dimensional vantage point, he was being observed. Kurosaki Ichigo. Once the substitute Shinigami, he had severed Aizen and shattered the Hogyoku. Yet now, he was merely a mortal. The knight smiled softly. No wonder he was the child of this world. The hook set by the Soul King was indeed hidden within this fellow. He whispered the name with a tone reminiscent of perusing an ancient script, yet his intonation bore a chilling coldness. In the next instant, his form melted into the void like ripples in water, soundlessly. At the convenience store entrance, Kurosaki Ichigo stepped out, carrying a beverage. He tilted his head back to take a sip, his brow furrowing slightly, as if sensing something amiss. "Hey, Baboon Prince," he called softly. "Something feels off, don't you think?" A voice emerged from the doll, laced with its usual sharpness. "Of course, the air is frigid. I'm not blind to spiritual pressure." Yet they had not yet made a move. Suddenly, it was as if someone pressed the pause button. The entire world fell silent in an instant. Cars halted. Lights ceased to flicker, the wind stilled. The street was frozen in a moment of film, eerily silent. Then, the sound of the wind returned. A figure emerged silently from the void. Clad in black, with long hair and a languid demeanor, their slow strides seemed as if they were piercing through another realm. Kurosaki Ichigo recoiled sharply, instinctively focusing his soul on the structure of his Zanpakuto, only to be horrified to discover he could not move. His consciousness was tangled in a disordered flow of time, as if he had been thrust into a higher-dimensional force field, his sense of self compressed. "Are you a hollow?" he questioned. No, not quite. He compelled himself to remain calm, yet a primal fear welled from deep within. "Are you a Shinigami?" The knight's gaze fell upon him, as casual as if glancing at a blade of grass by the roadside. "What do you think?" The tone was so devoid of warmth, it was chilling. Drawing near, he casually patted Ichigo's shoulder, akin to a stranger striking up a conversation on a late-night street. "Don't be tense. I'm not interested in you. I merely wish to see what the Soul King's contingency looks like." He chuckled lightly, a smile that resembled the crevice of a collapsing glacier, dangerous, yet devoid of hostility. Ichigo whipped around sharply, but the figure had already vanished without a trace. The oppressive sensation receded abruptly, the city's sounds rushing back to his ears. The hum of traffic, the chatter of people, the flow of lights. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, cold sweat lingered on his spine. That was not spiritual pressure. It was not a power any Shinigami or Hollow could wield. It was the presence of a being from a higher echelon. For the first time in battle, Ichigo felt he was not a participant, but rather an observed variable. On the rooftop at the other end of the city, the knight leaned against a wall, gazing up at the sky, the lollipop in his hand having melted away by more than half. He nibbled on the sugary core, as if savoring the essence of the world. The wind billowed his black cloak, yet he remained motionless, his eyes half closed. He seemed to hear a distant voice from another dimension whispering. Indeed, it was no mistake. The seed of the Soul Kings had begun to struggle for self-emancipation. He gradually closed his eyes, as if attuning to a tremor within the depths of the soul network. Then he slowly opened his eyes, the depths of his gaze reflecting the spiritual structure of the city. Thus, what follows? Let this world be a little more lively. The wind brushed past his garments. The realm of the hollows trembled, the great hollow wailed. Meanwhile, the Soul Society remained immersed in the aftermath of the battle with Aizen, ensconced in self-deception. As for the knight, he softly intoned the prelude to divine judgment. Protagonist. Rules. Soul King. I shall dismantle them one by one. Chapter 136. From this moment forth, you are the representative of the Shinigami. In the Soul Society, within the deepest recesses of the black cavity, where neither light nor spiritual pressure could penetrate. In the stillness, a high-backed throne lay hidden in shadows, upon which sat the rebel Aizen Sosuke, imprisoned by the quintuple seals of the Soul King. His eyelids drooped slightly, as if in slumber. Yet in the next instant, an energy rift not of this world quietly tore through the darkness. The space trembled, as if the universe was exhaling. A foot stepped forth from the void. A dark-haired man appeared, his robe billowing without wind, his gaze profound, each step causing the very world beneath him to quiver. Aizen slowly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his pupils, an unfamiliar figure reflected. The spiritual pressure remained undisturbed, yet the air had crystallized as if frozen in time, pressed into stagnation by that being's presence. He looked up, his gaze deep as an abyss, his voice detached, yet laced with mocking sharpness. What is this? This was neither spiritual pressure, nor the power of a hollow, nor the creation of the Soul King. It was an utterly foreign force, one that could manipulate the very fabric of existence, capable of dismantling rules and reshaping destiny. Aizen chuckled softly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Even the Zero Division chose to abandon me, yet you willingly step into this cage. Speak, are you here to assassinate or to recruit? The newcomer stood poised in the void, black hair like the night, crimson eyes like blood, his deep gray cloak cascading silently in the absence of wind. His name was Uchiha Ye. As he gazed down upon him, his tone was as frigid as cold iron shattering the silence. I am Uchiha Ye, Aizen Sosuke. You yearn to annihilate the Soul King, to reshape the world, and restore order to chaos. I comprehend your ideal. Aizen's brow twitched slightly, his gaze sharpening. Comprehend? Do you then agree or oppose? Ye's expression remained unchanged, his voice echoing with the authority of divine judgment. I have come to grant you the power to realize your vision. The air quaked suddenly. Aizen's eyes turned icy as he inquired gravely. I have witnessed too many self-proclaimed saviors, ultimately reduced to mere playthings of power, devoured by truth. What makes you an exception? He did not respond immediately. He merely raised his hand, pointing towards the void. With a thunderous crash, that single gesture seemed to rend the fabric of space, revealing a profound vortex that appeared to be a gaping maw capable of devouring worlds. Aizen's expression tightened, and he murmured softly, This power? Yi replied calmly, Sharingan. It transcends the power system of this world. It is not merely the ability to observe, imitate, and remember. It can manipulate will and reconstruct the soul. Aizen fell silent, staring into those eyes that reflected myriad phenomena, as if glimpsing his past, obsessions, ambitions, and the haughty defiance accumulated over millennia. You claim to understand my ideal. Aizen began slowly. Then tell me, what is the true essence of the Soul King's existence? Ye's tone was resolute, devoid of hesitation. It is a shackle. The false benevolence that maintains the world's stagnant core is the source of the deadening of order. What you detest is not merely him, but the denial of all possibilities he imposes upon this world. The corners of Aizen's eyes flickered, his sneer fading, genuine scrutiny emerging for the first time. You are unlike the Shinigami. You are neither hollow nor exterminator. You do not even belong to this world. He nodded, his voice calm as an abyss. I have traversed numerous flawed worlds, and I have corrected them. Each time, it was due to unjust rules and divine arrogance. Thus, I deprived them of their power. Now, I seek you, for you are the one fit to command the chessboard. Aizen's gaze narrowed slightly, a tempest of restrained fervor and calm within his depths. Then, what do you desire? If you are neither savior nor god, why do you come? He lowered his eyelids and whispered, You are among the few who truly grasp the significance of a restart. If you are willing, I shall bestow upon you power, not the authority that belongs to me, but the freedom to shatter all restraints and break the very roots. After a brief silence, Aizen suddenly chuckled softly. Within that laughter lay reason, madness, and an insatiable anticipation. You are quite mad, Uchiha Ye. Yet, I find this madness appealing. In that instant, his expression transformed, no longer tentative or guarded, but rather laid bare with desire. This power was not spiritual pressure, yet it could penetrate the very fabric of the soul, shaking the foundations of the world. To dominate, reconstruct, and subvert, this power seemed to be birthed for him. You wish to entrust me with this power? Aizen's voice was husky, as if containing the tremors of his soul. He nodded, his fingertip descending gently to touch Aizen's forehead. In the next moment, with a crack, the seal dormant deep within his soul shattered amidst the resonance of chakra and spiritual pressure. The fetters of the Soul King crumbled like a ruined monument. Simultaneously, Aizen's right eye gradually revealed a blood-red, pitch-black spiral pupil, the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kyuka Suigetsu. Is this not a power unlike that of the Soul King? Aizen murmured softly, as if turning the page of an ancient tome. Yi turned away, his silhouette shrouded in the inky void, like the fulcrum of the world. Leaving behind his final words, "You desire to overthrow the Soul King. I grant you the authority. From this moment forth, you shall be the herald of death." Before his words faded, a figure appeared in the sky, brandishing a scythe, with a look of confusion. The power of the Shinigami from the Naruto world could not be tamed by humanity, for its essence was the root of death. Only through forbidden techniques could one awaken the other's consciousness. Yet Yi, having integrated the powers of 3 ninja realms, had already grasped the key to reconstructing the laws of the world. Thus, that power of death was sealed within Aizen's soul core, mediated by the kaleidoscope Sharingan, fueled by spiritual pressure, and contained within chakra. The Jinchuriki of the Shinigami from Naruto, Aizen, had officially made his entrance. As Haiden exclaimed, "I also want to become the Jinchuriki of the evil god." Chakra and spiritual pressure clashed violently within him, yet they curiously intertwined. A wholly new power structure was quietly birthed within his being. Spiritual pressure formed an outer shell, augmenting every cell like armor. Chakra permeated the meridians, guiding the flow of power like a nervous system. The Sharingan served as the core, directly reading and modifying the soul's blueprint. And the power of death became the black axis that transcended all, devouring, integrating, and evolving. In that moment, Aizen was no longer a Shinigami, nor merely human. He had become a synthesis, with the soul as the axis, chakra as the root, and spiritual pressure as the veins, a prototype of humanity that surpassed the Soul King and the Shinigami. Aizen gazed down at his palm, where a drop of blood, mingling spiritual pressure with chakra, appeared, only to evaporate into nothingness. He chuckled softly, imbued with a long-lost emotion and nearly frenzied delight. What a beguiling gift this is. This power could no longer be defined by mere ascendance. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted. Then let me see how far this world can go. When all order kneels before fate. Chapter 137. What is your name? Above the Soul King's palace, time and space trembled gently like a mirror. A figure silently pierced through layers of barriers, stepping into the deepest sanctum of the divine realm. Aizen Sosuke, his expression calm, walked with grace. He was no longer the one confined beneath the surface by the Zero Division, branded a rebel by the Soul King's system, but a new creation, fused with the power of Uchiha and his own will, a divine existence merging the powers of Sharingan and Kyuka Suigetsu. His right eye, the kaleidoscope, spun quietly, reflecting the currents of fate. His left eye, Kyuka Suigetsu, shimmered subtly, effortlessly folding the boundaries between reality and illusion. This was not the path of destruction, nor the way of spirits. It was a fusion of willful dominion and causal rewriting, a cleansing of the soul society that was irreversible. He stood at the core of the Soul King's palace, gazing down upon the structure of the entire soul society. "Soul King," he murmured softly, devoid of fervor. Only cold judgment like frost. An object that has been shattered, sealed, and exploited, yet revered as a deity. The soul society is anchored by you. Yet it has long since decayed to its very core. In the next moment, his fingertip gently tapped, causing the void to ripple like water. And a seal inscribed with myriad phenomena slowly emerged, rotating as it etched itself into the innermost layer of the Soul King's palace's defensive barrier. That was the 10,000 phenomena reversal seal, a sealing array reconstructed from the Sharingan and spiritual pressure. Once detonated, the stable structure of the Soul King's palace would be utterly destabilized at its core rule level. Aizen slowly closed his eyes, the voice of Yi echoing in his mind upon parting. Since the Soul King is a shackle, you must become the key to unlock it. Thus, it shall be I who shatters the pretense of the divine. He turned, his cloak swirling. Kyuka Suigetsu activated. Dozens of members of the Zero Division at the periphery of the Soul King's palace found themselves entranced. The absolute illusion had been cast, the gears to be cleansed, the fate to be replaced, and the world components to be melted away were all in place. Outside the Soul King's palace, Aizen's shadowy avatar had quietly appeared above the Siriidii. He gazed down, his expression indifferent. In this moment, he was not merely seeking revenge. He was genuinely intent on reconstructing the will of the gods within the Soul Society. The spiritual pressure remained dormant. Yet the entire Godai 13 was ensnared in a frozen prison. Kairaku Shuinsue's gaze was frozen, his hand gripping his Zanpakuto, trembling slightly. This aura does not belong to Aizen Sosuke, but rather to an entity of a higher dimension. Urahara Kisuke's pupils constricted as he muttered. His spiritual pressure has long transcended the realm of Shinigami. Is that a power of structural magnitude? Hisagi Shuhei's expression grew solemn as he abruptly looked up, declaring, "No. It is the will itself issuing the command." At that moment, Aizen's voice pierced through layers of space, echoing like a divine whisper, resonating throughout the skies above Siriadii. "From this day forth, the old laws of Soul Society shall be rewritten by my own hand. The 13 court guard squads, the Zero Division, and the Spirit King system will be expunged from history. You shall witness how will reshapes the world." He gently extended his hand, fingers slowly clenching. A spiraling black-red spiritual pressure suddenly descended from above, erasing an entire block from the coordinates of space. It was not destruction, rather, it rendered the area as though it had never existed. This was the first true activation of the causal deletion power bestowed by the night. "This is what you refer to as world order." Aizen smiled faintly, his voice akin to the tolling of a judgment bell. "Absurd, foolish, deserving of retribution. And I am the quill." Aizen stood silently in the heavens, his eyes, one red and one gray, silently gazing down upon the terrified members of the 13 court guard squads. Kiraka Shunsui was the first to draw his sword. He understood that Aizen was no longer the foe of old. Any hesitation would result in their complete annihilation. Wind of flowers, sever all illusions. In an instant, an entire expanse of the sky morphed into a paper-like barrier, coiling towards Aizen. Yet, Aizen remained unmoved. The second stage of the mirror flower, water moon ability, replayed reality. The moment you swung your sword was merely a fragment within my illusion. In that fleeting moment, Kiraku's incantation was forcibly altered, and the entire barrier shattered autonomously. The blade's edge reversing, spiritual pressure collapsing, a metallic taste filling his throat. Ugh! He coughed blood and staggered back a few steps, his pupils trembling. Is this reality being rewritten? Kachiki Byakuya appeared, his sword aura like cherry blossoms in the sky, a myriad of blades entwining him, his expression stern. "Even if you wield divine authority, you must not desecrate the order of souls," Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. But in the next instant, Byakuya's face changed dramatically. He suddenly realized Senbenzakura had never existed. Aizen whispered softly, "Your shuriken was rendered unformed 1 second before you drew your sword. This is the structural negation of the second stage of causal deletion." The myriad blades shattered into spiritual dust, disintegrating before they could approach, vanishing into nothingness. Hitsugaya Toshiro, Soifun, Kensei Muguruma, and other captains lined up, their spiritual pressures stacking like waves, attempting to execute a combined technique to create an overwhelming spiritual pressure. However, Aizen merely raised his left hand. Mirror flower, water moon ability. Third stage, full scene simulation. Before you unleashed your killing blow, I had already laid an illusion, completing the entire process of attack within your perception. What you are experiencing now is merely the remnants of your memory of battle. Boom. The captains crashed into the illusory realm constructed by their own spiritual pressures. All of their spiritual pressures in disarray, their Zanpakutos and spiritual particles disconnected, blood gushing from their mouths and noses as they fell to the ground. Half of Soul Society's combat power became instantly ineffective. The Soul Society fell, and it took merely 4 moves. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly descended from the void. The Zero Division, led by Uchiha Ye, arrived first, his expression grave as he pointed his brush to the heavens. "Aizen Sosuke, you dare to offend the domain of the Spirit King, you must understand." His voice had yet to finish. Aizen had already raised his hand. Mirror flower. Water moon ability, 4th stage, cancellation of the symbol. Uchiha's pupils constricted. "Do you intend to erase my naming rights?" With a flick, the brush had not yet moved. Yet the ink mark had already severed. The name Uchiha Ye was instantly expunged from the causal structure. In that moment, his Zanpakuto's release failed, his spiritual power fractured, his existence becoming vague, like a shadow in the mist. "My name?" he murmured, his steps faltering, as if he had lost his very self. Aizen spoke calmly. "Your name? You may bestow a name, yet cannot safeguard it. I do not need to defeat you directly. I merely need to revoke your legitimacy of existence in this moment from a structural standpoint. Thunder rumbled as the sky shook violently. Other members of the Zero Division, Korinji Tenjiro, Shudo Maru, and others appeared one after another. Aizen retracted his illusion, gazing at them calmly. The Spirit King is the foundation. You are the execution modules. Now, in the name of the night, I shall initiate the reconstruction of the world. The mirror flower, Water Moon, slowly unfurled into a six-petaled fan-shaped light array. In the moment the kaleidoscope spun, the entire image of the Spirit King's palace was projected into the skies above Siriidii, leaving everyone speechless. The truth of the Spirit King was beginning to unveil. It was a being dismembered, sealed, and anchored to the axis of the world, not a god, but a tool. As their astonished cries remained unvoiced, Aizen softly declared, "Without loyalty, you may perish." The ultimate command of Mirror Flower, Water Moon, collective severance of cognitive execution and self-destruction of the illusion. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked, as a storm of self-destruction of dimension-level soul society unfolded at Aizen's thought. Chapter 138, The True Shinigami of This World. The ground shook and the heavens roared. Spiritual particles flowed backward. The structural laws at the pinnacle of the Spirit King's palace collapsed with a thunderous sound, akin to the severing of a macro artery. As space lost its support, collapsing and distorting, reminiscent of the eve of an apocalypse. Above the distant lower realm of Siriidii, a figure looked down upon myriad forms. Like the ultimate will descending from the heavens, Aizen Sosuke stood in the void, draped in ethereal blue fabric, bearing the wheel of Mirror Flower, Water Moon. He had now transformed into the true architect of world reconstruction. His pupils burned with the fiery red light of a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, inscribing the marks of fate and command. The fusion of the concepts of Sharingan, Mirror Flower, and the Shinigami from Naruto had transcended the medium of illusion, becoming the engine of law. At this moment, Aizen was the true Shinigami of this world. Aizen parted his lips, uttering a single word, resonating like the echoes of the universe: annihilate. The ultimate command of Mirror Flower, Water Moon, a linguistic form of causal erosion, activated. This was not an illusion, nor a mere spiritual pressure impact or mental invasion. It was a rewriting directive input into the entire world, using language as a catalyst to redefine perception. Every soul that heard it was forcibly calibrated to Aizen's worldview. Instantly, within Siriidii, half of the Shinigami's pupils dilated, clutching their heads in agony, spiritual pressure spiraling out of control. Who am I? This is not my body. My Zanpakuto does not heed my command. Has the Spirit King died? No. Has he ever existed? Their self-awareness was formatted in an instant. They did not encounter an attack, yet fell to the ground, turning into spiritual ashes. They were not killed. They were stripped of their qualifications for existence by the logic of the world. This is the essence of Aizen's new ability. The existence of the world predicates on perception, and he has rewritten that perception. The remaining Shinigami gasped for breath. Yet it felt as though they were trapped in another's dream, seeing and feeling everything beyond their control, ensnared in Aizen's perspective of the world. At that moment, a blood-red killing intent suddenly tore through the void. Oinohana Retsu descended. She activated the Shurikai of her Zanpakuto, her battle armor stained with blood, her brows like ice. As the shadows of blood surged with her sword's momentum, the blood tide surged, as if to defy fate. She spoke not a word. The killing intent became tangible. Aizen remained unmoved, his right eye slowly rotating, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan embedding into the wheel of Mirror Flower, Water Moon, its tomo swirling, reflecting heaven and earth. You are the embodiment of destructive instinct. I shall return you to order. Mirror Flower, Water Moon ability, 5th stage, killing intent reprogramming. A cold light flickered in Aizen's eyes. The next moment, the blade swung by Oinohana Retsu suddenly trembled in midair, as if it had struck an insurmountable barrier. The sound of her blade shattering echoed like the wailing of a soul, the blade disintegrating into countless tiny spiritual particles, dissipating with the wind. Yet she remained standing, her form intact, without even a single scratch. Yet her eyes had lost their luster, her expression vacant like that of a puppet, with a gentle yet emotionless smile gracing her lips. It was neither the will to resist nor the struggle of pain, but rather a blank state of consciousness resulting from a restructured logic. Aizen slowly approached, his tone flat, yet laced with endless mockery. Muguruma Kyuka, you should not have a choice. You are merely a tool whose instincts have been suppressed, and I am merely restoring you to your rightful state for this world. The instinct for slaughter, the executor of commands. He gently raised a finger, and Kyuka nodded slightly, her form swaying as her spiritual pressure began to reconstruct into a mode of slaughter. She was no longer the gentle captain of the 4th Division, but rather a weapon of annihilation under Aizen's will. Before she could react, an uproarious laughter suddenly erupted from the edge of the battlefield. Ha ha ha. Amidst the blood mist, Zaraki Kenpachi strode forth, his haori in tatters, skin marred with cracks, madness surging like a tide. That old woman has been turned into a puppet by you? He approached with heavy strides, his zanpakuto cleaving the earth, a smile of extreme excitement curling his lips. This is quite remarkable, Aizen. It seems I must take you seriously this time. Aizen turned to glance at the beast that defied the odds, raising an eyebrow slightly, a rare hint of interest in his tone. Zaraki Kenpachi. Even the Soul King has fallen silent, yet you still laugh. You are aware of the absolute disparity, yet you insist on advancing. Is it persistence or foolishness? Kenpachi grinned widely, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. I do not comprehend your logic or the structure of this world. But as long as you stand there, I want to cut you down. Simplicity is the essence of living. Aizen slowly raised his hand, fingers slightly splayed. Unfortunately, I do not intend to permit such a way of living. Kyuka Suigetsu, 6th stage, conceptual lockdown battle deprivation. In an instant, the rhythmic flow of spiritual particles in the world underwent a drastic transformation. At that moment, the very act of combat was forcibly extracted from the fabric of space. Before Kenpachi could draw his blade, his form faltered. His eyes widened, yet he felt no weight of his zanpakuto. The blade in his hand disintegrated silently. What? Kenpachi looked down at his empty right hand, his entire being feeling as if it had plunged into an abyss of ice. He wished to fight, yet even the act of raising his blade could not be summoned. You are no longer Kenpachi. Aizen's gaze was indifferent, as if pronouncing a death sentence. Your existence no longer possesses the qualification granted by this world to engage in combat. There is no injury, nor death, merely an exclusion from the rules. Kenpachi stood there, as if he had been kicked off the stage of battle. He was still alive, yet felt like an empty shell. His fighting spirit, like a tide, cooled, collapsed, and dissipated. Korinji Yoruchi adjusted his glasses, a nearly pathological smile creeping across his lips, his tone trembling with excitement. How exquisite! How unknown! Aizen Sasuke, I cannot wait to deconstruct your divine logic. He looked up at Aizen, his voice tinged with a twisted yet sincere yearning. Allow me to become an analytical module within your system. Aizen glanced down at him, his eyes calm as water. You are indeed a suitable tool. Upon hearing this, Korinji smiled in relief, whispering fragmented words. The order of the Soul Society has long since decayed. Reason and logic ought to be rewritten. Constructing a new cognitive system with you as the core is the evolution I have longed for. The 3rd individual submits. He offered his soul and science, willingly merging into Aizen's divine structure, becoming the logical engine for the analysis and interpretation of the world. Boom! Divine radiance descended from the heavens, a golden light tearing through the spiritual void. The 0 Division, the progenitor of blades, Nameya Uetsu, returned to forge the blade of the world. Clad in golden armor, bearing the source of the original blade forge, he treaded the heavenly steps, his gaze as sharp as a blade. You regard yourself as a god. Yet the zanpakuto was forged by my hand. The power of the world is all drawn from the blade, since you wield a sword. You cannot surpass the decrees of its creator. He raised his sword, pointing it directly at Aizen, his spiritual pressure erupting like a volcano, the surrounding spiritual particles coalescing. Aizen looked expressionlessly at Uetsu, and after a moment, spoke softly. You are an observer, defining the world through cognition. Yet tragically, from this moment onward, you will lose the right to observe me. Kyuka Suigetsu's ultimate unsealing, observation denial of divine concealment. The world fell silent. Uetsu's pupils contracted violently as he suddenly discovered that Aizen had vanished from his sight. No, it was that his brain could no longer capture any of Aizen's actions. Regardless of sight, spiritual pressure, perception, or prediction, everything had returned to 0. How is this possible? His motion to raise the sword froze in midair, his fingers trembling uncontrollably around the hilt. The source blade of his zanpakuto, which could sever anything, now seemed to have lost its target. His sword could no longer define Aizen's existence. for that existence had been erased. Uetsu knelt on one knee, his forehead gradually lowering, as if whispering, "My name is Nemea Uetsu." With a change in tone, light as dust, "Henceforth, I belong to you." The fourth, belonging to Aizen's system. Chapter 139. The rules of this world are inscribed by the night. Just as Aizen was about to touch the remnants of the Soul King, a roar suddenly shattered the oppressive sky. Stop! In the next moment, the deep void split open, and a blazing red light like the dawn's thunder descended. The heavens trembled, the atmosphere boiled, as if the sun had fallen to the earth. The scorching spiritual pressure surged like a tide, tearing through space, igniting the entire realm of spiritual particles into a sea of flames that devoured all. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, the oldest embodiment of warfare among the Shinigami, the last guardian deity of the Soul Society. Now, he returned to the battlefield. He walked upon fire, hair and beard flowing, carrying a millennium of solitude and glory. What he wielded was not a Zanpakuto, but a longsword staff engraved with the scars of time. That was his will, the last faith of the Soul Society yet to collapse. Flames raged beneath his feet, igniting the remnants of spiritual pressure with every step, transforming them into a clarion call of judgment. He stood before the crumbling walls, his gaze fierce, directed at the figure in the heart of the ruins of the Soul King's palace, Aizen Sasuke. His voice was deep as thunder, accompanied by the roar of flames. "You actually escaped from that seal." There was no surprise in his tone, only a chilling intent to kill. "You have been judged by this world once already. Since you can return, this time, leave no ashes." Aizen descended slowly from the shattered steps of the divine throne, his gaze still disdainful. His tone was as cold as if commenting on mere dust. "Oh, even your old bones have not yet perished? The Soul Society truly relies on you to maintain appearances." His gaze swept across the shattered sky, like a deity overlooking the broken realm, a smirk appearing at the corner of his lips. How pathetic, even time passes so slowly. This statement pierced through all remaining hopes like a dagger. In an instant, the spiritual pressure roared. Yamamoto ceased his words, slowly drawing his sword. That was the oldest Zanpakuto of the Shinigami, Ryujin Jaka. As the blade emerged, flames ignited. The fierce fire scorched the heavens, spiritual particles flowed in reverse. He softly uttered a single word, "Benkai, Zenka no Tachi." The world instantly lost its color. Flames erupted like the apocalypse, tearing the sky into a blazing white curtain, the intense heat causing the distant flow of spiritual particles to come to a halt. With a swing of Zenka no Tachi, the strikes required no build-up. Each slash was a fuse to the end of the world. The first slash spanned heaven and earth. Flames surged like a celestial river, crashing down in fury, penetrating the entire Soul King Palace, cleaving a fiery line directly to Aizen's location. Aizen was engulfed by the flames, his form obliterated, leaving only the resounding echoes of the blazing inferno. Yet in the next moment, the flames twisted. It was merely a projection, the perception having been struck. Aizen stepped forth calmly, his garments unscathed, his spiritual pressure reflecting like a mirror. "These flames cannot incinerate the illusion I stand upon. What will you use to judge me?" He raised his hand to gently brush the remnants of the flames, extinguishing the sparks at his fingertips. Yamamoto furrowed his brow. The second form had arrived. Dongfang Yenyusu Ri Lianjia. The eastern sky transformed into a furnace of blazing sun. 100,000 degrees of high-temperature spiritual fire pierced through the eastern pillar of the spiritual realm, creating a purgatory that imprisoned the very essence of the sun. Space twisted. Spiritual pressure reverberated. Even the laws of time emitted a mournful wail. However, Aizen gently waved his right hand, and the illusion of mirror flowers and water moons unfolded in the air, refracting a circular seven-tiered seal. The seventh-tier power of mirror flower water moon, time reversal authority. The world suddenly tilted. Flames roared, yet they seemed to burn and not burn simultaneously. Time advanced, yet appeared to retreat. Yamamoto's pupils constricted. He witnessed the remnants of the fire blade reverse from a towering inferno into a rusted piece of decayed iron. The blossoms of flames slowly closed, ultimately withering away. All traces of combustion were stripped away, dissolved, returning to the initial state of what had never occurred. "You dare to deny the process of burning?" Aizen's tone was calm. More precisely, it is the negation of continuity. If burning is a continuous change, then denying its continuity equates to denying its inevitable existence. The authority of the world's essence subtly strengthened Aizen. He lightly pointed, and the remaining fire clouds instantaneously froze, being peeled away layer by layer into a data-like map, akin to a deconstructed illusion. Yamamoto tasted blood in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of soul-burning essence. Yet he did not fall. The flames ignited once more as he roared. If you deny the burning of fire, then I shall use my soul as fuel, transforming myself into the divine seed of fire. His form erupted in flames, morphing into a colossal fire lion deity of purgatory. The lion's head howled to the sky, bearing the tail of 1,000 flames, its oppressive might crashing down, shattering the four symbols barrier. The ultimate form, Purgatory Flame Lion Tian Yuan. He lunged forward, fueled by the furious flames that sought to obliterate logic and existence, charging at Aizen. The heavens and earth shifted in hue, and all things burned. Yet Aizen merely raised his hand. Power Tier 8, Essence Negation. Behind him emerged a colossal figure of a pale white death god, wielding a grim scythe, delivering a light slash towards Yamamoto. Silence. The flames extinguished, not from cooling, but because their essence had been stripped away. In that moment, the inferno lost its heat, lost its light, lost the reason for its existence. Yamamoto's purgatory flame body shattered like broken glass, his soul's anchor rewritten to be devoid of heat, existence, and purpose. He knelt upon the ground, his once mighty fiery form reduced to that of an ordinary human. The god of flames had fallen, the fire in his eyes extinguished, leaving only confusion and silence. Fire was no longer fire, and he was no longer the guardian of fire. Aizen slowly spoke. Yamamoto, this time, you have lost. In the distance, Fuju Shijuro watched everything unfold, blood welling in his throat, yet he gritted his teeth to endure. How could the captain possibly? Shatterby knelt, tears blurring her vision. She choked on her words, questioning the shocking truth that resonated throughout the scene. Aizen Sosuke. Who exactly are you? Kairaku Shunsui gripped his Zanpakuto tightly, his knuckles turning white, his steps hesitant, his gaze filled with helplessness and unwillingness. The Soul Society could no longer be defended. Fuju murmured, we are utterly incapable of resisting his will. The battlefield transformed into an abyss of despair. Aizen stood upon a high platform, having not personally slain a single soul, yet obliterating the faith of all. He denied that you are warriors, denied that you possess fire, denied your ability to perceive, denied the meaning of your existence. He was not a destroyer. He was the architect of a new myth. Thus, the guardians of the Soul Society, the rebels, fell one by one. Aizen stepped forth, the four pillars of law appearing behind him. As if all gods bowed to a king. He gazed upon the remnants of the Spirit King, his palm touching the surface, and instantly, the Spirit King's body began to tremble violently, though it soon ceased. Observing this, Aizen turned to the others. His voice steady yet resonant. Truth does not lie in right or wrong. It lies in who defines what is right. From this moment forth, the rules of this world shall be written by the night. Chapter 140. A little extra indeed. Aizen Sosuke is undeniably a captivating villain. Elegant, rational, as if born to stand above the masses. He exudes an aura of authority without anger, conquering without contention, never swayed by mundane thoughts, nor deigning to mingle with the dust. Uchiha Ye discerned clearly that this individual harbored a deep-seated disdain for the word grace. He scorned being saved, scorned being pitied, and could not tolerate any form of charity, even if such power could elevate him to a divine throne, overlooking all beings. Precisely for this reason, he is more dangerous than Uchiha Madara, more difficult to control than Don Quixote da Flamingo. Madara yearned for an ideal kingdom, even if it required violent upheaval. Da Flamingo reveled in a distorted order, still adhering to the rules of trade, yet Aizen has not even regarded the rules themselves. What he desires is transcendence, the breaking of boundaries, supremacy over all settings. That is an existence that even the gods would find unsettling. Thus, he made his move in advance. In the moment of bestowing Aizen with power, he introduced a subtle element. Not poison, not illusion, but an inscription of the origin. A causal command rooted in the soul, threading through the veins. It lay hidden within the deepest frequencies of power, silently, like an invisible seal, lurking within Aizen's gradually expanding divinity. As if implanting a signal flare within a deity attempting to transcend the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Uchiha Ye stood in the sky, gazing down at the gradually awakening Aizen Sosuke. a slight smirk gracing his lips. It is better to maintain some control over such a being, he whispered softly, as if confiding in fate or exchanging glances with the future. Do not be too hasty in betraying me, Aizen. You believe that what I have granted you is freedom. In truth, it is merely another form of control. You detest grace? Then forever live in the shadow of grace. At that moment, Aizen opened his eyes. His gaze remained calm, yet a fleeting tremor, not belonging to him, flickered across his countenance. He did not speak, yet seemed to sense something. An invisible thread, traversing time and space from the distant heavens, quietly entwined around his soul, which he believed to be free. Almost imperceptible, yet akin to the hook of destiny. One must admit, now is the best of times. Aizen has risen as the new Shinigami after defeating Captain Yamamoto. At this very moment, few could impede his advance, except for that man, who granted him divine power, yet beneath that power, laid shackles, Uchiha Ye. Aizen's figure slowly rose amidst the ruins of the Shinigami. His cloak billowed, his gaze profound, as if he were an entity emerging from myth. His eyes swept across the surroundings, and apart from those followers he had already formatted. Everything else lay strewn upon the ground. The Soul Society had long been shattered. Yamamoto Jinryusai's flowery blade lay in pieces. Even the remnants of flames extinguished in the cracks of the heavens and the earth, leaving only charred silence. Aizen Sosuke stepped forward. As he crushed the scorched earth left by Yamamoto, the embers beneath his feet silently vanished into ash, just as he paid his final respects to this world. His gaze drifted toward the void, as if having already transcended this fractured spiritual realm, peering into the depths of the shadowy land sealed by time and resentment. It is time to emerge. His voice was low and ethereal, as if a divine whisper transcending the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, space trembled. An incredibly sharp spiritual pressure sliced through from the southwest, erupting across the sky like a torrential downpour. Boom. That was the hidden world. The secret palace. Once the last sanctuary of the Quincy clan, concealed within the intricate structures of the Soul Society, utterly inaccessible to ordinary beings. Yet Aizen effortlessly locked onto it with a mere glance. He required no inquiries, nor intelligence. What Uchiha Ye bestowed upon him was far more than immense power. It also included insights into certain truths. Thus, this clandestine group of guardians naturally became his target. The void trembled as a barrier shattered, and shadows surged forth like a tidal wave. Clad in white with silver insignia, they bore the cross emblem. The exterminators. Leading them was the formidable Yugalam Haswald, the captain of the Second Star Cross Knights of the Exterminators, known as the Holy Sword, a mirror image of Yuhabak. You are Aizen. You have broken free from your seal. This unfamiliar spiritual pressure made Haswald frown deeply, the spiritual sword in his hand slowly coalescing, yet he hesitated to strike. What exactly are you? Aizen smiled faintly. Did you truly believe you were hidden deeply enough? Lurking in the shadow realm, delving into techniques? He remained motionless. Yet the void rippled as if disturbed by the surface of water. But I have long since discerned everything. As his words fell, the entire hidden palace erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, not from external invasion, but from Aizen's spiritual pressure, which, merely by proximity, shattered the very structure of space. Draw your sword. Aizen raised his hand, fingers slightly splayed. If you still believe in the significance of your existence. Haswald fell silent for a moment, finally raising his spiritual sword high. Then let us respond to your divinity with our very existence. In the next instant, hundreds of exterminators synchronized their spiritual formations, reconstructing the remnants of the hidden palace into a battlefield in a heartbeat. Silver-white spiritual bows manifested from the void, and thousands of arrows filled the sky like a meteor shower. This was the final absolute firepower of the Exterminator Empire. Yet, in the face of that singular might, Aizen merely raised his hand. With a gentle wave, the world came to a standstill. Countless spiritual arrows halted midair, as if frozen in time. Then they rebounded. The rain of arrows redirected, cascading back upon their originators like a tidal wave. Is this the reverse folding of spiritual structure? How is this possible? One exterminator exclaimed in terror, but there was no time to retreat. Blood splattered amidst wails, and only a few strong remained standing on the battlefield. Haswald's expression finally changed. This is not merely spiritual pressure. This is a rule-level interference. Aizen Sasuke smiled faintly, a glimmer of calm and detachment in his eyes. Rules? No. I am simply employing the worldview you believe in to impart one final lesson. He stepped forward, a spiritual formation appearing beneath his feet. Yet it was neither the Shinigami's Kido nor the exterminator's spiritual constructs. It was a brand new power. Integration, transcendence, the subversion of all classifications. Your world, fundamentally, is incapable of containing me. Therefore, I have come personally to bring it to an end. Chapter 141. Welcome to the true illusion. Haswald could not comprehend. Why had Aizen broken free from his seal? How did he know the exterminators had been monitoring, infiltrating Soul Society and Hueco Mundo? Why were all of their attacks rendered ineffective? He stood upon the shattered spiritual platform, coldly observing the man who had emerged from the depths of hell. Aizen Sasuke, the one who should have remained in endless darkness, now draped in the Shinigami's cloak, advancing step by step, each footfall echoing upon the nerves of fate. You are too arrogant. Aizen's tone was indifferent, as if judging an insignificant pawn. Believing that lurking beneath my gaze for so many years would grant you insight into the truth. Haswald instinctively raised his sword, a cross of light slashing forth. Yet it pierced only the air. How can this be? In his eyes, Aizen appeared to be frozen in place, yet simultaneously emerged silently behind him. This was not Shuinpa. Haswald gritted his teeth. Did you employ a technique? No. Aizen slowly raised his hand, the blade of his unsheathed Zanpakuto, Kyoka Sujetsu, floating in his palm. Just a whisper. In an instant, spiritual pressure erupted, silently engulfing the entire space. Heaven and earth trembled, and even the perception of time seemed inverted. From the very beginning, you have never truly seen me. In that moment, Haswald's pupils constricted. He witnessed his comrades suddenly turning against each other, saw allies engaging in deadly combat, and Aizen's shadow manifesting simultaneously in the sky, on the ground, behind him, and within his heart. The perception of reality became utterly fragmented. This is impossible. I clearly have not. Haswald suddenly realized he could no longer discern whether the moment he drew his sword was real. When did you? He struggled to question. Aizen's lips curled slightly. The moment you saw me draw my sword, you had already fallen into total hypnosis. Boom. The realm shattered, perception exploded, and spiritual pressure surged like flames flooding into his nerves, incinerating Haswald's reason. Aizen casually approached. Before you raised your sword in resistance, your fate had already been rewritten by me. In the next instant, in Haswald's pupils, a sharp white light reflected. It was his own Zanpakuto, piercing through his chest. He could not comprehend, nor did he need to comprehend anymore. Welcome to the true illusion, Aizen softly murmured, as if tenderly proclaiming the end of a world. As the flames of Soul Society extinguished, the skies above the Spirit King's palace were devoid of fire, leaving only ashes swirling. Aizen stood amidst the gray, his gaze tranquil as the Dead Sea. His shadow stretched across the ground, as if rewriting the world. Beyond that shadow, the exterminator army advanced inexorably. Although Yugalam Haswald was gravely wounded but not dead, more members of the Star-Crossed Knights were emerging from the rifts in Hueco Mundo, sacred texts illuminating the heavens, constructing a judgment stage for the pure white. Aizen Sasuke, an exterminator bearing the letter B, shouted fiercely, "We will no longer fall for your vile illusions." Is that so? Aizen's voice was gentle, as if conversing with the ignorant. You believe you have seen through me, yet you cannot even confirm the reality of what you see in yourselves. He lightly waved his sleeve, the blade of Kyoka Sujetsu pointing forth. Who among you has verified the truth of your own sight? In an instant, the first vanguard froze in midair, plummeting in unison. Those exterminators who had been setting up formations moments ago found themselves, without any attacks, suddenly stripped of their reason for existence as warriors. They looked down at their trembling hands, hands that shattered and spiraled into chaos. No, wait. I have activated the sacred text. I am the countermeasurer. I am the isolator. I have long since blocked the interference of perception-type Zanpakuto. I have activated my static blood form. You all, under the already fallen circumstances, established what you believe to be effective defenses. Aizen spoke indifferently, as if solving a basic problem. In other words, you have long ceased to engage in battle, and instead are simulating your resistance in a pre-recorded illusion. From the moment you entered my line of sight, you were already defeated. This is impossible. They discovered in terror that even their emotions of doubt seemed scripted. This is the sixth stage of Kyoka Sujetsu, thought pre-programming. You think you possess autonomous thought, yet you merely follow the path I envisioned for you, performing a failed script for my viewing pleasure. Boom. The entire central army of the exterminators fell into chaos. Haswald roared. Hold the formation. Our reality denial power is sufficient. Eisen raised his hand, the second layer of deconstruction descending. Ninth stage, belief level deprivation. Light slanted down, and the spiritual text totems of the exterminators dimmed abruptly, as if uprooted trees. They were horrified to discover, my sacred text has failed? My letters have vanished? What you call power exists solely on the condition that I allow you to exist in this moment. Eisen calmly looked down upon them. And now, I simply no longer permit it. Lin Ye fell like rain. The passage of the virtual realm was sealed in reverse. Countless exterminators found themselves ensnared by the backlash of their own techniques. Just as the left flank of the exterminators attempted to flee, Eisen once again extended his finger. 10th level authority, mirror flower, water moon. The space transformed into a mirror. All phenomena became a prison. The refraction of mirror flower. Water moon constructed a six-sided extra-dimensional barrier, trapping thousands of exterminators within, all attacks eternally rebounding to their origin. One exterminator, striving to sever the interface, shouted, Holy text W. Destroyer of the wall. Shatter for me. He struck with all his might, and then his body was violently torn asunder. It was not Eisen who killed him, but rather, the attack you unleashed was, in truth, upon yourself. Eisen's gaze turned slightly cold. This was the essence of mirror flower, water moon. You never attacked the enemy, but rather expended all your strength to destroy the self you believed in. The heavens collapsed. This battle had neither begun nor ended. It was merely a farcical play reflected in a mirror, and Eisen Sasuke was merely the playwright, director, and sole audience. He stood above, his eyes tranquil as a deity surveying creation. I do not need to kill you. I only need to make you cease to believe in your own existence. In an instant, the last remnants of elite exterminators collectively knelt to the ground, collapsing like a tide. Their gazes were hollow, no longer fighting, nor fearing. They were merely ensnared in the shell of an eternal illusion of belief. In this moment, Eisen stood alone at the center, with the world sinking around him. His silhouette resembled that of a sovereign who defied the heavens. His voice slowly resonated, echoing in every corner of the firmament. The Soul Society does not need a king. What is required is one who can determine what a king truly is. Chapter 142. Indistinguishable, truly indistinguishable. Eisen had gone mad. The Soul Society fell, and the exterminators crumbled. The remaining resistors, whether they be the surviving Shinigami, the hidden nobility, or the rebellious members of the Spirit Technique Academy, were all, without exception, plunged into an abyss of complete perceptual error. They could not discern their enemies, could not recognize themselves, and even doubted their own existence. Indistinguishable, truly indistinguishable. Dao Yi, I have become He, and all of this stemmed from Mirror Flower, Water Moon. However, this had long transcended the realm of Zanpakuto abilities. Its essence had already been reshaped by Uchiha Ye. What once required conditions for perceptual interference had now evolved into absolute dominion over concepts. This was not hypnosis, nor illusion, but rather a modification of the definition of reality. From the very beginning, the identity and function of those under his gaze had been rewritten by Eisen. Yawach, a god who could foresee the future? But when the future itself ceases to exist, does foresight hold any significance? The future has been denied by me, Eisen whispered, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He was neither arrogant nor human anymore, for at this moment, he stood at a level above all existences. Bestowed upon him by Uchiha Ye was the authority of truth. With a glance, he could erase all possibilities from the causal chain. He did not need to execute a technique. As long as he determined it, reality would comply. In present-day Tokyo, spiritual pressure began to waver. Initially, it was merely a wave of electronic distortion. Television screens whitened, audio became chaotic, traffic lights no longer adhered to their programming, instead pulsating in disarray like a heart in crisis. Pedestrians paused, gazing skyward. They were unaware that from the moment they entered this defined realm, their world had ceased to be the original world. It has arrived. Urahara Kisuke stood upon the rooftop of his home, the corner of his fan snapping shut with a clap. He beheld a colossal crack descending from the sky, as if tearing through space. It was not spiritual pressure, nor energy fluctuations. Rather, it was the physical distortion of a concept's collapse. In his pupils, an indescribable line reflected, a trace of the laws of reality shedding away. As if some consciousness had deleted the words cause and effect from the world's settings, leaving only, decided by me. Mirror flower, water moon. No, This was no longer an ability. Urahara murmured softly, his voice trembling. He had once studied Aizen's power and had guarded against that terrifying complete hypnosis. Yet the scene before him no longer belonged to that domain. This was rude alteration. Even hostility had been stripped away. He muttered to himself, cold sweat pouring down like a fountain. Aizen was no longer fighting. He had not even entered a combat state. For before him, there was no one who could be deemed a valid target. It was akin to an operating system that had cleared all file permissions before startup. Without even the permission to exist, one could naturally not mount an attack. This was the true form of Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Meanwhile, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was supposed to be in school, also discovered the anomaly and rushed out of campus. He sought to ascertain the situation, but upon suddenly glancing around, he found the world had already turned upside down. Surrounding him were reflective walls in endless succession. He ran through an infinite corridor of silvery mirrors. There was no exit, no end. No, this is a deception. More terrifyingly, each mirror reflected not himself, but Aizen. Aizen smiled, as if observing a form of inferior life. You have been defined by me as one who cannot awaken. The next moment, crack. It was not the mirrors that shattered. It was his Zanpakuto that fractured in the dream. Not damaged, but fundamentally stripped of the authority to strike. How could this be? He knelt, his body convulsing, sweat pouring down like rain. In this dream, even the thought of resistance felt extravagant. For the dream he inhabited was also within the realm of Mirror Flower, Water Moon. He was not hypnotized. He had been deleted from those who could fight. He opened his eyes, yearning to awaken, only to find himself still ensnared in the dream. In the dream, Aizen stood at the end of the sky, arms outstretched toward him, and the sky had been torn into a colossal mirror. Aizen sat upon his throne, eyes closed in meditation. Ichigo's consciousness lingered on the brink of collapse in that instant. For he finally understood, in this world, defined after the fact, he did not even qualify for the role of resistance. Captain Urahara, the entirety of West Tokyo has vanished. Aizen's Mirror Flower, Water Moon had already enveloped the entire present world. Even Yawatch was out of control. Damn, I am not even certain if I am truly myself. Within the communication channel, members of the Spirit Technique Special Forces at captain level and above collectively succumbed to mental collapse. With every utterance, they would subsequently doubt, was that my voice? Or merely an illusion? No, the word illusion no longer applied. They could not discern whether they were still human. Mirror Flower, Water Moon did not control sight, hearing, or touch, but rather the mechanism of definition. You can see things because you are defined as a visual being. You can wield a sword because you are defined as a wielder. But now, Aizen no longer needed to hypnotize you. He merely needed to inscribe at the cognitive level, you are not a fighter. And thus, you were stripped of the qualification to wield a sword. Even if your body remained intact, your Zanpakuto glimmering, you could not recall how to attack. This was not an illusion. It was the cancellation of authority. The world had transformed into a mirror of Aizen. All lived within his mirrored definition. Yet he himself sat at the core of that mirror, eyes closed in meditation. He needed no action. He needed no words. For every refresh of this universe would automatically operate according to Aizen's primary definition. He was the system administrator of the Shinigami universe, the sole authority holder. What he represented was no longer a form of power, but rather the master of the laws of existence. Above Tokyo, the sun was torn asunder. The light illuminating the earth no longer came from a celestial body, but rather from a massive inverted mirror reflecting the sky. The entire city seems to have been engulfed by another layer of illusory reality. He did not launch an attack. Yet we all surrendered, not out of fear, but because we no longer possessed the right to oppose him. This is the awakening of a human submission to the divine. No, it is the divine that has defined your submission. This is not a war, nor an annihilation of worlds, nor an act of aggression. Aizen Sosuke, a complete deification of illusion. The divine agent supported by Uchiha Ye. This world is no longer the realm of the Soul King. It is a universe defined by night. Chapter 143. I shall dedicate my passionate youth to carve out a dominion for Lord Ye. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. Unification of the Soul Reaper world. The current time and space have been fully integrated and taken over by the system. Achieving dimensional isomorphism. World laws have been reconstructed. Host privileges upgraded to Supreme Level Realm Master. The Shinobi world has now become the host's exclusive domain, wherein the flow of time, spatial structure, and cycle of life and death are all defined by the host's will. Acquired ultimate ability, absolute control, additional reward, permission to deploy internal world subordinates for interdimensional actions, performing actions aligned with the will of various worlds, which will synchronize with another world-s consciousness. On the summit of the Pocket Shinobi world, Uchiha Ye opened his eyes, sensing that the system had recognized the slow plunder of worlds as inadequate and had thus made some changes. It seems he could now send these individuals to different worlds for conquest. A capitalist of the multiverse, how intriguing. In the world of Demon Slayer, at Tanjiro's Spider Mountain, the night was as dark as ink, and the wind carried eerie threads that sliced through the air. The entire forest resembled a slumbering giant beast, oppressive, cold, and twisted. "Help me! Help me!" cried a villager, sprawled in the mud, his legs a bloody mess, struggling desperately. Suddenly, several nearly transparent threads shot out, binding his limbs. And with a fierce tug, his voice was abruptly silenced as he was dragged into the unfathomable depths of shadow. Amidst the treetops, a pair of blood-red vertical pupils slowly opened. Within the silken threads appeared a woman clad in a kimono, her skin pale as death, her features exquisite yet contorted. Her eyes filled with hunger and madness. "I've caught you, little insect," she said, dragging the bloodied threads as she approached the youth. "I am so hungry, truly hungry. Just let me have a taste." With that, she plunged her arm through the boy's chest, warm blood gushing forth, staining the ground crimson. "Just one bite will do. The rest, I shall take back for the children." She licked the blood from her fingertips, a look of satisfaction on her face. Her mouth suddenly split open to an unnatural degree, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, reminiscent of a ravenous demon from hell. At that moment, her movements abruptly halted, as she gazed with furrowed brows towards a clearing in the woods. "There are people." "No, two." Two figures stood atop a tree trunk, illuminated against the light, their garments fluttering. As the wind rustled the leaves, their appearances were revealed. One had silver hair cascading to his shoulders, wearing a black mask, his single Sharingan spinning silently, exuding an air of indifference. The other, clad in a kappa outfit, had piercing eyes and stood poised like a weapon, radiating an intensity akin to the scorching sun. Exuding vitality. Kakashi, might guy? They were not mere humans. They were direct warriors of the steadfast realm master Uchiha Ye. In any world deemed a realm by the system, all beings would be loyal to Uchiha Ye, even those who had perished. At this moment, both had injected themselves with a special enhancement serum crafted by Orochimaru, amplifying their chakras several-fold, their physical attributes surpassing traditional shinobi standards. Kakashi frowned, his gaze sharp. The recent actions of this demon had awakened some unsettling memories within him. "Are you human?" the spider mother questioned, a sinister smile crossing her lips, blood dripping from her fingers. "I am a demon. Are you prey as well?" Despite her words, she intended to retreat. The stance of the two before her did not resemble that of ordinary humans. What if they were the leaders of the Demon Slayer Corps? Kakashi remained silent for a moment before whispering, "This world is far from normal. Kakashi, she is a man-eating demon. It appears it is time for my shinobi world's azure beast to make an entrance." Might Guy's eyes sharpened, stepping forward. Boom. The air cracked like thunder, distorting explosively. A torrent of green energy erupted, howling through the forest, sending leaves flying. The spider mother's expression changed dramatically. "What are you?" "This is not the aura of this world." Guy, beaming with a luminous smile, replied, "Allow me to demonstrate the power of youth." He vanished from his spot, leaving behind a blur as the air exploded. Boom. A fist, coalescing from chakra and imbued with a violent heat, struck towards the spider mother. The silk snapped, rocks shattered, and trees fell in droves. The spider mother had no time to unleash any blood techniques. Her body struck by the fist, flesh and organs exploding, leaving a trail of blood stretching for hundreds of meters. She desperately attempted to regenerate, but the residual chakra in the air scorched her, slowing her recovery, inflicting agony. "This isn't breathing technique. You are not of this world's power." She screamed in madness, blood boiling from her face. But in the next instant, Raikiri. A deep voice resonated beside her. A flash of lightning erupted. A hand enveloped in electric energy pierced through her back, delivering a searing blow that severed her spinal nerves. Cough. The spider mother coughed up blood, terror evident in her eyes. She sought to recover, to struggle, to flee, but found herself utterly immobilized. In her final moments, Her expression conveyed a sense of relief that Kakashi could not comprehend. Kakashi withdrew his hand, his countenance cold. You do not deserve to exist in this world. Crackle. The lightning detonated fully, and the spider mother's body exploded like an uncontrolled explosive, leaving behind only a charred puddle of blood and a few tattered threads, erasing even the demon's regenerative abilities. Might Guy stood tall, his fighting spirit soaring, a confident smile gracing his lips. Ahaha, youth truly is soul-stirring. Perhaps I was a bit too impulsive. Why was I so rash? Kakashi pondered as he slowly approached Guy, surveying the ravaged battlefield, murmuring, "This is a completely foreign demon structure. The energy fluctuations from the deceased ahead are gradually dissipating, but they feel distinctly different from the laws of the shinobi world." Guy scratched his head. "Where are we? This world feels strange. There is hardly any chakra flowing in the air, and people seem considerably weaker. Also, where are the summoning beasts?" Kakashi gazed at the distant mountains and forests, deep in thought. "The world we have arrived in. Lord, you mentioned something called Demon Slayer. It appears this individual before us is indeed connected to demons. His task was to act in accordance with the will of this world. Does that mean slaying demons? If this world possesses order, then according to my perspective, our first step must be to identify the strongest organization in this realm and join it." Guy immediately gave a thumbs up. "And then become the leader. I shall dedicate my passionate youth to carve out a dominion for Lord Ye." Hey. Don't get so fired up all of a sudden, Guy. Chapter 144. You have thoroughly provoked the spirit of youth. Two silhouettes traversed the dark forest. Their steps so light they seemed to meld with the night itself. At present, any information regarding this world remains shrouded in mystery. Kakashi muttered as he perused a small intelligence scroll while walking. Judging by Lord Ye's reaction, this world seems negligible in his eyes. He gazed up at the night sky, his tone calm, yet laced with scrutiny. Might Guy grinned widely, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "I certainly noticed that Lord Ye dispatched numerous individuals to other worlds for missions. It appears we must hasten to complete our task and secure the lead. I can hardly wait to send these grotesque fiends to another realm." He suddenly shouted, "Let youth blaze." With that, a green aura radiated from Guy's body, propelling him forward in an instant, vanishing from Kakashi's view. Kakashi raised his palm, gently tapping his forehead in exasperation. What is going on? Guy is as impetuous as ever, yet a hint of a smile crept onto his lips as he swiftly pursued him. At this moment, the effects of the Otsutsuki potion within them heightened their senses, making them acutely aware of chakra, presence, and even spatial vibrations. "Kakashi." Guy slowed his pace abruptly and cautioned in a hushed tone, "There is an unusual presence ahead." The two landed in unison on the canopy of a tall tree, surveying the scene below. To their astonishment, a solitary village stood at the edge of the forest. Such a remote mountaintop still harbors a village? Guy pondered, bewildered. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, the three tomo in his eyes beginning to spin slowly. "It's likely that they are being kept captive," he asserted decisively. At that moment, a chilling cry resonated from within the village. "Woo, please let me go. You promised you would only take one person. Why are you taking my child away? Ha. Did you think we came to rescue you? How naive." A cacophony of anguished screams accompanied a woman's sobs from a certain location in the village. Boom. A villager was abruptly hurled from a dilapidated house, crashing onto the street, limbs mangled and blood gushing from beneath him. Their expressions shifted, and they immediately advanced closer. In the village square, the ghastly blaze illuminated the sky, the air thick with the stench of charred flesh, blood, and ash. The dilapidated wooden houses formed a crude clearing, piled high with bodies, men, women, the elderly, and children alike. The remains bore signs of gnawing, limbs torn apart as if ravaged by beasts. Blood flowed down the wooden steps, forming meandering crimson lines in the night breeze. By the fire, a man of monstrous stature knelt, resembling a demon. 8 sharp spider-like limbs sprouted from his back, rooting him to the ground, supporting his hulking form. His face was marred with cracks, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth. His tattered garments soaked in blood. He held a small child, whose tears had long since dried, replaced by sheer terror and numbness. Hiss! The man's fangs glistened, saliva dripping from his lips. Children's flesh is so tender. His tongue licked his lips, a twisted sense of joy dancing across his features. "I shall personally take you back and prepare a dish for him. This is an honor." He raised his arm, claws poised to slit the child's throat. At that instant, An unheralded roar descended from the heavens. The night sky burst into brilliance as a blue beam pierced through the firmament, a powerful shockwave slamming into the earth, shaking the trees and resonating with a deafening sound. The spider demon father abruptly looked up, his beastly eyes widening in shock. Who? Before he could finish, a green fist surged into view, rapidly enlarging. The force of the punch was like that of a tiger, akin to a mountain pressing down. As if a beast were roaring in rage, Might Guy transformed into a streak of blazing fire, his fist aimed directly at the creature. The air exploded into a vacuum. The entire square crushed in an instant. This was not merely a shockwave, it was a complete obliteration. The spider demon father barely registered the newcomer's appearance before his upper body was crushed by the tiger-like fist, ribs shattered, insides bursting, his spine contorting under the seismic impact. Aya! He screamed in a hellish wail, his body flung like a rag doll hundreds of meters away, demolishing houses, stone walls, and mountains, carving a bloody trench into the ground. Boom! Dust clouds billowed as the earth collapsed, engulfing him, blood erupting like a waterfall, his face twisted and deformed. Breaths coming in ragged gasps. Yet Guy did not relent. Not even the child is spared. You have thoroughly provoked youth, he declared. In my youth, not a single one of these evil spirits is permitted to exist. Burn my youth. Boom. The second punch landed, and the spider demon father's head exploded like a watermelon. Remnants scattering, surrounding trees crushed under the force of the blow. Blood splattered onto the ground like rain. Such injuries could never heal. He was irrevocably dead, reduced to mere pulp, with even his soul unable to escape. Kakashi descended from the other side, casting a fleeting glance at the mangled remains, sighing softly. Guy struck too swiftly. He should have left him a breath to extract information about this world. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. Yet Might Guy stood rooted. A radiant smile on his face, his fist still emitting wisps of steam. Oh dear, I inadvertently filled my youth with vigor. Ever since I injected the potion bestowed by Lord Ye, my muscles are clamoring for a sprint, an explosion. I can't hold back. Ha! He grinned widely, flashing the classic thumbs-up heart gesture, utterly devoid of remorse. Kakashi shot him a glance, a hint of exasperation in his eyes, but said nothing more, instead walking slowly to the blood-soaked ground nearby. There, a small boy sat paralyzed on the ground, his face streaked with tears, trembling all over. Kakashi crouched down, his tone gentle. Do not be afraid, we are not those monsters. You are safe now. The boy stared at them with wide eyes, tears mingling with blood as they flowed incessantly. Kakashi fell silent for a moment, then slowly reached out to wipe the blood from the child's face. His voice low yet resolute. They are not human, merely filthy, grotesque remnants. Our mission is to eradicate such man-eating monsters. As he spoke, he gradually rose, his gaze fixed on the remnants of the village, torn apart by the force of his punch. We shall cleanse this world of all that should not exist. Chapter 145. Little child, do not be so arrogant. Kakashi crouched before the ruins, his eyes resting on the bloodied boy. He had intended merely to inquire about the child's identity and situation, even if only to glean fragments of this world's social structure. However, he quickly abandoned this notion. The child's gaze was murky, devoid of focus, resembling a prisoner who had not seen sunlight for years, more like a piece of meat reared for consumption by demons. Kakashi sighed, remaining silent as he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the boy's face. You have never seen the world, so of course you cannot answer. Guy, standing behind him, remained silent for a long while before speaking softly. These demons are not for battle. They are for breeding. Kakashi nodded, his gaze sweeping over the charred wooden houses and the spider webs adorned with human bones. This area was not a village, it was a breeding ground. The demon clan feasted on humans, but understood cultivation and preservation. They were not mere beasts. They belonged to a civilized structure of an aberrant species. Guy's expression grew serious. That is why we are here. It seems that eliminating these demons will certainly advance our mission. Kakashi regarded him. We are here to complete a task, not to bear the weight of the world's morality. Nevertheless, this kind of place, from any perspective, warrants complete eradication. Kai's lips curled upward, revealing the essence of understanding as he exclaimed, So, Lord Ye intends for us to act first. That is the implication. He raised his fist, steam still rising languidly, reminiscent of a battle that had just concluded unsatisfactorily. This place, this mountain, felt as though it should be cleared 3 times over. Kakashi said no more. crouching down to lift the boy, placing him in the most inconspicuous corner beneath the eaves, and softly instructed, "Wait quietly for a moment. When you can survive, then ponder how to live as a person." Just as he spoke, Kakashi suddenly lifted his head, his left eye slightly ajar, the Sharingan swiftly capturing the rapidly approaching presence in the distance. They have arrived. Kai immediately became alert, turning to face the southeast, his voice low. Not a demon, nor an ordinary human. No sooner had the two finished speaking than a thunderous sound erupted. Several presences darted from the forest, glinting like blades under the moonlight. Swift, yet halting 100 meters away, quickly forming a perimeter. Leading them was a youth clad in a patterned haori, bearing the Nichiren blade, Tanjiro. Following closely were Zenitsu, with his sun-bleached hair, nervously reaching for his sword, and Inosuke, wearing a boar mask, already agitated. There was no scent of demons ahead. Tanjiro's tone was grave, yet there was also no scent of living beings. Zenitsu murmured, his gaze wary. The villagers are dead, and the demons have vanished. Inosuke's eyes fixed on the two. Who are you? Tanjiro inquired, gripping the hilt of his sword, his tone not hostile but exceedingly vigilant. Are you allies of the Demon Slayer Corps? Why have we never encountered you before? Kakashi casually stood with his hands in his pockets. Kai blinked, glancing at his attire, then surveying the charred remains of the village. Muttering softly, we don't look like bad people, do we? You look quite like arsonists, Zenitsu retorted, shrinking back. Nanny? Kai tilted his head, his bushy eyebrows furrowing slightly at Zenitsu's anxious demeanor. Kakashi cleared his throat gently and finally spoke, his tone remaining calm. We have been assigned to assist in investigating the disturbances within the mountain. However, it seems we arrived a tad earlier than you. His explanation was vague, withholding their identities while avoiding deceit, deliberately making it difficult for further inquiry. Assigned? Which group? Kakashi shrugged, responding nonchalantly, because we are not subordinates of the Hashira. Then who are you? Well-meaning passers-by, Inosuke interjected. Tanjiro narrowed his eyes. Passers-by? You just exterminated an entire village of demons and burned it down? Kakashi stood his ground, simply responding, you are tracking that spider demon, are you not? Tanjiro nodded. Not just it. We discovered a demon's corpse in the outer village. Its blood evaporated by high temperatures, and its skull completely melted. We did not kill it. Are you rivals? Kai scratched the back of his head and laughed straightforwardly. Not rivals, but rather cleaners. Seeing such demons, one cannot help but strike a few more blows. Zenitsu, looking utterly distressed, recoiled. You mean that terrifying spider demon we just faced? A few punches and it's all cleaned up? Inosuke could no longer contain himself, bellowing. Hey, white-haired guy, I challenge you. Fight me seriously. Kakashi ignored him, turning only to Tanjiro. Are you the leader? Do we look like demons to you? Tanjiro paused, shaking his head. Not demons. But you are not ordinary people. The strength of that spider demon is at least of the lower moon rank. Yet you killed it without suffering any injuries. Kai nodded. Indeed, we are not demons. Nor are we your enemies. We merely passed by and disposed of something vile. Kakashi added leisurely from the side. If you must categorize us, consider us as leisurely individuals. Tanjiro took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. I am not here to accuse you. I merely hope that if you are indeed formidable demon slayers, you will join us. We are the Demon Slayer Corps, and we truly need your strength. The air fell into a brief silence. Zenitsu and Inosuke appeared bewildered. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Kai, as if silently inquiring. Kai grinned widely, his face radiating with joy. You decide. I will follow your lead. Kakashi pondered for several seconds, observing the earnest expression on Tanjiro's face, before suddenly smiling. Very well. My team and I are quite interested in slaying demons. Tanjiro solemnly bowed. Thank you for your trust. Meanwhile, Zenitsu covered his head, spinning in place. Oh no. Two extraordinary monsters have arrived. How can we be the protagonists now? Inosuke brandished his dual blades. I want to be the first to test my sword. Hey, did you hear that? The white-haired guy who hides his face. Don't smile so annoyingly. Kai narrowed his eyes, glancing at the boar mask on Inosuke's head, furrowing his brow. Why is he wearing a boar mask? Perhaps it is some sort of custom. Kakashi tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at the youth, reaching out to touch his boar mask, his tone nonchalant yet tinged with teasing. Little one, do not be so arrogant. Inosuke shouted. Get lost. Chapter 146. Exhaustion. Deep within the spider mountain, thick fog enveloped the area, tree shadows dancing, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. One of the 12 Kazuki, Rue, suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was cold, slender fingers slowly tightening, as if grasping something in the air. He sensed it. The presence of those two parents had vanished without warning. Dead. It was not merely severed. Even their blood demon art had collapsed. Rue's eyes flickered, and he finally licked his fingertips, his voice husky. Is it a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps? Or, he suddenly laughed. A child whose toy had been taken away, filled with both rage and excitement. Ha ha, I have finally waited for you formidable ones. Will you play with me? Before his words faded, his body vanished like the wind, rushing towards the foot of the mountain. Mr. Kakashi, Mr. Kai, Tanjiro whispered, other demons are lurking within this forest. I can sense their presence like a spider's web, overwhelming. Kakashi surveyed the thick fog surrounding them, his gaze vigilant. Indeed, there is more than one. The two demons that were killed are merely the beginning. Kai smiled slightly, raising his thumb vigorously, his voice resonant. Since they dare to harm humanity, they must face the retribution of the wood steam beasts. We will investigate after the fight. See, can I return to headquarters first? Zenitsu's face turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. I feel a horde of powerful demons approaching us. No sooner had he spoken than silence enveloped the surroundings. In the next moment, the air seemed to freeze. Thousands of fine threads silently descended from the forest, densely entangling the trunks, weaving the entire forest into a massive cage. Tanjiro abruptly halted, his expression grave. They are coming. Jia, 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 jia. Eerie laughter echoed from all directions. Intruders in my home, destroyers of my family. Yet you dare to stand here? Why not become my new family? Figures emerged from the woods, all slender, their features twisted. Young men and women hung upon the threads like puppets, wearing eerie smiles. These are the other demons of Spider Mountain. Are they siblings? Zenitsu's voice trembled. There are too many. Their presence is formidable. Tanjiro tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade once they surrounded him. It's too noisy. Let me smash their heads. Inosuke roared, charging forward, his dual blades slicing through the spider threads before him. Thunder breathing, first form. Zenitsu closed his eyes, murmuring softly, and in an instant, a flash of sword light shot forth, slicing through the darkness of the night. Water breathing, fourth form, striking tide. Tanjiro slid to the side, delivering a diagonal slash that sent a demon shadow flying. The three of them became like three storms, swiftly engaging in fierce combat on the battlefield woven from spider threads. The spirits shrieked as they lunged forward, their silk transforming into blades, whips, and shields, weaving through the air and forcing the trio to retreat in haste. However, as the battle progressed, they swiftly regained their rhythm, synchronizing their movements and breathing techniques with increasing harmony, slaying one demon after another, the conflict growing more intense. Kakashi, standing to the side, remarked nonchalantly, the breathing techniques of this world are unlike ninjutsu. They resemble a method of channeling and activating internal energy. Through specific breaths and bodily rhythms, they instantaneously enhance their muscles, senses, and even reflexes. It is akin to the physical techniques of the ninja realm, yet it lacks the advanced structural extension provided by chakra. Kai, upon hearing this, glanced sideways. Kakashi, your analytical skills are impressive, as expected of my companion, the Azure Beast. Kakashi's gaze turned scrutinizing. Indeed, their mastery of breathing techniques allows them to fight valiantly under such pressure, which is quite commendable. But Kakashi's words abruptly halted as he suddenly looked up. In the next moment, a slender figure descended slowly from the thick fog, pure white silk cascading like a celestial veil. He stood at the center, resembling the monarch of a spider's web. This was a boy who appeared to be just over 10 years old, with skin as pale as wax, blood-red eyes, and a face marred by cracks. He fell from the air, as if passing judgment upon all. You killed my parents. The voice was hoarse, cold, devoid of emotion, as if it were not grief but the rage of a disrupted order. Thus, I want you to take their place. Become my new family, or I shall flay you. As the words fell, he abruptly clapped his hands together. Boom. Hundreds, if not thousands, of silken strands as thin as hair, yet sharp as blades shot out from all directions. They tore through the air like thunder, intertwining into an inescapable killing formation, completely ensnaring Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. Retreat, Tanjiro shouted, spinning with his sword drawn, water-breathing, fifth form, blessed rain after the drought. Zenitsu's eyes flickered with lightning. Reacting almost instinctively, thunder-breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, sixfold. Inasuk bellowed as he swung his blade. Beast breathing, fourth form. Beast cleaving frenzy. The three figures erupted in unison. Blood demon arts clashed with breathing techniques in the forest, stirring countless broken branches, flying leaves, and splattering blood. The three fought fiercely like trapped beasts, struggling to tear a gap in the woven silk. Yet they were, after all, merely human. The silk grew denser, the pressure increasingly oppressive. Rue did not exert his full strength. Merely standing there, manipulating his family and the threads, was enough to plunge the three youths into a desperate struggle. Curse it, these threads are too resilient. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. No matter how fast I am, I can't shake off these threads that predict my direction. Zenitsu discovered in horror that the threads actively blocked his escape route. Inasuk, in a frenzy, slashed wildly, growing angrier with every swing. How many threads does this guy have? Just as the three began to falter, Kakashi finally spoke. His tone calm, yet laced with coldness. This demon is indeed more troublesome than the others. The blood demon arts resemble chakra manipulation, possessing composite abilities of remote division and thread control. However, what disgusts me most is your twisted perception of family. He lifted his gaze towards Rue high above, his Sharingan slowly opening, the crimson pupils seemingly capable of seeing through everything. You bind so-called familial love with fear, domination, and slaughter. That is not family. It is a prison. It is merely your distorted delusion, self-congratulating. Rue's eyes turned icy, his voice tinged with malice and resentment. Shut your mouth. You do not understand at all. Family must obey, must always be with me. Only what I say is right. Disobedient ones shall be flayed. As he spoke, his fingers twitched, and dozens of threads instantly breached Tanjiro and the others' breathing attacks, racing towards their hearts and throats. The threat drew near. Chapter 147, When the Demon Father. What a joke! But Kai moved. The sixth gate, the gate of view, opened. Boom! A thunderous impact shattered the forest, searing steam engulfing the entire battlefield in an instant. The blazing punch wind, accompanied by sonic booms and fury, surged forth. To the peacock! Kai shattered the ground with a single kick, instantly propelling himself into the sky, crashing down towards Rue at the center of the web. Fist shadows multiplied, resembling 1,000 peacocks spreading their tails, red flames and fierce winds howling, transforming into heavenly fire that rained down. The silken threads were instantly severed, ignited, and obliterated. What is this? Rue, terrified, summoned all his threads to wrap around his body, constructing the most formidable defense. Yet boom! Kai's fist pierced through the web, carrying steam and fury, striking Rue and his threads down into the ground, creating a deep crater. Cough! Rue's body trembled, half of him shattered, blood mingling with white silk flowing out. He gazed at Kai in disbelief. You R&T from the Demon Slayer Corps. You don't need breathing techniques. What? How can you do this? Before he could finish, Kai leaped down into the valley, his face filled with shock as he stared at Rue below, earnestly exclaiming, Huh? This bunch of demons actually wants me to be their father. He patted his steam-covered chest, giving a thumbs up. I am the beast of youthful fervor. Being a demon father? What a joke! As his words fell, he kicked Rue, who was struggling to rise, sending him crashing through a dozen trees. Kakashi, standing above, approached slowly, glancing at Rue, without saying much, simply murmuring, It's done. He then looked down at Tanjiro and the others, sighing. Are you all right? We are fine. Tanjiro was still in shock. What was that move just now? Inasuk was stunned, his mouth agape, so strong. Mr. Kai is terrifying. Zenitsu's legs wobbled, collapsing to the ground. Thank goodness, thank goodness. If it weren't for Mr. Kai, I would have been sliced into sushi. Kai shook off his steaming arm and laughed heartily. Don't worry. The next demons will be handled by youth. Tanjiro could not help but whisper to Kakashi. Mr. Kakashi, are you two really not Hashira? Kakashi turned his head and smiled. We are merely kind-hearted travelers passing by. With that, Kai charged ahead, like a reaper, cleansing the area of all demons. The gentle breeze swept away the tattered silk, and the entire Spider Mountain finally returned to tranquility. The air still retained the scorching steam and the scent of charred remnants. Tanjiro and the others stared blankly at Kai, whose face radiated youthful fervor, then glanced at Kakashi, who stood high above with a low-key yet imposing aura, none daring to speak immediately. Tanjiro finally asked, Mr. Kakashi, Mr. Kai, who exactly are you? Kakashi glanced at Kai, who was busy posing and striking a gesture of youthful explosion, his face emblazoned with the words youthful fervor. Kakashi sighed helplessly, lowering his forehead to partially obscure his Sharingan. Speaking in a calm tone, we come from a very distant place, indeed very far. Our methods of combat are entirely different from yours. Zenitsu, trembling, raised his hand. Then what was that just now? What was the peacock? Is it a blood demon art? Or a new school of breathing techniques? Kakashi looked at him, replying coolly. That is the 8 gates. The ultimate technique of physical arts, forcibly opening 8 limits within the body, unleashing power that surpasses limits for a short duration. What Kai used just now was the 6th gate, the gate of view. Although that power is immense, it comes at the cost of burning one's life. He glanced at Kai's arm, still steaming in the distance. Those who opened the 8th gate before would die. Tanjiro and the others were taken aback, clenching their fists involuntarily. Like the breathing techniques, the 8 gates also rely on physical training, but the cost is far more direct. Inosuke's eyes sparkled. That sounds incredible. I want to learn. I want to open the gates too. Hee. No problem. Kai laughed heartily as he stepped forward, rolling up his sleeves. His arm muscles bulging like steel. Youth belongs to everyone. As long as you can endure, I shall certainly teach you. Before setting off, Uchiha Ye briefly instructed the two. You may engage with the cultivation system of this world to a reasonable extent. Just absorb and integrate appropriately, deriving benefits for us. If there are individuals of merit, they may be welcomed as allies. Upon hearing Kai's words, the main characters were momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, Tanjiro lowered his head, his eyes filled with struggle and guilt. Thank you. However, the breathing techniques are sacred skills passed down through generations of the Demon Slayer Corps and cannot be easily shared with outsiders. Even though you saved us, we cannot arbitrarily teach you the breathing techniques. Zenitsu gritted his teeth and softly echoed, if we were to do so, it would be a betrayal of our predecessor's will. Inosuke frowned, saying, we wish to teach, but we cannot disgrace ourselves. Kai was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, showing no signs of anger. Ha! I thought you didn't trust me. It turns out you're just upholding the rules. This is how youth should be. He raised his thumb vigorously. Adhering to rules is the embodiment of will. I like it. Tanjiro, gritting his teeth, suddenly raised his head. But we can apply to headquarters. After this mission is over, we will take you to meet Lord Ubuyashiki. As long as he permits it, we will certainly teach you the breathing techniques. Yes, Zenitsu nodded. Forcing himself, you saved us. We must repay this kindness. Inosuke shouted, take them to headquarters. Let Lord Ubuyashiki decide personally. I guarantee they are good people. Kakashi observed the group before him, his gaze shifting. He could sense the inner turmoil, adherence, and respect in these youths. It was a belief in their mission, completely different from many ninjas in the shinobi world who fought merely for survival. He nodded. All right, we will accompany you. Tanjiro and the others instantly breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Nezuko peeked out from the wooden box, sleepily gazing at Kai and yawning. Wow, what a cute child. Kai's eyes sparkled as he bent down to pat Nezuko's head, but the next second, his brow furrowed. And just as he was about to do something, he saw Kakashi subtly shake his head. Whoosh. Nezuko instinctively shrank back into the wooden box, slamming the lid shut. Kai's brow relaxed, momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the box. Did I come on too strong? Tanjiro awkwardly scratched his head. No. She's just a bit shy, Mr. Kai, please don't mind. Kakashi quietly steered the conversation back. We need to clear this mountain swiftly. Tanjiro immediately became serious. Yes, there may still be demons in the mountain. We cannot let our guard down. Kakashi glanced at him, his tone somber. During the battle earlier, I discovered that the breathing techniques of this world essentially train the lungs and blood circulation system to activate bodily functions. This method is closer to the human limits than chakra control in the shinobi world. He cast a glance at Kai, contemplating, perhaps, our 8 gates could also evolve from your breathing techniques. However, he kept this speculation to himself. Let us go? The mission is not yet complete. The demons on the mountain must be thoroughly eradicated. Once this place is entirely safe, we will accompany you to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. At that time, we can discuss matters of exchange. Good. Tanjiro nodded firmly. The wind swept across the ravaged battlefield of Spider Mountain, the intense steam still lingering. Yet, within everyone's hearts, the seed of trust had quietly been sown. Chapter 148. Tomioka drew under the moonlight. The group slowly departed from Spider Mountain, making their way along the mountain path towards the nearest town. Their shadows elongated in the forest, and as the wind passed, it stirred Kai's still steaming figure, akin to a flame that had yet to cool, silent yet radiant. On this day, the young members of the Demon Slayer Corps witnessed, for the first time, a combat system beyond the breathing techniques. It was a physical technique that could tear apart demons without the Nichiren blade or reliance on blood demon arts. A world they had never encountered before, quietly unveiling before their eyes. Unbeknownst to them, a fork in destiny was slowly opening at this moment. The sound of water flowing against rocks echoed faintly in the forest, mingled with the steady and cold footsteps of an approaching presence. Someone was coming. Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly and was the first to halt. The next moment, a calm, deep voice permeated the air. It was you. The voice, cool and deep, flowed into their ears like water. A man clad in a dark blue haori appeared at the end of the mountain path, his expression stern, and his gaze sharp yet restrained, akin to a cold spring. "Mr. Tomioka," Tanjiro exclaimed in surprise. Tomioka Ju walked over slowly, his gaze sweeping over Tanjiro and the others before finally settling on the lingering scorch marks and steam in the distance. "What happened to your injuries and those marks on the mountaintop?" "It was Mr. Kai and Mr. Kakashi who saved us." Tanjiro quickly bowed, explaining that they were not members of the Demon Slayer Corps, yet had provided tremendous assistance. Tomioka turned his gaze towards Kai and Kakashi. He fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. "That impact earlier, was it caused by you?" "Huh. Are you referring to the one directed at the peacock?" Kai stood with his hands on his hips, a serious yet proud expression on his face that was merely a flicker of youthful flame. "Your power is unlike the breathing techniques." Tomioka's tone remained calm, yet there was a hint of gravity. "Indeed, it is not," Kakashi replied indifferently. "We hail from a distant land. Kai employs a physical technique known as the Eight Gates." "Physical technique?" Tomioka repeated softly, his gaze shifting. "Like your breathing techniques. Both are methods of honing the body and unleashing power." Kakashi continued, "But physical techniques do not rely on breathing rhythm. Instead, they forcibly extract power from within by unlocking internal limitations." Tomioka fell into brief silence. The air seemed to stagnate for a few seconds. Therefore, he fixed his sharp gaze on Kakashi. "You are outsiders?" "It can be said so." Kakashi did not deny it. "Why have you come here?" Kakashi lowered his gaze, briefly observing Tanjiro and the others, then sweeping across the charred remnants on the ground. "Initially, we were merely passing through, but it seems we might be able to assist. Do you intend to join the Demon Slayer Corps?" Tomioka's gaze sharpened, his tone tinged with caution. "Not to join, but to participate," Kakashi replied calmly. "To fight alongside you in our own way. Your breathing techniques possess aspects worthy of our study, and our physical techniques may complement your shortcomings." Tomioka did not respond immediately. At that moment, Tanjiro suddenly called out, "Wait a moment, Mr. Tomioka, didn't you oppose me fighting alongside Nezuko before?" Tomioka paused, turning around, his dark blue haori gently swaying in the mountain wind. His expression remained indifferent, devoid of much emotion. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke. "I did not oppose it," he said in a low tone. "I merely feared for your safety." Tanjiro was taken aback. "You travel with a demon, yet remain completely unguarded. This world will not be merciful enough to allow you to grow slowly. If you die, my opposition would have been justified. But if you survive," Tomioka's gaze met his voice cold yet heavy. "It proves you are worthy of what you strive to protect." Tanjiro's eyes reddened, his throat tightening, rendering him momentarily speechless. "I too once had companions I could not protect," Tomioka murmured. "I do not wish for you to become the second." Tanjiro bowed deeply. "Thank you, Mr. Tomioka." Tomioka nodded, saying little, and turned to leave once more, his silhouette quiet and stern under the moonlight. Yet his steps seemed lighter than before. Kai was bewildered. Why does this guy seem so unapproachable? He is anything but youthful. Kakashi gazed in the direction Tomioka had vanished, murmuring to himself, "He is a figure worth paying attention to." He turned to Kai. "Are you willing to casually impart such a physical technique to others?" "Of course." Kai grinned broadly. "Youth is meant to be shared. As long as they can endure hardship and withstand pain, I will teach them." His smile suddenly vanished, and his expression turned serious. "If anyone uses it to harm the innocent, I will be the first to oppose it." Togo quietly observed them for a long moment before nodding. "Then you shall accompany me to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. We will assess you. If you are not enemies, you are naturally welcome. However, if you harbor ulterior motives, I will not hesitate to act. Very well, Kakashi replied calmly yet decisively. Excellent. Tanjiro's eyes sparkled. Mr. Togo's willingness to take you to headquarters signifies his approval. Zenitsu still felt somewhat guilty, but managed to smile. With you all here, I feel much safer. Inosuke had already begun to dance with excitement. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps? Is there a chance for a duel? I want to fight Mr. Kai. Wait until you can withstand the first challenge, Kakashi chuckled. Kai, on the other hand, appeared earnest. I am ready to teach a youth martial arts class for the entire Demon Slayer Corps. At that moment, Tanjiro suddenly spoke with gravity. However, the breathing techniques cannot be casually taught. We are willing to teach because you saved us. The Demon Slayer Corps fights to protect humanity. As long as you are willing to fight alongside us, I will trust you without reservation. Kakashi nodded, his tone sincere. Trust begins with fighting side by side. Togo softly added, then let us go. The headquarters is still some distance away. He took a few steps forward and added in a subdued tone, and thank you for saving them. No need for thanks. Kai struck his signature youthful pose. I merely dealt with a few unreasonable individuals. Kakashi sighed softly. He has always wanted praise. I heard that. Amidst the laughter, they gradually ventured into the night-shrouded forest. Yet, the Spider Mountain, scorched by fierce flames and still echoing with the remnants of battle, did not surrender to silence as the people wished. As the night breeze swept away the ashes left by the flames, a chilling and lethal aura quietly descended. Indeed, there are demons. Chapter 149. Kocho Shinobu, a gentle and ethereal female voice, pierced the night sky, causing the group, who were just about to depart, to come to an abrupt halt. Who? Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he gripped his kunai, sensing an enemy. Not from the Demon Slayer Corps. Togo's tone grew grave. It is the insect Hashira. The two had originally come together, but due to the butterfly effect caused by Kakashi and Kai, they had separated to scout the surroundings. As the soft footsteps grew closer, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. In the moonlight, a butterfly-winged Haori fluttered delicately in the night breeze, giving the entire figure an enchanting and graceful arc. The insect Hashira, Kocho Shinobu. Following closely behind her was a cold-faced young girl, gripping a Nichiren blade, saying nothing. Hirikaru Kane, Shinobu's disciple, a prodigy of the Demon Slayer Corps capable of shedding all distractions during close combat. It seems we missed quite a show, Shinobu remarked softly. Her tone gentle, yet laced with sharpness. Mr. Togo actually allowed demons to leave with us? With this statement, Hirikaru Kane tightened her grip on the blade. Demons should not exist. At that moment, Nezuko, who had been quietly hiding in the box behind Tanjiro, sensed a deadly threat and let out a soft squeak, her pale, slender hand resting lightly on the box door. There are demons? Indeed, there are demons. Shinobu's eyes suddenly turned fierce. It seems we need to clear our ranks. With that, her figure blurred like a butterfly shadow, instantly appearing just a few feet from the box. Her sharp Nichiren blade pointed directly at it. Stop! Tanjiro shouted loudly. Nezuko is different. She has never harmed anyone. Moreover, she has fought alongside us. Togo spoke softly. Stop. Shinobu can be trusted. However, Shinobu gently replied, trusted? It is precisely because of this that you are disliked by everyone. Her voice carried a hint of coldness. I apologize, but demons are not worthy of trust. Kane stepped lightly, gliding like a feather to Shinobu's side, gripping her blade. Master, I am ready. It seems we need to let our actions speak. Shinobu murmured softly. Demons must be utterly eradicated. With that, the two figures danced like butterflies, closing in on the trembling little demon within the box, their sharp blades aimed directly at it. In that moment, the atmosphere became unbearably tense. I am not disliked. Iyu gripped his sword tightly, speaking softly. Huh. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were unaware of your unpopularity. I apologize for speaking out of turn. Shinobu offered her insincere apology. Kajizumi. Kakashi's figure shifted and positioned himself in front of the two. Tanjiro said she has never consumed human flesh. He merely wishes to protect his sister. A stranger? Shinobu's tone remained gentle. It seems you are prepared to interfere with the Demon Slayer Corps mission? Your story sounds rather tragic. With that, Shinobu shifted her feet. A nearly transparent butterfly shadow sweeping past. So let me see your resolve. However, the next moment, a blurred shadow appeared behind Shinobu with near instantaneous speed. It is over. Kakashi's voice was cold and composed. the kunai lightly resting against Shinobu's neck, the blade sharp enough to easily pierce the tender skin of this Hashira-level swordsman. This entire sequence of actions occurred in an instant. Even Togo and Kurikaru Kane could not fully capture it with their eyes. What, master? This is impossible. Kane's hand gripping the Nichiren blade trembled uncontrollably, her pupils constricted. This method of completely overpowering a Hashira-level swordsman purely through speed and agility surpassed anything the Demon Slayer Corps had previously encountered. I'm sorry, Kakashi said, still calm. Your speed is slow to me. You are human? The chilling touch of the metal blade at Shinobu's neck prompted her to ask, or rather, what are you? Kakashi replied softly, a foreigner. He gently withdrew the kunai, his figure returning like a wraith to stand before Tanjiro. We do not fight for destruction, we fight for protection. The night breeze rustled as Shinobu gripped her Nichiren blade, her expression momentarily pale. This was a suppression of pure power, a defeat never before experienced by any member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Togo spoke softly. It seems we need to reassess your strength. Kane tightened her grip on the blade. Master, just now we were completely unable to keep up. Kakashi surveyed the surroundings, his gaze calmly sweeping over each person present. In truth, this recent display of rapid suppression was not solely to showcase strength, but rather to test the limits of the Hashira-level combat capabilities within the Demon Slayer Corps. It appears that the speed of the Hashira is only to this extent, completely reliant on breathing techniques and the enhancement of the Nichiren blade. The foundational quality is actually quite limited. Kakashi mused to himself, gently sheathing his kunai, his tone still maintaining that calm demeanor. Your strength is quite commendable. This seemingly casual remark caused every member of the Demon Slayer Corps present to feel a tightening in their chests. Kakashi turned slightly, facing away from the Demon Slayer Corps members, his tone still unperturbed. It seems we have sufficient grounds for cooperation. Togo could not help but clench his fists, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on Kakashi, his voice low. What is your true objective? Kakashi paused, slightly tilting his head, his peripheral gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone still calm, yet tinged with mockery. I have already stated, we are foreigners, merely passing through here, witnessing demons devouring humans. We simply acted in kind. He paused, revealing a meaningful smile, then added, I heard from Tanjiro that there is an organization called the Demon Slayer Corps, dedicated to hunting demons. Therefore, we need to ascertain whether your companions indeed possess the capability to shoulder this responsibility. Togo's eyes sharpened, coldly questioning. You did not use your full strength just now, did you? Kakashi merely shrugged. His demeanor relaxed as if the events that had just transpired were nothing more than a trivial interlude amidst a meal. Butterfly Ninja gripped the hilt of her sword, still reeling from the shock of being overpowered by Kakashi, yet maintaining an exterior as frigid as ice, her tone imbued with determination and defiance. Humph, she inhaled deeply, gradually lowering her blade. Though the edge was sheathed, her gaze remained sharp, for demons are unequivocally evil. They feast upon humanity, regardless of the circumstances. Demons must be eradicated entirely. Tomioka-ju furrowed his brow slightly, his voice steady and grave. Butterfly, Nezuko has never harmed anyone. I trust Tanjiro. He surveyed the surroundings, enunciating each word carefully. This is a fact that cannot be recklessly denied. Right and wrong shall be judged by the esteemed Lord. Chapter 150, The Stranger Days Later. At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, a residence guarded by generations of demon slayers was now ablaze with light. Inside and out, swordsmen clad in the Corps Haori stood sentinel, forming a protective barrier around the headquarters. At this moment, a group traversed the long corridors of the residence, advancing step by step. Leading them was Tomioka-ju, his expression unwavering and composed like an ancient, unmelting glacier, cradling his Nichiren blade as his Haori fluttered gently in the night breeze. Following closely were Kakashi, Guy, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, and the ever-quiet Butterfly Ninja trailing at the rear. We have arrived, Ju stated succinctly, lacking some of his usual coldness. This is the headquarters? Zenitsu clung tightly to Tanjiro, too terrified to speak above a whisper. Ju softly replied, the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps are all within. Zenitsu, startled, quickly hid behind Tanjiro, muttering an apology. Just then, a group of individuals donned in various Haori, their expressions sharp and composed, emerged within the house, atop the roof, or beside the walls. The most formidable warriors of the Corps, the Hashira, had gathered. The crow had long since relayed the news to each of them. Among them stood Kanroji Mitsuri, arms crossed, with a cold smirk. A stranger? A demon? Jew, have you violated the core regulations? It is a demon. It deserves to die, exclaimed Rengoku Kyujiro enthusiastically. As a Hashira, should you not be disciplined for sheltering a demon? Takatsu Mwichiru, cradling his Nichiren blade, wore a vacant expression. It's noisy. Could we have some silence? He then appeared somewhat bewildered. Did we just mention demons? Clearly out of the loop. Kanroji Mitsuri, feeling a bit anxious, clenched her fists. Are demons all the same? Her tone, soft yet tinged with doubt, pondered whether trust was permissible. As she spoke, her ears flushed slightly, but she wondered if such a sentiment was inappropriate. Iguro Abanai coldly interjected, Kanroji, refrain from such naive talk. He scanned the room with a sharp and unusual gaze, asserting that a demon is a demon, and there should be no exceptions. Shinazugawa Sanemi clasped his hands, tears streaming down his cheeks. The world is filled with suffering. Demons are but a part of that. However, law and order must not be destroyed. The lights within the room flickered with the night breeze, casting shadows on each tense and solemn face. That's just how Jew is, one of the Hashira remarked coldly. He always prefers to speak for others. And this time, he dares to speak for a demon. The ever-quiet butterfly ninja softly voiced this, intensifying the already taut atmosphere in the room. Jew remained silent, merely nodding slightly. At this moment, Tanjiro began to recount the experiences he and his sister had endured. Yet, the Hashira exchanged cold glances, remaining unconvinced. A demon is a demon, and will always be a demon. The Lord has arrived, a maid proclaimed with a clear tone. Moments later, a figure slowly entered from outside, accompanied by two maids. This figure bore the scars of a fiery ordeal, their pale skin marred with deep marks. Lord, the Hashira knelt, bowing deeply, their tones filled with reverence and respect. Kakashi and Guy regarded this frail, yet composed man with a hint of doubt. Guy, seeing those around him kneel, felt momentarily lost. Kneeling was out of the question, for his allegiance lay solely with Uchiha Ye. Hesitantly, he turned his gaze to Kakashi, who stood steadfast, silent as ever. Kaneo Tsuyuri, upon hearing the maid's report of Kakashi and Guy's actions, wore a gentle smile, warm and reassuring. Welcome, honored guests. I apologize for your visit at such a tense moment. Please, feel at ease. Tanjiro gazed at the Lord, his heart filled with uncertainty. Is this truly the esteemed leader of the Demon Slayer Corps? He appears gravely ill. In the next instant, with a loud thud, a large hand rested on Tanjiro's head, while another hand firmly lifted the box behind him. May you always be well. Sanemi's tone had lost its earlier sharpness, but he added, however, Lord, if I may be so bold, I hope for a thorough examination of this demon slayer and this demon. I apologize for alarming you. Kaneo spoke softly, but I have given my endorsement to Tanjiro and Nezuko. As these words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the room. The Hashira left stupefied. Is this yet another meaningless justification? Kakashi murmured, deep in thought. Guy scratched his head. Did something go awry? Lord, I don't understand. Sanemi's voice quivered with agitation. We, the Demon Slayer Corps, have fought against demons with the conviction of certain death, sacrificing countless comrades. And yet you say we can trust a demon? He inhaled deeply, releasing Tanjiro, raising the box and proclaiming in a fierce tone, I'm sorry, but I cannot agree with your perspective. With that, he swiftly drew his Nichiren blade, making a clean cut across his own arm, blood immediately gushing forth and dripping into the box. Kakashi and Kanroji gasped in unison. Guy questioned, is this person a bit unhinged? Lord, I will speak with facts. Sanemi's tone was frigid. A demon cannot suppress its thirst for blood. As he spoke, the scent of blood permeated the room. The slumbering Nezuko stirred, slowly opening her eyes, yet remained within the confines of the box. Stop! Tanjiro cried out in panic. Please, believe in my sister. Ju placed a steadying hand on Tanjiro's trembling shoulder. Calm down. This is the most direct way to prove your claims. Tension and the metallic scent of blood enveloped the room. The serpent Hashira interjected appropriately. Bring it into the shadows. A demon will not emerge in sunlight. Lord, I apologize. Sanemi stepped into the shadowed part of the room, allowing the scent of blood to saturate the air, urging them to witness the truth. Are demons purely evil? Have they entirely lost their humanity? Go ahead. I know you are hungry. Sanemi gripped his Nichiren blade, articulating each word deliberately. Stop. Despair welled in Tanjiro's eyes. Please, believe in my sister. With a powerful resolve, he broke free from Ju's restraint and charged towards Sanemi. At that moment, the serpent Hashira prepared to act, when suddenly, a figure shot forth like an arrow. It was Guy. He executed a swift side kick, sending the serpent Hashira crashing through several walls, landing with a thunderous crash in the courtyard. Silence enveloped the room. Testing is permissible, but we will not tolerate the humiliation of our comrades. Tanjiro, Kakashi, who had remained silent, finally spoke. I believe in your sister. His tone carried an unusual weight of solemnity as he urged, trust your family. Trust everything you have held dear. For some matters are beyond words, yet bonds can be felt. The flickering flames within the room illuminated the tense and bewildered expressions of all present. Chapter 151. Welcome to the Demon Slayer Corps. Kakashi's words brought a slight sense of reassurance to Tanjiro. The bonds, Kakashi affirmed, are indeed vital. Tanjiro nodded resolutely. In that moment, the other Hashira gripped their Nichiren blades with an air of vigilance, revealing their allegiance to the demons. It appeared that the Demon Slayer Corps harbored such heretical views. Even Ju was willing to trust a demon? Ihei Shobana's tone was icy as he questioned, have you strayed from the original intent of the Demon Slayer Corps? The atmosphere in the room tightened sharply with this inquiry, tense as a blade drawn from its sheath. The Hashira's keen gazes swept across the room. With only Kakashi and Kai maintaining their composure, their eyes fixed intently on Tamayo. Just moments ago, Kai had kicked the serpent Hashira aside with restraint, ensuring his balance was disrupted without inflicting severe harm. This act made Kakashi and Kai acutely aware that there was ample space within the room for probing. Tamayo, true to the original narrative, slowly displayed his grievously injured arm, blood cascading from the wound like seeds scattered upon the ground. Isn't blood quite delectable? He remarked, as a droplet splattered onto the floor. Isn't it true that demons cannot exist without blood? As the scent of blood permeated the air, the regenerative abilities of the demon began to stir in response. In a provocative gesture, Tamayo lightly traced the edge of his Nichiren blade against Nezuko's skin, asking, does this not heighten your thirst? Nezuko, trembling with a bamboo tube clenched tightly in her mouth, salivated, cold sweat beading on her brow, her gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. Stop. Outside, Tanjiro knelt, bracing himself against the floor. Nezuko. This heartfelt and concerned call jolted Nezuko from her stupor. It's Onizen. Memories of the past flooded her mind. Family, Tanjiro, their mother, and the elder brother who had always protected her. She is my sister. I do not understand why she has become a demon. But she would never harm anyone. At this moment, a foreign yet resolute voice ignited within her. Humans must be protected and helped. They must never be harmed. Guided by this belief, Nezuko raised her head, her gaze pure and unwavering as she fixed it upon Tamayo. Although she held no affection for this human before her, she would never bring harm to him. With the bamboo tube firmly clenched in her mouth, she emitted a determined sound, suppressing her thirst for blood, leaving every Hashira in the room astounded. Tamayo stood in stunned silence, blood dripping from his wounds, lost in thought. When the maid reported this incident to Kenroji Yose, he chuckled softly. This surely proves that Nezuko will not harm ordinary people. However, Tanjiro, he continued, there will always be those in this world who harbor prejudice against demons. Therefore, you must demonstrate that you and Nezuko can become integral members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kenroji Yose's tone remained gentle. Tanjiro, taken aback, knelt, resolving, go and defeat the 12 Kazuki. In doing so, you will surely earn everyone's recognition. I will defeat the Demon King Muzan. The misfortune that befalls my sister and me will be severed by my hand. The atmosphere within the room grew momentarily heavy with Tanjiro's proclamation. Yet, was it not a touch fanciful for Tanjiro to assert such a claim at this juncture? Kenroji, who had been listening quietly, could not contain a chuckle. Apologies. I couldn't help it. Kakashi remarked softly. This leader bears a resemblance to the fourth Hokage. Kenroji Yose, with his charisma and reasoning, temporarily swayed the majority of the Hashira. Isn't it reminiscent of the camaraderie and courage we once drew from our youth to conquer all adversities? Kai, lost in the fervor of youth, suddenly clenched his fist, tears of a man streaming down his face. Tanjiro, do not lose heart. As the Azure Beast, I can impart the 8 gates to you. Let your youthful flames burn ever brighter. The Hashira exchanged puzzled glances, questioning Kai's sanity. How noisy, Mitsuri complained, crossing her arms. Could you please be quieter? I have no idea what you are all so excited about. Ihei coldly interjected. Combat relies on calmness, not youthful exuberance. Hee. Kanroji playfully interjected, but doesn't this invigorate everyone? A momentary lightness enveloped the room, a feeling unprecedented within the Demon Slayer core. The 8 gates? Kanroji Yose's tone was laced with curiosity as his gaze shifted to Ju. By the way, Ju, we have yet to inquire about your experiences on Mount Spider. Let us listen closely to what you have to say. Ju composed himself, stating, in this battle on Mount Spider, had it not been for the assistance of these foreign allies, the losses to the Demon Slayer Corps would have been catastrophic. He succinctly recounted the events of the battle, concluding with a discussion of a combat style distinct from the breathing techniques, possessing abilities similar to markings that could effectively counter demons. The room fell into hushed whispers among the Hashira. Different from the breathing techniques? This is intriguing. Is it credible? Silence enveloped the room as the Hashira turned their attention to Ju. Kakashi softly reiterated, the markings are the sigils that bestow extraordinary strength upon warriors. This knowledge had come from his conversations, revealing that this world also possessed forbidden techniques akin to the 8 gates, which consumed life to gain power. Ju maintained his steady tone, yet it comes at a dire cost. The expressions of the Hashira tightened. Having endured countless battles, they understood the grave toll of the markings. Ju continued, what if there existed a method to achieve a similar explosive power without bearing such a heavy burden? After a brief silence, Kakashi slowly nodded. We have such a method. He spoke quietly, the 8 gates. Kakashi mused inwardly. This was the modified version of the 8 gates by Orochimaru and Kabuto, requiring less strain but yielding greater power. The Hashira exchanged glances, intrigued by the concept of the 8 gates. Could it truly be powered merely by energy and formidable flesh? And the price to be paid was significantly lesser? Ju remained composed. Could we witness this? At that moment, Tamayo emerged from his contemplation and stepped into the courtyard. Very well, Tamayo's gaze sharpened. Show me what you are truly capable of. Then I shall commence. Kai surged forward with blinding speed, executing pure physical techniques, astonishing the Hashira present. How fast? Tamayo, not daring to underestimate, raised his blade to block, but clang. The sheer force emanating from Kai's fist sent the Nichiren blade recoiling, causing Tamayo to slide back 3 feet, a tremor in his grip. Is this purely physical prowess? He could scarcely believe it. This is the 8 gates, Kakashi stated calmly. We rely on energy to sequentially unlock the innate portals within the human body, thereby unleashing an individual's full strength. Portals? The Hashira looked on with solemn expressions. Such a concept existed? Kakashi explained. Each portal is a lock designed to protect us from destroying our own bodies. By unlocking them, we can achieve extraordinary power, with the price being merely a degree of strain on oneself, completely different from the breathing techniques we have always depended upon. But it is indeed effective, Kakashi softly asserted. We seek not status, but wish to stand alongside our comrades to restrain the demons for the sake of humanity. The flickering flames illuminated the pale and taut faces of the Hashira. Kakashi gently stated, we are willing to prove this to you. The room was filled with a complex array of expressions as the Hashira exchanged glances. Chan Wufuao Zai softly addressed, Kakashi, Kai, welcome to the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 152. This Demon King is somewhat cautious. The next day, at the assembly of the Demon Slayer Corps, the 9 Hashira collectively recommended Kakashi and Kai, this pair of otherworldly companions, who finally ascended to the rank of Hashira, obtaining their own titles and status. To become a Hashira, one must undoubtedly possess formidable strength. After a night of deliberation, Kakashi was bestowed the title of Void Hashira, owing to his cold, composed leadership, strategic acumen, and the explosive yet steady prowess he demonstrated in battle against demons. The title Void reflects his unflinching demeanor while perceiving the battlefield, manipulating the outcomes with ease. Kakashi found himself somewhat at a loss. Void Hashira? He quietly complained, isn't that a bit hollow? Yet, unable to conjure a better alternative, he reluctantly accepted the title suggested by the leaders of the Corps. Conversely, Kai, with his pure and fervent fighting spirit and his fearless dedication when facing danger, rightfully earned the title of Flame Hashira. The flame symbolizes the embers left after destruction, despite sustaining severe injuries and being consumed by flames. His original intent and fighting spirit remain undiminished, perfectly aligning with Kai's unwavering youth and fervor. The arrival of the Void and Flame Hashira invigorated the morale of the entire Demon Slayer Corps. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru conveyed a message, and both Kakashi and Kai simultaneously envisioned the affirmative figure of each other. Lord Yoru says our current path is correct, Kakashi calmly relayed. Next, we shall unveil the true form of the Demon King Muzan. Eliminate the Demon King Muzan? Kai clenched his fists. Wouldn't that secure our recognition in this world? Allowing Lord Yoru's pocket dimension to fully encompass it? A fiery battle spirit surged with his words. Kakashi nodded softly. Indeed. By doing so, Lord Yoru's dimension will progress further, bringing us a significant step closer to our ultimate goal. With that said, the two resumed their mission. As the Void and Flame Hashira, Kakashi and Kai's days became increasingly fulfilling. With the authorization from Uchiha Yoru and a timely array of data and suggestions from Orochimaru, Kakashi developed a modified version of the 8 gates suitable for the Demon Slayer Corps. Through continuous practice and adjustments, Kakashi discovered that combining the 8 gates with breathing techniques yielded a synergistic effect that surpassed mere addition. This conclusion invigorated him, as he had thoroughly grasped the essence of controlling the gates and breathing from within, enabling the Demon Slayer Corps members to unleash power that transcended their limits in battle. Furthermore, incorporating the armed haki from the pirate world enhanced the results. Leading the effort, Kakashi compiled training materials and devised practice methods tailored for the diverse physiques of the members. Meanwhile, Kai, with his fiery enthusiasm, took the lead in demonstrating to each group of trainees how to safely advance the development of the gates in conjunction with their breathing techniques. This process was fraught with risks. Most Demon Slayer members hailed from ordinary backgrounds and differed from ninjas in physique, if not carefully managed. The consequences could range from injury to severe damage to their meridians. Therefore, Kakashi established a progressive training regimen, allowing each individual to advance their gates and breathing at a pace suited to their capabilities rather than rushing. As a result, the overall combat strength of the Demon Slayer Corps steadily improved, granting them greater vitality in confrontations with demons. This series of modifications was quietly altering the dynamics of the battlefield. To ensure each member could advance steadily, Kakashi devised a training approach that gradually increased in complexity. Kai consistently encouraged the trainees, proclaiming that youth is an unyielding flame against challenges. As long as one dares to push their boundaries, they will surely attain their rightful brilliance. Among them, Kai dedicated significant energy to nurturing the rising star of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro. To fully unlock the boundless potential within this raw gem, Kai implemented a rigorously demanding physical training and weight-bearing regimen. He personally strapped heavy sandbags onto Tanjiro, guiding him through mountain climbing, push-ups, long-distance running, and close combat, repeatedly pushing his muscular limits, and then experiencing rebirth and breakthroughs through astonishing recovery. There is a spark within you, Tanjiro, Kai said earnestly, and my task is to ignite it completely, letting it spread like wildfire. As the training progressed, Tanjiro's physique became increasingly robust, with significant enhancements in both explosive power and endurance. This progress, achieved solely through blood and sweat, astonished the leaders of the Demon Slayer Corps, while also allowing the Hashira to deeply realize that the arrival of the Void and Flame Hashira not only amplified their combat prowess, but also instigated a profound transformation in the core philosophy from within. What invigorated everyone was the revelation that several talented members of the Demon Slayer Corps, upon unlocking the gates, could effortlessly overpower ordinary demons, even annihilating them with ease. This performance, akin to mortals battling demons and gods, sent waves of excitement through the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps, with the Void and Flame Hashira guarding them, and the rising talents cultivated through the 8 gates. The Corps had the potential to completely overturn the dominion of the Demon King Muzan over the world. Within the flickering light of the room, Kakashi crossed his arms in contemplation. We are one step closer to our goal. Meanwhile, Kai tightened his fists, declaring, as long as youth endures, the fight shall not cease. Kakashi, on the other hand, continued to investigate the whereabouts of the Demon King. He felt a sense of despair. The Demon King was exceedingly elusive. The Demon Slayer Corps had nearly conducted a thorough search, yet they had uncovered not a trace of their foe. This Demon King is somewhat cautious. Muzan, do you even understand what it means to have PTSD, Kagaya? Answer me. On the other side, the Demon King Muzan was utterly enraged by the deaths of his subordinates. He deemed the lower-ranked demons utterly useless and summoned the surviving lower ranks to his presence, executing 5 of them in one breath, leaving only the dream demon alive. To compensate for the loss in combat power, Muzan not only reinforced his commands to the upper-ranked demons, but also personally issued orders for them to proactively attack and eliminate the Hashira-level members of the Demon Slayer Corps who posed a threat. Simultaneously, Muzan maintained a high level of caution, never revealing his true form. To completely overcome the fatal weakness of sunlight, he concealed himself behind human tycoons like Tsukihiko, relying on a vast commercial network to manipulate resources and gather clues about the Blue Spider Lily, steadily advancing his sinister plot. In a shadow-enveloped mansion, the Demon King stood with his hands clasped behind his back, cold and pale eyes swirling with darkness. Recently, an increasing number of demons had been annihilated by the suddenly empowered Demon Slayer Corps, causing Muzan's inner turmoil to intensify. He muttered to himself, "There must be something unusual at play." With a flick of his crimson eyes, a sinister aura emanated from him, causing the lights in the room to flicker. "Dream Demon," he softly summoned. The Dream Demon, kneeling in the shadows, slowly raised his head. "I want you to investigate this matter thoroughly. What has caused such a transformation within the Demon Slayer Corps?" "As you wish, Lord Muzan," the Dream Demon responded, his voice gentle yet fervent. "I shall not disappoint your expectations." Chapter 153, Flame Hashira. Kyoto, a highly modernized city and a hub of heavy industry. As night fell, the streetlights illuminated one after another, casting a soft yet cold glow on the pale pavement. Due to the butterfly effect, the plot of the Infinite Train had advanced. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps soon received word, prompting Tanjiro and his companions to respond swiftly to the mission. After a period of rigorous training, Tanjiro's once slender physique underwent significant transformation, his muscles becoming firmer and stronger. Given enough time, the group might cultivate the most formidable physiques within the Demon Slayer Corps. Reflecting on Kai's words during training, Tanjiro felt a surge of determination. "You are the most talented among them. No matter how arduous the training, it could not substitute for real combat. True strength is honed through battle." Kakashi and Kai did not accompany Tanjiro and his companions as they ventured forth. The significant plan to enhance the Demon Slayer Corps through the 8 gates required their attention, and they had their own missions to fulfill. After the 3 arrived at the Huachajan, they boarded the train. The disappearance of passengers? Surely, this must be the work of a ghost. Inosuke clenched his fists, meticulously scrutinizing each carriage, convinced of the malevolence. Suddenly, a robust and resonant voice echoed in his ears, causing Zenitsu to tense up. There was something amiss ahead. With a solemn expression, he spoke, and after undergoing the training of the 8 gates, the trio's confidence had significantly surged. Moreover, they discovered that the training harmonized remarkably with the breathing techniques, thus enhancing their overall combat prowess to a new level. Human or demon? Inosuke, unable to contain his impatience, demanded clarity. "It should be a human," Tanjiro murmured softly, his nose twitching, detecting a human scent. "A human?" Inosuke, slightly unconvinced, retorted, "Isn't your nose occasionally faulty?" "No," Tanjiro asserted firmly. "This essence is pure and carries a fervent, steadfast warmth." "Warmth?" Zenitsu clutched his shoulders. "Is it ghostly fire?" "No," Tanjiro reiterated softly. "It is human, and a formidable one at that." The trio exchanged glances. As the train advanced, a palpable pressure enveloped the carriages, causing the lights to flicker as if a crimson dragon coursed through. It felt as though someone was persistently ahead of them. Inosuke tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade, wondering if they could engage in a fight. "Inosuke, stay calm," Tanjiro said with unusual steadiness. "We are comrades. We must not act recklessly." As the train gently turned, the lights flickered, and as they cautiously advanced to the front carriage, a broad silhouette emerged under the dim illumination. The red and gold Haori swayed with the train's motion, and fiery long hair danced in the night breeze, while a pair of golden-red eyes, resolute as embers, gazed upon the trio. "So, you are the new recruits of the Demon Slayer Corps?" The speaker's voice resonated like thunder, filled with penetrating strength. "Indeed, the marks of battle linger on you." "Ringo Kadai-san," Tanjiro exclaimed in surprise, his voice barely above a whisper. Inosuke gripped his Nichiren blade. "The Hashira?" Zenitsu hid behind Inosuke. "The Flame Hashira, sir?" "Greetings." Rengoku Kyujuru set down his bento and slowly rose from his seat, the expansive Haori swaying with his movements. "The voice of the Flame Hashira is quite loud." Zenitsu internally remarked. Kyujiro, much like in the original narrative, engaged in a discussion about the Hinakami Kagura with Tanjiro. After receiving a negative response from Kyujiro, Tanjiro lowered his head in disappointment. Moreover, for reasons unknown, Kyujiro seemed particularly invested in the matter of adopting a son. By the way, regarding the train's disappearance case, Tanjiro composed himself. Does the Flame Hashira have any leads? Yes, Kyujiro replied steadily. Over 40 individuals have mysteriously vanished in a short period. I had dispatched Demon Slayer Corps members to investigate, but none returned. At this point, Kyujiro's gaze darkened. Thus, I have come personally. In fact, prior to boarding the train, I had just vanquished a demon at the repair shop. It appears this train indeed harbors grave issues. As they conversed, a pale-faced attendant slowly pushed open the carriage door to check tickets. The attendant commenced the ticket inspection, and once everyone was checked, Tanjiro and Kyujiro sensed the presence of a demon. A flicker of lights flashed, revealing an ugly demon resembling the King of Goldhorn, who lunged at them the next moment. Indeed, there is a demon. Kyujiro's eyes sharpened, flame-breathing, first form, unknowing fire. In an instant, a fiery blade of light flashed, and the demon was decapitated before it could even scream. Witnessing the Flame Hashira severing the King of Goldhorn's head, Tanjiro and the others gasped in admiration. However, this was merely one of many. We must pursue it, Kyujiro said softly, and as he turned, his flame-like Haori swayed, an invisible warlike intent tightening everyone's nerves in the carriage. Keep up. Understood, Tanjiro and the others replied in unison, gripping their Nichiren blades and following the Flame Hashira deeper into the train. The lights flickered as the train jolted. Kyujiro strode forward while Tanjiro and the others closely trailed him. Suddenly, a demon leapt from the shadows, its gaping maw and sharp claws aimed at their vital points. Just as Kyujiro prepared to strike, a figure darted ahead of him. Open the 8 gates. Inosuke bellowed, the meridians within him igniting like fire. A wild and domineering aura emanating from him. What is this? Kyujiro was momentarily taken aback, then realization dawned upon him. Is this the new combat technique taught by the Hashira of the Void and the Hashira of Ash? Within the train, Inosuke's movements became extraordinarily swift, nearly transforming into a blurred shadow, executing the beast-breathing space slice. With his twin blades dancing at high speed, a devastating gust erupted from the blade's edge, effortlessly shredding the demon's body. The demon did not even have time to scream before disintegrating into ashes. Well done, Kyujiro praised loudly. One down, Inosuke murmured. How many more? Many. Kyujiro tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade. There are demons in every carriage of this train. Let us push forward and eliminate them all. As Kyujiro turned, his flame-like Haori swayed, an invisible warlike intent heightening the tension in the carriage. Keep up. Understood, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke replied in unison, gripping their Nichiren blades and once again pursuing the Flame Hashira into the depths of the train. The train traversed the night, akin to a crimson dragon soaring through the sky. Chapter 154. The just assault. The lights within the train flickered, the entire space enveloped in eeriness and silence. When the lights illuminated once more, the Flame Hashira and the trio had slumped heavily in their seats, utterly unconscious. Meanwhile, the ticket inspector, who had just been checking tickets, knelt on the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, his eyes hollow as he gazed at the slowly extending hand of the demon. You did well, it cackled. Now sleep tight. With a thud, the attendant collapsed, his expression serene yet vacant, fully succumbing to slumber. May you dream of a reunion with your family. The demon's hand coldly loomed over the slumbering trio, and behind it, several diminutive yet hollow figures emerged, its controlled little girls. It raised a finger, drawing forth transparent strings formed from demon blood, tying them to the wrists of each sleeping individual. Go, follow this string and delve into their dreams. Find the core of their spirits and utterly destroy it. The demon's hand was confident, as one of the lower moons. It could easily take down several Demon Slayer Corps members. What it needed to do now was to obliterate their most tender inner sanctum. However, in the next moment, it was astonished to discover that Tanjiro and the others had simultaneously awakened, their sharp and vigilant eyes locking onto it. How is this possible? It is ineffective? The demon's hand trembled. Inosuke scoffed. This trick, Captain Kakashi had us practice hundreds of times already. Your blood demon art is ineffective against us. Tanjiro's tone was resolute. For we possess hearts that are steadfast enough. Just as the demon's hand prepared to manipulate its puppets, Tanjiro swiftly severed the transparent strings it controlled with a clean blade. As the puppets collapsed one by one, Tanjiro softly murmured an apology. Then, with a rapid approach, he delivered precise strikes that knocked out the demon's puppets, along with severing its hand. On the roof of the train, Tanjiro gently inhaled, detecting a heavy demon aura. The trio exchanged glances, lifting the carriage top and effortlessly leaping onto the roof, racing towards the front of the train. The night sky howled with fierce winds, the train speeding ahead, and the demon aura intensified as they approached the front. Soon, a demon appeared before them, its pale and eerie face marked with the title of Lower Moon, Dream. So, you are the root of all this chaos. Tanjiro tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade. We shall not allow you to harm anyone further. Yanming let out a cold smile, acknowledging the strength of those who managed to awaken from his blood demon art. However, within my dream, I am the deity. The howling wind continued to scream atop the train as it sped forward, slicing through the pale night like a gleaming blade. At this moment, Yanming, one of the lower moons, slowly straightened his pale and twisted form, expressing contempt for those who dared to disrupt his blood demon art. His words dripped with disdain, and a malevolent aura surged from him, with tendrils formed from his blood demon art writhing as if alive, sharp as spears, capable of effortlessly piercing through human flesh. The three warriors steadied themselves as the train trembled with its rapid motion, sparks flying from the metallic joints, intensifying the atmosphere of the battlefield. Prepare yourselves. Tanji Long gripped his Nichiren blade, his gaze resolute. Let us fight together. After enduring rigorous training, even without fully unleashing the potential of the 8 gates, their raw physical prowess and combat abilities had significantly improved. This enhancement permeated every muscle and nerve ending, elevating their explosive power, reaction speed, and endurance to heights unattainable by ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Roar! Inosuke bellowed, his beastly instincts fully awakened. He gripped his dual blades, launching forward like an arrow, his feet striking the train's metallic surface with such force that it dented. Utilizing his incredible speed, he blurred into the demon's vicinity. Let me sever all your tendrils. His razor-sharp blades created an impenetrable net of slashes, tearing through the demon's appendages with each strike. No, this is impossible. My blood demon art, Yanming shrieked in disbelief, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, a crimson shadow had already approached. Dance of the Fire God. Tanji Long wielded his Nichiren blade, enveloped in flames, delivering a horizontal slash that unleashed a burst of red fire, shattering the demon's tendrils into a rain of blood upon the train's roof. Thunder breathing, an instant like lightning. A golden flash erupted as Zenitsu, through diligent training and innate speed, transformed into a golden meteor, encircling the demon in a blur, delivering 3 rapid strikes in succession. Golden light pierced through Yanming's torso, leaving 3 fatal wounds. What is this? Yanming trembled, having never encountered such raw speed and destructive power emanating solely from humans, his blood demon art unable to suppress it. On the train's roof, the 3 figures left trails of afterimages as they moved at high speed, the battlefield awash with sparks, blood, and golden light, creating a vivid yet deadly tableau in the night sky. The demon's blood flowed profusely from its wounds, leaving sticky stains on the train's surface. Despicable ambush? Wrong. This is a display of pure strength born from our remarkable teamwork. We do not rely on others. Our fists alone are sufficient to vanquish demons. Tanji Long declared firmly. We have comrades, beliefs, and the resolve to protect those we love. Roar. Inosuke growled fiercely. Dare to provoke the Demon Slayer Corps? I will leave you in ruins. Zenitsu tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade. This is the shared voice of the 3 of us. The trio struck simultaneously, like an unmatched spear, plunging directly into Yanming's chest. Be destroyed. This collaborative, devastating blow shattered Yanming's entire form, blood and ash scattering into the night wind, obliterating him completely. The train finally fell silent, save for the lingering hum of its high-speed advance and the cold stars in the night sky observing the scene. Despicable encirclement? Wrong. This is called a righteous beating. After the battle, the 3 slowly sheathed their Nichiren blades. Was there not a moment just now when we could change everything by ourselves? Tanji Long murmured softly. Hey, Inosuke sheathed his dual blades. We always can. Zenitsu put away his Nichiren blade, It seems we do not always need to rely on others. The train's top was momentarily tranquil, with only the gentle night breeze blowing. In the next instant, their expressions shifted dramatically. "What's wrong?" Tanji Long whispered, sensing the gathering demon aura once more. Chapter 155, Iwazwa. At the front of the train, the night wind whipped past the three warriors' ears as Tanji Long, Inosuke, and Zenitsu stood shoulder to shoulder, gripping their weapons tightly. Yenming's flesh had already seeped into every metal plate of the train, his tendrils clinging to the carriage, pulsating as if alive. Has he fused with the train? Inosuke gripped his dual blades, realizing that mere slashing would not suffice. "We can do this." Tanji Long steadied his mind, with enough speed and power. "Open the 8 gates." The three released chakra simultaneously, their muscles tightening, nerves transmitting signals with greater agility. A fiery aura enveloped them, hastening their blood flow and sharpening their strikes. This will be enough to destroy it. Zenitsu readied his Nichiren blade. In perfect synchrony, the trio launched their assault. Tanji Long executed a fire-breathing technique, a blazing flame slicing cleanly through a blood vessel clinging to the train's roof. Inosuke unleashed a beast-breathing technique, his dual blades slicing through the blood clumps, severing them with a resounding crack. Zenitsu, employing his incredible speed, darted around the train, methodically slicing through the attached tendrils. Blood sprayed into the air as sparks erupted from the severed metal. The train began to tremble, the areas tainted by demon blood disintegrating under their relentless onslaught. "We can hold on." Tanji Long gripped his blade, "but the 8 gates are taxing our strength." "We can't hold out much longer," Inosuke panted. "Is the train still resisting?" Zenitsu observed, realizing it was not prepared to fall easily. The train's structure began to twist, regenerating blood vessels from the ruptures. Attempting to reattach, the trio's movement slowed, narrowly evading the demon's tendrils. "Dodge!" Tanji Long shouted, slicing through a blood tendril threatening Inosuke with his blade, barely pushing him out of harm's way. The train shook violently as a final blood vessel erupted, its sharp barbs targeting the trio's chests. "Stop!" A fiery dragon descended through the air. Rengoku Kaijiro wielded his Nichiren blade, effortlessly shattering the barbs. "Kaijiro!" the three exclaimed in unison. "You've done well," Rengoku said softly. "Leave the rest to me." Flames erupted around him as he brandished his blade, creating a firewall that completely obstructed the regeneration of the blood vessels. He pushed forward, swiftly crossing through the flames, heading straight for the train's core. Ninth form, Rengoku. A dragon-like inferno burst forth from his Nichiren blade, penetrating the very heart of the train, obliterating the blood clumps sustaining it. The train came to a halt with a final shudder, metal creaking and blood vessels drying up. The three regained their footing, gazing at Rengoku, who stood resolute amidst the flames. "The train is destroyed," Tanji Long sighed in relief. "We held on. Thanks to the 8 gates and Captain Kakashi's training," Zenitsu remarked, clutching his trembling blade. "Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it to Rengoku's aid." As the flames subsided with the train's destruction, a heavy, cold aura descended from the night sky. The expressions of the warriors shifted. "It's here." Rengoku gripped his Nichiren blade, an upper moon. The three tensed, grasping their weapons tightly. A figure plummeted from the darkness, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending a circular shockwave through the earth, scattering sand and sparks. Through the smoke, a pair of golden eyes slowly emerged, marked with the symbols of Upper Moon and 3. Upper Moon 3, Iwazwa. Rengoku whispered the name, a rare hint of tension in his tone. The three felt a tightening in their chests, sensing the overwhelming presence that set this demon apart from the one they had just vanquished, unlike any they had encountered before. Iwazwa slowly rose, his bare torso marked with enigmatic symbols, the vascular patterns pulsating with the tension of his muscles. "The flames are commendable," he remarked coldly. "But is that sufficient?" He gently clenched his fist, unleashing a transparent aura that heralded his devastating technique. "Here it comes," Rengoku Kaijiro intoned solemnly, bracing himself for battle. "We must hold our ground." Tanjiro gripped his blade, declaring, "The Hashiman can still be opened." "Yes, but only one more." Zenitsu trembled, adding, "We can muster one final surge." Inosuke clasped his dual blades, defiantly asserting, "Regardless of his rank, I shall slice him to pieces." "Very well." Rengoku's fiery gaze grew resolute. Together, the ground beneath Akaza shattered as the marks of destruction surrounded him, the transparent aura expanding with the flow of his blood, a wave of devastating pressure emanating outward. The first form of fire-breathing, unknowable fire. Rengoku struck first, his blade igniting into a dragon of flame that surged toward Akaza's chest. With a cold smirk, Akaza countered. Slow. He deftly evaded the fiery onslaught, his movements akin to instantaneous teleportation. As he turned, a punch imbued with his destructive technique struck out, generating a vacuum wave that sent Rengoku staggering back. Sparks flew from the collision. Rengoku planted his heels firmly into the ground, enveloped in flames. How heavy, he mused, to be forced back by mere strength. And what of flames? What are they without true power? Akaza murmured. We can do this. Tanjiro's eyes blazed with fervor. The Hashiman's injury gate opens. As he spoke, a surge of green energy erupted from him, amplifying his strength. Grasping his blade, he executed the fire god's dance. A crescent of crimson flame launched toward Akaza's neck. Akaza, agile as ever, sidestepped, employing his destructive technique to shatter Tanjiro's fiery arc. In a blink, he closed the distance, unleashing a flurry of punches, each striking Tanjiro with a resounding impact, forcing blood from his mouth as he was sent reeling. Tanjiro, Zenitsu roared, opening the injury gate. A golden arc of lightning enveloped him as he executed the thunder-breathing technique at lightning speed. His form blurred, resembling a sharp bolt, aimed directly at Akaza's back. Interesting, Akaza noted, instinctively pivoting to counter, his foot striking out to unleash a vacuum wave that collided with Zenitsu's lightning, creating a shockwave that sent Zenitsu staggering. From above, Inosuke descended like a wild beast, roaring as he crossed his blades in a scythe-like motion aimed at Akaza's shoulder. Akaza coldly raised an arm, executing his destructive technique, a transparent shockwave erupting from his fist that sent Inosuke crashing from the air. You are all but frail. As the flames began to wane and the lightning flickered, the three, relying on the Hashiman's enhancement, struggled to endure. We cannot hold on much longer. Rengoku gripped his blade tightly, but retreat is not an option. We do not fear sacrifice. Tanjiro trembled. For those we love are behind us. For everything we believe in. Zenitsu tightened his grip on his trembling sword, vowing not to retreat. The aura emanating from the three ignited anew, akin to kindling being rekindled. Akaza's eyes glinted coldly. What use is courage without strength? The battle escalated, flames, lightning, and blood surging forth in a chaotic symphony as the ground beneath them began to crack. This night, the conflict of the three members of the Demon Slayer Corps had only just entered its most brutal phase. As the flames dimmed and the golden lightning slowed, the transparent vacuum waves sliced through the air, filling the battlefield with destruction and despair. Rengoku's grip on the Nichiren blade trembled, his strength waning with each clash. His fiery aura flickered, the once vibrant golden flames waning. He was aware that his endurance was nearing its limit. This cannot continue, Tanjiro gasped, blood oozing from his wounds, the burden of the Hashiman weighing heavily upon them. Having opened the injury gate to amplify their power, they had hastily unleashed a torrent of blood to enhance their strength. But such power bore a heavy toll and could only be sustained for a fleeting moment. Hold on, Zenitsu urged, gripping his trembling Nichiren blade. We cannot falter. We must not fail. No, we cannot. Inosuke steadied his blades, affirming their responsibility to protect everything behind them. The chakra emanating from the three began to dissipate, blood seeping from their wounds, their faces pale and devoid of color, their trembling hands struggling to maintain even a basic thrust. Akaza looked down coldly, observing their struggle. That you have persevered this long is commendable. There was a hint of regret in his tone. If you were willing to forsake your humanity and become demons, I could grant you boundless power. We shall never become demons, Tanjiro declared defiantly. We are human, and we possess our dignity. Foolishness, Akaza replied softly. You have squandered your chance to transcend. With that, the transparent vacuum waves around him began to pulse violently, signaling the culmination of his destructive technique. A punch capable of obliterating a valley was unleashed, the transparent waves surging forth, causing the ground to tremble and the night sky to shudder, leaving the three unable to evade their fate. It seems this is where it ends. Rengoku grasped his Nichiren blade. But we shall not retreat. The flames clung to his blade like starlight, the ultimate technique of fire-breathing, purgatory. With every ounce of his strength, he swung, unleashing a dragon of flame to collide with the devastating punch. The explosion echoed, boom. The dragon was consumed beneath the weight of the punch, flames dissipating into the air, leaving a gaping chasm. Rengoku fell to his knees, his grip faltering. Have we failed? The flames extinguished, the golden aura faded into oblivion. We cannot hold on, Tanjiro collapsed. Filled with regret for his comrades and family. I am sorry, Kakashi-sensei, we have truly let you down. Zenitsu clutched his Nichiren blade tightly, his vision blurring. I am sorry. Inosuke supported himself with his blades, lamenting, I am sorry, my friends, we cannot. Akaza slowly withdrew his fist, the battle concluded. The flames were extinguished. The lightning ceased, and the three members of the Demon Slayer Corps trembled as they knelt, bracing for their demise. At that moment, a pale bolt of lightning descended from the night sky, piercing through the dense clouds with a crackle, laden with destructive power, striking the battlefield. Little demon, do not underestimate yourself. With those words, a dragon composed of pure lightning descended, its head crackling with destructive arcs, crashing down just as Akaza prepared to withdraw his fist. What? Akaza's pupils contracted. This power. The dragon, formed of white arcs, spanned dozens of meters, its whiskers flaring with energy, its eyes illuminating the night sky. Rushing toward Akaza, the dragon caused the transparent vacuum waves surrounding him to quiver. What is this? Boom. The dragon collided forcefully with Akaza, unleashing a torrent of electricity, enveloping the battlefield in a cataclysmic whirlwind. This destructive force was potent enough to obliterate a town, shaking the ground and piercing the clouds above. Sparks, arcs of lightning, and debris scattered in the aftermath of the explosion, momentarily engulfing the battlefield in blinding light. The three half-kneeled, their wounds deep yet miraculously spared from the devastation. They gazed upward in confusion, pondering what had just transpired. A figure gradually emerged from the void. The ninja's attire fluttered in the night breeze. Pale hair and unique Sharingan surveying the battlefield with a cold gaze. I apologize for my tardiness. Kakashi's clone had arrived. Kakashi-sensei? The three gasped in astonishment. Kakashi spoke softly, acknowledging their commendable efforts to reach this point. He surveyed the epicenter of destruction, declaring that the remainder was for him to conclude. Is he truly Kakashi? Rengoku Shinjiro pondered. Yorichi slowly rose from the center of devastation, trembling and bearing a deep wound inflicted by the Raijin. The transparent vacuum wave began to oscillate erratically. What are you? Kakashi's gaze was frigid. There was no need for superfluous words when confronting demons. He raised his hand gently, summoning the lightning technique, Raijin. A pale lightning dragon descended from the heavens, merging with several pillars of lightning on the ground, forming a pure white vortex of annihilation capable of obliterating all demons, completely encasing Yorichi. This is not the strength expected from the Demon Slayer Corps. Yorichi exclaimed in panic, realizing this force surpassed humanity. Incorrect, Kakashi replied coldly. This is the conviction of humanity, to eradicate demons and protect all that stands behind. It ends here. As Kakashi's words fell, the vortex of destruction erupted, and under the immense force of lightning, Yorichi and the transparent vacuum wave were obliterated, leaving nothing but remnants. Such a degree of damage could not be restored even by Musen. The flames of battle finally subsided, the night sky slowly regained its clarity, and the stars appeared in sequence. The three of them knelt on the ground, gravely injured and in a daze. Kakashi approached them slowly, softly stating, "You have endured your own battles." Amidst the flames, a figure emerged from the smoke, clad in the attire of the Demon Slayer Corps, with hair shimmering like crimson flames swaying in the night breeze. Rengoku's body appeared battered but not fatal. "Flame Pillar Rengoku," Kakashi greeted softly. "Flame Pillar? A pleasure," Rengoku replied. Gripping his sword, although weakened, he proclaimed loudly, "It seems there is much we need to understand." The clash of fire and lightning had concluded, leaving wounds and experiences in its wake. That night, Tanjiro and his companions faced life and death, gaining a clearer understanding of their inadequacies. Meanwhile, Kakashi's clone, hidden in the shadows, observed closely. He murmured, "It appears it is time for you to truly grow stronger." Chapter 157. Kagaya Yorichi PTSD. The night sky was heavy, stars returning to their places like tides, as if an ancient fate was silently unfurling. In the deepest recesses of the otherworldly Infinity Castle, upon a throne wrought from blood and bone, the demon King Musen Kabutsuji sat quietly, fingers interlaced, his long hair cascading like a silent blood waterfall, his crimson eyes slowly narrowing. It had been mere days since Yorichi's demise. Under Musen's orders, the Infinity Castle had closed its gates to all lower and common demons, allowing only upper ranks passage. He remained silent for a long time. Yorichi is dead. Musen's voice finally broke the silence, low and serpentine, as if slithering from the depths of hell. He did not shout nor rage, merely repeating the statement, as if confirming or struggling to believe. Dead. Vanished. Not even a trace of flesh remains. His icy gaze fell upon a blood-red orb suspended in the void, which recorded Yorichi's last memories. Yet those memories were tragically brief. The battle had scarcely begun. Who was the enemy? How did they strike? What abilities were used? All was absent. It was as if Yorichi had been erased in an instant. This was something even Kagaya Yorichi had never achieved. Musen's voice grew somber, a new emotion flickering in his eyes, unease. It was the PTSD of Kagaya Yorichi. Indeed, that human swordsman who had once pushed him to the brink had never managed to slay an upper rank in a single blow. Yet now, an unknown force had accomplished this feat. Had this world given birth to another monster akin to him? He was uncertain. He did not even know who this enemy was. Not a Hashira, nor any warrior recorded, and certainly not a successor of the Hekareki or the sun-breathing techniques. Moreover, this anomaly was not an isolated incident. The lower ranks were nearly annihilated, and the upper ranks were consistently wounded. Especially in recent battles, illogical phenomena had arisen. The reaction speed, strength, and physique of humans had suddenly surged to a new level. Musen furrowed his brow, recalling fragmented memories from demons that survived the battles. That power was entirely unlike that of humans. Their bodies were ablaze, their blood boiling, resembling monsters fighting for their lives. At that moment, Musen finally focused on the true crux of the matter. Someone had brought new power into this world, and the Demon Slayer core was undergoing systematic transformation. This was something he could not tolerate. The order had been disrupted. Humanity began to cross boundaries. He understood well that if this breakthrough took root, the demon's suppression would cease to exist. He rose slowly, his throne trembling beneath him. If that group were indeed growing rapidly, if their bodies could withstand such inhuman power, his gaze turned icy. Then it would mean that my path to immortality would be obstructed. It was imperative to annihilate them completely before they could gain momentum. At that moment, in the Demon Slayer core training grounds, a surge of searing steam erupted. The fourth gate, the injury gate, opened. Bang! Inosuke transformed into the beast among beasts, crushing rocks beneath his feet as he charged violently towards the training pillar. Boom! But in the next instant, a violent tearing sensation coursed through his limbs. Oh! Inosuke collapsed, writhing in pain on the ground. This gate is impossible. My body is about to explode. Cold compress. Cold compress. Zenitsu rushed over, frantically pressing an ice pack onto him, recalling Kakashi-sensei's words that training through the 8 gates must be done judiciously, respecting one's limits. Meanwhile, Tanjiro had barely grasped the 3rd gate, only managing a temporary boost in explosive power. The mastery of the Hashira was still far from its peak. After all, such extreme physical training was exceedingly brutal. Could this truly enable them to defeat demons? Zenitsu murmured, gazing at the night sky, his eyes filled with confusion. No. The wind pillar spoke coldly. At this level, encountering an upper rank would still mean certain death. Yet the flame pillar laughed, brimming with fighting spirit. We are no longer who we once were. Give me a little more time, and I will surely suppress the injury gate and step into the 6th gate. Even if only for 10 seconds, I will slice down a demon. The others gasped, their gazes ignited with fervor. They were not invulnerable heroes, nor breathing technique prodigies. Yet at this moment, even if their bones were shattered, even if they fell 100 times, they were resolutely moving forward. Tanjiro trembled as he gripped his Nichiren blade. His eyes bloodshot, Zenitsu's lips turned pale, and even his legs trembled, while Inosuke laughed maniacally. Once more, they could hardly recall how many times they had swung their blades, how many times they had broken through their physical limits. The white-haired ninja had yet to utter a single word of praise, merely standing at a distance, quietly observing them. Kakashi's clone whispered, "The fire has ignited. Though it is still but a flicker, it is sufficient to attract the most ravenous shadows of demons in the night. Now, we await the Demon King to emerge personally." In the days that followed, the Demon Slayer Corps took swift action, abandoning their previous defensive tactics to launch proactive assaults. Numerous demon strongholds were eradicated in a short span. This included 2 mid-tier demons possessing blood demon arts, swiftly annihilated in brief skirmishes by the new combatant Hashira. employing the initial 8 gates collaboration technique. 5th form of flame breathing, flame tiger. Open. 3rd gate, the life gate. Boom. The demon's head soared. Blood splattering under the full moon. The scene of the new temporary Hashira fighting alongside the veteran Hashira unfolded simultaneously across several fronts. Reports of consecutive victories flooded back to headquarters. Yet, with each victory came an increasing sense of unease. It was too smooth. The demons were revealing their positions too easily. Moreover, they did not retreat. Instead, it seemed they were waiting for them to take the bait. Butterfly Ninja stood upon the precipice of the mountain forest, her fingers gently tapping against the scabbard of her blade, her gaze growing ever more frigid. She slowly turned her head, directing her attention toward the white-haired man standing a short distance away, his back turned to the others. "Mr. Kakashi, you have sensed it, haven't you?" Kakashi did not turn around. He merely nodded slightly, his tone eerily calm. "Yes, someone is observing." "Who?" Butterfly Ninja furrowed her brow, her voice suddenly turning icy. Kakashi finally faced her, one eye obscured by his hair, the other, a Sharingan, slowly closing as he whispered the chilling name, Muzan Kibutsuji. The air instantly thickened with tension. The white butterflies adorning Butterfly Ninja fluttered silently, as if even they were frightened by the utterance of that name. However, Kakashi raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, and his scrutiny, though brief, was withdrawn. He was testing the waters. Butterfly Ninja gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, her voice lowered to a whisper. "He is preparing to strike, isn't he?" Kakashi offered no reply. Instead, he vanished in a flash, as though swallowed by the wind, disappearing from sight. "What an impolite ninja," Butterfly Ninja murmured resignedly, a hint of sarcasm curling her lips. Yet in the next moment, she leaped off the cliff, her figure flitting through the trees like a shadow of a butterfly, silently pursuing him. Chapter 158. The Upper Moon's Assault in the Dark Forest of Narukami Mountain. The night wind cut like a knife, and the shadows loomed heavily. This region had long been designated as a forbidden zone for demon hunters. Ordinary demon slayers would never dare to approach. Only the Hashira were deemed worthy to tread here. However, due to the recent unusual reports of frequent demon sightings, the Demon Slayer Corps decided to split into multiple teams, attempting to unveil the true motives behind the demons' abnormal activities. Kakashi and Butterfly Ninja were assigned to this area. On the cliff's edge, the wind rustled through the withered branches. Butterfly Ninja stood at the brink, her slender form gazing down at the fragments of demon corpses scattered in the sea of trees, her brow slightly furrowed. "Just like the demon we encountered earlier." She spoke softly, yet her tone betrayed a hint of murderous intent. These demons did not flee or scream. They even charged forward willingly. She gently tapped her scabbard, her violet eyes glinting with icy resolve. They did not seem to be hunting for sustenance, but rather acting under orders. She turned to Kakashi, her voice low. "You have sensed it too, haven't you?" Kakashi stood behind her, his single eye narrowed, his silver hair fluttering in the night breeze, his expression as tranquil as water. "Yes," he replied, "this does not resemble a typical hunt. This is a well-laid trap." Butterfly Ninja narrowed her eyes. "Whose orders?" "It appears to be Muzan Kibutsuji," Kakashi replied, his tone almost devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Ninja inhaled sharply, her demeanor abruptly turning frigid. Has he finally lost his patience? Not yet. Kakashi shook his head, caution evident in his demeanor. "There is little useful information, but he is testing us. We are the bait." The brief exchange cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. At that moment, a faint crack echoed from deep within the forest. Suddenly, an overwhelming malice surged from all directions, as if the night itself were being corroded by the aura of demons. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, and he slowly lowered his forehead protector, his Sharingan gradually opening, a cold light emanating. "They're coming." From the depths of the night, a demon emerged stealthily. It bore a ceramic jar on its back, its shoulders ridged like scales, its form grotesque, and its face twisted in madness, with 2 horns spiraling from its head. Upper Moon 5, the Jar Demon. "Hee. I have finally awaited your arrival." It licked its fingers, its tone filled with a morbid delight. "A beautiful Hashira and an oddly flavored outsider. Both are to my taste." At that moment, 4 figures leaped from the surrounding woods, their maniacal laughter piercing the air. Split, transform, rage, lament. Upper Moon 4, Han Tengu. On the mountain peak, another tall and gaunt figure stood quietly, exuding an unfathomable presence, clearly not an ordinary demon. It seemed to observe, record, and await further instructions. The demons had long since set their encirclement. Butterfly Ninja took a deep breath, her violet eyes icy. We have been chosen. They believe us to be the easiest to eliminate. Then their judgment is quite poor, Kakashi replied with a faint smile. He gently adjusted his forehead protector, his fingers twitching as he patted his tool pouch. Since they have laid a trap, let us create a larger one. No sooner had he spoken than both of them sprang into action. Sharingan activated. Poison mist unleashed. The cliff was instantly engulfed in a fierce wind, and the battle was about to commence. The jar demon struck first, letting out a furious howl as 6 jars quaked behind it, unleashing several blood-red tendrils that lashed out violently. Kakashi's figure transformed into an afterimage as he slipped into the forest, appearing in an instant behind the jar demon. Summoning technique. Ninja dogs for pursuit. Boom. 5 ninja dogs burst forth from the ground, lunging toward the jar demon. Foolish. The jar demon bellowed, its jar spewing forth a viscous blood, transforming into dozens of blood needles that swept through the air, instantly impaling the ninja dogs. Yet Kakashi had already leaped into the air, his fingers forming seals. Lightning release. Lightning cutter. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck true, and Kakashi, like a thunder god, cleaved downward at the jar demon's shoulder. Ah! The jar demon screamed in agony as its shoulder shattered, its vengeful roar echoing. You lowly human bastard. The 6 jars exploded, and numerous tendrils erupted in a chaotic assault. Without hesitation, Kakashi countered. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Massive stones rose, deflecting the onslaught. He darted out again, the lightning cutter charged and ready. Lightning cutter. A blue light surged like a dragon, piercing through the night. And Kakashi closed in on the jar demon in an instant. Ah! The jar demon hastily defended, tendrils flying, but Kakashi forcefully broke through all barriers, plunging his blade into its chest. Simultaneously, on the other side, Butterfly Ninja danced gracefully among the 4 demons. The rage demon swung a spiked club. The lamenting demon shrieked in a mad charge. The cold demon stood still, releasing poison, and the joy demon spun wildly to attack. Yet Butterfly Ninja, with speed like lightning, wove through the demon throng, delivering 3 swift strikes. You are all too loud. Her voice remained gentle, yet it cut through the air like an icy blade. The rage demon was silenced with a precise blow to the throat, toxins swiftly eroding its nerves. The weeping demon attempted a sneak attack, only to have Butterfly Ninja strike its poison point from behind, causing it to collapse instantly. The remaining 2 demons lunged in fury, but Butterfly Ninja flicked her fingers. 100 flower poison mist release. Whoosh! A faint purple mist dispersed with the wind, enveloping the 4 demons. She gracefully leaped, delivering a horizontal slash that cleaved through the night. The 4 demons fell one by one. Han Tengu's true form was forcibly revealed. How is this possible? My split body. It wailed, attempting to flee, only to be swiftly silenced by Butterfly Ninja's blade at its throat. With the 4 demons dispatched, Han Tengu fell. Meanwhile, the jar demon finally sensed the shift. No, you are not fighting. You are stalling for time. Kakashi smiled faintly. You finally understood. Just then, his Sharingan had already synchronized with the spatial fluctuations around, pinpointing residual spatial traces with the ninja dogs, activating a sensory technique. The recent spatial tremors indicated the boundary of the infinite castle. The jar demon's expression shifted dramatically. It recalled the 6 jars, attempting to forcibly activate a transfer to escape. Too late. Kakashi's right eye glowed fiercely. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Space closure technique. Crack. The space closed like a mirror, freezing the jar demon in place. Lightning cutter pierced the heart. Boom. Lightning coursed through the jar demon's heart, blood gushing like a fountain, its entire form exploding. The mountain wind swept past once more, the air thick with the stench of blood. Butterfly Ninja stood among the corpses, sheathing her sword. Is it over? She inquired. No. Kakashi gazed upward, his Sharingan still emanating a chilling light. The true beginning has only just arrived. Moments ago, a subtle tremor had occurred in the northern direction. We have found it. The infinite castle. Butterfly Ninja's expression changed. This battle, seemingly a siege, was in fact a strategic ploy. Muzan set the trap to draw out the Hashira, while Kakashi, through combat, delayed and locked the space, forcing the shell of the infinite castle to surface. The Demon King Muzan has nowhere left to hide. The true hunt is about to commence. Chapter 159. Call me father. As the infinite castle crumbled, the blood moon hung high in the sky. The remaining upper moon, the formidable Gue, manifests itself, exuding a presence akin to colossal waves from a fathomless abyss, fracturing the very space with countless crimson scars. Among them, Upper Moon 1, Hei Si Mu, stands resolute upon a high platform, his aura as frigid as iron. Upper Moon 2, Tong Mo, retains a smiling demeanor, yet harbors an undercurrent of lethal intent. Upper Moon 6, Duo Ji, has already assumed a combative stance. How curious indeed, Tong Mo muses, fanning himself with a smile, as the Hashira have gathered, their energies distinctly altered. No sooner has he spoken than, boom. The wind Hashira, Fuzichuan Shimiya, erupts into action, his chakra surging, veins pulsating. As if the eye of a tempest roars within him. The third gate, the life gate, opens. A tempestuous gale, accompanied by a sound of tearing air, bursts forth, transforming Fuzichuan into a whirlwind, rushing toward Tong Mo. A sinister grin curls upon his lips as he exclaims with fervor, I have longed to crush you, you cursed beings. His speed reaches its zenith as his twin blades dance, slicing through the wind with ferocious arcs, the air vibrating with the force of his strikes. Tong Mo's expression shifts dramatically as he swiftly brandishes his folding fan, twisting his wrist to summon an array of ice mirrors that cascade like raindrops from all directions. The Ice Lotus Thousand Mirrors. The mirrors glimmer with a chilling light, enveloping Fuzichuan in a bone-chilling embrace. Yet, unperturbed, he confronts the icy onslaught head-on, his blade howling with the fury of his martial prowess. The wind-breathing, first form, chaotic wind claws. His blade sweeps, shattering the ice mirrors with a series of crisp, explosive sounds. With each strike, the shattered ice rains down, dissipating the icy chill that once surrounded him. Fuzichuan bursts through the icy enclosure like a wild stallion, his momentum unyielding. Tong Mo is sent sprawling backward for several dozen zhong, blood spilling from his lips, disbelief etched across his features. How have you grown so powerful? He gasps in shock. Fuzichuan retorts with a chilling smirk, call me father. Before his words fade, his blades surge forth once more. The light of his strikes resembling a tempest of fury aimed at Tong Mo. Fuzichuan's form propels forward explosively, his blades slicing with pinpoint accuracy toward every exposed inch of Tong Mo's flesh. The wind-breathing, sixth form, whirling winds and blades. His twin blades create a myriad of shimmering arcs, entwining around Tong Mo. Tong Mo evades desperately, yet Fuzichuan's speed is overwhelming, the blades nearly grazing him. Each flash carrying a razor-sharp pressure that rends the air. You wretch, do not even think of escaping. Fuzichuan bellows, his dual blades descending like a fierce tiger unleashed. Tong Mo is forced to retreat repeatedly, his ice mirrors faltering under the relentless onslaught. With a swift pivot, Fuzichuan thrusts his blade. The wind-breathing, final form. Shuro Wind Shatter. The blade's light erupts like a tornado, carving a wide path of destruction. Tong Mo, caught unawares, is swept aside with a single stroke. His arms severed, blood spraying. He leans back violently, crimson pouring from his mouth, terror painted across his face. Fuzichuan's gaze blazes with intensity, his assault unceasing. Each strike accompanied by a furious roar, carrying away the chill and blood, as if intent on reducing Tong Mo to mere fragments. Tong Mo, filled with dread, retreats, blood pooling beneath him, yet he cannot escape Fuzichuan's relentless pursuit. The twin blades rain down mercilessly, each cut a judgment against the malevolent spirit. This is the might of the wind Hashira. He roars, the howling winds enveloping him as he embodies an unstoppable tempest. Tong Mo's defenses crumble rapidly, under the onslaught of blades, the flame of life within him flickering. Meanwhile, on the other side, the water Hashira, Fujitoraju, stands as steadfast as a rock. His eyes calm, his demeanor unchanged. The vile Kabutsuji Musen grins wickedly, his hands weaving through the air, blood needles raining down, sharp and lethal, aimed directly at Ju. The sound of blood needles whistling through the air resembles a barrage of arrows targeting Ju. Undeterred, he lightly taps the ground with the tip of his blade, poised to counter. His expression is devoid of panic, yet his muscles are taut, his aura steadily condensing. Suddenly, he speaks, his voice deep and resolute. The third gate. The scene gate opens. Boom. Steam erupts from Ju's being, enveloping him entirely. A mist blankets the air, obscuring vision momentarily. As the steam dissipates, Ju materializes before Kibutsuji Musen. The water-breathing, fourth form, tidal wave. Ju unleashes a powerful punch, the wind of his fist creating a sonic boom, crashing against the air and conjuring waves of water. Kibutsuji Musen reacts swiftly, swinging his blood-soaked blade to counter. The fist of annihilation. Their fists and blades collide with a tremendous crash, shaking the ground beneath them. Ju's punches flow like surging tides, each strike imbued with unparalleled speed and cutting force. Kibutsuji Musen's breath falters, overwhelmed by Ju's velocity and strength, his expression shifting to one of alarm. The two engage in fierce combat, the shadows of fists and blades intertwining, the air thick with the intent to kill. Ju's strikes are relentless, each punch carrying an aura of destruction, launching a barrage that offers no chance for defense. Kibutsuji Musen, unwilling to concede, swings his dual blades while unleashing blood needles, attempting to strike from multiple angles. Ju remains steady, his movements fluid, evading with precision and countering sharply. How can you possess such power? Kibutsuji Musen roars, his voice laced with incredulity and wrath. Ju replies coldly, his tone resolute, because we have evolved beyond our former selves. The flurry of fists resumes, Ju flowing like water, his strikes fierce yet composed. Did you think we humans came merely to spar with you? Each punch is a harbinger of your demise. With every blow, he seems to deliver a verdict of death. The clash of fists and blood needles continues, the air thick with the sounds of explosions and the scent of blood. Ju harnesses the explosive power of his martial arts, seamlessly merging it with the water-breathing technique, driving Kibutsuji Musen to the brink of despair. Each of his punches steals away the light, disrupting his opponent's rhythm. Gradually, Kibutsuji Musen shows signs of fatigue, his movements growing sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Ju delivers a heavy punch, the force crashing against Kibutsuji Musen's chest like a colossal wave. Boom! Kibutsuji Musen staggers backward, blood erupting forth. Ju continues his assault, each strike lethal. His gaze is frigid, as if he has already pronounced his opponent's sentence. The battle rages on, fists and blades intertwining, creating a complex web of lethal intent. Kibutsuji Musen's blood needles shatter, his blades flying from his grasp. Ju maintains control over the battlefield, asserting his dominance. In this moment, he is no longer the silent water Hashira of yore, but a reborn god of war. The mist Hashira, Takedo Machiro, stands immobile, his gaze icy, as ethereal as willow fluff in the wind. Heisimu gradually draws his blade, merging three into one. The edges aligned, his presence akin to a storm's fury, a palpable aura of murder surrounding him. You are no match for me. You are leagues apart from my brother. Yet, Machiro closes his eyes and breathes deeply. I care not for talent, nor for blood ties. For I have already opened the third gate, the scene gate. Boom. An overwhelming aura bursts forth, enveloping him in rays of light. Machiro vanishes, only to reappear above Heisimu. The mist-breathing, ninth form, final mist slash. You are not my destiny. The blades intertwine. For the first time, Heisimu reveals a grave expression, forced to retreat 3 steps, cracks appearing on his blade sheath. This is Chapter 160, Divine Might Unleashed. Within the infinite castle, blood mist swirls, cries of agony echoing. At this moment, the other Hashira in the outer battlefield are fervently sweeping away the remnants of the demon horde. Despite their exhaustion, every warrior's eyes blaze with fervor. They understand that this night marks the culmination of the battle between demon exterminators and humanity. At the heart of it all, Heisimu is consumed by unbridled fury. Enough of these insignificant pests. You are unworthy to stand against me. He stomps with ferocity, unleashing a torrent of demonic pressure. His black blade melds into a singular, tempestuous force, a tidal wave of blade energy surging forth, rampaging in all directions. The very fabric of space appears torn asunder, tilting madly. Cracks spread, the essence of the realm trembling. Humanity is destined to perish without a doubt. Faced with this overwhelming force, the Hikari Hashira, Takedo Mwichiru, the Iwa Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, and the Kaze Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, roared in unison. The gates burst open. They had procured the most ordinary potions from Kakashi's pocket dimension, which fortified their bodies, rendering them somewhat stronger. Boom. Steam billowed from their forms, muscles swelled, and bones cracked. The 3 pillars surrounded their foe, with blades slicing through the air like rain. Iron orbs crashing down like mountains, and winds slicing fiercely. The Hikari no Kokyu, to no Kata, Kiri no Kaze, the Iwa no Kokyu, Go no Kata, Erasure no Choko, the Kaze no Kokyu, Go no Kata, Ranfu no Sun. Boom. In an instant, 3 strikes converged with tremendous force upon Kibutsuji Muzan. The space shattered, and blood mist sprayed forth. Muzan howled in rage, hurtling backward, crashing violently into the rock wall, blood gushing from his wounds. Meanwhile, Tamayo's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. I am being overwhelmed. His arms had been severed by Shinazugawa's blade, blood spurting forth, as the smile at the corner of his mouth vanished. Impossible. I am Tamayo, the second upper moon. How can I lose to a madman like you? Shinazugawa grinned wickedly, his face alight with battle fervor. Whether mad or not, you shall perish this night. The Kaze no Kokyu, Shu no Kata, Shura no Suefu Karetsu. Boom. Countless green blade energies coalesced into a visage of Shura, ruthlessly tearing Tamayo apart. He could not even scream before his body dissolved into a cloud of blood. Tamayo eliminated. Meanwhile, the Kazuki Kyogai had long been rendered powerless under the combined assault of Rengoku and Muichiro. The blazing blade sliced through his spine, piercing his heart from both sides. You have failed, Rengoku calmly intoned, as serene as a still lake. For you have long since lost your heart. The blade flashed. Mizu no Kokyu, Kyu no Kata. Mizu no Ryubo ran. Blood gushed forth. Kyogai fell. Thus, all upper moons were extinguished. The entire infinite castle trembled. The main force of the demons, annihilated. At this moment, in the depths of that boundless darkness, Muzan finally stirred. He could no longer contain himself. All his capable subordinates had been vanquished. Muzan slowly raised his head. An unprecedented chill etched across his face. What a formidable demon slayer core. You believe that after acquiring some enhancement, you can act with impunity? Alas, your journey ends here. Boom. Muzan's form exploded and reformed, his flesh reconstructing as he began to assume his final form. Black-red flesh writhed, eerie wings unfurled, and 6 blood-red eyes materialized upon his chest. You are all too loud. I shall personally extinguish every last one of you, starting with you. Boom. His figure flickered like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, Muzan appeared behind Shinazugawa. Shinazugawa, be cautious. The crowd gasped, but before they could react, a claw pierced through Shinazugawa's chest. Ugh. Shinazugawa spewed blood as he was flung backward into the ruins, his life hanging in the balance. Damn it, the Hashira roared, ready to converge upon him. Yet they felt Muzan's aura had surpassed their limits. A tempest of blood demon arts surged forth, repelling the Hashira, making it difficult for them to approach. In that moment, Kakashi moved. Guy was preparing to unleash the 8 gates, but was halted by a hand. Enough. It is time to put an end to this farce. Kakashi slowly opened his Sharingan, emerging from the flames. His cloak billowed, black robes stained with blood. His gaze beneath the mask cold and resolute. The Hashira looked up at him, their eyes igniting with a final glimmer of hope. Kakashi-sensei, I am here. The rest is up to me. His Sharingan spun violently, quickly transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Today, allow me to send him to hell. Muzan seethed with rage. What are you? How dare you act so brazenly before me? I am the one who will guide you on your journey. With that, Kakashi's eyes widened fiercely. Kamui. Boom. A ripple of space targeted Muzan's head. The next instant, the fabric of space began to warp. Muzan instinctively sensed something was amiss, but it was too late. He could only roar no. His head was instantaneously torn apart by Kamui, bones, flesh, and soul all ground into the void. Not a drop of blood remained. Muzan, eliminated. Silence. All demonic blood power, black mist, and cursed toxins dissipated into nothingness. The infinite castle crumbled. Boom. The heavens and earth collapsed. The crimson sky shattered, city walls demolished, beams of light streaming through the void. As if the night of the world had finally passed. As the dust settled, the Hashira knelt in pools of blood, utterly exhausted. Some wept openly, while others laughed joyously at the sky. They had won. In the depths of despair, they had truly triumphed. The crowd gathered around Shinazugawa's lifeless body, their faces heavy with sorrow. Kakashi witnessed this scene, a faint smile of bittersweetness gracing his lips, before approaching Shinazugawa's form and extracting a potion from his pack. Administering it, the potion's effects rapidly took hold, and the gaping hole in Shinazugawa's chest began to heal swiftly. The other Hashira, including Tanjiro, were astonished. Just then, silver lights appeared in the sky. An imperceptible rhythm resonated from the depths of the world. It was the tremor of the world's will. You have defeated the Dominator. You have altered fate. Humanity victorious. Kakashi gazed skyward, softly murmuring, "Now, it is time for me to fulfill my mission." He formed hand seals, and a pitch-black rift in space opened beneath him. "Lord Uchiha Ye, the task is complete. This realm is prepared to belong to your pocket dimension." Boom. A spatial array manifested, the core will of the entire Demon Slayer world gently, yet forcefully assimilated by a higher power. Golden light surged from Kakashi's back, the mark of authority belonging to Uchiha Ye. This world has been assimilated. Belonging, Uchiha Ye. Kakashi turned to the Hashira, offering a slight smile. "Your struggle is commendable. This realm shall no longer harbor demons." Chapter 161. I am Haiden, a devotee of the evil god. The world of Attack on Titan. The setting sun bathed the forest in a crimson hue. In the distance, a squad from the Survey Corps sped through the dense woods outside the city walls. The air thick with the stench of decay and blood. "We are close. Just ahead lies the area frequented by the Titans." Hang raised her binoculars, her expression vigilant. "We must confirm the source of those two high thermal signatures." "Yes," Mikasa replied coldly, closely trailing behind. Levi remained silent, but his eyes were fixed on the battlefield where a plume of black smoke rose in the distance. Just as they approached their destination, the battle had already commenced. Within the thicket, a horde of Titans was hunting the remaining humans. Those soldiers, armed with long spears and poorly equipped, had long lost their will to fight, facing the oncoming 15-meter Titans with nothing but despair. "Help!" In the next moment, a figure dashed into the fray. Ahaha! Haiden, with silver hair flowing, wielded a larger-than-life three-bladed scythe, spinning and leaping among the Titans like a dancer. He suddenly hurled the scythe, which traced a blood-red arc in the air, striking a Titan's knee with a resounding crack. The Titan collapsed to the ground. Haiden had already leaped onto its shoulder, grinning maniacally as he plunged a short knife into his own chest. "Oh, evil god, the sacrifice begins now." At this moment, Haiden, whose catchphrase was "once the evil god," had transformed into the night god after Uchiha Ye was acknowledged as the Dominator. However, Uchiha Ye had rejected the change, insisting that Haiden maintain his previous habits. In the next instant, Haiden's chest burst open, yet simultaneously, the Titan let out a wail, a massive cavity exploding from its heart. The malevolent deity has not vanished. It has merely transformed into a vassal of Uchiha Ye and a tool bestowing power upon Fei Duan. The synchronization of damage takes effect. Boom. A giant collapses with a thunderous crash. Nearby soldiers are rendered speechless. Has that madman resorted to self-mutilation? What religious ritual is he performing? Before they can react, two more giants charge from the flanks. Fei Duan spreads his arms wide, laughing maniacally. "Bring it on. I am in top form tonight." He leaps high, the scythe slicing through his arm, and a spray of blood splatters on the ground, forming a rudimentary blood array. He murmurs incantations, seemingly casting a spell. The two giants raise their hands to strike simultaneously. Bang! Bang! Fei Duan is once more sent flying, yet his body bears no scars. The two giants, however, have their chests and abdomens explode into nothingness. As they struggle before falling, Fei Duan rushes forward, delivering a brutal stomp to each head, shattering them. What a thrill! Fei Duan laughs wildly, blood splattered across his form, resembling a demon. On the opposite side of the battlefield, a different kind of horror unfolds. The heart of water slashes through the waves. The heart of thunder pierces the spine. Jiao Du stands atop a tree, for chakras of different colors floating behind him. He forms hand seals, and black lines from within surge into the earth. Boom! The ground collapses, countless spikes erupt like tombstones, impaling the nearby giants and pinning them in place. Several giants roar and struggle, yet they are utterly immobilized. Jiao Du speaks coldly. "Foolish, grotesque monsters. Lightning. Lightning release. Thunderbolt arrow. Zap. Boom." Heavenly lightning descends, a 10-meter pillar striking the giants. The entire forest is illuminated with blinding white light. The giants are pierced by the lightning, their bodies charred, swaying like puppets before crashing down. Other surviving giants attempt to flee, but Jiao Du flips his left hand, extracting a metallic heart from within. Heart of fire. Fire release. blazing dragon tornado. A fire dragon roars through the air, transforming the entire forest into a sea of flames. Several giants wail in the inferno, turning to charcoal. Fei Duan watches with gleaming eyes. Old man Xiaodu, you're serious now. Who will get the most kills tonight? Silence. Meanwhile, Han Ji, holding a telescope, can barely close her mouth. What kind of ability is this? They are not ordinary humans. That white-haired man is self-harming, yet the giants are dying. And that black-robed man manipulating thunder, fire, wind, and earth. Are they special beings? Armin uncertainly remarks that they bear no trace of giants. Their height and physique resemble ordinary humans, yet they are extraordinarily powerful. Mikasa, expressionless, does not seem to reach a level attainable through training. Levi coldly states, regardless of who they are, we must observe first. Once they cease fighting, we will engage. Hanji nods, yet her gaze remains fixated on the ecstatic, laughing Fei Duan. This guy looks like a lunatic. Armin quietly adds, and the other person appears to be a completely cold weapon. Dozens of giant corpses litter the ground. Fei Duan, drenched in blood, stands atop a giantess chest and howls at the sky. I've set a record tonight. Xiaodu approaches slowly, expressionless, retracting all the heart masks. The target area has been cleared. Withdraw. As Fei Duan hoists his scythe, preparing to depart, suddenly, whoosh. 3 figures leap from the forest. Levi, Mikasa, and Han Ji activate their 3-dimensional maneuvering gear, directly blocking the two. Wait. Han Ji calls out. Fei Duan raises an eyebrow, licking his cracked lips. Oh. Aren't you the ones watching the show in the woods? Xiaodu halts, coldly scrutinizing them. What do you want? Levi grips his sword hilt and intones. You are not from within our walls. You do not resemble giants. We need to ascertain who you truly are. Fei Duan laughs heartily. Us? Haha. Do you think I came for sightseeing? Mikasa fixes her gaze on Fei Duan. You exude a strong, murderous intent. You are not to be trusted. Fei Duan grins widely, raising his scythe. Yet Xiaodu halts him, speaking coldly. Do not cause trouble. We have yet to confirm the positioning of the world as well. Fei Duan pouts in dissatisfaction, but sheaths his scythe. Levi frowns. What are you discussing? We need to know where you come from. Xiaodu calmly counters. Shouldn't you be thanking us first? We cleared these giants. Without us, you would likely still be engaging in guerrilla warfare with these abominations. Han Ji grits her teeth, left speechless. At this moment, Armin and Eren also arrive. Gazing at the forest filled with corpses, the air thick with tension. Eren speaks softly. At least for now, they are not enemies. Levi remains vigilant, his gaze unwavering on the two, but they are certainly not ordinary individuals. I will keep a close watch on you. Fei Duan chuckles. Watch all you want. Just don't interfere with our hunt. He steps forward, brazenly approaching Eren and clapping a hand on his shoulder. Hey, kid, we might be working together for a while. Eren is taken aback. Who exactly are you? Fei Duan reveals an exceedingly wicked smile. Me? I am Fei Duan, a devotee of the malevolent deity. I have come to usher your world towards evolution. Chapter 162. This wretched woman. In the morning forest, the air still lingers with the smell of charred flesh and blood. Giant corpses are piled like mountains, the ground torn apart by thunder and fire, blackened and scarred. Fei Duan leaps down from a giant's spine, blood-soaked, yet wearing a maniacal grin. Ha ha ha. My performance today is extraordinary. I feel like I could kiss myself. He shakes his 3-bladed scythe, turning to Xiaodu. Hey, old geezer, did you keep count of how many I've slain? Xiaodu stands atop a protruding rock, surveying the ground with eagle-like eyes. 25. Wow, you actually remembered that clearly. Are you secretly keeping track for a share of the bounty? Xiaodu glances at him. You're so mad you've lost your mind. Can killing these monsters earn you money? I'm still pondering whether their corpses are worth recovering. Pahaha, you actually want to recover the giant corpses? Your mindset is even more twisted than mine. Old man Xiaodu says nothing, merely gazing at several giant remains, his tone cold. Perhaps these giants hold some value in relation to our mission, as long as it can yield profit, or advance the world's merging. Fei Duan's laughter abruptly halts. He tilts his head slightly, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes before he suddenly throws his head back and laughs maniacally. I almost forgot Lord Ye's gaze just swept over us again. Xiaodu, I sensed it. That indescribable existence brushed lightly against my soul. There were no commands, only affirmation. Killing giants is beneficial. Continue onward. This is the will of the domain master, Uchiha Ye. Simple, stern and direct. Fei Duan spreads his arms, gazing skyward. O malevolent deity, are you satisfied with my sacrifices? I have even crushed the brains of these monsters. He stomps down on a giant's skull, the sound echoing, his feet smeared with viscous remains. Yet he pays no heed as he wipes them on the ground. Jiao Du frowns slightly. Stop stepping on those. They might still hold some value. Fei Duan rolls his eyes. How desperate are you for money? Just then, a gust of wind arises. Halt! A voice, laden with warning, echoes from above. Jiao Du and Fei Duan turn their heads almost in unison. Three figures rush through the forest. Levi, Mikasa, and Han Ji of the Survey Corps, equipped with three-dimensional maneuvering gear. They land precisely 10 meters ahead of the two. Levi grips his sword hilt, his gaze sharp as a hawk. Who exactly are you? Why are you outside the walls? How do you possess such extraordinary power? Fei Duan raised an eyebrow and said, Oh, aren't those the three from the audience? Why aren't you applauding? Han Ji gritted her teeth and retorted, You have slain so many titans. Why not reveal your identities to us? You are neither from within the city nor titans. What exactly do you intend to do? Fei Duan replied, I seek to cleave things and, in doing so, pay homage to Lord Ye. Do you understand? Mikasa's voice turned cold. Who is this Lord Ye you just mentioned? Fei Duan blinked and suddenly broke into a grin. You need not know. Han Ji exclaimed angrily. If you harbor hostility towards the people within the walls, we must stop you. Fei Duan instantly grinned widely, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Hostility? Are you certain you wish to speak thus? He stepped forward abruptly, raising his three-bladed scythe. Its cold gleam as menacing as a serpent's fangs. Jiao Du furrowed his brow and spoke in a subdued tone. Fei Duan, cease your actions. Fei Duan halted, yet turned his head, his eyes brimming with impatience. I haven't even struck yet. They are barking at me like foul and stubborn beasts. If I do not frighten them, I am unworthy of serving the evil god. Jiao Du glanced at the Survey Corps and then lowered his gaze to the ground, his eyes suddenly sharp. Have you entertained thoughts of slaughter? Fei Duan scratched his head. Has the world rejected you? Fei Duan rolled his eyes dramatically. Had it not been for the world's rejection, I would have long since cleaved these people into 3 pieces. Jiao Du replied coldly. Do not forget that we are only permitted to hunt titans. To turn our hands against these indigenous humans would invoke the world's backlash. That is the rule. Fei Duan pouted but sheathed his scythe. Fine, fine, I shall spare them. They appear pathetically weak anyway. Mikasa, Levi, and Han Ji were taken aback. The antagonistic demeanor they had sensed from their opponents had suddenly ceased due to some unfathomable force. They did not understand, but instinctively knew that this was not mercy, but rather a restriction imposed by some higher dimensional existence upon this world. Jiao Du calmly stated, We are not beings you can comprehend. Do not delude yourselves into thinking you can control us. Levi frowned. You are merely here to slay titans? Fei Duan replied with a proud grin, Not just that. We have come to settle the grotesque debts of this world. Your gods cannot govern these matters. Thus, we are here to assist in the slaughter. Han Ji whispered, Do you truly not harbor animosity towards us? Jiao Du replied indifferently, We only act against titans. Unless you transform into titans. Mikasa's voice turned cold. We will keep a close watch on you. Fei Duan cheerfully approached and suddenly extended his hand. Then give it a try and keep an eye on me. Levi drew his blade with a swift motion. Jiao Du firmly placed a hand on Fei Duan's head. Have you lost your mind? After dealing with this batch, we shall head southeast. There are more reactions in that direction. Fei Duan reluctantly withdrew his hand and raised an eyebrow at Levi. Next time, don't sneak a peek while I am slaying monsters. If you wish to watch, you must pay. Jiao Du nodded as he walked, muttering, It should be that way. With that, the two turned and, without a trace of reluctance, dashed into the forest, leaving behind a group of silent members of the Survey Corps. Mikasa furrowed her brow. They neither explain nor communicate. Han Ji murmured, Yet they have indeed only slain titans. We witnessed it with our own eyes. Armin arrived. Gazing upon the distant sea of blood and mountains of corpses, he quietly remarked, Their existence does not seem to be for destruction, but rather some form of reconstruction. Eren stared at their departing figures, his expression complex. Their arrival was too sudden. Yet the founding titan within me reacted violently to them. Levi sheathed his blade, stating coldly, They are neither enemies nor friends. Meanwhile, Fei Duan dashed across rooftops, laughing maniacally, while the blood ritual took form as he continued to cleanse the titans. The evil god is at it again. Jiao Du remained silent, calculating the positions of corpses and mapping points, murmuring, "It's a pity this world lacks a bounty system. Otherwise, if these titans were to be valued according to their power levels, they would be worth at least 100,000 silver notes." Fei Duan laughed heartily. "I suspect you were involved in some nefarious dealings before joining the Akatsuki." Jiao Du replied, "That is none of your concern. You only need to know that I possess extensive asset management experience." Fei Duan retorted, "You are truly a disgrace to humanity." Jiao Du countered, "You are not even human. I have heard that the organization originally prepared 1 billion explosive tags to deal with the deceased Uchiha Obito." "What? Bakayalu, that wasteful woman." The two squabbled, yet like two blades of slaughter in the night, they continued to carve a path through this distorted world. Chapter 163. He. As the setting sun cast its slanted rays, the remnants of walls and the air were thick with the scent of gunpowder and scorched earth. The ruins of Old Leba village had become a new hunting ground for Fei Duan and Jiao Du with a roar. A 10-meter titan had just poked its head from behind a broken wall when, in the next moment, a shadow darted past. With a sickening thud, the grotesque titan's head soared into the air, the hot blood spraying and staining half the wall. Fei Duan leaped onto the titan's shoulder, laughing as he slashed open his own chest. "Lord Night God, accept the life of this aberrant creature." Ha! Simultaneously, the titan's corpse exploded open at its chest, synchronizing perfectly with the wound on Fei Duan's own chest, as if resonating with some indescribable force. Jiao Du stood on a nearby rooftop, arms crossed, coldly surveying his surroundings. Confirming the kill, he stated flatly, 19th Titan. Fei Duan jumped down from the titan's corpse, covered in blood, exhilarated as if fueled by adrenaline. "Oh my. I feel splendid today. A few more, and my blood ritual will still be warm." Jiao Du paid him no mind, his attention fixed on the distant ruins. He could sense an energy fluctuating, neither chakra nor the heat response of titans, but rather something concealed within the air. He narrowed his eyes. Someone approaches. In the next moment, the ground trembled violently. Boom. From deep within the ruins, a massive stone slab exploded, and a colossal figure clad in armor suddenly leaped forth. Thud! 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 The heavy armored footsteps shattered the ground, dust swirling as the figure resembled a steel beast. Fei Duan's eyes lit up. "What is this? It looks quite impressive." However, Jiao Du remained motionless. He immediately discerned that this was no ordinary titan. It possessed consciousness, its movements calculated rather than instinctual. The next moment, the armored titan let out a low growl and lunged at the two. Without hesitation, Fei Duan charged forward, his three-bladed scythe swinging out, carving a blood-red arc through the air as it struck the titan's flank. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying, and Fei Duan was sent flying backward by the recoil, crashing heavily into the crumbling wall. Cough! This thing is far tougher than the previous lot. He sprang up from the rubble, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, exhilarated, having tasted the titan's blood. "Jiao Du, let me take the first shot at this one." Jiao Du did not respond, his gaze fixed on the opposite side of the battlefield. A squad of Marley soldiers was rapidly retreating, including several youths around 10 years of age. "I see," Jiao Du murmured. "This fellow is not here to fight us. He is here to cover the retreat." As Fei Duan charged in, Jiao Du activated 4 heart masks, synchronizing wind, fire, lightning, and earth chakra. A barrier-type control technique quietly taking shape. The armored titan, seemingly uninterested in prolonged combat, shielded the retreating soldiers behind it, using only its fists and feet to block Fei Duan's attacks. Bang! Fei Duan was once again kicked away. Hey, is that all you can do? Just defend? What kind of battle is this without a counterattack?" He shouted, drawing his dagger and fiercely slicing open his own arm, blood gushing forth. In the next moment, a blood ritual formed beneath his feet. "Let's get serious." Sacrifice activated. Ack! Fei Duan's chest exploded, and a crack suddenly erupted across the chest armor of the armored titan. It groaned, half kneeling on the ground. The distant Marley soldiers stared in shock at this scene. Mr. Reiner was injured in return. The individual inflicted self-harm, yet it affected Laner. Fei Duan cackled with excitement. "Can this iron shell withstand my strike? Can it endure 2, 3, or even 10 blows? Ha ha ha. Today, I shall certainly reduce you to a mere metal can." Jiao Du murmured. "This is not our target. He is an intelligent giant, potentially capable of triggering the opportunity we seek." Fei Duan paused, reluctantly shouldering his scythe. "Tch. To be halted mid-slaughter is vexing. At that moment, the armored titan took a few steps back, raising its arm to shield the retreating team. After a low growl, its entire body erupted with scalding steam. Hiss! The hot mist enveloped the area as it swiftly shed its shell, revealing a bloodied and gasping Laner Brawn. Fei Duan squinted at him. Ah, human, even when not a giant, you can still suffer, can't you? Jiao Du did not advance. He could see that this fellow had lost all combat capability. Let us move on. In the next area, there are still residual giants active. Fei Duan turned, a grin forming at the corner of his mouth. It matters not that this tin can has escaped. We can always hunt it again later. On a hilltop, Hanji, Armin, Aaron, and Mikasa had long witnessed the entire ordeal. They are not one of us. Hanji's gaze was fixated, murmuring to herself. Yet they can inflict serious damage on intelligent giants, and even possess the ability to counteract them. Armin frowned. If they can hunt all the giants, could our war come to an end prematurely? They can control their murderous intent, showing no interest in humans. But what if one day they change? Mikasa coldly remarked, dangerous. We must not let our guard down. Aaron clenched his fists, remaining silent. In his mind, a peculiar resonance still reverberated, as if the power of the two individuals was being sensed by a coordinate. Night fell. Fei Duan hummed an off-key tune, bouncing along in the darkness. Today's harvest is quite satisfactory. We've slaughtered nearly 30 giants. If the malevolent deity knows, he will surely reward me with a big bowl of blood soup. However, those seemingly human individuals are not simple. As Jiao Du walked, he spoke coldly. I sensed the earlier armored giant disturbing the surrounding space. It is as if this world itself is attempting to obscure its presence. Fei Duan laughed. Just as you said before, not all giants are purely giants. They must be eliminated. Yet Jiao Du replied, no, we must discern who is truly connected to the core of this world. We are not here to indiscriminately slash. We aim to make this world recognize us completely. Fei Duan rolled his eyes. I know. We will strike until it cannot retaliate. He grinned, resembling a madman. In any case, I shall not cease. The two vanished into the twilight forest. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the night sky, a faint glow streaked across. No one noticed it, yet an ancient consciousness stirred quietly. Chapter 164, Additional Payment. In the southern wall breach area, fierce winds howled through the charred remnants of walls. As a throng of giants lumbered forward, they seemed drawn by some unseen sound, waves upon waves gathering from the depths of the distant plains towards the damaged city wall. The heavy footsteps trembled the ground, causing debris and iron scraps to clatter incessantly. The temporary defensive line of the Survey Corps was forced to retreat. The number of giants exceeded expectations. Hanji murmured, sweat beading on her forehead, and not just ordinary types. We may be on the verge of a massive tide. Mikasa and Levi remained silent, merely exchanging glances. Mikasa nodded, swiftly activating her vertical maneuvering equipment to scout the movements on both sides. Armin furrowed his brow, staring into the distance. They are still present. Hanji raised her binoculars. In the lens, the two unidentified figures stood at the breach, covered in blood, yet showing no signs of fatigue. Fei Duan's face gleamed with excitement, hands supporting his chin. Whoa, there are even more of them than yesterday. Jiao Du, shall we break 100 tonight? Jiao Du's expression remained unchanged as he casually produced a heart-shaped mask from within, the sound of chakra resonating in the air. At this density, within an hour, you handle the east side, I will take the west. If there are intelligent ones, prioritize marking them. Fei Duan grinned, instantly flinging his scythe, leaping into the air. Let the work begin. Ha ha ha. Boom. As a 15-meter giant took its first step, Fei Duan descended upon its head like a blood-red meteor. The three-bladed scythe sliced through the air, cleaving downward with the fury of a tempest. Splatter. The giant's shoulder was diagonally severed, one arm plummeting to the ground. Fei Duan used the momentum to spin, landing while already drawing a blood array. And with a swift motion of his short blade, he made a clean cut. Hee. Feel the blessing of the night god. The blood array illuminated. Boom. 3 giants simultaneously exploded, collapsing to their knees. Fei Duan glided past the corpses, leaping atop a higher tower of rubble, his crimson smile brighter than flames. Next. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiao Du had initiated the suppression process. He settled into a meditative position, 4 heart masks rising simultaneously, hovering in midair to form a closed formation. Wind. Thunder, fire, earth, activating the array-level cleansing. Black lines slithered across the ground like snakes. A giant that had just emerged was pierced by countless spikes from below before it could even roar. In the next instant, the sky suddenly brightened. Lightning surged wildly. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of electric arcs crisscrossed, traversing the entire street. The acrid scent mingled with burning flesh, the air becoming hot and sticky. Fire release, flame tornado. A fire dragon swept through the center, incinerating all giants ahead. The soldiers of the Survey Corps stood atop distant high buildings, gazing in astonishment. Is that chakra? Is that ability magic? No, those two are not products of our world. Hanji shook her head, yet they are clearing out the giants. Moreover, they are 10 times faster than us. Armin murmured, they harbor no malice towards us, at least for now. Aaron tightened his fists, his throat subtly moving. Levi, however, coldly stated, let them act first. We need not intervene. Keep an eye on them. As time passed, under the blood-red dusk, the entire breach area became a mountain of giant corpses. Fei Duan stood atop the highest tower, arms spread wide, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. We surpassed 100. What a delightful day. Jiao Du emerged from amidst a giant's remains, his outer garment singed, yet his expression remained impassive. Confirmed kill count, 117. No intelligent types. Fei Duan rolled his eyes. What a letdown. Not a single one worth fighting. Jiao Du murmured, I sensed a faint disturbance. It feels as though something is being restrained. Not them. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of the Survey Corps. It is this world. Fei Duan grinned. Are we to guess again? I detest such games. In any case, if we keep slashing, we will surely force out the real deal. Jiao Du replied calmly, indeed. Once we kill enough, it will naturally reveal itself. Just then, a messenger from the Survey Corps approached but hesitated to come too close. Raising his hands high to show he meant no harm. The two warriors over there. Commander Hanji has a message for you. Fei Duan shot him a sidelong glance. Speak up, no need for pleasantries. The messenger swallowed nervously. We also discovered a similarly scaled giant tide in the northern wall area. If you are willing to assist, we can arrange supplies, intelligence exchange, and shelters. Before he could finish, Fei Duan yawned. Supplies? We are not hungry. Intelligence? We don't need maps. Shelters? Are you insulting us? The messenger appeared awkward, unsure how to respond, when Jiao Du calmly interjected, is there also a giant tide in the north? The messenger nodded, yes. Is there a bounty? Jiao Du could not help but ask. The messenger was momentarily taken aback, although the bounty had yet to be specified. There was a possibility for negotiation. Jiao Du scoffed, no specific amount? That simply won't do. If you wish for us to eradicate the giants, you must increase the payment. The messenger awkwardly scratched his head, stammering, I will report to my superiors immediately and strive for an increase. Upon hearing this, Jiao Du turned to Fei Duan, saying, let us proceed. The situation over there is rather urgent. Fei Duan's lips twitched slightly, his energy reigniting. What? We are to work again so soon? Wait. Allow me a moment to draw some blood in celebration. With a swift motion, he sliced his arm, blood splattering onto the ground, and in the next moment, a small blood formation took shape as he hopped into it, exclaiming, Ah, great lord of the evil god, I am simply magnificent tonight. Ha! The messenger recoiled in fear, stepping back 3 paces. Jiao Du, unfazed, shouldered the burden containing a heart-shaped mask and leisurely strode towards the northern gate. Fei Duan followed suit, licking the edge of his blade and laughing like a madman. I truly hope some towering giants come from the north, the kind that can squash me flat. Those are my favorites. In the distance, Li Ye crouched beside a crumbling wall, watching them depart. Hanji furrowed her brow, murmuring, they seem more eager to slay giants than we are, perhaps even more so than we enjoy. Li Ye replied coolly, it is not enjoyment. It is their mission. Hanji was taken aback. Armin quietly added, they have not harmed anyone, nor do they harbor hostility towards us. Perhaps, Mikasa suddenly interjected, her gaze icy. Did you not feel it? The person we just saw was that self-harming madman. When he glanced our way, I felt paralyzed for a moment. Hanji's eyes widened in shock. What? Mikasa continued slowly. I sensed that if we intended to kill, we might meet our end. The air fell silent. Chapter 165. That is all money. The sun hung low in the western sky, casting an eerie stillness over the ruins outside the southern wall. Once a place of human habitation, it now echoed only with the sound of wind rattling through broken windows and the scurrying of feral cats rummaging through garbage heaps. In a dead-end alley, several giants lowered their heads, gnawing on torn garments and shattered bones, indistinguishable from human remains. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. Old man, this place reeks terribly. What is that puddle on the ground, brain matter? Fei Duan kicked aside a pile of decaying limbs, wrinkling his nose as he hefted his scythe into the alley. His clothes still bore traces of blood, and he swaggered with his weapon like a butcher who had not yet had his fill. Let us not waste time. Jiao Dou leapt down from the opposite rooftop, his expression impassive as he landed on the ground, for chakra masks quietly hovering behind him. Let us clear this area first, then seek out the next gathering zone. Fei Duan clicked his tongue. I knew it would be work, but this isn't like your usual missions, right? You're actually working without a bounty. Jiao Dou halted, turning to glare at him. We are not bounty hunters. We are cleaners. Cleaners recognized by the will of the world. Fei Duan scoffed, glancing at the giants. Well said. I'll just treat it as a chance to have some fun. No sooner had he spoken than the giants seemed to catch the scent of living beings, slowly turning their heads, mouths agape, and lumbering toward them with heavy steps. Oh, your mouths are even filthier than a dog's. Fei Duan's eyes sharpened, and he charged forward. Come on, I am on fire tonight. He leapt high into the air, his three-bladed scythe cutting through the air with a trail of blood. With a swift motion, he severed the arm of an 8-meter giant, using the momentum to land, twirl his blade, and slide toward the giant's abdomen. Let us see how you fare. He abruptly drew a short knife, slashing the giant's arm. Blood sprayed 3 feet, splattering the ground. Let us begin, great lord of the night god. Grant me your divine favor. Before the giant could react, a rudimentary blood formation quickly took shape. Fei Duan stepped into the center of the formation, a manic grin spreading across his face. I wound myself, and you perish. With that, he plunged his knife into his own abdomen. Boom! The giant's abdomen exploded in a gaping hole. Amidst its screams, it collapsed to the ground, its head lolling to one side. Fei Duan jumped onto its shoulder, looking down at its struggles with a grin stretching from ear to ear. This feels amazing. Next one. He sprinted towards the second giant, pulling open his clothing to reveal old wounds, crusted and torn. Great lord of the evil god, let us see if I can slay 20 tonight. Though he shouted for the evil god, he understood all too well that the source of this power had found a new master. Elsewhere, Jiao Dou had ceased his banter. He stood atop a building, coldly observing as a dozen giants surged from all directions. The 4 chakra masks of wind, fire, lightning, and earth spun rapidly, and he formed seals, sending black lines surging into the ground. Earth-style, distant prison. Boom. The street erupted with sharp stone spikes, impaling 3 charging giants directly into the ground. They thrashed wildly, unable to extricate themselves from the stone pillars that pierced their bodies. Lightning, Jiao Dou whispered, his left hand flipping. Lightning style, heartbreak. A bolt of lightning descended as if it were divine retribution. One giant's head exploded on impact. Jiao Dou surveyed the group of giants, a glimmer of greed for wealth flashing in his eyes. He did not relish spending money. Rather, he savored the process of amassing it. Each giant that fell now represented a sum of currency. Fei Duan laughed boisterously. You seem quite invigorated, old man. Care to wager on who can slay more tonight? Jiao Dou snorted. The loser must remain silent for an entire day. Deal. Fei Duan rubbed his hands together, turning his blade to slash across his chest once more. Splat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The third blood formation unfolded. The wind mask on Jiao Dou's back glimmered. Wind style, rending sky. Suddenly, a blade of wind sliced through the air, cleaving a 10-meter giant in half. Blood rained down. The ground was now carpeted with corpses. Steam rising, the air thick with acrid decay. Just as the two were cleansing the heart of the village, a sudden, thunderous crash resonated from a building. Attention! We have new activity. Jiao Dou spoke quietly, his chakra threads extending discreetly. The next moment, the roof exploded, and 2 giants burst forth from the ruins. One stood a staggering 13 meters tall, its face marred with fractured armored skin. Fei Duan's eyes lit up. Oh, it looks rather formidable. With that, he charged forward, smashing through the floorboards, arriving at the giant's knee, and slashing downward. Blood sprayed. At the same time, he cut his forehead. Blood dripped, perfectly landing into the small formation drawn earlier. Ahaha! I shall break the record tonight. Slay, slay, slay. The formation glowed. Boom. The giant fell with a resounding crash. Fei Duan sprawled across its chest, his face alight with excitement as if he were diving into a pool. This 13-meter giant is far too easy to obliterate. It's like slicing tofu. Jiao Dou offered no reply, continuing to clear the remaining 4 or 5 lower-tier giants from the periphery. Flames danced across rooftops, wind blades swept through the streets, and lightning fell like rain. In less than 10 minutes, the village was left utterly cleansed. Aside from corpses, nothing remained. Fei Duan squatted atop a giant's carcass, panting heavily, his sides stained with blood. This feeling is just like when we were in our world. Complete the task, then collect the payment. Too bad there's no one to pay us now. Jiao Dou examined the status of the 4 mask-shaped hearts, stating coolly, "The feedback from the will of the world has already begun to amplify. With every giant slain, the passage grows more stable. This means the great Lord of the Night God will soon consume this world." Fei Duan licked his lips. "I care not for whether it is consumed. I simply wish to witness more of these grotesque monsters lose their limbs. It is truly a work of art." As night fell, the village returned to a haunting silence. When the reinforcements of the investigation corps arrived, they were met with a desolate expanse strewn with corpses. Levi stood before the pile of bodies for a moment before turning to leave, stating simply, "They have departed." Hang gritted her teeth and whispered, "What kind of monsters are these?" Mikasa remained silent, her gaze fixed on the long scar left by the scythe, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Meanwhile, in the distance, Jiao Dou and Fei Duan had embarked on their next hunt. They never offered explanations, nor were they obligated to do so. Their sole purpose was to execute their mission, to eradicate the Titans and bring the world to heel. Chapter 166, A Feast from the Heavens. The night had fully enveloped the ruins beyond the southern wall, with crows croaking ominously. Blackened traces marred the scorched earth, akin to the fingernails of the Grim Reaper. The breach in the southern wall had been temporarily repaired, yet the remnants of fiery twilight and flickering lightning lingered in the direction of the old mine. The investigation corps had retreated to reassemble, but the true concern of Hang, Mikasa, and the others was not the cleaned-up Titan corpses, but rather the 2 unfamiliar and formidable beings that did not belong to this world. They refrained from intervening, fully aware that these 2 peculiar individuals were not targets that could be dealt with through the use of vertical maneuvering equipment. Moreover, their actions were not inherently wrong, albeit somewhat deranged. At that moment, Fei Duan squatted within a thicket, blood at the corner of his mouth, sharpening his scythe against the stone with an unsettling glee, as if he were a madman high on drugs, radiating an aura of uncontainable energy. "Tell me, was today not exhilarating, old man? 37 heads. In under 10 minutes. I was absolutely insane tonight." Jiao Dou stood nearby, meticulously adjusting a heart-shaped mask with a nonchalant tone. "If we slay a few more batches, the will of this world will stabilize completely. Lord Ye will then commence the integration of this place." Fei Duan, plopping down on a fallen tree trunk, stretched languidly and grinned boastfully. "But then again, had it not been for Lord Ye synchronizing the rules and informing me not to kill indiscriminately, I would have easily dispatched those wary little soldiers from the corps." Jiao Dou shot him a glance. "Do you wish to experience the backlash? They say it could eject you from the timeline." Fei Duan rolled his eyes. "I'm not too fond of that. I really like that guy named Levi. He looks formidable. Perhaps you should cultivate that fondness a bit more." Jiao Dou scoffed. "You might die even faster. However, I believe that if the will of the world truly turns against us, Lord Ye will not disappoint. Indeed, Lord Ye is an existence more powerful than the evil god himself." The 2 engaged in banter, but their footsteps never faltered. They ventured into the dense forest at the foot of the southern mountain, where an abandoned Titan experiment camp lay in ruins, surrounded by withered grass and remnants of wooden fences. "I recall this place was a subterranean mine," Fei Duan remarked, twirling his scythe. "Last time I saw a large figure crawl out from over there." Just as the words left his mouth, a rumble echoed. The ground suddenly erupted, and a Titan clad in shattered armor burst forth from the earth. "Damn it, it's you again," Fei Duan exclaimed, eyes wide, as he prepared to strike. A figure leaped from behind the Titan. "Stop. I am Reiner Braun, and we are not enemies." Fei Duan laughed out loud. "Huh? Are you here to deliver your head?" Jiao Dou assessed the Titan, host of the intelligent Titan. Reiner's expression stiffened as he spoke gravely. "I know you are not ordinary humans. I possess information about the bunker experiment area. I can lead you there. It is a gathering point for intelligent Titans, a hidden base of the remnants of Marley." Jiao Dou raised an eyebrow. And what are your terms? Let me live. Fei Duan raised an eyebrow. Do you realize how absurd that condition is? Jiao Du glanced at him. He seems to be outside of our mission objectives. Allow him to live. Fei Duan clicked his tongue, reluctantly nodding. Fine, you lead the way. The group promptly set off towards the rocky platform at the northern end of the southern wall. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the valley through cracks in the earth. At the edge of a cliff, Fei Duan stood at the precipice, whistling. Hey, Reiner, is this wretched place the bunker ruins you spoke of? Reiner's expression was serious as he nodded. The entrance is below, in the abandoned well, with a hidden door on the left. But the two titans guarding it are my former comrades. Jiao Du unfolded a map, chakra lines radiating outward. There are dozens of life signals, some in an awakened state. We'll eliminate them first. Inside the well's passageway, a loud crash resounded. Fei Duan kicked open a rusty iron door, a pungent stench of decay assaulting his senses. Moments later, two abnormally large titans lunged from the shadows. Their bodies were entwined with tattered armor, experimental tubes, and vials. Resembling two failed experiments that had yet to be decommissioned. Fei Duan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Heaven has blessed us. He leapt into the air, swinging his scythe to precisely sever the knee of the first titan. Bang! The titan knelt. Upon landing, Fei Duan wasted no time in slashing its chest. Blood spraying forth as an array of symbols illuminated the ground. Oh, Lord Evil God, it's time for your blessings. In the next instant, the titan's chest exploded, meeting a swift demise. Meanwhile, the second titan had just turned around, only to be ensnared by the Raiksen mask controlled by Jiao Du. Lightning release, disruption wave. Boom. The titan collapsed, smoke rising as it fell. Fei Duan stood atop the corpse, laughing uproariously. Is this it? Is this the level of your so-called former comrades? Reiner remained silent, merely lowering his gaze to the severed limbs on the ground, his expression complicated. They were not ordinary humans. They were monsters. Killing titans was as effortless as eating and drinking, requiring no thought whatsoever. From deep within the passage, a series of booming sounds reverberated. An increasing number of experimental titans were awakened, surging forth along the walls. This was a true cleansing operation. Fei Duan plunged into the throng of titans, dancing like a demon. Come on, come on, come on. Tonight, I'll only accept fewer than 100 heads as my achievements. He slashed with his blade, self-inflicting wounds, and performing sacrifices. Blood formations emerged in patches. Explosions erupted one after another. Jiao Du acted like a mobile fortress, alternating between fire release, wind release, earth release, and lightning release. Each attack resulted in widespread devastation. Chakra lines, like steel cables, ensnared and snapped the titans attempting to break through. In a matter of mere minutes, the entire passage was piled high with corpses. The walls were smeared with charred blood, and the air was thick with the stench of burnt flesh. Fei Duan slumped against the titan's shoulder, his face smeared with blood. This place is even more thrilling than the shinobi world. Jiao Du replied coolly, the passage has been cleared. The will of the world has responded with increased feedback. We can advance to the next area. Oh, and we should discuss our rewards later. Meanwhile, Reiner leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, unable to interject. They were not warriors from another realm. They were conquerors. Outside the bunker, Erwin arrived with a tactical squad, only to find a charred wasteland and a multitude of titan corpses reduced to nothingness. He remained silent, merely gazing at the crescent-shaped scar left by the scythe in the corner. Alan gritted his teeth and murmured, they are not here to assist us. They have come to settle accounts with this world. Chapter 167. The railway ruins zone, the last chaotic area beyond the southern wall, finally surfaced. After the complete destruction of the underground bunker left by Marley, it burned for 3 days and nights, reducing the twisted experimental titans to ash, with even their bones incinerated. The inscription stone in the deepest part was shattered by Fei Duan's kick, irrevocably declaring, this hell can never be revived. It should have come to an end. Yet Jiao Du did not allow Fei Duan to rest. From a bloodstained map, he extracted a new blueprint marked with a red circle, pointing to a location while maintaining his usual icy demeanor. Designation X4, Railway Ruins Zone. Fei Duan rolled his eyes, having intended to rest against the titan's corpse. Suddenly invigorated. Are you certain? Haven't we cleared everything? Jiao Du remarked, that information is yours, not mine. He pointed to the red circle on the map. Over the past 3 days, 15 instances of giant activity have been detected along this railway line. He lifted his gaze, piercing eyes focused intently. Someone has restarted the Marley transportation trains. Fei Duan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he grasped his scythe. Restarting abandoned trains? That's a live target. He cackled. Another opportunity for slaughter. However, he queried, how do you know so much intel? I have a brain, while you do not, Bakayuru. Jiaodu replied coolly. Night had fully descended. The abandoned station lay desolate. The rusted tracks twisted and turned, resembling a pathway leading to some infernal abyss. Jiaodu crouched down, inserting his chakra line into the tracks. The line slithered like a serpent, and moments later, he confirmed the direction, 800 meters to the northwest. The target was moving slowly. Fei Duan, with a sudden rush of enthusiasm, sheathed his scythe on his back, a manic grin spreading across his face. Let the hunt begin. The two raced along the tracks until they spotted the blood-red train in motion. It was no ordinary train. Its rusted exterior resembled a coffin stained with blood. Each carriage was secured with a thrashing experimental giant, bound to metal pillars like sacrificial offerings, exhaling thick mist, their eyes clouded and devoid of reason. Fei Duan burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. What a ritualistic train. Jiaodu maintained a calm demeanor. This is the Z-Series experimental transport train from Marley, designed to rapidly deliver incomplete hybrids to various testing sites. Now, they are being resurrected in reverse. Fei Duan licked his fingertips. What a pity. I'll make sure it never moves again. The train approached a cliffside bridge. Fei Duan's eyes sparkled as he propelled himself forward. Blood sacrifice on the tracks. Blood array sacrificial domain. He slashed his palm, blood splattering onto the tracks, instantly inscribing the entire rail with runes. Boom. The first giant atop the first carriage exploded, flames and rotting flesh erupting into the air. Laughing maniacally, Fei Duan leaped onto the train's roof, his scythe dancing like the wind. Come on, I'll claim them all tonight. Meanwhile, Jiaodu summoned 5 masks, chakra waves rippling through the night sky. Futon, Danpu Retsu Yazan, Katan, Haiyan Ryuden. The fusion of wind and fire unleashed a blue flame dragon, piercing through 3 carriages. Boom. The entire train segment shattered, taking 3 experimental giants with it into the valley below. Fei Duan's eyes widened. Old man, you're stealing my kills. Jiaodu replied indifferently, I am merely settling scores. The two worked in perfect sync, slaughtering on the train. Flames, blood arrays, thunderous explosions, and slicing winds intertwined continuously. The giants fell like decayed timber. The train resembling a hellscape filled with screams, explosions, and the clamor of shattering metal. Just as they prepared to annihilate the entire train, a thunderous roar erupted from the front. The engine ruptured, and a nearly 4-meter-tall giant, clad in metallic armor, soared into the sky. Its body was not flesh, but steel. Yet it possessed distinctly giant-like eyes and facial features, spewing flames from its mouth, adorned with remnants of the Marley insignia on its chest. Jiaodu spoke coldly. The ZX5 hybrid, they truly implanted the intelligent giant's genes into the train's machinery. Fei Duan, eyes gleaming with excitement, exclaimed, what a beast. Finally, something worth fighting. He plunged the scythe into his shoulder. Blood array triple sacrifice. Let the killing commence. The array ignited, flames roaring as Fei Duan leaped into the air. But an anomaly occurred. The ZX5 hybrid was not destroyed. Instead, a ring of absorption manifested around it, reversing the energy from Fei Duan's blood array. It was reversing the sacrificial array. Jiaodu's pupils constricted. It cannot be allowed to complete. Raiton, Kenrai no caution. Thunder roared as countless bolts descended, ensnaring the ZX5 in a web of electricity. Fei Duan coughed blood but laughed heartily. Old man, this creature is more entertaining than I am. Time for my ultimate move. He bit his tongue, hands clasped together. Blood array 9-ring sacrifice. 9 blood arrays unfolded simultaneously, locking onto their targets in unison. Fei Duan transformed into a shadow of blood, darting through the 9-ring formation, his scythe swirling like a dragon's fang. Explode. Explode. Ah! Ultimately, Jiaodu concluded the sequence. Katan, Haiyan Ryuden. 5 high-temperature fireballs erupted, crashing into the ZX5's chest. Boom. The entire train exploded, the tracks crumbling and the bridge collapsing. Amidst the cataclysm, flames painted the night sky crimson. The following morning, beneath the shattered bridge, a valley filled with corpses lay sprawled. Fei Duan, drenched in blood, sat atop a toppled iron plate, using a giant's rib as a toothpick. Old man, this work is exhilarating. I could do it for 3 more years. Jiaodu inspected the heart mask. Cleanup complete. Next target, the underground hub in the Western District. Fei Duan raised an eyebrow. What place is that? Jiaodu responded nonchalantly. It's the ruins said to contain the core of the intelligent giant. Fei Duan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I have a feeling that place will be incredibly thrilling. But do not steal my kills. Jiaodu retorted. If you sacrifice yourself and are near death, shall I not finish you off? Can't you just stitch your body together for me? As they bickered, a Survey Corps pigeon landed before them, carrying a bounty contract. Fei Duan gasped. Oh, they really sent money. Jiaodu opened the envelope to reveal a special cooperative agreement from the Survey Corps, along with 2 gold medals and a supply distribution voucher. If we kill one, we earn double. Jiaodu's tone shifted slightly, a smile creeping onto his lips. This deal is quite lucrative. Fei Duan grinned widely. Then let us proceed to the next destination. Chapter 168. Underground Hub in the Western District. The ruins of the underground hub lay. One of the dead zones completely erased from the parody map. The entire area resembled a buried hell, with pits hundreds of meters deep, sealed in layers. Pipelines rusting like desiccated bones. Fossilized corpses on the walls seemed to whisper, the silence suffocating. Today, it was finally met with its terminator. Atop the cliff, Jiaodu pressed his palm to the ground, chakra lines extending into the earth like a spider's web. The target area was locked. The structure was a spiraling, sealed mine, with a total depth of 128 meters. Sensors indicated the presence of 12 giant entities underground, with residual traces of intelligence. At that moment, Fei Duan swung back and forth on a rusted bridge like a mad monkey, munching on a bun. 12? Hee, I'm taking them all tonight. Jiaodu shot him a cold glance. These are not ordinary giants. Records indicate that Marley once attempted to seal the consciousness fragments of 5 intelligent giants here in hopes of recreating a divine realm. Fei Duan's eyes lit up. You mean these monsters can talk, scream, and think? Now that would be thrilling. 10 minutes later, the two slid down the abandoned shaft into the deepest part of the hub. Shadows loomed, and the silence was grave, like a tomb, until the moment they landed. The entire mine suddenly resonated with a rhythmic metallic thrum, echoing like a heartbeat. From the dark pipe walls emerged crimson patterns. Simultaneously, 12 giant figures crawled forth. Their skin pale, eyes hollow, moaning like the undead. Return to the divine. Return to blood. Kill me. The pain is still seen. Fei Duan licked his lips. Sounds like the wails of the dying. Jiaodu's chakra line quivered violently. These giants should be sealed consciousness entities. Their bodies have long perished, but their spirits persist. Their souls do not belong to this world. How do you know this, old man? Fei Duan asked, astonished. Speculation arises, as their demeanor suggests something amiss. Jiaodu, with an expressionless visage, coldly addressed the towering giants. Fei Duan trembled with excitement, declaring, Then I shall exact a thorough reckoning. Evil god technique, triple blood ring formation. He bit his finger and pressed it against the ground, unleashing 3 crimson rings that erupted beneath the feet of the 12 giants. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the giants emitted a unified roar, their bones contorting, flesh merging. They were pulling themselves together from their own blood and flesh, ultimately giving birth to a colossal abomination, the fusion entity's remnant will, standing at 20 meters tall, with 6 claws and 3 mouths chanting from a fissure in its abdomen. It resembled some ancient deity in its death throes. Fei Duan was momentarily stunned. Fusion. Is there a combination technique for this as well? Jiaodu maintained his calm demeanor and struck. Wind release. Pressure break scythe. A high-pressure wind blade transformed into a massive crescent, slashing downwards and severing one of the fusion giant's arms. Fire release. Head-crushing flame bullet. From the opposite side, a fiery explosive surged forth, aimed directly at the giant's chest. However, in the next instant, the fusion entity flung its severed limb, forcibly absorbing Jiaodu's 2 techniques, its body beginning to regenerate and rebound. Could it consume chakra techniques? Jiaodu narrowed his eyes, sensing danger. The giant's fist thundered down, and Jiaodu used chakra threads to evade, while Fei Duan took the blow head-on, embedding himself into the rock wall. Yet, Fei Duan erupted into maniacal laughter. This sensation is almost a distant memory. Evil god technique. 5 rings offering spell. Fei Duan leaped from the wall, spitting blood as he inscribed 5 rings on the ground. He pressed his palms together, murmuring softly, with my spirit as tribute, and your pain as the seal, I offer it to my master. In the next moment, 5 shadowy figures rose from behind him, resembling avatars of the evil god, charging towards the fusion giant. The fusion entity emitted a piercing shriek. Simultaneously, Jiao Du shouted, Earth release, cracked mountain and broken walls seal. Lightning release, lightning array binding chains. The ground heaved, forming rocky walls as if a fierce tiger were pouncing upon a mountain. Above, a lightning array manifested, chakra coalescing into chains that descended from the heavens, binding the fusion entity's 6 arms tightly. Seizing the opportunity, Fei Duan proclaimed, now it's my turn to shine. Evil God technique, 9 lives, imprint slash. He wielded his blood scythe, blood fong, slicing 9 times, each cut leaving a blood mark. As the 9 seals settled, he leapt high, shouting, final curse, blood realm annihilation. The 9 blood seals exploded in unison, forming a colossal blood ring that detonated. The fusion giant let out a deafening shriek, its entire form beginning to collapse and melt away. Jiao Du, with his mask converging, unleashed his final strike. Fire release, head-crushing flame bullet, final form, blazing core lotus explosion. The fire lotus ignited from within the giant's chest. Boom! The entire underground mine collapsed utterly. Flesh, shattered bones, and remnants of spirit were all obliterated. Minutes later, by the remnants of the wall, Fei Duan leaned against a fallen pillar, panting, his body smeared with blood. Now, this is what I call a battle. Jiao Du coldly inspected his mask. One water attribute was destroyed, but the other functions remained intact. The fusion entity had been completely annihilated, its shattered soul erased. Current world fusion progress, 38. Fei Duan grinned broadly. Just 2 more battles, and Lord Yishun will be able to stuff this broken world into his pocket. Jiao Du replied, next target, the initial slumbering land of District 14. Fei Duan blinked. Ymir? The legendary progenitor of giants? Jiao Du remained silent, slowly gazing at the center of the map, where a sealed forbidden area was marked with 4 blood-red characters, seat of origin. A few hours later, at the temporary command center of the Survey Corps, the information in Hank's hands had just arrived, revealing images of bunker explosions and the remnants of giant corpses, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Did the 2 of them clear the entire hub? Armin furrowed his brow, and without any assistance. We still cannot analyze the technique structure of one of them, and the elemental attacks used by the other remain incomprehensible. Irwin spoke gravely. They are not reinforcements. They are executioners under the command of a deity. Just then, a messenger soldier entered, holding a new bounty order. Jiao Du, Fei Duan. The 3rd phase of the mission has been completed. The military grants you the title of Special Class Giant Hunter and activates full resource support. On the other side, Jiao Du accepted the bounty scroll with indifference. Fei Duan was busy savoring a fresh bun. Does this thing cover food? Jiao Du shot him a glance. It can be exchanged for information and supplies. And there's also a bounty. Fei Duan grinned widely. Then I need to kill a few more. What's the next target? Jiao Du gazed deep into the map, the slumbering land of the core of the intelligent giant in District 14. It's time for the fragmented soul of the primordial intelligent giant Ymir. Fei Duan licked his lips, swinging his scythe. I can hardly wait to see the dawn of this world. Chapter 169. Parody Island in the 14th District of Parody Island. There lies a forbidden area that has never been marked on any map, a place even the Eldian royal family dares not approach. A vast expanse of pitch-black valley looms like the gaping maw of a malevolent spirit, silently devouring all sound. Jiao Du stood at the edge of a cliff, black lines spreading into the ground, sensing the nauseating mental fluctuations. It was confirmed. This was indeed the resting place of Ymir. Fei Duan stood beside him, chewing on a piece of candy, the excitement of sugar coursing through him. Hey, old man, are you sure this is the progenitor giant? Don't let it turn out to be a bunch of grotesque experiments again. Jiao Du raised his hand, revealing an underground map drawn with chakra threads. This place is known as the Soul Fragment Pit, a top-secret experimental site left by Marley, used to seal the mental fragments stripped from Ymir. This place is not for imprisoning people, it is for confining gods. Upon hearing this, Fei Duan laughed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. They truly did not deceive us. After we finish this job, the worlds shall become our hound, and the process will advance once more. He leaped off the cliff, sliding down the rocky path into the valley below, charging forward like a mad dog. Gods? Does this trash world even deserve to have beings called gods? I want to see who dares to be so audacious. 500 meters underground, the two entered a gray-white space devoid of sky or ground. Only the constant flow of consciousness swirling around. It felt as if time itself had come to a standstill, with only the mind in motion. This feels akin to illusion techniques. Xiao Du observed the surrounding changes calmly, lowering his physical perception and remaining cautious. Fei Duan squinted. I don't fight with my body. I rely on faith. Saying this, he raised his hand and slashed his neck, blood spiraling forth like a dragon, erupting in a burst. Blood array, fourfold offering. For crimson runes appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions. At that moment, a vague voice echoed from the depths of the space. You have disturbed the eternal slumber. This is not a place for you. The voice was ancient and indistinct, as if memories from millennia past were suddenly unearthed, imbued with a potent curse and solitude. Xiao Du frowned, confirming the existence of a spiritual entity, remnants of Ymir's consciousness. In the next instant, the entire space began to warp. The ground split open, and a gigantic illusion, 30 meters tall, slowly rose. Its features were indistinct, yet it possessed 9 eyes and 6 arms, its spine bound by chains. With 9 giant skulls floating behind it, the fragmented soul form of the progenitor Ymir. Xiao Du spoke with a chill in his tone. Engage battle mode. The 5 masks instantly dispersed, chakra flowing into a pentagon formation. As Ymir opened her 9 eyes, the entire space cracked with a resounding snap. I am the root of this world. You are the poison. Fei Duan charged forward. Poison, you foul creature. Blood scythe. 9-ring offering formation activate. The scythe whirled like the wind, slicing through the approaching mental tendrils in a 360-degree arc. Ymir displayed no emotional fluctuations, merely raising her hands. Each of her 6 palms unleashing elemental attacks. Magma, ice, lightning, corrosion, illusion, and spiritual pressure. 6 forces descended like a natural disaster. Fei Duan shouted, Old man, do something. This woman is cheating. Xiao Du, maintaining his composure, commanded, 5 elements combination technique. Hell's Judgment, first form. The 5 masks surged with synchronized power. Fire release, infernal binding. Wind release, rift wind shadow. Lightning release, thunder fong turbulence. Earth release, rock tomb rupture. Water release, water prison reseal. The 5 ninja techniques intertwined instantaneously, forming a colossal elemental prison that temporarily ensnared Uchiha Ye. Yet, in the next moment, boom, the prison shattered. Uchiha Ye astonishingly absorbed the quintessence of the 5 elements' power through sheer will, retaliating by conjuring an elemental giant. 6 phantoms clad in elemental armor lunged toward Fei Duan and Xiao Du in unison. Fei Duan laughed heartily. Excellent. The 9 circles blood array curse. The king descends. He abruptly knelt, his blood energy surging, saturating the space in crimson. O Lord of the dark gods, grant me the power to slay the divine. Blood realm, soul-severing slash. The scythe, charged with sacrificial energy, cleaved the lightning giant in 2. Meanwhile, Xiao Du silently manipulated his chakra threads, ensnaring the ground. 5 elements fatal array. Second form. 3 masks absorbed wind, fire, and lightning, while the other 2 suppressed and detonated, triggering lightning fire soul lock. Boom. 6 elemental giants were instantly blown apart. Seizing the opportunity, Fei Duan charged into the center, laughing maniacally. Uchiha Ye, prepare for a surprise. He suddenly slashed open his chest, offering his true blood as a sacrifice. Ultimate incantation, 9 turns realm sacrifice, annihilation of the divine soul. The scythe split into 2 segments, floating to form a massive blood talisman, inscribing itself into Uchiha Ye's spiritual essence. For the first time, Xiao Du employed the sealing spirit secret technique. 5 elements soul sealing, return to tranquility, final form. The powers of the 5 elements coalesced into a gigantic dragon's head, descending from the heavens. Boom! Uchiha Ye emitted a wail capable of bringing all giants to their knees. 9 eyes exploded down to 6. 6 arms shattered down to 4. 9 colossal heads behind crumbled in succession. Crack! The mental realm shattered completely. The 2 landed once more, returning to the real world. Before them lay only fragments of Uchiha Ye's consciousness, slowly dissipating in the air, as if whispering, "The night has come. We shall ultimately yield. The battle is over." Fei Duan, bloodied and slumped upon a pile of bones, laughed uncontrollably. "What ecstasy! I have truly become the bane of deities." Jiao Du inspected the remaining masks, finding only 4 still battle-ready. The fusion progress had increased. The world's will was automatically merging, currently at a completion rate of 68. After 2 more attempts, total conquest of this realm would be achieved. Fei Duan threw his head back, grinning widely. Conquering a world is as simple as having a meal. The tremors of the surface subsided, and the shattered soul pit fell into utter silence. 2 figures slowly emerged from the valley's depths, akin to conquerors rising from hell. Jiao Du and Fei Duan stepped through a dimensional rift, still resonating with the aftermath of their divine slaying, blood and fragments of consciousness swirling around them, creating an aura of oppression that none dared approach. Meanwhile, at the valley's forefront, the Survey Corps had long been prepared. It was neither an ambush nor a siege, but a grand offering. Report: the target has arrived at the designated coordinates. Immediately transport the supplies. Formation must not disperse. A middle-aged officer stood at the forefront. Clad in military garb, sweat beading on his forehead, his legs trembling slightly from anxiety. Behind him stood 10 soldiers of the Survey Corps, all holding specially crafted black boxes. Kneeling in wait, their eyes held no hostility, only profound reverence, even fear. For they understood that these 2 were not allies. They were conquerors from another realm, beyond any means of resistance. Yet, more terrifyingly, they temporarily stood on the side of humanity. Chapter 170, May Blood Guide the Path of Faith. The officer hastily stepped forward, bowing with reverence as if addressing royalty, his tone a mixture of awe and a tremor of forced composure. "Lord Jiao Du, Lord Fei Duan, we thank you for hunting the giants on behalf of humanity, severing the roots of calamity, and establishing remarkable achievements. This is a token of gratitude from the Eldian United Management Committee. Please accept it." No sooner had the words left his lips than a heavy iron cart slowly rolled into the center of the camp, the platform crashing down, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise. Jiao Du stood motionless, his gaze fixed upon the heavy, dark boxes, not lifting an eyelid, merely coldly uttering a single word: "Unpack." The officer waved his hand, and the 10 soldiers stepped forward in unison, expertly unfastening the chains and seals from the black boxes, their movements precise and filled with reverence. Thud! The first box opened, revealing an immaculate block of pure gold, extraordinarily heavy, its brilliance blinding as it reflected the sunlight, casting a golden glow around. The second box opened, filled with various precious silver coins, ancient circulating currency, noble family crests, and glimmering rubies and sapphires, their total value astonishing. The third box revealed a recently frozen giant's anatomical specimen. It was the remnant of an intelligent giant, hastily preserved by the scientific division, with clear blood and flesh textures. The muscle structure intact, with even the spinal cord still twitching slightly. Subsequent boxes contained a complete set of newly arrived research equipment, equipped with Marillion technology-enhanced crystal sensing devices. Ancient technique scrolls unearthed from ruins, inscribed with extreme incantations for sacrifice, sealing, and soul implantation, and even a fragment of the progenitor giant, crystallized and unrecognizable in form, its surface faintly revealing decayed skeletal shadows. Fei Duan grinned, licking his lips, his expression akin to a wild dog spotting prey. "Oh? Is this it? Looks somewhat interesting." The officer quickly wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily stating, "There is more to satisfy the appetite of the great." He raised his hand, pointing behind him, as a specially designed, heavily sealed black cage was slowly brought forward. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, as if whispers and struggles echoed in the air. Click! The moment the first special cage opened, the entire camp's atmosphere stilled, as if the wind had been cut off. Inside the box were not treasures of gold and silver, nor anatomical materials, but 30 heretics clad in black cloth, bearing bizarre emblems branded upon their foreheads. Their hands were bound, bodies emaciated, skin pallid. Yet their eyes brimmed with madness and hatred, seemingly having abandoned their humanity, reduced to half-mad beings following a spiritual sacrifice. Some murmured incessantly, speaking to themselves. Others threw their heads back in laughter, drooling, while others emitted peculiar shrieks from their throats, as if mimicking a language belonging to creatures not of this world. The officer explained in a low voice, his tone cautious. These heretics once collaborated with giants in live experiments, deemed outcasts and mentally distorted by the church. Among them are several noble heretic offspring, whose bloodlines and mental states are considered most suitable as sacrifices. Now, all are at Lord Fei Duan's disposal. Fei Duan's eyes suddenly brightened, akin to a beast sensing blood, licking his lips, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement. This bunch is barely human anymore. He slowly approached, stepping closer to the 30 heretics, each step heavy as if entering a sacred yet fallen ceremonial ground. Twisted, deranged offerings, he suddenly grinned widely, akin to an infant seeing a blade. Now that's what I call flavor. The second special box opened, revealing remnants from the ruins of an ancient royal city underground, a stone foundation of a temple, covered in blood talismans and broken inscriptions, along with a scroll made from unknown biological leather, its dark red text appearing as if inscribed in blood. The officer immediately knelt, presenting the scroll with both hands. This is the ancient black temple relic discovered in the old royal city ruins. We wish to transfer the entire abandoned site to you, to be rebuilt as the core of faith. As for this scroll, preliminary interpretations suggest it to be one of the sacrificial remnants, capable of guiding the convergence of blood and soul, enhancing incantation power and spiritual resonance. Fei Duan trembled as he reverently held the black scripture, his devotion resembling that of a penitent seeker of redemption rather than a priest. Oh, the aroma, the texture, these humans, at last, begin to offer their souls. In the next instant, he stamped his foot, stepping into the central blood array, the black scripture unfurling of its own accord, as if summoned by an unseen wind. The incantations ignited spontaneously, warping the air around them, while the 3 heretics writhed in pain, as if their very marrow had been siphoned away. Their blood surged uncontrollably, spiraling upwards to coalesce into a massive hand of crimson, clawing and grasping, akin to a malevolent deity tearing through the fabric of reality. Uchiha Ye asserts that all of this is the fault of the dark god. This is the true essence of a sacrificial rite. Fei Duan laughed heartily, as if he were immersed in a fervent celebration, discarding his scythe to perform an arcane blood dance. His movements sinister and strange, reminiscent of the ancient dark cults from millennia past. His eyes sparkled with increasing fervor, blood trickling from his lips, as he licked his fingertips and murmured, "The divine giants and nobles are but flesh and blood, all offerings. And I am the king of the blood sacrifice." The lieutenant, pallid and drenched in cold sweat, nearly fell to his knees in supplication. "Please, may you be satisfied, my lord." Yet Fei Duan, lost in the throes of the black scripture's allure, paid him no mind and continued to chant ancient spells around the blood array, as if intent on drawing the entire world into the ritual. Meanwhile, Zhao Du remained silent, standing still until every box had been opened. Only then did he slowly step forward, his gaze as cold as steel. With deft efficiency, he collected gold coins, precious metals, technique scrolls, and dissection materials, sealing them within specially crafted ninja scrolls, snapping them shut with a flick of his fingers. The gold was of decent quality, and the giant materials met research standards. The sealing techniques held some practical value. His gaze swept over the trembling lieutenant and the other soldiers still kneeling in fear. His tone indifferent, yet cutting like a winter wind. "You still understand the rules?" The lieutenant nodded repeatedly, afraid to speak, feeling as though a 1,000-pound stone had finally lifted from his chest. He well understood that these two were not the saviors of humanity, but rather the masters of calamity. Had it not been for the meticulous preparation of this batch of offerings, this night might not have been one of gratitude, but one of bloodshed in the entire military camp. The wind grew still, the blood array remained intact, and the echoes of maniacal laughter reverberated. Fei Duan, licking his fingertips, whispered, "May the blood guide the path of faith." Chapter 171. A fair exchange, is it not? Twilight had fully descended. The sound of the black scripture turning continued, and in the center of the blood array, Fei Duan had completely succumbed to the ecstasy of the sacrifice. His figure swayed amidst the flickering flames and blood mist, resembling a certain pagan priest or a frenzied sorcerer in communion with the divine, a juxtaposition of sanctity and peril. The surrounding air seemed to have solidified. The lieutenant and the soldiers had long since prostrated themselves, faces ashen. Even though Fei Duan had focused his attention on the ancient scripture and the blood array, they dared not move a muscle, as if a beast capable of severing their spines were watching them from behind. This man is as mad as a lunatic. Jiao Du turned his gaze to the crystal encasing the remains of the primordial giant. The black crystal was laced with fissures resembling strands of blood. Not born of natural causes, but rather the result of some external force invoking a disturbance of will. He slowly crouched down, retrieving a talisman and affixing it to the surface of the crystal, a trickle of spiritual energy flowing into it. In the next moment, ripples surged across the crystal's surface, and a shadow slithered forth like a serpent, quivering slightly. Indeed, remnants of a ceiling. Jiao Du smirked, his gaze deepening. This thing is not merely a relic. He extended his hand, applying a second sealing talisman, murmuring, "Unravel." A thick, inky mist erupted from within the crystal, nearly sending two nearby soldiers reeling. The lieutenant gasped, "What is this?" Jiao Du stood firm, fingers clenched, and the swirling black mist was swiftly contained within a scroll. The remnants of the wise giant indeed existed, but this crystal was interwoven with something else. He turned to the lieutenant, his eyes icy. "Who permitted you to send forth unpurified sealing materials?" The lieutenant fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling. I did not know. It was forcibly added by the Council of Mayor, claiming it to be the core of the gift." Jiao Du remained silent, only casting a cold glance at him, enunciating each word. "Mayor is quite well." He slowly rose, securing the scrolls, and turned to leave, as if having reached a firm resolution. However, he did not depart immediately, but stepped into the realm of Fadewan's blood array. At that moment, Fadewan had planted one foot on the chest of the third heretic, crushing their nearly depleted flesh into a mire. The black scripture emanating an eerie glow as its pages flipped autonomously. "How long do you intend to prance about in this place?" Jiao Du frowned. Yet Fadewan did not turn around, his tone gleeful. "Jiao Du, this place is marvelous. Beneath lies an entire abandoned temple, surrounded by land forsaken by the church." He grinned widely, his face smeared with blood. "I wish to transform this into my altar of blood sacrifice. From now on, all believers shall come here to offer their blood." Jiao Du scoffed. "You plan to become the Pope?" Fadewan cackled. "No, I shall be the pontiff of blood. Let this world remember, the true God does not dwell in towers, but rather in the blood pool." He spread his arms wide, fingers pointing skyward. "The old world has crumbled. The divine giants are dead. A new God is being born here." Jiao Du regarded him coldly, speaking softly. "You may aspire to be a god, but do not forget, we still exist in this world." Fadewan rolled his eyes, unperturbed. Yes, I know. Miserly old man. I won't use you as a sacrifice." Suddenly, he grinned wickedly, leaning closer to Jiao Du. "However, if you were to die one day, I would certainly melt every single coin of yours into blood symbols and incorporate them into my altar. Let you, the miser, continue to guard your wealth even in death." Jiao Du ignored him, delivering a punch to his forehead that sent him half submerged into the blood pool. Silence fell. The night grew deeper. Jiao Du meticulously sealed all spoils within ninja scrolls, leaving only the necessary guards and maintenance personnel. He uttered no superfluous words, simply stating coldly, "All is organized, depart." The soldiers of the battalion felt a wave of relief wash over them, hastily retreating from the site, as if the ruins concealed not a deity, but a taboo. In the abandoned royal city, Fadewan stood alone upon the altar, bathed in the blood of 30 heretics, resembling an idol rising from hell. Blood is the key, and corpses are the sacred relics. In the end, this world shall come to understand the language of suffering. He gently caressed the sacrificial remnant scripture, licking his blood-stained fingers, and softly chuckled. "Jiao Du, I shall make these people comprehend that deceiving the divine is a capital offense." The following morning, after sealing the primordial giant's crystal, Jiao Du sat alone before the array of scrolls in the basement. He deconstructed the crystal, discovering a fragment of consciousness within that resembled a cursed spirit. But it was not from the ninja realm. It evidently originated from an unknown mental seal. This anomaly was something the Mayor Council had deliberately concealed. Jiao Du stared intently at the shadowy fragment of consciousness, motionless for a while. Then, he slowly donned his mask, his tone neutral. "Let us go." Fadewan had been waiting outside, scythe slung over his shoulder, his face betraying uncontainable excitement. "You are indeed ready to take action." Jiao Du replied coldly. "They are no longer necessary." "Ha ha ha. It's the first time I've seen you so enraged," esteemed Jiao Du. Fadewan grinned broadly. "Then can I also take the liberty to dismantle their so-called holy light cathedral?" Jiao Du, do not burn the documents. Fei Duan understood. In the Mare Nation, a pivotal stronghold in the western region, an urgent closed-door meeting was underway in the Mare Council Hall, discussing the uncontrolled remnants of the crystal. Whether the Akatsuki organization would be held accountable, and whether to initiate alternative candidate selections, among other issues. They continue to conceal the truth. Hiding the foreign malevolence that has long tainted the remnants of the crystal, they are still calculating, pondering whether other offerings can compensate for this transgression. Yet they did not anticipate that accountability would arrive with such swiftness and ferocity. Boom. The entire assembly building was suddenly rocked by a violent explosion. As a high-temperature spiral chakra sphere descended from the heavens, piercing through the dome and igniting a colossal column of flame. In the next instant, two figures plunged into the thick smoke. Fei Duan was the first to arrive, brandishing his bloodied black sutras and scythe, the altar projection materializing beneath his feet. Esteemed counselors, I have heard that you have presented a tainted offering. In our faith, there exists a decree. If an offering is impure, it must be returned with a sacrifice. Thus, he raised his hand, activating a blood talisman, causing one counselor to suddenly spew blood from his mouth and nose, his orifices bursting as he perished. His body contorting into a grotesque sculpture, collapsing before the watchful eyes of the crowd. The first head, duly noted. Come now, I require 29 more. A fair exchange. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 172. You are truly the deity governing the economy. Fei Duan's raucous laughter reverberated throughout the assembly hall, a veritable amalgamation of butcher and zealot. Meanwhile, Jiao Du soared directly towards the archives. Four vengeful masks flew from his back simultaneously, unleashing wind, fire, lightning, and water chakra. Leaving no time for the enemy to react. Clear the archives. Leave a survivor. His tone remained icy, yet his actions were colder than blood. Lightning pierced the rooftop. Fire consumed the library, and all documents pertaining to the ancestral crystal experiments and foreign collaborations were incinerated within half a minute. You may deceive once, but do not expect to deceive a second time. He posed no questions, offered no explanations, and showed no interest in justifications because in his eyes, lies constitute inequitable transactions. Inequitable transactions represent hostile acts. Addressing hostile actions requires no negotiation. Fei Duan seemed to have entered a crimson revelry. He was not merely fighting. He was presiding over a ritual. The armed guards of Ma Lei counterattacked repeatedly, yet found that whether piercing through chests or shattering bones. Fei Duan continued to laugh and recite. This marks the 14th beheading ritual, the 15th method of spine detachment. My dear lady, with our heart-excising method, you are deserving. Thank you for your blood. May you be reborn in the sea of blood. Jiao Du occasionally glanced back. Do not play too long. Fei Duan grinned. It will be done shortly. Another stroke of the scythe sent the head of a noble heretic soaring aloft, blood splattering against the ceiling. Fei Duan spread his arms wide, immersing himself in the blood mist and fear. Now this is proper. This is the offering that the deity desires. Within less than an hour, the Ma Lei assembly building was reduced to a blazing inferno. Jiao Du retrieved the scroll fragments and core research brain, while Fei Duan arranged the counselors' corpses into a makeshift blood sacrificial array and inserted a long red and black interwoven sacrificial pillar in the center of the assembly. The pillar bore the inscription in blood, Deceiver of the Divine, thrice return the blood. Blood Sacrifice Church. 3 days later, the Ma Lei Church's internal communications were entirely sealed. However, the news of the blood column's judgment spread wildly among the populace. A deity has descended, slaughtering the false nobility. The counselors cried out the holy name, yet their bodies were left unrecognizable. They claimed it was a punishment from the old gods. Meanwhile, beneath the old royal city, that sealed temple was expanding rapidly. Fei Duan sat high upon the bloodstone throne, the prayers and ramblings of countless heretics echoing in his ears. The blood of the divine now flows not only upon the altar. I shall ensure they learn the posture of sacrifice one by one, until the entire world kneels. Jiao Du stood upon a high platform, observing all this without uttering a word. Yet on the scroll he held, another note was inscribed. Ma Lei has fallen. Southern resources will belong to Shao within 3 months. The blood church's allure for heretics grows faster than anticipated. He closed the scroll and turned to depart. Fei Duan gazed up at the heavens, a grin spreading across his face. The path of divine descent has just begun. Late at night in the old royal city, The heavy blood mist had yet to dissipate. The remnants of flames whispered and burned through the streets like reluctant souls. The Ma-Lei assembly building had been cleared into an open space, with a high platform constructed from bloodstone standing within. The remaining curse fire on the sacrificial pillar still flickering. Fei Duan stepped upon the broken bricks, ascending the steps one by one, the scythe slithering like a serpent, leaving a long trail of blood. He spread his arms wide, tilting his head to the night sky. Behold, the judgment of the divine has fallen upon the filthy flesh. Even the moon dares not show its face. Ma-Lei is but the first drop of blood. He suddenly turned, surveying the heretics and new believers kneeling in the square. A frenzied smile curling at his lips. You shall offer your souls for the second drop of blood. From this day forth, the blood sacrifice church shall make the old royal city its divine seat. A murmur arose around, as countless individuals prostrated themselves upon the ground, reciting the newly added verses from the Zanjing. The divine shows no mercy, the divine only devours. If you do not wish to be consumed, then willingly offer a sacrifice. In the underground altar district, Jiaodu was poring over a plethora of research materials and economic lists salvaged from the remnants of the assembly. The vengeful lines extending from his back, selecting spoils from all directions, sealing, and assessing their value. 11 giant ore veins in the southeastern region remain unregistered. 3 corpse transport routes are still salvageable. Some experimental data from foreign sources is partially damaged. The consciousness-driven anchor has been destroyed, but the method of split-soul proliferation is useful. Jiaodu raised his hand, recording the findings into the scroll. Subsequently, he approached a sacrificial anchor point composed of blood crystals and cursed stones. A convergence of primal divine arts and technology exchanged for the energy core through the live sacrifice of 43 believers. Jiaodu glanced at it. His tone devoid of emotion. Stability is poor. It is unsuitable for mass production. However, if used as a central hub, establishing a faith amplification circuit could accelerate the control of heretics' minds. He immediately commanded his subordinates to initiate the indoctrination mode, based on the Xianji Zanjing. Implant the scriptures into the consciousness of lower-tier believers, using illusions to assist in brainwashing, praying every 3 days, providing offerings every 5 days, gradually replacing the old church's doctrinal system. He did not believe in deities, but he understood profoundly. To stabilize a regime, a unified faith is essential. And Fei Duan is the most fitting divine spokesperson. 2 days later, in the southern interior of the old Ma-Lei, trade routes reopened, and envoys dispatched by Jiaodu arrived at various resource strongholds. The 7th Corps material site was transferred to Shao. The 13th Underground Scroll Pavilion began semi-automated operations. The Western Crystal Mine was re-registered under the Temple S property. The emerging curse-based gold standard currency system was forced into use, with heretics, fugitives, and heretical exiles flooding into the old royal city. Jiaodu discreetly incorporated these individuals into the faith system, establishing believer registration cards, blood sacrifice levels, blood donation quotas, and the exchange ratio of curse power for gold. He even instituted a divine debt system. Those who fail to offer sacrifices today must repay double tomorrow. Donate a heart once, receive divine grace at level 3. Those who flee are deemed violators, and the deities shall pursue debts with high-interest sacrifices. Upon first witnessing these systems, Fei Duan's expression was one of shock. Jiaodu, your nefarious economics surpasses even my blood scriptures. You are truly the deity of economic governance. Jiaodu replied coolly, you only need to provide for the divine. I shall ensure this group of people must sacrifice even at the cost of their lives. 1 month later, the entire old royal city underwent a complete transformation. Fei Duan ascended the new divine altar, donning a crown made from 53 pieces of heretical bone. Declaring himself the high priest of blood and officially issuing the first decree of the blood church, believers donate blood, non-believers donate their lives. Every drop of reluctant blood serves as atonement for the world. On the day of the ritual, 14,000 individuals donated blood into the array. Over 5,000 voluntarily became the faith's bone repository, freezing some organs and infusing their souls into the sacrificial pool to earn qualifications for divine grace. Meanwhile, Jiaodu silently erected a blood coin trading monument behind the temple, inscribed with curse power exchange rates refresh every 10 days. Sacrificial amounts can offset debt. Divine grace incurs interest Defaulters face penalties of 3 levels of sacrifice, source of currency, divinely collected. The old Malay has utterly changed its name. Yet the echoes of war have not completely subsided. 3 days later, secret messages arrived from the northern front. A mixed legion composed of remnants of the old church. Uncontrollable sorcery experimenters and adherents of the fallen deity has besieged the third exile zone on the border of Iurdia. Under the pretense of purging the blood cult, they proclaim their intent to restore the true deities. After reading the secret letter, Jiao Du merely uttered 2 words, seize the opportunity. However, Fei Duan's eyes gleamed with excitement as blood patterns flickered into view. The divine is testing me, he murmured, licking his lips. Purge me? Then I shall make them my blood offerings. On the eve of their expedition, Fei Duan told Jiao Du, this time, do not hinder me. I intend to complete Volume 9 of the Cursed Scriptures with their hearts. Jiao Du coldly replied, do as you wish, but all the corpses after the battle belong to me. Fei Duan grinned, it's a deal. Chapter 173. Marvel Cinematic Universe. Jiao Du and Fei Duan were persistently active, and perhaps sensing that their progress was somewhat slow. Jiao Du temporarily requested the original text of the Akatsuki organization. Subsequently, there were no further developments. The giants faced utter catastrophe, while the order of human society was managed entirely by the Akatsuki. At the pinnacle of the pocket ninja world, Uchiha Ye slowly opened his eyes. Within his silver blue pupils, myriad phenomena shattered and reformed, reflecting the rebirth of various worlds. The world of giants had been completely integrated into his dimensional structure. The present realm had become part of a mirrored universe. The 7th world, he murmured softly, his gaze tranquil as the starry sea. Or rather, the 7th pocket dimension. The ultimate reward from the system, while unexpected, failed to bring genuine surprise. He had grown accustomed to it. From the original ninja world, he ventured into the realm of pirates, then stepped into the void of the Soul Reaper universe, and finally integrated the worlds of Demon Slayer and Giants, each a process of planetary sovereignty's deprivation and reconstruction. He had never tasted defeat, yet he had never underestimated his foes. For he understood well that true threats emanate from higher dimensions, Otsutsuki, and even higher consciousness entities. He pondered. The system, though potent, had triggered an exceptionally brief yet profound observation when he first connected with the foundational structure of the ninja world. It was a gaze from a higher dimension, neither joy nor anger, devoid of malice and without affirmation, just as a human inadvertently gazes upon ants within a glass jar. At that moment, he comprehended that all he possessed was insufficient to confront his true nemesis. He must grow stronger, even though he was already the sovereign of 7 worlds. Continuous evolution was imperative. The 7 universes he currently controlled can be summarized as follows. Their core constitutes a central structure formed by the superposition of 7 pocket universes, stable, powerful, yet far from reaching the supreme domain. Once a genuine consciousness from the upper dimensions perceives his attempts to rewrite the logic of the world, judgment shall inevitably follow. Thus, he made a choice, to take the initiative and target the next world. Marvel's cinematic universe. In the bustling heart of the universe, New York's Manhattan, Times Square was alive with noise, its neon lights dazzling as bright as day. Amid the intertwining light and shadow, a figure stood inconspicuously, out of place among the throngs. Could Iron Man pose a threat to national security? Lin Ye furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings, observing the man clad in armor exuding an ostentatious air on the screen. Even as the dimensional sovereign of 5 realms, he could not suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had initially thought that this mission would merely be another journey of mid-low dimensional integration. Yet reality delivered a harsh slap. This was not a simple traversal. It was a hunting ground for adversaries. Within the Marvel universe, formidable figures abounded, and cosmic calamities were omnipresent. In terms of dimensional demigods, entities like Dormammu and Mephisto stood prominent, while individual powers, not to mention those of their subordinates, could manipulate planets with ease. Even Otsutsuki would likely be but a minor player here. This familiar narrative truly felt like an invincible force confronting celestial foes. Even with 5 planetary dimensions within him, Lin Ye felt his defenses begin to crumble. System, could you refrain from being so selfish? Ding, host has successfully entered the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Current phase task initiated. Main task released. Unify the 9 realms. Smack. Lin Ye slapped his forehead, his tone laden with exasperation. As expected, This dog system must share some bloodline with Qin Shi Huang. He lowered his head, deep in thought, his mind racing. The Marvel Universe was no ordinary world. It was rife with cosmic-level latent threats. To establish a foothold here, he must first decipher the intricacies of the interest landscape, the structure of power, and the hierarchy of the supreme deities before deciding to intervene or subvert. The current timeline should be 2011. More importantly, his appearance likely caught the attention of some novice village chief. Just then, a young black man dressed in a colorful jacket and sunglasses squeezed through the crowd. His face alight with excitement, as if he had discovered treasure. Wow, cosplay? Hey, boar. Your outfit is quite something. From which sci-fi film? Starship Troopers? Terminator? Or? His gaze became increasingly fervent, and in a low, flirtatious tone, he added, "You are the most handsome Eastern man I have ever seen. Would you like to?" The air felt suddenly frozen. Lin Ye did not respond, did not turn, nor did he show any anger. Only for a fleeting moment did his brow subtly furrow. The next instant, he flicked his fingers gently. The world shattered like broken glass. The young man barely had time to scream, his body twisting into an energy afterimage before being entirely stripped from the physical dimension, as if he had never existed. The atmosphere in Times Square grew heavy. Far beneath in the abyss of the Hell Dimension, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. Mephisto squinted, a hint of vague confusion crossing his features. As the dimensional sovereign, Lin Ye automatically learned the common language of this world, English, upon his arrival. He slightly tilted his head, focusing on the residual distorted particles in the air, and quietly remarked, "This structural existence is so inferior that it cannot even maintain a basic mental frequency. Skin color, language, desires, cognition, all have fallen to a level unworthy of dialogue with me. Erasure is instinct." His tone held no anger, no emotional fluctuations, but rather resembled an examination of a failed biological experiment's outcome. It was not hatred, but an inherent disdain stemming from the logic of structure. The next moment, the space began to shift. The crowd froze, buildings inverted, streets warped into a fluid of time flowing backward, as if the entire city was being gently turned like the pages of a scroll. A bald figure clad in a yellow robe quietly materialized at the core of the distortion. Gu Yi had arrived. She stood above the void, her gaze steady, yet unable to conceal the turbulence beneath. She had long sensed the anomaly, but just now, for the first time, she lost her foresight of the future. The time stone had encountered some bugs. The future script, once freely perusable like a scroll, now displayed vast blank spaces. Even when facing Dormammu, or confronting stronger dimensional demigods, she had never encountered such utter silence regarding the future. She activated the three great sanctuaries of Earth at once, believing that the dimensional system had been torn apart and invaded by some demonic god. But she was mistaken. Her perception informed her. It was not an invasion, but a descent. The sovereignty of an entire dimension had been compressed into a singular existence, descending upon Earth. Chapter 174. Are you interested in becoming the Supreme Sorcerer? Gu Yi stood quietly before Lin Ye, her yellow robe fluttering slightly in the wind. Her expression calm, but tinged with rare curiosity. Do dimensional demigods care about such matters as race? Her tone was gentle, her gaze slightly focused. Or have you once been human? Lin Ye remained silent, merely gazing at her. He revealed nothing. In his silver-blue pupils, the world's celestial orbits swirled, resembling a myriad of cosmic reflections. Gu Yi then spoke. You are the newly arisen sovereign of dimensions, are you not? Her tone was not interrogative, but rather declarative. As the supreme sorceress, who traversed from Earth to the cosmos, she had encountered more than one high-dimensional entity. Some were mad, others indifferent. Yet this individual before her was remarkably human, not a deity or a monster, but rather a living being imbued with a hint of humanity. Lin Ye responded coolly. One could say that. Gu Yi pondered for a few moments before shifting her perspective. Then why did you eliminate that young man? Lin Ye's gaze slightly averted. His tone as tranquil as still waters. The look in his eyes bore a base desire and a distorted reverence. Such a gaze is, to me, a form of pollution. He paused, lowering his voice further, like a worm licking a statue of a deity. It is repulsive. Gu Yi's expression darkened slightly, finally revealing a flicker of emotion. She spoke slowly. Do you believe he deserved to die? Lin Ye's tone remained unchanged, yet each word was laced with coldness. I do not believe he deserved death. He simply lacks the qualification to continue living. Gu Yi scrutinized him, a hint of complexity crossing her gaze. He is but an ordinary person, ignorant, impulsive, possessed of humanity's instinctual reverence and superficiality, yet he has committed no crime warranting eradication. You deem him a tumor, yet to him, you are the miracle. Lin Ye regarded her, his voice devoid of emotional fluctuation. That is merely your accustomed perspective of tolerating weaknesses. I, however, do not belong to this system. In my world, the reason for existence must be substantiated. He paused, adding, if he cannot substantiate himself, then I shall end him on his behalf. A brief silence enveloped them. Moments later, Gu Yi slowly raised her hand, her palm slightly turning, and green temporal runes emerged at her fingertips. As the time stone activated, golden magical patterns expanded through space. Reaching towards Lin Ye, I must ascertain whether you are a deity or a calamity. Gu Yi lifted her right hand, the time stone illuminating as green runes flowed in her palm, as if an entire river of time cascaded down upon Lin Ye. Yet the next moment, an abrupt crack echoed. Gu Yi's pupils contracted sharply. The torrent of time, upon touching Lin Ye, collided with an impenetrable wall of reality. There was neither collapse nor rebound, merely a silent prohibition. She observed that the time stone continued to function, yet her abilities could not influence Lin Ye in the slightest. It was as if she were attempting to hasten the aging of a star, only to discover it was not on the cosmic timeline. Lin Ye stood there, not even raising a hand to obstruct, merely watching her quietly, a hint of irony in his eyes. Are you attempting to decipher my timeline? Gu Yi gradually retracted her fingers, her tone calm, yet imbued with rare gravity. Every choice will ignite a chain of causality. Even deities are not exempt. Lin Ye did not deny it, merely offering a faint smile. I am aware. This was the ability of the sovereign, yet he would not elaborate. Moreover, Uchiha Ye was not the type to suffer loss. He stepped forward, his tone remaining serene. You employ time to deduce causality. I define the origin of causality. Enough of this banter. Let us engage in battle. Lin Ye's figure abruptly vanished from the air, elusive as a specter. Gu Yi furrowed her brow, seemingly having anticipated this. Her expression remained serene as she swiftly formed an ancient seal with her right hand. Sepharfan's shield. In an instant, a golden light barrier surged from behind her, resembling a sacred shield that enveloped her entire form tightly. The next second, Lin Ye's figure flickered, appearing at her left side. He coalesced purple energy in his fist, accompanied by a piercing sound of the air being split, and struck down fiercely. Bang! The shield trembled violently, a dazzling golden shockwave radiating outward, lifting the gravel and dust from the ground in an instant. Gu Yi remained unperturbed, retaliating by slamming her hand against the solid stone floor. Instantly, the ground beneath her seemed to be corroded by magic, cracks swiftly spreading, transforming into a gust of energy that surged toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye smirked slightly, observing coldly. He leaped deftly, landing to find the buildings on either side collapsing in an instant, massive stones cascading like a flood. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted from within him, akin to a torrent that rends space, instantly pushing aside the tumbling structures of the mirrored dimension, shattering them into rubble. Realizing this maneuver had failed, Gu Yi acted again, lightly tapping the void with her fingertip, swiftly inscribing a complex magical array. Icons form. Several phantoms suddenly materialized, her clones, each wielding energy blades radiating blue-white light, sharp as a blade, slashing toward Lin Ye. Unyielding, Lin Ye slightly moved his hands, and several figures gradually emerged in the void, each clone brandishing a golden purple sword, forged from Yin-Yang release, known as the Golden Wheel Rebirth Sword. The sword's shadows spun through the air, simultaneously striking at Gu Yi's clones from various angles, the sword energy sharp enough to seemingly cleave through substance. The two formidable beings engaged in a fierce close-quarters confrontation, akin to melee mages and sorcerers. Sword light and blade clashes intertwined, sparks flying, the air resonating with the sounds of metal scraping and magical fluctuations. In less than 100 exchanges, Lin Ye sheathed his sword, retreating half a step, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Not bad in defense, he remarked indifferently. Gu Yi remained silent, her expression unchanged, yet she took the initiative to launch an attack. With a single hand raised, a scarlet chain, the cursed chain of Setarak, descended quietly from the void, imbued with a bloodthirsty aura, aiming fiercely at Lin Ye. Lin Ye altered his footing, vanishing from his original position, his figure teleporting high into the air. Yet the chain pursued relentlessly, as if it possessed a life of its own, accurately tracking his movements, seemingly having anticipated his escape trajectory. Lin Ye frowned, raising his hand to unleash a dark, sharp blade of light, severing the scarlet chain into two segments. The explosive magical flow scattered in the air, dazzlingly brilliant. He landed steadily, his gaze deeply fixed on Gu Yi, his voice cool. Temporal attacks are indeed troublesome. He sensed that while Gu Yi could not see through his future, she paradoxically perceived his next move. Gu Yi remained still, her expression as tranquil as ever. Lin Ye glanced at his palm. The power of the wheel tomb still surging within, yet it had yet to manifest any tangible force. He shook his head, his tone tinged with playful boredom. Boring. Gu Yi responded softly, a hint of mockery in her tone. You are indeed not here to engage earnestly. Lin Ye turned his back, his figure slowly melding into the depths of the void, preparing to depart. Earth, in truth, held its depths. His voice rang coldly. You are not serious either. Just as Lin Ye was about to leave, Gu Yi suddenly spoke. Are you interested in becoming the Supreme Sorcerer? Chapter 175. The appearance of the two-star Orochimaru. Supreme Sorcerer? Me? Lin Ye pointed at himself, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. Although he was currently unable to contend with Gu Yi, she was equally incapable of restraining him. He had long known that Gu Yi wished to retire and pass the mantle. It was merely a matter of time. Yet, at this moment, he found her sudden offer for a permanent position rather repulsive, almost laughable. To unify the 9 realms? He snorted coldly, his gaze as frigid as the polar ice. To control dimensions and safeguard the universe? It sounded impressive, but in essence, it was nothing more than an unceasing, thankless job of cosmic security, burdened with incursions and requiring one to supply their own equipment. If anyone wished to undertake such a role, they could do so. Do not thrust it upon me. He turned to leave. Gu Yi did not anticipate that this individual, or rather this dimension demon donning human skin, would choose to reject her. How many dimension demons, coveting the earth, seek to form a pact with themselves? The vast majority were kept at bay by her. This time, she observed that Lin Ye was markedly different from other dimension demons, and furthermore, his objective was the unification of the 9 realms. Gu Yi determined that Lin Ye was not deceiving her. If his aim was indeed the unification of the 9 realms, he would not devour or erode one of them, namely the earth, as that would contradict his purpose. As for the possibility of Lin Ye initiating a unification war elsewhere or tearing up the alliance with Asgard, Gu Yi's moral bottom line was remarkably flexible. By that time, she would surely be retired. That would be a matter for the next Supreme Mage. Thus, her desire for an early retirement was hard to resist. Wait, her voice remained gentle. You may not yet realize that becoming the Supreme Mage means you can harness the power of the Vishanti, traverse the multiversal laws, and grasp the deepest secrets of magic. Lin Ye paused, turning to look at her with an expression akin to that of one confronting a snake oil salesman. Oh, the power of the Vishanti? A multiversal passport? Sounds like a membership card from some deity. He chuckled lightly, his tone sharp as a blade. Do not delude yourself, Gu Yi. Your entire magical system, at its core, is merely a divine loan institution. Gu Yi's expression stiffened. Lin Ye stepped closer, his gaze as cold as a blade. White magic and black magic, when stripped down, are merely contracts. One with a higher interest rate, the other with a more favorable package. Regardless of the packaging, the essence remains the same, borrowing. The cost is fundamentally the soul. His eyes remained calm, his voice indifferent. You worship the Vishanti, bow down to Setarak, Baal, Icon, and Hogarth, praying with one hand while casting spells with the other. This you call cultivation? To me, it is merely outsourcing. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, as a hint of power not belonging to Kamar Taj subtly surged. I do not favor borrowed power. What I desire is my own strength, not a beggar's spark, but the flame that ignites the universe. The air grew frigid, and the entire mirrored space seemed to shudder. Gu Yi spoke solemnly. Your arrogance will exact a price. Lin Ye scoffed. Then I shall tread upon that price. You consider the archives, keys, and privileges of Kamar Taj as bait, forgetting that the Supreme Mage you speak of must bear the burden of being the center of this universe, Earth. His tone softened, yet grew colder. This is not inheritance. It is merely a recruitment for a position. Furthermore, my goal is the unification of the 9 realms, not a perpetual dimensional caretaker. Gu Yi interjected. You are destined to be different. As the supreme mage, you can undertake any pertinent endeavor. Become a mage of your homeland? Yet that does not conceal the truth of being a caretaker. Lin Ye halted, turning back with a smile. You wish for me to become the supreme mage? The universe is not worthy of my overtime, let alone, I have never enjoyed cleaning up others' messes. Gu Yi continued to press. If you truly wish to unify the 9 realms, one day you will understand that the supreme mage is the optimal solution to that goal. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, softly retorting, Is that so? He turned and descended the steps, his robes billowing like night, each step stirring the winds. Odin is still ostensibly your ally, yet you now intend to relinquish the mage position, covertly maneuvering? Gu Yi remained silent, her gaze steady upon him. The turmoil was but a temporary strategy, a maneuver when one lacked the strength to dominate the other. In the past, Gu Yi had proactively visited Asgard to spar with Odin, overpowering him to the point of instilling fear in the so-called King of Gods. Did they truly believe that the earth remained uninvaded due to love and peace? Gu Yi acknowledged that she might not grasp the reasoning fully, yet she had some understanding of martial prowess. There were numerous powerful beings within the 9 realms. Conquering them one by one would be a lengthy endeavor. However, with the aid of the Sanctum and the Time Stone, Gu Yi did not finish her thought. But Lin Ye understood her implication. Odin, crisis. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly waved his hand. While he was indeed averse to overtime, he still had many subordinates to consider. Let us do this. I shall forego the position, but... A figure gradually materialized before them, cloaked in black. His eyes shimmered with a chilling light. Yurikoin? That familiar yet eerie voice echoed. Orochimaru had made his return. At this moment, his aura had evidently changed. Having mastered multiple Otsutsuki corpses, Orochimaru's Otsutsuki enhancement potion was progressing rapidly. This potion, once injected into a ninja, could significantly boost their talent and temporarily inflate their chakra reserves. Were it not for the concern that excessive effects might lead to physical collapse, he could create an elite army of super shadows in a single day. Given a little more time, he would even dare to challenge beings of the 6 paths level. Now, he had entirely fused the Dragon Cave Sage technique with the Otsutsuki genes, elevating his combat prowess to the realm of the 6 paths. He wore a single monocle, behind which lay the technological marvels of the pirate world. At this moment, it was quietly analyzing this unfamiliar realm. Scanning. Target Lin Ye, strength, unknown. Scanning. Unknown individual. Strength, unknown. Orochimaru lightly licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over Gu Yi, a flicker of undeniable interest passing through his eyes. The laws of this world are intriguingly different from those of the ninja realm. Once the protagonist learns English, everyone within him will also speak English. And the ninja realm itself contains some English. Please do not get caught up in the language. Lin Ye glanced at him, smiling without speaking. Gu Yi stared at Orochimaru. Her brow slightly furrowed. His strength is indeed formidable, yet his soul and body seem mismatched. Such a person, even if endowed with magical talent, would not withstand the erosion of a dimension demon. Soon, he would become a mere puppet, utterly manipulated. She paused, shaking her head. Moreover, he does not quite resemble a human. Before she could finish her words, Lin Ye had already raised his hand. Another Orochimaru materialized out of thin air. Under Gu Yi's astonished gaze, the 2 Orochimarus slowly merged, their souls and bodies intertwining, reshaping. The 2-star Orochimaru emerged. This form, based on yin-yang release and supplemented by spiritual pressure, was a forbidden creation that fused dual souls and dual consciousness, a truly 6-path level synthetic body. Lin Ye smiled indifferently, casting an emotionless gaze toward Gu Yi. Whether he resembles a human is secondary. Have you not accepted extraterrestrial beings as supreme mages in other universes? Now, what do you say? Gu Yi fell silent, a rare gravity appearing in her eyes. Chapter 176. You are the most exceptional among us. Orochimaru focused intently, following Gu Yi to delve into the magical arts within Kamartage. His fervor for magic bordered on obsession. Each day, he meticulously copied magical arrays, deconstructed laws, and simulated dimensional curvatures, reminiscent of his youth at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Yet his gaze now bore an even more frenzied intensity. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, having glanced at the pile of revered magical tomes, quickly lost interest. Inefficient, he softly uttered 2 words, closing the hefty tome and casually returning it to the shelf. As the master of a pocket dimension, He essentially no longer belonged to the realm of this world's rules. He was a part of the rules themselves. Those magical formulas, incantations, and dimensional borrowing laws appeared to him as nothing more than a series of repetitively arranged rudimentary programs. No matter how complex the writing, the essence remained the same, invoking others' power. Magic was merely the key to unlocking the door of Exodus. Lin Ye sat cross-legged in the secret chamber, his voice low, yet his gaze was sharp as a blade. Ultimately, it was still a contest of energy, a matter of who held greater authority. At its core, it revolved around values and mechanisms. Certain rules might indeed be more effective with this world's magic. Ninjutsu relies on chakra, magic on dimensions, and I am the dimension. He slowly raised his hand, and a rune materialized in his palm. Yet this rune did not originate from Weishan Di, Damamu, or any hierarchy of high-dimensional dominions. Rather, it was a language of Lin Ye's own creation, a novel and autonomous dimensional programming. There was no reliance on others, no contracts. As he activated the rune, in that fleeting moment, the space tore itself apart. There was no need for incantations or hand seals. The space in the center of the chamber was directly rent asunder, without even the faintest ripple of energy dispersing. It was pure to the utmost degree. They rely on faith, while I require no worship. They sacrifice themselves, while I offer myself. Lin Ye observed all of this with an unwavering calm, his voice devoid of emotion, as if stating an undeniable fact. I draw upon myself. This was an affront to the entire magical paradigm. It was not a flippant mockery, but a ruthless judgment from a position of supremacy over the rules beneath him. He rose to his feet, the rune dissipating in his hand, the space mending itself as if nothing had transpired. Magic is merely a conduit for dimensional power. I am both the conduit and the source. Thus, they can only look up to me. Lin Ye stepped through the portal, landing in the Kama Taiji courtyard. All activity ceased. In the courtyard, over a dozen disciples were engaged in learning spells, manipulating magic arrays, and constructing spatial gateways. However, Lin Ye's portal belonged to an entirely different lexicon from all their magic. It was a force that was older, purer, and infinitely more perilous. The air seemed to still for a moment. Even the sunlight above appeared dimmer. Lin Ye surveyed his surroundings, his gaze like lightning, sweeping over those disciples. He spoke not a word, but his scrutinizing look was akin to that of an adult observing a group of unsteady toddlers. Among the disciples stood Dashawan, who was evidently distinct from the rest. He grasped the spells more quickly and was more adept at the energy manipulation of Weishandi. He analyzed this system as he once dissected corpses, ninjutsu, and seals. Lin Ye cast him a glance, remaining silent. Mr. Lin Ye? A somewhat hesitant voice broke the silence. It was the Mage King. He stood at the edge of the courtyard, still holding a Weishandi emblem seal, though it appeared slightly rigid due to Lin Ye's arrival. He gazed at the residual energy of Lin Ye's portal, his brow furrowed. The space spell you employed is not from Kama Taiji. Of course not, Lin Ye replied coolly, his voice soft yet chilling. You open doors through Weishandi's hand, while I rely on my own programming. He gently raised his hand, a mere motion of his empty fingertips. There was no fluctuation, no incantation, only willpower driving the rules. A fissure appeared in the void, leading directly to another galaxy, a passage constructed from within his pocket dimension, far beyond the comprehension of outsiders. I require no divine permission, nor shall I beseech the power of the gods. He calmly withdrew his hand. The Mage King fell silent, and after a moment, bowed his head. You have transcended the realm of mages. Lin Ye offered no response, merely nodding slightly. He continued to scan the area, suddenly snorting derisively. Where is that fellow Modu? No one dared to respond. Yet he had already come to a realization. They feared that Modu's presence would incite his wrath. He must have sent him away. Wise choice. A smirk crept upon Lin Ye's lips, his tone laced with irony. He never concealed his biases against certain races, particularly those who, blinded by their own sense of superiority, spoke of rules based on skin color and faith. In the wind, He appeared silently. Draped in her yellow robe, her face bore a perfectly measured tranquility and a smile, as if all timelines were mere fleeting shadows in her eyes. You are the most exceptional among us, she remarked, her tone tinged with regret. She gazed at the energy fluctuations surrounding him, her eyes flickering, and suddenly chuckled softly. If you were to assume the role of Supreme Mage, perhaps the colored races on Earth would have already been erased from the genealogical records. Her voice was gentle, yet it sent chills through the hearts of all present in the courtyard. Lin Ye turned slightly, responding with indifference. Colored glasses? I wear them quite steadily. However, observing these individuals is dirtier than wearing glasses. As he spoke, there was no emotion in his eyes, only a complete and unvarnished disdain. This was not a hatred for individuals, but rather a repudiation of a fundamental logic. Guei smiled faintly, not engaging further, as if accustomed to Lin Ye's unembellished sharpness. She understood that no one could alter him, not even herself. Lin Ye turned away from her, his voice cold and clear. I am about to commence my actions. The chains of dimensions must be severed, and the order of Earth must be reconstructed. His voice resonated like a judgment, calm yet resolute. Guei nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. She no longer sought to guide this young man, for she recognized that Lin Ye would not be swayed by anyone. He was not a traveler on a path. He was paving his own way. As for the magical aspect, her tone faltered slightly. I have made the necessary arrangements. As long as you do not disrupt this planet or utilize the powers of the dark dimension for unification, Wei Shan Di allows your free passage without contracts. The main node of Kama Taiji has also been migrated. As long as you do not directly interfere with the operation of the main laws, you may do as you wish. Very well. Lin Ye was acutely aware that at this moment, he was not yet a match for those great beings. So his only course was to first cultivate his own strength. Chapter 177. Choose, to live or to die. The Sky Mothership hovered silently in the night sky, resembling a slumbering steel behemoth. The silver deck reflected the moonlight, with lights twinkling, showcasing humanity's pinnacle of technological prowess. Yet, deep within the heart of this steel giant, there was a sense of restlessness and oppression. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. highest security laboratory, dozens of scientists were bustling around a blue cube isolated by heavy alloys. This cube was the Cosmic Cube, which had fallen into the hands of the Allies during World War II. The energy of the cube surged like tides at times, while at others, it lay still as a placid lake. Its mysterious blue luminescence illuminated each weary face, yet no one could truly comprehend its secrets. The energy output data remained unstable, losing control after a mere 3 seconds. Frequency adjustments were futile, as if there were a will resisting them. This object was not merely a source of energy. It was more akin to a doorway. The clamor of discussions rose and fell, each report delivered to the command platform. Nick Fury stood there, his countenance grim. He resembled a certain Hokage, his single eye fixated on the cube, his voice low yet filled with suppressed fury. Why? He slammed his fist onto the table, startling the scientists. How could the Nazis, in just a few years, harness it to create large-scale weapons? While you have spent decades and still cannot stabilize the most basic energy extraction. They had Red Skull. You have a budget. They had mad scientists. You have Nobel Prize candidates. Yet in the end, what do you have? You can't even manage a single energy cube. His voice grew louder, a roar that echoed, culminating in a single exclamation, Motherf. The laboratory fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to respond. Fury's agitation and anger stemmed not only from the slow progress of research, but also from the knowledge that this blue cube was more than just an energy source. It connected to deeper cosmic secrets. If S.H.I.E.L.D. could not master it, they would forever lag behind external and even extraterrestrial forces. He had witnessed the astonishing technology of aliens from other planets. Should they ever come knocking, Earth would be left utterly vulnerable. This was something Fury could not accept. Of course, he had his selfish desires. He had seen aliens, and he had encountered extraordinary powers. If he could truly harness this power, wouldn't Earth? At that moment, a heavy metallic door suddenly vibrated with a deep rumble. Boom. The alloy door caved in abruptly, only to be torn into fragments by an indescribable force. Scattering across the ground, a cerulean light surged from the breach, flooding the entire hall like a tumultuous tide. Instinctively, everyone raised their heads. A figure clad in black emerged slowly from the radiance. His gaze was indifferent, his demeanor composed, as if he were not an intruder, but the rightful master. Behind him, a man with serpentine eyes moved gracefully, a sinister smile gracing his lips. It was Orochimaru. The presence of these two individuals caused the air to thicken with tension. Enemy? Alien? Invader? Countless thoughts flooded the minds of the onlookers. Stop him. Fury erupted from Fury almost instinctively. Dozens of armed agents immediately raised their weapons and fired. The flash of gunfire erupted as a barrage of bullets surged forth. However, as they soared through the air, it was as if they struck an invisible barrier. Coming to an abrupt halt, hundreds of bullets hung suspended in midair before gently descending to the ground, clattering like the prelude to death. Before Fury could utter a sound of astonishment, he locked eyes with the man. Cold, indifferent, devoid of any emotion. In an instant, blood mist erupted. Fury, along with his chair, was crushed by some unseen force, splattering into a cloud of crimson, without even a scream escaping his lips. A director who had navigated the battlefield for decades, representing the pinnacle of human authority, was thus rendered helpless before all. The laboratory fell into a profound silence. The man in black, Lin Ye, slowly withdrew his gaze. His voice was cold and flat, akin to the declaration of an undeniable truth. Such a color does not deserve to be in my sight. A simple statement. Yet it sent chills down the spines of all present. This was not the fury of slaughter, but a disdain that emanated from the very core. It represented a cruel logic that looked down from a higher dimension. No one dared to breathe. The hall was so quiet that only heartbeats could be heard. Who are you? A composed female voice shattered the silence. Natasha, the Black Widow, stepped forth from the shadows, her eyes steely. Her heart raced. Yet she controlled her breath and voice. She knew that in the presence of such a being, any unnecessary movement would lead to self-destruction. Lin Ye cast her a fleeting glance, his gaze devoid of warmth. He raised his hand, and a blue cube materialized in the air. The cosmic cube broke free from its energy constraints, flying into his palm as if in submission. Who am I? Lin Ye spoke calmly. I am Lin Ye. The blue light danced at his fingertips, and the ethereal world tree appeared behind him, its branches revealing the outlines of 9 realms. This gem rightfully belonged to the 9 realms. I have merely come to reclaim what is mine. You cannot control it. S-H-I-E-L-D. You are merely pawns in the hands of politicians, deceiving yourselves with so-called rules and secrets. You are incapable of safeguarding Earth, let alone the 9 realms. The blue radiance illuminated his face, and that coldness and disdain were chilling. The 9 realms? Natasha furrowed her brow slightly. She had never heard of such a concept. Her mind raced, attempting to glean clues from her existing knowledge, yet she found nothing. What is it? She inquired softly, her tone calm, as if she were laying a trap during an interrogation. Lin Ye glanced at her with indifference, as if regarding an unrefined creature. You will know soon enough. That statement severed all possibilities of further inquiry like a sharp blade. A chill washed over Natasha, yet her expression remained composed. She knew she could not press further, so she shifted her approach. What about you? What do you intend to do? Lin Ye merely looked down at the cosmic cube in his hand. The blue energy flickered between his fingers, akin to detached starlight. The bridge was silent, save for the hum of energy. Just as everyone thought this silence would culminate in destruction, a chilling voice suddenly broke through from the side. Ha ha ha. You are unworthy of Lord Ye's explanation. Orochimaru emerged slowly from the shadows, his serpent-like gaze sweeping across the room, a sickly smile curling at his lips. Submit, and you may continue to exist as mere pieces on his chessboard. Resist, and you shall join your deceased director. He extended a pale finger, pointing towards the remnants of Nick Fury, turned to ash on the ground, and grinned ominously. Choose, to live or to die? Chapter 178. The actions of Orochimaru as senior agent could no longer contain himself, his voice hoarse yet resolute. You will not succeed. S-H-I-E-L-D. Exists to protect the world. Noise. Before he could finish, his body abruptly stiffened, as if some invisible program had erased him. In the next moment, he disintegrated into fine ash, not even having the chance to scream, utterly obliterated from the annals of existence. The ashes fell silently onto the metallic floor of the bridge. Everyone held their breath, an icy dread rising within them. Natasha's breath hitched slightly. She understood better than anyone that this individual would not kill out of rage, but rather, out of cold logic, devoid of humanity. She forced herself to remain composed, suppressing her inner terror, her voice deep and steady. What do you want us to do? Lin Ye raised his gaze, his eyes illuminated by blue light, resembling a cold deity surveying a collection of lower beings. Quite simply, continue your duties to monitor the world, gather intelligence, and maintain the facade of order. However, he extended his hand, giving a gentle squeeze. Boom. All monitoring terminals, communication channels, and access keys on the bridge flickered simultaneously. Countless passwords and core encrypted files were rewritten in an instant, The original S-H-I-E-L-D emblem vanishing, replaced by a pattern adorned with purple streaks and a magatama, as if to envelop the entire world's network. Finally, someone trembled and spoke. Their voice hoarse. What if we refuse? Refuse? Those who refuse shall be reduced to dust. As the words fell, Orochimaru raised a hand. In an instant, two covert agents in the corner revealed black runic marks across their bodies. Their screams barely escaped their lips before their flesh, bones, and souls disintegrated visibly, crumbling into fine dust within mere seconds. There was no bloodshed, only total annihilation. A wave of terror engulfed the bridge. People finally realized that this young man before them was not an enemy, nor an invader, but a conqueror who had descended from a higher dimension. Orochimaru stepped forward, his voice icy. Ha ha ha. Your value in life does not depend on your loyalty, but rather on your utility. If you wish to survive, the only way is to bow your heads. His words slithered into the marrow of every individual like cold scales. Now, you have but one choice. Kneel and acknowledge Lord Ye's dominion. Otherwise, your existence will be erased like air. After a moment of silence, finally, a mid-level agent faltered, collapsing to his knees, his voice trembling. I am willing to surrender. With the first declaration, a chain reaction of fear erupted. One by one, agents knelt, their hands pressed to the ground, voices overlapping with despair and submission. We are willing. We are willing. Lin Ye looked down from above, his expression devoid of emotion. The blue light reflected in his eyes, without a flicker of emotional fluctuation. Under that silent scrutiny, everyone felt like slaves nailed to the ground. Only Natasha remained standing. She held herself upright, her breathing steady, yet a tempest raged within her. She understood that Lin Ye could obliterate her in an instant, yet he refrained. She met his gaze, her voice low. Since you wish for us to become tools, then at the very least, you must let us know where your path leads. The air on the bridge seemed to freeze for a moment. Lin Ye slowly turned to face her, his gaze sharp and lofty, as if looking down upon a creature still possessing a hint of spirit. My path leads to the unification of the 9 realms. He spoke softly, each word resonating like a command etched upon the fabric of time and space. The Shen Duanjiu will serve as my foundational cornerstone in the central court. As the azure light dissipated, the bridge fell into silence. Yet, all present understood that the Shen Duanjiu no longer belonged to Earth, nor to humanity. Its banner had been irrevocably rewritten by a mysterious conqueror. From this day forth, it would become Lin Ye's instrument, the first pillar leading towards the unification of the 9 realms. As night descended, New York continued to shimmer with neon lights. However, within the command center of the aerial battleship, Lin Ye gazed upon the earth, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion, as if he were not observing a vibrant planet, but a piece of flesh awaiting dissection. He remained silent. Yet, Orochimaru slowly bowed, licking his lips with a sickly smile. I understand, my lord. As his voice fell, his form suddenly split into dozens of dark shadows, tearing apart like a serpent shedding its skin. Each shadow coalesced into a clone, identical in appearance, their eyes flickering with the same sinister light. Simultaneously, numerous teleportation arrays illuminated the bridge, and swirling portals erupted with a thunderous sound. Orochimaru's clones streamed forth like scattered venom, infiltrating every center of power in the world. In Washington, the midnight security was stringent, with armed agents rotating every 3 minutes. Yet, in the heart of the Oval Office, space abruptly collapsed. The president raised his head, his hand reaching towards the red button on the desk. Before he could touch it, his eyes were engulfed by a chilling blue glow. Orochimaru's clone emerged from the portal, coldly regarding the most powerful human in the world. He extended a slender finger, tracing runes in the air. The blue imprint instantaneously descended, embedding itself into the president's forehead. The president's pupils constricted violently, followed by a blank stare. His voice became rigid and mechanical. I obey. A few agents burst in, guns drawn, only to be struck down by an invisible force, their necks snapping as they fell onto the carpet. The room once again plunged into silence. A cruel smile crept onto Orochimaru's lips as he whispered, "He, the first." As the vortex flickered, his figure vanished without a trace. Within a few hours, in the presidential palaces of Paris, the Nagatacho of Tokyo, and the Chancellor's office in Berlin, portals opened in the core of global power, only to close moments later. All that remained were faces devoid of emotion and bodies stripped of their souls. With each step Orochimaru took, it was as if he were applying a cold brushstroke of the same color upon the world map. When he re-entered the command room of the aerial battleship, dawn had begun to break. The global power structure had been completely rewritten overnight. Orochimaru bowed his head. His sinister laughter tinged with madness. The leaders have all succumbed. Their nations, their armies, their wills, are now all your pawns. Lin Ye remained seated, his gaze icy, silently observing the blue planet outside the window. The city continued its operations, lights still twinkling. This world possesses extraordinary powers as well. Yet, this is still insufficient. Lin Ye murmured. Chapter 179. Tony Stark and Orochimaru under the night sky of Malibu. The sea breeze carried a damp, salty scent that crashed against the cliffside villa. Amidst the sound of crashing waves, there lingered a chilling, low laughter. Hee. Tony furrowed his brow. On the HUD interface, the villa's security system had entirely collapsed, with red warnings flashing incessantly. Sir, the external cameras are down. High-energy signatures detected approaching. Jarvis's voice remained calm, yet betrayed tension. Who else could it be? Did the paparazzi come armed with rocket launchers? Tony scoffed, swiftly activating the modules of his Iron Man armor. Initiating MK3, beeps confirmed the locking sequence. The HUD illuminated. Blue arc lights suddenly flashing. Before the villa's entrance, a serpentine shadow twisted as a figure slowly stepped into the light. Pale face, golden eyes, and a sinister smile. Tony Stark. His deep voice slithered like a serpent in the night. The iron shell, the heart of energy. So this is the power upon which you rely? Tony raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Sorry, my friend, but this is proprietary technology. If you're a patent lawyer, let me remind you. You've come to the wrong set. Orochimaru's tongue lightly licked his lips. I'm merely a researcher, curious about what you would become if I were to strip you bare. How disgusting, Tony muttered instinctively, as the arc reactor on his chest suddenly flared to life. Jarvis, lock onto this creep. The HUD swiftly scanned the target, but the signal distorted instantly. The screen flickered with static, as though the entire world was being disturbed by a strange force. Mental interference? Tony's pupils constricted. Orochimaru slowly raised his hand, shadows swirling around him. Tony Stark. Let us see whose strength prevails, your iron or my life techniques. Tony snorted, pushing both palms forward. All right, snake-faced freak. But you've picked the wrong opponent. Boom. The arc reactor unleashed a torrent of energy, blue-white beams piercing through the night sky like thunder. The shockwave erupted, sending sand flying several meters and a searing gust sweeping across the villa's porch. Hit, the HUD indicated, just as a smile formed on Tony's lips. He saw countless serpentine shadows swirling in the smoke. Severed snake bodies writhed in the flames, and in the next moment, they coalesced into human form. Orochimaru emerged unscathed, his smile even wider. Good firepower, but is that all you have? Tony's heart sank. Damn, this freak is tougher than a terrorist. Boom, boom, boom. Missiles launched from his back, trails of flames streaking across the sky. Orochimaru clasped his hands together. Crimson serpentine shadows surged upward. A colossal snake-shaped barrier abruptly rose from the ground, and when the rockets collided, they exploded, creating mere sparks and shattered scales. Tony was stunned. This is unscientific. Orochimaru's figure flickered, transforming into countless white snakes that soared into the air, swiftly closing in on Tony's armor. The myriad of snakes entangled around his arms and legs with such force that the cabin emitted a piercing screech. Your armor, is indeed excellent experimental material. Orochimaru's laughter was chilling. Tony smirked, his armored arms suddenly crackling with electric arcs. Electrocution mode, activate. ZZZZ. High-voltage electricity surged forth, scattering the serpentine shadows with anguished cries. A charred scent filling the air. Yet, Orochimaru appeared unfazed, his excitement evident. Electromagnetic energy? Capable of mimicking natural lightning. Impressive, impressive. Tony felt a chill. Mimicking? This guy is studying me. Jarvis, power to maximum. The arc reactor surged violently, releasing an energy beam. Orochimaru was struck, his form blasted into the ocean, generating a massive wave. Tony took a breath, cold sweat trickling down his neck beneath the mask. Is it over? The waves churned, when suddenly, a gigantic white snake burst forth, its mouth revealing Orochimaru's upper body, tongue flicking, laughter mad. What delightful power. Mr. Stark, your iron is merely a shell. while my techniques can continually be reborn. Tony's heart raced, cursing under his breath. Jarvis, calculate remaining energy. Core energy remaining, 43, sir. Tony's lips twitched. After just a few minutes, I've burned through more than half. This isn't a fight. It's a brawl with a cheater. Orochimaru's clones surged forth. Shadows emerging from the snake's mouth, transforming into one Orochimaru after another, completely encircling the villa's porch. Tony looked up. The HUD filled with a dense array of red warnings covering the entire screen. Damn it, what on earth is this? Orochimaru chuckled softly, and dozens of identical faces simultaneously opened their mouths. Mr. Stark, your armor is limited to shooting and defense, while I possess endless methods. Tony smirked and raised his hand to activate the shoulder rocket nest. Do you think I only shoot bullets? Let's elevate the stakes. Dozens of high-explosive projectiles were launched simultaneously, illuminating the night sky like fireworks. The flames surged skyward, engulfing the clones in a series of explosions. However, amidst the aftermath of the blasts, more serpentine shadows began to rise again. Tony gritted his teeth, a sense of unease creeping into his heart for the first time. This guy is not human at all. Orochimaru licked his lips, a playful glint in his eyes. You are quite remarkable, Tony Stark. Like me, you are a person who breaks the mold. Tony was momentarily taken aback before sneering. Don't disgust me. I refuse to associate with perverts. Orochimaru's laughter was low and resonant, his golden eyes glimmering as he spoke in a hypnotic whisper. Do not be so quick to refuse. You will come to understand that science is merely another form of forbidden techniques. In the next instant, he traced a finger through the air, and runes glowed suddenly, darting toward Tony's helmet. Sir, your brain has detected an invasive substance. Jarvis, urgently alerted. Tony's heart jolted, his vision instantly blurring, as if the entire HUD had transformed into writhing serpentine shadows that enveloped him. His body was tightly constricted, and the iron armor seemed to morph into pitch-black scales. Tony was horrified by the illusion, yet it felt all too real. Orochimaru's laughter echoed in his mind. Mr. Stark, you have become my experimental subject. Gritting his teeth, Tony's finger suddenly pressed down. Jarvis, initiate emergency countermeasures. ZZZZT. A powerful electromagnetic pulse radiated from the armor, causing the HUD to snap back to life. The illusion shattered, and Orochimaru's seals were also dispersed. Tony gasped for breath, a chill settling in his heart. He nearly faltered. He raised his gaze, and the energy level of his armor had plummeted to 27. Yet Orochimaru remained standing on the surface of the sea, serpentine shadows swirling around him, his smile widening. Splendid, splendid. No wonder you are a genius. Indeed, you are worthy of study, just like me. Chapter 180. Let art flourish here, shall we? The thrusters of the iron armor roared once more, and Tony struggled to stabilize his form. The HUD was filled with warnings. Energy module overheating, shoulder cannon offline. Left arm armor damaged. He lifted his head, only to see that Orochimaru did not pursue the advantage. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, as if admiring some peculiar sight. What are you doing, Jiaodu? If you're going to fight, then fight. Tony gritted his teeth and activated the shoulder missiles. I did not come here to perform for you. The missiles surged into the sky, their explosions hammering down like a torrential rain. Flames erupted, smoke billowed, and the villa's glass shattered. Yet amidst that fierce explosion, several enormous black serpents suddenly broke through the smoke, emerging from all directions, their scales glinting with an eerie green light. What a lively scene. From the smoke, Orochimaru's voice floated. Mr. Stark, the flames of technology are truly childish compared to the mysteries of chakra. In the next moment, a massive serpent, like a siege weapon, swung its tail violently, crushing a car into scrap metal, causing Tony's HUD to tremble. Tony instinctively ascended, but another serpent shot out from between the buildings, nearly biting his ankle. He swore, retaliating with a barrage of miniature missiles that severed the serpent's body in half. Yet the serpent's shadow did not dissipate. Instead, it twisted like liquid, reconstituting into a new form. Orochimaru's figure finally emerged, standing on the shattered rooftop with arms crossed and a sickly smile at the corner of his mouth. He showed no urgency to kill Tony. Instead, he appeared at ease among the serpents, akin to a child teasing stray cats on the street. I originally just wanted to see your toys, Orochimaru hissed, but unexpectedly, you are so fragile. He lightly clapped his hands, and several serpents instantly transformed into white smoke, as if everything prior had merely been an illusion. Tony's chest heaved, a surge of unnameable anger rising within him. This weirdo isn't even taking this seriously. He abruptly turned the armor around and activated the hidden energy pulse cannon, blue light converging in his palms before erupting into a beam that pierced through the entire street, collapsing half of it. Amid the flames, however, Orochimaru's figure bizarrely split, blurred, and dissipated, only to reappear behind Tony, as close as a shadow. Hee hee. Now this is more like it. He chuckled softly, his tongue almost brushing against the ear armor of Tony's suit. Unfortunately, your movements are too slow. Tony was startled, swiftly turning around, only to be overturned by an unseen force. Orochimaru merely waved his sleeve gently, and several black serpents instantly burrowed into the ground, tightly ensnaring his armored legs, dragging him down with a hissing sound. What a pity, this beautiful suit of iron would be so interesting to dismantle for study. Orochimaru slowly raised his hand, a faint purple chakra glow emanating from his fingertips, the light in the night resembling venom exuded by a serpent, sending shivers down one's spine. Tony's heart tightened as he rapidly activated the emergency thrusters, flames erupting from beneath the armor, forcefully severing the serpentine shadows and propelling him backward for several dozen meters. The HUD flashed red, the system urgently warning, power core overload. Damn it, Tony gasped, yet a familiar arrogance lingered on his lips. Do you think you are toying with me? Very well, I will test your limits as well. He raised his left arm and launched a specially designed electromagnetic pulse projectile, blue arcs blossoming in the air, enveloping the entire block. The serpentine shadows surrounding Orochimaru momentarily paused, chakra fluctuations distorted as if disrupted. Hee hee, Orochimaru laughed even louder. Interesting, interesting. Rather than confronting it head-on, he lightly leaped, transforming into dozens of small snakes that scattered into various corners before regrouping into his form. Standing less than 3 meters away from Tony, his slit pupils sparkled with an almost sickly excitement. Mr. Stark, it seems we have played enough. Just as Tony was about to raise his hand, Orochimaru had already bent down, lightly pressing 5 fingers against his chest plate. A cold chakra surged through the seams of the armor, causing Tony to feel a sudden numbness throughout his body, as the HUD screen abruptly filled with static and the system blared alarms. Before he could finish his sentence, his nerves felt severed, consciousness plummeting rapidly. Orochimaru effortlessly caught the weightless steel armor with one hand, as if cradling an experimental subject, a smile still gracing his lips. What a delightful little mouse. The flames continued to burn on the street, serpentine shadows writhing as Orochimaru waved his sleeve. Several massive serpents coiling around Tony's armor and dragging it into the shadows of the sewer, disappearing in an instant. The night wind howled, city alarms blared. Yet no one witnessed that sickly smile leading its prey into deeper darkness. The night descended. The jungles of Wakanda resembled a vast breathing web, exuding the aroma of intertwined metal and earth. The energy fluctuations deep within the vibranium veins pulsated like the heartbeat of a beast, reverberating through the air. A strange chakra disturbance tore through space. A cloak of black and red clouds billowed from the rift, with Jiao Du stepping first into the jungle. His gaze colder than the forest itself, his fingers instinctively weighing the currency. Following closely was Fei Duan, the 3-bladed scythe in his hand scraping against the muddy ground, murmuring some bloody incantation. This place has an intriguing scent. Fei Duan licked his lips, gazing at the distant purple energy barrier that had lit up, sensing neither the aura of faith nor blood sacrifice, yet the pulse of power resonated deeper than most temples. Jiao Du merely snorted coldly. Don't make it seem like a pilgrimage, Fei Duan. We are here to reclaim the vibranium, not to listen to your sermon. Behind them, a whirlwind of sand swept through as Daidala plunged into view, his golden locks cascading in the night breeze, a glint of light dancing in his single lens, and a youthful smile gracing his lips. Vibranium, truly a remarkable material, it stirs an irresistible itch to create. He raised his palm, his mouth savoring the clay, envisioning how magnificent it would be to transform it into my artistic masterpiece. Fei Duan rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Artistic masterpiece? I am far more concerned with the location of the altar. With such power, a blood sacrifice would surely please the malevolent deity." Jiao Du frowned, cautioning, "Do not act recklessly. We must infiltrate as planned. We did not come here to light fireworks." Daedala chuckled childishly. Infiltrate? No, no, no. True art must burst forth in an instant. Watch as they invite us in. In the distance, at the Wakanda outpost, the vibranium detector suddenly malfunctioned, the signals disarrayed as if caught in a tempest. Several guards clad in leopard-patterned armor exchanged tense glances, reporting coordinates while the monitoring screens displayed only shadows and a flurry of clay birds. In the next moment, Fadewan burst forth from the woods, his scythe carving crimson trails through the air. Jiaodu unfurled tendrils entwined with heartstrings, his dark cloak billowing in the wind. Daedala stood atop a colossal white clay bird, surveying the purple energy barrier below, excitement flickering in his eye. Is this the legendary kingdom of guardians? Let me see if your defenses can withstand the bloom of my art. The energy barrier of Wakanda trembled slightly, accompanied by a low alarm, and cracks began to form in the violet shield. Let the spectacle commence, Daedala declared with a wave of his hand, sending the flock of clay birds soaring forth. Allowing art to flourish here. Chapter 181. Heretics, kneel before my deity. Before the purple cracks fully mended, the sky erupted with a deafening roar. A swarm of clay birds plummeted like meteors towards the barrier, their beaks gleaming with blinding white light. In the next instant, a chain reaction of explosions unfurled like a blossoming blood lotus in the sky, sending shockwaves that violently shook the entire forest. Ha ha ha! The flames of art have only just begun. Daedala's single eye gleamed with fervor as his hands swiftly formed seals, continuously extracting more clay from his pockets to mold and knead, resembling a devout sculptor. Jiaodu raised his gaze, his eyes now coldly calculating. Do not be hasty with the explosions. Breaching the barrier all at once is not prudent. The vibranium reserves over there are substantial. We seek to acquire the complete resources. Fadewan laughed heartily as he swung his scythe, its edge scraping the ground, igniting sparks. Resources? Jiaodu, you are forever obsessed with wealth. Ha ha ha. I seek only the sacrifice. The blood of these heretics will become a gift for the supreme god, he proclaimed, striding boldly forward, his steps almost synchronized with the rhythm of the explosions. As if reveling in a celebration, the tip of his scythe struck the ground repeatedly, leaving behind peculiar runic patterns as the air filled with the scent of rust. Finally, under the relentless barrage, the purple barrier shattered, unleashing a tempest infused with vibranium particles, causing Jiaodu's cloak to flutter wildly. The silhouettes of Wakanda's defenders emerged, clad in black vibranium armor, wielding energy lances, flying claws, and hovering vehicles. They formed ranks amidst the debris and smoke. Intruders, someone bellowed, as the vibranium lances converged into beams of blue and purple light. TSK, Jiaodu's heartstrings vibrated, propelling him forward as tendril-like lines intertwined in midair, forming a thick barrier that absorbed and decomposed the first wave of energy blasts. This energy is quite promising. It may be converted into wealth. Do not obstruct my path. Fadewan surged forward, resembling a black arrow piercing through the crowd, his scythe slicing through the air, trailing a sanguine arc. He spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally. Heretics, kneel before my deity. Humph, explosions are the only true aesthetic. With a flick of his wrist, Daedala summoned forth a colossal C3 clay statue, descending like a white meteor, casting a shadow of death. Explosions, prayers, tendrils, scythes, and energy blasts intertwined, creating a vibrant yet chaotic tapestry of destruction. Jiaodu stood at the forefront, calculating coldly. Fadewan draws the fire, I deplete their resources, Daedala dismantles the defenses. This is the way of Akatsuki. Meanwhile, deep within the rift of the energy barrier, a more profound energy fluctuation was brewing. Wakanda did not remain passive. Their king, donned in the vibranium Black Panther armor, had stealthily appeared. Just then, the purple barrier collapsed entirely, revealing the metallic structures of Wakanda City, looming like a hidden beast in the mist. Vibranium energy flowed across the ground, forming luminous patterns, as a massive temple-like reaction tower pulsed with light in the distance. Accompanied by a low growl, a shadowy figure surged forth from the depths of the rift, landing silently, its claws glistening with gold and purple light. It was the vibranium Black Panther armor, Chala's form merging seamlessly with the essence of the guardian spirit. Invaders, retreat at once. This is your only warning. His voice was deep and hoarse, yet imbued with an irresistible regal authority. Shuri, piloting a spider-like war suit, descended from the skies, Her wrist-mounted energy cannons primed and ready, while the guards flanked her sides in an arc formation, dozens of lances igniting with beams of light. What a splendid quarry! Jiaodu observed with narrowed eyes, the heartstrings in his palm vibrating lightly, as a green chakra mask emerged from behind him, its aura surging dramatically. Fade 1. Your sacrifice has found a target. Daidala, your canvas now has a backdrop. Ha ha ha. The deity shall surely favor this Black Panther. Fade 1's eyes turned crimson as he wielded his scythe, tracing distorted sacrificial patterns in the blood beneath his feet, chanting frenzied prayers. The glow of the sacrificial patterns deepened, as if some indescribable presence was responding to him. The ultimate bloom of art was imminent. Daidala's single eye sparkled as the clay in his palm transformed into a gigantic white dragon, its wings unfurling to obscure the sun. He grinned widely, pushing the dragon forward. Go, let this city bask in the blossoms of my art. With a thunderous roar, the dragon surged towards the temple, creating a vacuum in the air as thunder and fire intertwined. Chala leaped into action, crossing his claws, the vibranium armor absorbing the shockwave of the explosion before releasing a counterforce, hurtling towards the dragon like a black meteor. Shuri, he bellowed. Understood. Shuri raised her hand. A blue-purple energy beam piercing the air, forming a dazzling barrier between the dragon and Chala, mitigating the chakra impact. Yet in the next moment, Jidu's heartstrings slithered into the ground like a venomous serpent, surfacing from the other side, severing the weapons of several guards while siphoning their energy batteries. Fade 1 charged forth. Propelled by the blood's sacrificial patterns, his scythe swirling up a gust of iron-scented wind, directly plunging into the fray between the Black Panther and the guards. Heretics, kneel. He laughed uproariously, swinging his scythe, each strike imbued with strange incantatory power, causing the armor of those struck to disintegrate, blood splattering onto the sacrificial patterns, rendering the runes even more crimson. What vile creatures are these? One guard gritted his teeth, redirecting his lance, but in the next instant, Jiaodu kicked him away, chakra tendrils swiftly constricting his throat. In the air, Daidala's white dragon had already circled around Chala, its wings beating fiercely, its mouth gleaming with dazzling white light. C4 miniature version, indeed, he exclaimed with a wild grin, clapping his hands as the dragon's body exploded into countless miniature clay figurines, raining down upon the entire Wakanda plaza like dust. Shuri's pupils constricted, nano-explosive devices. Her armor's energy surged, attempting to uphold a protective layer. On the brink of an explosion, Chala let out a low growl, leaping before Shuri. His claws dug into the ground as his vibranium armor activated to full power, absorbing the shockwave in preparation for a counterattack. In that fleeting moment, Fade 1's incantation reached its zenith, causing the crimson ritual patterns on the ground to suddenly swell, resembling a gaping abyss that devoured the explosion, blood, chakra, and vibranium energy, transforming them into an eerie black vortex. Kakuzu's eyes glimmered slightly as he coldly remarked, indeed. This way, we can bypass the transport phase. Before the Black Panther and Shuri could catch their breath, the entire square was engulfed in black mist. The figures of the Akatsuki trio flickering in and out of visibility within the fog, like three demonic deities slowly advancing. This group, possessing the resource of vibranium, fought as if they were primitive beings, truly absurd. Chapter 182. The Panther God Lord Knight had previously remarked that vibranium was absurdly hard, and that its energy conduction was exceptionally rare, even more so than chakra-infused metals. Kakuzu carried bundles of vibranium spears on his back, black threads dangling from his fingertips, his voice grating like iron scraping against stone. He glanced at the burning royal city, calculating how many mines remained. Wasteful, he muttered softly, lacking in artistry. Deidara stood atop the collapsed tower, half closing his singular eye, while white clay twisted in his palm, ready to explode. Fade 1 traced a formation in the bloodstains, his scythe prodding fresh droplets of blood, laughing maniacally. What a splendid weapon, but it depends on who wields it. The evil god will surely relish this flavor. The purple barrier flickered as Wakandan soldiers retreated in disarray. Mira Jane, dragging her shattered chest armor, charged forth, her spear emitting a cold glimmer, still gritting her teeth and refusing to yield. Kakuzu merely raised a hand, drawing more vibranium into his heart line, stating, leave the people. The mines can be excavated again next time. It's merely harvesting. Don't play until there's nothing left to take. Wakanda seeks no mercy. Mira Jane roared, her voice rasping like a wolf's howl. Phaedwan's incantation deepened, runes glowing eerily. Deidara snapped his fingers, the rhythm of the impending explosion trembling in his palm. The entire city was on the brink of annihilation with just one thunderous sound. A drumbeat resonated from an unknown source, low and slow. As the ashes froze in that moment, the beasts fell silent and the wind stilled. Suddenly, Deidara paused, his single eye narrowing. Amidst the firelight and shadows, a leopard approached, its fur shimmering with star-like patterns, its footsteps soundless, golden eyes capable of igniting souls. Upon seeing that gaze, Mirajane's knees buckled, and she knelt. Pressing her hand to her chest, Panther God. Kakuzu's heart line trembled, the vibranium on his back emitting a low hum. Deidara's clay cracked as it neared the light pattern. Phaedwan's blood-stained smile froze, laughter caught in his throat. The Panther God circled them slowly, the light spots on its fur resembling war drums, beating rhythmically against their hearts. That aura constricted their throats, making the very air feel heavy. Then, it beheld the marks upon them. They were not ordinary symbols, but the brand of another god. The Panther God halted, its claws slightly raised, and runes ignited at their tips. 1,000 miles away, the nerve of the river of forgetfulness was abruptly tugged. It rose, shadows splitting the night, dark red light swirling around it. The wind changed color first, the clouds began to roll, and it stepped into Wakanda's sky. The Panther God's gaze deepened, scrutinizing for the first time. Two opposing forces faced off in the sky above the ruins. One was the wrath of ancestral spirits, the other the shadow of a foreign land. The true confrontation commenced at this moment. A golden beam shot up from the altar, distorting the air of Wakanda with faith. The Panther God stepped forth from the void, towering and ancient, its eyes resembling burning golden black stars. As it appeared, the heavens seemed to hum softly, faith coiling around it like a vortex. Opposite that vortex stood Ye, quietly waiting. His hands hung naturally at his sides, a black robe billowing, as his eyes slowly opened, revealing the reincarnation eye adorned with silver-blue divine patterns, the star wheel gradually rotating, as if the cosmos were compressed within his gaze. That glance made the Panther God's claws tighten slightly. It was the aura of kinship, the breath of divinity. Mortal. The Panther God spoke in a deep tone, but quickly corrected itself. No, you are not a mortal. You are another deity. Its voice thundered. Why send your subordinates to occupy my kingdom? Do you not know this is a blasphemy against the divine? Ye lifted his eyelids, his tone indifferent as if whispering in the wind. You will not use this substance, vibranium. I shall safeguard it for you, ensuring it does not go to waste. The Panther God's pupils constricted sharply, golden black radiance erupting from its form, manifesting as a throng of beasts surging around. The air filled with tearing and roaring, as if all of Wakanda trembled under its wrath. Arrogant. This is Wakanda, my people, my bloodline. The Panther God stepped forward, the power of faith consolidating into claws. Tearing through the void, golden lightning pouring down upon Ye. Ye merely tilted his head slightly, the star wheel in his eyes accelerating, silver blue pulses radiating from beneath his feet, like the Milky Way flowing across the land. The golden lightning silently dissolved upon contact with that light, transforming into countless specks of luminescence scattered in the air. You are too loud, he stated calmly, his voice low and steady. The laws of the universe dictate the survival of the fittest. The Panther God roared, shaking the heavens. As the entire altar trembled, it raised its claws, the golden black cloak behind it swirling like a million beasts pouncing simultaneously, sweeping towards Ye. Ye raised a hand, silver blue patterns spreading from his palm, forming a formation reminiscent of stellar trajectories. The air fell still, light and darkness reversing. In the next moment, an indescribable force erupted from his palm, engulfing the surroundings in a silent collision. The clash of golden black and silver blue intertwined, like two rivers of stars colliding, erupting into countless shards of light, as heaven and earth seemed to be rewritten in that instant. The ground quaked, the sky roiled, and the warriors of Wakanda could only cower, daring not to raise their heads. In that intersection of light and shadow, the Panther God's roar overlapped with Ye's whisper, akin to deities testing one another. Light and shadow tore and rolled upon the altar. The golden black power of faith transformed into countless spectral beasts, roaring toward Ye. The silver blue pulses surged forth like tides, like the Milky Way, flowing from his eyes and blanketing all of Wakanda. Ye lifted his foot and gently stamped down. Suddenly, the air collapsed, every sound drained away, and the golden-black beastly phantoms froze mid-air, only to disintegrate like grains of sand. He slowly extended his hand, his fingertips tracing through the void, leaving a silver-blue trail that transformed into a star chart, as if inscribing fate upon an invisible canopy. The panther god felt a deeper threat and let out a low growl, golden-black light erupting from its form, shaping into a colossal golden leopard silhouette, grand as a mountain. Its claws stirring a tempest. No longer testing, it directly unleashed the true form of a deity. "This is my kingdom." Its voice roared, "Outsiders shall not lay a finger." The panther god felt a shock within. When did a new god emerge here? Moreover, why had the supreme mage not informed him of the invasion of Wakanda? He did not dodge or evade, the star wheel in his eyes spinning to its zenith, the silver-blue patterns blooming as if the divine flower of the universe's center was in full bloom. He spoke softly, "Vibranium belongs to me. You have but two choices, submit to me or perish." He pushed forth his palm. At that moment, the sky of Wakanda seemed to be torn open, countless stars appearing amidst the night, as silver-blue beams descended, weaving into a vast luminous net that ensnared the golden leopard shadow in midair. The leopard shadow roared and struggled, yet the luminous net constricted tighter, its brilliance pulsating like a million stars breathing in unison. Enraged, the panther's eyes transformed into two black golden suns as it stepped forth from its shadow, delivering a crushing punch, the power of faith coalescing into substance. Pressing down upon the luminous net, with a thunderous explosion, the sky shattered, half gold-black and half silver-blue, the shockwave uprooting the altar. The surrounding warriors were knocked to the ground, daring only to peer through their fingers at the two figures. Ye's lips curled slightly, his body remaining still. The fissure beneath his feet closed of its own accord, as a silvery blue light surged from his shoulders to his hands, transforming into a spear woven from the very stars. The spear hovered silently in his palm, devoid of any incantation, yet causing the air to hum with anticipation. He tightened his grip and stepped forward at a measured pace, the argent starlight flowing with him like a river following his every movement. "Leopard god, do not waste any more time." His voice, though not loud, drowned out the raging storm. The leopard god charged with a roar, claws clashing against the starry spear in the air. There was no metallic clang, only a resonant rumble that echoed deep within the bones. In an instant, light and darkness reversed, the heavens and earth turned upside down, and all of Wakanda fell into a vision where the starry sky intertwined with desolate plains. The silver-blue spear traced an arc of light, cleaving through the golden-black claw marks, its residual waves flattening distant hills. The leopard god stumbled back, the ground beneath him crumbling into an abyss, yet he held his head high, his eyes ablaze with fury. Night stood firm with the spear in hand, the wheel of stars revolving slowly in his gaze, resembling a silent universe. Two divine forces continued to intertwine in the air, colliding and tearing at each other, the golden-black and silver-blue radiance spiraling like two colossal dragons, engulfing the entire kingdom in a voiceless apocalyptic battle. Chapter 183, Godslayer. After several exchanges, the leopard god grew increasingly astonished. Despite wielding dominion over faith, he found himself unable to exert even a whisper of suppression before the radiance of the other. Each swipe of his claws felt as if swallowed by an endless sea of stars, leaving no tremor in its wake. It suddenly dawned upon him that something was amiss. This aura did not originate from this earth. He was not facing an African deity, nor a progeny of faith, nor even a god of this planet or universe. Instead, he confronted a being of an ancient and superior existence. In the next moment, the storm spiraled into chaos, the heavens swirling like a furious ocean. The firmament split apart, a column of silver-blue light cascading from the clouds, dividing the world in twain, one half aflame with the leopard god's golden-black fury, the other suffused with night's dominion over the starry quietude. It was no longer mere clouds, but a dark veil woven from faith and resentment. Hundreds of thousands of Wakandans lay prostrate on the ground, their vision of the leopard god twisting in the air, roaring, yet being torn asunder by a deeper starlight. Night slowly raised his hand, the star spear shimmering, its tip emitting not fire, but the very first glimmer of light from the dawn of the cosmos. His gaze was calm as he looked upon the massive black gold shadow ahead. "Vibranium is but the ashes of your faith." The leopard god's pupils constricted sharply, a fear belonging to the divine washing over him. The adversary had guided Wakandans to acquire heart-shaped herbs to amplify their strength, and those herbs were products influenced by vibranium. Such a statement was not unfounded. Knight's voice was soft yet resonated with the echoes of judgment, drowning out the thunder. He finally comprehended that the figure before him was not merely a mortal ascending to godhood, but one who gazed down upon the gods from a higher realm. You are not a god of this universe. The leopard god growled, golden mist surging from his chest, transforming into a colossal beast form, seeking to assert dominance in its primal shape. Of course, I am not. Knight's reply was understated yet pierced like cold iron into the will of the deity. The star spear trembled, its silvery blue brilliance fracturing into countless shards, cascading to the earth like a meteor shower. Each beam of light penetrated mountains and oceans, piercing through the essence of faith itself. It was a severance. The leopard god roared in sudden fury, feeling countless voices escape from within him. Those were the prayers of his followers, transforming into luminous dust, absorbed by the star spear. He sensed the support of faith slipping away, his divinity beginning to unravel. Stop! The leopard god's voice was a blend of rage and fear. This is my kingdom, my people. Do you wish to obliterate their faith? Faith. Knight lifted his gaze, starlight flickering within his eyes, revealing a coldness imbued with almost a sense of pity. You have regarded metal as sacred bone, and offerings as acts of devotion. Yet all I perceive is a civilization ensnared by greed and self-delusion. As he spoke, star patterns emerged from the void beneath him, extending across the land of Wakanda. That was the divine realm expanding the will of the Lord of Stars, supplanting the domain of the leopard god. The winds ceased. Yet all living beings felt the air being siphoned away, their very souls quaking. The leopard god erupted once more, his form transformed into a towering black gold giant, claws rending the air, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. Surrounding mountains disintegrated into dust, every particle of vibranium in the air resonating, coalescing into a shield of divine protection. Source of vibranium, heed my call. As he growled, golden light surged from the earth, morphing into countless blade-like fragments that whirled in the air, like a multitude of golden meteors hurtling towards Night. Night merely sighed softly. So it is, to shape divinity through material. The star spear turned, causing the void to collapse, the very fabric of space being erased. Those golden fragments disintegrated into luminous dust as they approached, their echoes swallowed by the darkness. Boom! Light erupted once more. In that moment, all the people of Wakanda looked up to see the heavens split in two, one half suffused with the leopard god's gold, the other with Night's silver blue. That was the boundary between gods. Yet that boundary was crumbling. The leopard goddess claws and the star spear collided once more. There was no sound, only the devouring of light and darkness. Then, the leopard goddess form began to fracture from his chest, as if being skinned by some invisible force. Layers peeling away to reveal symbols of faith, ancient incantations, and millennia of calls. Why do you wish to destroy all of this? His voice was hoarse. No longer a roar, but a question. Night gazed calmly at him. I do not destroy, I replace. Silence. In the next instant, the star spear fractured into countless beams of light, piercing through the entirety of the leopard god's form. It was not slaughter, but rather a consuming. The leopard god realized what it was. That was the ritual of deicide. Only a being of higher existence could reconstruct its own divinity by stripping away the faith of another god. The leopard god struggled, howling, pleading. Stop. I can submit. I am willing to acknowledge you as the supreme deity, to offer you vibranium and faith as sacrifice. Just ask. I do not require your faith, Night replied softly. What I desire is for this planet to be under my dominion. He extended his hand. Starlight flowed from his palm, cascading upon the leopard god's head. At that moment, the black gold divine form shattered completely, transforming into countless particles of light, absorbed into Night's being. The shell of divinity turned to ashes. Fragments of godhood merging with the star spear, new patterns of dominion and eternity emerging upon its shaft. The sky fell into utter darkness. Yet within that darkness, a silver-blue halo arose, illuminating all of Wakanda. The leopard god had vanished, but his name was rewritten into the celestial sequence of stars. That was Night's dominion. The wheel of stars spun behind him, as if celestial bodies were being reformed. The tide of faith surged across the land, countless Wakandans kneeling, weeping, praying, bewildered. Their souls unconsciously rewritten, turning toward a new direction, not the totem of the leopard, but the mark of the stars. Night had become the new deity. He looked down, surveying the scorched earth. The flames had yet to extinguish, the mountains still flowing with lava, but the air bore no trace of divinity, only a more ancient, purer force breathing. Such fine things, yet regrettably squandered, he murmured. The metallic veins beneath began to stir, as if awakened blood flowing towards him. They reformed, becoming a cloak of starry patterns, enveloping his figure. Night gazed upward at the sky, the new star taking shape. In his ears, countless whispers echoed, the remnants of the leopard god, the prayers of Wakanda, the reverberations from the depths of the universe. He closed his eyes, silencing all sounds. Then, a new decree was inscribed into the void. The divine authority of the star transcends the material. In that moment, the entire African continent's spiritual veins trembled. Old myths were crumbling. A new era was being born. In the distance, the vibranium veins atop the mountains exploded like flowing fire. Countless silvery blue energies surging forth from the fissures. Those were the remnants of the leopard god and the foundation of Night's new dominion. The wind began to rise once more. He gently descended to the ground, where the rocks beneath his feet were cloaked in starlight, transforming into a mirror. In the reflection, his eyes no longer resembled those of a human, but instead echoed the movements of an entire galaxy. How intriguing! Is this the divinity of the Marvel realm? After a moment of silence, the heavens suddenly blazed with light. A thunderous roar reverberated across the land, as all Wakandans looked up to see a new star shimmering in the firmament, brighter than the sun, yet devoid of warmth. It was the herald of night. From that moment forth, Wakanda would no longer worship the panther god. Their temple was enveloped in a silver-blue glow, its sacred idol shattered in two, and a new altar arose from the ruins. Faith had been rewritten. The knight turned to depart. His footsteps were silent, yet they stirred a fine mist of stardust. This stardust settled upon the earth, transforming into the marks of a new order. When touched, it would awaken the powers of celestial runes. This was the price and the gift of usurping divinity. He did not look back, for he knew that the will of the panther god had merged within him, becoming one of the new celestial sequences. Chapter 184. The new god watches us. The skies of Wakanda bore no trace of the panther. For 3 full days and nights, tears fell from the heavens. It was no ordinary rain, but a divine descent imbued with brilliance, a baptism of faith manifested in droplets. Dense silver-blue motes floated in the rain, reminiscent of fragments of starlight scattered across the night sky. They quietly settled upon every temple, every street, and every gravestone, as if even the earth and stones were embracing a new essence. The temple of the panther god stood in the most revered spot of the royal city, once commanding the admiration and fear of the Wakandans. That altar had once been adorned with countless offerings, blood incense, and hymns of praise. Now, it lay utterly destroyed. Ashes still lingered among the ruins, with broken pillars and shattered stones strewn about. In their stead was a silver-blue ring, suspended in midair. The ring was neither gold nor stone, but seemed to be a substance coalesced from starlight, still yet gently pulsating. Beneath it, countless individuals knelt amidst tears and rain. They dared not lift their gaze to the ring, which felt like the gaze of a deity. Some wept softly. Has the god fallen? Others whispered within themselves. Yet that power quietly burgeons. As the rain washed over, the earth of the royal city gradually awakened. On the morning of the 3rd day, the guards conducted their patrols as usual, only to report in alarm. The vibranium veins that had once bestowed eternal wealth upon Wakanda had been completely depleted. No more golden glimmers shone. The entire vein had transformed into deep blue crystals, as if the night sky had solidified within the rock walls. The engineers, eager to sample and analyze, were horrified to discover that it was not vibranium, but a previously unrecorded new form of energy material. Initial attempts to extract it resulted in immediate corrosion of their instruments, as the substance spontaneously ignited with a faint starlight, flowing along the pipes and merging with the skin of the experimenters. In an instant, their pupils reflected a sea of stars, silver-blue patterns emerging upon their skin. This was not a mine. It was another manifestation of power. A scholar trembled as he whispered. The crowd exchanged glances. The wise and the priests convened. Their eyes quivered, their voices hoarse. The panther god had granted them strength, honor, and protection through generations. Yet today, The divinity of the Panther God was dissolving. Its embers absorbed into a new order. The new god of night was rewriting this land in both physical and spiritual dimensions. Within the bodies of the faithful lingered remnants of the Panther God as consciousness, the imprints of an old era, flickering like a dim candle flame in the depths of their subconscious. The new silver-blue runes gradually transmitted, replacing them. Night appeared in their dreams. Boundless starry skies, celestial wheels, star spears, thrones. Upon waking, a faint star mark imprint emerged upon their foreheads. It was the mark of a new faith. When the essence of the new god touched their hearts, resistance became futile. His divinity no longer required prayer. It permeated through the connections of perception. However, the shift in faith would never occur without resistance. Around the borders of Wakanda, the Guardian Legion crumbled. The once formidable black gold cloaks still fluttered in the wind. A portion of the soldiers remained loyal to the Panther God, viewing him as a symbol of their tribe, unwilling to accept the legitimacy of the god of starlight. Another faction knelt in reverence to the silver-blue glow, hailing night as the lord of constellations and the god of order. On a rain-washed path, two factions stood in sharp opposition. "The Panther God has given us pride," shouted a dissenting voice, his words echoing against the crumbling stone walls. "And he has taken it away," came the cold retort from the opposing side. "The Panther God gave you arrogance, while night offers order." The argument had not persisted for long when the power of night permeated the air. The sky suddenly split open, and a silver-blue beam of light shot from the royal city to the borders, like a divine vein piercing through. He did not subdue with force, but rather assimilated consciousness. In that instant, both factions fell to their knees. It was not fear, but a sense of rewritten awareness. In that moment, all beliefs unified. Resistance was futile. After this, Wakanda knew no more battles. Only the damp earth, scattered gravestones, and the faint emergence of star patterns upon the foreheads of the people remained. Such a monumental shift in divine authority could not be confined to Wakanda. In the realms of the gods, among the exalted beings of the universe, this created ripples of disturbance. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin set down the long-handled hammer he held. The altar of the nine realms trembled as he raised his gaze toward the depths of the cosmos. In that celestial expanse, a point of silver-blue light was consuming the old signals of the Panther God. Odin's brow furrowed. What god is this? Neither akin to us, nor one of the ancient deities. Had Gui not perceived this? At the divine council, all the high gods fell into near silence. If indeed a deity had fallen, consumed, it could mean the balance of the divine realm was at risk of collapse. The gods exchanged glances, the light of the temple reflecting their questions and vigilance. In the abyss of hell, Mephisto sensed the ripples of this faith disturbance. Rising from his dark throne, he mused, "Another deity has fallen?" He chuckled, tinged with a hint of urgency. "Gui, has it come to your direct intervention?" His gaze swept over the depths of hell, as if awaiting an opportunity. If a god arising from the mortal world could consume another deity, could the forces of hell also infiltrate through this? He was plotting his own machinations. On the other side of the earth, atop the highest tower of the royal city of Wakanda, Night stood. His cloak flowed like the night sky, shimmering with starlight, his form flickering in and out of visibility. The star spear that floated behind him was no longer a weapon, but a spear of laws, symbolizing the authority of cosmic order. He gazed down at the earth, silver-blue radiance extending from his fingertips to the prairies, mountains, and cities, weaving the continent into a network of neural connections. He looked into the void, and a voice whispered, "What are you doing?" The voice was indistinct, as if a remnant thought of an ancient god projected itself. Night did not turn back, his voice calm. "I am witnessing the rebirth of faith. You have seized the Panther God as position, deprived his people. Do you think this will maintain order?" "It is not about maintaining, but renewing," Night replied softly. He extended his hand, projecting an image of the earth into the air, silver-blue lines winding along land and sea, resembling a neural network connecting the world. That shadow laughed softly. "So, you aim to become the new system?" Night's lips curled slightly. A god should not be an idol, but a rule. Having said this, he raised his hand with a flick. The ground trembled instantly. The star patterns spread with a network-like speed, crossing oceans, traversing cities, reaching the satellite signals in the sky. All mediums that observed his existence became infected, interconnected. Faith transformed from prayer into observation. Connection is faith. The followers of the Panther God had now become the new star chain. They no longer expressed reverence through prayer, but in the moment of existence, they were integrated into divinity. Night required no worship, nor priests. He sought connection, expansion, and awakening. From this moment on, every moment a mortal gazed at the starry sky was a prayer to him. That night, countless points of light rose above Wakanda. Each was a particle of faith, ultimately converging into a starry band traversing the northern and southern hemispheres. People gaze upwards in awe, weeping and kneeling. A child asks her mother, "What is that?" The mother softly replies, "That is the new deity watching over us." Chapter 185. Has Odin grown anxious? The skies of Wakanda have transformed. The prolonged rain has finally ceased, yet the entire firmament remains shrouded in a tapestry of deep blue and silvery clouds. This is not a natural phenomenon, but rather the divine power of a manipulated theocracy, maintaining the new order of this realm. Lin Ye stands atop the highest platform of the royal city. The wind carries the scent of vibranium dust from the shattered mining fields. The dust reflects faint starlight in the air, akin to the cosmic debris. He surveys the entire city. The streets are silent, with devotees kneeling, silver-blue runes shimmering beneath their skin. These are the nodes of the faith network, where the consciousness of every being is intertwined with the divine authority of the night. Order has been established. A gentle yet frigid voice emerges from behind him. It is the herald of the star ring, a semi-mechanical attendant composed of energy and consciousness. It is the first tool deity created by the night, bearing fragments of divine awareness and data. Stability? Lin Ye smiles faintly. Order is not stability, but direction. After the collapse of the old faith, they require a new objective, and I merely provide the choice. He turns, his gaze falling upon the suspended silver ring at the heart of the royal city. It is the remnant of the throne of the Panther God, now reshaped into the nexus of the stars. The surface of the ring is adorned with flowing symbols. These characters are not of human language, but rather the mathematics of divinity, statements of law. The herald of the star ring kneels to report, "Master, the observers from Asgard have begun to intervene. Their thunder god forces are active in low orbit." Lin Ye's expression remains unchanged. Has Odin finally lost his composure? They believe you have violated the divine realm accord, usurping mortal divine authority, posing a threat to the balance of the 9 realms. A threat? Lin Ye chuckles softly. What they fear is never the threat itself, but rather the renewal. His voice, like the wind, is calm and unperturbed, yet carries an authority capable of shattering wills. In the tone of a deity. There is no need for anger, only facts. In the sacred court on the northern side of the royal city, countless devotees are praying. Their language is no longer Wakandan, but a resonant tongue influenced by the star patterns. This language lacks phonetics, existing solely as vibrating frequencies, as mortal tongues mimic the algorithms of the divine. In the center, High Priestess Nyla kneels before Lin Ye, once a priestess of the Panther God. She has now become the first herald of the star patterns within the faith of the night. The star patterns on her forehead are deep and luminous, almost echoing the markings of the night. "My lord, the delegation from Asgard requests a council ruling. They have sent a forerunner, the Valkyrie Sif, seeking an audience with you." An audience? Lin Ye chuckles softly. Negotiations between deities yield only 2 outcomes, fusion or dissolution. Should I refuse, they might directly initiate a blockade of the realms. This would imply they still believe in the efficacy of the old laws. Lin Ye extends his hand, starlight flowing from his fingertips, forming a rune that hovers in the air. It is the core sequence of the new law. Observation is faith. He gently flicks the rune, which dissolves into the air, penetrating layers of space, reaching the outside world. "Go tell them," he states calmly, "Wakanda is no longer within the 9 realms. This place belongs to the star domain." The herald of the star ring responds quietly, then dissipates into a stream of light. As night falls, Lin Ye returns beneath the sacred ring. The colossal circular structure hovers in the air, resembling a fractured firmament. Within the ring, starlight flows, each beam connecting to the dreams of mortals. He reaches out, brushing the surface of the ring. Countless images flash by, dreams, prayers, wishes, fears. These are the primal data within his faith network. The thoughts of every mortal are an extension of his power. He no longer requires sacrifices or offerings. As long as he is seen, he exists. As long as he is recorded, he grows. However, because of this, he can also perceive disturbances. Deep within the dream of a certain devotee, a golden panther shadow slowly rises. It is the lingering soul of the old god Batet. Her eyes flash with wrath and sorrow. You have stolen my realm. She growls softly. You have turned my people into data. They never belonged to you. Lin Ye's voice reverberates within the dream. You are merely their interface of faith. I have simply replaced the program. Faith is not a program. To mortals, it is. The gods are but the embodiment of algorithms. You old gods are merely outdated systems. While I am the updated version. The panther shadow roars, dissolving into motes of light. The dream returns to tranquility. Lin Ye opens his eyes. The cosmos reflected within his gaze. He understands that the soul of Batet has not been completely extinguished, but has fled into another divine realm, Asgard. At dawn, the star tower on the eastern side of the royal city activates. This is a cross-realm teleportation device constructed by Lin Ye, powered by vibranium, stellar energy, and divine essence. The tower spirals skyward, runes floating, its pinnacle pointing toward the zenith of the universe. The Herald of the Star Ring reports, Master, the channel has been positioned. Coordinates, Asgard. Yggdrasil branch node. Lin Ye dons a silver-blue robe. The edges flow with starlight, resembling the galaxy unfurling beneath his feet. Asgard, the divine realm of Odin. The core of the Order of the Nine Realms. He gently touches his chest, the star patterns glowing. It is time to discuss the definition of a god. The teleportation array at the base of the tower begins to rotate. Energy coalesces into a column of light, enveloping the entire platform. Lin Ye steps into the center, the silver-blue radiance swallowing him whole. In the next moment, the starry sky splits open. His figure traverses thousands of dimensional layers, crossing the folds of time and space. Arriving at the threshold of the divine realm, the sky of Asgard is eternally golden. This is the everlasting daylight barrier set by Odin, ensuring the brilliance of the gods never dims. As Lin Ye descends, the firmament trembles. His arrival resonates with the barrier of the entire divine realm, tearing the luminous veil apart. Countless divine guards surge from the air, spears pointed at the newcomer. Who goes there? Lin Ye strides forward. With every step, star patterns emerge beneath his feet. His voice is calm, yet drowns out the thunder. I am the master of the Order of the Night Stars. A bolt of lightning strikes down. The thunder god Thor descends from the heavens, his silver hammer gleaming, lightning rending the clouds. The Order of the Stars. Thor's voice is deep. You have usurped a god's position, sowing chaos in the mortal realm. The divine realm cannot tolerate your existence. He is sent by his father Odin. Lin Ye raises his gaze, and in that instant, the entire golden sky dims. Has Odin grown anxious? Chaos. He softly retorts, I have merely eradicated the monopoly of faith. The gazes of the two collide in the air, the clash of divine power and thunder sparking fireworks. Thor raises his hammer, and the raging thunder crashes down upon the night. Lin Ye extends his hand, the star spear coalescing in his grasp. In an instant, starlight and lightning collide midair, erupting in a brilliance akin to a supernova. The divine realm quakes. The branches and leaves of Yggdrasil are torn asunder.